Wonder Woman, why are you Superman's brother? Eric replied, on the first day of my journey, as an infant, I crawled into Superman's infant space pod, pushed him out, and took his place, thus becoming the child of Krypton. Superman, why don't you go save the plane? Eric replied, I can't lift things while stepping on air. Batman, why does kryptonite not affect you this time? Eric replied, I initially intended to relate to you as a Kryptonian, but what I received in return was alienation. All right, I shall no longer pretend I reveal my true identity. I am a native of Earth. This is a tale of a person mistaken for a Kryptonian, who is in reality a cunning and sinister character, stirring trouble in the realm of superheroes. Chapter 1. I pushed Superman out of his pod. Pain. My head was throbbing. My heart felt constricted, blood pooling within me, and my body was chillingly cold. This was Zhang Tong's first sensation upon awakening from a stupor. After a few moments of recovery, he strained to move his eyes, laboriously surveying his surroundings. All around him was a desolate nightscape. Dense woods formed a triangular expanse, extending infinitely outward. Not far from this, a fire crackled ominously. The pitch-black night, the fiery red flames, and the acrid scent of scorched earth coalesced into a tableau reminiscent of hellfire. Where am I? Why am I here? Zhang Tong moved his body, questions flooding his mind. He struggled to recall, beckoning his fading consciousness back to the forefront. Gradually, he felt a reconnection with his body. Slowly, drop by drop, like dew on a leaf, his bodily functions began to revive. Wasn't I just engaged in a street battle? Just as I was gaining the upper hand to decisively suppress my enemies, why did everything go dark, only to awaken in this ghastly place? Zhang Tong pondered for a few seconds, still at a loss. Moistening his parched lips, he opened his mouth to call for help. Wah wah wah. The sound startled him greatly. Had he just emitted an infant's cry? In shock, he looked down at his body. Tiny arms and legs, rosy and delicate, wiggling little feet, flailing weak little hands. An unmistakable infant. I have transformed into a baby. Have I inadvertently become part of the recent trend of reincarnation, proudly joining the ranks of the transmigrators? But how could this be? How could someone like me, a wretched individual, possibly be chosen for such a journey? Growing up in an orphanage, sensitive and socially awkward, my introverted nature had transformed into an outgoing and volatile disposition upon entering society. Cynical, indifferent, selfish, and a troublemaker, despised and loathed by all, how could I be selected as a transmigrator? If there exists a time-space management bureau, surely there must have been some negligent employee who made a grave error. After lamenting, he forced himself to regain composure. The foremost task now is survival. In this desolate wilderness, utterly alone, surrounded by flames, as an infant devoid of any survival skills, I could easily succumb to the cold, hunger, or be devoured by wild beasts, not to mention being engulfed by the encroaching fire. Since I cannot call for help, I must take action myself. One must rely on oneself. This was Zhang Tong's life creed since his days in the orphanage. With great effort, he flailed his arms, rolling over in the blanket that enveloped him, positioning himself to observe his surroundings. Huff huff, he breathed heavily. As an infant still unable to walk, rolling over was a Herculean task. After resting for a moment, he scanned his surroundings. He noticed a steaming pit about 6 or 7 meters to his left. Unlike the white smoke produced by burning trees, the vapor rising from the pit bore no signs of combustion, resembling an unnatural mist. Unable to stand and see clearly, Zhang Tong could only surmise that the object in the pit was a meteorite. This could explain the surrounding fire. A meteorite falling from the sky, igniting during atmospheric friction, ultimately crashing into this wooded area, creating a meteorite crater while igniting a fire. If the meteorite pit showed no open flames and was not too hot, it would serve as a suitable refuge for him, shielding him from the cold and the fire. With this thought, Zhang Tong tightened his grip on the blanket, took a deep breath, and rolled towards the meteorite pit. Thud thud thud. Fortunately, the ground was soft from a recent rain, covered in fallen leaves, allowing him to successfully roll to the vicinity of the meteorite pit. Successfully halting, he shifted his body, peering into the pit. What he saw inside left him utterly astonished. A space pod, blackened and steaming, about the size of a baby stroller, was prominently visible. This is a spacecraft? It is not a meteorite, but rather a fallen spacecraft. Stunned for 2 seconds, he resolved to investigate further. Though he was now an infant, having come this far, he could not retreat. Even if danger lurked below, it was better than lying above awaiting death. Tightening the blanket around him, he He tucked his small head inside, took a deep breath, and rolled down the soft soil. Thud. This time luck was not on his side. His body collided with the outer wall of the space pod, producing a dull thud. Though wrapped in the blanket, the impact still caused him to grimace in pain. After a considerable pause, he extended his bruised arm and exerted every ounce of strength to support his body. On all fours, he crawled towards what appeared to be the entrance of the space pod. Click. The moment his hand touched the surface adorned with ancient, mysterious patterns, the hatch swung open. Amidst the billowing steam, the interior of the pod became visible to him. Inside lay an infant, roughly his size. Upon seeing the hatch open, the baby's curious blue eyes gazed out at the unexpected visitor of similar stature. How could this be? Zhang Tong was rendered speechless in his astonishment. Though he had never spoken before. An infant from a space pod descending from the heavens. Why does this scene feel oddly familiar? It took him 2 seconds of mental blankness to recall that this was the plot of Superman. Though not a seasoned comic book fan, who does not know the name of Superman? Could this infant before me be Superman? Nibbling on his finger, he immediately began to turn his small head. If this infant is Superman, it implies that the Kent couple, who would adopt him in the future, would soon arrive. And I might be saved. A serious glint flashed in Zhang Tong's eyes as he resolved in his heart. A pickup truck sped down the forest road, the uneven terrain causing the vehicle to emit a dull rumbling sound. The temperature in Smallville is 9.6 degrees Celsius, humidity 62.3, wind speed 12.8 meters per second. Gentlemen, there is no more pleasant night than this. The radio in the pickup crackled with the host's report interspersed with faint static. Jonathan Kent furrowed his brow. As a farmer in the small town, the greatest fear was forest fires, especially around the harvest festival. The temperature stands at 9.6 degrees with a humidity of 62. Under such an unusually arid climate, the occurrence of a fire is hardly surprising. Jonathan, the flames are only in the grove to the northwest of the farm, and the blaze is not significant. Martha, seated in the passenger seat, softly reassured her husband as she observed the furrow in his brow. I am merely concerned. Jonathan's gaze softened slightly beneath his cowboy hat as he spoke to his wife, that someone might have deliberately set the fire. As they arrived at the scene of the fire, the couple was taken aback by the sight before them. In a deep pit lay a space capsule, its door ajar, with an infant nestled within. Beside the capsule, another infant was curled up on a light gray blanket. What is this? Oh my goodness! Martha exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Jonathan, maintaining his composure, surveyed the surroundings, stowed his hunting rifle, and cautiously descended the edge of the pit. He approached the space capsule, gently lifting the infant from inside. Meanwhile, Martha cradled the baby on the blanket, murmuring, "Is this a gift from heaven?" Jonathan remained silent, scrutinizing the child in his arms. The infant he had rescued from the capsule was Zhang Tong. As a notorious antagonist, Zhang Tong had taken advantage of the situation, climbing into the space capsule without regard for the occupant's consent, and unceremoniously pushing the other out. After all, he was a Kryptonian, impervious to harm. The capsule would serve him for now. At that moment, as Jonathan held Zhang Tong, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. The host has activated the patriotic template. Loading in progress. Patriotic? A diluted version of Superman clad in a dark cloak, ruthless yet fond of Milka, a giant baby? A faint smile crept across Zhang Tong's face. Excellent. In this perilous world, he now possessed a means of self-preservation. Moreover, the patriotic template. This world might just become increasingly intriguing. Chapter 2. Are they gods among men or mere scum? At Smallville High School, as the day of the dance approached, the restless hormones of the students surged with excitement. The growing number of couples at the school gate and the influx of parked cars were palpable indicators of this fervor. Clark Kent, the future leader of the Justice League, emerged from the school gate, his backpack slung over his shoulder, his expression one of dejection. He was still reeling from his recent defeat in the American football tryouts. Had he unleashed his abilities, victory would have been assured. Yet, his father had always cautioned him to exercise restraint in the presence of ordinary individuals, leading to his failure and rendering him the laughingstock of the football team. As he trudged away, his mood soured further upon spotting the girl of his dreams, standing amidst her classmates, laughing and chatting. In that instant, as a love-struck high schooler, Clark found himself mesmerized, unable to move. He stood there for a couple of seconds until the girl, Lana, was joined by her boyfriend, prompting him to walk away in disappointment. His forlorn gaze inadvertently fell upon the cover of the book he was holding, a collection of Nietzsche's poetry. A particular phrase on the cover captivated his attention. One can restrain their actions, yet cannot govern their emotions, for feelings are ever-changing. Reading the words, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, he could control his powers, but the emotions he felt in the presence of Lana were beyond his grasp. Emotions, it seemed, were far more elusive than actions. "Hey, Clark, the school bus is about to leave. Are you not getting on?" A classmate leaned out of the bus window, calling to him. "Sorry, I'm coming." Clark gestured an apology and hurried towards the bus. In the disdainful gaze of the impatient bus driver, he managed to board just before the vehicle set off. As he stepped onto the bus, lost in thoughts of Lana, he tripped, eliciting a round of laughter from the other students. "My apologies, Mr. Hanks," Clark said, hastily apologizing to the driver as he stumbled to the rear of the bus. He finally settled next to a high school student with tousled hair and sharp features who bore a slight charm. "Hey, Eric, how's school life treating you? I heard from Dad that you were busy with the English report until 1 in the morning yesterday," Clark inquired. "Sorry, Clark, I'm not in the mood. Perhaps you should go play your nerdy games with Peter and the others," Eric replied, his golden hair framing his face as he rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window with an impassive expression. Eric, also known as Zhang Tong, felt an inexplicable annoyance towards Clark, his nominal elder brother. This guy, riding on the coattails of being the elder sibling, constantly encroaching on his space for no reason. Clark Kent, as the renowned loser of the school, was utterly oblivious to his unpopularity. If only Eric could return to the time when he was merely an infant, he would employ every means necessary to ensure the Kents recognized him as the elder brother. Indeed, it had been 16 years since the Kents found Zhang Tong and Superman. Zhang Tong was named Eric Kent by the Kents, while Superman was named Clark Kent. Due to their proximity in the spacecraft, the couple instinctively assumed the two infants were brothers. Moreover, since Zhang Tong had been inside the spacecraft while Superman was pushed outside, Jonathan and Martha believed Zhang Tong was the favored, protected one, hence the younger sibling. Thus, Zhang Tong, or Eric, unfortunately became the younger brother of Superman. This year, Eric entered high school alongside Superman. Clark's Kryptonian powers began to manifest, growing stronger and faster than ordinary humans. In contrast, Eric's transformations astonished the Kents even more. With the patriotic template within him unlocked to 70, he possessed immense strength, laser heat vision, X-ray vision, and unparalleled speed. All the superpowers of the patriotic, save for the ability to fly, were now his. Of course, his abilities may not match the full might of the patriotic at its zenith. Even so, the Kents were left in awe. Compared to the somewhat lackluster and earnest Clark, they were far more concerned about their taciturn, sharp-tongued, and exceptionally gifted younger son. Indeed, Eric had displayed extraordinary strength and intellect well before his peers. Consequently, Clark, who had only recently begun to awaken his powers, was perceived by them as lacking in talent. If they were to discover that their eldest son was the god among men, while their youngest was merely a scum of humanity, cloaked in Kryptonian attire, their expressions would be quite the spectacle. Yet, one thing filled Eric with pride. He could now easily overpower the still awakening Superman. And as the younger brother, the latter would dare not retaliate. Very well. Listening to Eric's mockery, Clark chose silence, beginning to gather the scattered books from the floor. Understanding his younger brother's temperament, he remained unperturbed. He merely suspected that his brother had been reprimanded by a teacher for staying up late. "Hey, Clark, may I ask you for a favor?" A few ill-intentioned high school students seated at the front of the school bus suddenly addressed Clark. "What?" Clark exclaimed, lifting his head in astonishment. "Could you possibly wear a different outfit next time? It's not just ridiculously outdated, but it also carries an odor reminiscent of manure." The freckled, stout high school student raised a paper bag filled with soda, glaring at Clark with malice. As soon as he finished speaking, the delinquents surrounding him erupted into raucous laughter. "Clark's attire is so outdated and reeks of manure because he's just a hick raised on a farm." "Kent Farm, huh?" "Of course, it's a manure haven. Clark's parents are nothing but farmers who love to deal with dung." The surrounding miscreants continued to jeer, their taunts growing increasingly offensive. Anger flashed across Clark's face, but it quickly morphed into terror as he glanced at his brother seated to his left. He was acutely aware that in his brother's eyes, their parents were a sacred topic that could not be mocked. Those ruffians were on the verge of provoking Eric. Sure enough, Eric, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, now had his eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light. In the next moment, bang, the paper bag in the stout student's hand erupted with a violent explosion. Accompanied by a powerful gust, the soda burst forth, shattering the paper bag into countless fragments. The entire bus was filled with fluttering scraps of paper and splattered soda foam. The driver, who was maneuvering the bus across a bridge, was startled, causing the steering wheel to jerk sharply to the left. The school bus veered violently, crashing into the bridge's guardrail. The dilapidated guardrail crumbled under the impact of the speeding bus. Boom! The vehicle, having breached the railing, plunged harshly into the water below. A towering splash erupted skyward. Chapter 3. A Thought of Heaven, a Thought of Hell. The students trapped within the bus, submerged in the river, emitted piercing screams of terror. Their cries mingled in a cacophony of panic. The stout figure of Clark, ridiculed by his peers, rolled backward as the bus tilted. Thud! 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 His body collided incessantly against the interior walls and seats of the bus, ultimately slamming his back against the metal frame of the rear window, rendering him unconscious with a muffled groan. The other delinquent high school students who had been standing also met a similar fate, battered inside the vehicle. The remaining classmates seated securely managed to hold onto something, avoiding severe injuries during the descent. However, their moment of relief was fleeting as the raging river surged in swiftly. Oh heavens! Help us! The water is flooding in. We shall drown. Break the windows, escape quickly. I don't want to die, and I can't swim. Someone, please help me. The sight of the murky water rushing in sent the already terrified high schoolers into a deeper frenzy. They jostled one another, hastening toward the bus windows in desperation. A girl, weakened and bleeding from her head due to the impact, was shoved to the ground, submerged in the frigid, murky water. Powerless to rise, the school bus continued to sink, the icy, swirling river water flooding in at an accelerating pace. Death was drawing near. The girl, who had already swallowed several mouthfuls of water, felt despair wash over her as she relinquished all hope. In the next moment, a pair of strong hands grasped her arms, pulling her up with urgency. Are you all right? Clark, having rescued the nearly drowned girl, was met with her sobs. Thank you so much, Kent. It's all right. Stay calm. We will be saved, Clark reassured her, patting her shoulder before glancing toward the space where Eric had been seated. It was empty. Eric must have escaped long ago. Clark surmised that the moment the bus had met with disaster, Eric had undoubtedly left. He knew his brother was unlike himself. From a young age, Eric had awakened the latent power within him. The speed and strength Eric exhibited were far beyond his own capabilities. With this thought, Clark shed his outer coat and swam against the tumultuous river. Though their father had urged him to conceal his powers, these were extraordinary circumstances. If he did not utilize his abilities, his classmates would surely perish. He could not remain a mere bystander. With a splash, Clark emerged from the water that nearly engulfed the bus, taking a deep breath before diving beneath the surface, grasping the metal shell at the rear of the bus. He exerted himself against the pressure of the water, tearing it open. Once outside the bus, he gazed upward through the murky waters. In a murky haze of vision, a figure stood upon the bridge, coldly observing him. It was Eric, that scoundrel, even for someone as affable as his brother. Clark felt a surge of anger welling within him. He had caused this calamity, yet remained indifferent to the ensuing consequences. It seemed that the fate of everyone aboard the bus mattered little to him. Although Clark was aware of Eric's volatile nature, he never anticipated such a degree of apathy from him. At that moment, his greatest desire was to return and give him a thorough reprimanding. Suppressing his fury, Clark grasped the rear of the school bus and exerted all his strength to lift it. As the son of Krypton, who had just awakened his powers, raising the bus should have been a trivial task. However, the bus was submerged at the bottom of the river, filled to the brim with tons of water, and the resistance underwater was far greater than that in the air, rendering his effort excruciatingly laborious. With a roar, the muscles in his arms bulged like explosive sinews. Every ounce of strength surged within him, as if iron cells were crying out. The sound of muscles straining echoed through the depths of the water. The bus was being slowly elevated, yet it was still too slow. Desperation flickered in Clark's eyes. At this pace, the classmates trapped beneath the water would surely not survive until he could lift the bus to safety. Eric, Clark shouted urgently towards his brother on the bridge. He was acutely aware of Eric's capabilities. If his brother intervened, he could effortlessly extricate the bus from the river. Moreover, Eric's hearing surpassed his own. He would undoubtedly comprehend every word spoken. If you continue to stand idly by, I will inform Mom and Dad. At that moment, Clark, just having entered high school, resorted to the previously effective tactic of threatening to notify their parents. However, that approach, once reliable, had now lost its efficacy. Eric stood unmoved upon the bridge. Clark's strength began to wane, and the ascent of the bus grew increasingly sluggish. Just as despair began to envelop him, the water's surface erupted violently. It was as if a missile had struck, sending a spray cascading into the air. In the next instant, Eric was before him, gripping the bus with one hand and forcefully yanking it upward. The bus shot rapidly from the depths, surging toward the surface. Boom! The bright orange bus burst through the water, producing a thunderous explosion. Surrounding water splashed high into the air, resembling a sudden downpour. The students, who had been struggling for breath, now gasped for fresh air, having narrowly escaped death. The glaring, golden sunlight illuminated the scene, instilling an uncanny sense of unreality in all present. The bus came to a halt near the riverbank, where the survivors, some wrapped in blankets, shivering, others sobbing in their parents' embrace, bore witness to their harrowing ordeal. Police cars and ambulances were stationed on the bridge, with officers and medical personnel bustling about in urgent activity. Clark wrapped himself in a blanket offered by a nurse, his head bowed as his vacant eyes fixated on the cobblestones beneath his feet. His chest rose and fell slightly, betraying the turbulence within. Meanwhile, Eric stood nearby, his expression impassive as he gazed at a few female classmates in the distance. These classmates had just been rescued from the carriage by Clark, yet they had also witnessed his extraordinary feat of lifting the school bus. However, due to Eric's swift actions, the girls did not notice him. They believed that Clark had single-handedly pulled the bus from the river. Thus, they regarded Clark with a gaze that was both strange and complex. "Hey, Eric Clark," a familiar voice called out from behind Eric. Turning around, he saw Jonathan running towards them, breathless. Dressed in work attire, Jonathan had not changed yet. He must have rushed over from the farm upon hearing the news. His face was etched with concern, and his hair bore a hint of gray as he grasped Eric's shoulder and anxiously touched his face. "Son, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "That's good, Clark." After confirming that his younger son was unharmed, Jonathan approached Clark, who was seated on the ground, and knelt beside him, gently caressing his face. "Clark, you're not injured, are you?" "No, that." Clark managed a faint smile for his father. "Let us head back." Jonathan glanced at the bus near the riverbank, his brow furrowing slightly as he patted Eric and Clark on the shoulders, then removed his jacket and draped it over Eric. Chapter 4. The Rebellious Clark Kent Farm. The atmosphere during dinner was rather somber. Miss Dialdan had called to inform them that no students had suffered misfortune, but a few had inhaled a considerable amount of water while unconscious and required hospitalization for observation. As Jonathan stirred the mashed potatoes, he spoke, his gaze intentionally drifting towards Eric and Clark. This should be considered a blessing in disguise. Martha affectionately poured a glass of milk for Clark, patting his hand resting on the table. The two brothers would likely not bear guilt over this incident. Jonathan's serious gaze remained fixed on them. "Clark, did you pull the school bus from the river?" "Yes, I intended to do so, but I was unsuccessful. So, I asked Eric for help." "Eric?" Jonathan shifted his attention to Eric, who had been quietly savoring the beef stew with potatoes. Compared to hot dogs, macaroni and cheese, and pizza, he preferred this dish, which was closer to traditional Chinese cuisine, aligning more with his dietary habits. "Sorry, Dad, I didn't want to intervene, but Clark persuaded me in his own way." Eric replied calmly as he set down his fork and knife. Indeed, he had no inclination to assist at first. After all, he never aspired to be a superhero. Why should he concern himself with the lives of others? Since his template was that of a citizen of his homeland, it seemed the system deemed him a complete scoundrel. Is it not entirely natural for a villain to remain a passive observer? Had those high school students who insulted Jonathan and Martha not been hospitalized, he would have sought another opportunity to exact his revenge. However, having been an orphan in his previous life, he had finally felt the warmth of familial affection in this household, which led him to develop feelings for Jonathan and Martha. Otherwise, no matter how Clark attempted to threaten him, it would have been futile. Upon hearing Eric's response, Jonathan let out a heavy sigh, his hands clasped together, supporting his aching forehead. He was at a loss for words. The two sons before him exhibited an extreme contrast in their personalities. Clark was innocent and kind-hearted, eager to utilize his powers, believing that in helping others, he would also realize his own worth. He was aware that Clark was somewhat of an outcast at school and lacked the presence his brother had at home, yearning for acceptance and the freedom to wield his extraordinary abilities without restraint. In stark contrast, Eric was composed, intelligent, discreet, and restrained. He had a clear understanding of societal rules, but lacked compassion and empathy, never revealing his strength in the presence of outsiders. At times, he even appeared indifferent to the plight of others, as evidenced by the recent school bus incident. Jonathan did not agree with Clark exposing himself to save others, as he wished for both his sons to lead ordinary lives. Yet, he also disapproved of Eric's passive stance, for he did not want his son to become devoid of compassion and empathy. Thus, Jonathan's heart was enveloped in inner turmoil. If only the two could find some common ground in their personalities. In that moment, a thought flashed through Jonathan's mind as a father. He lifted his gaze, casting away the absurd notion. He believed Eric would comprehend his intentions, so he refrained from explaining anything to him. Instead, he turned directly to Clark and said, "Life is fraught with unexpected events that we cannot prevent. However, Clark, there are times when you must learn to conceal your true self." Clark, who had remained silent until now, felt a surge of rebelliousness and retorted to his father, "You mean like Eric, who stands by idly? Dad, I was saving lives." He did not mention that Eric was the root cause of the bus incident, leaving Jonathan unaware of Eric's role in the chaos. "Of course, Clark, we understand that you were saving lives, but as we agreed, you must keep your secrets hidden." Jonathan endeavored to ensure his words carried no hint of aggression. "What am I supposed to do? Watch them drown?" Clark's tone grew increasingly intense. He could not fathom why his father was gradually becoming like Eric. "Clark, there exist matters in this world that surpass the value of one's own life, and that hold greater significance than one's relatives and friends." Jonathan's tone was laden with gravity. "If the world were to discover the extraordinary abilities you and Eric possess, it would be turned entirely on its head. Our beliefs, Jonathan paused momentarily, then continued. "The perceptions of people, everything would be upended." He cast a glance at his wife, smiling gently as he patted Martha's hand, reassuring her that he was all right, before turning to Clark and inquiring, "Clark, do you recall the first time Eric revealed his powers?" The Fords were utterly terrified. Humanity is not yet prepared to embrace someone who could alter the course of the world. So, is it God who has transformed Eric and me in this manner? Clark struggled to comprehend his father's words, pressing his lips tightly together, defiantly gazing at Jonathan. He then glanced at Eric, who sat silently beside him, disappointment washing over him as he rose to his feet. "I am weary of your admonitions about caution, of concealing my abilities." Clark's voice grew more intense. Though he did not erupt in hysteria, the suppression of his disappointment was a true reflection of his profound anger. "I merely wish to avoid being a pariah at school. I do not desire to be looked down upon. Yet you incessantly urge me to be normal, like this." He furiously seized his knife and fork, applying slight pressure, causing the fork to snap in two. "Is this what you deem normal?" With a resounding clatter, he cast the fork onto the table and turned to walk away. "For the sake of normalcy, I would do anything. Yet I am not a normal person." Clark, observing her son depart, Martha yearned to pursue him, but was stayed by Jonathan. "Martha, since he seeks solitude, let us not follow." She gazed at the door through which Clark had exited, then at her husband, whose face bore a shadow of sorrow, ultimately sighing and returning to her seat. "Fear not, father. Clark will one day come to understand your intentions." Eric reassured his father after finishing his beef and mashed potatoes. "And what of you, Eric? You possess powers that surpass Clark's. Would you choose to live as an ordinary person?" Jonathan suddenly posed this direct question to Eric. Beyond the rebellion of his eldest son, he harbored greater concern for his youngest, as he, as a father, had never fully understood him. Eric allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he took his mother's slightly cool hand in his own. "I do not wish to be an ordinary person. However, father and mother, I have always regarded myself as a citizen of Smallville, Kansas, as your son. I have never felt lost regarding my identity." Jonathan fell into silence for a moment, then lifted his gaze, exhaling a sigh. "That day will inevitably arrive. Perhaps it is time to reveal the truth to you, Eric." Chapter 5. She is indeed beautiful, is she not? Is the moment finally upon us? The day Eric had envisioned had at last come. Yet, rather than the anticipated excitement, he felt an unexpected tranquility. "Jonathan, shall we disclose this to Eric now?" Martha, the mother, slightly furrowed her brows, casting a look of concern towards her husband. "It is time. Eric, come with me." Jonathan rose and descended the stairs, gesturing for Eric to follow in his footsteps. Moments later, the two stood outside the barn. "Do you remember, Eric?" When you were a child, you loved to draw, exhausting 2 sets of Crayola crayons in a single summer. Jonathan did not hasten to open the barn door. Instead, he reminisced about Eric's childhood. Initially, Martha and I thought you were merely indulging in the whimsical pursuits of an ordinary child. But eventually, we realized the subjects you depicted: spaceships, the vast cosmos, exploding planets. Perhaps some remnants of memory still linger within you, ingrained in your very essence. As Jonathan spoke, he pushed open the barn door. A blend of soybean and buckwheat scents mingled with the odor of decay surged forth. Is that so? I don't recall, Eric replied, following Jonathan's lead, though he had indeed retained those memories. After all, how could one forget such experiences carried since infancy? The depictions of destruction at the Clark family home, rendered with Crayola crayons, were merely the result of boredom and a penchant for mischief. Come, lend a hand. Jonathan handed Eric the pulley rope connected to the barn cellar, signaling for his assistance in opening the cellar door. With a creak, as Eric pulled on the rope, the cellar door swung open, releasing a cloud of dust accompanied by a foul stench. Jonathan boldly descended into the cellar. With a whoosh, he unveiled a canvas shrouded in dust, revealing a space capsule that emitted an ethereal, ancient glow before Eric's astonished gaze. Incredible, isn't it? A spaceship. Jonathan illuminated the vessel with a flashlight, the very craft that had brought Superman to Earth. We expected the government to come knocking, yet no one sought you or Clark. As he spoke, he retrieved a wooden box from a nearby workbench and pulled out a long, black stamp, handing it to Eric. This object arrived on Earth alongside you in the spaceship. I once consulted a metallurgist about it. He claimed its composition does not exist on the periodic table. In other words, Jonathan's tone grew increasingly solemn. You are not of Earth. You and Clark were delivered here by this spacecraft. You embody the answer to the ultimate question: are humans the only beings in the universe? As Eric caressed the Kryptonian artifact and examined the markings on the stamp, a tumult of emotions surged within him. This must be the master key to unlock the fallen Kryptonian ship in the polar region. All that remains of the Kryptonians lies within that vessel. Eric did not feel much exhilaration upon effortlessly obtaining the master key. He could sense Jonathan's loneliness and sorrow at that moment. Raising his gaze to meet his father's eyes, Eric spoke without a trace of insincerity. Regardless of everything, Father, I am still your son. Having grown up in an orphanage devoid of familial affection, he had discovered an abundance of warmth within this modest farmhouse. No matter how indifferent or selfish one might be, the tenderness within can still be stirred by parental love. Witnessing his father's desolation, Eric felt compelled to offer comfort. Jonathan gently stroked Eric's tousled hair, a faint smile gracing his lips, indeed. You and Clark will always be my sons. However, I believe your presence here serve a purpose. The myriad of changes you have undergone will, one day, be recognized as catalysts for your growth. Perhaps it was the sight of his younger son shedding his previous aloofness and revealing genuine emotions that brought Jonathan solace. Eric, do you understand why I chose to reveal the truth to you alone and not to Clark? Jonathan inquired after caressing Eric's hair for a moment. After a brief silence, Eric replied, You believe Clark is not yet prepared. Indeed, Jonathan affirmed, Clark is not yet ready to confront the path he must choose. After a pause, Jonathan earnestly addressed Eric, Though you are the younger sibling, I hope you will assist Clark in the future. In certain aspects, you possess maturity beyond his years. At times, Clark can be as stubborn as a mule, and only you can guide him. After a few moments of silence, Eric nodded. I will, Father. The night deepened. Clark treaded upon the soft earth as he returned to the farm. Initially filled with fury as he departed, his mood had since improved. Approaching the door, he hesitated for a moment as he grasped the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, he released his grip and turned towards the direction of the barn, where his secret hideout awaited. Ascending the creaky wooden ladder to the second floor of the barn, an expansive view unfolded before him. The inky night sky adorned with twinkling stars and the vast, desolate plains appeared utterly enchanting. Settling into a chair, he savored the conversation he had just had with the fair maiden. Driven by anger, Clark had rushed to the public cemetery, where he fortuitously encountered Lana, who was visiting her parents' graves. The two engaged in the longest conversation they had shared since their acquaintance. Reflecting on their exchange, Clark fiddled with his telescope, adjusting the angle to focus on Lana's house in the distance. Through the lens, he observed Lana, standing in her yard, engaged in a phone call. watching her every expression. His heart raced with heightened fervor. Clark. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke his reverie, startling him as he peered through the telescope at his goddess. Startled, he lifted his head and saw Eric standing beside him. He began to grasp the sentiments of his close friends, Chloe and Peter. The sudden appearance of someone behind you can indeed be quite unsettling. Before Clark could express his irritation, Eric moved to the edge of the warehouse and gazed in the direction Clark had been observing. She is quite beautiful. Isn't she? Eric mused to himself with a smile. His current greatest pastime was teasing this adolescent son of Krypton. Clark's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. He was acutely aware that his brother's vision had evolved to perceive objects several miles away. From his elevated position, observing Lana was exceedingly effortless. The mere thought that his idol was being scrutinized so unabashedly by his brother stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. Chapter 6. Who stole my lead box? I recall you disliking this place, Clark inquired, frowning at Eric. Due to the events surrounding the school bus earlier that day, he remained irate with Eric, which colored his tone. Isn't this your secret hideout? I thought it best not to intrude. Although, I could see anything I wished from anywhere, Eric remarked, with a hint of implication. Clark's frown deepened. Was Eric suggesting that if he chose, he could observe every move Lana made, regardless of distance? Coupled with Eric's assessment of Lana, a troubling thought emerged in Clark's mind. Could it be that Eric had developed an interest in Lana as well? As he wrestled with his insecurities, Eric withdrew his gaze and shook his head, addressing his older brother. To be frank, Lana isn't suited for you, Clark. You resemble the rigid Principal Scarlet, making comments on matters you are unfamiliar with, and then prohibiting all actions that do not align with your preferences. Clark retaliated with a sharp retort. Principal Scarlet, the high school's disciplinary director, was notorious for his stringent management style, having gained notoriety for attempting to abolish the entire school's sex education program on his very first day. Principal Scarlet wouldn't engage in conversation with you in your fortress of solitude, Clark. Eric nonchalantly approached the telescope, gently adjusting the lens. Lana's home is merely a mile away, yet she has never visited us. I suspect the reason isn't that she dislikes you. Is it? Clark found Eric's biting remarks increasingly irksome. Whatever. But Eric, remember to respect others' privacy. After this statement, Clark hastily descended the stairs. He had no desire to continue conversing with Eric. Eric stood still, somewhat speechless. Here he was, using a telescope to spy on someone, and yet claiming to respect their privacy. Did it not feel like a classic case of not wanting to admit the obvious? The following morning, upon arriving at school, Clark noticed that many individuals were pointing and whispering about him. Hey, our superhero has made his entrance. Clark turned around after feeling a tap on his shoulder, only to find Chloe, a diligent student clutching a stack of books. Beside her stood the ever-observant Pete. Chloe, with her golden short hair and striking presence, had aspirations of becoming one of the 4 interns selected by the Planet Daily at a state university. What does this mean? Is this the topic of your report today, Chloe? Clark feigned ignorance. I believe Pete's assessment of your peculiar sense of humor is quite accurate, Chloe remarked, gesturing toward a group of girls in the distance. Look at those girls. The rumor is that you pulled the school bus out of the water, which is why they're gazing at you in awe. Clark, feeling a tinge of guilt, replied, You can't possibly believe that. Can you, Chloe? I remain skeptical, Chloe retorted. Clark directed his gaze toward Pete, who was lost in thought regarding the upcoming homecoming dance, oblivious to Clark's scrutiny until nudged by Clark's shoulder. Cough. Considering that Clark missed the bus but somehow arrived at school before us by traversing a black hole. I'd say lifting the school bus shouldn't pose much of a challenge for him, Pete teased in a serious tone. The black hole reference stemmed from Clark's frequent tardiness, yet his uncanny ability to arrive at school ahead of them, which he attributed to taking a shortcut, a term Chloe humorously suggested must involve a black hole. Well, even if I've been misunderstood, I must clarify that was not my doing. Clark insisted. Then who was it? Surely not him? Chloe pointed toward Eric, who was entering through the school gate. Although Clark, you can be quite enigmatic at times. Your brother appears even more so. Perhaps, Clark conceded without denial. Clark, I need your assistance in interviewing Eric. Given your evasiveness regarding the bus incident, you might extract some hidden truths from him, especially those concerning you. Chloe continued, her gaze fixed intently on Eric. Hey, let us set the interview aside for now, Clark, and I need to resolve a few matters before class. Pete interjected, pulling Clark into a secluded corner before Chloe could respond. Clark, I've devised a new method to prevent us from becoming the scapegoats. Trust me, this is the most reliable approach aside from joining the football team. What scapegoat? Chloe, having approached unnoticed, asked with curiosity. Sure. Pete glanced around before wrapping his arm around Chloe's shoulders. This is a tradition of the team. Before the game, they paint a freshman's chest and hang him up like a scarecrow. Chloe grimaced, realizing that the chosen freshman would likely endure years of psychological therapy as a result. Thus, Clark and I devised a strategy to avoid becoming scapegoats. Peter, displaying remarkable awareness, expressed his concerns. He believed that, among the freshmen, he and Clark were most likely to be chosen due to their notoriety. An ingenious idea struck me. We could enlist Eric's assistance. Eric? Clark's eyes widened, perplexed by the mention of his younger brother. Hadn't Eric joined the football team in 7th grade? If he could casually greet the team members, perhaps we could avert a catastrophe. However, Clark furrowed his brow, recalling that this was from middle school, and Eric might not be acquainted with the high school football players. We won't know unless we try, I replied, sensing that we both had legitimate reasons to approach Eric. Chloe patted Clark on the shoulder, suggesting we meet after school at the entrance and bring Eric along. With that, we made our way towards the classroom. See you this afternoon, Clark, Peter remarked as he glanced at his watch, noting that class was about to commence. After bidding farewell to Clark, he hurried to catch up with Chloe. All right, Clark sighed, watching his two friends retreat, resigned to the fact that his objections would likely be disregarded. He had grown accustomed to the reality of lacking dissenting authority within the group. Meanwhile, Eric, the target of the trio's plans, encountered a bit of trouble. He discovered that his locker had been tampered with. The lead box he had stored was missing. Inside that box lay fragments of kryptonite he had recently acquired. Since his rebirth in this world, he had devoted his efforts to two primary pursuits: honing his physique to unlock the powers of his ancestral heritage, and collecting the scattered pieces of Kryptonian stone that had fallen across the town since Clark's arrival. Who could have stolen such a precious item? Could it be those lurking, insidious creatures? Narrowing his eyes at the locker, Eric's suspicion deepened. Chapter 7. You should be grateful I haven't ruined your career 16 years ago. A spaceship carrying Superman crashed in the small town of Smallville. Along with it fell kryptonite from Superman's home planet, Krypton, which could render him powerless and, in severe cases, lead to unconsciousness or even death. The cunning and devious Eric would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. From the moment he could act, he began to gather the kryptonite scattered throughout the town. To prevent Clark from discovering his actions, he even went so far as to seal it in lead packaging. The metal lead could restrain Superman, obstructing his vision and perception. The Kryptonian fragments encased in the lead box were the results of Eric's month-long scavenging efforts around the town. Intended to be taken home today, but unexpectedly stolen. Although the quantity was small, it nonetheless raised doubts in the mind of the typically cautious Eric. Are those dark forces lurking in the shadows beginning to stir? Or have certain entities, now aware of superhuman potential, commenced their strategic maneuvers? No. At present, Clark is merely a high school student, and none can fathom the magnitude of change he will one day bring to this world. So who could it be? As Eric closed his locker, a myriad of doubts flooded his mind. Suddenly, a cacophony of heavy thuds resonated from an office at the end of the corridor. Following that was a roar that echoed throughout the hallway. I will tell you, I am the authority. I have served this institution for 25 years, bringing countless honors. And yet you, my students, stand up to attack me in a bid to conceal your vile transgressions. Shameless, despicable, treacherous. The fury of the individual was palpable, accompanied by the sound of fists striking a desk. Was it Coach What from the football team? Listening to the thunderous outburst reverberating through the corridor, Eric's brow furrowed. He had encountered Coach What a few times, as the coach had persistently sought to recruit him for the football team. However, due to Jonathan's opposition, he ultimately did not join. Eric's gaze pierced through the wall, catching a glimpse of the players being reprimanded within. It was puzzling why a coach, typically adored by his players, would erupt in such anger. Perhaps Coach would have been particularly irritable of late. With a shake of his head, Eric prepared to turn away. Suddenly, the door to the coach's office swung open, and dejected players filed out. Hey, it seems Coach Wood is in some trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be behaving so erratically, Chloe exclaimed to Peter, who was preparing for class. Hold this for me. I want to snap a picture. Handing her book to a nearby student, Chloe's journalistic instincts kicked in as she readied her camera. However, her actions caught the attention of a burly football player. Irritated by her meddling, hurled the football in her direction. Unbeknownst to Chloe, who was lifting her camera, the ball struck her shoulder with a thud. Oof, she gasped, stumbling backward uncontrollably. In a desperate attempt to protect her camera, she managed to remain upright, taking a few steps back until her back collided with Eric's locker. The impact produced a sharp clang. Hey, guys, don't resort to violence. Peter, witnessing Chloe's injury, quickly positioned himself in front of her to dissuade the football players. The muscular player who had thrown the football ignored Peter's plea with an indifferent expression, approaching Chloe instead. He cast a disdainful glance at her before bending down to retrieve the fallen ball. What are you doing? Is it your intention to openly assault a fellow classmate? Clutching her aching shoulder, Chloe glared at the man before her and demanded, "This is merely a warning. Do not repeatedly provoke the football team." The burly member of the team threatened her in a low voice. Oh, have I struck a nerve? Now I recognize the author of the last threatening letter I received. Filled with grammatical errors and crude language, I initially assumed it was penned by an uneducated vagrant. Chloe retorted sharply. The strong man ignored her, preparing to turn away. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of Eric, who stood silently beside the lockers. His gaze fell upon the name Eric Kent emblazoned on the locker. You are Eric Kent? Coach what speaks of you often, though you have not joined. You are quite renowned within the football team, he remarked with a hint of mockery, extending his hand towards Eric. Dan Brown, observing the malicious grin on his face. Chloe understood that he intended to cause trouble during the handshake. Eric merely cast a cold glance at the raucous fool before turning to leave. Dan Brown's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, his expression shifting from embarrassment to fury as he clenched the football tightly and hurled it at Eric with great force. The football soared through the air, aimed squarely at the back of Eric's head, just as Lana, who had just entered the academic building, was laughing with her boyfriend. She noticed the football hurtling toward Eric and instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Contrary to expectations, Eric did not falter. At the very last moment, he caught the football effortlessly with one hand, as if it were a mere feather. Not even his body shifted in response. With a casual flick of his wrist, Eric sent the football hurtling back towards the astonished Dan Brown like an arrow released from its bow. The resounding thud echoed as the football struck Dan squarely in the abdomen. A sharp pain surged through him, akin to being struck by a hammer. Instinctively, he doubled over, his back colliding violently with the metal locker, producing a deafening clang. Ugh, Dan groaned, clutching his stomach as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. The pain in his abdomen was excruciating, compounded by the agony of his tailbone slamming against the locker. After delivering his decisive blow, Eric cast a glance at the crumpled Dan Brown, shook his head, and walked away. Were it not for the crowd at school, such a fool daring to provoke him would have found himself bedridden in the hospital for months, effectively ending his athletic career. Chloe, standing beside Dan Brown, was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Clark's brother would possess such extraordinary abilities. He had effortlessly caught the football and, with a mere flick, dealt a crushing blow to the scoundrel Dan Brown. Was the Kent family truly filled with such remarkable talents? While feeling a sense of relief within, Chloe also developed a keen interest in Eric. Beside her, Peter, observing Chloe's sparkling eyes, knew that the peculiar radar of the journalist was once again in action. If all went as expected, Eric would undoubtedly face significant harassment from her in her capacity as a reporter. Stop! A sudden voice called out, halting Eric, who was about to leave. Whitney. Lana turned to her boyfriend, puzzled as to why he had called out to Eric. Whitney gently tapped Lana's arm, signaling that everything was fine. The students in the corridor, drawn by the commotion, shifted their attention to Whitney, the handsome blonde who was Lana's boyfriend and the captain of the football team. Whitney approached Eric, his gaze menacingly fixed on him. Despite Eric's imposing stature and fierce demeanor, it appeared a thrilling confrontation was imminent. I bet Whitney would ultimately retreat. Chloe produced $5 from her pocket and handed it to Peter. All right, while I share your sentiment, I suspect the outcome may unfold differently. She mused, after all. Eric hails from the Kent family, and he might falter at a crucial moment, just like Clark. Peter, having been deeply affected by Clark's missteps, harbored doubts about Eric's capabilities. Be careful, Kent's boy. You have no idea whom you are provoking, Whitney threatened bluntly. Is that so? Eric's eyes narrowed, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing through them. as a raw aura of menace surged forth from within him. Are you, you brain-damaged fool, addressing me? Whitney, locked in Eric's lethal gaze, instantly froze, as if ensnared in a frigid ice cellar, finding even the act of breathing a daunting task. The onlookers, including Peter and Chloe, were baffled by Whitney's sudden immobility. Whitney, Lana called out softly, her voice laced with concern as she noticed her boyfriend standing still, trembling slightly. Just as she was about to step forward, her vision blurred. Unbeknownst to her, Clark had positioned himself behind her boyfriend. Eric, the suddenly appearing Clark, placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, his eyes pleading as he shook his head at Eric. Don't resort to violence, Eric. We are at school. Witnessing the son of Krypton's humility before the goddess, Eric furrowed his brow and retracted his murderous intent towards Whitney. Though he had only descended into this world for 16 years, Eric had frequently ventured to Metropolis for practical combat training. He had encountered numerous nefarious characters, drug dealers, gangsters, and robbers, who had met their demise in his hands during these sessions. Accustomed to bloodshed and violence, the mere aura of menace he exuded was enough to render ordinary individuals paralyzed with fear. Clark, do you think all this is worthwhile? Eric, poised to depart, abruptly halted his steps and directed the question towards Clark. What? Clark blinked in bewilderment. Whatever. I hope you refrain from playing the Good Samaritan in my presence next time, as my patience is, after all, quite finite. After uttering this, Eric strode down the corridor, leaving behind a perplexed Clark and a clenched Whitney. The other students, sensing the lack of excitement, dispersed as well. Clark, your performance today was truly impressive. Upon approaching the duo, Clark was met with Chloe's praise. Yet, her gritted teeth suggested that it was far from genuine commendation. It seems Chloe is somewhat displeased with your assistance to Whitney, Peter remarked with a shrug. The football team is intent on targeting me. Am I not entitled to express my discontent? Chloe retorted. As the captain and instigator of the team, shouldn't Whitney bear some responsibility? Had you not intervened, that fellow would likely have been left in tatters by your brother. I apologize, Chloe. With a rapid-fire response akin to a miniature cannon, Chloe rolled her eyes. Fine. I accept your apology, but do try to be more alert next time you face Lana. Hey, Chloe, why do you seem to be specifically targeted by the football team? Noticing Clark's discomfort, Pete promptly shifted the topic. Perhaps it's due to the article I wrote titled Football, Sport or Abuse. Chloe snatched her book from Peter's grasp with irritation. Listening to the banter of his two friends, Clark turned his gaze towards Lana, who was departing with her boyfriend. Their eyes met, and Lana offered Clark a grateful glance. In contrast, Whitney's look towards Clark was rife with animosity. Once inside the classroom, Eric pondered who might have pilfered his pencil case. The absence of forced entry on his locker indicated that the thief had likely used a key. This strongly suggested that the culprit was someone from within the school, as only an insider would have access to a key. Were there any suspicious individuals? As he contemplated, Eric activated his super hearing, attempting to absorb and filter the cacophony of voices throughout the school. While his super hearing had not reached the point of encompassing the entire city, it effectively covered the entire campus. After enduring a half-hour of auditory strain, Eric abandoned the notion of extracting useful information through his super hearing, realizing that he would likely become overwhelmed by the jarring noise before he could discern anything valuable. With his super hearing failing him, Eric turned to his supervision in search of clues. Though his eyes could perceive objects miles away, their efficacy diminished significantly when attempting to see through walls or penetrate the human form. The progress of the Homeland template was limited to a mere 70, resulting in capabilities that fell short of the standard expected of his compatriots. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, he reluctantly relinquished the use of his supervision. Unlike Superman, he was not affected by lead, yet found himself restrained by zinc. Unless someone deliberately obstructed his line of sight with zinc, he would undoubtedly detect the presence of kryptonite within the campus. The lack of success in his search for supervision suggested that the likelihood of kryptonite's existence within the school was exceedingly slim. The day as classes swiftly came to an end. After school, Eric slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked home. The school bus had been sent for repairs following yesterday's incident, leaving him reliant solely on his own 2 feet. To him, at this moment, the speed of the bus felt slower than walking. Kent Farm. Eric, didn't T. Clark come back with you? Martha, preparing dinner in the kitchen, called out to him. No, Eric replied, seated at the dining table perusing the Torch, the high school newspaper of Smallville. although its print quality was mediocre. The content surpassed that of its peers by a considerable margin. I wonder where Clark has gone. If he were visiting a friend, he would usually call, Martha remarked anxiously, glancing at the clock on the wall. The hour hand pointed to 7. Typically, at this time, Clark would be seated at the dining table enjoying dinner with his family. I'll call his classmate S house. Eric, you should search nearby. Perhaps Clark is around the farm, Jonathan instructed as he rose to make the call. Chapter 9. The Day of Superman's Trials. It was also possible that Clark was evading an awkward silence. Eric gently set down the newspaper in his hands. An awkward silence? Jonathan looked at Eric with a puzzled expression. Roaming the night, returning only after you and Mom have settled in, to avoid an uncomfortable silence, Eric replied casually, not sharing the same concern as Jonathan and Martha. Clark feels he should not be punished for his gifts. Did Clark tell you this? Martha inquired, her brow furrowed. No, he rarely opens up to me, especially when he believes Dad and I are in agreement. Well, let us set aside the notion of awkward silence for now. Eric, go outside and look around. I can't believe Clark would wander about without saying a word to us. Jonathan handed Eric his coat from the rack. Without further ado, Eric donned the coat and stepped into the night, employing his supervision to scan the surroundings. Amidst the flat expanse of farmland, where human presence is scarce and no obstructions exist, Eric's extraordinary vision effortlessly discerned objects several miles away. He scrutinized every possible location where Clark might be found. The solitary fortress, the secret base, the school, Lana's farm, and the bar, yet yielded no results. A grave expression settled upon Eric's face. Could an unforeseen calamity truly have occurred? In the cornfield near Luther Corp's third fertilizer plant, the serene silence was shattered. The sound of labored breathing intertwined with faint moans. In a clearing within the cornfield stood a wooden cross, on which Clark, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, was firmly bound. A striking emblem was painted in red upon his chest, and his hair was matted with sweat. Bowing his head, Clark gasped in agony as he futilely attempted to free his restrained hands. However, the kryptonite necklace hanging from his neck severely suppressed his strength, rendering even the slightest movement a daunting challenge, let alone escaping from the cross. Miles away in the cornfield, a curly-haired youth, resembling a high school student, stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing with a complex expression at Clark, who appeared to be suffering on the cross. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the stalks in the cornfield to sway violently. The young man raised his hand to shield his eyes from the swirling dust. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a stranger beside him, Eric, emerging from the tempest. Though he presently lacked the ability to fly, he had finally located Clark after considerable effort. Activating his super speed, he swiftly arrived at the cornfield, creating a whirlwind that sent the surrounding corn stalks tumbling. What have you done? Eric inquired brusquely, glancing at Clark bound on the cross. Me? I could never commit such an act. It was those football players who did this, the curly-haired youth replied, though taken aback by Eric's intensity, shaking his head in denial. Before the game, those scoundrels choose a scarecrow and bind him here, humiliating and tormenting him. It seemed the youth harbored considerable disdain for the football players' actions, his eyes reflecting hatred. I thought that after such an event, they would cease their cruelty. Yet they have only intensified their malice. Evil never truly disappears, nor do they ever reflect or reform. Listening to the youth's words, Eric squinted. It sounds as if you two have been hung on a cross as a scarecrow. What is your name? Jerome, the curly-haired youth replied with a slight smile. Have you heard of me? Indeed. You're the one who was bound here as a scarecrow 3 years ago and subsequently vanished, correct? Eric had heard of an unfortunate soul 3 years prior, who had been chosen by the football team to be the scarecrow bound to a cross, only to mysteriously vanish the very next day. This unfortunate individual's name seemed to be Jerome. As the thought flickered momentarily in Eric's mind, he slowly turned to face Jerome, a fleeting crimson glint illuminating his eyes. Jerome, I presume you have heard my name as well. Why would I have heard your name? Jerome asked, bewildered. Eric Kent, when you pilfered the meteorite from my locker, you must have noticed the name inscribed upon it. As the words left his lips, a fierce crimson glow emanated from Eric's eyes. With a sizzling sound, a beam of intense heat, albeit restrained by the limitations of his homeland's template, pierced through Jerome's shoulder in an instant. Jerome let out a wretched scream as the force of the heat beam propelled him backward. Thud! His body crashed heavily into the cornfield, sliding across the ground with unrelenting momentum. The earth was carved into a deep trench, the corn flattened and shattered upon impact. Coughing amidst the crushed stalks, Jerome painfully clutched his shoulder and struggled to rise. In the next moment, Eric stood before him. Even with your exceptional physical resilience, you still managed to stand. You must have fortified your body with kryptonite, haven't you? Eric's cold voice echoed in Jerome's ears. You, Jerome attempted to retort, but was swiftly met with a punch to his abdomen from Eric. Ugh! Blood erupted from Jerome's mouth as if a speeding train had collided with him, displacing his insides in an instant. Surprised? I can sense the essence of kryptonite within you. You stole the key to my locker and pilfered my kryptonite, didn't you? From the very first moment Eric laid eyes on him, he was certain this was the thief who had stolen his kryptonite. Not only did he detect the essence of kryptonite emanating from Jerome's body, but the scent was unmistakably akin to that lingering near his locker. Jerome, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, offered no reply, his gaze seething with animosity towards Eric. The next instant, a colossal surge of energy erupted from within him. Silver arcs of lightning, resembling serpents of silver, shot skyward. More bolts, laden with potent high-voltage energy, encircled Eric. Bastard die! Jerome roared, his eyes flashing with a silvery gleam, unleashing a cacophony of crackling electricity that surged toward Eric in a furious torrent. The overwhelming onslaught of lightning caused even the air to tremble slightly. Is this the power of lightning? Jerome was devastated to witness Eric standing unscathed amidst the tempest of electricity, save for some tattered clothing. Extending his hand, Eric gently clasped it, causing the lightning that surrounded him to dissipate into thin air. Chapter 10. The despicable villager. It appeared as though the opponent had effortlessly obliterated the lightning with a mere grip. Jerome was left utterly flabbergasted. Is this even human? He had thought that acquiring the power of lightning was formidable enough, only to discover that there existed something even more monstrous. He had obtained the power of lightning through mutation, or rather, the force of high voltage, and this transformation was evidently linked to kryptonite. How had this been accomplished? Eric inquired of the still-dazed Jerome. Jerome swallowed hard, at a loss for words. Eric? A faint voice of Clark called from a distance. Eric released Jerome and turned to the direction of Clark's voice. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment of Eric's distraction, Jerome silently exhaled. His body surged with a silvery arc of electricity. Whoosh! Empowered by the lightning, he vanished in an instant. Though his combat abilities were lacking, his speed exceeded Eric's expectations. Shaking his head, he tidied his hair, removed the tattered remnants of his coat, which had been ravaged by lightning, and walked towards Clark. Eric, upon seeing his brother approach, Clark, who had been tormented while bound to a wooden frame for quite some time, let out a sigh of relief. It's quite painful. I assent it, Clark. Eric did not hasten to free Clark. Rather, he took a keen interest in observing his brother's disheveled state. Clark now felt a twinge of regret. Why did it have to be Eric who came to his rescue? This brother, with his wicked sense of humor, would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. Had he known, he would have preferred to feign silence and not seek his brother's help at all. It was Whitney, wasn't he? Noting Clark's silence and downcast gaze, Eric reached out and touched the kryptonite necklace hanging around his neck. No, don't touch it, Eric. Clark knew that Eric shared the same physiology. Touching the green stone would render him exceedingly weak. This mere fragment of meteorite poses no threat to me. The moment Eric's hand made contact with the kryptonite, his arm muscles began to tremble uncontrollably, with visible distortions occurring. Eric's template was that of a native, and ordinarily, he would not fear kryptonite. However, having taken on the persona of a Kryptonian, he could not overlook this vulnerability. By employing psychological suggestion, he had implanted a subconscious fear of kryptonite within his mind, causing his body to exhibit unnatural reactions, such as twitching, spasms, and muscular deformation, when confronted with the stone. To align with his subconscious, as his body was affected by kryptonite, he would even deliberately underperform to showcase a significant reduction in his combat prowess. Predictably, he would eventually have to contend with a host of schemers. Rather than allowing them to painstakingly uncover his weaknesses, it would be more prudent to fabricate a false vulnerability to confound his adversaries. This is precisely why Eric is so meticulously invested. Is this Lana's necklace? Grasping the necklace in his hand, Eric disregarded the harmful effects of kryptonite on his body. Casting a half-smile at Clark, Who would have thought that after saving Lana's boyfriend, the two would conspire to tease you? Doesn't this count as ingratitude? Lana remains oblivious to this, as it was Whitney and the football team who orchestrated it. With the suppression of kryptonite lifted, Clark regained his strength, swiftly tearing apart the ropes and leaping down from the cross, heaving a sigh as he turned to Eric. Is that so? Do you need my assistance? Perhaps I could teach that group from the football team a lesson, rendering their careers in shambles, or let them experience the plight of a scarecrow. Eric jested, adopting the persona of a teasing older brother. Yet, his words were not entirely devoid of seriousness, for Clark was indeed family. Choosing Clark as the subject of their mockery, the football team might harbor malicious intentions towards him. Being a man of narrow temperament, he was not fond of being provoked. No need, Eric. I can manage my own affairs. Clark was well aware of his brother's methods, and promptly declined. Calming himself, he noticed his brother's bare upper body, and suspiciously inquired, "What happened to your clothes?" Moments ago, he had witnessed a flash in the cornfield, and felt the air tremble violently. Nothing much. Just encountered a fellow unfortunate soul much like yourself. Before heading home, you ought to clean yourself up. In this state, it's hard not to raise concerns for our parents. Eric replied before activating his super speed. Boom! The air rippled violently outward as Eric's figure vanished from sight. Standing there in a daze for a moment, Clark wiped the paint off his chest and let out a weary sigh. It seemed Peter was right. He had indeed become this year's scarecrow. The following morning, at the entrance of Smallville High, Peter, visibly anxious, pulled Clark into a secluded corner. After glancing around, he quietly asked, "Are you saying you became the scarecrow last night?" "Yes, it was Whitney and her crew." Clark nodded, feeling resigned. He had not intended to disclose this, but as Peter was his closest friend, he had been lamenting Clark's absence with Eric at their designated meeting spot the previous afternoon. To clarify, to his friend, he had no choice but to reveal the reason for his missed appointment. "All right, I now concur with Chloe's opinion," Peter declared. "What? You shouldn't have stopped Eric from retaliating against Whitney yesterday." "While you did help me earn $5, I must still say this," Peter asserted, appearing to champion Clark's cause. "Hey," greeted Chloe, the torch reporter, as she approached the two, carrying a canvas backpack and holding a coffee cup in one hand. Chloe appeared to be in quite a good mood. "Clark, Peter, I have just heard some intriguing news regarding the football team. It seems Coach Wood has been supporting the players in cheating on their midterm exams. One of the players reported this to the school and was subsequently threatened by Coach Wood. It certainly sounded like a topic worth discussing." Peter nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps we should title this report the football team. Coach Wood's cheating scandal. What do you think?" "I feel you ought to reduce your dependence on cappuccino," Clark retorted, pointing teasingly at the coffee cup in Chloe's hand. As they engaged in their conversation, Chloe's phone rang. Chuckling, she opened her phone, only to be stunned by the text message displayed on the screen. "Hey Chloe, what is wrong?" Peter quickly inquired upon noticing her unsettling expression. "Dan Brown is dead." "Dan Brown?" "The one from the football team. The same guy who threw the football at me yesterday, only to be struck down by Eric's sweetheart. He was found murdered in his home this morning." Chapter 11. I will stop you. As evening descended, Clark returned home, burdened with worries. The dealer had accrued 125 points. This month's feed bill had exceeded expectations once again. Martha and Jonathan were busy calculating recent expenses, but judging by their tone, it did not seem promising. With a calculator in hand, Martha remarked, "Adding the 82 for the mortgage, then there are the repair costs for the harvester." After tallying all household expenditures, Martha cast a helpless glance at Jonathan. This month's situation is even worse than last month's. Meanwhile, Eric was perusing the newspaper, muttering without lifting his head. The total is $54,501.38. After calculating the bills for his parents, Eric looked up and asked Jonathan, "Is it really that dire?" "More dire than we anticipated. It appears we will need to take out a loan," Jonathan explained as he brewed coffee. "Hey Dad, Mom, Eric." Clark, having gathered his thoughts after eavesdropping at the door, greeted the others. "Hey Clark." Jonathan casually set the coffee down on the table, acknowledging his eldest son. "Dad, are we really taking out a loan?" Clark asked anxiously, placing his backpack down. "It seems so, but the interest on the loan would make it seem unwise." Clark expressed his concerns. "Perhaps I could help." He felt a sense of responsibility to alleviate his parents' struggles. If he forewent high school to pursue a professional sports career and become a spokesperson, he could earn a substantial sum. However, before Clark could finish his thought, he caught the peculiar looks from his parents and Eric, prompting him to fall silent. "All right, I merely intended to lighten the mood." A hint of disappointment flickered across Clark's face. Clark, both your father and I hope to see your visage on the cereal box. Yet we earnestly wish for you to complete your studies first. Martha finds the aspirations of her eldest son perilous. Eric shares her sentiment. The two of you have already rendered substantial assistance. The work you accomplished on the farm last quarter equates to that of 7 or 8 adults. As Martha spoke, she cast a glance at Eric, offering praise while cautioning them against any thoughts of dropping out. As dinner neared its conclusion, Clark shot a peculiar glance at Eric and inquired, Eric, are you aware of the incident with the football team? What incident? Eric feigned ignorance, lifting his head. The news of Dan Brown's tragic demise had already circulated throughout the school, and Eric certainly knew what Clark meant to ask. Is it Coach Watt's team? Martha, stirring the fruit salad, also became intrigued by Clark's mention of the football team. Jonathan was once a student of Coach Watt as well. I recall he played as a tailback, correct? Jonathan? Indeed, I was the tailback wearing number 32, though it is not a fond memory for me. Jonathan clearly wished to avoid reminiscing about his football days. Sipping his warm milk, he turned to Clark and asked, so, what exactly happened with Coach Watt's football team? A member named Dan Brown was unfortunately murdered yesterday. Clark glanced at Eric, seemingly searching his brother's face for some sign. To his disappointment, Eric remained engrossed in his meal, appearing disinterested in the conversation. Oh, that is truly saddening news, Martha exclaimed, setting down the fruit salad in astonishment. Have the police uncovered any leads or apprehended the perpetrator? Not yet, but it is said that Dan's body bore signs of high-temperature burns, possibly from an electric shock or some source of intense heat. I learned these details from Chloe, Clark revealed, sharing what he had gathered from his close friend. The heavy topic cast a somber atmosphere over the Kent family's dinner. After expressing her condolences for Dan Brown, Martha swiftly redirected the conversation towards farm matters. Once dinner concluded, Eric retreated to his room. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could settle in, a knock echoed at the door. Eric, it's me, came Clark's voice from outside. You rarely enter my room, Clark. Eric opened the door to let him in. When was the last time? Let me think. It was when you accidentally damaged the school's sports equipment, had no money to repay it, and didn't want your parents to find out, so you came to me for help. Eric pulled a chair from his desk and sat facing Clark. Is this about another accident in the equipment room with the more expensive gear? No, it concerns Dan Brown. Clark's expression was grave as he locked eyes with Eric. Does Dan Brown's death have anything to do with you? Why do you ask that? Eric's brow furrowed slightly. Previously, you had a confrontation with Dan Brown at school, and your relationship with the football team has always been tenuous. Is that truly sufficient reason for you to suspect me? Clark, this hardly constitutes a persuasive argument. Furthermore, Clark's expression shifted slightly. He hesitated for a few seconds. Is it because Whitney and the others have chosen me as a scapegoat? You, Clark? Eric interrupted. You seem to envision me as one of those vengeful types lurking in the shadows, but I must apologize. Most of the time, I find it far more appealing to await their self-destruction. Self-destruction? Clark shook his head. I do not believe Dan Brown's death was self-inflicted. Well, now I seriously doubt the impression I have made upon you. Eric sighed, deliberately displaying an facade of disappointment. Clark, it appears that in your eyes, I am a being capable of annihilating a person at any moment. Faced with his brother's accusations, Clark's brow furrowed. In truth, Eric, it is you who has consistently concealed your true self. Conceal myself? Indeed, you have never explained to me the origin of the money you possess, nor have you clarified why you venture into the metropolis at such late hours, and you certainly have not disclosed the reason for the lingering sin of blood about you. Clark's tone was somewhat agitated, yet he restrained his anger. Gangsters, robberies, shootings. I have often pondered what you have been involved in within the metropolis. Might those terms be associated with you? I shall refrain from informing our parents. Just as I withheld the fact that you are hiding a substantial sum of money that could instantly resolve our family's debt crisis. I may remain silent, but that does not imply I am devoid of thought. You have never regarded me as your brother. Eric exclaimed. You are exceptionally gifted, while I am rather dull. Yet I comprehend the essence of doing what is right. I cannot ascertain whether you would choose to do the wrong thing. Clark's tone brimmed with anger and accusation. Indeed, we require more communication, Clark. Eric had not anticipated that Clark held such deep-seated prejudices against him. However, he was disinclined to elaborate and stated directly, nevertheless. You have more pressing matters to attend to. Tomorrow is the homecoming dance, a paramount gathering for the football team. If I were the murderer, I would undoubtedly seek to ensnare them all. I will prevent you. Clark's tone grew increasingly resolute, seemingly convinced that Eric was the mastermind behind the scenes. Well, I look forward to it. Chapter 12. Confrontation with the reporter. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Once Clark departed, Eric stood by the window, gazing at the night outside. Speaking to himself, he had initially believed that his covert activities were sufficiently discreet, yet he was astonished at how well Clark understood the situation. However, this was to be expected. He had never intended to keep anything from Clark. With his gradually awakening extraordinary abilities, discovering Eric's whereabouts was hardly a challenge. In the late hours, he would often roam through the metropolis, returning with an almost imperceptible trace of blood upon him. Indeed, this was a frequent occurrence in his past. With the lifting of restrictions on his homeland, his strength continued to grow, and the restless Eric frequently sought release in the bustling city. The criminals and gangsters became the unfortunate recipients of his unleashed power. He harbored no aspirations of becoming a superhero to eradicate evil. Rather, he was simply drawn to the sheer force these individuals exhibited, worthy of his intervention. Naturally, in the throes of exertion, he would also seize a few Franklin bills along the way, which accounted for Clark's claims of his considerable wealth. The death of Dan Brown was orchestrated by that scarecrow named Jerome, was it not? Sitting at his desk, Eric set aside thoughts of Clark, pondering quietly. He felt neither regret nor sympathy for the murder of the football team members. His mind was consumed with the spectacle of a muscle-bound fool being slain by a vengeful specter. This unfolding narrative of revenge and death intrigued him. As for intervening to stop Jerome, at present, he lacked the inclination. Turning to gaze at the misty night, a slight smile graced Eric's lips. Perhaps tomorrow's prom would unfold into a grand and splendid affair. I truly look forward to it. The following morning, Smallville High School buzzed with youthful exuberance. The impending return of the prom sent ripples of excitement through the student body. Groups of girls gathered to discuss their potential dance partners, while boys scrambled to secure their dates in the fleeting moments remaining. An atmosphere of nervous anticipation enveloped all the students. "Hey, Eric." Just as Eric closed his locker, a voice called out from behind him. Turning, he spotted Chloe Sullivan, Clark's close friend and a reporter for the Torch. With her golden short hair, one hand cradling a book and the other a cup of coffee, Chloe greeted him. "Good morning, Eric." "Chloe?" he replied, recognizing her. Chloe Sullivan, the reporter and editor of the Torch. "This is our first conversation without Clark, isn't it?" Chloe smiled, her mood evidently buoyant. "Is there something you need?" Eric inquired, not particularly familiar with this eccentric journalist. He only knew from Clark that she was a girl blessed with an insatiable curiosity, generally averse to trouble. He found it challenging to engage with those possessing such strong inquisitiveness. The added journalist label only elevated his disinterest. "Can we talk?" Chloe asked, her eyes hopeful. "It will only take a little of your time, and we can finish before class." About Clark, she added, perhaps fearing rejection. After a brief moment of hesitation, Eric nodded in agreement to Chloe's request. In the Torch office, Chloe tidied up the cluttered desk, striving to make the space appear less chaotic. "Would you like some coffee?" she inquired. "No, thank you," he replied. "All right." Chloe nodded, her expression somewhat awkward. She felt a flutter of admiration for Eric, a boy who, despite lacking intellectual depth, exuded a certain charisma. Having never been confessed to by a boy or gone on a date, Chloe harbored some insecurities about her self-worth. Eric surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the towering stack of newspapers on the bookshelf. "These are the recent editions of the Torch," Chloe explained proactively. "Do you have any newspapers from 3 years ago, around the time of the homecoming dance?" Eric asked. Although surprised by his interest in old newspapers, Chloe nodded in agreement. "Of course, I'll fetch them for you right away." With a determined demeanor, Chloe quickly handed Eric a bundle of newspapers. The homecoming date was April 21st. "This is the newspaper from April 3 years ago. If you find the layout different from what it is now, don't be taken aback. As I wasn't the editor-in-chief back then," she quipped. However, seeing Eric's unwaveringly stoic expression made her feel a pang of disappointment. Eric, expressionless, received the newspapers from the disheartened Chloe and swiftly located the article about Jeremy. Jeremy, a student who had gone missing 3 years prior, was tied to a scarecrow in a cornfield overnight, only to mysteriously disappear the following day. I recall this incident caused quite a stir. Jeremy had participated in the physics Olympiad and was the only student from Smallville High to win an award, Chloe remarked as she noticed Eric's focus on the article. Nodding, Eric perused the information with remarkable speed before passing the paper back to Chloe. The article mentioned that Jeremy had been hospitalized as a child due to radiation from a meteorite and was a prodigy in physics. It seemed that Jeremy's mutation was closely linked to the kryptonite, and he might have discovered a method to harness energy from it. Eric? Chloe's voice broke through his contemplative state. Did that Clark fellow always believe your involvement in Dan Brown's death was true? She asked directly. Perhaps, Eric replied, neither confirming nor denying. Generally speaking, such ambiguous responses often conceal a reluctance to engage further. Chloe blinked. So, Eric, you also wish to remain silent? What do you think? Chloe? Eric countered. My perspective diverges from Clark's. It is not simply because you previously dealt with Dan Brown's assassination attempt on me that I share your enmity. Chloe skillfully returned the newspaper to the shelf. I suspect the culprit might be Coach Watt. Recently, Coach Watt has exhibited troubling behavior, showing signs of physically punishing students. Perhaps Dan Brown is the informant, which may provoke Coach Watt's ire towards him. However, let us set aside the matter of Coach Watt for the moment. Clark believes you will undoubtedly act out at the dance tonight, and he intends to thwart your plans. Therefore, in order to clear your name, do you still wish to attend? Chloe solemnly inquired of Eric. Why not? Eric's succinct response conveyed his resolve. Why do I sense that you are subtly enticing Clark into a confrontation with you? Chloe, her brows furrowed, articulated her intuition as a woman. Chapter 13. The first unbearable pain in life. As Chloe entered the grand ballroom with Peter, her initial impression was one of enchantment. The young ladies adorned themselves in an array of exquisite lace, chiffon, or silk dresses, their garments rustling softly as they moved. Flowing gowns, high-heeled shoes, dazzling white evening dresses, embellished waistlines, and polished black leather shoes collectively formed a splendid tableau for the homecoming dance. Ahem, Chloe, I can only dance the jitterbug. Do you think anyone will boo me? Peter, dressed in formal attire, expressed his concerns to his dance partner, Chloe. What is the jitterbug? My grandfather taught it to me. It involves crossing one's arms and performing classic Cossack moves, which can be quite precarious due to its exuberance. Peter glanced toward the dance floor, casually explaining to Chloe. Never mind. I believe your silly dance style will become the subject of ridicule, much like the visible shoulder straps and the prominent teenage acne on the girls. Chloe, distracted, delivered her acerbic commentary. Did Clark and Eric not attend the dance? After searching the ballroom, Chloe furrowed her brow as she posed the question to Peter. Perhaps he is waiting outside for Eric. After all, he has been worried about Eric's intentions. Then let us go outside and find them. Chloe promptly took Peter's hand and led him out. All right, but my evening at the dance may be ruined. You should consider what compensation you owe me next. Peter remarked, casually picking up a party favor of mixed nuts prepared on a round table. Not far from the school's ballroom, in the gymnasium, Eric stood in the center of the basketball court. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a stark contrast of light and shadow upon the floor. Clark, come out. You have been trailing me all along, trying to prevent me from attending the dance. Haven to you? As Eric's words echoed, a sudden gust of wind swept through the gymnasium. Clark materialized behind Eric, his expression gravely serious, fully prepared to resort to violence to thwart him. Eric, I will not allow you to harm anyone again. Clark's fists were clenched tightly. You need help. Eric turned to face Clark, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, Clark, how do you intend to assist me? Return home and confess everything to me. Both my parents and I can assist you. Although Clark firmly believes that Dan Brown's death is related to Eric, he has no intention of sending his brother to prison. He suspects that there may be hidden truths between his brother and Dan Brown that he is unaware of. You know, Clark, throughout our lives, you have never been the one capable of persuading me. With a sigh, Eric feigned helplessness. The remarks made by Miss Reporter Chloe, who suggested that he had been subtly provoking Clark into conflict, were not entirely unfounded. Eric's Homeland's human template has been unlocked to level 70. The reason it cannot progress further is due to an inability to break free from constraints. Despite rigorous training and pushing the limits of his physical capabilities, or honing his skills in real combat, he finds no advancement in unlocking the template. The root cause lies in the absence of formidable adversaries or insurmountable challenges that could unleash his body's full potential. While Clark, as a Kryptonian, possesses greater potential than him, most of his abilities remain undeveloped. In a normal battle, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. Convinced that he is the perpetrator, Clark would strike with all his might, and in the throes of potential unleashed, he might inadvertently create significant trouble for himself. Moreover, when a god of mankind, consumed by prejudice and anger, faces an irreversible consequence of his own making, can he still be deemed a god? With a touch of wicked curiosity, Eric yearned to witness how his younger brother would confront his first insufferable pain in life. As for the fate of that despicable football team, he cared not at all. "Clark, you believe I am the murderer because your heart is laden with bias." Eric raised his voice, articulating with measured cadence. "It is because my presence evokes an unpleasant scent in you, because I appear utterly indifferent to the lives of others, and because I have conflicts with the football players that you deem me the culprit. Your anger and prejudice blind you to far graver, more lethal issues. If you wish to be the protector and the compassionate one, then you must learn to be wiser." Boom! The hurricane generated by his fist tore through the air, producing a violent explosion. The surrounding air was instantaneously ripped apart. Clark was taken aback by Eric's sudden assault. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest. With a pain grunt, Clark was propelled backward. Like a baseball soaring through the air, he crashed heavily into the wall, which immediately cracked in countless places, spreading outward like a spider's web. Dust and debris rained down from the fractured wall. Gasping for breath, Clark clutched his chest, struggling against the waves of dark consciousness that assailed him. Slowly, he slid down the wall. In the next moment, Eric activated his super speed and launched another punch aimed at Clark's chin. That rapid and forceful blow transformed into a veritable bolt of lightning. Realizing the situation, Clark steadied his arm and, leveraging the recoil, retreated with a speed that rivaled Eric's, escaping the range of his assault. Eric's relentless attacks continued to rain down like a torrential storm, closing in and executing a reverse high kick aimed directly at Clark's abdomen. Having honed his physical prowess and studied various martial arts, Eric, even when his speed and strength matched Clark's, found his opponent lacking. Moreover, Clark had only just awakened, his speed and strength pale in comparison to Eric's. With a resounding thud, Clark chose not to evade this time. Instead, he met Eric's close-quarters combat head-on. Gritting his teeth, he extended his arm, and upon contact, he felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. The ferocity of this force was akin to a colossal wave crashing violently, assaulting Clark's body. When their fists collided, the surrounding air was shattered, emitting a pained groan, and Clark was sent reeling. With a deafening clang, his body slammed against the metal basketball hoop, which, with its extraordinary sturdiness, buckled under the impact, bending a 90-degree angle. Falling from the hoop, Clark crashed onto the ground with a thunderous noise. Lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, he emitted a muffled groan of agony. His consciousness blurred, and every muscle in his body ached painfully. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, Chloe and Peter, hiding outside the gymnasium, were utterly astonished. What was happening? Such attacks, imperceptible to the naked eye, caused the air to tremble, and the cacophony of flesh meeting metal had transcended the realm of humanity. Were the Kent family all so extraordinary? Especially Eric, who appeared less formidable than his brother, yet managed to overpower Clark, rendering him completely defenseless. For the first time encountering such a level of combat that defied human understanding, the duo was engulfed in immense trepidation. Chapter 14. The Bloodstained Ball After a Struggle. Clark finally managed to rise from the ground. With every breath, an uncontrollable pain surged within his chest. He had believed that, as his body transformed, his strength would escalate at an astonishing pace, narrowing the gap between himself and Eric. Yet, after this skirmish, the disparity remained staggering. Was his talent truly forever inferior to Eric's? Breathing heavily, Clark's emotions surged within him, having developed later than most. He had always thought of himself as merely average in talent. At this moment, he could not fathom the extent of his Kryptonian heritage's potential, nor could he anticipate how formidable he would become. All that filled Clark's mind now was a sense of defeat. Suppressing his profound sense of loss, Clark turned to face Eric, who stood expressionless nearby. "You're correct, Eric. I may not be the brightest, but I am ever aware of my actions. This is our greatest distinction." Clark exerted all his strength to wrench the metal pole from the basketball hoop, accompanied by a spine-chilling metallic tearing sound that sent shivers down Chloe's and Peter's spines. Clark let out a furious roar as he charged towards Eric. With a whoosh, the metal apparatus hurtled towards Eric from the side, the sound sharp and resonant, akin to the tremors of the air itself. This time, Clark's speed surpassed all previous measures, appearing before Eric like a lightning strike. With no time to evade, Eric instinctively unleashed a crimson beam from his eyes. The searing energy, capable of piercing through any substance, shot forth with overwhelming force. Sizzle. The metal pole, infused with Clark's full might, melted under the intensity of Eric's heat vision. In the blink of an eye, the several-meter-long pole was reduced to mere inches by the extreme temperature. Although Clark's assault missed its target, he did not retract his attack. Instead, he swung the molten pole towards Eric's head. Eric stepped back just in time, narrowly avoiding Clark's strike. Yet the son of Krypton, now enhanced in speed, seemed to have an uncanny advantage, keeping pace with Eric's rhythm. With a powerful swing, Clark's fist landed squarely on Eric's chest, sending him crashing backward. Boom! The ground trembled beneath the impact, the object of this tremor being none other than Eric himself. Despite the sharp pain radiating through his back, lying on the ground, Eric felt surprisingly exhilarated. Truly, the Kryptonian, with infinite potential, had achieved a personal breakthrough in such a short span. His speed and strength had significantly increased, and he had begun to adapt to his combat rhythm. Had he not possessed heat vision, that last blow could have resulted in a serious injury. But all was well. It was precisely this kind of battle that would aid him in unlocking the progress of his Kryptonian heritage. Taking a deep breath, Eric rose from the ground. Well done, Clark. Anger may drive you to become stronger, but it does nothing for your rationality. Continuing to play the role of the suspect, Eric persisted in provoking him. In the next instant, he activated his super speed, darting towards Clark. Not to be outdone, Clark swiftly countered, rushing towards his brother. The air erupted with a deafening crack as their fists collided, each being forced back by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Eric pressed both hands against Clark's neck, the ground beneath his feet fracturing under the strain. Utilizing his immense strength, he propelled Clark backward. Boom! The wall of the gymnasium was punctured, leaving a gaping hole as both continued their relentless charge. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, dust swirled around them. Peter closed his mouth, which had gaped in astonishment, and turned to the equally shocked Chloe. I recalled the fights I had with my brother. To them, it must have seemed akin to ants battling. Ignorant peteres est. Chloe's face was etched with urgency. We had to devise a means to halt them. Halt? Peter swallowed hard, confessing his own inadequacy. A mere punch from either of them could send him to meet his grandfather. The grand auditorium was abuzz, the dance having reached its zenith. The guide from the Honor Society were collecting ballots from the students present, voting for the king and queen of the dance, a highly anticipated moment for all attendees of the homecoming ball. The teacher overseeing the ballot counting commenced the tally, while the band at the center of the stage played melodious filler music. Everyone awaited the final results with bated breath. Clark's goddess, Lana, clutched her boyfriend Whitney's hand tightly, her abdominal and back muscles taut with tension. Despite knowing the likelihood of their selection was high, anxiety surged uncontrollably within her. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the eerie silence of the auditorium. Startled, students turned toward the source of the sound. The grand doors swung shut forcefully, and a figure emerged from the shadows at the entrance. Faced with this unexpected intruder, the students in the auditorium momentarily froze. Hey, who are you? Are you here to cause trouble? Tommy, a towering football player closest to the door, stepped forward with irritation and pushed the stranger, suspecting him to be another vandal intent on disrupting the ball. Such individuals were common each semester, attempting to sabotage the event. Thus, the most popular and attention-seeking football players were tasked with ensuring the ball security. Today, that duty fell to Tommy and his fellow team members. As Tommy made contact, a blinding flash of white light erupted before everyone. In an instant, Tommy collapsed onto the ground, pale and bloodless, blood gushing from his nose. In the wake of the horrified gazes around him, Tommy fell, rolling helplessly on the floor. After a brief silence, a piercing scream of terror echoed throughout the auditorium. The panicked crowd surged toward the windows, doors, and emergency exits. The unexpected guest, having incapacitated Tommy with a single strike, stepped forward, revealing himself as Jerome. Standing at the entrance, he remained motionless, his face adorned with a mocking expression. The attendees of the ball pushed against the doors with all their might, but the emergency exit remained obstinately closed. As more individuals crowded around the door, those who had arrived first struggled to breathe amidst the throng, while the emergency exit that should have been ajar remained utterly immovable. Amidst the throng at the ball, Whitney, regaining his composure, swiftly took action. Grasping Lana's hand and laboriously maneuvering towards the emergency exit, He seized jackets, skirts, or anything within reach, forcefully pulling people aside. Countless individuals screamed in terror, scuttling about the grand hall like headless flies. However, the windows and emergency exits were sealed, leaving no avenues for escape. A sense of despair began to envelop the hearts of all present. Chapter 15. The law of gravity has been upended. 5 minutes later, Lana emerged from the hall, her body drenched in blood, her consciousness hazy, her heart filled with dread. She could think of nothing other than to flee, to escape, to distance herself from that fiend. The haunting image of her boyfriend Whitney, bloodied and convulsing before her, replayed incessantly in her mind like an unrelenting loop. The fragile thread of her sanity felt as though it might snap at any moment. A whirlwind of fear and confusion surrounded her. From the first person collapsing to her own escape, those horrific scenes replayed relentlessly in her thoughts. The main power switch exploded. The grand hall's curtains shattered into fragments. Heavy plumes of silver high-voltage energy floated ominously, writhing and twisting like venomous serpents emerging from a monk's basket, exuding a terrifying presence. As she made her escape, a blinding flash illuminated the scene, accompanied by screams and the dreadful screech of a microphone. Turning her head, Lana caught sight of her classmate Fleck, gripping a microphone stand, his hands seemingly glued to it. His eyes bulged, hair stood on end, and smoke began to emanate from his shirt. Ultimately, Fleck collapsed onto a massive speaker, producing a thunderous crash. Crack! A violet flash erupted from the grand hall, snapping Lana back to reality. Gasping for breath, she continued her unsteady flight towards safety. Meanwhile, Eric, engaged in battle with Clark, observed the chaos unfolding in the ballroom. With his superhuman vision, even the miles separating the hall from his location could not obscure his sight. Was the madness not complete yet? The targets of revenge were solely the football team members, allowing innocent students and teachers to flee unscathed. Witnessing Jerome's actions within the grand hall, Eric scoffed. If one wished to embrace villainy, they must abandon all compassion and mercy. To hesitate now, entangled in the ambiguous line between good and evil, was merely to court death. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding with muscle reverberated ominously in the sparse, unnoticed stillness of the forest. In a fleeting moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Despite Clark's power and speed still falling short compared to Eric, he has managed to barely keep pace with his rhythm. Clark's innate combat talent has been fully unleashed, evolving from a position of total disadvantage to a state where he can struggle to hold his ground. However, Eric's national template continues to unlock, and the pressure exerted by Clark compels him to grow ever stronger. The template's progress has risen from an initial 70 to the current 78. As strength, speed, endurance, and agility increase, Clark remains firmly at a disadvantage. While evading a punch from Clark, Eric deliberately feigns a moment of imbalance. The inexperienced Clark, falling for the ruse, seizes Eric's arm while he is off balance. Controlling Eric's arm, Clark charges forward with all his might. Yet, the ensuing events do not unfold as Clark had envisioned. Eric's arm escapes Clark's grasp at an unusual angle as he lifts his right leg, delivering a fierce knee strike that sends Clark staggering. As Clark loses his balance, Eric seizes his shoulders with both hands. With no mercy, Eric employs a wrestling throw, forcefully slamming Clark into the ground. The impact reverberates like a cannon shot as Clark's body crashes against the hard earth, creating a deep crater and sending dirt cascading like rain. Lying at the bottom of the pit, Clark gasps for breath, his energy nearly depleted, struggling even to move a finger. Although his sudden burst of power caused sufficient trouble for Eric, it is ultimately the awakening of a nascent strength. Unaware of his Kryptonian identity and the responsibilities it entails, Clark Kent remains merely a high school student who has just entered adolescence. Facing Eric, whose national template has reached an impressive 78, Clark's ability to fight at this level is indeed extraordinary. The eventual victor, standing at the edge of the deep pit, Eric clenches his right fist, feeling the changes coursing through his body. His heart races and his vision and perception sharpen. The distant sounds of crickets flapping their wings reach his ears, previously faint yet now strikingly clear. Not only are his strength, endurance, agility, and auditory senses heightened, but as Eric takes a step forward, he does not simply fall from the air. Instead, he stands suspended, his feet resting upon the atmosphere itself. Clark, lying at the bottom of the pit, gazes up in astonishment at Eric, who hovers in midair. What is this? While he is still running, Eric has defied the laws of gravity, floating effortlessly above. Has Eric's talent transcended the limitations of Earth? The once insecure Clark now feels an even deeper sense of isolation. Embracing the sensation of levitating in the air, Eric inhales deeply. Is this the essence of flight? Although the ability has just been unlocked, allowing only a simple levitation, one can anticipate that as the progress of our nation unfolds, mastery of flight will soon be attained. Thud. Releasing his floating ability, Eric leaped to the pit where Clark stood. Clark, it is all over. Eric's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he cast a glance towards the grand hall of the school in the distance. Perhaps you should witness the prom. What you have overlooked and wish not to see is unfolding there. The prom? Clark's eyes brimmed with confusion. Suddenly, a brilliant silver lightning bolt shot skyward, illuminating the entire night. The lightning emanating from the direction of the school left Clark utterly stunned. Upon realizing that Lana at the prom might be in peril, Clark disregarded the pain coursing through him, rising swiftly from the ground to sprint towards the school. With super speed activated, he transformed into a gust of wind racing forward. Watching Clark's retreating figure, Eric slowly shook his head. Meanwhile, Lana, whom Clark was concerned about, was anxiously hiding behind a statue near the library. The fountain and thorny bushes concealed her form under the cloak of night. Soaked in sweat and blood from her frantic run, Lana trembled, her hands clasped together in fervent prayer that the devil would not approach. Yet, despair engulfed her as the demon, radiating with electric energy, drew nearer. The sound of footsteps on the ground made her heart race with terror. Chapter 16. Beyond Redemption. Jerome. The demon lurking in Lana's mind advanced step by step toward her hiding place, suddenly halting upon hearing a voice. A shadow loomed behind Jerome. Who? Jerome turned nervously. His acute senses failed to detect how the figure had appeared behind him, heightening his anxiety. Is it you? Recognizing the identity of the shadow, Jerome took a fearful step back. It seems you are quite engrossed in your own creation. The figure in the shadows approached Jerome, who continued to retreat. I do not understand what you are saying. Jerome stammered, swallowing hard. Gone was the arrogance and composure he had displayed earlier in the Grand Hall. Only profound fear remained evident on his face. Hiding behind the statue, Lana was filled with utter astonishment. She could hardly believe that this demon, who had ruthlessly attacked classmates at the prom, could also have an object of fear. Who is it? While her heart was gripped with terror, an intense curiosity regarding the shadow in the darkness arose within her. Step. As the shadow emerged from the gloom, the familiar visage caused Lana to cover her mouth in shock. Is that Eric Kent, the brother of Clark Kent? What brings him here? Why does this devil tremble in fear before Eric Kent? Countless questions raced through Lana's mind. Surely you comprehend, Jerome, for you have just accomplished what no one else could, transforming the homecoming dance into a bloody affair. It is indeed astonishing how the line between reason and madness can be so thin. Utilizing his supervision, Eric located the instigator of the dance, Jerome, before Clark could. Gazing into the other's eyes, which flickered with a blend of fear and madness, Eric expressed his thoughts. So you have come to stop me? The red-eyed Jerome felt his anger surge. Madness triumphed over fear, and he no longer wished to flee. You did not intervene when they hung me on the cross, subjecting me to utter humiliation. You did not stop them when they stripped me of my clothes and painted my body. Now you wish to play the harbinger of justice? Spare me your facade, you scoundrel. Jerome's eyes turned a silvery hue, and his body crackled with lightning as he instantaneously appeared before Eric. The surging electricity within him resembled a serpent freed from its chains, lunging towards Eric with ferocity. The sheer force was enough to make Lana, hidden behind a statue, pale with fear. That terrifying lightning had felled Whitney and reduced Fleck to mere ash. Even a glance was enough to instill dread in Lana's heart. Seeing the attack aimed at Eric, she covered her mouth, already envisioning the grim fate that awaited him. Bang! Jerome's fist was effortlessly deflected by Eric. The torrent of silver lightning surged towards Eric's body, but failed to topple him. Not only did it not defeat him, but seemed to inflict no damage whatsoever. Lana's eyes widened as she beheld the unfolding scene. What is this? Could it be that Eric is more fearsome than this devil? Overwhelmed by shock, countless absurd thoughts surged within Lana's mind. Eric blocked Jerome's assault with one hand while thrusting the other forward, seizing Jerome by the neck. Crack! In the face of Jerome's incredulous gaze, Eric twisted his neck with ease. The lightning that had enveloped Jerome dissipated in an instant. The devil, once feared by Lana, was effortlessly dispatched by Eric. After eliminating Jerome, Eric carelessly discarded the lifeless body onto the ground. His initial plan had been to extract from the other how to harness kryptonite to enhance superpowers or how to awaken abilities influenced by kryptonite. Had the individual possessed sufficient intelligence, there might have been some value in keeping him alive, but Eric quickly realized that this fool was not worth sparing. After dispatching Jerome, Eric cast a glance behind the statue. Lana hurriedly covered her mouth, scarcely daring to breathe. Eric displayed no interest in the goddess of his brother, casting her a fleeting glance before departing. In the grand ballroom, Clark stood aghast at the scene before him. The hall's water features had been activated. Countless nozzles spraying droplets that doused the flames consuming the space, splattering crimson droplets upon the ground. The flowing water gradually diluted the blood on the floor. A few students lay unconscious, their fates uncertain. Clark recognized them as members of the football team: Fleck, Tommy, Ross, and even Lana's boyfriend, Whitney. Some of the victims, still clinging to consciousness, emitted faint groans. Clark could not discern whether their sound were expressions of meaningless pain or cries for help. Overwhelmed by immense guilt and sorrow, Clark sank heavily to his knees. The cascading water fell upon his face, mingling with his tears as they streamed down. I could have saved them. This is all my fault. With his head bowed, Clark clenched his fists against the ground, his entire body trembling. Just as Clark was engulfed in profound anguish, a familiar voice pierced through his despair. In a relentless rain, Clark lifted his blurred gaze. Eric stood beside him, his expression as impassive as ever. Eric, you knew what had transpired here all along, and you were aware of the perpetrator's identity, were you not? After a moment of contemplation, Clark grasped the full extent of the situation. Why didn't you prevent this from happening? With eyes ablaze, Clark rose, his voice quivering with fury. I hardly expect you to believe my words, Clark. In the face of his brother's furious interrogation, Eric's tone remained chillingly indifferent. Because you now place your faith in strength rather than in me. The power of Superman brings you joy, yet it is perilous, regressing you to a reliance on might rather than skill, training, and wisdom, blinding you to sound judgment. Prejudice, stubbornness, and narrow-mindedness. Clark, these are the errors you've committed. If you wish to choose the right path, you must recognize the price of these mistakes. So, are you entirely blameless? Clark glared at Eric, his eyes ablaze with intensity. We are fundamentally different. You embody light, while I am darkness. You represent love and order, whereas I am violence and chaos. Concepts of salvation and redemption have never been my realm. Thus, Clark, do not impose your standards upon me, nor expect me to be a savior to others. Eric's words remained chillingly detached. Shifting his gaze, he caught sight of ambulances and police cars approaching through the heavy veil of chaos. After casting a glance at the fallen football players, Eric turned and departed. In the hall drenched with water, Clark stood silently, motionless. Chapter 17, Lex's Ambition. A violent explosion occurred at Smallville High School. Prior to this, 3 fire trucks had been dispatched to the hall where the school dance was taking place, and the fire has now been largely contained. It has been reported that all fire hydrants at the school were damaged, and the main water line from Prince Street to Gus Square has lost pressure entirely, significantly complicating the firefighters' efforts. The Smallville radio station is broadcasting the latest updates. In a speeding car, Jonathan attentively listened to the radio while reassuring Martha. Do not worry, Martha. Eric and Clark will be just fine. They're no longer like ordinary students. I understand, Jonathan. Martha's gaze was fixated on the increasing number of police cars on the street, her brow furrowing with concern. I just worry that Clark and Eric might get inadvertently involved. After all, they are still not mature enough. That 1T happened, Jonathan replied calmly compared to Martha. Our son is far more mature than we realize. As they spoke, they arrived at the school. The fire in the auditorium, caused by a short circuit, had been extinguished, and numerous police cars and ambulances were parked around the campus. Firefighters had quelled the blaze and were now assisting the police and medical personnel in carrying injured students out. The students who had narrowly escaped the dance were either cooperating with the police to provide brief statements or sobbing in their parents' arms, wrapped in blankets. This bloody dance would likely become the most unforgettable event of their lives, observing the groaning crowd of injured individuals. Martha anxiously scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Clark sitting on the steps, seemingly lost in thought. Beside him were his 2 close friends, Chloe and Peter. Having recovered from their intense emotions of survival, Chloe and Peter were now offering comfort to Clark. You need not blame yourself, even with your extraordinary gifts. You cannot control everything. I concur, Peter added solemnly. Every day in this world, misfortunes occur. Clark, you cannot save everyone. The two friends tacitly avoided mentioning the recent conflict between Clark and Eric. I should have. Clark sighed softly, gazing at the injured being attended to by doctors. I should have realized that the culprit was Jeremy. Had I not wasted so much time on Eric, perhaps upon hearing Clark mention Jeremy, Chloe's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to speak up. Actually, Clark, Eric once hinted to me that the murderer of Dan Brown was Jeremy, but at that time, I didn't give it much thought. Chloe recounted how Eric had been perusing news articles about Jeremy in the editor's office the previous day. After listening to Chloe's account, Clark fell silent. A flicker of confusion stirred within him. Had he misjudged Eric? Just then, as he pondered deeply, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Raising his head, he saw his mother, Martha, approaching him with a look of concern etched on her face. Clark, are you all right? I'm fine, Mom, Clark replied, forcing a smile as he composed himself and stood to respond to her. That essay relief. Jonathan approached, resting a hand on his eldest son's shoulder. Where's Eric? Is he not with you? No, Clark replied, his expression betraying a hint of unease. Unaware of his son's peculiar demeanor, Jonathan furrowed his brow, removing his hat to scan the crowd in search of Eric's figure. Uncle Jonathan, called Lana, wrapped in a white blanket and accompanied by her aunt. As she made her way towards the couple, Lana, Martha said, her heart aching at the sight of Lana's disheveled appearance, with blood still staining her forehead. What a heartbreaking night. Are you all right? I'm okay. Just a little bump, Lana replied with a faint smile, her gaze drifting among Clark and the others. Upon not spotting Eric, a shadow of disappointment crossed her face. She had refrained from telling the police that she had witnessed Jeremy's murder at Eric's hands, burdened by lingering questions and hoping to speak with Eric, only to find him absent. Quickly masking her disappointment, Lana exchanged a few words with the couple before excusing herself under the pretense of visiting Whitney in the hospital. It was only after watching Lana's retreating figure disappear that Clark regained his senses. He felt a twinge of discomfort at her failure to greet him. Chloe and Peter, observing Clark's downcast expression in the presence of his muse, exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding unspoken. After bidding farewell to Lana, Jonathan resolved to inquire about Eric's whereabouts with the police. Just as he took a few steps, his gaze shifted, and he spotted Eric conversing with an officer. Eric, Jonathan exhaled with relief upon confirming his youngest son was unharmed, swiftly striding over to embrace him. Are you all right, Eric? I'm fine, Dad. Just a little tear in my clothes, Eric replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Let us join your mother and Clark over there. The following morning, in Metropolis, the vibrant youth of the city unfolded. Lex Luthor, the notorious playboy, perused the latest newspapers, scoffing at the sensational headlines about himself. If a sprite escapes from a bottle, it ceases to be a sprite. Similarly, when sensational news is fully reported, it loses its allure. Setting the newspaper aside, Lex stood up, wise, youthful, self-assured, and brimming with vigor. Lex, who was bald, had just completed an intense fencing training session. During a break, he casually picked up a newspaper, saw an article about himself, and immediately expressed his disdain for it. Are you admitting that the report is false? Inquired Audrey, who had a good rapport with Lex and felt comfortable asking directly. Audrey, do you know how the sport of fencing ascended to elegance? Lex replied, rising to grasp the fencing mask placed on the table. Before she could respond, he continued, in 1776, the French fencing master Labousse invented the mask, a groundbreaking innovation that elevated the sport to sophistication. The creation of the mask completely eliminated the risk of accidental injury during duels. For me, wearing a mask is a form of protection in the duel of life. Who is your opponent in this life duel? Your father, or perhaps his subordinates? Audrey pressed on. Who knows? Perhaps neither, or maybe both, Lex replied, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. He resumed his seat and continued to peruse the newspaper, his gaze catching an article about Smallville. After a brief read, he became intrigued. Tragedy at the Smallville High School prom? Lightning? How fascinating. Chapter 18. Ensnared in indescribable Lana, 2 students tragically lost their lives, and 6 others attending the prom were injured and receiving treatment in the hospital. Fortunately, the severely injured are now out of danger. Jonathan, as a representative of the parents, attended a government-organized discussion regarding the prom incident at Smallville High School, and shared the information he gathered with his family during lunch. Due to this significant incident, the school has temporarily closed for 2 days, which is why Eric and Clark did not attend school. So, Jonathan, what exactly happened? Martha inquired, furrowing her brow. Clark had previously mentioned that a football player named Dan Brown was murdered, and the suspect was the perpetrator behind the prom tragedy. Jonathan raised his coffee cup while explaining to Martha, the assailant is named Jerome, but he has been missing for 3 years. It's unclear why he has suddenly returned. Has the police apprehended him? Martha continued to question. Actually, Jerome is dead. Jonathan shrugged, taking a sip of his coffee, his brow soon furrowing again. It was uncertain whether it was the bitterness of the coffee or the bewilderment of the topic at hand. Jerome's body was discovered on the high school campus, having died from a broken neck. Although he is the perpetrator, if he were alive, he could undoubtedly provide the police with a wealth of information. Upon hearing Jonathan mention that Jerome had died from a broken neck, Clark immediately cast a suspicious glance towards Eric. In the quiet town of Smallville, it seemed that Eric was the only person capable of killing Jerome without alerting anyone. I have heard that the unfortunate victims are all members of the football team. Is that true? After processing Jonathan's words, Martha inquired about the information she had received. Indeed, Jerome had some conflicts with the football team members, but I believe that is more a matter for the school and coach what to consider. Jonathan was reluctant to continue on this subject, offering a brief response before shifting the conversation to other matters. Clark, the tractor won't start. Could you help me fix it shortly? I suspect the high-pressure oil line is worn and leaking. I hope we won't have to replace it. Otherwise, it will be another expense. All right, Dad. Clark nodded in acknowledgement and turned his attention to the fruit salad at the table. Meanwhile, Eric, seated across from Clark, began to contemplate how to launder the money he had acquired from the gang, hoping to gain his parents' acceptance. Clark, Jonathan, his hands covered in grease and clad in a worn-out mechanic's overalls, asked the standing Clark, "Did you partake in the dance?" Startled by his father's inquiry, Clark shook his head. "No, I wanted to stop Jerome, but I was unsuccessful." His tone was tinged with despair. "If only I had been more mature, I could have prevented this tragedy. Instead, I botched everything. Nobody is flawless, Clark." Jonathan wiped his hands with a rag and patted Clark's shoulder. "If you attempt to shoulder everything alone, you will find yourself utterly overwhelmed. At times, it is essential to learn to let go, whether it be stress, responsibility, or others' harsh judgments. I thought I could change something, but..." Facing his father, Clark voiced his innermost feelings. "Like Eric, I tried to alter some of his perspectives, but in the end, nothing changed. Perhaps you and your brother need to have a heartfelt conversation," Jonathan suggested, reminiscing about his own experiences. "When I was in high school, I had a dispute with my cousin over the ownership of a boxing glove, Barry Lee Jones. Do you remember him? He visited our home last year. We ended up fighting, neither willing to back down. Eventually, your grandfather locked us in a corn storage shed, a place barely big enough for the two of us. After a maddening half-hour of boredom, we began to talk, for there was nothing else we could do. After 2 hours of candid conversation, we reconciled. Clark, at times, one must create an environment free from disturbances, to listen and to speak, persisting until a complete understanding of one another's thoughts is achieved." After absorbing his father's enlightening words, Clark nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, Dad." Following his assistance in repairing Jonathan's tractor, Clark washed his hands and resolved to have a serious conversation with Eric. However, he was oblivious to the fact that his brother's room had just welcomed an unexpected visitor. Lana Lang stood in Eric's room, astonished as she gazed at the paintings adorning the walls. The black and white sketches, rendered with pencil or charcoal, depicted a heart-stopping monster amidst an indescribable starry sky, its grotesque form ravenously consuming everything in its path. Tools reminiscent of crayons illustrated a colossal creature slumbering beneath the water. The fearsome silhouette, adorned with scaled wings, emerged against a backdrop thick with green moss, while the lower right corner bore the inscription Atlantis Carlson. Another vividly striking painting captured her attention, an unrecognizable palette of darkness, seemingly infused with crimson blood intertwined with black mud, illuminated by a dim light that revealed a shadowy structure inscribed with Arkham. "Is this Arkham?" Lana recalled having read about Arkham Asylum in a book detailing the history of American cities, which was located in Gotham City. Could this painting portray Gotham's Arkham Asylum? An array of thoughts raced through her mind, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Staring at the artwork before her, She felt an unsettling sensation, as if she were gazing into an abyss, one that gazed back into her. Fear, strangeness, and an indescribable terror lingered in the enveloping darkness. It felt as though her soul was being extracted by these eerie paintings, her spirit tainted by some nameless essence. Lana Lang? A voice jolted her from a reverie. Emerging from her strange trance, Lana turned her head, uncertain, to find Eric standing behind her, frowning. "Eric," she exclaimed, immediately recognizing her lapse in composure. "I apologize, Eric. Mrs. Kent sent me to find you, and I saw the door was open, so I thought you were inside." Chapter 19. The unforeseen path of the superbrain. Is there something you need? Eric's impression of this goddess of a stepbrother was rather lukewarm. It was not a personal aversion, but rather a simple disinclination towards a woman who often exhibited a love-struck demeanor and a melancholic expression. Lana hesitated for a moment, unsure how to begin. "Did you create all these paintings, Eric?" After a moment's contemplation, she decided to broach the topic with the astonishing artwork before her. "It seems so. There currently exists no other artwork on the market that carries such ambiguous significance," Eric replied nonchalantly. These paintings were merely his idle creations during leisure time. It is estimated that during his childhood, while using Crayola crayons to depict the explosion of Clark's childhood home, a latent artistic talent was awakened within him. As his homeland gradually unveiled its potential, not only did his physical form undergo transformation, but his mental prowess also evolved into something extraordinary. A sense of nihilism, even emptiness, coupled with self-doubt, would incessantly surge within him. His strength was not the sole beneficiary of this metamorphosis. His mental faculties expanded significantly as well. The depth of his consciousness began to stretch into realms akin to the vastness of outer space and the abyssal depths of the ocean, leading his awareness to transcend into new dimensions, continuously delving into those unfathomable, inky presences. This was not a mere descent into the bizarre fluctuations of a deranged mind, but rather an elevation beyond the ordinary human experience, a refinement of his mental capabilities to a higher echelon. Whether Clark's superlative intellect shared a semblance of this sensation remains unknown. However, for Eric, the enhancement of his mental faculties not only augmented his memory and cognitive agility, but also afforded him the ability to contemplate the world from a loftier perspective, albeit one that remained nebulous and ineffable. Consequently, Eric began to harness his extraordinary mental prowess, alongside the shadows that filled his heart, to depict the dark entities that populated his mind. These creations exude an intense aura of the unknown and terror, embodying an expansive yet irrational style reminiscent of the Lovecraftian mythos he admired in his past life. Not only did he produce artwork evocative of Lovecraft's style, but he also penned numerous texts that echoed this thematic essence. It was not a mere replication of the Lovecraftian lore from his previous existence. Rather, he employed his heightened perception to intertwine elements from his own world, crafting esoteric and enigmatic narratives. Although Eric possessed limited knowledge of the world in his past life, he was aware of certain connections between it and the Lovecraftian mythos. For instance, Arkham Asylum in Gotham City bore numerous correlations with the frequently referenced Arkham Town in Lovecraft's universe, and the Mary Asylum, too, shared links. Creatures such as Cthulhu and the Fisherman from Atlantis were also present in the mythos. In a fit of macabre inspiration, Eric, while composing a Lovecraftian narrative that did not exist in this world, ingeniously integrated elements such as Gotham, Arkham, Cthulhu, and mermaids, skillfully modifying and amalgamating them to forge a unique rendition of the Lovecraftian mythos. The result was nothing short of astonishing. It resembled a form of artistry. Despite my modest appreciation for art, I still found myself captivated. Gazing at the paintings adorning the walls, Lana sincerely complimented him. Initially entranced by the artwork, she found herself drenched in cold sweat as the experience enveloped her. However, upon regaining her composure, she perceived an eerie beauty emanating from the paintings. It was as if some indescribable, soul-stirring force beckoned her to step into these perilous, fictitious realms. "Thank you for your praise. However, these are merely haphazard doodles. If they could be deemed art, they would likely belong to the most rudimentary tier of artistic expression," Eric replied, brushing off her comments. "Doodles? Are you suggesting, Eric, that you intend to craft such a world with words?" Lana inquired, astonished. In her impression, Eric, as Clark's brother, possessed a character distinctly different from his. Clark was innocent, polite, and warm-hearted, while Eric exuded an icy detachment. It was unexpected that the originally aloof Eric not only exhibited such remarkable talent in painting, but also possessed a gift for writing. The drafts lay there. If one was interested, they could take a look, but it would be best not to lose them. Eric gestured toward the printed drafts on the bookshelf, politely hinting at the need to usher his guest out. His elder brother had been waiting outside for quite some time. If Lana were not released soon, Clark would likely succumb to his wild imaginings. Although Eric did not mind causing Clark a sleepless night, he considered the potential trouble it might bring upon himself, and thus firmly requested Lana's departure. Listening to Eric's frigid words, Lana felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Her initial intention was to discuss the matter of Jerome with Eric, but now she found herself being dismissed. With a complex mood, she approached the bookshelf, picked up the manuscript, and jokingly remarked to Eric that Aunt Neil knew some people in publishing, and perhaps there was a chance for these manuscripts to be published. Perhaps. Eric responded with a nonchalant tone, his expression revealing a lack of concern. Observing Eric's unchanged demeanor, Lana was gripped by a profound sense of defeat. After exchanging a few words, she bid farewell, stating, "I think I should leave. If I'm gone too long, Neil might send out a search party for me." As she reached the door, something seemed to dawn on her. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face Eric, saying, "Regarding yesterday's matters, I want to express my gratitude." Without waiting for Eric's reaction, she turned and departed, leaving Eric, who maintained his impassive poker face, behind. With his arms crossed, Eric found himself intrigued by Lana's mention of publishing. Although he had little interest in becoming a writer, he pondered that publishing a book might provide a means to launder the money he held. This could serve as an explanation to Jonathan and Martha regarding how his finances were acquired through legitimate channels. After contemplating how to utilize the book publication for money laundering, Eric lifted his head and called out to the outside, "Clark, I know you're out there. Come in." Creak. The door swung open, and Clark entered with a slightly awkward expression. "Eric, I apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Since yesterday, my hearing has significantly improved, and I keep picking up on things I shouldn't." Feeling a sense of shame about eavesdropping, Clark explained to Eric. "It's all right," Eric replied, unfazed by Clark's intrusion. "When I first discovered my hearing could extend to sound miles away, I too struggled to control it. Adapting to one's body is a process." Clark pressed his lips together, seemingly wanting to say something. Due to the brawl at the ball, he now felt somewhat awkward in the presence of Eric. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Eric, was Jerome's death your doing?" Chapter 20. The virus named stupidity, does it truly matter? Clark? Eric maintained a calm demeanor, suggesting that the matter had reached its conclusion and dwelling on the so-called details would yield no positive outcome, neither emotionally nor materially. Clark furrowed his brow. Even if Jerome had committed grave errors, Eric should have surrendered him to the justice system for judgment. Theoretically, this notion held merit, yet matters are seldom so straightforward. Clark. The French writer François once remarked that under its lofty laws, the law simultaneously forbids both the rich and the poor from sleeping under bridges, begging on streets, or stealing the same loaf of bread. However, when one gazes upon the reality of our world, it truly seems enchantingly absurd. Eric continued to argue his point with Clark in his own manner. "Moreover, if I do not resolve this, it is Lana who will suffer." He posed a rhetorical question. "What would you do in my position, Clark?" Upon hearing Eric mention Lana, Clark's expression shifted slightly. "Are you saying Jerome intended to harm Lana?" He suddenly recalled Lana's earlier gratitude towards Eric. Was her thanks tied to this incident? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged within Clark, giving rise to a sense of bewilderment. Had he truly misjudged Eric? Previously, Eric had hinted to Chloe that Jerome was the perpetrator, yet now he had saved Lana. It appeared that Eric was not as malevolent as Clark had envisioned. "You could inquire with Lana. I suspect the intimacy you share surpasses that between us," Eric remarked, gesturing towards the mountain of books and papers on his desk. "I still have matters to attend to, so if you have no further business, you may take your leave." Clark rubbed his nose, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but upon seeing Eric turn his back and sit down, he swallowed his words. Just before departing, he cast a glance at the peculiar painting on the wall. Lana claimed these artworks were filled with artistic essence. Why did he feel nothing? Was it possible that he lacked any artistic sensibility? A wave of frustration washed over Clark. "Wait, Clark." Just as he was about to leave, Eric called out to him. "This item serves no purpose in my possession. Perhaps you require it more than I do. Here, take it," Eric said, extending a small lead box towards him. "What is this?" Clark queried, accepting the box with a puzzled expression. "Open it and see for yourself." Trusting Eric, Clark slowly opened the lead box. A blinding green light emanated from within. Simultaneously, his body seemed to receive some signal. He felt weak, and a sharp pain surged through him. "What is this?" "Lana's necklace." Gazing at the green stone adorned as a necklace, Clark could not suppress his astonishment, his expression reflecting utter surprise. It was this very necklace that Whitney had once used to diminish his powers, binding him to the cross. He had believed that Eric casually discarded it while rescuing him. Yet to his astonishment, it remained in Eric's possession. "Why? Why present it to you now?" Eric's tone remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Observing your incessant circling like a lost soul, unable to tolerate the presence of such folly, lest he be infected by a virus known as stupidity. Was this truly justification for bestowing the necklace upon you?" Listening to Eric's scathing remarks, Clark found himself strangely unfazed, unlike before. After closing the lead box, a warm current flowed through him, and he expressed his gratitude to Eric. "Even if that is indeed your reasoning, Eric, I still must thank you." Once Clark, filled with joy, departed, Eric set down his pen and stood to gaze out the window. Presenting the lead box to Clark was not solely an act of aiding his date. It was a hasty precaution taken as he increasingly sensed Lana's burgeoning curiosity about him. If a woman like Lana were to develop curiosity, it would undoubtedly be a troublesome affair. Setting aside whether such curiosity could evolve into affection, the mere entanglement between her and Clark was irksome. Thursday arrived, for days after the return day dance, and the school finally resumed its normal operations. "So, Clark, can you enlighten me as to why Eric's eyes emit lasers?" Peter inquired, draping an arm around Clark's shoulders. "I once read a comic where the protagonist could shoot lasers, but he could only install a miniature laser device on his wrist. Comparatively, shooting lasers from the eyes pales in comparison." Chloe, cradling a coffee cup, remarked, "Arthur Parks? Laser guy. That's his name. ISNT at Peter? I never imagined you would have an interest in comics. Chloe, I thought you only focused on current events." Peter felt a renewed sense of appreciation for Chloe. "In truth, I'm not particularly interested in comics, especially superhero ones. I merely came across this character while conducting research. Don't you find these oddly dressed individuals rather peculiar?" Chloe retorted unrelentingly. "I feel somewhat offended," Peter grumbled, displeased by the disparagement of his hobby. "Hey, Clark." Just as he prepared to continue his verbal sparring with Chloe, a voice interrupted him. The trio turned toward the source of the voice to discover Coach Watt. The football coach. Coach Watt, short yet robust, possessed a fiery temper, earning both respect and trepidation from the football team. However, he generally tempered his explosive disposition when interacting with non-football players, thus maintaining a favorable reputation among the students. "Coach Watt," they greeted. Clark hurriedly greeted the other party. Coach Watt's expression was far from pleasant, and Clark could surmise the reason behind it. The football team had suffered a devastating loss at the homecoming dance, a result that Coach Watt, who aspired to secure the championship this year, could hardly accept. "I have heard Eric mention that Clark's strength surpasses his own. I watched the footage of your selection. While your technique may be lacking, your strength is astonishing. If you were to join our football team, Clark, it would undoubtedly bolster our ranks." Coach would approach Clark with a direct appeal. "I need to help out on the farm. I fear I won't have the time." Although tempted, Clark was aware of his father's stance on joining the football team, leading him to decline firmly. "Your father would prefer to see you on the field rather than the farm. I know your father, Jonathan Kent. He was one of the most gifted players I ever taught, a true testament to family lineage. Clark, do not squander your talent on the farm and tractors." Coach Wood encouraged him with a supportive pat on the shoulder. Clark hesitated, contemplating a refusal. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation between Lana and Eric in the room. Lana was captivated by Eric's artwork. If he were to become a key player on the football team, he would possess the ability to impress her. Moreover, Lana was the captain of the cheerleading squad. "I am willing to join the team, Coach Watt." Chapter 21. The Silent War Begins Kent Farm. Clark gazed incredulously at his father. "Why not? Is joining the football team out of the question?" "We have discussed this matter, Clark." Jonathan had just returned from a barn, and after washing his face, he addressed Clark with a hint of exhaustion. "Your abilities do not lie in football." "Why? I can control my strength." "Dad, don't you trust me?" "It is not merely a matter of trust." Jonathan hesitated. "On the field, there will be many unpredictable situations. For instance, what if you become overly emotional or wish to impress a girl? Someone could get hurt. Clark, you have a mission that is far more significant than winning a football game. Clark failed to grasp his father's intentions and, with a tone of disappointment, questioned him. Eric's talent in painting is acknowledged, yet mine in football is dismissed? I'm tired of being punished for my abilities. You believe Eric can handle everything, yet you doubt my capacity to manage on the field. You never trust me. A hint of anger tinged Clark's voice. I can control my strength and take charge of my own life. Clark, Jonathan's tone grew stern. I will not write a permission slip. I do not need your permission. I will join the football team, and you cannot stop me. Clark stood defiantly against his father. The standoff between them continued until Eric and Martha returned from their grocery shopping. Martha became aware of the unusual tension between her husband and eldest son. Quietly, she approached her younger son and inquired, Eric, do you know what transpired between your father and Clark? Perhaps it pertains to the football team. Eric explained to his mother. I heard Coach is considering recruiting Clark for the football team. I see. Martha nodded, refraining from further comments, though her face betrayed a look of concern. She understood her husband's stance on the football team. It was evident that a silent conflict had erupted between Jonathan and Clark, a sure indication that they had quarreled earlier. Eric also speculated about Clark's fervent desire to join the team. He suspected it stemmed from having heard Lana praise his artistic endeavors, perhaps igniting a sense of envy and a longing to impress her. Given that Lana was the cheerleading captain, joining the football team seemed the most fitting choice. As for mending the rift between Jonathan and Clark, he had little interest. The rebellious son of Krypton likely would not heed his counsel. If Clark wished to pursue football, let him try. He would eventually bow out. Eric's certainty rested on his unwavering belief that Coach posed a significant problem. An air of brutality, chaos, and uncontrollable energy emanated from him. And though Eric could not discern the source of this extraordinary power, he knew that once the volatile Coach erupted, the consequences would be irrevocable. The silent standoff between Clark and his father showed no signs of easing by midday. Neither party appeared willing to relent. After taking a few bites of his meal, Clark silently left the farm. I cannot fathom why he is so obstinate, Jonathan lamented, setting down his utensils. Eric had once joined the football team, but had quickly withdrawn. This is entirely different, Jonathan, Martha remarked, casting a glance at Eric, who was focused on his potatoes and beef. Eric's foray into football had occurred during middle school. A time when the sport was not regarded as a badge of honor among them. I did not behave like that at Clark's age, Jonathan mused, choosing not to compare Eric to himself. Indeed, you were quite obedient to your parents, never running away one summer to try out for the Metropolis Sharks, Martha teased. Lifting her husband's spirits, Jonathan cast an awkward glance at Eric, feeling somewhat embarrassed before his younger son. When did you switch sides? He jested. Jonathan, Clark merely seeks your trust, Martha softly interjected. His talents come with responsibilities. Faced with his wife's gentle persuasion, Jonathan sighed deeply, his expression heavy with contemplation. Nestled beside an artificial lake, the open-air CAF was the only noteworthy establishment of its kind in the town of Smallville. Lex Luthor sat at a CAF table closest to the lake's edge, savoring the unique flavor of the town's coffee. Lex, to be honest, I find it hard to believe your father would assign you to this fertilizer plant, remarked a middle-aged man seated across from him. Caesar would send his son to the Empire's most remote outpost to expose them to the workings of the world. For my self-proclaimed father, Caesar, sending me to a small-town fertilizer plant is the most natural thing in the world, although I believe ambition is the only trait we share. Lex set down his coffee cup. Let us redirect our conversation. How is the investigation into the Smallville High School progressing? Indeed, that is precisely why I requested this meeting, the middle-aged man replied, placing a file folder on the CAF table. The situation is far more complex than anticipated. The Smallville town government attributes the tragedy to an electrical fire, but this is clearly a feeble attempt to conceal the truth. This is not their first endeavor to obscure reality. Similar incidents have occurred multiple times. Lex nodded, opening the file folder and perusing the materials gathered by the middle-aged man. Regarding the suspect, Jeremy, is it true he can summon lightning? According to eyewitness accounts and the autopsy report, that appears to be the case, the middle-aged man affirmed solemnly. Additionally, there is something quite peculiar. He extracted several photographs from the file and handed them to Lex. These depict the gymnasium located to the northeast of Smallville High School, which sustained severe damage on the night of the prom tragedy. Lex shifted his posture, scrutinizing the appalling destruction evident in the photographs. The collapsed floor, broken basketball hoops, and the gaping holes in the walls. You cannot tell me this was caused by human hands? Lex inquired, setting down the photographs with a furrowed brow. As absurd as it sounds, the middle-aged man shrugged. It certainly appears that way. Mommy the balloon. Their conversation was interrupted by the innocent voice of a little girl at a nearby CAF table. The child dashed onto the road in pursuit of a runaway balloon. Honk! Honk! A heavy vehicle blared its horn as it approached. The driver, desperately attempting to avoid the girl in the middle of the street, gritted his teeth and slammed on the brakes, sharply turning the steering wheel. The car veered left, and its immense inertia caused it to spiral out of control. The tilted vehicle barreled toward Lex's direction. Chapter 22. The dying consciousness. The truck, laden with buckets of dyes and natural colorants, emitted a chilling cacophony of friction and screeching brakes as it careened toward Lex. Before he could react, a thunderous crash erupted as the vehicle finally lost its balance and overturned. The barrels of dye tumbled forth, hurtling toward the crowd gathered at the open-air CAF. In the tranquil enjoyment of sunshine and coffee, the unsuspecting crowd was suddenly engulfed by a rolling barrel of dye. Bang! 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 The barrels, brimming with tremendous energy, toppled over, inundating the astonished onlookers and sending them crashing into the lake. Just as Lex stood up, a barrel hurtled towards him at high speed, knocking him off balance and plunging him into the frigid waters. A jolt to his chest left him momentarily disoriented, his vision darkening. The barrels, weighing several hundred kilograms, crashed into the lake with a deafening roar, releasing a vibrant cascade of dye that transformed the water into a kaleidoscope of colors. Despite the pain, Lex fought against the icy water, striving to swim to safety. Yet, with barrels and debris raining down, the artificial lake offered no refuge for swimming. The acrid, dizzying scent clouded his senses, and gradually, his consciousness began to fade. Strength waning, he struggled against the depths, succumbing to the cold, the sensation of drowning, and the stinging chemicals. Under the weight of these overwhelming factors, Lex's awareness spiraled into a surreal, hallucinatory state. Was this what they called a near-death experience? As his sense of self diminished, fragments of memories flickered in his mind. Eventually, his consciousness traversed a chaotic void, arriving at a realm beyond comprehension. In this hallucinatory landscape, Lex found himself adorned in a pristine white suit, standing within the hallowed halls of the White House. The scene shifted, and he, as the president, stood in a sun-drenched field of sunflowers. Awestruck, he reached out to touch a sunflower, only to witness it wither and vanish at an alarming rate, while the once clear sky darkened ominously. Beneath the vanished sunflowers lay a horrific expanse of bones, and from the somber sky emerged terrifying creatures, their grotesque forms exuding an aura of dread that instilled profound terror at a mere glance. Suddenly, with a splash, Lex was pulled from the icy depths of the lake. Gasping for air, he felt oxygen fill his lungs, and his consciousness returned to his body. As he caught his breath, he turned to his rescuer. "Are you all right?" Clark, submerged in the water, wiped the green dye from his hair and inquired. Having left his home to clear his mind, he had not anticipated encountering such a calamity. Driven by an urgent desire to save, Clark had leaped into the lake without regard for his own safety. Thank goodness Lex, still somewhat dazed, blinked and took a deep breath, regaining his composure. "You saved me. May I know your name, friend?" "Don't mention it." Clark refrained from revealing his name, effortlessly dragging Lex's drenched form to the shore. In the midst of the obstructive dye barrels, Clark effortlessly pushed them aside. Lex's eyes widened in disbelief, for these were weights that could easily exceed several dozen kilograms, even reaching 100. It was unimaginable that anyone could accomplish such a feat with such nonchalance, even on land, let alone in water. Under Lex's incredulous gaze, Clark managed to deliver him to the shore. The individuals waiting nearby hurriedly assisted Lex onto the ground. After ensuring Lex was safely on land, Clark returned to the water to rescue others. Wrapped in a blanket, Lex trembled from the cold, his eyes fixated on Clark as he continued his heroic efforts in the lake. Within his restless heart, a storm of thoughts brewed, and his expression was marked by gravity and confusion. 2 hours later, at the Kent farm, Lex drove his Lexus to drop Clark at the entrance. Lex, emitting a faint yet pungent odor, opened the car door for him. "Aren't you inviting me in? After all, you saved my life." I must take some time to consider how to repay you. Lex smiled, addressing Clark. Ever since being rescued, he had kept his gaze firmly locked on Clark. And as Clark prepared to leave, Lex stopped him, insisting on accompanying him home. This was the reason they returned together. Of course, Clark pondered briefly before inviting Lex to disembark at the farm. Although his father held a rather unfavorable view of the Luthor Corporation through their brief interaction, he felt that Lex did not embody the notorious reputation of the Luthor family. Polite, engaging, and devoid of pretentiousness. This was Clark's first impression of Lex. Martha was somewhat taken aback by Lex's arrival, never having imagined that her family would intersect with the Luthor lineage. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or a soft drink? Martha inquired, assessing the surroundings with a keen eye. With Eric and Jonathan absent, she was alone in the house. No, Mrs. Kent. I just had a rather extensive drink in the lake, and my stomach feels a bit bloated, so I would prefer not to have anything. Lex replied with a double entendre. Martha, perplexed, glanced at Clark before smiling and leaving the living room, granting Clark and his new friend some privacy. The first time I have encountered such a rich aroma of artichoke. It is invigorating, Lex remarked, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. The scents of the farm undoubtedly differed from those of the city. Unlike Lex's affable demeanor, Clark appeared somewhat reserved. Indeed, Lex nodded, suddenly his gaze caught by a hand-drawn sketch resting on the round table. What is this? Lex gasped, staring at the drawing in sheer astonishment, his entire being engulfed by an uncontrollable tremor. The painting depicts a somber sky that seems to have collapsed entirely, beneath which lies an expanse of countless white bones, stretching endlessly into the horizon. In the midst of this desolation stands a grotesque creature, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura, as if heralding a fate that devours all. Most significantly, this artwork bears an uncanny resemblance to the vision he beheld in the throes of near death. This is the creation of Eric. Observing the other man transfixed by the painting, Clark took the initiative to explain. Eric Kent, my brother. Do you also perceive his artistic talent? Clark inquired with curiosity. Chapter 23. Nietzsche and the Bermensch. As Lex Luthor departed from the Kent farm, his mind was a whirl of disorientation. He had absorbed an overwhelming amount of shocking information in a short span, and even his extraordinary rationality could not shield him from the tumult of emotions that surged within. The evident superhuman strength and stamina of Clark Kent, alongside Eric Kent's enigmatic and indescribable painting, which seemed to peer into his very destiny, created a cacophony of intricate emotions that left him feeling utterly exhausted. He parked the car by the roadside, resting his hands on the steering wheel, and bowed his head to take deep breaths, striving to regain a semblance of rationality amidst the emotional storm. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number marked as reporter in his contacts. Hey, Lex, I thought you had fled from the hospital, unable to endure the nurses' incessant harassment. After all, the notorious playboy reputation of the Luthor heir has left many women envious, the reporter jested. I am a selfish individual. I seek not only solitary affection, but also exclusive adoration, which is why ordinary women seldom capture my interest, Lex stated, cutting to the chase. I require your assistance in investigating two individuals. So the inquiry into the Smallville High School prom is to be halted? No. I believe there is no conflict in this matter. Lex's fingers tapped aimlessly on the steering wheel. Clark Kent and Eric Kent, students of Smallville High School. I need you to gather some information on them. After a brief hesitation, he added, conduct this as discreetly as possible, ensuring that no one discovers your efforts. If there is any risk of exposure, abandon the pursuit, especially do not let them sense it. Although he inwardly struggled, Lex could not fully emulate his father's ruthless prioritization of profit over emotion. He felt a sense of apprehension, even fear, of losing Clark's friendship. After all, it was Clark who had saved his life, granting him a second chance. Understood. I will take care of it, the reporter, the middle-aged man with whom he had just shared coffee, responded. I will transfer the funds to your account shortly, Chris. After disconnecting the call, Lex pondered for a moment before lifting his head and donning his sunglasses once more, driving away. The gratitude of the Luthor family? Jonathan exhibited no interest in the check left by Luthor. The members of the Luthor family were notorious for betraying everyone they formed relationships with. Deceitful and merciless. These traits were ingrained in their very essence. This was Lex's gratitude toward Clark, yet Lex was Lex, and the Luthor family was the Luthor family. They were not to be conflated. Martha expressed to her obstinate husband, I cannot fathom how someone with such a wretched father could possess any redeeming qualities. Generosity? Magnanimity? Gratitude? I see nothing but malice. Jonathan held a profoundly negative impression of the Luthor family, and Clark's public act of saving Lex raised concerns. If his abilities were exposed, it would be difficult not to draw sinister conclusions. Will you continue to blame Clark? Did you not wish to mend your relationship with him? If you persist in your reproaches, you will only drive him further away, Martha urged, holding her husband's hand. I am merely— Jonathan's tone softened, revealing a hint of resignation. I am merely fearful that if those government agencies discover Clark, we may lose him. If we cannot extend our trust, we will lose him without their intervention. Martha replied gently, I will speak to Clark and ask him to return the check. Tomorrow is his first game with the football team. If you attend, it will surely bring him joy. Martha endeavored to mend the rift between her husband and eldest son. Very well, Jonathan nodded. I shall be there, but not to watch him, rather to ensure he does not injure anyone. Despite her husband's contradictory sentiments, Martha chose not to confront him, instead smiling as she tightened her grip on his hand. Meanwhile, Eric was engaged in a solitary conversation with Clark in the Fortress of Solitude. Lex Luthor? Upon hearing the name of the individual Clark had rescued, Eric's brow furrowed. The most formidable adversary of Superman? The most intelligent yet egotistical proponent of human supremacy? Why are these two entangled now? A flurry of thoughts raced through Eric's mind. Eric, do you know Lex Luthor? Clark inquired, noticing Eric's change in expression. I have heard of him, Eric replied, moving to the edge of the barn and gazing at the crimson hues of the setting sun. Clark, you have read Nietzsche before, have you not? Clark was taken aback by Eric's sudden question. I read him while participating in an extracurricular group. It was recommended by Chloe. Clark felt that mentioning his reading of Nietzsche might come across as boastful, prompting his evasive response. Nietzsche had once described the Bermensch, an insatiable lust for power, a novel moral perspective unbound by human morality or existing conventions. Clark, if given the choice, would you opt to become such a Superman? Me? Clark paused, lost in thought for a few moments, then solemnly shook his head. I would not become such a person. If Lex Luthor were to choose, he would undoubtedly embody the Bermensch as described by Nietzsche. Clark was uncertain whether his brother was disparaging Lex or paying him a compliment. Perhaps, he mused, others are not entirely bad, at least not in the manner the rumors surrounding the Luthor family suggested. Clark shrugged, expressing his impression of his future adversary. It's up to you. Good luck in tomorrow's football game. Dad might come to the school to watch you play, he casually remarked as Eric turned towards the wooden staircase. Watching his brother's silhouette fade into the entrance of their secret base, Clark rubbed his nose. Dad will come and watch me play? How could that be? Hasn't he always opposed my joining the football team? Doubting Eric's assertion, he shook his head and approached the telescope, eager to observe Lana, a mile away. After his confrontation with Eric in the gym, his vision had improved remarkably. Now he could see through objects. Even without a telescope, he could catch a glimpse of Lana. Should I forego the telescope and use my X-ray vision instead to look at Lana? Clark found himself caught in indecision. Chapter 24. The Wayward Cheerleader. Ultimately, Clark refrained from utilizing his newly awakened X-ray vision to spy on Lana. To him, using the telescope felt acceptable, while employing his X-ray vision would be a blatant invasion of her privacy. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, Clark had always endeavored to prevent his gifts from being governed by desire. The following day, on the Smallville High School athletic field, vibrant cheerleaders were exuberantly dancing. Members of the Raven team jogged onto the field. Despite the football team's grievous losses at the Bloody Dance, under Coach Watt's training and restructuring, the team quickly regained its spirit. Adorned in jersey number 32, Clark took a deep breath and sprinted from the corridor to the entrance of the field. The glaring sunlight streamed down, mingling with the faintly scorched scent of grass and dirt, leaving him feeling somewhat dizzy. Huff! Clark glanced towards the cheerleaders, hoping to spot Lana among them. To his disappointment, her figure was absent from the group. Perplexed, he looked up at the stands, yet still saw no sign of Lana. Although he failed to find her, he unexpectedly spotted his father, Jonathan, seated in the bleachers. Hey, Dad. Clark was delighted by his father's presence, casting aside previous discontent, and greeted him warmly. I'm so glad you could make it, Dad. It means a lot to me. Jonathan's expression remained tense. I still do not support your decision to join the football team. Clark, my purpose here is to ensure that no one gets hurt because of you. Hearing his father's cold words, Clark's smile swiftly vanished. He had thought their silent battle was over, yet his father remained as obstinate as ever. Disappointment, anger, and resentment brewed within him. After casting a complex glance at his father, he turned to leave. The heavy, invisible barrier between them still loomed large. Mind your positioning, avoid being tackled, and if there's no opportunity for offense, kick it away. Understand, Clark? Coach Watts, with a voice as loud as a jet engine, shouted as he clapped Clark on the shoulder. Understood. Clark nodded, a hint of nervousness evident as he stole a glance towards the stands where his father sat. Beep. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Clark received the football and instinctively dashed forward, but in the next moment, he was knocked down hard. Kent. Coach Watts stormed over, grabbing Clark's helmet and yanking him upright. Stop staring at the stands. Your father is not the coach. I am. If you keep acting like a fool, I'll have you off the field. Get your head in the game and focus on offense. Do you understand? With gritted teeth, Coach Watts thundered at Clark. The second quarter commenced. Clark, having adjusted his emotions, glanced at his opponent. Beep. The whistle sounded. Clark immediately sprinted forward. Clutching the football, a wide receiver leaped toward him, aiming to tackle him, but Clark, already prepared, shoulder-checked and sent the towering receiver crashing to the ground. Well done, Kent. Now, that's more like it. Coach Watts cheered, clapping his hands in encouragement. Meanwhile, Jonathan, seated in the stands, shook his head in disappointment and left. Losing interest in the ongoing game. After scoring a touchdown, Clark removed his helmet and glanced at the stands, only to discover his father had departed. The joy of his recent achievement was instantly diminished. At that moment, Lana, whom Clark had been searching for, was in the living room perusing manuscripts she had obtained from Eric. Lana, why are you back so early? Neil exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Aren't you participating in cheerleading practice? You could say that I've withdrawn from the cheerleading team. Aunt Neil, Lana replied with a smile, feeling a tinge of regret, but no remorse. Why? Didn't you love cheerleading? I remember how excited you were when you first joined the squad. You couldn't sleep all night. People change, Aunt Neil. Lana carefully placed the manuscript on the table, realizing that there are matters in life far more significant than memorizing cheerleading chants and waving pom-poms. This is not your true sentiment. Lana, I understand you, she mused. Aunt Neil approached and sat beside Lana, softly inquiring, is it due to Whitney? No, it has nothing to do with Whitney. Lana shook her head. Whitney is recuperating in a hospital and is in good spirits. My desire to resign from the cheerleading squad had begun to take root long before. The football team was caught cheating on their exams, and it seemed as though every player felt entitled. In that moment, I suddenly perceived that waving pom-poms for a group of individuals relentlessly pursuing victory was utterly meaningless. Let's not dwell on cheerleading anymore, Aunt Neil. I've discovered that a classmate possesses remarkable talent in writing and art. Your classmate? Yes, Eric Kent. Lana handed the manuscript to Aunt Neil, exclaiming, this is his work. I have never encountered anything like it. It subverts order, embodies madness, and stands in stark opposition to all reason. I cannot find words in any language to describe it. Lana's excitement was palpable as she shared her reading experience. When I began to read, it felt as though I was departing from an ignorant isle, venturing into a dark, boundless sea teeming with countless secrets. On the precipice of the abyss, I felt precarious, as if I might plunge into destruction at the gaze of some unknown entity. Eric is truly a genius. Is he? Aunt Neil had never before heard Lana speak so highly of anyone, her skepticism evident as she perused the manuscript. The title on the first page caught her eye, Whispers of the Dark Night. A dilapidated dock stretched from the shore into the sea, its end often rotting into a vague mass, while a long, dark line on the distant water hinted at an eerie malevolence. A subtle yet peculiar sensation of dread emerging amidst revulsion. Is this a depiction of Gotham City? It bore a striking resemblance to the chaotic Gotham she had always envisioned. Continuing to read, she soon found herself captivated by the seemingly enchanted prose. Upon finishing the final paragraph, the brain in a jar, a shiver coursed through her. A chill enveloped her, and the sensation of reason dissipated. It felt as though her mental realm had endured a saturation bombardment, with reason extracted from it. Though the writing was obscure and at times incomprehensible, it possessed an inexplicable allure, drawing her to read on. You say the author is Eric Kent? Is he the youngest son of the Kent family? Aunt Neil inhaled deeply, regaining her composure before addressing Lana. Chapter 25. The Burning of the Pitch-Black Night. Indeed, he is Clark's brother. I could never have imagined Eric possessing such talent. Though it is filled with the bizarre and the absurd, incomprehensible as it may be, it exudes an ineffable, mysterious charm. Lana handed several illustrations drawn by Eric to Aunt Neil, remarking, "I believe they mirror his prose quite closely." The sensation conveyed by both painting and text appears not to stem from the creator's imagination, but rather from the act of rendering the images from one's mind through these two mediums. Recently, Lana has been engrossed in Eric's manuscripts and writings, tirelessly searching for related documents online, her entire demeanor reflecting an exhilarating state of fervor. Particularly, in the tale of the shadow over Innsmouth, there is mention of a deep-sea dweller from the Merfolk's Trench. I have searched online and found claims of individuals having encountered such creatures. Lana, at this moment, Aunt Neil, sensing something amiss in Lana's mental state, interjected to halt her discourse. "Such matters are ill-suited for you at this time." Aunt Neil cast a glance at the indistinguishable dark hues in her hand, marked by Arkham's illustrations, and addressed Lana. "These shadowy, frenzied writings and artworks, akin to an abyss, may lead one to madness if gazed upon for too long. Lana, at your current age, you ought not to delve into such texts. Much like the investigators mentioned within, their pursuit of truth often culminates in tragic endings. As the closer one approaches the truth, the more one risks succumbing to insanity." Contrary to Aunt Neil's assumptions, Lana did not exhibit obsession or madness. Rather, she remained remarkably composed. Aunt Neil recalled the diary your mother once showed me. Did you not? It was penned during her high school years, at an age akin to yours. During summer vacation, your mother and her classmates formed an expedition to seek out the Goat Man of Louisville. Although their endeavor yielded no results due to the closure of the North Fork Railroad, the experience was immortalized within her diary. "Perhaps I have inherited a fragment of my mother's curiosity." Lana smiled at Aunt Neil, yet it was evident that she preferred to channel her curiosity into literature rather than action. "Therefore, Aunt Neil, you need not fret about my impulsive decision to investigate such entities. You have always been so understanding, Lana." Aunt Neil fondly reached out to stroke Lana's hair. "By the way, Aunt Neil, do you not have connections at Metropolis Publishing? Could you perhaps reach out to them? Perhaps Eric's works could find a place in publication." Lana quickly began to ponder the prospects of publishing. Aunt Neil hesitated for a moment, recognizing the commercial viability of these texts and illustrations. There might indeed be a chance for publication. However, do not harbor excessive expectations. I will merely inquire on your behalf. "Certainly." Lana beamed as she linked her arm with Aunt Neil's, knowing well that Aunt Neil would assist her. That night, the atmosphere during dinner at the Kent household felt particularly tense. Eric, however, remained composed, savoring the delectable thick soup. The rich concoction of oyster meat, flour, diced potatoes, onions, and pepper proved unexpectedly to his taste. Clark, with his head bowed, quietly consumed the fried onion rings before him. "I noticed you played basketball, Clark." Jonathan rose from his seat, carrying his empty plate to the kitchen, casually remarking to Clark, "You can easily harm those ordinary people. Such extraordinary power can slip from your grasp." Clark lifted his gaze, retorting to his father, "The crux of the matter is, I haven't. Why do we persist in this futile discourse?" "Because it is necessary. I sense your distrust towards me," Clark asserted defiantly. Eric, having finished his hearty soup, listened to their quarrel with an untroubled heart, continuing to tackle the shrimp before him. He had long grown accustomed to the disputes between Clark and Jonathan. Yet, for reasons unknown, their arguments soon veered into his territory. "Eric has declined Coach Watt's invitation. There's nothing wrong with that for you, Clark." Jonathan brought up Eric's refusal to join the football team. "In truth, it was Coach Watt who could not bear my absence from the team's practices," Eric stated flatly, setting down the shrimp he had been eating. When he first entered Smallville High, he had been invited by Coach Watt to join the football team. However, to him, football had become devoid of any challenge, prompting him to propose the condition of not attending practices. Naturally, this led to Coach Watt's refusal. Eric's sharp tongue rendered both Clark and Jonathan speechless. Just then, the phone rang, breaking the peculiar silence that had enveloped the living room. Jonathan sighed with relief, seizing the opportunity to evade the awkward stillness by answering the call. After exchanging a few words, he hung up. It appeared he had tasks awaiting him that evening. Jonathan retrieved his coat from the rack, explaining that old Harris had suffered a finger injury due to his clumsy handling and that his tractor was stranded 30 miles from their farm. "You should have Eric drive you," Martha suggested, glancing with concern at the overcast sky as she produced the car keys from a drawer to hand them to Eric. There's a substantial chance of rain tonight. Remember not to stay out too late. Well, that depends on the complexity of the situation, Jonathan replied, donning his jacket and flashing a smile at Martha. Once the father and son emerged, Eric started the old Ford, transporting his father towards Harris's farm. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jonathan exhaled with exasperation, turning to Eric and saying, "Your mother is surely at home playing the mediator," comforting Clark. "At times, she stands with him against me." Eric, sensing his father's pent-up grievances, casually remarked while driving, "Men and women have different distributions of rationality and emotion. It is only natural to hold divergent views on the same matter." "Indeed," Jonathan replied, "Martha chastises me for being rude, while simultaneously instructing Clark to prepare for accepting his faults. Such behavior feels rather like a futile compromise." Jonathan's words were yet unfinished when a sudden crisis erupted. Eric's gaze sharpened, and in a fleeting moment when Jonathan was caught off guard, he slammed the brakes and sharply swerved the steering wheel to the left. The tires screeched violently against the asphalt as the car drifted rapidly sideways. With superhuman reflexes and an unparalleled capacity for learning, Eric's driving experience rivaled that of a seasoned veteran with 20 years behind the wheel. Just as the old Ford had not fully completed its drift to the left side of the road, a brilliant blaze surged towards the center of the street. The approaching flames appeared to be a car ablaze. Chapter 26. What is your purpose in coming to Earth within the engulfed Toyota Corolla? Smoke billowed and flames danced chaotically, resembling a wild stallion out of control as it barreled towards Eric's vehicle. Amidst the thick smoke, Eric caught a glimpse of the driver, completely aflame, emitting anguished cries. Despite Eric's desperate attempts to brake and evade, the frenzied acceleration of the driver, consumed by fire and reason, made a collision seem inevitable. In the instant he maneuvered the car into a drift, time seemed to slow down under Eric's extraordinary sensory perception. Everything felt as though it had been pressed to a slow-motion setting. Amidst the ear-piercing screech of tires against the ground, Eric flung open the car door, unleashing his thermal vision. A barely perceptible, yet immensely powerful surge of heat struck the tires of the out-of-control Corolla. With a deafening explosion, the molten tires erupted, sending the burning Corolla into a catastrophic spin, ultimately crashing into the roadside barrier. The barrier shattered upon impact, and the car's engine fell silent. In less than a second, Eric had executed the actions of opening the door, activating his thermal vision, closing the door, and safely maneuvering the car to the roadside, so swiftly that Jonathan could hardly comprehend what had transpired. Amidst the crackling sounds of flames, Jonathan gasped for breath, his heart nearly stopping at Eric's rapid drift. Fortunately, he had fastened his seatbelt. Taking a deep breath, Jonathan glanced at the burning vehicle in the distance before turning to Eric, his voice tinged with concern. "Are you all right?" "Eric? I'm fine, Dad," Eric replied, unbuckling his seatbelt with a calm demeanor, while casting a glance at the car that had collided with the barrier. The driver had been utterly consumed by flames, beyond any hope of survival. Had he not opted to use his thermal vision to explode the other car's tire, there might have been a sliver of chance for that stranger's survival. However, he felt no remorse. He had no readiness to risk himself for an unknown individual. "There's a fire extinguisher in the trunk. I'll go put out the fire." "Eric, please call 911. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Jonathan glanced towards the blazing Toyota and addressed Eric. The burning vehicle posed a risk of explosion, and given the ferocity of the flames, a fire extinguisher would be utterly ineffectual. Naturally, Eric would not permit his father to take such a perilous risk. After restraining his father's impulse, they called the fire department to fulfill their duty as responsible citizens. Following a series of events, they finally returned to the farm after 11 o'clock at night. "Jonathan, why are you back so late?" Martha, who had not gone to bed, was waiting in the living room for her husband and youngest son. Upon seeing them enter, she promptly approached. "There was an incident on the road," Jonathan replied, removing his coat and sinking wearily onto the sofa. He recounted the harrowing experience of nearly being struck by an out-of-control vehicle. "My goodness," Martha gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The thought of Eric potentially being unable to evade such danger rendered her pale. She quickly pulled Eric to her side, confirming his safety before inquiring, "Have they identified the driver? Was it one of those reckless bikers or a drunkard?" Jonathan hesitated before responding. It was Vice Principal Kwan from Eric's school. "Vice Principal Kwan?" Martha was taken aback by the revelation. "Well, the police cannot be entirely certain, as the remains were somewhat unrecognizable due to the fire," Jonathan said. his tone heavy with sorrow. Based on the vehicle's make and license plate, they have tentatively identified the deceased as Principal Kwan. This is truly heartbreaking. I have spoken with Principal Kwan. He was a wonderful person, Martha lamented. The vice principal had recently been transferred to Smallville High School. Despite being of Chinese descent, his teaching and management style had won the admiration of the board and parents alike. Though we do not know what transpired, I have faith that the police will uncover the truth, Jonathan reassured her, taking her hand gently. Meanwhile, Eric, who had been silently seated on the sofa, was lost in contemplation. From his observations, the flames had erupted from within the vehicle, indicating that the fire was not a result of mechanical failure. This suggested that Vice Principal Kwan had fallen victim to arson. An arsonist? Quite possibly one linked to Smallville High School. The situation appeared to be growing increasingly complex. Rising from his seat, Eric gazed out into the inky darkness beyond the window. The night wind and raindrops pelted against the glass, heralding the long-anticipated downpour. So, Clark, you tell me Eric can lift a waterlogged school bus from the riverbed, yet he cannot drag a person from a burning vehicle? Chloe questioned Clark with a tone steeped in skepticism. Perhaps it was too late? Peter speculated from the side. 3 individuals stood within the campus, engaged in a discourse regarding the unfortunate incident involving Principal Guan's tragic car accident the previous night. As for aliens whose eyes emit lasers, I find it hard to believe that they would be hindered by external factors, Chloe remarked, shrugging her shoulders in disagreement with Peter's explanation. Chloe, Clark glanced around nervously, lowering his voice as he addressed her. You promised me you would keep this confidential, that you wouldn't divulge anything about Eric and me. Of course, Chloe replied, raising her camera and flashing a playful smile at Clark. Let us not forget my journalistic identity. While you've agreed to keep it secret, there is a condition. You must confess whether you and Eric are aliens and what your purpose on Earth is. I wish I could, Clark said helplessly, but Chloe. Trust me, I don't know more than you do. That is truly unfortunate. I was rather hoping this year as Pulitzer would beckon to me. Chloe feigned disappointment, causing Clark to grow increasingly anxious. Now, back to the matter at hand. If Principal Guan was indeed the victim of arson, I believe I have a prime suspect. Chloe's previous levity faded as she adopted a serious demeanor. Principal Guan has had ongoing conflicts with Coach What? And they once argued over a cheating scandal involving the football team as players. If Coach What is the culprit, it would certainly explain things. I cannot believe Coach What is capable of such actions. Clark furrowed his brow. Chloe, you cannot let your biases against him lead you to conclude that he would commit such an act. That would be unjust to Coach What. Chapter 27. Chloe's frustration day. After parting ways with Clark, Chloe vented her frustrations to Peter. I don't understand why, she lamented. Ever since he joined the football team, Clark has clearly distanced himself from us. He trusts his coach more than he trusts his friends. Chloe, didn't you say that as friends we must be adept at speculation and withholding judgment? Peter replied, waving to a classmate nearby. You excel at speculation, while Clark harbors doubts about you. I think you two have a rather harmonious friendship. Peter, I must say, I'm quite surprised by you today. I thought you only remembered your football, women, and comics. I didn't realize you were familiar with Nietzsche. Is that not normal? Peter felt slighted. Just as you occasionally mention the name of a laser-eyed Arthur Parks, it's mutual. Chloe tossed her coffee cup into the trash bin and inquired, do you know the latter half of Nietzsche's famous quote? What? The latter half is, let speculation be your empathy, but first, you must discern whether your friend requires your sympathy. Chloe retorted, my earlier speculation, including the suspicion that Coach What might be the perpetrator, was aimed at protecting Clark from harm. Of course, not in a physical sense, but rather in a psychological one. However, it is evident that Clark does not require my sympathy. You sound hurt, Chloe, Peter remarked as he and Chloe navigated through the crowded corridor, squeezing past the bustling lockers. Not hurt, just frustrated by the lack of recognition. Chloe responded with a rapid-fire delivery akin to a small cannon. Principal Guan intends to launch an investigation into the cheating scandal, and so the coach was burned alive in his car. He had been shouting at the team in his office because someone betrayed him. Perhaps that player divulged the coach's provision of exam materials for cheating to Principal Guan. And suddenly everything makes sense. Hey, Chloe, I have something to attend to. Let's talk later this afternoon, Peter interjected, interrupting her tirade with a gentle pat on her shoulder, before making a beeline towards a newly acquainted young woman of color. With a sigh of despondency, Chloe watched Peter's retreating figure. She felt a pang of disappointment at the thought that even her friends did not believe in her. Lost in her gloomy thoughts, she suddenly recalled someone, Eric Kent. Oblivious to being in someone's thoughts, Eric's gaze pierced through layers of obstruction and settled upon the principal's office. Inside, Principal Morton was engaged in conversation with a reporter regarding yesterday's traffic incident. A heavy ceramic ashtray, used for holding the tobacco for his pipe, rested on Morton's desk, and Eric could even discern the visage of Rodin's the thinker adorning the ashtray. "Mr. Morton, I am deeply sorry for the unfortunate events concerning Principal Guan." The reporter expressed his condolences. "Indeed, it is a tragedy," Principal Morton replied, clearing his throat with a somber tone. As the assistant principal, Guan's primary responsibilities involve formulating educational plans and maintaining school discipline. While instructing students, he always sought to embody a charming John Wayne persona. Yet his warm smile often broke the illusion. "Regarding the traffic incident involving Guan, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide the information you seek. Perhaps you should consult the police. They may have more insight than I do." In response to Principal Morton's dismissal, the reporter smiled and said, "I have already spoken with the police, which is why I wish to converse with you now. They mentioned that the individual who reported the incident is a student from Smallville High, Eric Kent, if I recall the name correctly." "Eric Kent?" Principal Morton furrowed his brow, running a hand through his graying hair. "Let me think. He is the son of Jonathan Kent, is he not?" "Indeed," the reporter confirmed. "Once you have spent 30 years in a school like I have," Principal Morton remarked with a slight smile, "you find it remarkable when a child appears familiar, only to realize that their father was among your first students. I would like to interview Eric Kent, but first, I need to gather some information about him. Mr. Morton, could you provide me with his academic credits and evaluation records?" The reporter, seeing that the principal was digressing, directly stated his purpose. "Credits and evaluation files?" Morton pondered momentarily. "Adhering to the regulations that student files would not be disclosed to the public, Mr. Chris." The journalist, Mr. Chris, elucidated to the principal. "Although my profession is that of a journalist, it does not imply that I am incapable of maintaining confidentiality. Mr. Morton, I assure you that I shall not divulge any student information. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of Eric Kent prior to our interview." At that moment, Eric, employing his enhanced vision to peer into the principal's office, became solemn upon hearing that the journalist sought access to his credits and evaluation files. These files encompass not only the student's name, parental details, address, and date of birth, but also various competency assessments and evaluations rendered by all teachers. Accessing the credits and evaluation files provides a comprehensive insight into a high school student's profile. What ulterior motives does this journalist harbor? What faction does he represent? Eric pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. This journalist conceals numerous secrets, and his favorite pastime is to unearth those who lurk in the shadows with hidden truths. The day's classes swiftly concluded, and after school, Eric began organizing his belongings at his locker. "Hey, Eric, may I have a word with you?" A female voice resonated from behind. Turning around, he beheld Chloe from the Torch newspaper. Chloe, confronted with Eric's frosty demeanor, found it challenging to relax, as she did in front of Clark. She cleared her throat and addressed Eric. "It's about Principal Guan." "Principal Guan? I heard that you were the one who called the police at the scene of the incident. I have some leads. Perhaps we could converse and exchange information. We might uncover new insights and possibly identify the perpetrator responsible for Principal Guan's demise," Chloe articulated, her tone laced with anticipation. "You are mistaken about one thing, Chloe," Eric replied, his voice tinged with indifference. "I have no interest in who the murderer is, nor do I care for this so-called detective game. But if we could apprehend the culprit, we would prevent further harm," Chloe responded, somewhat perplexed. "That may sound appealing, but it does not concern me," Eric retorted, turning away and leaving the journalist standing there, momentarily stunned. He still needed to investigate the reckless journalist, leaving no time to indulge Chloe in her detective endeavors. Chapter 28. The Owl of Metropolis, Vile Pickled Radish. Jonathan exclaimed, cursing as he clutched his left thumb, his face contorted in pain. Eric, perusing the newspaper in the living room, immediately set it aside and rushed to his father's side upon hearing his cries. In the barn, Jonathan held his bleeding finger, exasperated, and relayed to Eric, "An owl was hiding in the haystack and pecked at my finger when I wasn't paying attention." An owl? Eric was taken aback, unaware that such creatures could be found in the barn. The barn was teeming with mice, and it was not uncommon for owls, creatures that prey on mice, to appear here for hunting, Jonathan explained to Eric. Although Jonathan regarded it as an unfortunate incident, it did not spare him from a tirade of complaints from Martha. "If you had worn gloves, You wouldn't have been pecked by the owl, she chided. I believe it's not merely a matter of gloves. Jonathan replied while bandaging his wound. No matter how thick the gloves, an owl with a sharp beak could pierce through. However, the presence of the owl was not entirely detrimental. At least a significant number of the mice and bats in the barn had vanished. You always have your reasons, Jonathan, Martha remarked, turning towards her husband while cleaning the kitchen sink. Nature has its own logic, wouldn't you agree, Eric? Jonathan winked at Eric, whose lips curled into a smile but remained silent. Sometimes your father is quite the orator, Eric, Martha said as she finished cleaning the sink and stepped out of the kitchen. The reason I moved from the metropolis to Smallville was not for the dazzling allure, but because someone assured me that we might never amass great wealth or travel the world. Yet he would love me for a lifetime. Faced with such sweet talk, I momentarily forgot to refuse. Ah, Jonathan feigned a sigh. It seems someone misses the grandeur of the metropolis. Well, sometimes indeed, Eric replied, a slight smile gracing his face as he listened to his parents' banter. By the way, has Clark not returned yet? Martha suddenly mentioned her eldest son. He is practicing football at school. Jonathan shrugged in resignation. I now believe he is deliberately lingering with the team to avoid the awkward silence with me. Don't say that. Jonathan, Martha consoled him, grasping his hand. Clark will always understand your intentions. I hope so, Jonathan sighed in resignation. After dinner, Eric, utilizing his supervision, finally made a move to track down a reporter. As he stood up and stretched, the curtains at the window fluttered as if stirred by a fierce wind. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. The reporter, Chris, emerged from Lex Luthor's residence and drove towards his own home. The car jostled along the uneven road, its dim lights intermittently illuminating his calm visage. After half an hour of travel, the car came to a halt in front of an old villa on the outskirts of Smallville. Chris stepped out and entered the aged house, shrouded in darkness and heaviness. The sound of his footsteps resonated sharply in the silent night as he traversed the corridor, which exuded the scent of decaying wood. The dimly lit walls of the grim corridor were adorned with a few paintings. The painting at the forefront depicts an owl standing on the branch outside the window, its eyes emanating an eerie red glow, gazing intently at the scene within. The central artwork illustrates the infamous moment from the New Testament's book of Hebrews, where the sons of Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu are consumed by divine fire for their irreverent offering of unauthorized fire. At the end of the corridor, a simple depiction of a black owl mask adorned with ancient patterns can be found. Creak. Chris pushes open the door and enters the room. He sets down his briefcase and retrieves an owl mask, strikingly similar to the one in the corridor's painting, and places it upon his head. He then opens his notebook and connects the projection device. Instantly, the remote connection's imagery is cast upon the wall. On the other end of the connection lies a small, sophisticated parliamentary chamber. The chamber's walls are adorned with stained glass and several murals that reflect religious and knightly themes. The seating arrangement within the chamber is meticulously organized, with black chairs closely aligned, occupied by several individuals in elegant black attire, their heads crowned with owl masks, exuding an air of nobility. A figure seated at the head of the chamber, draped in a black robe and donning a black owl mask, addresses Chris through the remote video call. You have been tasked with monitoring Lex Luthor of the Luthor family. You have summoned the council. Do you possess significant intelligence to share? The voice of the robed figure is deep and magnetic, radiating an aura of unassailable authority. Indeed, esteemed chairman, I have gained Lex Luthor's trust, Chris replies. Excellent. We are rooted in the metropolis, having once lingered behind every wall and concealed within every shadow. Our whispers capable of making the metropolis tremble. Even a single fallen leaf requires our permission. In the Golden Age, we stood at the pinnacle of the metropolis. We are the masters of this city. The chairman's tone shifts. Yet the rise of Luthor Enterprises has obstructed our path, positioning itself in opposition to us. Little do they realize, our first drop of blood precedes all matters. Awaiting the Luthor family is naught but annihilation. After the chairman concludes his declaration against the Luthor family, Chris continues his report. Lex Luthor previously instructed me to investigate the incident at the Smallville High School prom, but just a few days ago, he abruptly directed me to look into two high school students. High school students? The chairman inquires. Yes, esteemed chairman, and he seems quite apprehensive about these two students, even exhibiting a degree of fear. The black-robed chairman falls silent for a moment before asking, are there indeed entities that instill fear in Lex Luthor? Did you not previously assert that Lex is a man of such calm intelligence that his mind is nearly filled with reason? Such a person, could they also harbor fear? Though it may seem implausible, it is indeed the case. Chris respectfully acknowledges. Please tell me the names of these two individuals of concern to Lex. Indeed, the individual in question is Smallville. Before Chris could finish his words, the remote connection to his notebook was abruptly severed, and the projection device was extinguished in an instant. Intriguing. The Council of Owls, perhaps? Chapter 29. I am a patriot who... Startled, Chris sprang to his feet and turned to look behind him. A shadow had stealthily positioned itself at his back, coldly observing him from the darkness. The palpable aura of danger emanating from this figure instilled in him a paralyzing terror, as if he were confronting a nemesis. Haven't you been investigating me all along? Mr. Reporter, surely you recognize me? Eric stepped forward, emerging from the inky shadows into the faint light of the moon. Bathed in the soft glow, Chris beheld Eric's face and instinctively recoiled. Eric Kent, how could you possibly have entered without triggering the alarm? With a swift motion, Eric extended his hand, crushing the infrared sensor device he held. Such trifles meant to thwart petty thieves, regrettably, hold no sway over me. Ignoring the reporter's palpable anxiety, Eric maintained a casual tone. I had initially presumed you were merely an employee of Lex Luthor, but it seems you are, in fact, a creature of the night. What? Chris feigned ignorance, retreating a step. Yet, in the next moment, a gust of wind brushed against his face. As realization dawned upon him, he felt a chill. He reached up to touch his face, only to find that his owl mask had vanished. Raising his gaze towards Eric, he discovered the mask prominently displayed in the latter's hand. Disregarding Chris's state of shock, Eric examined the intricate patterns of the mask with a leisurely demeanor, stating, I once heard a nursery rhyme whispered in Gotham. Beware the Court of Owls, always watching your every move. Lurking in the shadows of Gotham City, hidden among the eaves of ancient walls. Legend has it that certain venerable families in the darkened corners of Gotham established the Court of Owls, wielding their power and influence to manipulate the political landscape, imposing their will upon the city through assassins known as Talons, engaging in covert killings and acts of terror. After a brief pause, Eric continued, I once thought this to be mere urban folklore, yet here I stand, not encountering Gotham's owls, but rather the owls of Metropolis. How astonishing. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Chris persisted in his charade, stepping back further. The moment Eric had removed his mask, Chris realized he was dealing with a formidable foe, one he could not hope to confront. All he could do now was stall for time, hoping to find an opportunity to flee. No, you certainly understand, Chris. Eric advanced a step closer, revealing his keen interest in the owls, do you not? This morning, my father released an owl in the barn, while I, rather amusingly, have captured one here. What shall you do, Eric Kent? Chris, beads of sweat forming on his brow, spoke with a fierce demeanor, declaring, You shall obtain nothing from me. I will, Eric asserted, stepping forward once more. In his previous life, he had only heard whispers of the Court of Owls in Gotham City and how it had caused considerable distress to Batman. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered the existence of an Owl Council in Metropolis. Naturally, he could not let such a prize slip through his fingers. Leaving aside the vast wealth amassed by the Owl Council over decades, if not centuries, the countless secrets they possessed were well worth his efforts. As for the so-called retaliation from the Owl Council, it posed no threat as long as he eradicated them entirely. After all, they were but a collection of scum. Their demise would serve to purify the air. Tell me the whereabouts of the Owl Council and the identities of those masked owls, Chris, and I shall spare you. You wish for that? Not a chance. Chris roared, retreating to the side of the cabinet before lunging at Eric. In that moment, he retrieved a pair of claw-like weapons from the cupboard, sharp as daggers, and attacked Eric. The razor-sharp talons sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Unfazed by Chris's assault, Eric extended his right hand, seizing the opponent's talons with a firm grip. The lethal weapons, capable of slicing through steel, were held securely by Eric. Subsequently, his left fist, appearing rather unhurried, struck Chris's chest. The impact resounded like a heavy thud, akin to striking a sandbag. Chris was sent reeling, his eyes wide with shock, his robust frame hurtling backward like a cannonball. His body crashed into the cabinet, splintering the sturdy wooden structure into fragments, with chips scattering wildly. Lying on the ground, Chris gasped for breath, blood frothing from his mouth and nose. You monster! He spat, struggling to rise, blood spilling from his throat as he cursed Eric. He had never witnessed such strength and speed before. The swift seizure of his mask and the sheer power that rendered his own attacks futile were beyond his comprehension. Even the legendary assassins of the Court of Owls in Gotham paled in comparison. A sudden fear gripped his heart. If the Owl Council of Metropolis fell under Eric's gaze, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. Eric approached, towering over Chris with an indifferent gaze, his voice chillingly calm. "Will you choose to surrender to the monster?" "Never," Chris retorted defiantly. In an instant, a laser erupted from Eric's eyes, a beam of immense energy that pierced straight through Chris's heart, ending his life in a heartbeat. What just transpired? Was there a cyber intrusion? Why has communication been severed? The gentlemen and ladies of the Owl Parliament, deprived of contact with Chris, could no longer maintain their composure, engaging in hushed, frantic discussions. Silence. Silence. The robed figure presiding over the assembly rapped the table, signaling for calm. After several strikes quelled the clamor, he prepared to speak. However, the remote video connection unexpectedly re-established itself. To the astonishment of the assembly, the individual on the other end was not Chris, but rather a figure shrouded in shadow. "Who are you? Where is Chris?" "He is dead," Eric replied in a calm, slightly hoarse voice. "Did you do it?" "It appears so. You can never comprehend the entity you have provoked." The voice of the presiding officer brimmed with intense hatred and fury. "No matter where you flee, the owl will pursue and surveil you. Even within the confines of your bed, it shall claim your head. Now, reveal your name, Goddess Avenger." Eric shifted forward slightly, allowing the lower half of his face to emerge from the darkness. "I am a patriot." Chapter 30. A game of hide and seek. Let us indulge in a game. Eric leaned back slightly, concealing his visage once more within the shadows. A game of hide and seek. Let us see who finds the other first. His deliberately raspy voice evoked discomfort, intensified by his eerie, orange-red eyes glowing from the obscurity, sending shivers down the spines of the noblemen and women of the Owl Parliament. It was as if he were the owl, while the adversary was the beast lurking in the night, hunting the owl. "No one dares to utter our name, nor would anyone dare to belittle us." The presiding officer's voice was laden with suppressed rage. "You shall pay dearly for this, a price that even blood cannot repay. Goddess Avenger, I await with bated breath." Eric's tone betrayed no emotion, yet prior to this, you must conceal yourselves within the low-walled attic. Otherwise, once I find you, your ambitions and desires shall be obliterated, your wealth and prestige shall be seized, and the so-called Owl Parliament shall dissipate into oblivion. You rodents have overlooked a vital truth. You are but dust and shadows, never having wielded control over the city. With a snap, just as Eric concluded, the remote connection abruptly severed. The esteemed noblemen and women of the Parliament exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Even in the face of Eric's threats and insults, the prevailing sentiment was not merely anger, but a deeper sense of doubt. The capability to so easily eliminate Chris, leaving their side utterly unresponsive, indicated that he was certainly no ordinary foe. "I believe," the presiding officer, after a moment of silence, lifted his gaze to regard the varied faces of the assembly. "It is time to set our plan in motion. The existence of the Parliament has been challenged by our adversaries, and this city has succumbed to a malignant transformation. The most straightforward method to combat such affliction is to excise the infected portions. Although the identity of this compatriot remains shrouded in mystery, one can surmise that they are undoubtedly among our foes." Raising the owl feather in hand, I addressed the assembly. "I propose we initiate the eradication plan, eliminating those whom the Parliament has designated as enemies. Who, apart from those defying the will of the Parliament, such as the aristocratic families and obstinate officials, would possess such animosity toward the Parliament?" Seizing this opportunity, the speaker introduced the preordained eradication plan. Despite initial hesitations among the assembly, they ultimately raised their feathers in agreement. On the other end of the video call, Eric remained blissfully unaware of the Owl Parliament scheme. Even if he were privy to it, his response would be merely one of expectation. His audacious provocations were simply a means to incite his opponent into revealing their intentions. His supervision had not yet been fully unlocked. While he could easily cover the entirety of Smallville, encompassing the entire metropolis was beyond his current capacity. Rising from his seat, Eric meticulously cleared all traces and utilized his supervision to survey his residence, unearthing and removing all suspicious items, such as notebooks and documents. "You appear somewhat distracted," remarked his friend sitting beside him. "In Smallville, at the Luther Manor, Lex dialed a number labeled as journalist on his mobile, yet remained unanswered. Noticing his unusual demeanor, his female companion inquired, "Are you all right, Lex?" "I am well. Merely some matters have exceeded my anticipations," Lex replied, setting down his phone and shrugging. "I assumed you were always assured of victory. No one can claim perpetual triumph. Victoria," Lex stated as he sank into the sofa, raising a glass of Paloma. Even Emperor Napoleon was not exempt. "I did not anticipate your interest in history," Victoria, exuding a languid charm, responded with a smile. "In truth, my fascination lies not in history itself, but in men who conquered the world before turning 30. "Oh, you need not worry, for you have several years ahead of you," Victoria teased. Lex took a delicate sip of his Paloma and placed the glass upon the table. "Did you know that the Luther family has Dutch ancestry?" "Oh." Victoria's expression shifted to one of surprise. This was the first she had heard of it. The Luther family descends from early European immigrants to America, boasting Dutch lineage. It is a lineage rich in talent, scholars, doctors, scientists, educators, writers, and missionaries. As a family expands sufficiently, it inevitably faces myriad challenges, much like a corporation. Bulky, inefficient, and emotionally manipulative. Are these the reasons you wish to leverage my father to exert pressure on the Luther Corporation and seize control? Victoria inquired with a smile gracing her lips. No, Lex shook his head. The aforementioned topics regarding family were merely fleeting reflections. What I truly intend to convey is this. When a family boasts a history that stretches back through the ages, it inevitably gives rise to various legends. Absurd urban myths laden with fantastical elements. Tales of clandestine organizations that govern the very lifeblood of the city, and hidden within the metropolis lurks a cadre of shadowy overseers. Like owls that remain vigilant, watching your every move throughout the night. Interesting, Victoria nodded. I have never heard my father mention such urban legends. That is quite understandable, considering Sir Harry's primary focus lies in international trade rather than the intricacies of the metropolis. Much like the daughter of a multinational industrial titan, she would certainly not rekindle old flames while traversing the globe, even if she holds the position of executive vice president. Ah, I see, Victoria feigned enlightenment. You have been meandering through your discourse, merely to question why I might reignite old feelings for you? No, certainly not, Victoria. You possess a knack for unfounded conjecture. Lex adjusted his posture and returned to the subject at hand. I had always regarded it as mere urban legend until I encountered a journalist. Let us refer to him as such. Through our interactions and investigations, I began to ponder the existence of such an organization. A journalist? Why not name him directly? Victoria asked. Generally speaking, when I use a code name for someone, it signifies my trust in them is virtually non-existent. And what about me? Victoria leaned closer with a smile. Might I inquire as to which letter my name occupies in your contact list? Apologies, but that remains confidential, Lex chuckled, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Meanwhile, at the other end of town, Eric had returned home only to encounter a minor inconvenience. Eric. He had barely stepped into his room when a knock sounded at the door. Furrowing his brow, he wondered why Clark would seek him out at this moment. Had the others seen him when he was out? Chapter 31. My son is a writer, Clark. I thought you were busy with the rugby club lately. Leaving little time for social engagements, Eric remarked as Clark entered. Apologies, I've been intensively training. Coach would insist we prepare for next Monday's match, Clark awkwardly explained to Eric. I understand. At times, sacrifices must be made, Eric replied, glancing at the papers Clark held. You're not here to persuade me to join the rugby team, are you? Not at all, Clark said as he sat down, handing the papers to Eric. This is the form for the school's South blood donation drive. A blood donation drive? Eric frowned. You know that we are not like everyone else. I am aware. Clark wore a look of helplessness on his face. The blood donation event was organized by Lana, who wanted to hand this form to you, but she couldn't find you after school, so she asked me to pass it on. I explained to her that you're not suitable for donating. Oh. Eric accepted the form, nodding. Lana? I recall, she has a fear of blood, doesn't she? The first time she donated blood in 7th grade, she fainted with weak legs. And now she's hosting a blood donation event? Noticing Clark's astonished expression, Eric smirked as he clarified, Do not be alarmed. I have no interest in Lana's personal life. This was something you mentioned to me, wasn't it? Before Clark could respond, Eric continued, Let me take a guess at how you declined Lana's offer. Perhaps you found it inconvenient, but offered to assist in other ways, like finding someone else to participate or distributing cookies at the event. You seem to know everything, Eric. Clark shrugged, accepting the blood donation form from Eric's hand, and he always manages to strike the right chord with me. No, it's not that I know you. Rather, I understand how you are entangled with Lana. After all, everyone can see your ulterior motives regarding her. Faced with Eric's teasing, Clark's expression turned slightly awkward. I merely wish to help her as a good friend. Then you must tread carefully. Otherwise, once you cross the line, you cannot use friendship as a facade. Although he had never been in a romantic relationship, Eric spoke with the tone of someone experienced, addressing his older brother. After hearing Eric's ambiguous words, whether teasing or encouraging, Clark nodded thoughtfully and stood up, preparing to leave. However, after a brief hesitation, he halted, a look of struggle crossing his face. You seem a bit odd today, Clark. No, it's just, Clark sat back down, directing his gaze at Eric. I noticed when you came in from outside, you were carrying something. So? Eric's expression remained unchanged, and I caught a faint whiff of blood on you. Clark appeared slightly hesitant and uneasy. I did not know if you were involved in something nefarious, but Eric, you cannot continue this way. I cannot keep covering for you. If our parents find out, I dread to think what might happen. I do not wish to lie. No one can always speak the truth, Clark, just as you would not reveal to Lana the real reason you cannot donate blood. Eric's face was inscrutable. This is the price we pay for our capabilities. I know I can never persuade you. Clark stood up, slightly disheartened. It's getting late. I think I should head back. Clark, Eric called out to his departing brother. Sometimes, you cannot trust your own eyes, for they can deceive you. Be wary of those around you. Clark paused, momentarily puzzled by Eric's words. Eyes can deceive. Be cautious of those near me. What does that mean? This phrase lingered in his mind, causing Clark, who usually enjoyed restful sleep, to find himself awake far into the night. The following day, in the afternoon, at Kent Farm, Martha called out to her husband as she sat at the dining table, meticulously calculating their income and expenses. I told you, Jonathan, not to use the upstairs bathroom. It's clogged, and it will take considerable effort to clear it. Apologies, I didn't notice, Jonathan replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his explanation. I will fix it. You certainly lack the aptitude of a plumber, Jonathan, Martha remarked, lifting her gaze. If anything, you possess the talents of an electrician and a farm machinery mechanic. Can I take that as a compliment? Jonathan responded, entering the bathroom with his tools, glancing back at his wife. Martha was not in a playful mood. She exhaled heavily, her eyes fixed on the alarming figures in their accounts. It seemed that obtaining a bank loan had become imperative. Just as she fretted over how to manage the burdensome interest rates after securing the loan, uninvited guests arrived at the farm. Well-dressed, middle-aged men, accompanied by Neil, made their way to Kent Farm. Are you looking for Eric? Yes, but as Eric Kent's guardians, it is also acceptable for you to discuss a publishing contract with us, said one of the men, introducing himself as a representative of Metropolitan University Press, smiling as he explained to Jonathan and Martha. Hold on, Jonathan interjected, somewhat perplexed. Are you saying you're interested in Eric, my son's manuscript, and wish to discuss publishing it? Actually, it was Ms. Neal who recommended Mr. Eric's manuscript to us. It is filled with whimsical imagination and an incredible immersive quality, which we believe holds significant commercial value. Since Mr. Eric does not have a literary agent, we felt it necessary to visit in person, the representative replied patiently. After hearing the man's words, Martha and Jonathan exchanged inquisitive glances with Neil, who affirmed their curiosity with a nod. May we see Eric's manuscript? Martha asked, somewhat incredulous. She had never imagined her youngest son would publish a book. Although she often saw Eric writing and drawing, she assumed it was merely a pastime. Dazed, Martha accepted the manuscript from the representative and began to skim through it. As before, she found herself confused, experiencing a peculiar sensation that was less about being moved by the content and more akin to a senseless physiological reaction. No matter how she viewed it, she felt it lacked any commercial viability. We will need to wait for Eric to return before discussing the publishing contract. As it is ultimately his work, Jonathan stated calmly, despite being filled with confusion and astonishment. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Eric entered just in time. All eyes turned towards him. Chapter 32. Dare you oppose me? So, the publisher bestowed upon you $30,000? At the dinner table, Martha gazed at the sum of $30,000 laid before her, still somewhat incredulous. Indeed, it is customary for authors to request an advance payment prior to publication, ranging from $10,000 to $30,000. This sum can be disbursed before the book's release. with the sales revenue and the royalties from the author's adjacent rights subsequently credited to the author's account by the publisher. Eric elucidated to his mother. If the publisher's earnings do not surpass $30,000, do you not have to return a portion of the funds? Jonathan pragmatically presented his viewpoint. As it stands, there is no such regulation. Eric set down his utensils and addressed his father. Typically, the advance amount is determined through a comprehensive evaluation by the publisher. Even in the event of a loss, it merely suggests a misjudgment on their part. Thus, we can use this money with confidence. I never anticipated that my son would become a writer. Martha joyfully ruffled Eric's hair, reflecting on the writer who emerged from the humble farm of their small town. Perhaps in the future, everyone will take pride in you. And Clark, noticing Clark's somewhat despondent demeanor, Martha reached out to grasp his hands, expressing maternal pride. Clark. Although Clark felt a twinge of disappointment, he quickly composed himself. Witnessing his brother's work being published, he too felt a sense of joy for Eric. Perhaps you ought to consult a lawyer. After all, there are many aspects of the publishing contract that we do not comprehend. Jonathan, though delighted, remained composed in considering Eric's welfare. Ms. Neal possesses considerable legal knowledge. She reviewed the publishing contract and found no issues. Eric explained to his parents. Neal has been a tremendous help. We ought to express our gratitude to her. Jonathan retrieved 2 bottles of hard soda from the cabinet, declaring that today warranted a celebration. You 2 high schoolers can partake in a modest toast. No, Jonathan, they cannot drink. The alcohol content in hard soda exceeds 5. And I do not believe it is suitable for adolescents. Martha promptly countered Jonathan's suggestion. Very well, then let the 2 of us adults indulge. Jonathan shrugged and winked at Eric and Clark, reminding them that they must adhere to the regulations regarding alcohol consumption or beverages that may contain alcohol for some time yet. I do not believe the alcohol content in hard soda exceeds 5. At least I have never detected an alcoholic taste, Clark stated. On the campus of Smoville High, Peter conveyed his thoughts on hard soda to Clark, suggesting that perhaps it is not fermented like other alcoholic beverages. Who knows? In any case, I quite enjoy drinking hard soda. Hey, Chloe, clutching her books, interjected with exasperation, asking the 2, were we not discussing Eric's book deal just now? Indeed, it may seem utterly incredible, yet once one considers it as Eric Kent, everything appears to fall into place. Peter remarked to Chloe, after all, we witnessed him unleash lasers from his eyes, leaving Clark with quite a few bumps on his head. My apologies, Clark, it was unintentional. After offering a somewhat awkward apology to Clark, Peter continued, if one can accept the notion of him emitting lasers from his eyes, then I believe the prospect of becoming a writer is hardly astonishing. My experiences with Clark have certainly fortified my resilience. Peter, I suspect the primary reason lies in your lack of interest in writing, as you seem far more enamored with football, Chloe replied. Perhaps, but when it comes to writing, I cannot compete with you, Chloe. After all, you are the editor-in-chief of the Torch. Peter persisted in his discourse about writing with Chloe. To be honest, I have developed an interest in the pieces Eric has penned. Perhaps they could even be featured in the Torch. Chloe, however, chose not to pursue Peter's line of thought, instead drawing attention to Eric's articles. Many of Eric's pieces are with Lana. Your chances of success in reaching her might be greater than trying to contact Eric, Clark suggested to his close friend. Chloe squinted her eyes, wearing a half-smile. Clark, aren't you the least bit anxious? After all, the girl you fancy has become Eric's exclusive literary agent. I do not know, Clark replied, shaking his head in slight confusion. If I were to overthink or allow fear to impede what is meant to unfold, I simply could not do it. Poor Clark. Sometimes in matters of the heart, one must be a tad selfish, Chloe remarked with a sympathetic expression, though the corners of her mouth soon curled into a smile. Yet, who can say? Rather than believing someone like Eric could find a girlfriend, I would prefer to place my faith in you, Clark. While I appreciate the compliment, why does it feel somewhat off? Clark pondered. After parting ways with Clark and Peter, Chloe returned to the Torch editorial office. She set down her bag and was just about to brew a strong cup of coffee when, suddenly, the office door swung open with a bang. Coach, one of the football team stormed in, visibly furious, brandishing a newspaper which he slammed onto Chloe's desk. Do you have any idea what you have done today? You have the audacity to defame me publicly in this paper, you despicable individual. What is your ulterior motive? Coach Wood snarled, glaring at Chloe with an intensity that suggested he was ready to resort to violence at any moment. I merely reported the facts, Chloe replied calmly. There have been persistent rumors regarding your corporal punishment of students on the football team. and I am aware that a recent incident left a student too intimidated to report to practice. So you're fabricating claims without any evidence. I have devoted 25 years to this team, earning countless accolades for this institution. And you, a mere student wielding a pen, think that by grumbling in the newspaper and writing veiled insinuations, you can bring me down? Dream on. You shall never succeed. I shall report the truth. Chloe's ire was ignited as well. If all you intend to do is write insinuations, I could expose Principal Guan's demise. I am aware that Principal Guan has been investigating your incitement of team members to cheat and seeks your expulsion from the board. The fury in Coach Watt's eyes was palpable. I warn you once more. There can be no impediments between me and my ideals. If you wish to avoid greater trouble, I suggest you remain silent. The final words were nearly shouted. As his furious proclamation echoed throughout the room, the newspaper that had fallen to the ground ignited in flames. The sudden flare startled Chloe, causing her to pale and retreat in panic. Chapter 33. For whom the bell tolls today is the day of Clark's match. Jonathan and I are attending the game. Eric, will you be joining us? Martha, ready to leave with her scarf wrapped snugly around her, inquired of Eric at the door. No. Eric, perusing the information he had obtained from reporter Chris, shook his head in refusal. I'm afraid I have no interest in football at this time. Jonathan donned his coat and remarked to Eric, sometimes we must embrace change, just as I have. I now find myself compelled to accompany Martha to the game, despite my persistent disapproval of Clark joining the football team. You cannot remain obstinate forever, Jonathan. Just as we support Eric's writing, you must also extend your support for Clark's passion for football, Martha advised her husband. Jonathan sighed. This is not the same matter, Martha. It is indeed the same matter, at least in Clark's eyes. Martha wrapped the scarf around her husband, symbolizing a father's trust in his son, a trust that could be invaluable at times. I understand. Jonathan flashed a brief smile, glancing at his watch. If we do not hurry, we shall be late. Once their parents departed, Eric redirected his attention to the notebook before him. The contents primarily consisted of news interviews, video footage, and photographic materials. After scouring all system drives, he finally unearthed a suspicious document hidden within a concealed folder. At the forefront of the document lies a haunting nursery rhyme. We have slain it. Who will serve as its shepherd? Who will act as its high priest? Who will carry its coffin? Who will sing hymns in its honor? The raven inscribes a prayer for the deceased in its little notebook, while the dove sheds tears in mourning for its beloved, the high priest of the future. The kite traverses the desolate night, bearing a heavy coffin, whilst the thrush stands amidst the thicket, raising its voice in praise. All the birds sigh and weep when they hear the funeral bell tolling, a sound resonating for them. Notice, this announcement serves to inform all involved parties that at the next Owl Council, all birds shall be judged. Beneath this eerie nursery rhyme lies an extensive list of names. Eric briefly perused it, recognizing only a few familiar ones, including Lex Luthor. For whom does the funeral bell toll? The Owl Court grows ever more intriguing. Closing the notebook, Eric stood up and stretched, feeling content. Relaxed, he activated his super sight, directing his gaze toward the distant football field. In the editor's office of the Torch, Chloe glanced at the clock on the wall, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. 20 minutes remained until Clark's match commenced, and she needed to finalize her proofreading and data entry before then, lest she miss the game. The room was silent save for the rhythmic tapping of her fingers. Immersed in her task, Chloe remained unaware of a shadow stealthily approaching. Suddenly, flames erupted on her computer, emitting a disconcerting sound. The fiery blaze, radiating heat, swiftly engulfed the monitor, keyboard, mouse, and typewriter as if doused in gasoline, flames leaping toward the ceiling. Good heavens! Startled, Chloe stumbled backward, yet the flames seemed alive, cutting off her escape. The newspapers and documents on her desk ignited, and thick smoke quickly spread from the center of the room, encircling her in tandem with the fire. Coughing and covering her mouth, Chloe attempted to retreat, but the flames held her captive, rendering her immobile. Help! Help me! Despair and helplessness coursed through her as she coughed loudly, calling for aid. Yet her cries were smothered by the roaring fire, dissipating swiftly into the air. Outside the editor's office, Coach Watt, who had orchestrated the flames, watched Chloe trapped in the inferno, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he turned and strode toward the locker room. Today marked the 200th match of his coaching career, and he hoped that this trivial matter would not hinder his pursuit of victory. His obsession with honor had reached a pathological extent, allowing no room for imperfection. In a locker room, the door was suddenly flung open, and Clark, clad in an oversized olive team jersey, approached Coach with an expression that hinted at discontent. Clark? Coach was somewhat taken aback by his arrival. You ought to change in the locker room. The match is about to commence, he stated, having just spoken with Trevor. Clark, with a grim countenance, stepped closer to the coach, declaring that Trevor had informed him of the continual mistreatment he endured and the assistance he received in cheating. Coach scoffed, now donned in his coaching attire. The informant was this brat, which suggested that my punishment had been lenient. Individuals like him, traitors and snitches, if they do not silence their incessant chatter, shall find themselves condemned to the fiery depths of hell. Clark, I am your coach, your mentor. You must not question my authority. Now, head to the locker room and change, he commanded through clenched teeth. No, Clark shook his head defiantly. I will not step onto the field, and neither will you. You seem intent on defying me, as you did your father, Clark. Do not provoke me, or your fate shall mirror that of your newspaper lackey. A fierce expression crossed Coach Watt's face. Chloe, upon hearing the mention of the newspaper lackey, Clark's expression shifted dramatically. Bang! In the next moment, Coach Watt's fist struck him hard in the stomach. Despite Clark's formidable defenses, he had not anticipated the impact of the coach's assault. To his astonishment, the blow caused him to double over in pain, a searing agony coursing through his insides. How could this be? Clutching his abdomen and lying on the floor, Clark struggled to comprehend how his defenses had been breached. Was it the humid air circulating in the room? Gasping for breath, he suddenly recalled the coach's fondness for soundness. In this misty atmosphere, the coach often indulged for hours, never allowing anyone near. Could the generation of this heat be linked to the green meteorite fragments that restrained him? Bang! A kick from Coach sent Clark tumbling across the floor, rolling twice. You seem quite unwell, Clark, Coach sneered, leaning closer. I am aware of your peculiar nature. Much like Eric, you both possess extraordinary talents, so remarkable that I question whether you have been transformed into monsters by those strange stones, just as I have. Ah, what a delightful sensation it is to pulverize those green stones, infusing them into the steamy air, allowing them to be absorbed through mouth, nose, and skin, more addictive than anything in this world. Coach expression turned euphoric as he reveled in the extraordinary abilities and boundless energy granted to him, allowing him to pour all his fervor into the competition. Coughing, Clark disregarded Coach Watt's words, striving to concentrate as he employed his superhuman vision to locate Chloe, only to discover that she was perilously ensnared in a raging inferno. Chapter 34. This punch is for you. The stands were alive with the fervor of excited spectators, brandishing flags and an array of support paraphernalia, vociferously rallying for their team. Yet, where was Clark? Jonathan, seated in the heart of the audience, scanned the field for the warming-up football players, but found no sign of Clark. Not only Clark, but I also failed to spot Coach Martha remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. I'll go find him. You stay here, Jonathan instructed his wife, sensing something amiss as he departed the stands towards the locker room. Clark, he called, searching for his son's figure near the locker room. Cough, cough, Dad. I'm here, came Clark's faint voice from within. Upon hearing it, Jonathan rushed to the entrance of the locker room, peering through the window to see Clark lying on the floor, the room enveloped in a hazy white steam. Clark, hang in there, Jonathan shouted as he pounded on the door. With a resounding crash, the door finally succumbed to his relentless kicks, swinging open. Jonathan hastily crossed the threshold to help his son to his feet. Clark, can you hear me? Chloe is in danger, Clark managed to whisper, leaning with great effort towards his father. We need to get out of here, Jonathan urged, supporting Clark as they exited the locker room. Suddenly, Coach emerged behind them, brandishing a fire extinguisher, launching a vicious strike towards the unsuspecting Jonathan. Bang! The extinguisher did not strike Jonathan. Instead, it was halted by a steady hand. A figure interposed itself between Jonathan and the oncoming assault. Coach stunned by the sudden appearance of Eric, could only blink in disbelief. How could someone possess such incredible speed? Seizing the fire extinguisher, Eric retaliated with a swift motion, bringing the heavy object crashing down towards Watt's head. With a thunderous impact, Coach was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the lockers with a resounding thud. The lockers contorted under the force, and the contents erupted from within. Lying on the ground, Coach succumbed to unconsciousness. Eric, upon noticing his younger son suddenly appearing behind him, Jonathan was initially startled, followed by a surge of joy. What brings you here, Eric? He inquired. I realize you were right, Dad. Sometimes we must embrace change. So, I altered my course and came to the field. With a flick of his wrist, Eric flashed a smile at his father. The true motivation, however, was not a newfound interest in Clark's game, but rather his supervision, which had allowed him to observe the unfolding events here, prompting him to rush over at super speed. "That's good to hear," Jonathan said, patting Eric on the shoulder while glancing towards the school, which was engulfed in smoke. "You look after Clark. I'll head over to the school newspaper. Chloe might be in trouble." After issuing these instructions to the two, Jonathan hastened towards the burning school. Clark. Once Jonathan departed, Eric's expression darkened as he focused on Clark, who was drenched in sweat, desperately gasping for breath to regain his strength. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch. The heavy fist landed with a resounding thud against Clark's cheek. With a grunt, Clark staggered backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Though the blow was not particularly forceful, Clark still felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "I warned you," Eric admonished. "If you wish to be the one who protects and shows compassion, you must learn to be smarter." Yet clearly, Clark, you have not become wiser. You not only endangered yourself and your friends, but nearly caused your father to get hurt because of your recklessness. Faced with Eric's accusations, Clark did not retaliate. Instead, guilt washed over his features. "I'm sorry, Eric. I messed everything up. I do not require your apologies, Clark," Eric replied coldly. "I had previously cautioned you to be aware of your surroundings and not to be deceived by your sight. Yet you continue to observe with mere eyes rather than with deeper insight. You squander your gifts and put your family at risk." Clark made no defense, merely lowering his head and clenching his fists tightly. "I am profoundly disappointed in you, Clark. You should have matured by now, yet you exhibit no signs of growth." After casting one last glance at Clark, Eric turned and walked away. "Your father is out saving others. Protect him and ensure he comes to no harm." Eric's icy voice lingered in the air long after his silhouette faded from the corridor. Clark lifted his head, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. With a determined thud, he vanished down the hallway, racing towards Jonathan's location. Meanwhile, Coach Watt, having suffered a blow to the head from Eric, struggled to rise. Blood streamed from his forehead. His nasal bone fractured, and bruises and blood at the corners of his eyes revealed the extent of his prior suffering. Even after absorbing kryptonite, granting him a formidable physique, he had nearly succumbed to the impact of a fire extinguisher. "Curse it," he grunted, enduring the pain. "Coach Watt, you appear rather disheveled." A voice that instilled fear echoed from behind him. Coach Watt slowly turned around, only to find Eric returning, standing behind him with a blank expression. "Are you surprised?" Eric stepped forward, his dark eyes transformed into a pair of eerie orbs flickering with an orange-red glow. "Coach Watt, I could tolerate, even disregard, your actions, simply because you have yet to provoke me. But it seems you believe that possessing some trivial power grants you the audacity to act recklessly, even to harm my family?" Faced with Eric's murderous gaze, Coach Watt did not flinch. Instead, he closed his eyes. As he breathed rhythmically, flames erupted around the locker room. They soared to the height of the protective barrier, the searing flames surging forth like a controlled serpent towards Eric. When the fiery dragon charged at him, Eric did not evade. He allowed the roaring flames to engulf him. Before Coach Watt could revel in his moment of triumph, the next instant, Eric emerged from the inferno. Expressionless. "Your turn." Two beams of intense heat pierced through Coach Watt's eyes in an instant. The scorching rays melted away his consciousness like lava. Subsequently, the uncontrollable flames rapidly enveloped the lifeless coach. Chapter 35. The 200th victory. "Yes, Jonathan, I understand. I have already contacted the police and fire department. Eric is sitting right beside me. We will talk later." On the stands, Martha hung up the phone and turned to Eric, who sat next to her. "Your father and Clark took Chloe to the hospital. Fortunately, Chloe is not seriously harmed." Eric nodded at this news, directing his gaze towards the ongoing football match. After Coach Watt was eliminated by his heat vision, the uncontrolled flames swiftly turned upon their host. In mere breaths, he was reduced to ashes. Despite his body being reinforced by kryptonite, he could not withstand the ferocious blaze. "Interception! Interception!" With the assistant coach's furious shouts, the quarterback of the Ravens charged through the defenders like a rampaging tank, successfully completing the touchdown. Beep, beep, beep. With the referee's final whistle, the match was officially concluded. The Ravens triumphed over the Broncos with a score of 53-41. Although the Ravens emerged victorious, it was likely that Coach Watt would never witness it. Martha gazed at the jubilant football players celebrating their victory, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had already heard her husband recount the events over the phone and was aware of Coach Watt's despicable actions. While she felt a surge of anger towards his vile behavior, witnessing the exuberant celebration of the players left her feeling conflicted. The 200 victory, it seemed, was something he would never attain. Eric spoke in a subdued tone. It is quite ironic that the person who strives the hardest for victory is the only one unable to witness it firsthand. Kent Farm. At dinner time, Jonathan was sampling the pasta, which he typically disliked, and after a few bites, he ceased eating. I had always believed our characterization of pasta as empty calories was unfounded. Jonathan criticized the pasta prepared by his wife, observing the sauce, carrots, onions, parsley, minced meat, cheese, and tomatoes atop it. He mused that the calories were hardly negligible. Perhaps it should be referred to as American bolognese. Martha, responding to her husband's critique with a slight smile, remarked, "Jonathan, you're not Italian, are you? Therefore, I believe your opinions on pasta lack any substantial reference." Jonathan pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Isn't it akin to saying that an Englishman cannot critique fish and chips? Or that a Chinese person cannot evaluate General Tso's chicken? I believe, Martha, you have drawn a clear distinction between cuisine and gastronomes, which seems rather unjust. As Jonathan and Martha delved into their discussion about pasta, Eric was fully engaged with the roast beef before him. Clark. A few minutes later, the couple had moved past the topic of pasta. After returning his plate to the kitchen, Jonathan approached the dining table and addressed Clark earnestly. "I'm sorry you didn't get to play today." Clark, still reeling from being struck by Eric earlier that day, had yet to process his emotions. Guilt? Disappointment? Reflection? Or perhaps resentment? He was uncertain about the predominant feeling within him. Upon hearing his father speak, he lifted his head. "I thought you were here to confirm I wouldn't cause any harm," Clark replied, his expression tinged with disappointment. He was aware of his father's long-standing disapproval of his football pursuits. "No, certainly not." Jonathan patted his eldest son on the shoulder. "I come to the field to support my son. Perhaps your mother is right. I can be stubborn and rude, sometimes unwilling to heed the opinions of others. But I trust you, Clark. I have always believed in you, though I often harbor fears. I suppose every parent carries some measure of such trepidation." As Jonathan opened his heart, a wave of warmth washed over Clark. With a faint smile gracing his lips, all previous concerns about his father's sentiments vanished. "I've said many inappropriate things before, Dad. I'm sorry." Listening to the exchange between father and son, Martha smiled. "Eric, aren't you going to try the pasta?" Late at night, at the Luthor residence, Lex Luthor sat on the sofa, perusing a rather peculiar book. "Lex, have you heard about what happened at the town school?" Victoria entered and inquired. "Of course. Do you believe that aside from playing polo, attending parties, and partaking in charity galas, I harbor no interest in the workings and developments of this world?" Charity gala? Victoria wore a teasing expression. "I had always thought the Luthor family held such events in the utmost disdain. My father believes that Lex, by closing his books and amassing great wealth, embodies a divine right, and that aiding the impoverished or curtailing the affluent is an infringement upon God's will, a quintessential example of social Darwinism. My views diverge sharply from my father's. I contend that if one stubbornly refuses to adapt amidst the stark class conflicts and the awakening of social ideologies, society will eventually cast them aside. Can I understand your criticism of your father?" Victoria smiled as she seated herself beside him. "Or perhaps it is a critique of the entire corrupt class. I have always relished the role of instigator." Lex rose to pour himself a glass of Ceylon champagne, mentioning a fire at Smallville High School with suspected casualties. "Such occurrences are not new to me. In this small town, one is perpetually surrounded by bizarre tales." "So, is this the reason you enjoy residing in this town?" "Only in part." Lex savored a sip of champagne, asserting that he was not a solitary figure. For he had friends here. "The Kent family?" Victoria chuckled as she picked up the book Lex had placed on the round table, noting that this tome, authored by Eric Kent, belonged to the Kent family. "Is this a newly published work?" "Strictly speaking, the book has yet to be published. I merely acquired it through special channels." Lex explained to Victoria. "As for the Kent family, only Clark is somewhat of a friend, though his parents hold a rather unfavorable opinion of me due to their belief that a bad bamboo cannot yield good shoots. Eric, however, is a profound enigma for me. As he penned in this book, the most benevolent aspect of this world is that human thought cannot fully grasp its entirety. Eric Kent seems to unveil a realm beyond human comprehension, which resonates with me in an inexplicable manner, hence my curiosity." "Lex, Sometimes curiosity is not a virtue. Victoria replied. Perhaps so. Lex shrugged, poised to speak when his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, Lex's expression shifted after hearing just a few words. Chapter 36. Clark's dismay. I had thought you had come to regard this small town as home, completely forgetting your family in the metropolis. Lying in his hospital bed, Lex's father, Lionel Luthor, addressed Lex, who stood at his bedside. I will not center my life around you. I have my own existence. Moreover, have you not always viewed my banishment to this remote town as a test to refine my character? Despite rushing to the Metropolis hospital upon receiving news of his father's assassination, Lex's demeanor towards his father was far from affectionate. The doctor informed you that your shoulder and back were injured. Although it did not threaten any vital organs, a period of at least 2 months of rest is required. It would be prudent for you to speak less. Lex spoke to his father in a calm tone. Despite the injury, Lionel's voice remained robust. So, do you believe I spoke excessively before? I am not so naive. We all lead our own lives, do we not? Is this your excuse for cavorting with that woman? Lionel addressed his son. Sir Harry has long coveted the Luthor Company, and her daughter toys with you, wielding her only advantage while you willingly succumb. Lex, I am profoundly disappointed in you. This is not about any commercial dealings. My affair with Victoria is strictly personal. Lex furrowed his brow. Not about any commercial dealings? You're the only one who would think so. Everything is a chain that extends from commerce. Once it involves the Harry family, it becomes intertwined with business. That woman is distracting you. The Luthor Company belongs to you, not me. Lex, uninterested in further arguing with his father, moved to the window, avoiding eye contact. The collapse of an empire is not caused by external forces, but rather by the internal weaknesses that have been exploited. Lionel endeavored to soften his tone. Lex, if you sever ties with your family, you will become a true outcast. Lex refrained from replying, merely gazing into the deepening darkness outside. Why don't we discuss your injury, father? Lex paused momentarily before turning back. Was it your business rival who attempted to assassinate you? Or were you inadvertently caught in a street bank heist? That is of no concern to you. There will always be petty individuals attempting to use such means to compel me, but they fail to understand that fear and death do not subdue the strong. Only power does. Lionel responded with a steady tone. I have heard. Lex hesitated before continuing. The assassin appears to be connected to the so-called Owl Council, an organization lurking in the shadows, controlling the political and economic veins of Gotham. Where did you learn that name? Lionel's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly concealed it. Lex replied, I have my own methods and channels. I'm afraid I cannot disclose them to you. I do not know where you heard of this entity, but I assure you, I have never encountered that name before. Lionel's demeanor grew serious. The Luthor family, rooted in Gotham for generations, had never recorded a whisper of the existence of this so-called Owl Council. Lex, if your enemy masquerades in fear, then you must tear away its disguise rather than succumb to the terror it creates. You will ultimately find that it is merely a shadow on the wall. Lex nodded. Or perhaps I could choose to become fear itself. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With a subtle gesture towards his father, Lex turned to leave. Lex, called Lionel, lying on a hospital bed. For your safety, I strongly advise you to remain in Metropolis. The assassins are not after me, but the entire Luthor family. Thank you for your concern, but I am well aware of how to protect myself, Lex replied, declining his father's suggestion to stay in the city. If you choose not to stay in Metropolis, I will assign the most professional bodyguard to you. Do not refuse, Lex. You have no room for refusal. Lex listened to his father's words, standing in silence for a few moments before turning to leave. The following day, at the Kent farm. Where's the leftover pizza? Clark, donning headphones and enjoying his favorite rock music, inquired of his mother, Martha. It's on the second shelf of the refrigerator. But be careful not to touch the spicy chili meat sauce, Martha responded. Noticing her son's lack of reaction, Martha stood up and approached the refrigerator, removing Clark's headphones. Clark, did you hear what I said? Of course, the pizza is on the second shelf. Don't touch the nuclear chili meat sauce, Clark reiterated his mother's words. I'm glad your hearing is intact, Martha said with a gentle smile as she adjusted Clark's collar. What about Eric? She inquired, realizing she hadn't seen her younger son in a while. He's helping Dad fix the car's exhaust, Clark shrugged. A few minutes later, Eric and Clark stood in front of the old Ford, bidding farewell to their parents. Jonathan and Martha were heading to Metropolis for a 3-day honeymoon to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Meanwhile, Eric and Clark would remain at the farm. ensuring they did not intrude on their parents' romantic getaway. Clark, Eric, I've placed the motel's phone number on the nightstand. If you encounter any trouble, remember to call. Martha urged them with a hint of reluctance. They're young men now, Martha. You must have faith in them. Jonathan remarked with a smile as he patted Eric and Clark on the shoulder. I almost forgot, Clark suddenly remembered, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it to his mother. This is my gift. Happy anniversary. Martha was delighted to receive the gift, embracing Clark warmly. Thank you, Clark. Standing nearby, Eric also presented his carefully prepared gift. Happy anniversary. His gift was a sample of an unpublished Cthulhu book sent to him by the publisher, wrapped with a colorful ribbon. Although he did not place much importance on holidays, he made an effort considering the significance of the day for his parents. Oh, what a lovely gift. Jonathan and I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Eric. Martha took the gift with delight and embraced Eric. Clark, who stood nearby munching on pizza, suddenly found the taste of his meal utterly unappealing. In stark contrast to the exquisite gift presented by Eric, his own crumpled card seemed rather meager. Chapter 37. The more terrifying aspects of Metropolis. On Fifth Avenue in Metropolis, at the corner near the Harvland slums, Moira Adams, donning sunglasses, opened her umbrella and glanced around before stepping into a sleek black Bentley. To the Harvland slums, she instructed the driver. However, madam, your safety in the slums at night cannot be guaranteed, especially in these tumultuous times, the driver, who also served as her bodyguard, cautioned. Moira, a woman in her 50s with an air of British elegance, removed her sunglasses. If those lurking in the shadows can instill such fear in me that I tremble at home, then they have succeeded in their goal. You know, Andre, I'm a fighter, not easily subdued. Moira was the helm of the New Fly Energy Group, one of the foremost new energy companies in Metropolis, excelling in solar power and nanothermoelectric materials while maintaining a significant partnership with the Queen Group of Star City. I am aware of the incident involving Lionel Luthor, but that is merely a despicable tactic of terror. Those perpetrators wish to instill fear in me, yet I am not the feeble Lionel, who foolishly exiled his son and fancied himself a Caesar, though his abilities hardly match his ambition. Gazing out at the slums, Moira scoffed at Lex's father. A convoy of Bentley cars, serving as her escorts, trailed behind them. As one of the wealthiest and most vibrant cities in the United States, Metropolis felt like an entirely different world compared to its glitzy facade. The sight of electronic waste and heaps of PVC turned the area into a veritable hell on earth. Observing the streets of the slums nearly buried in refuse, Moira lamented, the people here walk upon mountains of garbage, devoid of any joy in life. Forced to scavenge for sustenance. Long-term exposure to chemicals has led to a degree of mutation in their bodies, resulting in grotesque aberrations. The dark underbelly of the resplendent Metropolis is these horrifying existences. This is a reality even more terrifying than Gotham. As she pondered, the black Bentley glided onto a different street, where Moira even spotted a faceless individual. The person's face, marred by bullet wounds and distorted from prolonged consumption of chemically tainted food, appeared utterly ghastly. Therefore, Andre, I have resolved to eradicate this blight and construct a thermoelectric power plant. My mercy lies in the belief that if the slums vanish, so too will this hellish existence. Would you not agree? Andre, fully absorbed in his driving, was about to respond when suddenly, a dark figure loomed in front of his car. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes. Crash! At that moment, the car's windshield shattered, and a silvery flash collided with him. He felt a surge of warmth in his neck, followed by a gushing stream of blood. Gasping for breath, he slumped back in his seat. Through his blurred vision, he discerned a figure clad in a black uniform, adorned with an owl-like hood, standing before him. In the back seat, Moira had yet to process the grim reality of her bodyguard's swift demise when a smoke bomb was hurled into the vehicle. This was no ordinary smoke bomb. It emitted a fine gray mist. Coughing, Moira pushed open the car door and stumbled out. However, a wave of dizziness struck her, and after a few faltering steps, she collapsed to the ground. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she surveyed her surroundings. Her bodyguards were engaged in a fierce struggle against the owl-clad adversary. Yet, the agile and armed owl figure swiftly gained the upper hand, overpowering the bodyguards. One by one, they succumbed to the same fate as her own, coughing and collapsing before being dispatched by the owl. Coughing violently, Moira felt her head grow heavier, as though weighed down by lead. Her vision distorted, and the reality around her began to morph. She lifted her gaze towards a faceless entity lurking around the corner, only to find the grotesque figure advancing toward her. Radiating a dark, ominous glow, its limbs twisted and magnified grotesquely, the faceless visage contorted and collapsed. It resembled a black hole transformed into a humanoid form, exuding an unfathomable aura of terror and power. Ah, my God! In sheer panic, she scrambled backward. With a thud, she collided with someone's leg. Trembling with fear, she looked up to behold a humanoid owl, shrouded in darkness. This owl, emanating an air of menace and horror, shimmered with a black, wave-like light. Its eyes glowing an ominous orange, akin to the grim reaper descending in the night. Consumed by terror, Moira's last vestiges of rationality crumbled, and she convulsed, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, within the Owl Council, the presiding chairman had received word from his subordinates regarding Moira's elimination. With one more name crossed off the list of their targets, the toll of doom rang out, heralding the commencement of the next judgment upon the avian adversaries. Now, my esteemed members of the Owl Fraternity, tell me, who shall be our next quarry? The chairman inquired of the assembly, filled with noblemen and women. Lex Luthor. The crowd resounded in unison, voicing the name of Lex. The speaker nodded, acknowledging that Lex Luthor had been chosen as the prey hunted by the owls, and that tomorrow night, death would loom over him. It was imperative that he not escape the clutches of the council as Lionel Luthor had done before. After announcing Lex as the next target for elimination to the council members, the cloaked speaker continued, stating that the production of blacklight must be expedited. Blacklight was a potent poison employed by the Owl Council, inducing intense hallucinations and causing irreversible harm to the brain, instilling fear in its victims as they beheld nightmarish visions enveloped in a black hole-like radiance. This substance was a modified version of Jonathan Crane's fear toxin, circulating in the black market. Enhanced by the Owl Council's concoction, its potency surpassed that of the original fear gas. With Jonathan Crane's capture, the production of black light had gradually diminished. Thus, the speaker urged the Owl members responsible for its manufacture to hasten their pharmaceutical development. Moreover, there was one crucial matter concerning the provocateur of the council, the Punisher known as the Patriot. The speaker emphasized the necessity of investigating his identity, ensuring he would not escape justice. Should his identity be uncovered, all resources must be mobilized to eliminate him, even resorting to our trump cards if needed. Chapter 38. You wish to invite the wolf into your home, Eric. Thank you for saving me during the recent fire in the editorial office. Chloe expressed her gratitude. Having just emerged from the hospital, she swiftly redirected her focus to the Torch newspaper. Although the original editorial office was rendered unusable due to the fire, with special permission from the school, Chloe had secured a storage room to temporarily serve as her office. At that moment, the two stood in this makeshift workspace as Chloe earnestly thanked Eric. You should thank Clark. I didn't contribute much, Eric replied with a somewhat detached tone. Of course. I know. Clark told me that if it weren't for your timely arrival, he wouldn't have made it. You subdued Coach Watt. In a sense, you saved me too. So this gratitude is not without reason, Chloe said, shrugging as she picked up a freshly brewed cup of coffee. The temporary office lacked a heating system, leaving her feeling a tad chilly. She rubbed her arms and remarked to Eric, I feel as though I am on the verge of stepping out the door, my mind already elsewhere, ready to leave. I have never yearned to return to my original office more than I do now. As she spoke, she glanced at Eric. Noticing he was engrossed in the newspaper before him, Chloe felt a pang of disappointment, sensing that no matter her efforts, she could not capture his attention. Was Eric truly more oblivious than Clark? After a moment of whimsical contemplation, she turned her gaze back to Eric, who was leafing through the recent newspaper. The headline caught her eye. Maura Adams, head of New Energy Corporation, killed in the slums. I know him, she murmured. Chloe stepped forward and remarked, although it is touted as a new energy company, the pollution caused by its thermal power operations is no less than that produced by traditional energy companies. In my opinion, the Luthor fertilizer plant can be considered far more environmentally friendly compared to the New Fly Energy Company. Eric, however, paid no heed to Chloe's words, instead focusing his attention on the words Star City Quinn Enterprises printed in the newspaper. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Do you know Oliver Quinn? A member of Quinn Enterprises? Chloe shook her head in confusion. I only know Robert Quinn, the president of Quinn Enterprises. What connection do they have? Eric dismissed the thought and set the newspaper aside, estimating that Green Arrow was still indulging in a life of luxury, with some time yet before he would undergo a transformative experience on a deserted island. After perusing the newspaper for the day, Eric continued to sift through older editions until he stumbled upon news regarding the assassination attempt on Lionel Luthor. With the names Lionel and Moira fresh in his mind, combined with the personnel list obtained from reporter Chris, Eric quickly surmised that the deaths of these entrepreneurs were likely linked to the so-called Owl Council. According to the list, the next target to be eliminated by the Owl Council, following Moira, was likely Lex Luthor. After pondering over the newspaper for a brief moment, Eric laid it down and, after expressing his gratitude to Chloe, departed from the temporary office. Lex Luthor, huh? May fortune favor him. However, since the Owl Council had set its sights on Lex, it was only natural that they would dispatch their minions. Should he trace these minions, there was a considerable chance he could uncover the lair of the owls. Emerging from the temporary office, Eric squinted, his resolve firming up in his mind. In the afternoon, Eric returned to the farm. Just as he was about to reheat the soup and pizza from the refrigerator, an unexpected visitor arrived. Clark had yet to return. Eric, maintaining a stoic expression, addressed Lana, who stood at the door. Actually, I am not here to see Clark, Lana replied somewhat awkwardly. I came to see you, Eric. Me? I don't believe we have any common ground, Eric said, placing the pizza back into the refrigerator with a nonchalant tone. In fact, I would argue that my connection with your aunt is greater than with you. Lana exhaled sharply. I'm here to apologize. Apologize? Yes. I showed the manuscript to Aunt Neil without your permission. If you feel offended, I sincerely apologize. Though she uttered apologies, an unspoken sense of grievance welled up within her. She could not fathom why Eric treated her with such aloofness and distance, as if they were still mere strangers. She had believed that through their shared words and illustrations, they had forged a tacit understanding between them. Belonging to the realm of friendship, it embodies a connection of shared souls. There exists no necessity for such matters. Eric shook his head. If I truly cared, I would not have permitted you to take the manuscript. No need for apologies. Is there anything else? Yes. Lana, observing the hint of impatience on Eric's face, fell silent for a few moments before speaking. I wish to discuss certain aspects of Cthulhu with you. There are elements I fail to comprehend, such as your intended message of the cruel truth behind a facade of false peace. Yet, why do you continually caution against shattering this illusory tranquility? And what of the whispered murmurs of the night concerning the deranged individual in Gotham? What is his true identity? The mention of Eric's Cthulhu work ignited a spark of enthusiasm within Lana. I cannot provide you with answers. Eric coldly shook his head. Some things simply lack answers and do not warrant pursuit. Lana's fervor quickly extinguished. She parted her lips, but ultimately remained silent. I understand. After a brief moment of silence, she bid farewell to Eric. Aunt Neil has recently requested my assistance in tidying up the stables, so I must return. Will you attend the party this evening? What party? Clark, didn't he inform you? He intends to host a small gathering at his home. Upon observing Eric's unfriendly expression, she instantly realized her misstep, her demeanor turning awkward. I must take my leave. Farewell. Lana departed swiftly, leaving Eric in a state of displeasure. A few minutes later, Clark entered the living room, calling out to Eric, Hey. Eric, I saw Lana. Did she come over for something? You may inquire with her. Clark, are you planning to host a party at home tonight? Taken aback by Eric's sudden inquiry, Clark hesitated. It's merely a small gathering with a few friends, Chloe, Peter, and Lana, along with Lex. He added as an afterthought. The mention of Lex Luthor attending the gathering immediately furrowed Eric's brow, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward Clark. Are you inviting a wolf into the fold? Chapter 39. The speedster of the homeland, knowing that Lex Luthor is already in the sights of the Owl Council, and that assassins dispatched by the Council may strike at any moment, Eric naturally would not allow him into his home. Should a confrontation arise upon his entry, it would undoubtedly implicate the farm. Such an invitation to danger is something he would never permit, provided he retains his senses. Is that not permissible? Clark, taken aback by Eric's intense and perilous gaze, inquired with surprise. I shall not consent. Eric withdrew his hostile gaze. This would destroy our home. Destroy? Clark could not comprehend why the other party employed such severe terminology. I fail to understand why you would use the word destroy. This is merely a gathering among a few individuals. It is a private affair, Eric. A gathering among a few individuals? Clark, you are perpetually so naive. Eric scoffed. I cannot believe your friends would be as discreet as a sealed bottle, keeping it to themselves and not blabbering to the entire school. Hey, the Clarks are hosting a party tonight. Moreover, I cannot trust that those exuberant high school students, filled with youthful hormones, would resist the temptation of a party offering free beer and donuts. Once that reckless bunch of teenagers enters the house, they will wreak havoc. Clark disagreed with his brother's assertion. I do not believe the situation will escalate to such extremes, Eric. I can manage it. It is merely a private gathering. Clark, you always confidently assume that you can control everything. Yet each time, you end up making a mess of it. Eric stood up, coldly scrutinizing his brother. I believe it is imperative that you heed my counsel when necessary. You always appear to be right, Clark shot back, standing up to confront Eric. You seem to possess an understanding of all truths, much like the last incident with Coach Watts. Yet you refuse to share with me, unwilling to trust me and bring me into your camp, while incessantly demanding that I adhere to your arbitrary rules. With palpable resentment, Clark articulated each word to Eric. I can manage this small gathering. After declaring this, he turned and strode towards the exit. With super speed activated, he swiftly reached the door. However, in the next moment, Clark was compelled to halt his rapid movement, for Eric stood directly before him. Nothing occurs according to your will. Clark, I deem it prudent to cancel it. Eric positioned himself in front of Clark, speaking in a calm tone. And how do you intend to accomplish that? I have already informed Lana and Lex. If you disagree, you may contact our parents to enlighten them. But if you expect me to cancel it, I am afraid I cannot acquiesce, for I would rather bear the responsibility alone than be deemed untrustworthy. At this moment, Clark's stubborn temperament flared up, resolute in his stance. Then you must reflect at home today, Clark. Eric stepped forward, blocking his brother's path. You cannot confine me, Eric. Clark's gaze sharpened. Clark, you know your speed cannot surpass mine. Eric's eyes fixed intently on Clark, his tone devoid of inflection. Unless you can best me, no matter how you attempt to escape, I shall pursue you relentlessly. I will always keep you confined. I know. Clark clenched his fist tightly, acknowledging I have always been the less gifted one. Whether in the timing of my abilities awakening or in the utilization of my talents, I am not your equal. However, Eric, perhaps you have never realized that I have been striving to keep pace with you. You sprint ahead, oblivious to my progress in your wake. Clark, are you suggesting that I do not understand you? Eric inquired, his brow furrowing. Is that not the case? At least, you possess no comprehension of who I am now. Clark's words bore an odd sense of indignation. Your assertion piques my curiosity further. Let's put it to the test. Go ahead and leave, and see if I can indeed prevent you. Eric's eyes narrowed. Boom, boom. The airwaves reverberated outward, rippling like a stone cast into water. The expanding roar created a cacophony that caused the air to crackle. The reverberations of the impacted air forcefully thrust the room's door ajar. Two invisible currents surged forth across the farm and into the desolate plains. The moment Eric launched himself, he discerned that Clark's speed far exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, he had surged hundreds of meters away. The swift burst of speed approached an astonishing 300 meters per second. It is crucial to note that his own speed had barely breached the sound barrier at 340 meters per second. Yet here was an opponent whose velocity nearly matched his own from the outset. Is this the gift of a superhuman? Even at the nascent stage of understanding the talents of a Kryptonian, he had achieved such remarkable prowess? Though astonished by Clark's instantaneous burst of speed, Eric pressed on, accelerating to keep pace. His arms swung rapidly, adopting a running style reminiscent of the Flash as he moved forward with urgency. The wind swept through the cornfields, bending the stalks outward as two streams of air enveloped the dense atmosphere, generating a powerful gale along the ground. After leaving behind a trail of flattened crops in the cornfield, the two air currents surged forth, maintaining their relentless momentum. In an instant, the currents representing both individuals sliced through a grove of cypress trees, bursting onto the highway. Clark, no longer holding back, unleashed his full potential, driven solely by the desire to run with all his might. The sound of rushing air enveloped him, creating a barrier that dulled his body's sensory perception, while the blurred landscape flashed past in a whirlwind. As he raced along the woodland road, he felt as though he had transformed into a streak of light. Is this the essence of ultimate speed? For a moment, Clark reveled in the exhilarating sensation of his own overwhelming power. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly erupted from behind him, akin to thunderclaps from the heavens. As the rumbling resonated, a series of explosive air bursts sounded behind Clark. The trees lining the highway were instantly battered by the airwaves, as if they had been blown apart, branches and leaves scattering in all directions. The shockwave surged toward him along the road. The The compressed energy within the dense atmosphere erupted outward, the immense air explosion creating vibrations that propelled him forward. Boom! Clark's body crashed heavily into the soft earth of the forest floor. Due to his rapid speed, Clark barely managed to halt after plowing a long furrow into the ground. Coughing up a mouthful of dirt, he groggily turned to face Eric, who stood before him with an impassive expression, his own face reflecting utter astonishment. What is this? A sonic boom? Chapter 40. Eric, no one will like you like this indeed. It is a sonic boom. I learned this technique from a certain individual clad in a red bodysuit. Once speed surpasses the sound barrier, it generates a powerful shockwave capable of inflicting significant destruction, yielding unexpected results when pursuing or subduing your adversaries. What do you think, Clark? Eric inquired of the fallen Clark, his sharp tongue unrelenting in its critique. Alright, Eric. You've won, as you surely anticipated, did you not? Clark gasped for breath, rising from the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Eric. Although he was astounded by Eric's ability to breach the sound barrier, his heart was predominantly filled with anger and resentment. However, I shall not cancel the party, even if you can find me at home, Eric. Clark obstinately refused to yield to Eric's demands. I detest your lectures, which are even more severe than those of a father. You always stand aloof, pointing fingers in judgment, playing the role of a crystal ball-wielding gypsy, or the one left to clean up the mess. Perhaps you are invariably correct. But Eric, therein lies our dilemma. Clark poured out his heart, expressing his desire for a brother who could relate to him as a peer, rather than one who assumes the role of a guardian or a paternal figure. Just like this party, if you were my father, I would understand your opposition. But you are not. You are my younger brother. If you continue to interact with others in this manner, Eric, no one will appreciate such a version of you. Faced with Clark's accusations, Eric fell silent for a few moments, the atmosphere thickening with tension. As for the evening's gathering, you may host it at home, but you must not invite Lex Luthor. He has recently stirred up trouble. If you allow him into the party, I doubt it will be a matter easily resolved. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Clark rooted in place, stunned. After uttering his final words, Clark felt a pang of regret. He understood the weight of such statements, especially when directed at those closest to him. A wave of frustration and remorse washed over him as he struck the nearby cedar tree with a heavy fist, causing its broad leaves to cascade to the ground. In an instant, Clark's spirits plummeted. So, you told Eric that no one would like him like this? Chloe asked Clark, her surprise evident as she noted his despondency. I believe that was the most hurtful thing to say, comparable to the pain of believing you are one of us, only to be reminded that we have never regarded you as one of our own. Chloe, swaying her freshly purchased coffee, addressed Clark. I never imagined that your personality and character would lead you to utter such words. I concur, Peter chimed in from the side. This is not something I would expect from you. It seems more like a culmination of long-standing grievances erupting at once. Clark, you are evidently not the type to let anger cloud your judgment. Thus, I too believe that this is inconsistent with your nature. Clark, bewildered, shook his head. We had a conflict, and in the heat of the moment, I regrettably spoke those words. I am at a loss for how to apologize. I understand, Chloe nodded, gently patting Clark, who towered over her. But sometimes, those words can be the most hurtful, can't they? They may lead one to believe that they reflect the innermost truth of a person. Lies are not the sharpest blades, but rather it is the truth that cuts deep. We have learned that Eric's objections stem from Lex Luthor's influence. What will you do next? Continue with the party, but exclude Lex, or cancel it altogether? Chloe posed a question that weighed heavily on both her and Peter's minds. That is precisely why I sought you out. Lex wants to relocate the venue to his estate, and I am uncertain whether I should attend, considering Eric has always regarded Lex as a troublesome vortex, Clark replied, his indecision evident. It is a rather peculiar mindset. You recently clashed with Eric over the party, yet now you are seeking his counsel, Chloe remarked with a shrug. However, my opinion is, why not? As a reporter in a quirky town hunting for eccentric stories, I have learned to walk a tightrope and thus harbor no aversion to troublesome situations. What about you, Peter? Faced with the inquisitive gazes of both, the enthusiastic Peter nodded eagerly. I am quite intrigued by the legendary Luthor family's upscale soiree. He promptly retrieved his phone to notify everyone of the change in the party location to Luthor Manor. Watching Peter make calls to inform everyone about the new venue, Clark felt a sense of disbelief. Could it be that Eric was indeed correct, and Peter would summon the entire school to the party? A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, they had not decided to host the gathering at home, for it could indeed have led to the destruction Eric had predicted. That night at the Kent farm, Eric was in the living room enjoying pizza and soup when the phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of his mother, Martha, who was on her honeymoon in Metropolis. Concerned for their safety and well-being, she called to inquire about their situation. "Clark? Is he not home?" Eric raised his head and glanced towards the lively Luther Manor in the distance. "Clark is currently attending a party at a classmate's house." "A party?" Clark has indeed broadened his social circle. "Eric, aren't you going to the party?" "Staying home alone is hardly a delightful experience," suggested his mother, Martha. Eric replied with a hint of resignation. "You know, Mom, I have little interest in parties and socializing. Sometimes one must embrace change, wouldn't you agree?" Just as Jonathan altered his stance to attend Clark's game at school. "Eric, you too could be more like your father, despite his stubbornness." "I understand, Mom. I know who I am, so there's no need to worry about me." After offering a few words of comfort to his mother, Eric ended the call. He felt no inclination or motivation to alter his entrenched position. His previous concession to Clark stemmed from a desire to avoid further conflict. Lex Luthor had already drawn the attention of the Owl Council. Whether Clark would be implicated was of little concern to him. As for Clark's remark that no one would like him in that manner, he brushed it off. Since his past life, he had never been one to care about others' opinions. As Eric returned the leftover pizza to the refrigerator, he suddenly heard a loud explosion outside. Chapter 41. The Mad Luthor Family. Upon hearing the explosion, Eric stepped out of the living room to look outside. Fireworks erupted above Luthor Manor, their booming sounds echoing even miles away, reaching the farm. Standing in the courtyard, Eric observed the fireworks for a moment before retreating to his room to continue monitoring the activities at Luthor Manor. If the Owl Council were to act against Lex tonight, preparations must be made. The extravagant fireworks left him pondering the fate that awaited Luthor Manor. Back in his room, Eric contemplated. At Luthor Manor, amidst a bustling crowd and pulsating music, Lex Luthor greeted Clark. He introduced the woman beside him, saying, "This is Victoria Hale, an old friend of mine." "Hi, nice to meet you, Clark." Victoria, exuding charm, greeted him warmly. Lex had mentioned that Clark was the star of the party. "Thank you," Clark replied, slightly awkward, as he was not adept at engaging with such formidable women. Lex linked his arm with Victoria's, nodded toward Clark, and quietly remarked, "Clark, your girl has arrived." After this, he and Victoria turned to leave, allowing the stage to Clark. "Hey, Lana." Upon turning, Clark was met with the elegantly dressed Lana, and he awkwardly greeted her. "You look beautiful today." "Really?" "Although it's a party, the thought of being at Luthor Manor makes it feel less ordinary, so I unconsciously dressed up a bit." "Your compliment boosts my confidence." Lana smiled in response. "How has Whitney been lately?" Clark asked, immediately regretting the question, sensing it was inappropriate for the occasion. Indeed, Lana's brow furrowed, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, "He is well. The doctor says his recovery is progressing excellently." After this brief exchange, a silence enveloped them once more. "Has Eric not come?" Lana inquired, breaking the stillness after a few seconds. Clark pondered for a moment, feeling a bit awkward as he replied, "He doesn't particularly enjoy gatherings like this." Lana nodded, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Do you smell something strange?" Clark suddenly asked, furrowing his brow at Lana. "What?" Lana responded, a look of confusion crossing her face at the peculiar question. "In nothing," Clark said, his demeanor shifting as he excused himself and hastily moved towards the source of the unsettling odor. After awakening his powers, he possessed not only superhuman sight and hearing, but also heightened sensory perception. The bizarre and malevolent scent wafting through the air, imperceptible to most, was instantly detected by him. Just after taking a couple of steps, the glass of the hall shattered with a crash. Accompanied by the sound of falling shards, several figures draped in cloaks, resembling shadows of nocturnal owls, swooped in through the broken window. The bodyguard assigned to Lex Luthor were caught off guard. A spray of blood erupted from one's neck as he widened his eyes in shock, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The partygoers, witnessing the bloodied security personnel fall, finally reacted, screaming and fleeing in terror. Would have been a lively gathering transformed into a chaotic scene of panic and flight. "Clark, over here." Chloe and Peter located Clark within the throng, preparing to pull him away to safety. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off," Clark said, wrenching his wrist from Chloe's grasp, his gaze fixed on the figure of the Owlman, who was ruthlessly dispatching the guards of the Luthor estate with a blade. The assassins, disguised as owls, did not target the party attendees. Instead, they prioritized eliminating the estate's security. Each strike of their short blades and claw-like knives pierced through flesh, spraying blood like a fountain. Their movements were swift and fierce as a gale, utterly overwhelming the ordinary guards. Although Chloe was concerned for Clark's safety, she knew her words would not deter him. "Be careful," she said, before joining the crowd in their hurried escape. "Where's Clark?" "Lex, who had evacuated earlier," asked Chloe and Peter. "Clark wants to stay inside," Peter replied as he assisted an injured classmate, a hint of helplessness in his voice. For several seconds, Lex Luthor's expression shifted dramatically. Finally, gritting his teeth, he seized a firearm from a nearby guard and prepared to enter the now-sealed hall. "Mr. Luthor, we strongly advise you to withdraw. The primary target of the enemy is you, and they will emerge shortly. We believe they will not squander their time on an innocent bystander. If you leave, you'll be safe." The leader of the mercenaries, previously arranged by Lex, curtailed his impulsive actions. Reluctantly, Lex entered the vehicle and set off toward the prearranged hideout. Ultimately, the estate was left with only the guards trapped inside, the Owlman assassin, and the mercenaries outside poised to eradicate the enemy. Clark surged forward, landing a powerful punch to the adversary's chin. The Owlman assassin, possessing extraordinary reflexes and agility, was unable to withstand the blow, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Faced with the sudden onslaught from Clark, the Owlman did not falter, but instead continued to launch an assault. With another punch, Clark sent flying a foe attempting a sneak attack from behind, then stepped forward, grasped the blade in the opponent's hand, and with a sharp crack, snapped it in two. Confronting the stunned adversary, Clark no longer held back, striking with vengeance and rendering the assailant unconscious with a single blow. Despite lacking any formal combat training, his unparalleled speed and reflexes ensured his dominance. Just as he was about to continue his assault, a guard staggered to his feet, eyes gleaming with a frenzied bloodlust, and lunged at Clark with sudden acceleration. Clark froze, bewildered by the unexpected aggression from a fellow guard. His momentary hesitation cost him dearly, as the guard tackled him to the ground. The Owlman assassin had previously unleashed a potent hallucinogenic and toxic black mist, the strange odor Clark had detected earlier emanating from it. As the guards inhaled more during the skirmish, their fears ignited, transforming their vision into a nightmarish landscape filled with grotesque, black hole-like entities. Some succumbed to madness and collapsed, while others frantically attacked their surroundings. Thus, the most prominent figure on the battlefield, Clark, became the target of the frenzied guards. Simultaneously, a rocket from a Model 7 blasted open the villa's entrance, crashing into the hall. The thunderous explosion reverberated within, the shockwave tearing apart the sturdy walls, engulfing both the Owlman and Clark in flames and debris. Chapter 42. It turns out the most stubborn one is me. Clark awoke, surrounded by the dust-laden ruins, his body racked with uncontrollable pain. Looking down, he realized his lower half was buried beneath the rubble, only his head and shoulders exposed. The once opulent hall of the Luthor estate lay in ruins, silently resting beside him. What just transpired? Clark shook his head, striving to sharpen his awareness. He was engaged in a fierce battle against the Owlman, having been overpowered and pinned to the ground by a frenzied guard, followed by a violent explosion erupting nearby. Soon after, a barrage of rockets rained down upon the hall, causing it to collapse in ruins. Who could be responsible for such chaos? The police? No. It was inconceivable that law enforcement would resort to bombing criminals with rockets. Lex's men? That too seemed unlikely. Lex was not the type to indulge in such madness. Exhaling heavily, Clark momentarily set aside his questions, determined to rise first. Yet, as he attempted to move, he sensed something was amiss. His body felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength, reminiscent of the debilitating effects of kryptonite. How could this be? Was there kryptonite present? A wave of shock surged through him, quickly followed by a tide of anxiety and panic. He had spotted the Owlman outside Luthor Manor, approaching him amidst several lifeless bodies, mercenaries. In his current weakened state, discovery by them would spell disaster. Summoning every ounce of energy, he endeavored to shift the debris pinning him down, striving to extricate himself from the rubble. However, having been subjected to relentless bombardment coupled with the effects of kryptonite, his frail condition rendered him incapable of moving even a fraction of the debris. As Clark anxiously attempted to save himself, the Owlman had already approached him. The assassins, their faces obscured by owl masks, bore no discernible expressions, only an aura of palpable malice. Raising their deadly claws, they lunged unhesitatingly towards Clark. In that moment, despair enveloped him completely. Suddenly, a streak of crimson light sliced through the air like a meteor, striking the blade in the Owlman-esque grasp and causing it to dissolve instantly. The Owlman, still reeling from the shock, was caught off guard as the red beam of energy surged forth, crashing into his body. The strike pierced his heart, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes emerged within the sight of the Owlman's assassins, resembling a predatory bird fixated on them, sending chills down their spines. "Eric!" Clark exclaimed, taken aback by the silhouette that had appeared in the night. He could hardly fathom that Eric would show up here, especially after their previous harsh words, which had carved an invisible chasm between them. Based on his understanding of Eric, even if he were aware of the unfolding events, he would likely remain indifferent to Clark's plight. Now, witnessing his brother's arrival amidst danger, Clark realized how little he truly comprehended about him. It turns out that the one filled with prejudice and stubbornness is none other than oneself. I have been harshly criticizing Eric for never opening his heart to me, for shrouding his thoughts in a riddle-like secrecy. Yet I have been forcing him to live in a manner I desire, which is, in itself, a form of bias and unfairness. At this moment of introspection, Clark finds his emotions intertwined, complex and multifaceted. Standing amidst the pitch-black night, Eric remains utterly oblivious to the turmoil within Clark's heart. With the plan nearing its conclusion, it is naturally time for him to take center stage. Swoosh! A searing gaze strikes at the second owl assassin, cleaving him in twain. Blood erupts in a visceral spray. Such ruthlessly bloody methods chill even the most battle-hardened owl assassins to the core. This individual is a countryman, cloaked in darkness, emanating an enigmatic and formidable aura. His eyes glow with a disquieting orange-red hue. These traits unmistakably align with those designated as enemies by the Council. Upon confirming the presence of a countryman, the owl assassins exchanged glances and immediately dispersed, charging towards Eric with fervor. Swoosh! The scorching gaze first finds its mark on the leading assassin, delivering a tremendous blow to his chest that penetrates his very being. Boom! Eric delivers another punch, propelling an airborne owl assassin, who was poised to strike, into the sky, then remains steadfast, raising his arms to shield against the incoming attackers, landing a straight punch that sends the opponent crashing into the rubble, producing a deafening explosion. Whoosh! An assassin using a rope to control his clawed blades seizes the moment when Eric strikes, flinging the rope to ensnare Eric's arm. Yet, before he can exert force, Eric yanks the rope, drawing the assassin closer, gripping his neck with his right hand, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. A resounding crash echoes as the remaining owl assassins, seizing the opportunity of Eric's right hand being restrained, rush in to grasp his arms and legs, attempting to subdue him. Crack! Eric hesitates not for a moment, swiftly snapping the neck of the one caught in his grasp, then swinging his arms and legs. With a thunderous sound akin to an explosion, an invisible shockwave radiates outward. The owl assassins holding him are instantaneously hurled away, accompanied by a deafening roar. The thrown assassins crash heavily onto the ruins of the manor. Instantly, the scorching gaze pierces through the air, penetrating their bodies as they land. The claws of the Owl Council, the reapers of human lives, are thus obliterated by Eric in a remarkably brief span of time. Clark stands agape, witnessing the bloody display of Eric's prowess, only regaining his senses when Eric approaches him. "You appear unwell, Clark." Eric gazed at Clark, whose half-buried body lay amidst the ruins of Luther Manor, a structure imbued with the essence of meteorite materials. The weight of such a burden must be unbearably uncomfortable. In an instant, Clark comprehended the reason behind his profound weakness. "However, Eric, why have you remained unaffected by the meteorites?" Clark was perplexed as to why his companion seemed immune to their influence. "If I were unscathed by the meteorites, I could effortlessly eliminate those owl-like assailants." Eric turned his gaze coldly towards the bait he had deliberately left behind, a floundering fish poised to flee. Chapter 43, Mr. Irony. "I wish to apologize for my previous inappropriate remarks, Eric." As Clark extricated himself from the debris of the manor, he brushed the dust from his tattered clothing and took a deep breath, his face betraying a sense of remorse as he addressed Eric. "That was not my intention. My emotions were somewhat erratic at the time, and I cannot recall my exact words. If you felt hurt, I am truly sorry." Before his brother, Clark was engulfed by a tide of guilt and unease. Eric's gaze remained fixed on the fleeing owl assassins, and in response to Clark's apology, he maintained a stoic demeanor. "No need for apologies, Clark. You are not at fault, and I trust you recognize this. Moreover, I'm not the type to be wounded by mere words. Clark felt a pang of disappointment at Eric's frigid response. Suddenly, a saying came to mind. An apology does not necessarily imply wrongdoing. It merely signifies that you value the relationship more than your pride. This sentiment resonated deeply with him. After a brief period of tumultuous thoughts, Clark compelled himself to redirect his focus to the matter at hand. Eric, do you know who these individuals are? He cast a glance at the sprawled, owl-like beings, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired of Eric. Perhaps you should consult Lex Luthor regarding the nature of the entity he has provoked. Eric approached one of the owl assassins, bent down, and removed the mask, examining the intricate and ancient patterns adorning it. With a somewhat indifferent tone, he remarked, "You might also inquire of Lex Luthor's mercenaries why they chose to bombard the hall with rockets before you had the chance to depart, and why he has amassed such a collection of meteorites. Clark, you have long believed you understood Lex Luthor. However, it appears otherwise. Yet, this is perhaps to be expected. You have concealed your identity from Lex, while he has hidden his actions from you. Both of you operate under the illusion of mutual understanding, all the while remaining guarded and estranged from one another. Should trust be shattered, it is likely that this fragile friendship will devolve into a most dismal relationship." Reflecting on the prospect of Lex Luthor becoming Superman's arch-nemesis, and considering the current state of their relationship, Eric felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Is this not a quintessential example of love turning to hate? Clark listened intently to Eric's grievances regarding Lex and their relationship, his expression gradually turning grave. Were those recent explosions caused by Lex's people? He hesitated, inquiring once more of Eric. He still found it hard to believe that Lex could commit such an act. "You may seek the answers from him yourself," Eric retorted before turning to leave. The fleeing Owl Council assassin had already receded into the distance, despite possessing superhuman vision. It was prudent not to let the adversary stray too far from his sight. The Owl Council, an esteemed and compact assembly hall, was filled with individuals adorned in owl masks, exuding an air of nobility. The council members had already heard the report from the returning owl assassin. The speaker's demeanor was somber, and the members, seated in a staggered arrangement, were taken aback by the revelations. How could this be possible? Beings capable of emitting lasers from their eyes, possessing strength that even the fiercest claws could not rival. How could such entities exist? Even the assembled owl assassins could not withstand the presence of one known as the Homelander. I believe we must revise our strategies. Indeed, for our safety, we should minimize our meetings. If our location is discovered, it would spell disaster. The members of the Owl Council murmured amongst themselves. Silence. The speaker rapped the table, asserting that even if one were to invade the owl's lair, defeat would be the only outcome awaiting them. The endless labyrinth posed the first obstacle, while our Mr. Irony represented the second. Even if our preliminary plans to reclaim the city had faltered, it was merely the darkest hour before dawn. As the speaker mentioned Mr. Irony, he cast his gaze towards the figure shrouded in shadows, entirely cloaked in a black overcoat. Would you not agree, Mr. Irony, our magician? Indeed, the figure emerged from the shadows, his expression grave. I am not a magician, but rather an illusionist. Having barely grasped the rudimentary art of card tricks, and now embarking on the more intricate path of a seasoned conjurer. Magic? The speaker replied. I believe it to be entirely distinct from sorcery. I have heard that the magic in the air surrounds us at all times, accessible to those with exceptional gifts. To attribute such phenomena to mere magic seems rather strained, Mr. Irony. Of course, you are correct. Some individuals can effortlessly extract pure magic from the air, rewriting the laws of nature. Yet, such energy must originate from somewhere and will ultimately return to a source. I harbor a profound fear of this magic, Mr. Irony stated, stepping forward to meet the masked speaker's gaze. Magic comes at a cost. The more formidable it is, the greater the peril, often accompanied by grievous consequences. My magic is but a mere trick, a cunning ruse that conceals its presence from perilous entities. Thus, I prefer to refer to it as sorcery. The speaker holds no interest in Mr. Irony's theories of magic. His sole desire is to ascertain whether the other can eliminate the compatriots. It sounds rather intriguing, Mr. Irony. Yet our objectives for this transaction do not encompass your exposition on the origins and evolution of the magical realm. The speaker paused momentarily and remarked, the blasphemers who claim to be compatriots are now brazenly challenging the dignity of the Owl Council, Mr. Irony. We hope you will demonstrate your capabilities. Of course, I shall fulfill my responsibilities, provided you hand over that tome. Mr. Irony's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Otherwise, Our relationship shall not remain amicable for long. The middle-aged man evidently shared a strained rapport with the members of the Owl Council. He casually gestured toward an owl mask hanging on the wall and uttered. The firefly transforms into a mask. The mask morphs into a firefly. Upon concluding the incantation, the owl mask on the wall vanished, replaced by a multitude of yellow fireflies that appeared out of thin air. The flickering fireflies illuminated the somewhat dim chamber, casting a radiant glow. Chapter 44. Dare you lay a hand on my brother Clark? Emerge. I know you're lurking behind. In a narrow alley of Metropolis. Eric sighed and turned towards a shadow amidst the night. I did not intend to follow you. Eric, Clark sheepishly stepped forth from the shadows. I was aware you intended to track the fleeing owl man. I feared for your safety, hence I trailed behind. So, you intend to protect me, Clark? Eric regarded his elder brother with a bemused expression. Generally, I am not the one in need of protection. I know, Clark shrugged. I often find myself as the one who complicates matters. However, I believe that an additional person adds strength, does it not? If we all wade into the river, the crocodile cannot open its jaws. I do not know if you will speak in African-American vernacular like Peter. Eric retorted, have you been influenced by Peter's cultural milieu, becoming a product of your environment? In any case, Clark, you are unaware of what lies ahead, nor do you know the tactics our foes may employ. If you wish to engage in a detective game as a team, seek out Chloe and Peter. They would surely be more interested than trailing behind me. After uttering his final words, Eric turned and departed. Clark glanced at the speeding cars outside the alley. So, Eric, are you still brooding over my earlier harsh words? Upon hearing his brother's remark, Eric reluctantly turned back. Clark, I have no desire to partake in juvenile games of make-believe. If you were mature enough, you would not dwell on empty apologies and grievances. It is utterly meaningless. Clark lowered his head and fell silent for a moment before speaking. I merely wish to assist you. I have previously battled those owlmen, and perhaps I can be of some aid. Is it because I just pulled you from the ruins that you feel the need to repay me? I do not require this, Clark. Eric replied impatiently to his elder brother. He was perplexed as to why Clark was so intent on following him today. In the past, he often ventured alone into the metropolis, and Clark had never shown any inclination to accompany him. Today, however, it seemed as if something had compelled him to stay close. Was it a rebellious phase of adolescence? Upon hearing Eric's exasperation, Clark exhaled deeply, seemingly relinquishing his intention to follow. He nodded. If you insist, I shall return. But do take care. With that, he turned and departed. Eric watched as Clark's silhouette faded from view before he himself turned to continue in pursuit of the fleeing quarry. On the outskirts of the metropolis stood the abandoned Wayford Sanatorium, silently looming in the night. Established in the early 20th century as a tuberculosis hospital, it was more accurately a place of final rest, given that tuberculosis was an incurable ailment at the time. In the 1960s, the Roman Catholic Church acquired it, repurposing it into a psychiatric facility for criminally insane individuals, but it was eventually shut down due to mismanagement. Eric found himself before the imposing statue of Jesus that graced the sanatorium, lost in contemplation. The Owl Council has chosen this place as their secret base, to make their stronghold in a site where 300 tuberculosis victims lie buried is quite the audacious choice. Following the trail of the deliberately released owl assassin, he ascended the creaking wooden staircase toward the basement. In the pitch-black night, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the chilling calls of sinister birds carried by the night wind. Observing the owl assassin's maneuvers, Eric opened a hidden door and stepped into the owl's lair. Beyond the door lay a labyrinthine expanse, unfathomably deep and inscrutable. What would be an insurmountable obstacle for an ordinary individual posed no challenge for him. His X-ray vision allowed him to see through the dense barriers, revealing the destination at a glance. After surveying the area with his enhanced sight, he proceeded toward the final hiding place of the owls. Along the white walls he traversed hung black and white portraits, representing those who had fallen victim to the owl assassins. In the dimly lit space, a scarlet coffin rested, a symbol of the owl assassin who had succumbed to slumber, yet remained unawakened. With a mask taken from the deceased owl assassin adorning his face, Eric navigated through this foreboding realm. The labyrinth occasionally released a miasma that could ensnare individuals in a hallucinatory and fearful state. Welcome to the Owl Council. As Eric approached the finish line, a deep and resonant voice echoed around him. Are you one of the patriotic ones? Possessing immeasurable power, endowed with a divine gift. It seems that besides me, no one would dare to impersonate this title. Eric raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and spoke with an air of indifference. The fear you meticulously crafted within this labyrinth has proven ineffective against me. I suspect that if you possess no further means, I shall soon uncover your whereabouts, and the final game of hide and seek shall be claimed by me. I comprehend your talents and am aware of your capabilities, yet, patriotic one, you have underestimated our strength and remain oblivious to the true significance represented by the Council of Owls. Should you continue onward, you will inevitably meet your demise. Conversely, if you pledge allegiance to the Council and join the ranks of the Owls, child of talent, you shall attain all that you desire. Are you attempting to recruit me? Eric feigned contemplation. Then allow me to propose that I claim the entirety of the Council of Owls for my own use of its power. Would you acquiesce to such a request? Faced with Eric's unreasonable demand, there was a silence on the other side for several seconds. Absurd. Ridiculous. Do not mistake our benevolence and offerings for fear. If you insist on opposing us, then proceed. The claws of the owl shall ultimately claim your life. Eric's eyes narrowed. Since you refuse, I shall take it upon myself. With that, he stepped forward. But before he could move 2 paces, a stone hand suddenly erupted from the marble floor, gripping his feet with tremendous force. Eric found himself ensnared, as if trapped in a stone prison, unable to move. Frowning slightly, he exerted his feet, breaking free from the stone grasp and shattering it into fragments. Simultaneously, he activated his enhanced vision to locate those who conspired against him. Yet in the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the chamber. Lightning flashed and roared, and in an instant, countless chains of blue lightning descended, densely populating the area like a forest, forming a tempest of thunder. Eric was instantly hurled by the blue lightning chains. The force far exceeded that of ordinary lightning, infused with an unknown chaotic power that breached his defenses. His body crashed heavily onto the floor, the marble beneath him fracturing upon impact. Meanwhile, momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock, Eric heard a furious roar erupt. "How dare you!" Shattering through the crumbling marble walls, Clark, filled with rage, landed a fist on the trench-coated man lurking in the shadows, sending him crashing through the marble floor and down into the depths below. Chapter 45. Clark's roar. The chairman of the Council of Owls observed with satisfaction as Mr. Paradox's magic sent the patriotic one flying. It appears that our Mr. David Copperfield's magic is not merely a trick. After a moment of reflection, he turned his gaze toward Mr. Paradox, who had unleashed the blue lightning. Mr. Irony found his ally through acquaintances in the magical realm. The illustrious magician, Mr. John Zarata, hailing from the Zarata Magic Theater situated in the crime alley of the New District. It is said that Mr. John Zarata is a master of ironic magic and one of the most formidable sorcerers of recent decades. His daughter possesses extraordinary talent, having awakened her magical abilities at the tender age of 3, and the entire family is renowned within the magical community. Although he harbored doubts regarding the so-called magical master's ability to wield true magic, witnessing the immense power of lightning unleashed by his opponent dispelled all skepticism. Even with superhuman strength and speed, one would find themselves helpless against the unknown forces of magic. The speaker observed Eric, struck down by lightning, with a cold gaze, letting out a derisive snort. However, the events that followed soon surpassed his expectations. In the very instant the patriot fell, a figure burst through the labyrinthine walls, accompanied by a thunderous shout, striking the master of irony who lurked in the shadows as swiftly as lightning. With a resounding crash, Mr. Irony, suspended by magic, was driven through the ground, earth and debris scattering outward, landing in disarray. The one delivering this blow was none other than Clark. Instead of returning to Smallville, Clark had continued to pursue Eric, albeit with increased vigilance and caution, ensuring he maintained a distance that would prevent detection. Upon entering the labyrinth, he was greeted by the sight of Eric being struck to the ground by lightning. In an instant, his rationality vanished, and his fury erupted like a volcanic eruption. Although Clark often found himself at odds with his younger brother Eric, who frequently employed a sharp tongue against him, played the role of a riddle-maker behind his back, and assumed the annoying parental figure in his presence. Deep down, he regarded Eric as an inseparable family member. In middle school, when Clark had accidentally damaged equipment in the gym, it was Eric who discreetly compensated for the loss without informing their parents. Whether it was Coach What or the perilous encounter with the Owlman at the Lex residence, Eric was always there to assist him in critical moments. Despite their various disagreements and conflicts, Eric remained a reliable family member at any time. Now, seeing Eric harmed ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. How dare you lay a hand on my family? With his face flushed with anger, Clark unleashed the latent power within himself. Mr. Irony, having just regained his footing while employing a protective barrier spell, uttered an incantation to heal his wounds. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed a fist descending upon him with the swiftness of lightning. Before Clark could act, Mr. Irony hastily conjured a complex, translucent barrier before him. However, this hurriedly crafted semi-transparent shield, woven from elemental force, was shattered by Clark's fist. Mr. Irony suffered a grievous blow to his chest, once again propelled backward. Fortunately, the elemental barrier he had meticulously crafted absorbed much of the damage. Otherwise, that single blow would have rendered him incapable of fighting. Despite this, Mr. Irony still felt a piercing pain in his chest. Steadying himself and suppressing his astonishment, he had never witnessed anyone shatter an elemental barrier with mere fists. Such a display of power was truly unprecedented. Although his mind was overwhelmed with shock, he did not falter. With a swift motion, he cast a spell, and a colossal wave surged forth from the depths of the labyrinth. The roaring torrent, imbued with formidable might, surged toward the enraged Clark. Clark gritted his teeth, firmly planted on the ground, immovable as the deluge crashed against him. When the flood proved ineffective against Clark, it instantaneously solidified into ice, encasing him within a crystalline prison. The transparent ice quickly sealed his form. Just as Mr. Irony exhaled a sigh of relief, a cracking sound echoed. The icy coffin imprisoning Clark shattered. With a furious roar, Clark advanced upon the astonished Mr. Irony in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, in the moment that Clark broke free from the ice, Mr. Irony had erected an even sturdier defense. A vast, translucent barrier materialized, forming an imposing wall before Clark. The impact was thunderous. Clark's fist collided violently with the barrier, sending tremors rippling through the elemental shield. How dare you? Bang. Move. Bang. My brother. Bang. Each blow was more forceful than the last, culminating in a final strike that caused the barrier to shatter like glass. Realizing the perilous nature of the situation, Mr. Irony disregarded his own taboos, drew his wand, and began to chant an incantation, preparing to harness darker, more forbidden magical forces. As he uttered the arcane words reminiscent of ancient scripts, a tempest swirled around him, a whirlwind spiraling up everything in its vicinity. Blue lightning crackled around his form, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all, absorbing and obliterating the surrounding debris. Simultaneously, his hair stood on end, beams of white light emanated from his eyes, and he began to levitate. An ominous, eerie darkness seeped from his being, causing the very space around him to quiver. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from his body, shooting skyward. With a resounding bang, Clark was propelled away by this irresistible force. Before he could touch the ground, a colossal hand made of stone grasped him. Paralyzed by the blinding light, Clark struggled helplessly, engulfed in excruciating torment. Bang! At a critical juncture, Eric charged forward, his fist crashing down upon the colossal stone that held Clark captive, shattering it to pieces. Harnessing the recently unlocked abilities of the Homeland template, Eric, albeit with some difficulty, managed to soar through the air towards the besieged Mr. Irony, enveloped in radiant beams. Recognizing that, as a mage, his adversary wielded powers beyond the reach of both himself and Clark, he resolved to confront him in close combat. Just as he soared to the foe's vicinity, a massive sword, measuring several meters in length, swung menacingly towards him. Eric deftly evaded the strike. In the perilous instant he narrowly avoided the blow, Mr. Irony, with eyes aglow in white light, surged towards him with a velocity rivaling Eric's own, ensnaring him with a rope conjured from his wand. Simultaneously, the wand's tip aimed menacingly at Eric's brain, attempting to infiltrate his mind and exert control over his thoughts. Chapter 46. A most bizarre mental realm once Mr. Irony's mental tendrils penetrated Eric's consciousness. He immediately discerned an extraordinary energy pulsating within. His ironic magic involved reciting spells in reverse, transforming ordinary words into potent influences over reality, thus enabling the casting of spells. For instance, uttering the incantation for unlocking a door in reverse would invert reality, allowing the spell to activate. The rationale behind this reversal lay in the understanding that mortals invoking magic invariably incur a cost. The irony served as a veil, a layer of subterfuge, allowing the caster to operate unnoticed by the original wielders of the magic. These original masters hailed from the abyss, the realm of darkness, entities too ineffable for mere mortals to confront. Yet, upon entering Eric's mental realm, Mr. Irony was immediately struck by an entity of similar yet far more sinister nature. The mental prowess within this vast, unfathomable domain far exceeded that of an ordinary individual, brimming with incomprehensible existence. Additionally, the eerie and terrifying intangible forces coalescing within perpetually consumed his probing mental energy. In the pitch-black void of space, cold clouds glimmered with a spectral blue luminescence. Amidst the chaos, the shadowy visage of Gotham emerged, only to be engulfed by an all-consuming darkness, where monstrous bat-like creatures with immense wings flitted through the gloom, their presence accompanied by the faint echo of Barbados. Indescribable cephalopods and nightmarish mermaid sculptures haunted the recesses of this realm. Even deeper within, he sensed the faint essence of the creators of magic. The oppressive darkness surrounding these creators seemed to stir with his exploration. Had he drawn their attention? As Mr. Irony probed the depths of this mental world, a chill of fear coursed through him, filling his heart with dread. Despite his esteemed reputation in the magical realm, he had never encountered such a bizarre and intricate mental landscape. He swore that, in comparison to this entity, the mental realm of Constantine, which he had always dreaded probing, appeared as pure as that of an angel. He had previously believed that the youth who shattered his elemental barrier was a monster, but now his perspective had shifted. This individual was 100 times more terrifying. The notion of controlling his adversary's thoughts was instantly discarded by Mr. Irony. His sole desire now was to escape the confines of the other's mental realm. Although Mr. Irony had explored much within Eric's psyche, the passage of time in the external world was merely a fleeting moment. Seeing the opponent's wand pointed at him, yet motionless, Eric seized this fortuitous opportunity to break free from the bindings of control, extending his hand to grasp the other's throat. Despite the electric presence enveloping his adversary, forming a formidable defense and continuously sapping his strength, as long as he could grasp the opponent's neck, he could render him speechless, even if he could not snap it. Dripping with sweat and mentally drained, Mr. Irony finally extricated himself from Eric's world after expending a considerable amount of mental energy. Upon returning to the real world, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his throat. Attempting to utter an ironic incantation, he found himself unable to speak due to Eric's grip. Simultaneously, Eric's eyes emitted crimson lasers that forcefully struck the opponent's face, causing the protective barrier of lightning and beams to dim significantly. In this precarious situation, Mr. Irony exerted all his strength to maintain the borrowed magic from the forbidden, preventing it from spiraling out of control. However, the intensity of Eric's thermal gaze continued to escalate. With a resounding thud, his right hand struck a powerful blow to Mr. Irony's chest. The blue lightning and beams that danced around his body dimmed once more. At the moment the barrier shattered, Mr. Irony was violently propelled backward, his throat crushed in an instant. The lethal thermal gaze that had been aimed at his face was narrowly redirected to his arm through a forced magical maneuver. Blood gushed forth as Mr. Irony's left hand was severed by the thermal beam. Enduring the excruciating pain, blood spilling from his mouth, he struggled to cast a spell to heal the wounds on his arm and throat. In this dire state, where even speaking was a challenge, Mr. Irony began contemplating his escape. He had no ties to this enigmatic owl organization and was disinterested in serving them. His only motivation for collaborating was the pursuit of a tome on dark magic that was in the possession of the owl organization. He had hoped for a simple task, but found himself facing such a formidable opponent, possessing unimaginable power and speed, as well as an astonishingly potent mental prowess that exceeded his expectations. Mr. Irony, despite the agony of his severed arm and wounded throat, summoned a portal using his artifacts. Meanwhile, within the confines of a stark and desolate apartment building, a dark-haired young girl was adorning herself in her father's magical attire, diligently practicing a recently acquired transfiguration spell. Suddenly, a portal erupted into existence within the room. In the next moment, the Riddler, bloodied and clutching his severed arm, staggered through the gateway. The astonished girl rushed to support her father. "Dad, don't speak, Satana." The Riddler, pierced by the searing gaze of Eric, could no longer endure the pain. With great effort, he waved his wand to close the portal. Zatanna, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, glimpsed through the portal at a figure adorned with an owl mask. A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes, emanating a chilling aura. That owl mask figure was the one who harmed my father. Zatanna clenched her teeth. You scoundrel! I will make you pay. Within the labyrinth of the Owl Council, Eric observed the Riddler's escape through the portal, retracting his blazing gaze. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to dispel the dizziness clouding his mind. He approached the debris-strewn ground, fixing his gaze upon Clark, who was half-kneeling and gasping for breath. The peculiar magical lightning not only paralyzed, but also steadily drained his strength, leaving Clark still struggling to recover. Clark, you never cease to amaze me. Eric locked eyes with him. I remember you promised me you would return to the farm. Clark caught his breath and stood. Yes, I lied. Didn't my father tell me that sometimes lies are necessary? Moreover, things have unfolded just as I feared. You have encountered some trouble. I believe my presence is essential, much like the last time you unexpectedly appeared behind Coach. What? Wouldn't you agree? Clark sighed toward the direction the Riddler had vanished, his expression tinged with complexity. I've never seen anything like that. Was it magic? You will witness much more in the future, but for now, you need to return home. As Eric's words resonated, a commotion erupted from the Owl Council nearby, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chapter 47. Darkseid is dead. Eric stands tall upon hearing the uproar emanating from the Owl Council chamber. Eric looked up. The council members, having witnessed the Riddler's defeat, were now gripped by fear at the display of power exhibited by the so-called patriots, abandoning their composure and reason, and hastily fleeing from their seats. With a sudden rush, Eric activated his super speed, instantly materializing within the Owl Council Hall. Seizing the neck of the panicked chairman, he mused, it appears that in this game of hide and seek, the final victory belongs to me. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he twisted his neck, his eyes beneath the owl mask glowing with a sinister crimson light. Who are you, truly? The speaker's neck was gripped tightly. His face flushed crimson as he exerted every ounce of strength to utter a few words from his throat. Having previously witnessed the clash between Eric and Mr. Irony, the visually stunning confrontation rendered his usually composed demeanor utterly shaken. It is indeed a perplexing dilemma. Eric tightened his hold on the adversary's throat, questioning. You claim to be the shadows of this city, the architects of its very essence. Yet how is it that you have failed to uncover my identity? Or are you merely a band of superficial rodents, feigning profundity in the sewers? Please spare me. The speaker, who had long held himself above others, self-proclaimed as divine, finally revealed his fear. I will provide you with everything you desire, fulfill any of your visions. Apologies, but I have grown weary of this game. If it were the Owls of Gotham, I might still find amusement in toying with them. But your time has come to exit the stage. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a beam of crimson heat vision erupted from his eyes. The wide arc of intense thermal energy struck the speaker's gaze, instantly liquefying his eye sockets. Releasing his grip, the speaker's lifeless body thudded heavily to the ground. The fleeing members of the council, upon witnessing the speaker's grim fate, erupted into even more terrified screams. A lady clad in an exquisite gown was running while shrieking, only to feel a sudden searing pain in her back the next moment, crashing against the wall near a bench, collapsing in a heap. The once ferocious council maiden, who had ruthlessly tortured her enemies, was pierced directly through the chest by the heat vision, her feet tripping, causing her to tumble before the owl statue. Lying there in silence, gasping for breath, her scorching face pressed against the ground, tears of fear and resentment streamed down, as hot and heavy as the blood of those she had slain. The lights above the council chamber flickered, sputtering before extinguishing. A man in a finely tailored black suit was struck by severed, electrified power lines, feeling an immediate dull impact that sent him into a frenzy, his body convulsing as he fell forward. Upon entering the Owl Council, Clark was met with a scene of bodies strewn across the floor, flickering lights, pools of crimson blood, and wires sparking intermittently. Eric, with an expression devoid of emotion, drew Clark's astonished gaze. You killed them? A pack of rodents. Their demise is inconsequential. Eric removed the owl mask he wore and casually discarded it to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. You need not mourn for them. Direct your sorrow towards those they have slain. But Clark's voice was filled with shock and bewilderment. Even if they are villains, they should be brought to justice. They're the law, Clark. Even the law cannot judge them. Eric's gaze turned progressively colder. The law serves to uphold these self-proclaimed aristocratic rats. If you wish to play by their rules, prepare for utter annihilation. So, stow away your futile sense of justice and compassion. Perhaps among these individuals, there lie innocents. They are not all terrorists, and one cannot generalize them. Clark's tone remained one of incomprehension. You should not act in this manner, Eric. Innocents? Perhaps there are, perhaps there are not, but who truly cares? A glimmer of calm, bordering on indifference, flickered in Eric's eyes. In a world where some adhere to the doctrine of the survival of the fittest, let us confront them in kind, rather than through the constraints of law and order. Clark fell silent momentarily, lifting his gaze to meet Eric's eyes. Eric, we're not deities. We possess no right to judge. I would never elevate myself to a judicial status due to my power. Instead, I am consumed by fear. Fear that my strength may inflict harm upon those around me. Fear that my power instills dread in this world. Eric, I do not wish for you to become that sort of person. That is precisely where we differ. Eric turned and walked away, adding, however, you're mistaken about one thing. I do not consider myself a god, for I possess the same vulnerabilities as every other soul in this world. Approaching a wall, he struck it with a powerful punch. The wall crumbled under his immense force, revealing a concealed space before him. Stepping over the debris, Eric entered the clandestine lair of the Owl Council. Inside this hidden chamber, various documents lay scattered atop shelves. Countless skulls were housed within a glass cabinet, each marked with a code name and name, presumably trophies of the Owl Council. At the center of the floor stood a metallic box, complexly locked, filled with various precious metals, rare material coins, and golden owl statues. The entirety of the Metropolitan Owl Council's wealth was likely contained within this very place. What is this? Eric was examining the secret space when Clark entered. Upon seeing the skulls in the glass cabinet, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. It appears to be some form of their spoils, Eric replied nonchalantly. Clark approached the glass cabinet, his emotions a tumultuous blend as he gazed at the skulls. His eyes inadvertently caught sight of an ancient book, its cover adorned with enigmatic patterns but devoid of a title, quietly resting at the bottom of the cabinet. Driven by curiosity, Clark moved closer and retrieved the mysterious tome. He gently turned the slightly heavy first page, and suddenly his consciousness wavered. The space around him distorted, plunging him into darkness. Upon regaining clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Amidst the ruins of a desolate landscape, he donned a blue-black bodysuit, a cloak billowing behind him as he descended slowly from the sky. Eric, clad in a dark uniform, floated before him, wielding a trident that pierced a grotesque, dark-skinned head with crimson eyes. Before the two individuals, several peculiar figures adorned in bizarre attire stood, including one dressed as a bat and a woman clad in resplendent red and gold battle armor, crowned with a flying diadem. The individuals on the ground stared in shock at the steel fork in Eric's hand, their eyes brimming with disbelief and terror. Darkseid is dead. Eric, suspended in midair, slowly uttered these words. Chapter 48. The Unveiling Crisis. Clark? A familiar voice roused Clark from his stupor. The desolate landscape of ruins and the image of Eric brandishing the steel fork, proclaiming Darkseid's demise, abruptly vanished. His consciousness returned to his mind, extracting him from the jarring vision, re-establishing his sensory connection to reality. Are you all right? Eric inquired, furrowing his brow as he observed Clark, who was lost in thought while clutching a book. I'm fine. Clark exhaled deeply, still haunted by the recent vision. It had been so vivid that he questioned whether it was an accidental glimpse into the future or merely a figment of his imagination. Casting a wary glance at Eric, he recalled the image in which Eric appeared as a terrifying figure, while he himself seemed to stand beside him. What had truly transpired? This book, Eric, unaware of Clark's inner turmoil and apprehension, seized the ancient-looking tome from Clark's grasp. Sensing the malevolent aura emanating from it, he glanced at the text, which was interspersed with obscure ancient Latin and archaic English, detailing bizarre sacrificial rites and magical ceremonies. It seems to pertain to dark magic, which is ill-suited for your vibrant youth, Clark. Eric casually closed the book and stowed it away, simultaneously tossing the documents from the cabinet into a box, along with precious metallic currencies and gold, packaging them as spoils from this encounter. Are you truly planning to take all of this with you? Clark hesitantly asked, observing Eric rummaging through the hidden chamber. Should I leave it here for a fortunate soul to discover? Clark faltered, his expression turning peculiar. Memories of the green bills Eric had concealed beneath the bed surfaced. Could those have been acquired in a similar manner? Unsure whether to persuade Eric, He wrestled with the moral implications of their actions. Despite knowing these were ill-gotten gains, he felt uneasy about Eric's approach. Amidst his internal conflict, Eric continued to gather all valuable items from the chamber into the metallic box. "Will you remain here to pray for the Owl Man, or will you depart, Clark?" Eric inquired, taking a couple of steps forward while holding the box. Clark hesitated for a moment, glancing at the lifeless body lying in the distance before swiftly following in Eric's footsteps. That night, at the Luther Manor, fire trucks and police vehicles were stationed at the entrance as firefighters battled the blaze, meticulously inspecting the damage to the water pipes and electrical circuits. Lex leaned against his luxurious car, his expression impassive as he observed his father, who had just arrived from Metropolis. "You promised me you would ensure my safety, which evidently includes bombing my friends with a rocket launcher?" Lex inquired, his tone accusatory. "I am merely concerned for your well-being." "Lex," Lionel replied, adjusting his glasses with a calm demeanor. "No, you care for no one, neither for me nor anyone else." Lex's tone grew heavier. "Even if I were to perish today, your world would continue to revolve as it always has. I even suspect that you ordered those mercenaries to prioritize capturing enemies alive, even at the cost of my life. Otherwise, it does not explain why Clark remains in the hall while those men dare to fire inside. They would go so far as to destroy my estate and harm my friends." Lex cast a glance at the now-ruined manor, his voice brimming with incredulity. Little did he know that Clark had already escaped, believing that both Clark and the Owlman were buried beneath the rubble. "Anger will not resolve matters, Lex." Lionel maintained his placid, even indifferent tone. "Oh, is that so?" Lex scoffed. "I also understand that unexpressed anger only breeds deeper resentment. Like this." He produced an owl mask and threw it at his father. "What is this?" "The mask worn by those assassins. You told me there was no Owl Council in Metropolis, swearing it was a falsehood. And now, don't tell me this is merely the prank of a jester who delights in owl masks. You have been deceiving me all along." Faced with Lex's accusations, Lionel fell silent for a few moments. "Lex, I am trying to protect you, to keep you away from those untouchable entities. I can govern my own life and know how to steer my own course, without needing others to dictate my actions. Do you understand? The first lesson I learned in the Luther family was to confront the invincible foes. Never allow anyone to tell you that you cannot." Lex tempered his anger, responding instead with a tone of detachment and mockery. Lionel's demeanor remained unchanged. "Lex, sometimes you will succeed. You may believe you have touched the truth, that you have vanquished your enemies, but that is merely what your foes wish for you to perceive. Some matters cannot be judged by surface appearances." "Uh-huh." Lex nodded, sarcastically retorting, "I know what you are implying. Churchill's adage, that extreme complexity contains extreme simplicity. Your labyrinthine logic serves but a singular, simple purpose for my own good. Trust me, Father, this is a rhetorical deceit, and I am not gifted with the talent of perpetual deception." Having delivered his thoughts to his father, Lex turned and departed. Lionel gazed at Lex's retreating figure with a complex expression, waiting until it vanished from sight before instructing his subordinates to drive away. Concurrently, at a considerable distance from Luther Manor, Eric and Clark finally returned home to Kent Farm. The night was shrouded in darkness, enveloping the farm in a serene stillness. Weary and battered, with garments that were practically non-existent, Clark pushed open the door. He collapsed onto the sofa, leaning back in exhaustion. The events of the night had been tumultuous, and he needed a moment to collect himself, both physically and mentally. Eric placed a metallic box outside and opened the door, intending to change his clothes. However, he froze at the sight before him. Jonathan and Martha stood solemnly on the staircase leading to the second floor, their gazes fixed upon the disheveled pair. "Clark, Eric, I believe we need to have a serious discussion," Jonathan said as he descended the stairs, approaching Clark, who was sprawled on the sofa. "Dad, weren't you in Metropolis?" Clark exclaimed, startled as he sat up. "Given the events at Luther Manor, I didn't think Martha and I could remain there any longer." Jonathan's eyes drifted to the metallic box behind Eric. "Eric, what is that behind you?" After a brief pause, Eric prepared to weave a necessary yet benevolent falsehood for his parents. A tense expression crossed Clark's face as he turned to his father, saying that ISNT hours. Jonathan was taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Clark. "If at ISNT yours, why is it in your possession?" "Clark, you are aware of our boundaries." "Yes, I know," Clark admitted, glancing nervously at Eric, who remained expressionless. "Clark, both you and Eric possess extraordinary gifts. I do not wish for you to squander such talents. You must understand what is permissible and what is utterly forbidden. As Jonathan spoke, he moved closer to Eric. This applies to you as well, Eric. You know the standards I expect from you. Use your abilities judiciously, as we agreed, correct? I understand, Eric nodded, comprehending his father's concerns, which stemmed from the fear that he and Clark might exploit their extraordinary powers for illicit purposes. So, Clark, what is it that you have contained in the box? After admonishing his sons, Jonathan finally posed the pivotal question. Clark hesitated, ready to articulate his premeditated excuse, when suddenly the door creaked open. Lex Luthor stepped inside. Apologies, Mr. Jonathan, but this is something I asked Clark and Eric to help me safeguard. The occupants of the room, particularly Clark, were taken aback by Lex's unexpected arrival. Lex? Clark said, surprised. Sorry for dropping in unannounced, Clark, Lex replied. Lex offered an apologetic smile to Clark before approaching the astonished Jonathan, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jonathan. Jonathan did not reciprocate the handshake, frowning as he replied. I do not believe my son's association with the Luthor family is sufficiently close for such familiarity. Lex, unfazed by the dismissal, naturally withdrew his hand. I find myself in a bit of trouble. My estate has suffered damage, and I have entrusted Clark with some valuables for safekeeping. You know, the reconstruction of an estate is a rather protracted endeavor. Wouldn't you agree, Clark? Lex inquired. Indeed, Clark sighed in relief, nodding repeatedly, grateful that Lex had come to his aid at such a crucial moment. I am aware my son attended a party at your estate and was subsequently assaulted by unidentified individuals. Jonathan's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Perhaps you should keep your distance from my son. That way, the troubles you attract will not ensnare Clark. I apologize, Mr. Jonathan, Lex replied, a touch awkwardly, rubbing his nose. I am grateful to Clark. We do not require gratitude. We need to maintain an appropriate distance, Jonathan retorted. Martha, sensing her husband's escalating hostility, Martha interjected. You are speaking rather excessively today. Clark, Eric, and their friends may have something to discuss. We ought to afford them some space. Upon hearing his wife's words, Jonathan ceased his derisive remarks towards Lex, casting a final glance before turning to ascend the stairs with Martha. Lex, thank you. Once his parents had retreated upstairs, Clark sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude to Lex. No, I should be the one thanking you. I am delighted to know you are unharmed, Clark. Lex replied cheerfully. After exchanging a few words with Clark, Lex approached Eric, who was preparing to depart, extending his hand. You must be Eric, correct? I am Lex Luthor. I have read your work. It is truly a marvel of imaginative brilliance. Eric glanced at Lex's outstretched hand. I always thought that ambitious individuals and capitalists had little leisure for reading. In truth, reading allows capitalists to discern the essence of society. For the ambitious, it provides a means to justify their actions when the time is ripe, enabling them to seek excuses for transgressing moral boundaries without guilt. You are quite unabashed in admitting your identity as both a capitalist and an ambitious individual, Eric remarked. Although his impression of Lex was not as negative as his father's, it was far from favorable. I know you, Lex Luthor. I can sense the selfishness and hypocrisy that permeate your being, and I am aware of the underhanded tactics you employ. If you wish to avoid attracting insurmountable troubles, I suggest you temper your insatiable curiosity and refrain from your clandestine maneuvers. Otherwise, you may not always be so fortunate. After confronting Lex, Eric turned on his heel and departed, leaving Lex lost in thought. Are you all right, Lex? Clark approached and gently patted the pensive Lex on the shoulder. I'm fine, Lex replied with a smile, then inquired, Clark, how did you manage to escape the manor? Clark's expression soured as he struggled to find the right words. The following morning, at Smallville High, it's truly wonderful to see you back safe, Clark, Peter exclaimed, playfully thumping Clark on the chest, but I always knew you would be fine. After all, you are the indomitable Superman. I'm not Peter. If it weren't for sheer luck, I wouldn't have gotten away so easily. Clark replied with a hint of resignation. Shouldn't we be focusing on the fact that there was a grave terrorist attack yesterday? Chloe interjected, her dissatisfaction palpable. Although no students were harmed, the entire Luthor estate was obliterated. I don't understand why everyone is acting as if nothing happened. Chloe, you seem to underestimate the Luthor family's public relations prowess. They will ensure that anything detrimental is swiftly forgotten, just as they did with my parents, Peter said, his disdain for Lex evident. So, you'd best remain silent, or the principal might shut down your little press room. By the way, Peter quickly pivoted, About this week's community event, Clark, will you accompany me? I certainly don't wish to spend a day conversing with those denture-clad elderly residents alone. Didn't you mention that you met an old man who can foresee the future? Chloe teased. Foresee the future? At the mention of this phrase, Clark felt a stirring within him. He suddenly recalled the vision he had witnessed. Eric, brandishing a pitchfork embedded in a head, whispering that Darkseid was dead. Could that also be a glimpse into a possible future? Chapter 50. These are merely sceneries along life's journey. Every student is required to complete 30 hours of community service, yet I chose not to serve as a lifeguard during the girls' swimming class. Instead, I opted to engage in conversation with the denture-wearing elderly. Do you know why, Clark? Peter, clad in caregiver attire, posed the question. I don't know. Clark was preoccupied with the apocalyptic vision he had encountered the previous night. Crumbling edifices, charred earth, a riven sky, and plumes of smoke rising from the distant city. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, embodied by Eric, who appeared as a formidable ruler. Such a striking and terrifying image compelled his mind to wander. Could it be that Eric would become a dominator of the world in the future? Given his understanding of his brother, both in terms of strength and character, it was indeed plausible. But why would he find himself as Eric's accomplice in that future? If Eric were to assume the role of a dictator, his inherent nature would undoubtedly lead him to thwart any opposition, rather than embark on a similar path. So, what transpires in the future? Clark, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts, was jolted back to reality by Peter's gentle pat on his shoulder. Apologies, I was somewhat distracted, Clark confessed. Ever since you entered the nursing home, you've been lost in thought. It seems you have yet to recover from the harrowing escape at Luther Manor. Peter remarked with a shrug. I was merely contemplating a few matters, Clark replied, shaking his head before swiftly redirecting the conversation. So, why did you abandon your position as a lifeguard for the girls' swimming class in favor of accompanying the elderly? The truth is, a girl I know quite well is volunteering at this very nursing home. Peter winked at Clark. Thus, Clark, I must delegate 70% of the accompanying duties to you, so I can carve out some time to engage with her. I knew it, Peter, Clark sighed. Do not despair, Clark. Chloe often says that the true essence of love is friendship. I hold our camaraderie in high regard. I would rather forego such love, Clark retorted. As they conversed, the two arrived at the door of the elderly woman they were to accompany. Before they could knock, a voice from within beckoned them. It appears I have 2 companions to read with me today. Young men, do not linger outside. Come in. Hesitantly, Clark pushed the door open, entering alongside Peter. Inside sat a kind-looking elderly lady adorned with sunglasses, comfortably nestled in a single armchair, a book in her hands, and a warm smile directed at the two of them. How did you know there were 2 of us? Clark inquired, intrigued. He was beginning to believe the predictions of Peter and Chloe. Though my eyes may fail me, my ears are keen. I could hear your shoes clattering on the floor from afar, the lady replied, removing her glasses with a leisurely demeanor. Clark was momentarily silenced by the elderly woman's enigmatic presence. Do you truly possess the ability to foresee the future, Miss Cassandra? He managed to ask, regaining his composure. Ah, if you mean the sort of fortune-telling that relies on mystical divination, I must confess I do not, she said, placing her book aside. Please sit down, young man. Just as Peter was about to take a seat, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he turned to Clark with a look of exasperation. A sudden situation has arisen, Clark. Please keep Ms. Cassandra company. I shall return shortly. With that, he hastily exited. What an impetuous young man. The elderly lady remarked with a smile, patting the seat beside her, inviting Clark to sit. What shall I call you? She inquired. Clark Kent. He replied as he settled into the chair. Kent, come closer. The elderly woman gestured for Clark to approach, gently grasping his hand. Instantly, a warmth radiated between their clasped hands, and Clark's right hand began to tremble subtly under the elder's touch. The surrounding space warped, and his consciousness was abruptly transported to an unfamiliar realm. Amidst a torrential downpour, Clark found himself standing in a cemetery. A thunderclap resounded, illuminating the night as if it were day. Soaked by the rain, he cast his gaze upon the nearby gravestones. Jonathan Kent, Martha Kent. The names of his parents were etched prominently on 2 conspicuous tombstones. Not far away, Eric emerged through the deluge, advancing slowly towards him. The other man's eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light, casting a chilling aura in the darkness. With a sudden surge, a beam of heat struck Clark's chest. Although his steel-like body withstood the initial impact, the immense force propelled him backward, crashing against a gravestone and tumbling to the ground. Before he could rise, Eric activated his super speed, appearing at Clark's side in an instant, grasping his neck in an attempt to snap it. Clark's eyes glowed with red light as he gritted his teeth, fighting back against Eric's grip. With a fierce roar, Clark unleashed a beam of crimson laser, mirroring Eric's own, as he strained to break free from his adversary's hold. Yet, Eric retaliated with a powerful punch to Clark's cheek, sending him sprawling across the muddy ground. Rolling in the mire, Clark's forehead pulsed with veins, his eyes emitting a fierce red heat vision directed at Eric. Unyielding, Eric activated his own heat vision, and two beams of potent energy collided in midair. "No!" Clark gasped, emerging from the illusion, breathless and astonished as he turned to the elderly woman. He had glimpsed his parents' gravestones and realized Eric intended to kill him. How could this be? Was this truly his future? Overwhelmed by fear and disbelief, Clark staggered backward, crashing into a chair within the room. "Kent, did you see that too?" The elderly woman seemed equally taken aback by the astonishing scene her consciousness had witnessed. Trembling, she extended her hand. "I must tell you, child, you have merely glimpsed certain landscapes along your life's journey. They're not fixed. What you choose to do is entirely up to you. Do not take it as truth." No. Clark's emotions reached a breaking point. In a flash, he activated his super speed and vanished from the room in an instant. The now blind elderly woman felt a gust of wind, sensing Clark's abrupt departure from the space. She withdrew her outstretched hand, sighed, and concealed her face. A sense of regret washed over her, following her complete blindness. She had gained the extraordinary ability to glimpse fragments of others' future lives. However, this gift often felt like a burdensome shackle, weighing heavily upon both herself and those around her. Chapter 51. The whispers of the wind. After soaring, you seem somewhat anxious, Clark, Jonathan remarked, removing his dust goggles to address his son. "I merely believe that you and Mom should prioritize safety. Safety first? ISNT that, right? This work can be entrusted to me. I excel at it," Clark replied. Jonathan switched off the noisy cutting machine and exchanged a glance with his wife. "Cutting wood is a normal activity on the farm. ISNT it? Seriously, Clark, what is troubling you?" Noticing Clark's furrowed brow and pensive demeanor, Jonathan realized something was amiss with his son's mood. Clark hesitated, settling himself on a pile of grain in the barn. "I met an elderly woman at the nursing home. I know this sounds insane, but she has the ability to foresee the future." "What did she tell you?" His mother, Martha, inquired. I saw an accident involving you both, and it frightens me," Clark admitted, his eyes reflecting confusion. "I don't understand what this ability to see the future signifies." Jonathan set aside his goggles and responded. "You must not allow an old woman's vague prophecies to intimidate you. She might simply be trying to frighten you. Moreover, I have seen visions of the future in other places." Peter also mentioned that Ms. Cassandra's predictions are remarkably accurate. Clark was unconvinced that it was merely an attempt to frighten him. "No one can predict the future, Clark," Martha stated calmly. "But what if she is right? I must take action. I will not stand idly by and watch it happen." Clark's voice brimmed with agitation. "No one can foresee the future. And even if she could, it cannot be controlled." Jonathan donned his oversized dust goggles once more and restarted the cutting machine. "Fate is unpredictable and cannot be altered, Clark. There is no need for you to be troubled." The jarring sound of the cutting machine resumed within the barn, amplifying Clark's restlessness. In the cornfields of the farm, Eric stood beneath the azure sky, closing his eyes. The ancestral template within him had reached an 85 unlock status since his battle with Mr. Irony. Not only had his super strength and speed intensified, but his senses of sight and hearing had also significantly improved. Most importantly, his ability to fly had been fully unlocked. Opening his eyes, he knelt, fists pressed against the ground. Boom! With a powerful thrust of his feet, he propelled himself forward like a missile. Upon landing, the force of his descent caused an explosive rupture in the earth, sending soil flying outward. Utilizing the force of recoil, he propelled himself once more into the air. Mastering his balance, he guided his body ever upward. This time, he did not plummet. Rather, he ascended like a missile launched toward the heavens, soaring straight into the sky. The roaring wind whistled past his ears, and the clouds in the cerulean expanse drew nearer. As he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of flight, the collective dream of humanity's desire to soar, buried deep within Eric, surged forth, compelling him to unleash his fervor in a resounding shout. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, as he accelerated without breaking the sound barrier, he suddenly encountered an invisible barrier. His speed plummeted, and he began to lose control over his body, spiraling uncontrollably back to Earth. Meanwhile, in the barn, Jonathan and Martha, having just finished cutting wood, emerged to behold a breathtaking sight. In the distance, a figure tumbled through the sky, hurtling downward at an alarming velocity. With a deafening crash, it collided with the windmill that powered the farm. The earth-shattering sound resonated as the towering windmill, standing several meters high, collapsed as if struck by a missile. Jonathan and Martha exchanged astonished glances before hastening towards the wreckage. Coughing amidst the debris, Eric emerged from the dust-laden ruins, spotting his parents rushing to his side. Jonathan's expression transformed into one of shock as he caught sight of Eric. Reacting instinctively, he rushed to assist his son from the rubble. "I'm sorry, Dad. I broke the windmill," Eric apologized as he extricated himself from the debris. "No, that's not important." Jonathan managed to suppress his astonishment, exchanging a glance with the equally stunned Martha. "Eric, have you learned to fly?" "It appears so, but I'm not quite proficient yet," which led to the mishap. Eric admitted, twisting his neck, recalling the unfortunate face-first landing that had jarred his joints. Jonathan grappled with his emotions. Shock, relief, or perhaps pride. Unaware of his parents' expressions, Eric was lost in contemplation of why he had fallen from the sky. Taking a deep breath, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, extending his left arm forward. In an instant, his body surged forward, soaring straight ahead at a height of 3 or 4 meters above the ground. The force of the rushing air sliced through the atmosphere, sending shockwaves across the cornfield below. The cornstalks bowed and fell, bowled over by the powerful gusts. In the verdant sea of green, the turbulence created by Eric's rapid flight rippled outward like waves on a tranquil sea. After flying a short distance close to the ground, his trajectory shifted to ascend vertically. His form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant from the sight of the Kent couple. Beneath the cerulean sky, amidst the pristine white clouds, Eric's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear moments later. Bang, bang, bang. The faint yet resonant sound of thunderous impacts echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of a tempest. This was the sonic boom resulting from Eric's speed surpassing the sound barrier. Conical clouds formed in the air, gradually fading into nothingness. Observing this striking spectacle, Jonathan and Martha found themselves engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Particularly Martha, who covered her mouth in astonishment. "Our son can soar through the sky like a bird. Indeed, it is astonishing. He has achieved what no one else in this world could accomplish." Jonathan embraced his wife's shoulders, feeling a surge of excitement as he grappled with his complex and tumultuous feelings. "He has always been our son, has he not? Like Clark, he bears our hopes and love. I never imagined our son could reach such heights. We should take pride in him. Yes, Eric is our son, and he always will be." Yet, a sense of unutterable loss unexpectedly welled up within Martha, as if her son was gradually drifting away from her. Meanwhile, Jonathan felt a weight in his heart. What exactly do Eric and Clark bear for this world? Chapter 52. Establishing a correct value system in Smallville at the new Luthor Manor. Lex rose from the billiard table after potting the final ball. Setting the cue aside, he wiped the sweat from his brow and picked up the latest newspaper. The headline that caught his eye was about Gotham's recently emerged Dark Knight, Batman, as he perused a lengthy article detailing Batman's crusade against crime. A furrow formed on Lex's brow. "Darling, you seem rather upset. Are you all right?" Victoria entered with a bottle of Dom P. Rignon champagne. "I'm quite well, especially after witnessing Sir Harry's hostile takeover of my father's company," Lex replied. "Dear, that was the agreement we made, wasn't it? This is your first step in taking control of your father's business." Victoria placed the champagne on the table. "I think this calls for a celebration. I don't believe the end of my war with my father. This phase of our conflict warrants a celebration," Lex remarked, casting a glance at the champagne. "You have seemed burdened with melancholy and worry lately, Lex." Victoria's alluring gaze locked onto him as she gently wrapped her arms around his neck. "Generally, melancholy arises from one's inadequacies, and worry stems from unfulfilled desires. For me, I have never been anxious due to my shortcomings or unfulfilled wants. The emotions I exhibit are rooted in a certain fear of the unknown." Lex maintained his calm demeanor in the face of her allure. "The unknown?" Victoria gazed at the newspaper resting on the table, pondering the Dark Knight, Batman, and Lex. "Is the unknown you speak of merely these urban legends? I am familiar with Gotham. It is a city starkly different from Metropolis, where wealth breeds boundless crime. The madness and resentment harbored by the downtrodden toward this city surpasses all else. A night, a figure masquerading as a superhero, Batman, merely engages in another form of transgression. The presence of such a figure will not diminish the anger of the deranged and the marginalized toward Gotham. Lex remarked on the newly emerged Batman. Perhaps this man in spandex believes his rationale is sound, yet the world does not bend to the logic of any individual. When a canvas exists, and each person adds their stroke, the result becomes quite peculiar. Imposing one's thoughts upon others in pursuit of personal justice will only plunge this city further into chaos. It seems you harbor disdain for Batman's actions. It is merely an inability to align with a certain ideology. Lex shook his head and returned to the matter at hand. What progress has been made regarding Sir Harry's investigation into the Owl Council? Not much so far. My father claims he has never heard of such an organization. Victoria shrugged. Lex pondered for a moment and said, I hope you return to Metropolis soon. It is safer than Smallville. Are you concerned that the owl assassin who attacked you last time may come again? It is a possibility, Lex nodded. After bidding farewell to his girlfriend, Lex sat heavily on the sofa. The corpse of the owl assassin bore signs of burning. How did that occur? Was it Clark's doing, or was it that enigmatic Eric who shrouds himself in mist? Or perhaps some unknown force? What he truly feared was this uncontrollable unknown. If faced with tangible foes, he possessed the courage to confront them, yet the existence of the unknown left him weary. Nightfall enveloped Kent Farm. Eric was diligently attending to the ham and bread before him. The sonic booms he had experienced during the day as aerial sprints had severely drained his energy, even without breaching the atmosphere. Flying? Clark looked at Eric in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. In truth, your mother and I were equally surprised, Clark. Jonathan set down his knife. We are unaware of the principles at play. Is it a phenomenon akin to the high and low pressure flows of an airplane wing that generates lift? Or some other reason entirely? We know nothing. Thus, we can only attribute it to some innate talent of Eric S. As Clark listened to his father's words, the pizza he chewed lost its appeal. A pang of envy toward Eric arose within him, accompanied by a subtle sense of loss and frustration. Despite knowing these emotions were unwelcome, they surged forth uncontrollably. Clark. Mother Martha gently patted Clark's hand. I recall that you used to float in your sleep. There was even an occasion when you collapsed the bed. Do you remember? I do, Clark replied to his mother, but that only happened a few times. It hasn't occurred since. Clark, that suggests you possess the ability to fly, just like Eric. It simply remains dormant within you, Jonathan remarked. Perhaps, Clark said, somewhat disheartened as he set down his pizza. He longed for the freedom of soaring in the sky like a bird. Lost in his thoughts, Clark suddenly recalled a scene from a previous vision. Eric stood before him, descending slowly from the heavens, and he followed behind, cloaked and flying through the air. If that was the future, it indicated that he too had awakened his gift of flight. Clark's heart surged with excitement. However, that exhilaration was soon doused with cold reality. No, that was not the future he desired, nor one he could accept. I have a question, Eric interrupted Clark's reverie after finishing his ham. What would happen if a poor soul fell from a great height, accelerating at 32 feet per second, ultimately reaching a speed of 120 kilometers per hour? At that moment, I happened to spot her, and I dived down to catch her. What would occur next, Clark? Eric gazed at Clark with a questioning look. Clark pondered for a moment. Uncertain. I'm not sure. Perhaps you would save her. No, I believe the scientific explanation would be that upon touching my arm, she would be split into 3 pieces. Eric shared a classic Superman joke. Unfortunately, Clark failed to grasp Eric's dark humor and furrowed his brow. Perhaps you have a better method, Eric. Clark began to contemplate seriously how one might catch a person plummeting at 120 kilometers per hour. Jonathan and Martha exchanged glances, recognizing the importance of instilling the right values in their younger son. Chapter 53, Dark Magic and Hormones. Clark, are you afraid that the future predicted by Ms. Cassandra will come to pass? Peter quietly asked Clark as they walked to biology class. Yes, though it sounds insane, she revealed some troubling visions to me, and I cannot quite articulate that feeling. Clark, I understand that feeling, Peter affirmed, not doubting Clark as Jonathan and Martha did, but rather empathizing with him. When I first met Ms. Cassandra, she told me that my journey home today would be rather long. I then rummaged through my pockets and realized that I had locked my car keys inside the vehicle. Perhaps fate is something that could be glimpsed. As the two conversed, they entered the biology laboratory. This biology class was a mixed course, thus students from other classes were present as well. After taking their seats, Peter nudged Clark's arm and whispered, Hey, Clark, Eric is right behind you. I know, Clark replied weakly. Have you had a falling out recently? You used to greet Eric whenever you saw him, but now Peter shrugged, the unspoken words hanging in the air. No, I just feel uncertain about how to handle the conflict I witnessed involving Eric in Ms. Cassandra's prediction of the future, Clark explained, a hint of confusion in his voice. Although I'm unaware of what you saw, Clark, you cannot hold others accountable for events that have yet to transpire. Especially when he is your family, Peter asserted earnestly. I understand. It is not about blaming Eric, but rather my struggle to confront him. Well, that entirely depends on you. Brother, Peter replied, falling silent as he glanced backward. Chloe and Lana sat together, seemingly having become close friends, whispering to one another. Lana appeared restless, frequently glancing to her left, where Eric was seated, frowning over a book that he held in his hands, evidently grappling with a challenging problem. After a brief moment of silent mourning for his brother's romantic plight, Peter turned back around. Under Lana's watchful gaze, Eric was engrossed in a tome of magic acquired from the Owl Council. While his interest in magic was rather lukewarm, he found it a suitable pastime to pass the time. The text contained various incantations and rituals related to making pacts with demons or summoning malevolent spirits, predominantly concerning Hell and Lucifer, alongside dubious spells of uncertain efficacy. Eric even stumbled upon a spell for resurrecting the dead. Lucifer, you say? Closing the ominous tome, Eric fell into contemplation. As far as he knew, the world was home to a cadre of sorcerer superheroes, such as Constantine, Dr. Fate, Swamp Thing, and Zatanna. Where there is light, shadows must also exist, some villainous magical figures, including Lucifer, the three lords of hell, and the first fallen, often roamed the earth. Eric had no desire to intersect with these individuals and was disinterested in the conflicts of the magical realm. As for the spellbook, it served merely as a diversion for his idle moments. What was considered a rare treasure by ordinary people appeared to him as merely a toxin designed to ensnare mortals. While Eric was lost in thought, a student wheeled a teaching projector into the aisle to his left. Peter, seated at the front, caught sight of the projector and remarked to Clark, "This is fantastic." What? Every year, that old-timer, Mr. Kowalski, screens a vintage film as a summary of our biology course. Peter replied feebly. Clark, gazing at the projector, inquired of Peter, "Who informed you? Was it your brother?" "No, it was my father," Peter responded. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Clark replied, "I trust it cannot be that dreadful, Peter. Good morning." As the two conversed, a striking figure entered the classroom. A woman with a voluptuous physique and cascading golden waves donned a light green dress, striding into the room with an aura of confidence. There has been a slight hiccup in Mr. Kowalski's teaching career. I am your new biology instructor, here to enlighten you on health and human development. My name is Akins. She turned to the blackboard and inscribed her name. The scant fabric enveloping her curves captivated the attention of the entire class, particularly Peter, whose eyes widened in fascination as he clutched Clark's arm, unable to contain his excitement. I apologize for the less-than-ideal air quality here, but we will soon be screening a film, so we must endure this moment together, Ms. Akins smiled, moving to the window to draw the curtains. The slow and alluring motion of drawing the curtains showcased her figure to all the male students. I can hardly wait for this moment, Peter gulped, his gaze fixed on Ms. Akins. Clark remained silent, feeling somewhat parched. We are about to commence the film. I hope none of you doze off, or I shall have to make some considerations on your report cards, Ms. Akins declared as she walked down the aisle to the projector, bending slightly to address Eric, who had been engrossed in his book, seemingly oblivious to her presence. And even if you find the film uninteresting, you must endure it. Wouldn't you agree, Eric? Not far away, Lana furrowed her brows, as if she recognized Eric. Not surprising. Though a bit aloof, Eric's popularity at school surpasses our expectations, she mused. Chloe observed Eric closing his book, still maintaining his indifferent demeanor, and mischievously remarked, I now believe that Eric's poker face, while occasionally aloof, often proves unexpectedly effective against such overly hormonal women. Lana, listening to Chloe's banter, let a slight smile creep onto her lips. All members of the animal kingdom, from the simplest unicellular organisms to the most complex mammals, are devoted to the propagation of their offspring, ensuring that each individual can pass on its genetic material to the next generation. The voice of the film's narration resonated slowly, accompanied by visuals of animals entwined, causing Lana's cheeks to blush slightly. Clark felt a bead of sweat trickle down as he glanced at Ms. Akins, who, due to the warm weather, was also perspiring profusely, beads of sweat rolling down her skin. Clark swallowed hard, immediately feeling an uncontrollable surge of heat rise within him, his eyes ablaze with a burning sensation. In the next instant, the movie screen that held his gaze erupted into flames. Chapter 54. Days as Superman's mentor in the comic universe. Initially, it was but a few flickering embers on the screen, but soon the fire spread rapidly, engulfing the entire movie backdrop. The students watching the film screamed in terror, hastily fleeing the classroom. Clark stood in shock, staring at the flames before him, momentarily frozen. Did I cause this? We need to leave, Clark, Peter urged, unaware of the fire's connection to Clark, pulling him towards the exit. All right, everyone, remain calm and exit the classroom in an orderly fashion, leaving your books behind. Akins maintained a level head, calling out to the panicking students. In the back of the room, Eric observed the burning screen and then glanced at Clark, who stumbled out, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Has Clark awakened his heat vision? We ought to discuss this further, Clark. At the Kent farm, Jonathan looked at Clark. Dad, no one was hurt. Eric extinguished the flames before they spread, so everyone is safe, Clark explained to his parents. Then, I require an explanation. Jonathan set down his cup of water, addressing Clark. How did you ignite the movie screen? Clark helplessly replied. My eyes felt hot, almost like they were on fire. Then flames erupted where I was looking, just like Eric. He glanced at Eric, who possessed a similar ability to ignite objects with his gaze. Eric has always been able to control his heat vision, Clark, Jonathan remarked. But it seems you struggle with yours. What am I supposed to do? Clark's suppressed negative emotions began to surface, his tone growing heavier. I want to control it. I don't wish to harm anyone. So is this all my fault? Clark. As he turned away in frustration, Martha rose to gently comfort him. Your father and I merely wish to understand what transpired. It seems Clark's hormones were triggered, leading to the loss of control over his eyes, Eric remarked calmly, setting aside a newspaper introducing Gotham's new hero. Today's biology teacher was replaced by a rather attractive female teacher, who showed a film. A film? Yes, a sex education film. Upon hearing Eric mention a sex education film, Jonathan and Martha exchanged bewildered glances. This is complicated, Jonathan murmured after a brief silence. Indeed, it may truly be related to hormones. Martha nodded, her expression slightly awkward. Clark, gulping down a large glass of water in one breath, felt no relief from his troubled emotions as he turned to his parents and asked, So, have I become an arsonist? He could not comprehend why his parents regarded his newly awakened talent with such scrutiny. Why did they not exhibit this attitude when Eric had previously unlocked his ability to fly? No, son, you're certainly not an arsonist. We must handle this matter just as we manage your other abilities, Jonathan replied. Eric has gone through a similar phase as you. Now he can control his powers, and I believe he can impart some wisdom in this regard. Jonathan cast a meaningful glance at Eric. Eric, you need to guide Clark. Becoming a mentor to Clark? Although he had little interest in this role, Eric ultimately nodded in agreement upon seeing the concern in his parents' eyes. Martha, relieved to see Eric acquiesce, approached Clark and comforted him. It will just take a little time. I believe you will gain mastery over it. During this period, you need to stay at home and refrain from going out. I understand, Clark replied, nodding in resignation. Despite his deep-seated frustration at being confined indoors, he ultimately chose to heed his parents' counsel for the sake of other safety. In the back of the farm, Clark followed Eric, suddenly recalling a scene he had witnessed with Ms. Cassandra. He envisioned himself battling Eric in the graveyard, where Eric had him in a chokehold, attempting to break his neck, while his own eyes emitted crimson lasers in defiance. Reflecting on his recently awakened powers filled Clark with a sense of dread. Ms. Cassandra's prophecy was unfolding before him. Was that scene truly a glimpse into his future? Clark. Eric's voice jolted him from his turbulent thoughts. He looked up to find himself in an open area, with Eric standing before him, his expression serious. If you continue to be distracted, your release will remain indefinitely postponed. Though not particularly keen on teaching Clark, Eric was determined to take the responsibility seriously, immediately launching into a lecture. Sorry, I was lost in thought, Eric. I promise I won't be distracted again. Clark hurriedly apologized to his brother, feeling a strange sensation rise within him. Eric, as his teacher? Why did it leave him with a faint sense of displeasure? Very well. The first exercise you need to practice is opening and closing your abilities, Eric instructed as he walked toward an abandoned barn, erecting a scarecrow on the ground. Now, Clark. Fix your gaze on the scarecrow and envision Ms. Aiken's legs and chest. Are you sure about that, Eric? Clark asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Or perhaps imagine your first crush. Clark felt a wave of discomfort wash over him upon hearing Eric's exuberant remarks, as if insects were crawling over his body. I would feel more at ease practicing alone, he said nervously to Eric. Whatever, Eric replied, noticing Clark's awkward expression, and moved to a distance. With Eric's departure, Clark exhaled deeply, took several calming breaths, and focused his gaze on the scarecrow, silently whispering, "Lana." Half an hour later, once Clark had gained a basic control over his heat vision, Eric prepared to initiate the second phase of training. The next task was control. Eric placed several bottles of milk on a distant railing, instructing, "Your objective is to use your eyes to emit heat vision and warm the milk without damaging the bottles." Staring at the milk bottles Eric had prepared in advance, Clark was taken aback. Was this the practice equipment Eric had mentioned earlier? Chapter 55. I hope to strengthen our relationship, Kent Farm. With 5 scarecrows, 2 buckets of milk, and 15 bottles, Clark had begun to master his abilities. Eric poured himself a glass of juice, took a sip, and remarked to his parents, "Though somewhat clumsy, he is not beyond hope." "You have fulfilled your duties as a teacher excellently," Eric, Jonathan praised, patting him on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Clark felt a twinge of frustration. Shouldn't he be the one receiving accolades for his swift mastery? Quickly shaking off his odd emotions, Clark demonstrated his control to his parents. A row of candles adorned the table. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the candles. Whoosh! The flame of the first candle ignited. Whoosh! 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 The flames of the second, third, and fourth candles followed suit. Clark effortlessly used his heat vision to light the candles on the table. "Once I understand how to generate heat, I can control it at will without effort." Just as Clark was about to boast, the final candle's wick, ignited by his heat vision, flared unexpectedly upward due to a lack of control. Jonathan and Martha were taken aback. Embarrassed, Clark glanced at Eric and sheepishly explained to his parents, "Sometimes there are little accidents." Jonathan and Martha exchanged concerned glances, harboring serious doubts about Clark's ability to manage his powers. It seemed that Eric's guidance for Clark still had a long way to go. The following day, Eric received a phone call at home. After exchanging a few words with the caller, he hung up. "The last thing I want to see is black smoke billowing from the tractor's exhaust." Jonathan entered, his hands slick with oil, and lamented to Eric and Martha, "This indicates a significant issue with the tractor's engine. Our current budget cannot accommodate a new one. It could be a problem with the oil cylinder plunger adjustment link and the oil pump rod position, or perhaps a quality issue with the nozzle's atomization." After Eric hung up the phone, he casually remarked to his father, "Hum." Jonathan and Martha exchanged glances and chuckled. "I now suspect our son, pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering, is certainly within his capabilities. I can't envision Eric becoming a tractor mechanic." As Martha stirred a fruit salad, she inquired of her husband, "Is Clark still practicing in the backyard?" "Yes, it seems he is becoming increasingly adept." Jonathan washed the grease off his hands with soap, reflecting on Eric's method of practicing with warm milk, which served a dual purpose, allowing Clark to hone his control while also acting as a free heater. However, Martha considered this idea rather poor, as it would waste quite a bit of milk. "It does seem that way." Jonathan nodded, noting that Clark shared the same concern. Thus, he must carefully manage the heat emitted from his eyes to prevent damaging the container and wasting the milk. After explaining to his wife, he dried his hands with a towel and asked Eric, "Whose call was that, Eric?" "It was from the Metropolitan University Press. They informed me that the first edition hardcover is now on sale, and the royalties, first serialization rights, and book club rights should be arriving shortly." Eric explained to his parents. "So soon?" Jonathan was somewhat taken aback. Moreover, they mentioned that Lex Luthor lent a hand. At the mention of Lex Luthor, Jonathan furrowed his brow. He wished to express something, but, upon catching his wife's warning glance, refrained from voicing any discouraging words. He approached Eric and patted his shoulder, saying, "Regardless, your mother and I are proud of you, Eric." "Thank you," Eric replied, then added, "There's one more thing. The publisher wanted to hold a signing event at school, but I declined." "You don't fancy it?" Martha asked, setting down her fruit salad to inquire of her younger son. "I'm not fond of such public exposure." Eric casually placed the already read newspaper into the storage cabinet. "My interest in becoming a writer is about as significant as my desire to be a tractor mechanic." Jonathan understood, noting that while a writer's work should reach readers, the writer himself must sometimes keep a distance. Maintaining such a space can be beneficial. Although Eric did not host a signing at Smallville High, the ever-gossipy high school students soon learned of the event. On campus, Chloe curiously asked Clark, "Do you know why Eric declined the signing event?" "I don't know. Perhaps he simply does not enjoy signing for others." Clark rubbed his eyes and spoke wearily. He had been practicing how to control the heat emanating from his gaze lately, and he felt a waning interest in everything around him. He did not seem like the type to seek the spotlight. Chloe nodded, expressing her admiration for his writings, declaring that such imaginative prowess was beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. His style resembled that of documentary literature, where the protagonist, a journalist, delves into the terrors lurking in the shadows, providing an immersive experience for the reader. As Chloe became increasingly animated in her praise of Eric's works, Clark exchanged a glance with Peter, both sharing a look of exasperation. Just then, Chloe's attention shifted as she noticed Eric entering the office with their teacher, Miss Akins. "Oh dear, it seems our canary teacher has taken an interest in Eric," Chloe remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Eric, upon entering the empty biology office, furrowed his brow as he regarded the woman before him. "I can't imagine you summoned me here solely for the sake of academic performance, Miss Akins," he stated. Dressed in a strikingly revealing dress, Miss Akins made no reply but moved to the door, gently securing the lock. With a sultry stride, she approached Eric, saying in public, "You may call me Miss Akins, but in private, I prefer you address me as Desiree." She tossed her voluminous hair and leaned in closer, licking her lips. "I have read your works, Eric. Your imaginative science fiction is unparalleled, and even Lex holds you in high regard." "You know Lex Luthor?" Eric inquired. "Indeed, but our conversation today is centered on you. I find you to be a mysterious young man, much like your writings, dark and profound, beckoning exploration. Though you may lack experience at times, your passion compensates for it." With that, Miss Akins reached out, slowly draping her arms around Eric's neck, leaning in to press her crimson lips closer, whispering, "I hope to strengthen our student-teacher relationship." Chapter 56. "You can do whatever you want, is that so?" In the face of Miss Akins' advancing lips, Eric maintained his icy demeanor. "Of course, I understand your type," projecting an air of aloofness as if it were a cool tactic to attract girls. "I admit, it has worked. I've been drawn to you." Miss Akins cupped Eric's face with one hand, inching closer in an attempt to kiss him. At that moment, a pink, ethereal mist wafted from her lips into Eric's mouth. He caught a whiff of her strong perfume, mingled with a subtle hint of something musky. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grasped Miss Akins' chin, halting the impending kiss. "Generally speaking, I prefer not to be passive, and I certainly do not enjoy being treated as prey." Eric released his grip on the other's chin, his eyes shimmering with flecks of orange-red light. "I am accustomed to instilling fear or even obliterating those with ill intentions from the very source." Startled, Agency took 2 steps back, gazing at Eric's reddened eyes, her face a canvas of astonishment. Her surprise stemmed not only from Eric's peculiar condition, but also from the shocking realization that he was not susceptible to her charms. The misty vapor she exhaled would compel any opposite sex to comply with her wishes upon contact. Why was her allure ineffective on this high school student before her? Just as panic set in, a knock echoed at the office door. "Agency, it's Chloe. I wish to discuss something with you." As if granted a reprieve, Agency hurried to the door, vigorously unlocking it and stumbling outside, nearly colliding with Chloe in her haste. Chloe and Peter exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. Only Clark, having faintly overheard the exchange between Eric and Agency, regarded the fleeing teacher with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Eric, however, emerged from the office with a composed expression, casting a glance at the trio before turning away. "What just transpired?" Chloe blinked, looking quizzically at Clark and Peter. "I'm not sure. It seems Eric is not the one at a disadvantage," Peter remarked. "But Chloe, your impromptu intervention proved effective, successfully halting a narrative that could have spiraled into unhealthy territory. Are you suggesting that Eric intended to act inappropriately towards Agency? I never asserted that. Perhaps you should consider Clark's perspective." Peter tossed the conversation to Clark. "I have no idea." Clark shook his head, hesitantly adding, "I suspect Agency might be somewhat unusual." Chloe rested her chin on her hand. "I recall during our last biology class, you repeatedly cast glances at Agency. Or do you believe, Clark, that all excessively alluring teachers appear abnormal in your eyes?" Facing Chloe's teasing, Clark shrugged helplessly. "I'm no philosopher, Chloe, so you needn't regard me with a gaze that is half mockery, half skepticism. The reason for such scrutiny lies in their propensity to err so easily and frequently, straying into misguided paths. The abyss of good and evil, as Nietzsche described it. How astonishing, Clark, that you would invoke Nietzsche in our debate. Chloe exclaimed with surprise, then approached to pat Clark on the arm. Yet Nietzsche dismisses the notion of love. He posits that the relationship between men and women is merely a mutual attraction of hormones, a primal impulse. Thus, isn't it quite natural for you to be drawn to identities? A faint sorrow welled within Clark. Engaging in a discourse on Nietzsche with Chloe felt akin to showcasing one's ignorance before the master. The anxious Ms. Aikens lingered at the school until the late hours, her mind consumed by trepidation and dread throughout the afternoon. Why had her abilities faltered? What was the source of the unsettling crimson glow emanating from Eric's eyes? The sudden aura of lethal intent radiating from him enveloped her like a tangible blade, poised to sever her very existence. The chilling sensation of fear clutched at her, rendering her body tremulous even in hindsight. As night descended, she navigated the corridor in her high heels, the echoing clatter of her footsteps stretching into the darkness. After merely 2 steps, she discerned a shadow lurking within the gloom ahead. In the pitch-black night, a pair of eyes glimmered with a dark red light, exuding an aura reminiscent of a predatory beast. Ms. Aikens, a voice filled with terror resonated, as Eric emerged from the corridor, the red light in his eyes gradually dissipating. You appear somewhat unsettled. Who are you? Ms. Aikens stammered, a wave of uncontrollable fear washing over her, prompting her to take a step back. Ms. Aikens, I find your abilities quite intriguing, the beguiling charm akin to that of a poisonous vine. Eric approached her slowly, his initial intention to crush a woman like her beneath his heel, akin to a cockroach. As he drew near, he reached out, lightly caressing her cheek. Please, do not kill me, Ms. Aikens pleaded, desperation lacing her voice. I can offer you anything you desire. With her large, sorrowful eyes fixed on him, she hesitated before discarding her top, biting her lip in resolve. A torrent of unutterable sensations surged forth, and she whispered, You may do with it as you wish. The shocking visual before Eric momentarily rendered him speechless. An overwhelming force surged within him, eliciting a response he himself despised. Struggling to suppress this impulse, he withdrew his hand from her face. You are still of use to me, hence I shall spare your life. However, now you are subject to my research. Temper your excessive allure, or I may reconsider my decision at any moment. As he spoke, he unleashed a faint yet intense gaze directed at her chest, emitting a low-powered heat ray. The searing beam did not penetrate her body. Instead, it inscribed letters upon her skin, akin to a tattoo machine. The slight burning sensation brought forth an intoxicating blend of pain and pleasure, leaving her in a state of paradoxical exhilaration. What I etch upon you hold the power to claim your life, should I desire it. Therefore, you shall learn to be wise. After marking the opponent's chest with a heat vision, Eric nonchalantly uttered a boastful remark and turned to leave. As he vanished from her sight in an instant, Aikens lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she lowered her gaze to her chest. In the biological experiment office, Eric picked up a test tube filled with a pink gas, scrutinizing the slowly swirling substance within. The morning sunlight streamed in, bathing the laboratory in a delicate golden hue. The key to this biological laboratory was now firmly in Eric's possession, with Aikens, leaning against the lab table, playing a pivotal role in acquiring it. Bathed in the early sunlight, Aikens, clad in a vibrant green dress, propped herself on the lab table with one hand while the other lightly caressed her neck. Tiny beads of sweat rolled down her exposed skin. Her long legs extended forward, accentuating her distinctive figure. Aikens' alluring eyes were fixed on Eric, deliberately radiating her allure. However, to her disappointment, Eric remained engrossed in the test tube before him. With his knowledge of chemistry and biology, Eric found it impossible to ascertain how this substance, primarily composed of human-secreted hormones, could influence the mind. Aikens, after placing the test tube down, turned her gaze towards Eric. You mentioned that this ability arose from the influence of a meteorite that fell from the sky. Indeed, he replied. This pink mist, upon inhalation by a male, compels obedience. But does it have similar effects on females? I have not tested it, so I cannot say for certain, Aikens responded, stepping gracefully towards Eric in her high heels. Or perhaps you wish for me to find someone to experiment on. With a teasing glint in her eyes, Aikens grasped Eric's collar, gently stroking his chest. You marked me on your body. Did you not wish for me to belong solely to you? Or do you not mind my intimacy with other women? As her touches became bolder, her tone grew increasingly frivolous. Do you know what I desire right now? For your eyes to leave more marks upon my body. The sensations of warmth, numbness, and tingling captivate me. It is utterly intoxicating. Grasping Eric's hand, she breathed heavily. I am wildly enamored with this feeling, Eric. Now, where do you wish to sear me upon my body? Faced with her provocative words, Eric furrowed his brow. He grasped Ajan's chin firmly. I believe you have misunderstood the nature of our relationship and your own position. In an instant, his eyes turned a fierce crimson, emitting a beam of laser from within. Startled and momentarily frozen, Akins was yet to comprehend the situation. The central part of the metal stand in the corner of the laboratory had melted away. The now unsupported structure clattered to the ground. Or do you wish for me to leave such an imprint upon you? Akins, still shaken, glanced back, the molten metal causing her eyelids to twitch. If her opponent were to strike her with such force, she surmised that her fate would be far worse than that of the melted metal. The female instructor, having gained a renewed understanding of the destructive gaze cast by Eric, promptly adopted a more subdued demeanor. After addressing Akins, Eric set down the test tube in his hand and fell into a contemplative state. To investigate the effects of meteorites on a human body, relying solely on his own abilities proved insufficient. Did this mean he needed to enlist the help of others? Outside the laboratory, Chloe and her companions exchanged glances as they witnessed Akins emerge from the biology lab. Wow, Eric has now become the nemesis of all the boys in school, Chloe remarked with a shrug. It seems you've misjudged him, Chloe, Peter commented. Eric isn't indifferent to women. Rather, he is drawn to mature women. Mature women? Chloe shook her head in disagreement. There's a girl from Georgia, Sky Jones. Or perhaps that's not the exact name. The details escape me, but the name isn't particularly significant. She exhibited characteristics of maturity by the age of 5. While it may be an exception, African-American girls typically begin to develop before the age of 8, while the ratio for white girls reaches 15. Thus, Peter, the maturity of high school girls far exceeds your expectations, Chloe argued with the diligence of a meticulous journalist. While your points are well taken, Chloe, what I refer to as maturity is in essence one's demeanor, not physical development, Peter countered, pulling Clark into the debate. What's your take, Clark? Me? Clark shook his head in confusion. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel that Akins is rather unusual. Precisely. That is why we are investigating her. The information I requested about Akins from Friend should arrive today. Let us head to the newspaper office. Exiting the school's publication office, Clark was engulfed in profound shock. The revelations regarding Akins dramatically altered his perception of her. Eric? He recalled Eric's recent closeness to Akins, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Eric, I have seen Akins' files. Clark intercepted Eric after school. So, what are you trying to tell me? Eric inquired with a calm expression. Ms. Akins is quite peculiar. She was immensely popular during her teenage years. However, her first boyfriend murdered her stepfather, and she inherited all his wealth. After she became a teacher, she married a wealthy CEO, but soon her husband was murdered by a deranged high school student. Everything seemed amiss. Clark confided in Eric about Akins' hidden past, a classic Black Widow narrative. Eric nodded. You suspect she lured those unfortunate souls to their demise, don't you? It appeared so. Clark, with a furrowed brow, remarked, though lacking evidence, her acquisition of wealth and benefits raises undeniable suspicions. So, Clark, do you now suspect that I might become one of those unfortunate victims lured by her? That I could be driven to kill under her influence? Eric inquired calmly. Clark nodded. I believe Ms. Akins may possess special abilities awakened by the meteorite, similar to Coach What, perhaps even the power to compel obedience. Eric, it is perilous for you to be in her company. In response to Clark's concern, Eric shook his head. I'm aware of my own actions. I do not believe anyone can control me, not even the legendary Black Widow. Thus, Clark, you needn't worry about me succumbing to madness. My rationality is more resilient than you imagine. Furthermore, I am investigating this matter in my own way. Rather than fret over me, you should be concerned about the passing of your English paper this week. With that, Eric turned and departed. Clark stood rooted, watching his retreating figure, slightly annoyed as he rubbed his nose. Was he truly overthinking things? Chapter 58. To Gotham after rising, Clark descended the stairs. As he sat at the dining table, he noticed Eric holding a piece of green meteorite. Reacting instinctively to the meteorite, Clark sprang up and stepped back. Eric, the meteorite in your hand. His eyes widened in shock, and his mind raced with possibilities. Could it be that Eric was under Ms. Akins' control, like those men she had ensnared? Eric, oblivious to Clark's expression, casually tossed the meteorite onto the table. Recently, many counterfeit meteorites have been circulating in town, sold as souvenirs to outsiders. Is this fake? Clark cautiously reached out to touch the meteorite, finding no unusual reaction. Selling counterfeit meteorite fragments to outsiders was indeed Hamilton's trade. Martha entered from the kitchen, bringing oatmeal to the two of them. Hamilton, the town's meteorite eccentric? Your father must be one of the most antagonistic figures towards him in the community. Jonathan, just returning from outside, immediately interjected against his wife's comments. In truth, I do not know him. Hamilton insists that the absurd happenings in town over the years are not caused by Luthor Corp's pollution, but are related to the meteorites. You all know I have never subscribed to that view. Jonathan, having wiped his face, offered his assessment of Hamilton. Beside him, Eric repeated Hamilton's name, clasping his hands beneath his chin in contemplation. It was Sunday, on the outskirts of Smallville, where an antiquated warehouse loomed amidst the wilderness. Eric stood at the entrance, employing his keen perception to gauge the interior's overall layout before gently pushing open the iron door. With a creak, the heavy door swung ajar, allowing him to step into the dimly lit chamber. The outer light was obstructed by boards, leaving only a few incandescent bulbs to illuminate the somber surroundings. Shelves and cabinets within the room housed verdant meteorites, while a laboratory table was adorned with microscopes and other scientific instruments. To an unsuspecting visitor, the space would likely evoke the impression of a mad scientist's lair. Approaching a shelf, Eric's gaze fixed upon the green meteorites displayed there. Just as he extended his hand to touch one, a rather unfriendly voice interrupted him. Do not touch that. Turning around, he encountered a gaunt, middle-aged man clutching a wooden box. The man warned Eric, do not touch it. Your hands are not sanitized, and you're not me. Setting the wooden box on the ground, he casually shut the door behind him. Do you not have a website? Eric inquired. What? The man replied. Typically, only those eccentric individuals with their own websites would seek me out. Brushing the dust from his hands, he posed a question to Eric. So, are you one of those oddities? I may not have any ties to such peculiarities. Faced with the unfriendly demeanor of the middle-aged man, Eric's tone was equally curt. I've heard there is someone around here selling plastic meteorite fragments to tourists. I presume that person is you, Dr. Hamilton? As he spoke, he approached the shelf where the labeled green meteorites resided, reaching out to touch the very stone he had intended to examine. Upon contact, he sensed that it was not a genuine meteorite. Dr. Hamilton's expression grew more serious. Who are you? Eric Kent, he replied, stepping closer. I am quite intrigued by your research. Hamilton nodded thoughtfully. I know you. You are the child of the Kent family, are you not? I suggest you visit the school laboratory to see if they require a chemistry assistant. Perhaps that would provide you with some amusement. I am merely a mineralogist, and there is nothing here that would captivate the curiosity of students such as yourself. A mineralogist? Eric smiled faintly. I hardly believe a mineralogist would have access to the first lunar rock brought back by Apollo. That was centuries ago. I was once a respected scientist. Yet, as time changes and fate is fickle, even a scientist can find himself reduced to a mere miner in a small town. Isn't that quite normal? Shaking his head, Hamilton approached the dilapidated laboratory bench and emptied the soil-stained stones from the box, disregarding Eric's presence as he diligently sifted through them with his dark hands. Eric furrowed his brow, taken aback by the eccentricity of this old man, more peculiar than he had anticipated. Ever since learning of the meteorite oddity residing in Smallville, he had become increasingly intrigued by him. Although Eric had amassed a considerable collection of Kryptonian meteorites, he remained perplexed about how these celestial fragments could evoke and enhance ordinary individuals' superhuman abilities, such as the mind-altering gas generated within Aiken's body. This Dr. Hamilton, after thorough investigation, had been identified by Eric as a target, confirmed to possess profound knowledge regarding Kryptonian stones. Dr. Hamilton, I have perused your article. Your theory on how meteorites alter cellular structures is rather enlightening. Eric approached the bench, his tone steady and unhurried. I have been experiencing some peculiar symptoms in my body, and I have long suspected that they may be induced by meteorites. This has piqued my interest in your research. If funded, I believe it could lead to discoveries that would astound the entire scientific community. Upon hearing Eric's words, a smile briefly graced Hamilton's lips before vanishing. I am pleased to hear you say that, but I find it hard to believe that a student could provide any sponsorship for my experiments. Why are you so certain? Eric's expression remained unchanged, still serious. Although youthful in appearance, the aura he emanated compelled Dr. Hamilton to feel an involuntary sense of intimidation. I possess a surplus of funds. There is no need for concern, as it is unrelated to my parents. I wish to establish an institution dedicated to the study of meteorites, unraveling the mysteries surrounding those in this town. And Dr. Hamilton, you are the individual I seek. I can support you and even construct a more specialized laboratory, despite currently having only a high school biology lab at my disposal. As he spoke, Eric picked up a test tube containing a green solution from the bench. What you would provide in return is the research findings. You gain renown, and I gain benefits. A perfectly reasonable exchange. Would you not agree? Hamilton fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Why should I trust you? Would you rather sell curiosity stones here to raise funds than dare to explore this opportunity? I trust you comprehend the distinction. Should you come to an understanding, do not hesitate to contact me." Once Eric departed from Hamilton's warehouse, he immediately plunged into deep contemplation. To secure funding, he could indeed part with the batch of gold and precious metals acquired from the Owl Council. But where would be the best place to do so? In the next moment, a name flashed through his mind. Gotham. Chapter 59. It is not Eric who has lost his sanity, but you perhaps. What? You intend to go to Gotham? His mother, Martha, exclaimed in surprise. It's merely a 4-day book promotion event. It will conclude soon. Eric explained to his parents that Mr. Anthony from the publishing house would accompany him to Gotham, alleviating their concerns regarding his safety. You have never ventured this far from home, especially to a place like Gotham, his mother, Martha, remarked, gripping Eric's hand. I am aware of the city's troubling security, which is even worse than that of Metropolis. Perhaps, Eric, your father could accompany you. Although she too was apprehensive about Eric's safety, Jonathan maintained a more relaxed demeanor. I trust he can take care of himself. Having me tag along would only make him uncomfortable. He added, those who fear risks lack both mules and horses, while those who take excessive risks lose both. We worry for our children's safety, Martha, but we cannot overly shield them. Martha was displeased with her husband's words, asserting that Eric was not yet an adult. To the average person, he may still be a minor, but for Eric and Clark, their coming of age has long since passed. When? Martha inquired, her face etched with confusion. When they secretly sampled whiskey, Jonathan chuckled. Martha was taken aback. Eric and Clark have consumed alcohol? You see, sometimes things unfold in ways we do not foresee. Martha, we fear our son will encounter harmful influences, but some events subtly transpire beyond our awareness. If we allow them the freedom to explore, they mature more swiftly than we can imagine, Jonathan patiently explained to his wife. Nearby, Eric's expression shifted slightly upon hearing his father mention drinking. Clark, on the other hand, felt somewhat wronged, having merely been curious enough to take a whiff and not truly consume any. Back in middle school, he felt he had been led astray by Eric. After dinner, the parents reached a consensus and agreed to let Eric attend the book promotion in Gotham with the publishing team. Although Clark felt a twinge of envy at the thought of visiting Gotham, he quickly quelled his enthusiasm upon recalling his parents' stance. Sitting at the dinner table, Eric gazed into the pitch-black night. The so-called Gotham book promotion was not a fabrication. The Metropolis University Press had indeed invited him to participate. However, the event was scheduled to take place in Metropolis, not Gotham. Eric had proactively suggested changing the venue to Gotham, offering to cover the additional expenses himself. This proposal astonished the publishing staff, yet they did not decline. Thus, Eric secured a legitimate reason to visit Gotham, with Alkins naturally assisting him in securing a leave of absence from school. The following day marked Eric's first absence from the farm, leaving Clark with an inexplicable sense of unease. At breakfast, the absence of Eric's presence beside him created a hollow feeling within. Consequently, he appeared somewhat distracted throughout the school day. Clark, I recall you mentioning that Eric is not fond of being in the limelight. I wonder what prompted him to attend the book launch in Gotham, Chloe lamented Clark. Generally speaking, that tends to be the case, Clark nodded, unless there exists a compelling reason that would entice him to make an appearance. As for that reason, I'm afraid, Chloe, I do not yet know. Are you suggesting that Eric has motivations beyond merely promoting his book? Perhaps, Clark replied, casting his gaze toward the bustling crowd in the corridor. Why is it so lively today? You're unaware? Peter pointed to the banners hanging in the hallway. Today marks the sale of graduation rings. Although we are not graduates, we can still select a ring that resonates with our sentiments. As they approached the ring-selling booth, Chloe chose a ring adorned with a ruby and slipped it on her finger. It looks quite splendid. Nothing embodies the spirit of our school more than a ring in the style of a boastful cowboy. Gazing at the ring on her finger, Chloe remarked to Clark. Perhaps you might consider selecting one as well. However, spending $350 on something you don't need might draw your father's disapproval. Clark picked up a ring, asserting, My allowance is earned by my own efforts. I believe I possess the right to decide how to use it. The moment the ruby-studded ring adorned his hand, a surge of crimson energy coursed through his arm and into his body. His eyes transformed into a deep, blood-red hue before vanishing in an instant. The most primal desires surged from the depths of his heart. Brutality, selfishness, plunder, play, control, traits that starkly contrasted with his character began to fester within him. Are you all right, Clark? Peter inquired, noticing the unusual expression on Clark's face. I am splendid, never better. Clark inhaled deeply, shook his head, and strode toward Lana at the other end of the corridor. The two expected him to greet Lana, yet he walked directly toward the punk girl beside her. Hi, I'm Clark. Are you new here? I must say, your outfit is incredibly cool, far cooler than any of the cheerleaders I've encountered. Clark's opening words left Lana astonished. The person before her was the honest and shy Clark, not a seasoned flirt. I'm Jessica, the new transfer student. The fashion-forward girl with smoky makeup extended her hand to Clark. Smallville High has strict regulations regarding student attire. Perhaps, Clark said as he shook her hand. Our rigid principal will insist you change your outfit. I want to change my clothes, the girl replied candidly. Clark wore an expression of agreement. Indeed, the school's dress code is utterly dreadful, and they delight in dictating what others should wear without ever considering the students' perspectives. Thank you. Jessica smiled at Clark. It's a pleasure to meet you. Clark, you've made quite an impression on me. After speaking, he turned and left with the bewildered Lana. Observing their departure, a faint smile crept onto Clark's lips. This feeling was truly delightful. Once he bid farewell to Lana and Jessica, his gaze caught sight of Ms. Akins, who was passing by in the corridor, clutching some books. Clark immediately shifted his attention to her, smacking his lips in fascination. At that moment, a nearby student, engaged in playful antics, accidentally bumped into him while he was absorbed in his admiration for Ms. Akins. With astonishing reflexes, Clark seized the student's collar, hoisting his robust frame and forcefully slamming him against the locker, producing a resounding thud. Are you looking for trouble? Clark glared menacingly at him, intimidating the boy. His display not only startled the nearby students, but also caught Chloe and Peter off guard. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Was this really Clark? Why had he suddenly transformed into someone else? Was it possible that it was Clark, rather than Eric, who fell under Ms. Akins' mental influence? Chapter 60, Bruce Wayne, Mr. Anthony. I hope you can write me a check. In the hotel, Eric addressed Anthony, who accompanied him from the publishing house. Anthony, a man of medium stature in his 40s or 50s, with a hawkish nose and a brisk demeanor, replied with curiosity. But the publisher has already advanced $30,000 in royalties. The first batch of hardcover books has just begun selling. Although your book is quite popular, we cannot. It is not the publisher, but I, Eric clarified. The fund for this check will come from me, but it should be sent in the name of the publisher to my home. Anthony nodded, quickly grasping Eric's intent. He feared that the Kents might question the source of the money, hence the need for it to be mailed under the publisher's name. He refrained from inquiring about the origin of Eric's funds and readily agreed to the arrangement. Then, what amount are we discussing? Anthony inquired. $50,000. Anthony hesitated for a moment. Although it posed some inconvenience, it was not an insurmountable task. I will arrange for the check to be sent to the Kent farm under the guise of publisher royalties, along with a letter explaining that due to the excellent sales of the new book in Gotham, the royalty share originally scheduled for next quarter will be paid in advance. Anthony thoughtfully devised a rationale to assuage the Kent suspicions. His demeanor towards Eric had always been one of utmost respect, not only because Eric was his client, but also due to the aura of danger and allure that emanated from him, making Eric appear akin to those formidable and untouchable entities in his darker works. Once Anthony exited the room, Eric stretched lazily, rising to walk over to the window and draw back the curtains. The gloomy sky lay bare before him, with raindrops pattering down from the dark clouds. Gothic architecture towering majestically beneath the overcast heavens. Gazing afar, the entire Gotham stands shrouded in a blanket of mist. This marks Eric's inaugural glimpse of Gotham in the rain. Though he had visited the city several times before, it had always been in the fleeting shadows of the night. The most vivid memories are the squalid alleys and the gleaming streets. As for Batman and some notorious villains, perhaps fortune did not favor him, for he had yet to encounter them. The only individuals he came across were a few ne'er-do-wells and ruffians, whom he swiftly dealt with. Now, due to the rain, the book launch event initially planned for the outdoors had been relocated indoors, resulting in a scaled-down affair that significantly eased his workload, allowing him to return to the hotel for some much-needed rest. After admiring the Gotham scenery from the window for a while, Eric turned away, casually grasping an umbrella as he stepped outside the hotel. At the Gotham National Bank, amidst the intensifying rain, the clash between the police and the Red Hood gang was drawing to a close. The battered members of the gang were being relentlessly pushed back by the police's firepower, with cries of agony ringing out as gang members fell, struck by bullets. The blood pooling upon the ground was soon diluted by the relentless downpour. Meanwhile, deep within the underground sewer system, a faint rumble echoed. Bruce Wayne, clad in a sleek black suit, sped through the broad sewer on a black 400 motorcycle. His youthful visage, chiseled and sharp as if sculpted, was marred by a hint of fatigue that disrupted his otherwise flawless appearance. One hand firmly grasped the handlebars, while the other operated the motorcycle's front display screen. "Master Bruce?" came Alfred's voice, faint amidst the roar of the engine. "I'm here, Alfred," Bruce replied. "It appears you have once again endured a harrowing sleepless night." "Indeed. Yet I have also made a foolish error, Alfred." Bruce's gaze remained fixed on the enveloping darkness ahead in the sewer, his voice heavy with regret. "I should have dedicated more time to studying them, to discern the motives of the Red Hood gang. However, to save those trapped in the bank, I was compelled to reveal my identity. I could have infiltrated the Red Hood gang for a longer duration. Life often unfolds contrary to our desires, does it not, Master Bruce? I understand. Yet even though the Red Hood gang has been vanquished, the price we paid, myself and those within the bank, was considerable. Despite delivering a decisive blow while masquerading as a member of the gang during the heist, Bruce felt the weight of responsibility for the civilians caught in the fray. Do not let a singular setback sow doubt in your initial aspirations, Master Bruce, Alfred consoled. Then, abruptly shifting the topic, he added, "There seems to be a minor issue with the back door, sir. I beg your pardon. I had forewarned you that operating a level 1 computer exceeds my usual remit. Please grant me a moment, Alfred. The Red Hat gang may pursue us at any second, and time is of the essence," Bruce remarked, casting a glance over his shoulder as the gunfire drew nearer. The motorcycle he was riding approached the end of the sewer, where a formidable wall awaited. With a resounding thud, the motorcycle collided with the wall, and an industrial freight elevator ascended from below. In a stroke of fortune, Bruce's motorcycle narrowly entered the elevator just in time, whisking him away to safety below. "Have we succeeded?" Alfred's voice echoed with uncertainty. "Flawlessly," Bruce praised the ever-loyal butler. "Master Bruce, if you intend to enter from the south, I suggest establishing a more suitable entrance rather than this stone abode," Alfred advised, having escorted Bruce to safety after their narrow escape. "Alfred, this stone house is my home. A mere 40 feet from here lies the spot where my parents met their tragic end. My purpose for remaining here is to fight," Bruce replied as he deftly operated the base's equipment to shut it down. "Your battle extends far beyond donning the mantle of Batman, Master. The Wayne legacy is to transform this city. Although you've just returned to Gotham, I still hope you will engage in the endeavors the citizens expect of you," Alfred remarked as he accompanied Bruce upstairs. Upon entering the living room, Bruce changed into a different attire. "I understand what this city requires, Alfred," he stated, retrieving a book from his desk. "Do you recall? Each Saturday, the Gotham Times featured a lifestyle section called Gotham Impressions. In this column, randomly selected citizens were invited to complete a sentence with 3 words or fewer. Gotham is. What descriptors were most frequently employed? Damned? Cursed? Mad? Or perhaps the name of a villain as an answer to the Gotham impression? Bruce showcased the book's cover, adorned with grotesque Gothic architecture. Titled Cthulhu, I have recently read a book that offers a different perspective. Gotham is a twisted abyss of darkness, teetering on the brink of annihilation. A place that defies definition by any individual. Chapter 61. Had I been able to best you, I would have acted sooner. Kent Farm. A check for $50,000? Clark squinted at the check in Jonathan's hand. The folks at Metropolis University Press informed me that I could cash this check at their affiliated bank. Jonathan said with a smile directed at Martha. I now believe Eric's book is quite popular. The publisher even advanced his royalties, which suggests it must be commendable. I must revisit it soon. I hardly think you possess a refined literary taste. Jonathan. Martha cautiously accepted the check from Jonathan's grasp. We must keep this safe. We need not worry about Eric and Clark's college expenses any longer. I do not require Eric's financial support to pursue my education. Clark ambled before his parents with a languid gait, embodying the essence of a baseball and basketball star, asserting that he could effortlessly amass a fortune if he so desired. We have an agreement, Clark. You cannot proceed in such a manner. Jonathan's brow furrowed as he gazed at Clark, who was gently caressing the ruby ring on his finger. And, Clark, we also agreed that you would not purchase that ring. I thought. Clark turned his back on his parents, packing his belongings with an expression of indifference. I am capable of making my own decisions. That is because we trust you to make the right choices. However, that ring comes at a considerable price. Clark, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly erupted. He turned to face his father, suppressing the anger and turmoil within, and said, "You hold a check for $50,000, yet you admonish me for spending $350. That is Eric's money, not mine. You and Mother impose stringent expectations upon me while indulging Eric's antics, for you harbor a bias against me. Let me assure you, I shall never be constrained by money, nor will I pander to your unreasonable demands." The atmosphere froze, leaving Jonathan and Martha utterly astonished. They never anticipated such words from Clark. "Clark, wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Martha attempted to mediate. "I am not hungry, and I must tend to the fields." After uttering a rather impolite remark to his parents, Clark activated his super speed and swiftly left the room. What has transpired? After a moment of bewilderment, Jonathan inquired of his wife. Martha shrugged. "I believe our super son is merely exhibiting the rebellious nature of adolescence. This is clearly beyond mere rebellion. He appears driven by wrath and volatility, both in his words and actions," Jonathan remarked in confusion. "It seems he is venting his grievances and frustrations to us. Perhaps Clark is simply having a bad day. We all experience such moments, do we not?" Martha patiently counseled her husband. "You cannot solely lecture him. That may exacerbate the situation." Jonathan remained silent, nodding in agreement, internally recognizing that his admonitions may have triggered Clark's emotional outburst. However, he soon realized his mistake. The following day, Jonathan received a phone call, and after a serious conversation, he hung up, his expression grave. "What is the matter?" Martha asked, concerned by her husband's demeanor. "The bank has confirmed last night's transactions. Our check, the $50,000 Eric earned, has seen a substantial expenditure." Jonathan walked toward his room, puzzled. "But the check is in our possession. How could this occur?" "Could be." Martha set down the sausages she was frying, her face betraying her worry. "Clark?" Before the words were fully uttered, a cacophonous electronic metallic noise pierced through from outside. The two approached the window to gaze out. The source of the electronic music was emanating from Clark's clandestine fortress. With a sense of bewilderment, they proceeded towards the barn. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by the raucous strains of rock music. Clark's secret lair was adorned with an array of items clearly favored by rebellious rock youth. Lightning balls, police lights, super tape recorders, and extravagant speakers. Martha noticed a jacket draped over a chair, and when she touched it, she realized it was made of luxurious silk. Such an article of clothing would command at least $1,000. Surprised, Martha turned to her husband. The couple then spotted Clark on the second floor of the barn, intently engrossed in a video game. "Clark," Jonathan approached him, demanding, "What on earth are you doing?" "As you can see, Eddie S. Storm Metropolis offers items at all hours at rock-bottom prices, so I decided to make a purchase. I figured I ought to own some super cool stuff. Don't you think?" Clark replied, setting down his game controller and silencing the rock music with a calm demeanor. "Clark Kent, you've pilfered our money, and it isn't even ours. It's Eric S. earnings." Jonathan S. frustration nearly overflowed, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. "So what?" Clark stood up with a nonchalant air. "I'll pay you back later. Eric has plenty of money, though I'm not sure where he hides it. But for him, this amount is likely a mere trifle. By the way, if I could find those valuable items in his room, I wouldn't even need to cash a check." Jonathan fought the urge to strike him, heavily thumping the chair instead. "Not only have you stolen money, but you've also rummaged through someone else's belongings. Let me make it clear how serious your mistakes are, Clark Kent. I want you to return all this garbage. Immediately. Are you sure?" A hint of mockery danced on Clark's lips. "Of course, after you return this rubbish, we shall have a proper discussion about what exactly is wrong with you. Your attitude, your actions, your current mindset. I wish to understand why you have transformed into such a disappointing individual. Suit yourself. You may discuss whatever you wish, but sorry, Dad. I don't have time to indulge you." Clark donned the newly acquired leather jacket, waved at his parents, and in a flash, vanished from their sight. A roar of motorcycle engines erupted outside. The couple peered out, discovering that Clark had mounted a brand new motorcycle. With sunglasses on and throttle twisted, he sped away. As they watched Clark's retreating figure, Martha covered her face with her hands, tears shimmering in her eyes. She could not comprehend why her obedient eldest son had devolved into such a version of himself. Jonathan withdrew his gaze from Clark and embraced his wife's shoulders. "Do not worry, I will find him. Regardless, I am his father, and I can comprehend his thoughts." Chapter 62, The Boy and the Girl in Gotham. The somber streets remained shrouded in a sparse drizzle. Eric held an umbrella as he strolled along the pavement. The dimly lit tiles reflected the merging streams of rainwater. As he stepped upon one, droplets splashed onto his shoes, only to vanish in an instant. After taking a couple of steps forward, Eric noticed a group of children huddled at the steps of a dilapidated shop not far ahead. They appeared to be homeless, clad in tattered clothing, with a plastic sheet draped over them, seeking refuge from the rain. However, the makeshift cover proved ineffective, as large patches of their garments had already become soaked. Despite their dire circumstances, the children animatedly discussed the urban legend circulating through the streets, Batman. The first boy, with brown hair, spoke up excitedly. Just yesterday, I was over by the docks. At that hour, I was all alone, and the sky was as dark as it is now. Suddenly, a thug attacked me, brandishing a knife. I was prepared to meet my end when, out of nowhere, Batman appeared. His tone was filled with exhilaration. Though I had never seen him before, I felt an inexplicable connection to his thoughts. He emerged like a shadow from the ground. Batman was like a living shadow. Every time the villain's hand reached for him, his shadow seemed to dissolve, only to reappear elsewhere. Even when that scoundrel threw a bomb that nearly deafened me, he vanished without a trace. The brown-haired boy expressed his disappointment. A red-haired girl interjected, "He is not a living shadow. Listen, I have a better story. Also yesterday, I nearly got caught by a police officer on Rogers Street when a villain, clutching a box and wearing a jetpack, descended from the sky. He appeared quite flustered and grabbed a bystander. Then Batman showed up, resembling a true bat with magnificent wings. He and the jetpack-wielding miscreant exchanged numerous blows, spilling a great deal of blood, and in the end, Batman subdued the flying fiend. The red-haired girl recounted the climax, yet that villain with the jetpack managed to escape. He fired his gun, but missed Batman, who sent him tumbling into the river, never to be seen again, while Batman soared away." The third boy, shorter in stature, disagreed with his companion's depictions of Batman. "I certainly do not believe Batman is a flying bat. You two must be exaggerating." "How do you know?" "Because I was the first to see him," the diminutive boy asserted. "Yesterday, I was on the observation deck of Wayne Tower when suddenly a man burst through the doors, shouting about a robbery. I was terrified, as there were many others on the deck, all of whom were frightened. The robber placed a box on the ground and demanded everyone toss their money inside. Subsequently, a helicopter appeared, and from within it emerged a robot. You might find it hard to believe, but Batman turned out to be a robot. Put down the gun." The boy imitated Batman's gravelly voice, speaking just like the robot. The villain fired a shot at Batman, yet the robotic defender was utterly unperturbed by the bullets. Then, from Batman's arm, flames erupted, melting the villain's gun. Batman was neither a shadow nor a giant bat. He was a robot. The boy concluded this in his mind. Three young individuals were engaged in a fervent discussion about their personal interpretations of Batman when Eric approached. He naturally overheard their conversation, indifferent to the topic of Batman. He felt no stirrings within. "Hey, sir." Upon seeing Eric approach, the first boy with brown hair stood up and approached him. "Sir, would you like a map of Gotham City?" The boy produced a dry, warm map from his pocket, which could be purchased for just 50 cents and would assist in swiftly locating any destination. Eric paused, gazing at the eager boy. "Why do you assume I am a visitor?" "Because you aren't wearing a mask, sir," the boy explained. "This area is close to the chemical plant, and after it rains, the air is quite foul, so locals always wear masks when they go out." Eric nodded and retrieved $1 from his pocket, handing it to the boy. "I won't buy your map. Just tell me how to get to the Iceberg restaurant. Just 2 blocks away. You need to walk straight down this street, and then turn left," the boy instructed Eric. "And sir, I also have some Gotham travel tips compiled with my friends, which I can offer you for free." "Oh," Eric became intrigued. "Do tell." Clearing his throat, the brown-haired boy began, "If you don't have much money, it's best not to go out at night. Avoid bad-mouthing Bruce Wayne online, and steer clear of Arkham Asylum." The girl with red hair and blue eyes added, "And don't eat at the Iceberg restaurant." Cough, cough, the brown-haired boy interjected hastily. Holly, this gentleman is headed to the Iceberg restaurant. After saying this, he quickly apologized to Eric. My apologies, sir. Holly didn't know your identity. The brown-haired boy felt somewhat anxious, fearing that Eric might be associated with the Penguin-S establishment and would be angered. She makes a valid point. Eric nodded. I've heard that it is not a suitable dining establishment. However, he paused for a moment before turning to leave. You should also add the most important advice. In case of emergencies, call the Gotham City Police Department. Yet, just as Eric reached the entrance of the alley, he was confronted by several unsavory characters. A group of burly men, their eyes radiating menace beneath their baseball caps, obstructed Eric's path. Hey, buddy, you ought to know whose territory you've trespassed upon, and you must understand the rules. Hand over your money and leave. You might just make it in time for dinner. Eric shrugged, acknowledging, honestly, I'm not well versed in the customs here. Perhaps you could enlighten me, and I assure you, I want to delay my dinner. The gang members perceived Eric's words as a provocation, and their leader brandished a dagger, lunging toward him. In a swift motion, Eric seized the blade with ease, countering by grasping the man's throat. A pained sound escaped the captive's lips as he remained frozen in place. With a mere flick of his arm, he effortlessly hurled the thug against the wall. The impact echoed with a resounding crash, rendering the man unconscious. The young boys and girls peddling city maps in the alley stood frozen, utterly astonished by the brutal display. Chapter 63. Guard your bat signal for burial. Having dispatched the leader with minimal effort, Eric unleashed a punch that seemed casual yet concealed explosive force, which detonated against the chest of another gang member. Blood erupted from the man's mouth as he was propelled backward, colliding with a fire hydrant in a thunderous crash. Only after witnessing two of their comrades fall did the remaining gang members react, brandishing their weapons and charging at Eric. However, they were met with insurmountable strength, leaving them vulnerable to a one-sided beating. Eric, displaying a disinterested demeanor, dispatched them with ease, barely exerting himself. Onlookers in the alley could scarcely comprehend the rapidity of the scene. Gang members were sent flying, colliding with walls, crashing to the ground, or slamming into the fire hydrant. In mere moments, they lay unconscious, their fates uncertain. Throughout the encounter, Eric fought with one hand, the umbrella in his other hand remaining untouched. Raindrops cascaded down the black umbrella, splattering as they fell. After standing silently for a moment, Eric lifted his gaze toward the pitch-black expanse above the alley, then lowered his head to mutter to himself, I believe the Gotham Travel Advisory should include an additional note, avoid Crime Alley. With a rustle, a tarpaulin unfurled, accompanied by the sound of droplets being flung away. A shadow, reminiscent of bat wings, emerged into the air before vanishing into the alley's depths. Eric regarded the shadowy enclave with an inscrutable expression. Suddenly, figures emerged from the darkness, their footsteps echoing ominously. Before Eric and the wide-eyed youths, Batman materialized. The obsidian armor, drenched by the rain, allowed water to cascade from the junction of the chest plate and the protective gear. Batman! Exclaimed a group of youths who had been discussing him, their voices filled with astonishment. In an instant, their hearts brimmed with shock, incredulity, and delight. Batman emerged from the shadows into the dim glow of a streetlight, his raspy voice resonating through the night. What? You have discovered me. My eyes perceive what others cannot, and my ears hear what remains unheard. Eric, holding an umbrella, stepped closer to Batman, stating, Thus, I have witnessed an avenger. Batman paused momentarily, then added, and a criminal. Eric feigned a heavy breath, teasing Batman. Upon hearing himself labeled a criminal, Batman fixed his gaze upon Eric, asserting, whether I am a criminal is not for you to decide. However, you have harmed and even killed several individuals. I believe you embody the true criminal. It is time for you to reflect. Batman regarded Eric, whose countenance remained serene. Despite their first encounter, Batman sensed a familiar essence emanating from him, dark and elusive, reminiscent of his childhood descent into the Batcave. This connection stirred within him a barely perceptible turmoil. Witnessing Eric's display of skill elevated Batman's vigilance to its peak. Even Ra's al Ghul from a League of Assassins could not match such nonchalance, effortlessly dispatching armed gang members with a mere wave of his hand. Even in self-defense, you need not resort to murder, yet I comprehend your perilous mindset. To you, it appears merely a game, as you disregard life with indifference. If crime is their sin, then your culpability surpasses theirs. Just as he concluded, Batman brandished a grappling gun. In an instant, the weapon, equipped with a rope, surged toward Eric. Bang! Eric easily caught the grappling line. Not bad. This is the first time I've heard Batman deliver such a lengthy discourse on a criminal. Eric crushed the grappling gun in his grasp, the rope splintering and falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he teleported before Batman, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Batman felt an explosive force erupt within him, akin to a firecracker. The next moment, his body, struck by the impact, flew backward like a cannonball. The sturdy bat armor cracked under the pressure, engulfing him in unbearable pain. Indifference? Is this your appraisal of someone you have just met? Despite having endured a brief yet intense confrontation, Eric steadfastly held the umbrella, revealing half of his face beneath it. With a fervent blend of obsession, hatred, fear, and anger. Did you think I was describing a criminal? No, I am depicting you. Just as you may judge me based on your instincts, I too can perceive your inner self. Shaking his head at the fallen Batman, who struggled to rise, Eric turned to leave. Go home, guard your bat signal, and watch the unfolding drama between the petty thieves and the police. Do not provoke me. With a soft patter, Batman, gazing after Eric's retreating figure, clutched his chest. Gasping for breath, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. For the first time, he felt as though he was standing before an abyss. Who is this enigmatic figure before him? A newly emerged criminal in Gotham? Or merely another in the unending parade of villains? Why does this individual evoke such an uncanny sensation within him? Soaked by the night rain, Bruce fell into deep contemplation. The trio, standing in the alley, exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. The scene before them had surpassed their expectations. The Batman, who once held a significant place in their minds, had been bested by an outsider. Furthermore, it appeared that Batman's defeat had come swiftly, devoid of the remarkable abilities he had displayed in previous encounters with robbers. The trio felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, particularly the red-haired girl, who, clutching a plastic bag, gave it an irritated shake. Batman would not soar as he did last time. If he could fly, perhaps, she quickly dismissed that thought and turned her gaze back to Batman. Unaware of the children observing him from the alley, Batman inhaled deeply and approached the fallen gang member, activating the communication device on his wrist. Alfred. Yes, Master Bruce. It seems you have encountered some trouble. Trouble, the endless kind, is what I fear least, Bruce replied. Did you not say that I'm not only contending with criminals, but also with the police and even civilians? There's something exhilarating about being at odds with everyone. As Bruce knelt before a downed gang member, he instructed, call for an ambulance. Wait, I believe I have discovered something. He reached for a peculiar coin lying on the ground. Chapter 64. The confused Penguin. Master Bruce, what have you found? A silver coin. Bruce scrutinized the antiquated coin in his hand, the obverse adorned with an owl, likely the Athenian owl, which first appeared on ancient Greek currency, symbolizing wealth and power. I cannot dismiss this as an ordinary coin. Wiping the mud from its surface, Bruce recited a nursery rhyme. Beware the owl cord, ever watching your movements. In the shadows of Gotham City, concealed amidst the lowly rooftops, he lurks. Present in his abode, he also resides within the confines of his bed. One must not utter his name, for his talons seek you out. Alfred, have you heard this nursery rhyme? On the other end of the communicator, Alfred paused momentarily. Master Bruce, you are aware that this is merely a nursery rhyme. They do not exist. I once encountered such a symbol. A mysterious individual was slain, and despite my perusal of both state and federal databases, I could not uncover his record. This enigmatic figure met a grim fate, and from his third molar, I unearthed the owl insignia, identical to the emblem on this coin. Bruce pocketed the coin, rising to gaze into the bewitching darkness of Gotham's night. I know what you have endured, Master Bruce. You have long pursued that elusive organization, but Alfred, I have always believed I understood Gotham, when in truth, I do not. Bruce interrupted the butler. When I am beset with too many thoughts, it signifies that I feel the countless blades poised behind me. And in the face of such threats, I must remain ever vigilant. I suspect that individual is certainly connected to the Owl Society. Or perhaps he is the very owl I have been seeking. Bruce reflected on Eric's every move, his eyes brimming with caution. In an instant, he restrained himself. How to confront an adversary possessing such formidable strength? This unseen power, coupled with an intimate understanding of himself. Bruce exhaled a deep breath, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the skyline of the distant city. A flash of lightning rent the night sky, illuminating the city momentarily before vanishing in an instant. I beheld a fleeting glimpse of the city's reality, however brief, it was still within my sight. Meanwhile, the trio in the alley sighed in unison after witnessing Batman unfurl his wings and disappear into the night. I imagine Batman must be quite disheartened. The red-haired girl, Holly, remarked to her companions, "He failed to vanquish the villain." The brown-haired boy countered her assertion, "The one holding the umbrella is no criminal. He bestowed upon us $1. Such a generous soul cannot possibly be a bad person." The short child concurred with the brown-haired boy, nodding, "I think David is right. That umbrella-wielding outsider is superior to Batman. Let us bestow upon him a nickname. How about the Umbrella Man? I believe Mr. Oswald, the Penguin, would not be pleased." David, the leader of the trio, shook his head, setting aside the matter of titles. "Did you hear? Batman found a silver coin. Perhaps we too might discover one to take back to Sister Selina. She would surely be delighted." As David spoke, he glanced at the gang member lying unconscious on the ground, his face alight with eagerness. Unbeknownst to him, Eric, traversing the streets of Gotham, remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind him. However, he had anticipated the tale ignited by a single silver coin, for that coin was deliberately left for Batman. He believed that with Batman's remarkable detective skills, it would not be long before he uncovered the subtle traces of the Court of Owls lurking within Gotham. Even if Batman were unable to detect the concealed rats, the spoils he had brought from the Metropolitan Owl Council, which bore unmistakable owl characteristics in their gold and silver forms, would surely lure this assembly of owls into the open. The owls, intrigued by their own curiosity, would inevitably be discovered by Batman, and the ensuing drama between them would be most intriguing. Eric expressed his anticipation. The prospect of bringing misfortune to both Batman and the Court of Owls delighted him. He had always relished such self-serving schemes. As he treaded through the puddles beneath his feet, Eric returned his thoughts to the imposing structure ahead, the Iceberg Lounge. The brightly lit venue seemed particularly conspicuous against the rainy night backdrop. This was one of the few establishments in Gotham that remained illuminated throughout the night. The proprietor of the Iceberg Lounge, Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, known as the Penguin, was the head of Gotham's most formidable crime syndicate, wielding an astonishing degree of power and wealth. This establishment, belonging to the Penguin, was one of the rare locations where underground dealings occurred so brazenly. The reason for Eric's visit was to engage in a transaction with the Penguin. Though he had little interest in entangling himself with gangsters, he recognized that there was no better tool to utilize in Gotham than the Penguin himself, compelling him to venture into the lion's den. He closed his umbrella and pushed open the grand door to enter the lounge. A young waiter, clad in a tailcoat, promptly approached him. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "Indeed," Eric replied, casually revealing the black umbrella in his possession. "It happened to be raining when I stepped out, so I grabbed this umbrella on a whim. Rather peculiar, but it must belong to the Penguin, correct?" This umbrella was one he had deftly taken from the Penguin's residence. For someone with a super speed, absconding with an umbrella without detection was a trivial feat. The two waiters exchanged glances, their expressions laden with intrigue. The receptionist, upon noticing the umbrella in Eric's hand, paled slightly. "Sir, please follow me." The attendant first whispered a few words into her earpiece before leading Eric upstairs. As they ascended, numerous well-dressed brutes cast him dubious glances, some of which hinted at a readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, unaffected by the scrutiny, Eric maintained an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by the uncertain fate that lay ahead. The beauty of the receptionist felt a mix of admiration and pity for him as she led him to the exclusive suite reserved for the Penguin on the top floor. Before stepping back, as Eric pushed open the door, the suite revealed itself. In a lavish room, a diminutive man with a hooked nose, clad in a black suit and gray tie, sat on the sofa, his sparse yet unruly hair contrasting with the shadows that cloaked half of his body. Upon Eric's entrance, the man's gaze fell upon the umbrella in Eric's hand, revealing a fleeting expression of surprise and confusion. Chapter 65. The Fear of Gotham's Kingpin. "So, you are the Penguin?" Eric inquired, glancing at the imposing bodyguards flanking him. He casually set his umbrella down and took a seat on the sofa opposite the Penguin, adopting a nonchalant tone. The Penguin's lips quivered slightly as he turned his attention to the tall woman in black stockings beside him. She cast a glance at Eric before handing a black top hat to the Penguin. Donning the hat and monocle, the Penguin leaned forward, addressing Eric in a menacing tone. "Who are you?" "Ah," Eric nodded, acknowledging the traditional ensemble of the Penguin: cane, black hat, and monocle. "As for my name, you may call me the Umbrella Man or the Patriot, depending on your personal predilection." With a casual air, Eric continued, "Should I express my honor, at meeting the illustrious Penguin? I detest being addressed in such a manner, the Penguin retorted, anger flickering across his face as he struck the table forcefully with his cane. I do not care whether you are the Umbrella Man or the Patriot. Dare you steal my umbrella, and then come to provoke me? Do you comprehend the consequences that await you? Actually, I truly do not, Eric feigned sincerity. Inquiring of the Penguin, is it perhaps spending a decade imprisoned in Blackgate Penitentiary, shrouded in darkness? The mention of Blackgate and the word decade ignited a furious response from the Penguin. His solitary anguish stemmed from being incarcerated there for 10 long years under Jim Gordon's watch. A profound mark of shame and betrayal etched deeply within him until his recent release. How dare you? The enraged Penguin bellowed, his voice reverberating through the room. Kill him. Now. Immediately, the towering bodyguards lunged at Eric, who calmly diverted his gaze. In an instant, beams of orange light erupted from his eyes, slicing through the air toward the wall, creating a deadly horizontal blade that cleaved through the room. As the brutish bodyguards encountered the searing rays, their bodies were cleaved apart in an instant, their gruesome remains crashing to the floor, blood gushing forth. The entire scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Confronted with the horrific demise of his henchmen, the Penguin's eyes widened in disbelief and terror, while the woman in black stockings beside him remained utterly paralyzed with shock. Regaining his composure amid the fear and astonishment, the Penguin swiftly drew a pistol from his coat and aimed it at Eric. However, before he could pull the trigger, Eric stood before him, seizing his neck and lifting him off the ground. The diminutive figure of the Penguin swayed precariously in the air, emitting agonized gasps. His pallid visage flushed a deep crimson. His right hand desperately attempted to pull the trigger of his firearm. Yet it felt as though all strength had been siphoned from his body, rendering the trigger utterly unresponsive. You appear to be in excruciating pain, Mr. Oswald, Eric observed, tilting his head as he scrutinized the Penguin's tormented expression. You. Terror flickered in the Penguin's eyes as he stammered. Who are you? Despite having traversed Gotham for decades, he had never encountered such an inhuman presence. A beam of laser-like fury shot from his eyes, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This display of otherworldliness extinguished his fury, leaving only an inescapable dread in its wake. Are you astonished? I assumed that as Gotham's crime lord, you would no longer fear death as an option. Releasing his grip, a resounding thud echoed as the Penguin's body crashed heavily onto the floor. Coughing violently, he clutched his throat, gasping for breath, oblivious to the blood staining his attire. Death? After a fit of coughing, the Penguin unsteadily rose. Reflecting on the absurdity of the situation in Gotham, where the foolishly dressed were esteemed and noble ideals tragically betrayed, while the crown of gold was disgracefully worn by the undead, leaving the valiant crippled by the powerful. Here, death is hardly a liberating prospect, he remarked with a tone laced with mockery. Suppressing his inner terror, the Penguin regained his composure. Shakespeare's sonnets, I have heard, Eric said, gently caressing the face of the startled, dark-haired woman. It seems the Penguin's fondness for Shakespeare is not without merit. Shifting the conversation, he emanated a palpable aura of danger, reigning in his intensity. I have a business proposition to discuss with you. What business? The Penguin, reassured of his temporary safety, exhaled deeply and inquired cautiously. I possess a cache of gold, silver, and precious metals, which I wish to exchange for the U.S. dollars in your possession. Your task is to engage in this trade with utmost integrity and ensure the circulation of these precious commodities. I trust this will not pose a challenge for someone of your stature in the underworld. Eric nonchalantly produced a silver coin from his pocket and tossed it to the Penguin. This coin represents the wealth that will soon belong to you. As well as a token of our connection, do not discard it. Upon receiving the coin and observing the owl emblem engraved upon it, the Penguin was momentarily taken aback. The Court of Owls. Oh, you have heard of it? Eric responded with mild surprise. That was long ago. The Penguin fell into a reverie, contemplating his ambitions. To ascend to the pinnacle of Gotham, I must eradicate all forces that obstruct my path. I have heard whispers of this faction, deeply entrenched in Gotham, clandestinely wielding power over all, which is why I have sought to uncover their secrets by any means necessary. In the name of the mayor, I convene a banquet, inviting the esteemed families of Gotham to unveil my ambitions and threats. By the end of my discourse, the Penguin's countenance revealed a sinister expression. I have no desire to hear your tale, Mr. Oswald, I declared. Eric rose, interrupting him. The precious metals will soon be dispatched to you, and all you need to do, aside from preparing me the cash, is to once again invite those noble families, just as you did during your tenure as mayor, to showcase what you possess at the soir. Are you seeking to draw out the Court of Owls? The Penguin queried, suspicion flickering in his eyes. And then confront them? No, Eric replied, glancing out at the rain-soaked night, grasping his umbrella. What I desire is merely wealth. As for dealing with those owls, a bat shall suffice. Having expressed his intent, he strode toward the exit. I trust you are astute, Mr. Oswald, so do not act unwisely. After issuing this warning, Eric departed from the Iceberg Lounge. The Penguin observed him leave with a complex expression, but refrained from any attempt to hinder him. Upon returning to the hotel, Eric had just set down his umbrella when the phone rang. Chapter 66. You are not my father. Hello, father, it's Eric. Eric, how are things in Gotham? Jonathan inquired. I watched the weather forecast. It's been raining there for days, and the air quality is rather poor. You must take care. At Kent Farm, Jonathan continued. I know, father, everything is proceeding smoothly here. What about the farm? Jonathan hesitated, glancing at his wife standing nearby. Everything is quite well. Your mother wishes to speak with you. After handing the phone to Martha, Jonathan sighed and sank into a chair. Martha, after conversing with Eric for a while, hung up and returned to her husband, taking his hand. We will find Clark. This time, it's different. Clark's departure was merely an evasion of uncomfortable silence. Jonathan's expression reflected resignation. This time, Clark's rebelliousness seemed magnified manifold. Is it wise to keep Eric in the dark about Clark? Martha paused before responding. If anyone in this town can locate Clark, it is surely Eric. Moreover, should anything happen to Clark, only Eric will be capable of addressing it. That would lead us into a far more convoluted situation. Martha, Jonathan gently patted his wife's hand. I shall go to the school tomorrow. Perhaps I might encounter Clark there. Let us hope. Martha nodded, yet her countenance bore an enduring trace of concern. The following morning, Jonathan parked his pickup at the school gates, rolling down the window to scan the throng of students, hoping to catch sight of Clark. After waiting for half an hour, he heard the familiar roar of a motorcycle. Looking back, Clark spotted a girl dressed in rebellious punk attire riding towards the campus entrance on a motorcycle. After stopping the bike, Clark removed his sunglasses and bid farewell to the girl, just as he encountered Chloe, Peter, and Lana. Wow, Chloe exclaimed, her voice dripping with exaggeration, as the shy Clark seemed to vanish, replaced by a spirited and charming version of himself. Clark hung his helmet on the handlebars, a subtle smile playing on his lips, casually mentioning that he was merely giving her a ride to school. If you wish, Chloe, I could also give you a lift. Chloe was momentarily taken aback. Exchanging a glance with Lana, although she harbored feelings for Clark, she preferred not to confront them in such a setting. After a somewhat awkward glance at Clark, she turned to leave. Lana hurriedly followed her. Wow, Clark Kent has become quite the charmer. What on earth is happening? Peter remarked. People do change, Peter. Clark responded, donning his sunglasses and shrugging casually. Suddenly, the car door slammed shut, and Jonathan emerged, striding towards Clark. Clark, we need to talk. Clark cast a sideways glance at his father, fiddling with the ruby ring in his hand. Not now, Dad. What? I said not now. Ignoring Jonathan, he walked directly towards the school. Jonathan's anger surged, and he grabbed Clark's leather jacket. I told you to get in the car. Give me one good reason why you won't. Because I'm your father. Now get in the car. Jonathan's eyes bore into Clark's, enunciating each word. No, you are not my father. Clark seemed exasperated by his father's insistence, delivering a forceful push to Jonathan's chest, sending him stumbling backward. Though it appeared casual, the impact was tremendous, propelling Jonathan against the truck's bed with a loud thud. Ugh! Jonathan groaned in pain, clutching his chest as he leaned against the truck for support, slowly sinking down. Witnessing his father collide with the vehicle, Clark hesitated for a moment, but his gaze soon turned cold as he continued towards the school. Unable to bear the scene, Peter glared at the retreating Clark before rushing to assist Jonathan. Are you all right, Uncle? In the corridor of the academic building, Clark crossed paths with his biology teacher, Ms. Akins, who was organizing her belongings at her locker. Hey, Ms. Akins. Clark greeted her. I must say, your style today breaks the mold of your previous impressions, and it suits you beautifully. Ms. Akins was adorned in a flowing, ruffled light green bohemian dress, exuding a newfound allure that surpassed her previous attire. Wandering, freedom, and a carefree spirit intertwined with a sense of decadence. These are the hallmarks of bohemianism. Akins turned to face Clark, who leaned against the locker with a smile. Haggard yet beautiful, somber yet romantic, impoverished yet fashionable. These bohemian traits resonate with me. Thus you're quite right. Akins exuded an allure that captivated the hormones of high school students. She smiled at Clark and asked, "Do you know why I appear haggard?" Clark, perhaps you need a haven to liberate yourself from negative emotions. Clark stepped closer to Akins, saying, "I know of a vibrant bar that ignites the senses with pulsating music and dazzling lights. It may just lift your spirits and dispel your weariness. Bohemian, Butterfly Prince. Finiti. Choose any beauty you desire." "No," Akins interjected, raising a finger to halt Clark's advance. "I am thinking of my date, Eric Kent. Did you know? We once went out together, and he bestowed upon me an experience that was both tingling and slightly painful, accompanied by the rapid beating of my heart, a blend of fear and anticipation that I find intoxicating." With a gentle push of her finger, she created distance between them. "Surprised? I know you are Eric's brother, but you're distinctly different. I do not sense that captivating essence from you. Clark, I am aware of your recent indiscretions." Akins disregarded Clark's increasingly displeased expression and continued, "Regardless of whether you are quietly submissive or feign arrogance, you will never surpass your brother. Thus, your charm cannot conquer me, and any hopes of dating you are futile." After delivering her pointed remarks, Akins turned and left, her curvaceous silhouette leaving Clark in a clenched fist rage. "I'm not as good as Eric." This thought spiraled through his mind. With a resounding thud, he struck the metal locker, deforming it with a loud crash that startled passing classmates. We'll see about that. Chapter 67. This is not rebellion. Clark was behaving strangely. In the school newspaper's editorial room, Peter had just entered and addressed Chloe, who was holding a stone and seemed oblivious to his words. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "You won't believe what I discovered, Peter. The rings sold to us by the school are actually fakes. Let's discuss the counterfeit issue later. Chloe, Clark has been acting unusually." "What?" Chloe asked, puzzled. "What has happened to Clark?" "Motorcycles, conflicts with his father. His demeanor seems transformed, as if he has become a different person. I just spoke with Mr. Jonathan, and they are even considering the worst-case scenario, such as a potential drug addiction." Chloe shrugged, noting that Clark had always been peculiar, though his oddities seemed to have intensified recently. Furthermore, Clark had to indulge in drugs to become addicted, and I find it hard to believe he would resort to such foolishness. Let us hope for the best. Peter sighed, expressing his uncertainty, admitting he could only speculate. "By the way, what was that object you were holding earlier?" He directed his gaze towards a stone resting on Chloe's desk. "This is the news I just uncovered. This ring." Chloe displayed the ruby ring in her hand to Peter, revealing that the graduation rings sold by the school were counterfeit. The truth was that the jewelry company had substituted worthless meteorites for rubies to cut costs. Upon hearing this, Peter glanced at the ring on his own hand. "Chloe, as much as I wish to believe you, I must remind you that the gemstone in this ring is red, while meteorites are green. Not the meteorites near Smallville, but those discovered at Lake Hubris. The meteorites there exhibit a crimson hue. This piece I possess is a sample." Chloe handed the glowing red stone to Peter, urging him to examine the patterns on it, which were identical to those on their rings. "Tomorrow, I shall publish this revelation on the front page of the Torch. It is bound to be a significant story." Holding the red meteorite, Peter's expression turned grave. "Do you think Clark's character might have been influenced by this red meteorite? I know he behaves strangely in the presence of that green meteorite." Much like Atkins' allure, could the red meteorite have enchanted him as well? Chloe furrowed her brow. "Indeed, there is such a possibility." Meanwhile, at the Kent farm, Martha was tending to her husband. Jonathan, shirtless, had a swollen back, gripping the railing as he urged his wife to apply a hot towel to his wounds. "I cannot believe Clark would act in such a manner." Martha's eyes reflected her concern for her husband. Jonathan, gritting his teeth in pain, exhaled heavily, appearing as though he had transformed into another person. "What can we do to persuade him to return home?" "I do not know." Jonathan shook his head. "If he wishes to pursue his own path, there is little we can do. If this continues, I cannot fathom what Clark might ultimately do. Our only hope of stopping him lies with Eric." Martha expressed her worries. Eric's abilities awakened earlier, and he is more adept at wielding his powers. That would only exacerbate the situation. Jonathan interrupted his wife, donning his jacket. "We have witnessed Eric mastering flight. He can even soar at supersonic speeds. He is effectively a fighter jet now. Meanwhile, Clark has only just learned to emit heat from his eyes under Eric's guidance. If they were to clash, I do not believe Clark could withstand it easily. They are not ordinary individuals. Should a conflict arise, I dread to think of the devastation it could unleash upon our town. Taking the towel from his wife's hands, Jonathan pressed it against the injured area on his chest and continued. Moreover, as you know, once a dispute is ignited, it does not easily come to an end. Whether for Clark or for the town, I do not agree with calling Eric back at this moment. However, Clark would not comprehend. Martha glanced toward Clark's hidden fortress not far away and said with a tinge of distress, "It is as if he has suddenly transformed overnight into someone incapable of understanding others. I cannot fathom how such a profound change can occur in just one night." "Martha, he is Clark. His extraordinary abilities manifested all at once. Do you think this is part of his maturation?" Martha inquired of her husband. Jonathan hesitated slightly, then replied, "I am uncertain. I suspect those feelings he expressed have been brewing within him for some time." Observing her husband's melancholic expression, Martha gently stroked his shoulder, saying, "No, Jonathan, Clark loves you. He loves you just as much as Eric does. This is not merely an act of rebellion, but rather a manifestation of issues we do not yet comprehend. I do not believe I am being rebellious." In the depths of Wayne Manor, Bruce clasped his hands against his chin, fixated on the screen before him. His hair was slightly disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot, indicating a night devoid of sleep. Bruce stared unblinkingly at the monitor and addressed Alfred, who approached with coffee. "I am aware of my actions and fully understand the consequences they may entail. It is merely a temporary collapse of my physical state. But trust me, I'm not so fragile." As he spoke, he directed his attention to the computer, initiating a secondary processor for audio retrieval. Audio retrieval failed. Damn it. Bruce slammed his fist on the table. He had fought a mysterious figure in an alley yesterday, having only glimpsed the opponent's chin. What troubled him most was that despite their confrontation, he had not clearly seen Eric's face, even with the equipment capturing the other's voice. No analysis could confirm the identity of the individual. "I have placed the coffee beside you, sir," Alfred said, setting the cup down. "If I may, sir, I would like to share something. I recently came across an article in the scientific column of the Gazette. German ornithologists have discovered that bats require sunset to embark on long-distance flights. In other words, Master Bruce, if you are willing, even Batman needs a touch of sunlight to continue soaring." Bruce reanalyzed Eric's voice. "I know enough about bats, Alfred. What do you know of owls?" "I cannot claim to know more than you, sir," Alfred replied after a moment of silence. "The medicinal black coffee I prepared for you will aid your sleeplessness and your injured body. Perhaps you should consider resting for a day, using a coffee pot." Alfred poured some coffee into a cup and added, "By the way, there's one more thing. Mr. Cobblepot has suddenly summoned an evening gala, inviting numerous celebrities and dignitaries from Gotham, including you, sir." Chapter 68. "Do you mind if I come in, Penguin?" Bruce switched off the sound analyzer and rose, his demeanor always somewhat mischievous. "Yes, sir, but he is indeed Gotham's only respectable villain, is he not?" Alfred quipped, holding the coffee pot, showcasing his rare wit. "Perhaps at this soir, you might glean something of value." "Glean?" Bruce gently lifted the cup of black coffee, savoring a sip that made his brow furrow at its bitterness. "I do not believe Penguin and Owl have any connection." Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him. A detail he had overlooked surged forth in his mind. The black umbrella used by the other party, a detail he had missed, perhaps due to the obscured vision in the dark, rainy night, rendering him unable to focus on the umbrella. With this thought, Bruce promptly seated himself and began operating the supercomputer before him. Indeed, something to glean. Alfred, unaware of Bruce's peculiar demeanor, continued, "Not only regarding the clues you wish to investigate, but perhaps other things as well, such as fresh air or a delightful encounter." Bruce manipulated the computer, retrieving information about Penguin, and said to the butler, "Bats require sunlight to calibrate their internal navigational systems, fresh air for sustenance, or a marvelous encounter. None of these presently pique my interest, for there exists an unstoppable entity racing throughout Gotham." As he spoke, he called up the data on Penguin, comparing it to the umbrella Eric had held. It was indeed the same style, with every detail matching perfectly. "Alfred, prepare for me. I shall attend the evening gala hosted by Penguin." Bruce stood, donned his coat, and instructed the butler. "Oh, I am surprised, sir, that you have changed your mind." Alfred responded with some astonishment. "I have uncovered certain clues intricately linked to Penguin." "Is that so?" Alfred replied, his tone tinged with regret. "I had thought you were inclined to attend the gala for the sunlight and air." At the Gotham Grand Hotel, Eric sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. The tome of dark magic confiscated from the Metropolis Owl Council resonated unexpectedly with his psyche. The arcane incantations and rituals, along with their rules and methods, were indelibly etched in his mind. He now harbored a sensation that with merely a flick of his wrist or a parting of his lips, he could unleash astonishingly powerful magic. The spiritual realm and the enchanted tome seemed to draw each other in, as if this beguiling magic were enticing him to possess and wield it. But is this truly the extent of it? Closing the magical book, Eric offered a gentle smile. If dark sorcery were merely this level of allure, it would scarcely stir the depths of his soul. To drag oneself into the abyss, one must conjure a fearsome existence even more terrifying than the chasm itself. At this moment, he regarded the so-called magic as nothing more than a trivial diversion, until he comprehended the profound mysteries of this world or could conquer those of higher dimensions. He had no desire to court such troubles. Casually tossing the spellbook onto the sofa, Eric stood by the window, gazing outward. His vision traversed the towering edifices and skyscrapers, crossed the Gotham River and the Burnley district, meandered around Nawa Island, and ultimately settled upon Gotham Tower. Countless evils, whether born of light or shadow, were absorbed into his sight. As he withdrew his gaze, it unintentionally caught sight of the third floor of a hotel. In the corridor, a young woman clad in a black cleaning uniform pushed a janitorial cart. A string of white pearls adorned her neck, and her long legs were sheathed in black stockings, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, with strikingly delicate features that could not be concealed even by her mundane attire. Most striking was the primal aura she exuded, graceful like a cat yet imbued with a cunning disposition. Knock, knock, knock. The woman rapped on a guest room door, exchanging a few words before a middle-aged man within allowed her entry. "You look somewhat familiar," remarked the middle-aged Caucasian man, preparing to settle back onto the sofa, casting a quizzical glance at the woman. "Do I? Hold this for me," she replied, handing the perplexed man a black dust mask before suddenly unleashing a fierce punch. With a resounding thud, her fist struck his cheek. The man staggered backward, while the woman, displaying her agile grace, leapt behind him, seizing his arm in a movement reminiscent of yoga, using his momentum to throw him onto the floor. Thud! The ground trembled slightly upon impact. Though the man, having endured a flurry of attacks, writhed in pain, he did not lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly drew a handgun from his waist and fired at the woman. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed. Sensing imminent danger, the woman quickly rolled away to evade the shots. The middle-aged man, having temporarily repelled his foe, rose swiftly, aiming his weapon toward the bathroom, where the woman had taken refuge, and cautiously advanced despite his pain. "Ha!" Accompanied by a fierce shout, the woman darted out from the side, landing a kick to the man's waist. The force of the blow sent him off balance, and she adeptly spun around, landing a powerful strike to his lower region. "Apologies, but you forced my hand into using underhanded tactics." Observing the man, who clutched his groin and slowly collapsed, the woman shrugged her shoulders. After casting a brief glance at the middle-aged man, she began rummaging through his travel case. Upon uncovering a seemingly valuable cache of jewels, she let out a long sigh. Approaching the bathroom mirror, she adjusted her attire and makeup, preparing to depart. However, just as she reached the threshold, a series of gunshots erupted. The wooden door was instantly riddled with holes. Startled, the woman swiftly darted towards the window. With a leap, she ascended to the windowsill, intending to jump down. Yet, upon discovering that adversaries awaited below, she had no choice but to scale the wall with her agile physique. Despite the smooth exterior offering little leverage, she climbed with the grace of a nimble cat. Eric's window was directly above her, and moments later, she found herself in his room. Their eyes met across the window. Eric maintained an air of calm, while the woman appeared momentarily startled. "Sir, would you mind if I entered?" The woman, clad in a black maid's outfit with a white cleaning cloth adorning her chest and collar, smiled slightly as she addressed Eric. Before Eric could respond, she effortlessly slipped through the window. "Thank you. I encountered a minor predicament, perhaps due to the negligence of a plumber, or maybe an issue with the elevator repairman. In any case, I need to pass through your room to reach the floor above. You and T mind, would you?" After jumping down from the window and brushing off her hands, she spoke to Eric. "And what if I do mind?" Eric mused, forming a preliminary conjecture about the woman's identity. Batman's rumored love interest, Catwoman, Selina Kyle. A thief targeting jewels, artifacts, and various forms of art. She embodied sensuality akin to a feline, yet her cunning, ruthlessness, independence, and unreliability were equally emblematic of her character. Intrigued by her identity, Eric resolved to engage her in conversation. You appear to be one of those frantic intruders who barge in without a thought. Generally speaking, I do not possess much patience for thieves. Eric observed her with a steady gaze, speaking slowly. A thief? I hardly consider myself one, Catwoman retorted, removing the white cloth from her chest and collar, producing various items from her backpack. I am merely a crow seeking balance in life. Donning orange-tinted goggles and securing a length of rope around her waist, she continued, crows tend to discover shiny objects and stash them in their nests. After organizing her gear, Catwoman flashed a smile at Eric. Like a crow, I adorn my nest with splendid items. Once they are tucked away in my pockets, they grant me a sense of security or balance in life. Although she sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Eric, she dismissed it, assuming he was merely an ordinary hotel guest. She approached and gently touched Eric's chest, expressing her gratitude for his hospitality, remarking that he was a generous individual, perhaps hinting that his reward could be upgraded next time. As she turned to leave, an urgent knock echoed at the door. It appeared that your adversary had arrived. Eric, standing behind her, stretched languidly and remarked in a lazy tone, though crows may conceal splendid treasures in their nests, one must remain wary of the lurking predators. He then moved towards the door, preparing to open it. Seeing Eric's action, the Catwoman was startled and instantly leaped onto the windowsill, ready to flee. However, to her surprise, when Eric opened the door, he merely uttered 2 sentences, causing her pursuers to depart. Who are you? Once Eric closed the door, the Catwoman jumped down from the windowsill like a cat, skeptically inquiring of Eric. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Miss Crow. In an instant, Eric transitioned from the doorway to right in front of her, his sudden movement startling the Catwoman, who instinctively recoiled. Immediately, she drew the grappling hook from her waist and flung it at Eric. Are you a cop? Her tone lost its previous calm allure, revealing a certain agitation akin to a rebellious girl. Eric deftly caught the rope she had thrown and, with a gentle tug, pulled her towards him. The woman, slightly dazed from the abrupt collision into Eric's embrace, had yet to react when she felt a swift motion at her waist. As she regained her composure, she noticed a wallet materializing in Eric's hand. He feigned disappointment, stating, "Indeed, a thief. Who are you? A cop or one of the Count's people?" The Catwoman, eyeing Eric warily, attempted to break free from his grasp, yet his hands held her firmly, akin to a vice. Have you never heard the saying? Curiosity killed the cat. Eric released her, adding, moreover, since you just pilfered my wallet, I believe you ought to pay a small price. Just as the Catwoman prepared to catch her breath, the grappling rope shifted, and before she could resist, she found herself bound. Faced with Eric's astounding capabilities, a wave of fear surged within her. She sensed that this time, escaping would not be as effortless as before. So, can you reveal your name now, Miss Crow? Eric inquired, satisfied with her bound position. Selina Kyle. The Catwoman exhaled, glancing at her restrained hands. So, you are a magician? Close enough. Eric's gaze lingered on her alluring figure as he asked. Continuing our discussion, Miss Kyle, where is your current residence? What do you intend to do? The Catwoman took a step back, suspecting that I was part of a criminal conspiracy and aiming to capture my accomplices. I am now utterly convinced that you possess a touch of magic and harbor ulterior motives, despite her desire to uphold her unwavering dignity. Catwoman ultimately divulged her address under Eric's oppressive presence. Upon learning the address she provided, Eric feigned a nod, closed the door, and departed. Before Catwoman could fully process her bewilderment, Eric returned moments later, brandishing a set of sleek black leather bodysuit, staring at the alluring attire in Eric's hands. Catwoman was left speechless. Was this not her own costume as Catwoman? How could it have come into his possession? Did he inquire about her address merely to retrieve this outfit? But that seemed implausible. He could not have moved so swiftly, nor could he possibly know her identity as Catwoman. Isn't this your outfit? Eric's wicked amusement surfaced as he untied Catwoman, handing her the snug leather ensemble. If you wish to evade the pursuit of the raptor, you must transform from a crow into a cat. Am I not correct, Miss Catwoman? Eric quipped with a smirk. Gazing into the face of this insufferable man, Catwoman instantly realized he was fully aware of her identity. And indeed, he was the type of despicable rogue who simply wanted to witness her change into the costume, though she clenched her teeth, yearning to deliver a kick to Eric. The disparity in their strengths compelled her to relent. Gritting her teeth, she removed her black maid outfit, revealing her flawless alabaster form. Her figure was exquisitely sculpted, akin to that of a supermodel, perfectly embodying the golden ratio of the human body. Particularly striking were her long legs, which overshadowed even those of Akin's. Standing on tiptoe, she was left clad only in sheer black lingerie, her curves tantalizingly exposed, barely concealed, and revealing a glimpse of her beauty. Though it was merely a prank, Eric's gaze inadvertently lingered on her alluring form. Chapter 70. The deplorable Eric the bodysuit, while undeniably seductive, appeared rather cumbersome to don, and Catwoman struggled for quite some time before managing to fit into it. The upper section proved particularly challenging, as her prominent features resisted easy accommodation within the uniform. With the intention of being helpful, Eric stepped forward, offering to assist her with the zipper. Seizing the opportunity, Catwoman aimed a kick at Eric's groin. He evaded her attempt effortlessly, and with her strike thwarted, she swiftly unleashed a punch toward his face, only to find her hands captured and restrained by Eric. Ultimately, she resorted to biting Eric's nose, which he caught with his mouth, resulting in a direct kiss between them. They continued until Catwoman nearly gasped for breath, at which point they finally parted. The feline figure, her cheeks flushed, took several moments to regain her composure. Weakly, she tugged at the zipper on her chest, enveloping her form entirely. Once clad in the skin-tight suit, she gritted her teeth and cast a glance at Eric, inquiring, "Are you satisfied now, you bastard?" "Close enough," he replied, turning to exit the room. "You can use this space for now. That group of men won't dare to check in. You should be able to hold out until nightfall, using this suit to escape under the cover of darkness." As she watched Eric's retreating figure, a myriad of emotions flickered across her face. She was torn between gratitude and indignation. While curiosity about his identity gnawed at her, an undercurrent of irritation simmered within. As night descended, she seized the opportunity to depart from the Gotham Hotel and hastened toward her abode. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was present in her room before she entered. Once inside, she exhaled deeply, leaning against the door, and closed her eyes to take a few calming breaths before making her way to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, she began to peel off her skin-tight outfit, revealing her skin beneath. Upon seeing the markings etched upon her fair complexion, she instinctively covered her forehead and seethed. "That bastard." Words composed of several letters were imprinted on her chest, back, and thighs in stark black letters, unmistakably indicating that tampering had occurred with her suit. "Patriots? What does this mean?" She pondered, her brows furrowing as she gazed at the words adorning her body. Was this the name of her assailant? Though she could not immediately wash away the marks, she vigorously rubbed at them nonetheless. After a shower, she donned another skin-tight suit and set off toward the Gotham orphanage. She had spent many years in such establishments, often feeling engulfed by nightmares and helplessness. Upon infiltrating a room, she roused a red-haired girl from her slumber. "Happy birthday, Holly," Selina exclaimed as she embraced the young girl. "This is a gift for you." From her pocket, she produced a silver coin and presented it to Holly, explaining that although it was small, it could bestow great courage. This coin had been pilfered from Eric's wallet, adhering to her principle that a thief should never leave empty-handed. She had skillfully acquired one despite Eric reclaiming the rest of his possessions. "Thank you, Sister Selina," Holly said gleefully as she accepted the coin, inspecting it under the moonlight. The coin's obverse bore a beautifully detailed owl. "An owl coin?" Holly tilted her head and remarked, "I think I've seen this before." "You have?" Selina's heart skipped a beat. "Well, not seen it, but I've heard of it." Holly recounted to Catwoman the recent spectacle she witnessed in the alley, a fierce confrontation between Batman and the Umbrella Man, a person capable of effortlessly vanquishing Batman. As Catwoman contemplated the owl-shaped silver coin in her hand, a thought struck her. Could the Umbrella Man that Holly spoke of be the very scoundrel for whom she had changed outfits? Indeed, she had spotted a black, long-handled umbrella in his room, resembling the one owned by the Penguin. Was this individual plotting against Batman? At that moment, the Iceberg Club was bustling with an auction gala. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the city's elite engaged in lively discussions about topics of mutual interest. Bruce Wayne was conversing with a newly acquainted friend. "Yes, I am aware that March Venture Capital and the Eastern Leslie Medical Satellite Agency are under his control, are they not?" At this juncture, Bruce's identity had shifted from that of Batman to that of Gotham's renowned playboy and businessman, Mr. Wayne. Just as their conversation flowed, Bruce was interrupted by an approaching voice. Turning around, he found the Penguin making his way toward him. "Allow me to introduce you to Eric Kent." As the Penguin made the introduction, Bruce's gaze shifted to Eric, who nodded slightly and greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Wayne." Bruce scrutinized Eric's face, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. "Bruce Wayne, a pleasure to make your acquaintance." As they shook hands, Bruce suddenly realized that Eric's jawline and his recognizable voice belonged to the enigmatic figure who had wielded the umbrella in the alley that night. Upon confirming Eric's identity, Bruce's vigilance surged to its peak. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. Even if Eric were now an adversary, he would not strike at this moment. "What are your thoughts on Gotham, Mr. Wayne?" Eric, perceptive of Bruce's current musings, understood that his appearance at the gala was a deliberate disclosure of his identity to Bruce. In Gotham, he had no intention of perpetually concealing himself behind a mask. "Me? Thoughts? What is Gotham to me? A home or a homeland? I cannot precisely delineate it, but I believe it embodies a promise of a brighter tomorrow. Does it not?" Aware of Eric's perilous identity, Bruce maintained his guard while engaging in polite banter. "That sounds quite reasonable." Eric nodded, poised to elaborate further when a striking figure caught his eye. Clad in a black evening gown that left not an inch of skin exposed, even her legs were sheathed in stockings, Catwoman Selina entered the auction gala. Initially, Selina felt a thrill upon seeing Bruce Wayne, but her delight swiftly morphed into shock upon noticing Eric standing beside him. She had never anticipated that leaving the orphanage to attend an ordinary soiree, with the intention of discreetly acquiring items from the elite, would lead to an encounter with two familiar faces, especially that scoundrel who left his mark on me. After learning from Holly that he could easily defeat Batman, Bruce, her impression of Eric grew increasingly complex. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to sneak away when Eric called out to her. "Miss Selina, we meet again. What do you intend to do? Plan to capture me for another round of humiliation?" The thought of the mark he left on her made Catwoman grit her teeth. "No, I happen to be in need of a partner. I trust you won't mind." Eric extended his arm, indicating for Catwoman to link hers with his. After casting a glance at the somewhat awkward-faced Bruce, Catwoman, compelled by Eric's imposing presence, reluctantly linked her arm with his. Observing the subtle expressions of Catwoman and Batman with his supervision, Eric concluded that Batman had only recently become Gotham's knight and his romance with Catwoman had yet to properly unfold. He was highly interested in making Batman feel awkward and humiliated. Bruce was about to caution Catwoman regarding Eric's perilous identity when Penguin stood on stage, announcing his acquisition of a collection of jewels and artifacts that were to be auctioned off. Upon seeing a crystal owl showcased by Penguin, Bruce immediately forgot about Catwoman, his attention captivated entirely by the items adorned with owl insignias. Chapter 71. The Wretched Clark. As Eric had anticipated, Bruce was utterly entranced by the jewels and artifacts featuring owl motifs presented by Penguin. His wealth allowing him to be extravagant, he nearly purchased the entire collection, unequivocally demonstrating his greatest superpower, his affluence. "I can sense the aroma of conspiracy," Catwoman remarked, linking her arm with Eric's, observing Bruce's visibly abnormal demeanor with a furrowed brow. "About what?" Eric inquired, now more reserved than before. Some individuals become so engrossed in the worlds they create that they fail to notice the abnormalities surrounding them. Catwoman's eyes sparkled with a bright light. "Of course, I too can fall into such a state, typically when captivated by jewels or men. However, at this moment, I can sense the trap that Penguin has set, and I am unable to be entranced like those blinded by jewels." She lifted her piercing gaze to Eric, adding, moreover, "I suspect that this trap may be connected to you." Eric looked at Catwoman with a hint of surprise, not expecting her to maintain such composure in the presence of jewels. "Is your vigilance always this high? Are you not aware of a cat's innate instinct?" Catwoman glanced toward the socialites at the gala. "I once dated a boy from an orphanage who told me, 'Don't get too comfortable.' Do you know what that means?" Before Eric could respond, Catwoman continued, "Never trust in warm beds and pleasant lives. It is best to take action before others dismantle your home. Thus, I find it hard to believe in the conviviality of such a banquet. Typically, I would take the opportunity to depart before the house collapses." "This seems quite reasonable." Eric nodded, inquiring if she had any interest in making a date with him. The Catwoman chuckled lightly, extricating herself from Eric's arm. Many sought to torment her, and having fallen for it once, she would not easily allow him to succeed again. "Although I possess confidence in capturing the elusive feline once more, my interest at present is rather muted." Are you intrigued by a particularly lucrative business venture? Eric proactively suggested, entrusting her with a highly profitable opportunity. The Catwoman's eyes instantly narrowed. A feline-like greed ignited within her. The innate sense of danger she had previously mentioned was abruptly forgotten. What? I am to leave Gotham for Metropolis tomorrow, yet I require a contact or an agent in Gotham. While I harbor doubts regarding your professional integrity, I believe that, rather than loyalty, a raven's most commendable trait is its penchant for delivering tidings. Wouldn't you agree? The 4-day Gotham book promotion has concluded today, and he will return to Smallville tomorrow. The primary objective of this Gotham trip has been accomplished. He managed to extract several $1 million from the Penguin while simultaneously diverting the secrets of the Court of Owls directly to Batman. A war is surely brewing between Batman and the Court of Owls, one that will not yield a decisive victor in the near future. As for the one who ignited the fuse, he merely needs to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Hence, the Catwoman was chosen as his agent and informant. You must not have heard the tale of the Raven and Mercury, in which the Raven deceived the gods Apollo and Mercury. The Catwoman rewrapped her arm around Eric's, her eyes sparkling with mischief, but you may trust me for the time being. The duration of this trust will hinge upon the price you are willing to pay. If the price sufficiently pleases me, I believe I could reconsider even an evening rendezvous. Eric glanced at the Catwoman's alluring figure, nodding in agreement. You would not refuse. By the way, I too am quite looking forward to our evening together. The following day, in Smallville at the Kent farm, Jonathan sat at the round table in the living room, poured a glass of water, raised it to his lips, but soon set it down again. You mentioned going to Hamilton's, didn't you? Martha inquired, surprised by her husband's words. I recall you saying you disliked Hamilton. Theoretically, yes. I have objections not only to his theory regarding meteorite-induced environmental changes, but also to his selling plastic meteorite fragments to out-of-town tourists. Martha glanced at the green meteorite Jonathan had placed on the table. So you went to him to purchase plastic meteorites? This is not a fabrication. It is indeed genuine. Martha. Jonathan picked up the fragment from the table, asserting that one must trust a farmer who has lived in Smallville for decades to possess a fundamental ability to identify meteorites. Are you intending to use this on Clark? Martha perceived her husband's thoughts as somewhat outrageous, as he had temporarily set aside his grievances with Hamilton for Clark's sake. Eric had just returned from Gotham this afternoon, and I had recently spoken with him on the phone. Jonathan, I do not believe this is a prudent idea. Jonathan tucked the meteorite away, offering a smile to his wife, just in case. At that moment, Clark, who was on Jonathan and Martha's minds, was driving towards the farm in a Ferrari. The roar of the luxurious vehicle interrupted the couple's conversation. They opened the door to find Clark, donning sunglasses, loading a package into the red Ferrari. Clark, we searched for you all night, Martha exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Clark packing, and approached him, asking, what are you planning to do? Apologies. I had the most meaningful night of my life last night. As for what I intend to do now, it's simple. Leave this place forever. Martha glanced at her helpless husband. We want to help you, Clark. Help me with what? Staying here? Clark scoffed, tossing his backpack into the convertible Ferrari. Wasting my life to earn a mere $20 a week. Listening to Clark, Jonathan could no longer contain himself. Clark, I truly wish you would consider what you are saying. The final word, nonsense, caught in his throat. Taking a deep breath, Jonathan suppressed his rising anger. Clark, you are not yourself. There is something amiss with your health. Peter informed us that you might be affected by that ring. Are you still blaming me for purchasing the ruby ring? Clark leaned against the car door, shaking his head disdainfully at his father. You are truly pathetic. Clark, Jonathan began. But Clark raised a finger to stop him. No, no, no. You do not want to come any closer. The implication was clear. If his father drew nearer, he was prepared to take action. Martha stared at Clark in disbelief, unable to fathom that her eldest son would utter such words. What if I insist? Jonathan tilted his head, determined to confront Clark. Seeing the tension between the father and son escalate, Martha quickly interjected, the ruby on your ring is a meteorite. It may have altered your mind, much like how you become ill around the green meteorite. Are you suggesting that the red meteorite has changed my character? Clark feigned a slight panic, stroking the ring on his finger before swiftly masking his expression. I was pretending. Did you think I was surprised? No. I'll lament why I did not encounter it sooner. Chapter 72. Methods to deal with a brother Hay. If you wish to remain in this wretched place for the rest of your lives, that is your issue. I have had enough of this impoverished existence. Clark closed the car door and prepared to drive away from the farm in the borrowed sports car from Lex. However, Jonathan stood in front of the vehicle, blocking his path. We may not be as affluent as other families, but we have never deprived you and Eric of anything, be it material or spiritual. Your mother and I have given our all. Jonathan's words were laced with uncontained anger. I could earn millions. Clark stepped out of the car and approached his father, raising several fingers. I possess extraordinary talent. The world of sports or television would eagerly welcome me. You have forced me to suppress myself consistently. We are protecting you. We do not wish to lose you. Jonathan enunciated each word with gravity. Protecting me or exploiting me? Clark scoffed, then returned to the driver's seat. I am merely one of your tools to run the farm, as is Eric. The difference is, he willingly accepts it, while I refuse to endure your oppression and lies any longer. With the turn of the key, the powerful engine of the sports car roared to life. Eric will be back today, Clark. I believe you two should have a conversation, Jonathan helplessly mentioned, invoking Eric's name as a last resort. You are mistaken. I fear nothing. Not even Eric. With a thunderous roar, the Ferrari surged forward, kicking up dust that enveloped Jonathan and his wife. Meanwhile, at Smallville High School, in the publication room, Chloe was animatedly sharing her latest discovery with Lana and Pete. You will not believe what I have uncovered. She handed a newspaper to Lana, revealing that the rebellious punk girl seen recently with Clark was connected to a wanted case. Are you referring to Jessica Lopez? Lana took the newspaper, puzzled. When she first arrived at school, I showed her around the campus and thought she didn't seem like that kind of person. Not a suspect, but a protected witness of the Metropolis Police. Jessica's father is a crucial witness under police protection, yet he has gone missing. I have seen Jessica's father. He looks just like the man in the photo published in the newspaper, Chloe remarked as she picked up her coffee. Lana and Pete directed their gaze to the photograph in the paper, depicting a middle-aged man's identification picture. If he is a protected witness, why would he refuse the police's shelter and instead choose to flee? Why hide in a small town? Pete scratched his head, perplexed. I don't know. Perhaps there are underlying circumstances we are unaware of. After sipping her coffee, Chloe appeared contemplative. Clark has been associating with Jessica recently, and given his increasingly erratic behavior, I wonder whether it is a blessing or a curse for him to learn about Jessica's situation. She set down her coffee cup and shrugged. At that moment, Clark, who was on Chloe and the others' minds, found himself in a predicament. The Ferrari, driven by Clark, was halted on a desolate highway. Two men, donned in sunglasses, emerged from a vehicle, one of whom presented a state police badge to Clark. We are searching for a suspect. You have had recent contact with her, haven't you? The officer displayed a photograph, revealing Jessica, the rebellious new transfer student with whom Clark had spent the previous night at the bar. No, I have never seen her. Clark lied effortlessly. I suggest you be more astute. The two officers drew their guns, aiming them at Clark. He smirked, intrigued by their weapons. So, you are attempting to intimidate me? With a surge of super speed, he snatched the guns from their grasp. You're not real police, are you? How did you achieve that? One of them stammered. Quite simply. Clark aimed one of the guns at his palm, pulling the trigger repeatedly. The bullet struck his hand, but could not penetrate his defense, flattening upon impact and falling to the ground with a metallic clatter. You will never comprehend whom you are confronting. In the next instant, a gust of wind swept past the two astonished impostors. Before they could react, Clark seized them by the necks, lifting them effortlessly into the air. Tell me, who are you? His gaze, laced with menace, fixed on the gasping men. We are not police. We are not here for Jessica Lopez. We seek her father. The two men, acutely aware of their impending demise, gasped out their confession. Why? Simon Lopez. He stole confidential documents from the company, enough to imprison all the executives for a century. We were hired to locate him and retrieve the files. Upon their recovery, we would be rewarded with $1 million. The terrified assassins divulged every detail to Clark. $1 million. Clark's eyes narrowed. We can split it, as long as you assist us in acquiring the documents. This one could afford you a much better life. The killers, now able to breathe slightly easier, pleaded after Clark released his grip. We? Who is this you speak of? Clark chuckled, a ruthless glint in his eyes. No one can contest me for $1 million. He extended a finger, flicking it lightly at their foreheads. An overwhelming force surged forth, instantly rendering them unconscious. Having dealt with the two assassins, Clark turned his gaze toward their vehicle. Activating his thermal vision, flames erupted upon the car's exterior, rapidly spreading and engulfing it in a fierce blaze. After igniting the vehicle, Clark drove away. A thunderous explosion resonated in the air. The car erupted in an explosion, instantly transforming into a massive fireball. Flames and debris were thrust skyward, only to rain down in a chaotic shower. The two assassins sprawled on the ground, fortunate to have been positioned far enough from the epicenter of the blast to escape unscathed. If Eric were to return today, he could potentially impede my plans. Clark, speeding towards Jessica's residence, squinted his eyes, contemplating how to deal with his brother. Kryptonite? An idea flickered in his mind. While the green kryptonite would diminish his own strength, it would also weaken Eric. As long as he could ensure that Eric made contact with the kryptonite while avoiding it himself, his chances of victory would significantly increase. Despite his outward bravado, he felt an underlying lack of confidence in overcoming Eric. After all, he had always been the one to fail throughout his life, a shadow that lingered even after his transformation. When thinking of kryptonite, the first thing that came to his mind was Lana's kryptonite necklace. He slammed on the brakes, swiftly turning the car towards the school. To his knowledge, Lana should still be there at this hour. Chapter 73. I am here to hammer you. Jonathan and Martha had just finished their lunch when a few unexpected guests arrived at their home. Clark stole my necklace. A breathless Lana exclaimed as she entered, addressing Jonathan and Martha. Chloe and Peter wore similarly anxious expressions. I heard him mention Jessica, and his tone was quite unsettling. Peter informed Jonathan. The newly relocated Lopez family were crucial witnesses under police protection. Perhaps Clark had become aware of this and intended to harm them. Chloe voiced her conjecture, although they were uncertain why Clark had taken Lana's necklace. Upon hearing this, Jonathan exchanged a glance with his wife. Sighing, he shook his head, noting that it wasn't just Clark who feared kryptonite. Eric did as well, and he was due to return from Gotham today. The moment Lana heard Eric's name, panic washed over her. Uncle, are you saying Clark intends to harm Eric? I cannot be certain, but the situation has escalated to a critical point. Jonathan replied as he strode towards the cabinet, retrieving a piece of green meteorite. Clark is no longer receptive to anyone's opinions. Only we can stop him. Gulp. Observing Jonathan's grave demeanor, Peter swallowed hard, realizing the severity of the situation. Perhaps we could wait for Eric to return. It's too late for that, and Clark has likely already prepared for Eric's arrival. Peter, come with me to Jessica's house. After donning his coat, Jonathan called for Peter to join him. Peter glanced at Lana and Chloe, shrugged his shoulders, and quickly followed in Jonathan's wake. Chloe and Lana, unwilling to remain idle at home awaiting news, bid farewell to Martha and departed from the farm, heading towards Jessica's residence. Meanwhile, at Jessica's house, Clark knocked on the door and entered, disregarding Jessica's embrace. He removed his sunglasses and bluntly declared, I'm aware of the reason for your father's flight. Produce that magnetic file and hand it over to me. Jessica, bewildered by the sudden shift in her once close relationship with the boy she admired, retorted, I don't understand why you're acting this way, Clark. It's simple. Money. Clark replied, his lips curving into a disingenuous smile. You know I intend to leave this place and require a substantial sum to sustain my life. I refuse to be confined here. Jessica, I need to rise above. You will support me. Want you? That would endanger my father. I want to give it to you. The rebellious girl, who had consistently defied her father, unexpectedly revealed her protective stance, asserting, You shall not. Clark exhaled sharply, shrugging his shoulders as he leaned against the dining table. Everyone will perish, not just your father. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, the door burst open and Jessica's father appeared, brandishing a handgun and aiming at Clark. Leave this place, boy. You wouldn't want to experience the pain of injury. Who do you think you are to persuade me? Even my parents couldn't achieve that. Why do you presume you can? Clark tilted his head, letting out a soft scoff, and in an instant, the handgun was in his grasp. With a mere squeeze of his hand, he crushed the weapon into fragments, carelessly discarding the pieces to the floor before turning his gaze to search the room with his X-ray vision. I'm not fond of hide and seek. Where have you concealed the magnetic file? In the ceiling or the floor? With a powerful punch, he smashed the entire wardrobe, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Not here. He lifted the television and hurled it at the man. Jessica's father dodged backward, but in the next moment, Clark seized him by the collar. Why don't you save yourself and your daughter by handing it over to me? Huh. Clark's patience had worn thin, and he glared menacingly at the man. Suddenly, the screech of tires echoed from outside the yard. Clark, still holding the man, glanced toward the commotion, spotting his father and Pete disembarking from the vehicle. Jonathan, in particular, was striding towards him with a large hammer raised in hand. It appeared that the hefty iron hammer was not intended for a tractor, but rather aimed at him. Clark smiled slightly, releasing Jessica's father as he faced Jonathan and his former ally. Wow, it seems my father and friends are coming to confront me. You no longer grasp the magnitude of your actions, Clark. Jonathan raised the iron hammer in his hand, aiming it at Clark. I will not allow you to harm anyone. Clark dismissed his father's threat, glancing leisurely at Jessica, who was helping his father, and replied in a nonchalant tone, You still wish to command me, but I am no longer the Clark Kent I once was. He ambled towards Jonathan, tilting his head slightly upon noticing his father's anxious expression. You seem a bit frightened? After a brief pause, he added with an air of realization. If I think about it seriously, both you and Mom are quite afraid of me. Perhaps you've always regarded Eric and me as monsters. No, we love you dearly. Jonathan shook his head. It pains me deeply that it has come to this. He then called out to Peter, who was on the other side. Peter, already prepared, swiftly retrieved the lead box and aimed it at Clark as he opened it. The moment the box was unveiled, Clark unleashed his heat vision. Though weakness soon overwhelmed him, he successfully destroyed the kryptonite within the box, specifically prepared by Jonathan for Clark, melting it entirely with his heat vision. With a thud, Clark, enduring his discomfort, struck out with a palm, sending Peter flying out of the room. Simultaneously, Jonathan's hammer swung toward him. Free from the influence of kryptonite, Clark single-handedly blocked his father's hammer. Regrettably, you are not the only ones who can prepare kryptonite. I can too. Thus, the moment I saw Peter's lead box, I understood your intentions, Clark declared, pushing forward with great force, causing Jonathan to be propelled backward, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. At this moment, Chloe and Lana arrived late to the scene, helping the bloodied Peter while casting desperate glances at Clark, who had just pushed Jonathan aside. Was there truly no one who could stop Clark? Clark exhaled sharply, activating his heat vision aimed at the hammer in Jonathan's hand. With an extraordinarily high temperature, even though the target was the hammer, it was impossible to ensure Jonathan remained unscathed. Feeling a sharp pain in his back, Jonathan instinctively raised his hands to shield his face as he saw Clark's heat vision approaching. However, the anticipated heat did not strike. Instead, a piercing, sizzling sound filled his ears. When he opened his eyes, he found a figure standing before him, hands raised in defense against Clark's heat vision. Eric. Chapter 74. The dawn of war standing before him was indeed Eric. With arms crossed before his chest, he used his body as a shield against the oncoming heat vision. The crimson beams, imbued with immense energy, crackled and hissed as they clashed with Eric's defense. The collision of energy and flesh created a fierce conflict, with sparks erupting from the point of contact. Lana and Chloe stared, unblinking, at the figure struck by Clark's heat vision. Jessica, the punk girl supporting her father, was equally transfixed. The events of the day had far exceeded her understanding of societal norms accumulated over the years. Just when she was awestruck by Clark's astonishing abilities, she was taken aback by the emergence of a similar entity. A glance at her father revealed him equally dumbfounded, mouth agape. Meanwhile, realizing that his heat vision could not penetrate Eric's defenses, Clark ceased his assault. As the smoke cleared, Eric slowly lowered his arms. A familiar face emerged before Chloe and Lana. Frowning, Eric's eyes glinted with cold intensity as he fixed his gaze on Clark, then clenched his teeth and raised his right hand. In an instant, propelled by super speed, he appeared before Clark, delivering a thunderous punch that struck Clark's cheek with the force of a lightning bolt. With a resounding crash, Clark was hurled against the wall, crashing into the courtyard. His momentum continued unabated, carving a deep trench into the ground. The explosion within the room shattered surrounding glass and fragile objects. Jonathan and Jessica, positioned behind Eric, felt a lesser impact, but still experienced a ringing in their ears. After sending Clark flying, Eric leapt into the courtyard. With a loud thud, the ground beneath him cracked and splintered. Struggling, Clark rose from the dirt, spitting out the soil that had filled his mouth and shaking his head to regain his senses. Before he could react, Eric's fist was already coming towards him. Instinctively, the super speed endowed Clark raised his arms to block the punch. However, Eric's upper body attack was merely a feint. He swiftly kicked Clark's calf with tremendous force. The impact sent Clark off balance, leaning forward, only to be met with Eric's uppercut. With a fierce shout, Clark was propelled skyward. The surrounding air compressed and exploded with a thunderous roar. Eric soared into the sky, targeting the ascending Clark with another punch. Left without leverage in midair, Clark surged upward amidst the detonation of air. In a flash, Eric caught up with Clark, delivering a powerful straight punch to his cheek. The impact reverberated through the air, leaving Clark dazed and unable to control his flight, continuing his ascent. The sky erupted with booming explosions, akin to thunder, rendering Lana and Chloe speechless, their mouths agape. Jessica, aiding her father out of the wreckage, looked up toward the tumultuous sky. Jonathan, bracing himself with his back, breathed heavily, his face etched with concern. He was anxious not only about Eric's inability to contain his rage, but also about the potential escalation of the conflict between them. Hovering in the air, Eric was indeed consumed by fury. The absence of familial bonds in his past life rendered his feelings for Jonathan and Martha significant, albeit expressed in a subdued manner. Thus, upon witnessing Clark's assault on his father, his anger overwhelmed all reason, even though he understood that it may not have been Clark's true intention. The flames of vengeance engulfed him entirely. The unforgivable words echoed in his mind like an incantation, compelling him to unleash all his might against Clark. A resounding crash reverberated as Clark slammed into the ground, the immense impact causing the earth to tremble slightly. With his back against the ground, Clark let out a pained groan. Despite eventually possessing a body of steel, the yet-to-be fully realized potential of Clark rendered him vulnerable against the wrathful Eric, who had unleashed the full extent of his capabilities. Instead of pursuing his advantage, Eric coldly regarded the fallen Clark. After a struggle, Clark managed to rise, offering a derisive smirk. "Eric, you seem to be brimming with anger," he gasped, his leather jacket tattered and his face smeared with dirt after mere minutes of conflict. Despite this, he remained defiant, mocking his brother. "Is it because I exposed our parents' pathetic charade that you are enraged and turned your ire towards me? I have been suppressing my own talents. I could become someone greater, but their obstacles have shackled me to this stifling little town. Your anger is utterly unfounded. A raging fire ultimately scorches its own bearer. Withdraw your outstretched hand, you fool." With a furious roar, Clark charged at Eric, his fist transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed directly at him. Yet against Eric's superior speed, his punch merely struck the air. Eric retaliated, landing a fist squarely on Clark's chest, followed by another that sent him flying sideways. Like a baseball hurled through the air, Clark swiftly adjusted his position mid-flight, colliding with a large tree to mitigate the impact, then using the rebound to propel himself back towards Eric. Eric's gaze instantly locked onto Clark's figure, and with his heat vision activated at full power, he unleashed it toward his adversary. In the face of an opponent who had completely lost his rationality, Eric had no intention of holding back. The usual effectiveness of his heat vision, which could slice through flesh like tofu, merely delivered a concussive force against Clark, who emitted a muffled grunt as he was sent hurtling backward. Clark, with a heavy thud, crashed to the ground, utilizing a nearby mound of earth to temporarily obscure Eric's line of sight. He seized a car from the roadside and hurled it towards Eric. The moment Eric's piercing gaze sliced through the vehicle, Clark dashed forward. Seizing the opportunity while Eric's attention was momentarily diverted, he unleashed a punch aimed at Eric's jaw. However, Eric's reflexes were equally swift as he grasped Clark's fist. The two forces collided with a resounding impact. Yet, the scales of victory tilted in Eric's favor. Clark gritted his teeth, struggling against the downward pressure exerted upon him. As Chloe, Jonathan, and others arrived in the woods, they beheld the scene of the two grappling, with Clark clearly at a disadvantage. Chapter 75, Clark, do not consume sour radishes gulp. Little black Peter swallowed hard, fixated on the two brothers locked in struggle. "Which of them do you think possesses greater strength?" he inquired. "Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital, Peter?" Chloe asked, supporting him with concern. "Of course, witnessing such a spectacle is likely a once-in-a-lifetime experience for me, so waiting a bit longer is no trouble," Peter replied weakly. Meanwhile, Lana cast a worried glance towards Eric. Despite having just witnessed his astonishing display of power against Clark, her concern for him remained. With gritted teeth and a fierce determination, Clark realized he was being overpowered. In a desperate attempt, he swung his head, launching a headbutt at Eric. The impact sent Eric momentarily reeling, a wave of dizziness washing over him. In response, a surge of fury erupted from deep within him. Grasping Clark's fist, he slowly lifted himself from the ground, hovering in midair before descending upon Clark with a headbutt. A shockwave rippled outward as Eric's head collided forcefully with Clark's, sending him crashing downwards. Clark's back slammed against the earth, shattering the ground beneath him and sending dust swirling into the air, his entire body sinking into the ground. Dazed, he gasped for breath, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Observing from the sidelines, Lana exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Eric's headbutt drive Clark into the ground. Though her heart raced with the intensity of their battle, Eric gradually descended, gazing at the prostrate Clark, shaking his head. Clark, you are mistaken. You're the one filled with rage. When provoked, one should strive to disdain their opponent amidst their fury, yet never exhibit fear. Although you may appear nothing like your usual self, I can still sense your trepidation. A scent of weakness envelopes you. With that, he turned and strode towards Jonathan. Eric. Supported by Jessica, Jonathan approached, clutching his waist, and shouted at Eric, "Destroy the red kryptonite ring in Clark's possession." Upon hearing his father's words, Eric turned to look at Clark, who lay in the pit, and indeed saw the ring adorning his finger. Red kryptonite? Eric fell into contemplation. In his previous life, he had heard that Superman could be affected by various colors of kryptonite. For instance, green kryptonite would weaken Kryptonians, gold kryptonite would permanently nullify their powers, and red kryptonite would strip away their moral compass. Was Clark's bizarre behavior a result of the red ring he wore? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Yet Eric's movements remained unwavering as he reached for the ring on Clark's finger. Clark, who had been gasping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and swiftly threw a lead box towards Eric. While Eric's vision was impeded by zinc, he was unaffected by lead. His X-ray vision instantly revealed that the box contained green kryptonite. Was Clark attempting to use green kryptonite against him? A faint smirk graced Eric's lips as he grasped the lead box. In the next moment, the box exploded violently in his hand. Green dust swiftly enveloped Eric. Meanwhile, Clark had already fled the explosion's radius the instant the box detonated. Eric, Jonathan exclaimed, witnessing his younger son harmed by Clark's treachery, the situation rapidly turning against him. Clark, you vile creature. Ignoring his injuries, he stripped off his coat to cover his mouth and nose, sprinting towards Eric, who was engulfed in green kryptonite dust. He understood that Eric, like Clark, possessed a sensitivity to green kryptonite. However, in the next instant, Clark obstructed him, with tattered clothing and breathing heavily. Clark stood in Jonathan's way, a triumphant glint in his eyes. It seems I have emerged victorious in this battle of freedom versus confinement. Clark inquired of his father, "Do you comprehend my current emotions? Excitement, ecstasy, perhaps even pride?" "No, none of those. I merely wish to demonstrate to you that your favored son has been thoroughly defeated by me. Your pride is rendered utterly worthless." Jonathan gazed at Clark in shock. "How dare you treat your brother in such a manner? Why not? Wasn't your initial intention to use shards of green kryptonite against me?" Clark replied with a derisive smile. "I am merely learning from you." "Step aside, Clark." Jonathan's face darkened as he glared at his eldest son. "You know the harm such things can inflict upon your brother." "What if I don't?" Clark retorted, casting a menacing glance at Jessica and her father nearby. "I am currently only interested in my 1 million, and I intend to prevent Eric from rising. Anyone who obstructs me in pursuit of this goal is my enemy." Jessica felt a shiver under his gaze and prepared to hastily leave with her father. Without a hint of pursuit, Clark shook his head. "Go ahead, run a mile. Or 2. I will stop you, Clark." He turned to find Lana standing before him. Chloe and Peter also joined Lana, declaring, "We will all stop you, Clark." "Very well." Clark gritted his teeth, slowly clenching his fists. In the next moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Eric leaped from above, landing forcefully near Clark. His descent from several meters high caused the ground to tremble and crack. Utilizing the momentum from his leap, Eric, filled with rage, unleashed a punch that sent Clark staggering backward. With an explosive thud, Clark was driven into the earth, bouncing back like a baseball struck hard, repeatedly crashing down again. Jonathan and the others felt a rush of wind as Eric returned, their initial surprise quickly giving way to overwhelming excitement. "Eric, how did you?" Jonathan grasped Eric's hand tightly, unable to articulate his exhilaration. "I escaped before the meteor dust settled," Eric replied calmly to his father. "Although I inhaled some, it was not fatal." The truth, however, was far different. The kryptonite dust posed no threat to him, and even inhaling it would not affect him in the slightest. He lied to his father merely to maintain his Kryptonian persona. Lana gazed at Eric with excitement, her lips parting as if to say something, yet ultimately, she remained silent, watching as Eric turned away. Faced with the Clark who had been driven into the ground, Eric resolved not only to seize the ring from him, but to impart a lesson he would never forget. Chapter 76, a subtle shift in Clark's psychology boom. Eric leaped several meters into the air and landed heavily before Clark. Before Clark could react, a beam of scorching heat shot towards him. The full force of Eric's heat vision bore down upon him. Despite instinctively raising his arms to shield himself, Eric's output was evidently more powerful than Clark's own. His semi-kneeling form was relentlessly pushed backward, the earth beneath him churning as he moved, carving a deep trench in the ground. Gritting his teeth, Clark, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, struggled to maintain his stance. Yet in the next instant, with a violent burst of crimson laser, Clark was sent flying. He hurtled backward like a baseball launched into the air, crashing into a nearby abandoned factory. Meanwhile, Eric's heat vision continued its relentless assault. A towering tree, so vast that it required both arms to embrace it, was severed at its base by Eric's fiery gaze, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The impact sent small stones on the nearby ground soaring into the air. Boom! In the next instant, Eric leaped several dozen meters into the sky, descending straight towards the factory. With a resounding crash, his body pierced through the top of the abandoned factory, plummeting inside. Chloe was utterly astonished. A flicker of regret washed over her for not bringing her camera. Even if she could not report on this historically significant moment, she could at least preserve it for her own enjoyment later. She would title this footage the Battle of the Gods. No, even among the deities of Olympus, none could rival the combat prowess exhibited by these two, especially Eric, who surpassed her comprehension of this world. On the other side, Lana felt an overwhelming sense of shock, quickly followed by an engulfing loneliness. In that moment, it felt as though she and Eric belonged to entirely different realms. Inside the dimly lit factory, Eric confronted Clark. Despite having been thoroughly beaten, still retained his fighting spirit and charged at Eric with gritted teeth. His fists became blurs of lightning, striking towards Eric in an untraceable trajectory. Each blow tore through the air, creating shockwaves, yet Eric effortlessly parried them. There was a stark contrast in both speed and strength between the two, especially given that Eric was unleashing his full power while Clark struggled with his inability to fly. Boom! A punch was unleashed. Clark, unable to evade, was struck directly on the temple, his body spinning sideways and crashing heavily to the floor. The sturdy concrete surface shattered under the force of Clark's impact, debris scattering in all directions amidst a cloud of dust. Whoosh! The sound of wind tearing through the air announced Eric's lightning-fast movement as he appeared beside Clark, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. If you think such a trick can defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. Bang! With a powerful swing of his arm, Clark was hurled against the machinery in the center of the factory, emitting a resounding clang. As he fell from the machinery, Clark knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His body trembling slightly, dust cascading off him, his eyes now a vivid crimson. Anger and humiliation surged within him. With his fists pressed against the ground, Clark let out a roar, his body straightening as he momentarily harnessed the power of flight, launching himself at Eric. He transformed into a meteor, his speed drastically amplified in an explosive burst. Yet in the instant they clashed, Eric seized him by the neck. Grasping Clark by the neck, he forcefully hurled him towards the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as the earth seemed to erupt, with Clark's back crashing heavily against the surface. I have long harbored a curiosity. Clark, will you bleed? Stepping firmly on Clark's chest, Eric spoke in a cold tone. Before a response could be given, he seized Clark's clothing and lifted him, casting him out of the window. The sound of shattering glass resonated as Clark shot forth like a bullet, skimming along the ground. After smashing through a wall, he entered another factory. The metallic fan-shaped plates on the wall buckled slightly under the impact of Clark's body. At this moment, Clark was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, stumbling as he leaned against the wall, struggling to remain upright. Though his body was battered and bruised, the emotions of defiance and humiliation compelled him to resist falling. With a deafening crash, the ceiling above was breached. Eric stepped into the room, his gaze devoid of emotion as he regarded his opponent. Clark, I had anticipated that your loss of moral compass would render you more astute, but it appears otherwise. Your arrogance and folly have merely escalated. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged at Clark, delivering a powerful punch to his jaw. The steel-like fist struck Clark with such force that he rolled across the ground. In the next moment, Eric advanced, attempting to pin Clark down with his feet. Yet Clark, still possessing a flicker of combativeness, exerted every ounce of strength to roll to the left. As he tried to rise, he was met with a kick from Eric that sent him crashing uncontrollably against the equipment in the room. With a cacophony of clattering sounds, The factory's steel pipes and discarded metal parts were shattered, completely burying Clark beneath the debris. At this point, Clark had lost all semblance of fighting spirit. Not only had his combat prowess waned, but his desire to fight had nearly dissipated entirely. An uncontainable, bone-deep pain coursed through him, leaving him utterly drained. His condition far worse than when confronting the green meteorites. Now, he lacked even the strength to move a single finger. As the metal scraps were cleared away, Eric stood before the fallen Clark. Grabbing what remained of his tattered clothing, he yanked him upright. Locking eyes with his half-conscious older brother, he stated, "The green kryptonite is not your fear, Clark. I am your fear." With a punch aimed at Clark's cheek, a resounding thud reverberated as Clark was driven into the wall. The dilapidated wall cracked like spider silk, dust cascading down in a shower. Clark coughed as he slowly slid down the wall. In the next instant, Eric's blurred figure appeared before Clark, seizing his neck and sneering, "You're not brave at all." Coughing painfully, Clark's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. Trembling, he reached for the ruby ring on his left hand. Chapter 77, Evasion and Responsibility. Now, Clark had become a self-serving individual, unshackled by moral constraints. Though devoid of scruples, he was not entirely deranged. After enduring a grueling battle that left him physically and mentally exhausted and utterly stripped of confidence, Clark's mentality shifted. Indeed, as Eric had remarked, fear had taken root within him. Following a phase of extreme arrogance came a profound dread that obliterated all courage. Confronted by Eric's menace, thoughts of evasion began to creep into his psyche, influenced by the red kryptonite that altered his character. The sole means of liberation lay in removing the ruby ring. Summoning all his strength, Clark extended his hand to grasp the ring, intent on discarding it. Simultaneously, Eric's heat vision activated, targeting Clark's eyes. With a pain groan, Clark exerted every ounce of his power to remove the ring from his finger and hurled it away. Eric's heat vision was about to unleash a torrent of searing energy, poised to strike Clark's eyes. However, upon witnessing Clark's removal of the ruby ring, Eric hesitated for a fleeting moment. Ultimately, he refrained from directing his heat vision at Clark and instead redirected it towards the wall behind him. The heat vision grazed Clark's ear, crashing into the wall and penetrating it. Feeling the intense heat near his ear, Clark could no longer hold on and collapsed forward. Eric retracted his heat vision and turned to glance at his fallen, unconscious brother, confirming that Clark was temporarily out of danger. He approached the discarded ruby ring on the ground. Bending down, he picked up the red kryptonite that had drastically altered Clark's temperament, scrutinizing it deeply, lost in thought. When Jonathan, Lana, and others arrived at the abandoned factory, they beheld the scene of Eric standing amidst what appeared to have been a bombardment. While Clark lay on the ground, unresponsive. The factory was in disarray, the floor was indented and shattered, and the walls bore cracks resembling spiderwebs. A large hole gaped in the ceiling, and the metallic debris within was twisted and broken, presenting a striking visual impact. Even upon seeing the aftermath, one could envision the magnitude of the battle that had transpired between the two. Chloe shook her head, her expression tinged with confusion as she asked, "So, has the battle between the superheroes concluded?" No one replied to her. Lana and Peter were equally stunned. Jonathan, however, remained relatively composed, swiftly moving to Clark's side to assist him and conduct a brief examination. After helping Clark to his feet and passing him to Chloe and the others, Jonathan approached his younger son, patting his shoulder. "Eric, are you all right?" As he spoke, Lana also made her way towards Eric. "It is of no consequence, merely a few tears in the fabric, and I am unharmed." Upon hearing his father's voice, Eric turned around, the ruby ring in his hand catching the attention of those present. The sight of the ruby ring made Jonathan's heart constrict with apprehension. A profound fear surged within him. How could this ruby ring have come into Eric's possession? If Clark were to fall under the influence of the ring, which bore the red meteorite, there might still be a chance for redemption. However, should Eric succumb to the same influence, none would stand against him, and the entire world could be drawn into darkness. Fear gripped his heart like a ravenous beast. Lana, standing nearby, also recognized the gravity of the situation and instinctively took a step back in disbelief. Yet, to their astonishment, Eric casually handed the ruby ring to his father. Jonathan stared at the ring in his hand, momentarily stunned. "Eric, you have not been affected by the ring?" He knew that both Clark and Eric were beings brought forth by an alien spacecraft, sharing identical physiological structures. If Clark could be swayed by the red meteorite, then Eric would naturally be equally vulnerable. But why did Eric appear wholly unperturbed? If I were to wear it, perhaps I would undergo a transformation akin to Clark's. However, merely touching it, I can harness my concentrated willpower to suppress and counteract such modifications to my being, Eric casually remarked to his father. The mention of willpower was, of course, a pretext to placate Jonathan, yet both he and Lana seemed to accept it, particularly Lana, whose eyes shone with admiration. Could he indeed resist an influence that had overwhelmed Clark? Such willpower must surpass that of most individuals on Earth. The following day, at the Kent farm, Clark hesitated at the door, took a deep breath, and entered. In the living room, Jonathan and Martha were preparing dinner while Eric stood by the window, perusing the newspaper. Jonathan bore bandages on his back and shoulders, having sustained a muscle injury from a shove by Clark. Upon entering, Clark observed Jonathan, Martha, and Eric, all engrossed in their tasks, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. I visited Jessica's house. They've already moved away, Clark stated after a moment of silence. Perhaps they will no longer be fugitives, but will seek refuge with the authorities. Martha, noticing her husband and younger son feigning ignorance, responded to Clark. I can only hope she remains safe and unharmed. Clark replied with a heavy heart. Having lost the ruby ring, he had reverted to his former self. Though his reason and demeanor had returned, the memory of his past indiscretions lingered, and it was this guilt and regret that tormented him most profoundly. Seeing Jonathan still unwilling to acknowledge him, Clark approached his father and offered an apology. I am truly sorry, Dad. I did not intend to utter those words or commit those actions. Jonathan shook his head, adjusting his plate. The red meteorite may have influenced your temperament, but we must confront reality. There are reasons behind your thoughts. Our family is impoverished compared to the Luthers, yet I now realize how much this weighs on you. Clark moved closer to his father, speaking earnestly. Perhaps that is sometimes the case. However, I am acutely aware that no matter how unraveled I may become, your unwavering support and efforts to rescue me are invaluable, worth more than all the riches in the world. Jonathan fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply as he turned to Clark. You will reflect on this, Clark, that is always right. Yet, you nearly made a grave mistake. I hope you will forever understand the implications of your actions. I do, and I'm immensely grateful to Eric, Clark replied, glancing at Eric. He prevented me from making a misstep. A peculiar emotion surged within him. Had the influence of the red meteorite led him to ultimately abandon his identity out of fear? What did that signify? Was he truly so frightened by Eric that he forfeited his individuality, evading all desires? Chapter 78. A glimpse of future death. Clark found it difficult to accept this version of himself, even if it was merely a consequence of the red meteorite's influence. Was his fear of Eric so profound that it persisted even through a transformation of character? He was ensnared in self-doubt. Do not feel remorse, Clark, Eric said, setting down the newspaper. You have already paid a considerable price. The price he referred to was Clark's day spent bedridden following his return. It seemed he had earned his punishment. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to express, Eric, that was not my intention. I did not wish to harm you. Clark dismissed the chaotic thoughts from his mind and spoke earnestly to Eric. If you believe that saying so will ease your discomfort, Clark, I accept your apology. Eric replied nonchalantly, taking a seat at the dining table. He regarded Clark's apology with indifference, viewing words as both a revelation and a concealment of thought. He would not react merely to a few utterances from another. There has been a criminal incident across the Banati River, Jonathan announced, lifting his steaming cup of coffee to address his family. 2 unidentified individuals were murdered, and due to their unknown identities, it may take some time to uncover the truth. Banati River? Clark's expression shifted at the mention of the name. He had once incapacitated 2 assassins searching for Jessica near the Banati River. Could they be the slain? Yet, even during that tumultuous period when his temperament underwent a drastic transformation, he refrained from taking their lives. Who, then, was the hand that acted? Clark cast a suspicious glance towards Eric, his brother becoming the focal point of his doubts. However, observing Eric's serene demeanor, he began to question whether his suspicions were unfounded. Clark, his mother Martha interjected, disrupting his contemplation. There's at least one piece of news that sounds promising. You had been concerned that the prophecy from Miss Cassandra at the asylum would come to fruition. However, after weathering a storm, everyone emerged unscathed. This suggests that what you envisioned was not the future, or rather, it was a future that could be altered, was it not? Martha referenced the ominous prophecy Clark had previously encountered regarding his parents' misfortune. I have never placed faith in divination, Jonathan remarked to his family. The past belongs to death, while the future is yours alone. No one else can dictate our fate. Only you possess the power to effect change. Upon hearing this, Clark nodded thoughtfully. He began to reflect on the scene he had witnessed with Ms. Cassandra, his parents' gravestones looming ominously, his own eyes blazing red as he battled Eric. The ferocity displayed by his grave self, akin to that of a wild beast, bore an unsettling resemblance to his demeanor after the influence of the red meteorite. Had he truly altered the future? Clark propped his chin on his hands, contemplating whether, as his parents suggested, he had indeed shifted the trajectory of his destiny. Meanwhile, Eric, upon hearing his mother mention Ms. Cassandra, sank into deep thought. Was it possible to glimpse fragments of someone's future? The asylum, Ms. Cassandra. Eric committed these crucial details to memory, resolved to discover the true nature of this enigmatic figure. The following day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the asylum. In the serene garden, the elderly Ms. Cassandra, adorned with sunglasses, sat at a round table, perusing a book. Eric approached her from behind, observing her intently. Why not come and sit, young man? Standing there, you cannot glean anything, Ms. Cassandra remarked, setting her book aside, turning to face him. I am Eric Kent, he declared, taking a seat before the elder. I have heard that you possess the ability to predict the future, earning my brother Clark's admiration. Ah, so you have come to witness how a blind old woman can unveil the fates of others despite her own blindness? Eric shook his head. I merely seek to ascertain what Clark has seen. Are you not Clark's brother? Would he not confide in you what he has witnessed? The elderly woman smiled, tapping her book lightly. Perhaps your bond is not as intimate as one might expect. Such is the nature of life. How can relationships between individuals be so easily defined? Apologies, my young friend, but I shall not reveal to you what Clark beheld. Extending her hand towards Eric, she continued, Yet I can perceive your fate and convey it to you. Eric glanced at the outstretched hand and smiled faintly, declaring, I need not know my destiny. I prefer to believe that one's future is forged by one's own endeavors. Are you not curious about the future you have crafted? Perhaps you might encounter Clark or something else entirely. Who is to say? The old woman gestured for Eric to take her hand. After a moment of silence, he ultimately grasped her right hand. His consciousness was swiftly drawn away, and his vision became a swirl of distortion. An abyss of darkness enveloped him, and when clarity returned, he found himself amidst a desolate ruin. A crimson moon ascended, casting its glow upon a shattered city. A stark, dilapidated, and lifeless atmosphere pervaded the scene. The cape behind Clark billowed as he descended slowly from the heavens. Eric hovered in midair, wielding a steel fork that pierced a grotesque, dark head. Clad in red and gold battle armor, Wonder Woman roared as she swung the sword of Hephaestus towards him, only to be repelled by his heat vision. A woman resembling the great sorceress Zatanna, with black curls and clad in a black tailcoat and fishnet stockings, cast her wand, unleashing a torrent of dark red energy that encircled him. Yet in the next instant, he waved his hand skyward, summoning a golden scepter that soared toward him. A resplendent golden energy emanated from the scepter, instantly dispersing Zatanna's magical assault. The scene shifted again, and Wonder Woman and Zatanna vanished amidst the crumbling ruins. Eric found himself in a pitch-black underground realm, a hellish existence. Bleached bones rose from the ground, and torrents of foul blood swept the earth. Soon, however, Eric's consciousness returned. He opened his eyes, abruptly extracting himself from the illusion. Grasping the cold right hand of Lady Cassandra, he turned to look at her. Lady Cassandra remained motionless, slumped in her chair, her eyes devoid of life. Lady Cassandra? Noting her silence, Eric shook his head and gently released her hand. The old woman had lost all signs of life. Rising from his seat, Eric exited the garden and made his way outside. After briefly alerting the doctors and nurses, he departed the hospital. Was it a glimpse of his future self? Though somewhat inconceivable, it was not an unattainable destiny. Chapter 79. The Nigella Damascena, Lady Cassandra has passed away? Martha exclaimed in astonishment, setting aside the vacuum cleaner to inquire of her husband. Indeed, it is a most unexpected revelation, Jonathan replied, having finished feeding the livestock and washing his hands. Though she could glimpse the futures of others, she could not discern her own. Whether this is misfortune or sorrow remains uncertain. Martha fell silent, yet a faint trace of sorrow lingered on her countenance. Meanwhile, Eric received a phone call. Dr. Hamilton, I presumed you would steadfastly continue your business of selling plastic meteorites, Eric remarked to Dr. Hamilton on the other end of the line. People inevitably change, Much like the most detrimental quality in scientific research is obstinacy, came the doctor's composed voice from afar. Do your previous commitments still hold? Are you referring to the funding for your research? Certainly. It will always remain valid. Excellent. Then it would be prudent for you to visit my laboratory. I have something to show you. Eric raised an eyebrow. The laboratory? You mean your warehouse? After a moment of silence, Dr. Hamilton replied, indeed. He promptly ended the call, seemingly displeased with Eric's jest. Half an hour later, Eric spoke in Hamilton's warehouse. I have already commissioned the acquisition of a laboratory and equipment in Metropolis. Should you wish to return, you may do so at any time. No, I believe it is unnecessary at this juncture, Hamilton said, casually placing a recently collected meteorite onto the laboratory table. I still find this small town more suited to my disposition. If you agree, you could allocate some funds for equipment. Hamilton shrugged, mockingly addressing Eric. Eric, unfazed by the tone, nodded. Very well. He then gazed at a peculiar flower in the glass petri dish. Are you still cultivating plants? The Nicotiana, Hamilton explained. Standing before the dish, a plant that thrived in the 18th century, now extinct. Prior to the 18th century, this was a frontier land, and the Nicotiana was known among locals as the devil's flower. No one dared tread near its habitat. Anyone who inhaled even a hint of its pollen would descend into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Eventually, the local militia incinerated every last one, perhaps influenced by meteorites. I discovered this long-extinct flower and managed to cultivate it. Eric nodded in acknowledgement, peering into the glass cabinet. Suddenly, the once-still devil's flower pivoted and expelled a cloud of gas toward Eric. However, the glass barrier contained it, leaving a white mist upon the surface. Doctor, is this what you wish to show me? Certainly not. Hamilton moved towards a wall safe, retrieving an octagonal metal piece, which he handed to Eric. Upon receiving the octagonal fragment, Eric was momentarily taken aback. What is this? The instant he touched it, he recognized it as material from the spacecraft beneath his barn. Although startled, he quickly masked his expression. I can only tell you that it is not what you think. I prefer straightforwardness, Doctor. Indeed, such matters can only exacerbate your headache. Hamilton paused before continuing. This alloy possesses components that are utterly non-existent on Earth. It appears to be imbued with an air of the bizarre and the incomprehensible. Where did you procure this item? Eric inquired. Near your family's farm. But Eric, I assure you that I hold your family's privacy in the highest regard. I merely skirted the periphery of the farm without trespassing within, Hamilton replied. Do not come any closer to Kent Farm, Hamilton. This is my first warning, Eric cautioned as he stored the octagonal metal piece away. You are now in command. Your word is law. Hamilton conceded reluctantly, handing over the object to Eric before turning to depart. One more thing, Eric called out, retrieving a transparent plastic bag from his pocket. Inside were several ruby rings, the very catalyst for Clark's transformation. Upon seeing the ruby rings in Eric's possession, Hamilton's eyes narrowed. You replaced the ruby in the graduation rings with meteoric rock. Have you ever encountered such a thing? Eric asked, astonished. I have heard of it. I sell plastic replicas of meteoric rock to tourists, and schools peddle meteoric rings as rubies to students. We are engaged in similar enterprises, Hamilton stated, taking the ring from Eric, donning thick lenses to scrutinize it for a moment before approaching a shelf to retrieve a piece of limestone encasing a red meteorite. This meteorite, discovered near Lake Hobbs, exhibits a deep crimson hue and is a unique, non-crystalline vitreous substance, certainly more resilient than ordinary glass. Hamilton explained as he presented the red meteorite to Eric. I unearthed this from a crater measuring 17 meters in depth and 124 meters in diameter. Had it not been submerged by lake waters, I believe further discoveries would have been made. Will the red meteorite alter human cellular structure like the green meteorite? Eric queried the doctor. At present, that remains uncertain. I have conducted no studies on this meteorite, Hamilton replied, shaking his head. Then I believe you should prioritize the research on the red meteorite, Eric remarked, observing the meteorite and feeling the coolness radiating from it. Upon returning to the farm from Hamilton's warehouse, Eric pushed open the door only to find Jonathan partially emerged, bent over the sink repairing the plumbing. Upon noticing Eric's arrival, he gestured for him to pass the wrench. Do you need my assistance in welding the pipe, Father? No, thank you. Jonathan declined as he accepted the wrench from Eric. You know, if I become overly reliant on you, my movements shall inevitably become sluggish. As she spoke, she presented the washer in her hand to Eric. Insisting that he would scarcely believe it, The extraordinary powers he possessed were of lesser significance than that of a mere copper washer. Observing the copper washer held by his father, Eric offered a faint smile. But where is Mother? Noticing the absence of Martha, Eric inquired of Jonathan. She was here just moments ago. Perhaps she is outside tending to the artichoke wood, Jonathan casually replied. Eric nodded, making his way to the courtyard. There, he discovered not his mother, but rather an odd sound emanating from the long sealed barn. Chapter 8. Is this the price, Mother? Inside the previously closed barn, Eric beheld his mother Martha, standing before the cellar, arms crossed and brow furrowed, gazing intently at the cellar's depths, as though lost in thought. Startled by the noise, Martha turned to see Eric and let out a sigh of relief. Is something amiss? Eric inquired, peering through his X-ray vision at the spacecraft concealed within the cellar. No, nothing's wrong. I've just taken a liking to visiting here lately. You know, this place holds extraordinary significance for you and Clark, as well as for Jonathan and me. Sometimes, I wonder if one day you both will leave me. After all, you and Clark arrived on this very spacecraft. Martha smiled, though the expression was tinged with bitterness. That will never happen, Eric replied as he wrapped his arms around his mother's shoulders. I will never leave you, nor will Clark. Although he did not fully grasp why his mother had suddenly grown so melancholic, he offered her quiet comfort. But things are always changing, and we cannot foresee the future. Martha shook her head. Just as your father and Clark's previous conflict arose, though it was due to Clark's personality being altered by the red meteorite, it signifies that you both are maturing. Your father has always been strict with you. Perhaps you and Clark criticize him for being controlling and narrow-minded, yet do not forget that he possesses profound depths as well. Eric fell silent for a moment, then responded, I will remember that. But, Mother, what exactly has transpired? Martha hesitated, glancing towards the sealed entrance of the cellar. A few days ago, when you were in Gotham, I awoke one night to noises coming from the barn, prompting me to investigate. Was it the spacecraft making the sound? Eric furrowed his brow in inquiry. Indeed, I am unsure what transpired. Upon entering, I found the cellar emanating a bright light through its closure. I pulled the lever to open the cellar, and the spacecraft was vibrating, radiating an unusual green glow. It appeared as though it were calling out to you and Clark. As Martha recounted her experience, her expression turned complex as she gazed at Eric. This is why I worry. I fear losing you and Clark. Ultimately, you both will grow and mature, choosing your own paths. Perhaps by that time, you will have departed from us aboard a spaceship. I'm truly afraid of losing you. Eric, I know the path I must choose, and it shall not be the one that worries you, Mother. After softly comforting her, he inquired, Have you told Father about this? Not yet. He was preoccupied with Clark's rebelliousness. I did not wish to burden him further, so I kept it from him. Eric pondered for a moment, remaining silent thereafter. He reached into his pocket, grasping the octagonal metal piece he had just received from Dr. Hamilton. This octagonal fragment should be part of the spaceship, though it remains uncertain whether it is merely a scrap of metal or a key or a crucial device to activate the vessel. At the Neal family farm, Lana was trotting on a pony. After completing 2 laps, she decided to take a break and caught sight of Clark by the fence. One hand in his pocket and the other holding a water lily, Clark greeted her as she approached on horseback. Hey, Lana. Neal told me you enjoy riding, so I came over. It's truly beautiful here. He awkwardly held the water lily with both hands, confessing, I got lost on my way here, but I eventually made it. To mask his unease, Clark cleared his throat. So is this for me? Lana, remaining on her horse, asked him directly, her expression impassive. Yes, I wanted to apologize. I should not have taken your necklace and ultimately ruined it. I understand its significance to you, and I want to say I'm sorry. Clark nervously shook the flower in his hand, speaking sincerely. Do you think that after you give me flowers, I will act as if nothing has happened? Lana continued to question him, her face still cold. Clark exhibited a sense of guilt. The things I said and did before were not my true intentions, Lana. So all your words were lies, Clark? Lana pressed further. Were the things you said to me, to your father, to Eric, all fabricated? Clark gazed at the water lily in his hand, wishing he could offer her an explanation, yet finding himself unable to do so. Yes, he had no justification for his actions, even if they were not his true intentions. He could not find a reason to defend what he had done or said. You always do this, Clark. Lana, disappointed, turned her gaze toward the sunset on the horizon. You can never express your emotions, hiding your feelings behind a facade of understanding, like a gentle boy who pretends to care. I find myself rather intrigued by the influence of the crimson meteor upon you. At least during that moment, you expressed your thoughts candidly, whether in love, hatred, disdain, or a yearning to attain something. Lana articulated her feelings without restraint. Her anger did not stem solely from the damage inflicted on her necklace, but rather from Clark's perpetual tendency to suppress his emotions deep within. Some individuals are destined to await others, while some are meant to be awaited. Clark, you belong to the latter. Lana, I genuinely apologize, she interjected before he could finish, instructing the little horse to turn away. I wish to return home alone. Can you manage that? Yes, I wish I could, Clark replied, maintaining his composure, nodding slightly while pursing his lips. Lana flicked the reins, and the chestnut pony surged forward with haste. Clark leaned against the railing, observing Lana's retreating figure. An overwhelming sorrow swiftly engulfed him. Was it his profound fear of loss that rendered him so hesitant? Casting a glance at the lotus flower in his hand, Clark gently placed it upon the ground. Yet, why must he be punished for what he has lost? As he turned away from the stable, he pondered this question within himself. Surely, this was what he deserved. In that moment, he became acutely aware of the cost of recklessly wielding power. If he could not control his gifts, allowing instinct and utterly absent emotions to dictate his actions, he would face the gravest and most severe consequences. Chapter 81. The Demon Descends. Blue Valley High School, Kansas. Jessica walked through the corridors with her backpack slung over her shoulder. After leaving Smallville with her father, they had arrived in Blue Valley. Although relocating had become a routine affair for her, adapting to a new school as a transfer student was still somewhat disheartening. Dressed in punk attire with bold eye makeup and chewing gum, Jessica swiftly became the center of attention among high school boys. As she passed an office, she overheard a heated exchange within. I fail to comprehend, Ms. Jennifer, how you could tell me there is no gymnastics team when Blue Valley High once had one. There was one last year, a middle-aged woman's voice replied, but to optimize student engagement, the American dream has readjusted the academic and athletic programs. A high school girl's voice responded, I'm sorry, Ms. Jennifer, but I didn't understand a word you just said. What I mean is, there are numerous extracurricular activities here, like cheerleading, which is quite similar to gymnastics, and the boys adore cheerleading. I have no interest in cheerleading. The high school girl expressed with indifference. Moments later, the office door swung open, and a girl with curly brown skin nearly collided with Jessica. My apologies, she said. The girl with curly hair hurriedly apologized to Jessica. It's all right, Jessica replied, glancing at the other's figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I felt as though I had been gently bumped by a soft silhouette. The curly-haired girl awkwardly chuckled, extending her hand toward Jessica. Courtney Whiteman, that's my name. Jessica Lopez, Jessica responded, shaking her hand casually. I've only just arrived at this school a week ago, so I'm rather out of the loop. Everything seems utterly chaotic. Courtney, through the introduction of her unfortunate situation, initiated a conversation. Me too, Jessica nodded. I'm a new transfer student today. Wow, Courtney exclaimed with excitement. What a coincidence. I just moved here from California. As they conversed, they walked toward the classroom, quickly bonding over their shared experience as newcomers. At lunchtime, Courtney led Jessica to the school cafeteria. No sooner had they seated themselves than they overheard a discussion about the heroic deeds of the superhero Starlight. Starlight? Jessica inquired, puzzled, glancing at Courtney. Yes, a superhero who appeared in Blue Valley, capable of defeating villains with a powerful staff, Courtney replied with a hint of pride. However, I don't think Starlight truly represents her. I've heard this superhero is a girl. Perhaps we should call her Star Chaser instead. What do you think? Jessica cast a sidelong glance at the enthusiastic Courtney. Do you know this Starlight, or rather, Star Chaser? No, but everyone has been talking about her lately. Some say she is the reincarnation of the legendary Star Knight from decades ago, while others claim she is the new heir to his legacy. But don't you find the topic of superheroes saving the world intriguing? Not all. Jessica shook her head, setting her hamburger down. The indelible images of Eric and Clark's battle were etched in her mind, the cataclysmic conflict shattering her worldview and reshaping it into something entirely new. In this redefined perspective, Eric and Clark were beings of unparalleled might, whose unleashed power could cause total devastation. The tales of superheroes bringing justice on the streets now struck her as childish games devoid of interest. I perceive it more as a child's play. Jessica replied to Courtney. You surely have never witnessed such power, Courtney remarked, grimacing after tasting the rather unpleasant green peas. Star Chaser wields a staff that can obliterate a car and can even soar through the skies. Currently, she's engrossed in battles against those nefarious foes. Perhaps we could offer her some support. By the way, Jessica, have you heard of the American Justice Association? It is said that a group of oddly dressed individuals pride themselves on being superheroes. Who cares about the self-indulgent revelry of a bunch of charlatans? Jessica furrowed her brow, finding the cafeteria food utterly dreadful. Even worse than the cafeteria fare was the incessant chatter of the girl before her. They're not frauds. The heroes of the Justice League have merely retired. I believe Starfire could reform the League and battle those villains. What do you think? You surely have never witnessed a true battle, Jessica retorted, growing weary of the naive girl. The speed of motion renders everything a blur, and the air is filled with the deafening sound of explosions. One could leap dozens of meters high, and upon landing, the ground shatters beneath one's feet, utilizing only one's eyes to unleash the kind of energy you speak of. Jessica shook her head. If such were the villains, how would you confront them? The demons do not arise from the hell beneath our feet, but rather descend from the heavens. Kent Farm. Martha had just finished tidying up the room when her husband and Eric, along with Clark, entered the living room. The recent weather had been unusually hot. Even half an hour of bouncing on the tractor left one drenched in sweat. Perhaps I should take a page from the Australians and treat myself to a summer vacation. Jonathan complained to Martha. You might need some iced lemonade to alleviate the summer heat. By the way, Jonathan, Australians celebrate Christmas in the summer. I doubt you would wish for such an experience. Martha smiled, raising her glass of iced lemonade. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her vision darkened. Ugh, she thought, feeling weak and powerless. With a crash, the glass slipped from her hand, shattering on the floor and splattering yellow lemonade everywhere. Subsequently, her body swayed, and she fell forward, landing precisely in the midst of the glass shards. Upon witnessing his wife collapse, Jonathan stood frozen in shock, while Eric and Clark instantly sprang into action, using their super speed to reach their mother in an instant. Eric, faster than Clark, was the first to catch Martha before she could fall onto the broken glass, preventing her from injury. Only when he saw Eric embrace Martha did Jonathan snap out of his stupor, rushing over to take her from Eric's arms. He gently pushed aside the hair from her forehead and quickly assessed her condition. Eric, Clark, call for an ambulance. Chapter 8. Why is there a spaceship in my cellar? At the Smallville hospital, the three men stood outside the ward. Jonathan stood before the glass, arms crossed and brow furrowed as he intently observed the interior of the room. Eric sat on a bench in the corridor, pondering the reasons behind his mother's fainting spell. An illness? He had not sensed any signs or symptoms of sickness in her. An emotional upheaval? No, Martha's emotions have always been stable. She is not the type to suddenly erupt into hysterics. Clark stood behind Jonathan, wearing a worried expression. Martha appeared to be fine, and I cannot fathom why it has come to this, Jonathan said, gazing at his wife in the hospital room, his tone somber. Mother will be all right. I know, my son. Jonathan addressed Clark. I also know she wouldn't want us all standing outside her hospital room. Clark, you and Eric should return home. I will stay here. I won't leave. Clark shook his head. I will remain with you, Dad. Clark, there are still many tasks to accomplish for your mother's fundraising dinner. You are aware of how important the food bank is to her. She has prepared for this for a long time. The fundraising dinner is an event Martha organized for the charity concert at the Talon Club for the Neils this Saturday, along with the accompanying reception for guests. Clark wished to say more, but upon seeing his father's resolute gaze, he ultimately nodded, preparing to depart. Hey, Clark! A voice echoed down the corridor. Lex Luthor emerged from one end, hastening towards the two. After greeting Clark, he addressed Jonathan, Mr. Kent. I have contacted the finest doctors in Metropolis. They will arrive shortly for consultation. Alternatively, Mrs. Kent could be transferred to Metropolis Hospital right away. Thank you. Though Jonathan held no favorable opinion of Lex, he found his attitude softening slightly in light of this timely assistance. What do the doctors say now? Lex inquired of Jonathan. Before Jonathan could respond, a female doctor in a white coat exited the hospital room, informing everyone, we have examined Mrs. Kent's blood culture. Her symptoms indicate an acute toxic reaction, possibly due to contamination. It is conceivable that Mrs. Kent was exposed to some form of radiation or biological field. Lex, the doctor, clearly familiar with Lex, turned to him while he remained silent. I need to send the blood to the Metropolis Research Center. You will assist with this, correct? Lex glanced at Jonathan and replied, of course, the Kent family are my friends, Helen. Dr. Helen nodded. then turned her attention back to Martha, who lay in a hospital bed. Even so, I remained deeply concerned for Mrs. Kent and the baby's safety. Jonathan froze momentarily. What did you say? Baby? You weren't aware? The surprise was now on Dr. Helen's part. You must be mistaken. Martha's doctor said she could never conceive. Jonathan believed she must be joking. In fact, I consulted your family physician and requested that he fax Martha's medical records to me. While there were no issues noted in the records, there may have been changes unbeknownst to us. After explaining to Jonathan, Dr. Helen offered a few words of caution before departing, leaving Jonathan somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing the news of his mother's pregnancy, Eric rose from the bench and stepped outside the ward, taken aback by the revelation. Although he possessed the gift of X-ray vision, he had never employed it on his family, thus remaining oblivious to his mother's condition. Standing before the window, he gazed at his mother in the hospital room, recalling the time he had seen her in the barn where the spaceship was concealed. Could it be that she had inadvertently been harmed by the Kryptonian spacecraft while in the barn? If the damage was due to radiation or energy from the ship, how could it be healed? With his right hand resting on the glass, Eric sank into contemplation. As night fell, Eric made his way from the farm to the hospital to share his suspicions with his father, revealing that his mother had previously entered the barn alone. Jonathan, seated in the public lounge, wore a faint, bitter smile, lamenting that he should have prevented her from going to the barn. "It's not your fault, Dad." Eric consoled him. "I know, but when I witness something unfold before my eyes and feel powerless to stop it, I cannot forgive myself." Jonathan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he held back his emotions in front of his son. "The doctor mentioned the situation is quite dire. I believe the spaceship holds the key. If we can reactivate it, it may aid in your mother's recovery." "Understood. Leave the next steps to me," Eric reassured his father, his thoughts drifting to the octagonal metal piece he had procured from Hamilton. Perhaps that object was the key to activating the spaceship. Returning from the hospital to the farm, Eric used the key to unlock the barn and entered the space where the vessel was hidden. At that moment, Clark was delivering materials to the Talon Club, leaving the farm deserted. He used a pulley to open the cellar door and descended the wooden steps into the underground. As he entered, a musty scent of decaying earth assailed his senses. Approaching the spaceship, he removed the plastic covering. With a rustling sound, the dark, cold vessel revealed itself to Eric. After scrutinizing the spacecraft, Eric produced the octagonal metal piece he had obtained from Hamilton, comparing it with the missing elements on the spaceship. He quickly identified an octagonal gap directly above. Just as he contemplated whether to place the metal piece into the opening, the barn door swung open, and Clark's voice echoed. "Hey, Eric, are you in here?" As Eric prepared to respond, Clark peeked into the cellar, questioning why he was hiding in such an unused space. Clark's gaze fell upon the spaceship beside Eric. The moment Clark's eyes fell upon the spaceship, he was utterly taken aback. "What is this?" After standing in stunned silence for a few seconds, he pushed open the cellar door and stepped inside. Standing beside Eric, he gazed in astonishment at the spacecraft before him. "Why is there a spaceship hidden in our cellar? And why was I completely unaware of it?" Clark looked at Eric, bewildered amidst his shock. Chapter 83. Shot just as you surmised. "Clark, this is the vessel that brought you to Earth. I regret to inform you that neither you nor I were adopted." Eric provided no further explanation. He had anticipated Clark's discovery of the secret within the barn. Given Clark's gradually awakening and increasingly potent abilities, it was only a matter of time before he uncovered the truth concealed within the barn. Previously, Jonathan had also been preparing to seize the opportunity to reveal the truth about his origins. "Are you suggesting that I am an alien, just like you, arriving on Earth in this very spaceship?" Clark took a step back, finding the notion absurd and difficult to accept. "You must be joking, Eric." His expression darkened. "Why was I kept in the dark? Why did my parents reveal the truth to you, but not to me?" Clark felt considerable dissatisfaction at being kept ignorant. "So when did you learn this? 6 months ago? A year? Or did you know back in middle school?" Meanwhile, I remained a clueless fool, misled until now. If it weren't for my mother's accident, would I have been deceived indefinitely? "If you perceive this as deceit, then so be it," Eric replied, disregarding Clark's inquiries. He understood the emotional turmoil of a teenager suddenly facing such a profound psychological shock, transitioning from astonishment to anger. However, he held no interest in becoming a psychological counselor, especially not for Clark. Seeing that Eric was unresponsive, Clark yearned to press him further about the spaceship, even contemplating rushing to the hospital to question his father. Yet, The thought of his mother lying in a hospital bed and his father's concern calmed his restless heart. Taking several deep breaths, Clark endeavored to regain his composure when he suddenly noticed Eric placing an octagonal metal piece into the gap on the spaceship's exterior. The metal piece fit perfectly into the missing section. What is this? Clark's emotions steadied as he observed Eric's actions, curiosity prompting him to inquire. It's a piece I found on the farm. It likely belongs to the spaceship, Eric stated. After affixing the octagonal piece, he quietly monitored the spaceship's movements. It was the spaceship's radiation that had inadvertently caused his mother to collapse upon entering this place. If the spacecraft could be reactivated, perhaps a means to heal his mother could be discovered. As Eric observed the spacecraft, he addressed Clark. So, do you believe this component you've discovered can activate the ship? Clark, filled with curiosity about the vessel that had brought him here, responded, I'm not certain, but it's worth a try. No sooner had he spoken than the spacecraft began to tremble slightly. Startled, Clark took a step back, his eyes wide with astonishment. It moved, he exclaimed. I can see that, Clark. No need to remind me, Eric replied, his expression turning serious. He had been reluctant to engage with technology from Krypton until he possessed sufficient power. Had it not been for Martha's unexpected situation, he would not have attempted to manipulate the spacecraft at this moment. The initial gentle vibrations of the spacecraft intensified, eventually causing the very cellar to shake. Suddenly, a silent wave emanated from within the ship, accompanied by a blinding light that spread outward like ripples in a pond. Both Eric and Clark were caught off guard, propelled backward by the invisible force. An overwhelming energy surged through their bodies. With a thud, Eric collided with the cellar wall, causing dust to tumble down from it. Clark, on the other hand, was hurled against the wooden stairs, which splintered under the impact. Pressing his back against the wall, Eric inhaled deeply, shaking his head to clear the dizziness clouding his mind. He prepared to descend to the ground, but as he hovered in the air for a moment, a wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to plummet. Once he landed, he immediately assessed his condition, finding no apparent issues aside from a slight fatigue and weakness. After confirming his state, he turned his gaze to Clark, only to discover his friend faring worse. Clark lay on the ground, gasping for breath, lacking the strength to rise. Exhaling slowly, Eric approached Clark, extending a hand to pull him up. Are you all right? He inquired. Not particularly, Clark coughed, clutching his chest. I feel as if all my strength has suddenly vanished, and I'm feeling quite unwell. Hearing Clark's account of his condition, Eric furrowed his brow. Could the energy or radiation emitted by the spacecraft have affected both their bodies? Yet, given their differing Kryptonian physiologies, why would they both exhibit symptoms of weakness? While lost in thought, the sound of a siren echoed from a distance. Eric activated his supervision, peering into the horizon. Several police cars, emblazoned with markings, were racing toward the farm. Is it the CDC? He pondered. What brings them here? Abruptly, he redirected his focus, catching the ringing of a telephone resonating from the living room. Eric immediately activated his super speed, swiftly transporting himself to the living room to answer the phone. Is this Eric? Came Jonathan's slightly anxious voice from the other end. It's me, Dad. The CDC suspects that your mother has been infected with some unknown toxin, so they're conducting an inspection at the farm under the guise of public safety. Listen, Eric, I need you to hide the spaceship. Don't let them find it. You can do this, right, Eric? I understand, Dad, Eric nodded. Additionally, they may investigate Martha's activities over the past few days. Inform them that Martha hasn't left the farm since the weekend. She has been engaged in phone fundraising. Jonathan continued to relay instructions to Eric. I know what to do, Dad. After hanging up, Eric glanced at the vehicles gradually approaching the road. A gust of wind swept through, and his figure vanished from the living room, reappearing on the road in an instant. His eyes emitted a crimson laser, targeting the tires of the foremost vehicle. With a resounding bang, the tire exploded, causing the vehicle to veer uncontrollably to the left side of the road. The driver slammed the accelerator and violently turned the steering wheel, barely managing to halt the car before it collided with the roadside trees. The wrecked vehicle obstructed the path of other cars. The architect of this chaos, Eric, cast a cold glance before turning back toward the farm. Chapter 84. I swear to you, raising his gaze to the sun above, Eric clenched his fists tightly. Why, bathed in sunlight? Did he feel his heat vision more potent than usual? Upon examining his Kryptonian template within, it remained stalled at a progress level of 85. Why had his power seemingly intensified without unlocking the template's progress? After pondering briefly, Eric arrived at a hypothesis. To verify this conjecture, he activated his super speed and dashed to his room, retrieving a lead box from under his bed. The moment he opened the lead box, the green kryptonite within was exposed to the air, and Eric was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of debilitating weakness. A sharp pain coursed through his eyes and fingers, as if his skin were being scorched. Closing the lead box, Eric could not help but exclaim in frustration, invoking Jonathan's classic American expletive. Indeed, his suspicion was confirmed. The activation of the spaceship emitted a form of radiation affecting the surroundings. His mother, Clark, and he were all contaminated by this radiation emanating from the spacecraft. Martha, being an ordinary human, could not withstand such harm, rendering her unconscious. Clark had lost his powers and grown increasingly frail. This harmful radiation, or energy, had adversely impacted Eric's physical structure. Perhaps this unknown energy, upon detecting his resemblance to the Kryptonian Superman, had infused elements of Krypton into his very being. Thus, one can elucidate the reason for becoming stronger under the sun, while simultaneously experiencing discomfort in the presence of kryptonite. Although not as intensely affected as Clark, the green mineral indeed exerts an influence. What then does this signify? Previously, I had employed psychological suggestion to instill a fear of kryptonite within myself. There is no longer a need to masquerade as a Kryptonian, for in certain respects, I have indeed become one, a being possessing traits of Kryptonian, modeled after my compatriots. After a moment of silent cursing, I set aside the contemplation of my own body and activated my extraordinary speed to instantaneously relocate to the barn. Clark was in a rather dire situation, as blood began to flow from his nose. Wiping away the crimson, he anxiously inquired of Eric, "Eric, am I bleeding?" This marked Clark's first experience with bleeding, and his tone was laden with panic and helplessness. It was akin to a proficient swimmer, suddenly finding themselves unable to navigate the depths of the ocean, floundering in despair. "Yes, I see it," Eric responded, shaking his head at Clark's distress, as he produced a tissue from his pocket and handed it to him. "First, wipe it away. You'll be fine. Now, I must move this vessel to a temporary safe location." With that, he grasped the spacecraft and gently lifted it. As Clark dabbed at the blood trickling from his nose, he asked Eric, "Why must we conceal it?" "The CDC suspect your mother may have been exposed to some unknown toxin, and they are coming to the farm for a thorough investigation. We cannot allow them to discover the spacecraft." "I know of a secure location," Clark replied, disregarding his own frail condition. "Peter has a larger cellar. We can hide the ship there. No one, not even Indiana Jones, will be able to find it. I will call him at once." With that, he rushed toward the living room, neglecting his weakened state. Eric, carrying the spacecraft, slowly exited the barn before suddenly accelerating, tracing a path through the air, and vanishing above the farm. Following a vehicular accident, the CDC personnel arrived at the farm after Eric's departure. Jonathan, who had hurried over from the hospital, breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the spacecraft had gone unnoticed. However, the staff clad in biohazard suits detected anomalies in the soil of the cellar. "We suspect Mrs. Kent may have come into contact with a certain radioactive spore," the lead investigator explained to Jonathan. "We will conduct a thorough decontamination of the basement. Should you make any discoveries, do not hesitate to contact us." "I will," Jonathan nodded in response. Night swiftly descended. The living room was shrouded in darkness. Jonathan refrained from turning on the lights, seated on the sofa with one hand pressed against his forehead, lost in thought. Tap, tap. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see Eric approaching. "Is the spaceship hidden away?" Jonathan inquired, attempting to compose himself as he addressed Eric. "Yes, it is concealed in Peter's cellar," Eric replied. After a brief silence, he confided in his father, "Clark has discovered the truth about the spaceship. I had intended to find the right moment to discuss it with him, to have an earnest conversation, but under the current circumstances, knowing this will surely hurt him deeply." Jonathan sighed, lamenting, "I have always been so stubborn and unable to comprehend others, especially when it comes to Clark." Faced with his father's self-reproach, Eric remained silent, his gaze fixed on the encroaching darkness of the room. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Jonathan, "How is Mother?" "The situation is quite dire," Jonathan replied, clasping his hands together, his movements listless. "The doctor has indicated her condition is steadily deteriorating, and they have yet to find any effective treatment. She awakened briefly today, Jonathan's eyes reddened as he continued. She told me that one night, while in the cellar, a brilliant light passed through her body, perhaps explaining her ability to conceive. I asked her why she returned to the cellar afterward. She admitted she was terrified, afraid that if one day you and Clark were to unlock the ship and uncover your true identities, you might choose to abandon us. Jonathan looked up at the ceiling, striving to maintain his composure. I reassured her that such a thing would never happen. Eric, have I ever told you about the first time I met Martha? No, you haven't. Eric shook his head, a sense of gloom enveloping him. I was attending a finance class at Metropolis University, sitting by the fountain, munching on an apple while reviewing my notes. I vividly remember a girl in a blue woolen coat who borrowed my class notes. I knew she was responsible for them that day, yet I chose not to mention it. Even now, Martha remains unaware. Jonathan paused, wiping his eyes with his thumb. She was truly stunning at that moment. When I lent her my notes, she asked, "Aren't you afraid I won't return them?" I replied, "I prefer to believe in people." Her laughter was infectious. And I thought to myself, how wonderful it would be if I could marry her, make her my wife. That thought has lingered with me, unwavering to this day. Every day, my heart tells me I want her to be my wife. As Jonathan finished recounting the story of his first encounter with Martha, Eric fell into silence for a few seconds. Then, lifting his gaze to meet his father's, he declared, "I promise you, Dad, I will ensure Mother remains safe. I swear to you at any cost." Chapter 85. The eavesdropping Clark, a noise echoed from upstairs. Eric and Jonathan shifted their attention, discovering Clark unconscious at the bend of the staircase. They hurriedly ascended, lifting Clark's limp form. His body was feverishly warm, and Jonathan held him tightly. A furrow of concern etched across his brow. As I attempted to activate the spacecraft, I encountered a predicament akin to that of my mother. A blinding beam of light enveloped both Clark and me. Perhaps Clark's physical state was adversely affected. Eric explained this to his father. It was indeed the most dire of circumstances. Jonathan gestured for Eric to assist him in helping Clark onto the sofa. "Eric, do you feel any abnormalities in your body?" "Not at the moment, save for a hint of weakness," Eric replied, shaking his head. Clark's condition seemed grave. He had previously suspected that he had lost his strength. Jonathan exhaled deeply. "You stay here and look after Clark while I call Dr. Helen." With that, he proceeded to the living room to make the call. Minutes later, Dr. Helen arrived at the farm, dressed in casual attire. She entered the room with her medical bag and immediately inquired, "What has transpired?" "Clark was exposed to the same toxin as his mother," Jonathan explained to Helen. She nodded, retrieving her stethoscope from her bag, and promptly began to assess Clark's condition as he lay on the sofa. "You should call an ambulance. Clark needs to be hospitalized immediately, and we must notify the Centers for Disease Control at once," she stated while examining him. "I don't believe that's a prudent course of action," Eric interjected from the side, voicing his disagreement. Jonathan glanced at Eric, finding merit in his younger son's opinion. "I'm afraid I cannot allow Clark to go to the hospital." "Why not?" Helen asked, perplexed. "Dr. Helen, I need you to promise me that you will not disclose this matter to anyone, absolutely no one." "Mr. Kent, I maintain strict confidentiality regarding my patients." "But Clark requires medical assistance," Helen replied, fastening a rubber hose around Clark's arm before looking up at Jonathan. Noticing that she still did not comprehend his intent, Jonathan's tone grew firmer. "Clark is not the ordinary boy you presume him to be." "I do not know what you mean by ordinary boy right now. I need to draw blood from Clark," she asserted, producing a syringe from her bag, preparing to extract his blood. Observing her actions, Eric cast a questioning glance at Jonathan, silently asking if he should intervene. Jonathan shook his head, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. "Listen, Dr. Bryce, you cannot proceed with that." "Is this due to a matter of faith?" Helen queried without looking up. "No, it is not a question of faith. It is simply that you cannot do this." Before Jonathan could complete his thought, Helen's syringe had already pierced Clark's vein. The ease with which the needle penetrated Clark's skin left Jonathan wide-eyed in disbelief. Could it be that Clark's extraordinary abilities had truly vanished? Taking a few deep breaths to gather his thoughts, Jonathan leaned down to Helen, who was crouched beside him, and asked, "Can you not send this sample to the laboratory?" "Mr. Kent, I am here to save your son. Unless you tell me what is happening, I cannot help him," Helen remarked with a hint of impatience, preparing to rise. However, in the next moment, Jonathan grasped her wrist firmly and said with a grave tone, "Dr. Helen, you must promise me that you will personally examine this sample. Once you do, you will comprehend the purpose of my actions." Helen was momentarily subdued by Jonathan's intensity and instinctively nodded in agreement. After Helen's departure, Eric turned to his father and stated, "I can destroy Clark's blood sample." "Not just yet," Jonathan replied, bending down to cover the unconscious Clark with a blanket. "I understand this may lead to complications, but this could assist in Clark's recovery. Even the slightest chance merits our effort, does it not?" Eric nodded, but was already prepared to privately dispose of the blood sample. "Eric, are you truly unharmed?" Jonathan questioned, still skeptical. Martha and Clark had been severely affected by the spacecraft's beam. So why did Eric appear to suffer no significant consequences? He suspected Eric might be enduring this facade to spare him worry. "Perhaps my constitution is somewhat unique. You know, Dad, I possess a considerable resilience against meteorites. My body might withstand the energy emanating from the spacecraft." Eric offered as an excuse to deflect his father's concern. "That is possible," Jonathan conceded, accepting Eric's reasoning. The extraordinary talents and abilities exhibited by his younger son left him with an impression of invulnerability. Meteorites, accidents, illnesses, Jonathan could not fathom what might bring Eric down. Even prior to this, he had never anticipated that Clark could be felled by illness. What if I were to bring the spacecraft here? Perhaps the energy released upon its activation could heal Clark, Eric proposed to Jonathan. "Do you believe the spacecraft can heal Clark and Martha?" Jonathan inquired. "I am uncertain, but Mother believes the spacecraft allowed her to conceive again. Perhaps it can heal her as well." "We cannot place all our hopes in the doctors," Eric replied, pushing open the door and stepping out. "I will return shortly." The following day, before dawn, Eric once again sought refuge in the cover of night to transport the spacecraft to the basement of the Peters home. After a night of toil, despite his efforts, he could not reactivate the spacecraft. Jonathan approached, looking weary, and placed a hand on Eric's shoulder. "You need a rest, Eric." "I just feel there's more I could do," Eric responded, shaking his head as he sank onto the sofa, pressing his aching forehead. "Isn't it peculiar? My mind is flooded with a disarray of memories, all concerning Mother. In the second grade, I found it difficult to adapt to the dishes served in the school cafeteria. My mother would prepare beef stew with potatoes and tortillas for me to take to school. At times, I felt quite powerful, yet at other moments, I perceived myself as weaker than anyone else." "You have done remarkably well, Eric. You're the pride of both Martha and me," Jonathan remarked, gently patting Eric's head. As he always had, Eric fell silent for a moment, gathering his emotions before standing up and walking out of the room. He needed to calm himself. However, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the latest newspaper resting on the table. The words Blue Valley and Starlight captured his attention, along with a familiar golden scepter from his memories appearing in the article. Chapter 86. The Demon Approaches Blue Valley. "I adore the old radio station in Blue Valley. It's splendid, and the songs are quite delightful," Pat Dugan commented to his daughter, Courtney. Pat, a former hero of the American Justice Society known as Starman, returned to family life after the society's demise decades ago, focusing on raising his children. The only source of his frustration was his perceived lack of authority as a stepfather in front of Courtney. More troubling than that, however, was Courtney's accidental discovery of the late superhero Starman's cosmic scepter, which she had successfully activated. Now, Courtney was entirely consumed with the idea of upholding Starman's legacy and re-establishing the Justice Society to fight against evil. "Pat, I believe there's a significant disparity in our tastes," Courtney complained to her stepfather. "They play the same 10 songs on repeat until they become fossilized trash. You know, if you prefer public radio, there's no issue. Just head outside Lincoln City," Pat replied, turning up the radio's volume slightly as he approached her. "By the way, a friendly reminder that tonight's family dinner is at 6:30. I'm thinking of making fish, salmon, or tilapia could be considered, though I'd rather have fish sticks." Courtney settled at the dining table. "Do you know why?" she asked Pat. "Because with fish sticks, you can hardly taste the fish." Faced with Courtney's teasing, Pat clicked his tongue, unsure how to respond to his unconventional daughter. "I believe we have a very important task at hand," Courtney whispered as she noticed her mother and brother were upstairs, leaning closer to Pat. "We must uncover the villains of the Injustice Society." Pat pondered for a moment before asking, "Did I not tell you that the Justice Society was destroyed by the Injustice Society?" "Courtney, aren't you afraid? If you wish to get involved, we might be putting ourselves in danger." "But we're not dead yet, are we?" Courtney replied to Pat. "And although it may sound somewhat insane, this is the first time since moving to Blue Valley that I feel I am truly where I belong." I finally understand who I am. I am the heir to Starman, Stargirl. Listen, Courtney. Pat interrupted his daughter's superhero dreams, advising her that if she wished to confront the villains of the Injustice Society, she must act discreetly, with caution, and devise a plan. You have no idea of the madness that group of rogues is capable of. The heroes of the Justice Society were utterly vanquished by them, a scene I witnessed firsthand. I certainly have a plan, Courtney confidently replied. It's a 3-step strategy. Locate them, give them a fright, and then give them a thorough beating. We are superheroes, are we not? Pat sighed in resignation. Most of the time, superheroes are just ordinary people. Right now, I need you to attend school and behave like a regular teenage girl. That sounds incredibly dull. Courtney protested, asserting that it was anything but cool. But it is safer, Pat insisted. Ultimately, Courtney found herself at school. Upon stepping into the corridor, she spotted a familiar face. Jessica was opening her locker, stowing away her clothes. Hey, Jessica, Courtney called out, feeling somewhat awkward in the unfamiliar hall. Approaching her fellow transfer student, she continued, You left a bit early yesterday. I was hoping to wait for you to head back together. Are you joining the school's extracurricular activities, like cheerleading? I think your physique is perfect for dancing. Once Courtney began to speak, her words flowed uncontrollably. What about you? Why don't you join the cheerleading team? Jessica casually inquired, closing her locker. I enjoy gymnastics. But for some reason, the gymnastics team at Blue Valley High was disbanded this year. Had I transferred a year earlier, I might have been able to join, but perhaps I would have missed the chance to meet you. Who knows? Hey, Jessica interjected, interrupting Courtney's enthusiastic chatter. I understand your eagerness to make friends, but trust me, we are not cut from the same cloth. Perhaps so, but I believe it's worth a try. After all, it is only your second day here, and there's still plenty of time. ISNT there? Courtney shrugged, seemingly oblivious to Jessica's dismissive tone. By the way, I remember you mentioning that you encountered some formidable individuals in Smallville. Could you elaborate on that? Courtney's mind was consumed with thoughts of unearthing the members of the Injustice Society. Upon hearing Jessica mention her previous town filled with such powerful beings, Courtney immediately suspected that they could be affiliated with the Injustice Society. As for the superheroes of the Justice Society, they had long since perished, thus ruling them out as potential suspects. Blue Valley and Smallville are both located in Kansas, quite close to the former headquarters of the Injustice Society, providing Courtney ample reason to suspect Jessica's acquaintances. Believe me, you would not want to provoke them, Jessica cautioned, shaking her head. I've heard you describe Stargirl as powers. While you may find that impressive, I see it more as rhythmic gymnastics, jumping back and forth on a horizontal bar. I don't think that would be effective against enemies. The two individuals I am acquainted with possess movements in battle that elude my comprehension. Moreover, one of them can ascend into the air unaided. Should they be antagonists, it is likely they would soon unify the United States of America. Suddenly, Jessica recalled something, casting a dubious glance towards Courtney. The combat style of Stargirl resembles that of rhythmic gymnastics. You just mentioned your fondness for gymnastics. Could you possibly be Stargirl? Faced with Jessica's incisive inquiry, Courtney felt a pang of anxiety. As she contemplated how to deflect the question, Jessica turned away, dismissively stating that she was uninterested in such matters and that it was not her concern. After securing her locker, she disregarded Courtney and proceeded forward. However, after taking only 2 steps, she was confronted by an unexpected figure. Her body froze, as if petrified, gripped by an inexplicable fear. Why was this person here? Were they there to eliminate her? What should she do? Seek help or flee? No, given their power, they could easily take her life. Escaping would be futile. Courtney observed Jessica suddenly halt, her body trembling slightly, and curiously followed her gaze. She then beheld a tall, somewhat handsome high school student with an ambiguous aura standing at the far end of the corridor. Thud, thud. The rhythmic footsteps of Eric drew closer to Jessica and Courtney. The cadence of his approach quickened Jessica's heartbeat. Chapter 87. I am the villain you seek. Upon seeing the report in the newspaper about the emergence of superheroes in Blue Valley, Eric immediately pinpointed their identity. Stargirl, whose real name is Courtney Whitman, is a member of the Justice Society of America, wielding a cosmic staff. This staff grants her the abilities of flight, manipulation of cosmic energy, and even the capacity for remote telepathy. Furthermore, the staff in Stargirl's possession is identical to the one he had seen in a vision of the future predicted by Lady Cassandra. This suggests that his future self could wield Stargirl's cosmic staff. considering that his mother and Clark were influenced by the energy released from a spaceship. And one of the staff's functionalities is to control cosmic energy. Perhaps it could eradicate the Kryptonian energy within Martha and Clark. For these reasons, Eric became intent on acquiring the cosmic staff, which explains his presence at Blue Valley High. Are you Courtney Whitman? Eric halted, scrutinizing the blonde girl before him. Yes. Do I know you? Courtney replied with a formulaic, polite smile. I suppose not at this moment. Eric cast a sidelong glance at Jessica, who bore the heavy burden of psychological trauma. Jessica swallowed hard and promptly lowered her head, pretending that they were strangers. Yet, recognition would inevitably dawn upon them. With a calm demeanor, Eric declared, "For I am the villain of the unjust association you seek." Courtney, taken aback by Eric's explosive revelation, staggered backward. What? You claim to be part of the unjust association? No, you must be jesting. As she regained her composure, Courtney shook her head vigorously. I refuse to believe that a member of the unjust association could be of my age. That is a fair point, Eric feigned a nod. It seems I must provide you with proof. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. Not far from the school entrance, a car parked in a lot erupted into flames with a sudden whoosh. The flames quickly intensified, engulfing the vehicle in a fiery embrace. The surrounding students, startled, fled in terror, their screams reverberating through the air. Perhaps the flames had reached the fuel tank, for they suddenly surged skyward, the inferno growing fiercer by the moment. You! Courtney glared at Eric, her face a mask of fury. Stop! How dare you do this on school grounds? I've heard you also set a student's car ablaze. Such incidents are rather uncommon, aren't they? Eric continued to provoke her. That was merely an accident, Courtney stammered, a hint of guilt creeping into her voice. On the first day she inherited the Star staff, she had excitedly ventured outside to experiment, only to inadvertently incinerate a classmate's car at an outdoor cinema. How could he possibly know about it? She had only confided in Pat. Courtney's gaze turned suspiciously towards Eric. Sometimes, a careless mistake weighs heavier than a deliberate wrongdoing. I have now successfully validated my identity as a villain of the unjust association. If you wish to fulfill your superhero duties and defeat me, you may seek me out after nightfall. After providing her with an address, Eric turned on his heel and departed. His masterful performance had successfully etched a villainous image in Courtney's mind. As she watched Eric's retreating figure, Courtney inhaled deeply, her eyes brimming with caution. Although she had always yearned for the emergence of villains, she found this one to be somewhat different from her expectations, possessing an elusive aura and inscrutable powers. Nevertheless, an undercurrent of excitement coursed through her veins. Upon witnessing Eric's departure, Jessica exhaled a long sigh. She held a rather pessimistic view regarding Courtney's duel. If you are wise enough, you should reconsider. Despite her lukewarm impression of Courtney, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. He claims to be part of the unjust association. I feel compelled to at least give it a try. Courtney shrugged and replied to Jessica. Do you admit that you're the Star Chaser? Courtney replied playfully, of course, it's impossible to conceal it now. I am in search of my partner. Would you be interested? All it takes is inviting a few high school students to form an organization to combat the villains. I find your naivete somewhat childish. Such a perilous endeavor. Please seek others for that. After casting a dismissive glance, Jessica turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Eric, having departed from Blue Valley High, glanced back at the chaotic scene of the school. His impersonation of the unjust association was merely a ploy to lure the Star Chaser. Unable to locate the cosmic scepter through his supervision, he resorted to his super hearing to eavesdrop on the conversation between the Star Chaser and her father. Upon confirming the Star Chaser's interest in the unjust association, he boldly embraced the name. The so-called American Unjust Association, as Eric understood, was a group of supervillains active several decades ago. Unlike the well-known classic villain organizations, this group from a bygone era was unfamiliar to Eric. Had he not researched, such entities, long buried in the annals of history, would likely remain undiscovered. As for the unfamiliar names, sorcerer, brainwave, violinist, ice pillar, Eric had never even heard of them. That night, Courtney donned her meticulously prepared uniform, a sky-blue bodysuit adorned with a large pentagram on her chest, complemented by a blue masquerade mask that obscured her eyes. Seizing the opportunity to remain unnoticed, she grasped the scepter and leaped from the third floor. The scepter, shimmering with a golden glow, propelled her swiftly along the road. With a foundation in gymnastics, she effortlessly maintained her balance, as if perched upon a horizontal bar, allowing the scepter to carry her forward at breakneck speed. The wind rushing past her ears ignited an impulse to shout in exhilaration. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen shift occurred. Courtney suddenly sensed an invisible force approaching her. A sharp pain pierced her chest, and she lost control, plummeting downwards. Although the sentient scepter cushioned her fall to some extent, she still landed hard, letting out a grunt of discomfort. Struggling to rise, she shook her head and surveyed her surroundings. She found herself at the outskirts of Blue Valley, in front of the Blue Valley Tire Factory. Typically closed, the factory's doors were now ajar, faint light seeping from within. The structure loomed silently in the night, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Was it the individual who claimed to be part of the unjust association during the day? Courtney furrowed her brow, rubbing her sore backside, pondering the unsettling thought. Chapter 88. The grave is where you belong. Despite sensing the ominous aura enveloping the tire factory, her overwhelming curiosity compelled her to step inside. Within the spacious factory, rows of tires were meticulously arranged, their surfaces glimmering under the eerie, milky light that cast a strange ambience around. Courtney had barely taken 2 steps when she perceived a shadowy figure standing in the darkness not far from her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt her body being yanked into the air as if seized by an invisible force. "Who are you?" With a slow, deliberate gait, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a trench coat, with short, golden hair and a grim visage. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Courtney, who was suspended in the air. "Why do you possess the star staff?" When she merely struggled in silence, the man shook his head and extended his hand, drawing Courtney toward him with an intangible force. Her feet dragged helplessly along the ground as she was pulled into his grasp. Despite her gritted teeth and desperate resistance, Courtney found herself defenseless against this telekinetic presence. "Help me," she implored, casting a glance at the star staff, hoping her weapon could assist her. However, the staff, seemingly endowed with the intellect of a sentient machine, remained unresponsive, its glow dimming ominously. "Do you refuse to speak?" With a swift motion, the man seized Courtney, one hand gripping her neck while the other pressed down on her head. "Fear not. I can extract what I desire from your mind." His cold stare bore into her. "I perceive your loneliness. You have no one to rely upon, no friends, and your heart is a desolate wasteland. Your father." He paused, his brow furrowing. "Why do you yearn for your father?" Ignoring him, Courtney clenched her teeth in defiance, urgently urging the staff, "Please, do something, help me." Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the star staff. It swung violently toward the middle-aged man, unleashing a wave of energy that surged straight at him. Forced to release Courtney, he dodged the energy beam. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Courtney gasped for breath. Yet, before she could catch her wind, the man commanded several tires to launch at her. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the star staff and leapt upward. Years of gymnastics had rendered her body exceptionally agile and supple, and she deftly evaded the first tire. As she landed, using the staff as a bar, she executed a mid-air twist, narrowly avoiding the second tire hurtling toward her, displaying a series of graceful gymnastic maneuvers. She evaded all the tires that came crashing down. Firmly grounded, Courtney aimed the star staff at her adversary, who had been assaulting her with telekinetic force. A beam of energy surged forth, hurtling toward the middle-aged man. A tremendous explosion resonated. A fireball erupted within the warehouse. The impact of the star staff's strike causing immense destruction and shockwaves. The flame soared high, splattering everywhere, as nearby tires were hurled to the ground by the force of explosions, producing a tremendous cacophony. Seizing the moment, Courtney dashed outside, leaping onto her star staff and taking to the low skies, fleeing towards the entrance of the tire factory. A steel beam whistled through the air, hurtling towards her. With her feet firmly planted on the star staff, Courtney leapt, executing a graceful somersault to evade the metallic assault. As she descended back onto the staff, a rebar launched an attack from below, sending Courtney crashing to the ground. With a screech, the rebar was bent and ensnared by a middle-aged man using telekinesis, binding Courtney's hands. Struggling against her restraints, Courtney reached desperately for the star staff, which lay just a few centimeters away, but she could not grasp it. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I was filled with dread, thinking I had encountered Star Hero. But now, I am at ease. You are merely a pitiful imitator, a foolish little star girl." With a cold smirk, The middle-aged man removed his gloves and leaned closer to the struggling Courtney. You harmed my son and destroyed his car. I know it was you. Now, I shall relish torturing you. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Courtney's head, his face betraying a sense of twisted pleasure. It has been far too long since I have savored such delight. As he pressed down on her head, Courtney felt a searing pain pierce her mind, akin to a burning thorn driving deeper into her skull. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she let out a cry of distress. Blood streamed from her ears. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past the two. The middle-aged man ceased his torment, lifting his head in confusion. Before him stood a young man, casually toying with the staff he had found. Who are you? The middle-aged man released Courtney and turned his attention to the unexpectedly appearing Eric. Casually planting the star staff into the ground, Eric met the man's gaze and, with an indifferent tone, inquired, with your formidable mental prowess, capable of influencing others' brainwaves and creating magnetic fields with your mind, you must be Brainwave, a member of the Unjust Association, bound by the rebar and unable to move. Courtney initially thought salvation had arrived, only to despair upon recognizing the man claiming to belong to the Unjust Association. Yet, Eric's tone did not suggest camaraderie with Brainwave, reigniting a flicker of hope within her. Who are you? Brainwave furrowed his brow, directing the question at Eric. You need not know that now, Eric replied, glancing at the prostrate Courtney and shaking his head. I had thought that the tight-clad ruffians of the last century had long since succumbed to the grave. Yet here I encountered a living fossil. In response to Eric's derision, Brainwave clenched his teeth fiercely and demanded, hand over the scepter. You mean this? Eric gestured toward the scepter embedded in the ground, adding, you may retrieve it yourself. Faced with Eric's audacity, Brainwave hesitated momentarily. Do not give it to him. He is a member of the Unjust Association. Courtney, pinned to the ground, shouted at Eric. Though she desired to prevent the scepter from falling into the hands of this peculiar peer, she was even more opposed to it being seized by Brainwave. Seizing the opportunity while Eric was distracted, Brainwave unleashed his powers, commanding a stone pillar at the roadside to strike Eric's head with great force. However, the pillar, moving with alarming speed and without warning, detonated before it could make contact with Eric. Chapter 89. I lost the scepter. Courtney stared at the explosion of stone, momentarily frozen in place. Brainwave was equally taken aback by the unfolding events, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Brainwave's body lurched forward, his eyes widening as he bent over like a shrimp pulled from boiling water. A wave of unbearable impact struck his abdomen, sending pain coursing through his entire being. Just as he attempted to rise, a blow struck his chest, propelling him backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground. The tire, struck by the debris, bounced away. As Brainwave's back made contact with the ground, he felt an intense vertigo, darkness swirling before his eyes. The stinging pain in his chest, abdomen, and back assaulted his consciousness. Despite possessing abilities reminiscent of Magneto and the Professor, his physical form was remarkably fragile. Eric stood unmoved, regarding the fallen Brainwave with a cold gaze. When did this happen? Courtney blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend why she had witnessed nothing moments before. Turning her attention to the immobile Eric, she internally deemed him a far more formidable villain than the Unjust Association. Ugh! Clutching his chest, Brainwave rose, his eyes gleaming with a feral intensity. He slightly spread his arms and closed his eyes. The ground trembled faintly, and the metallic walls of the tire factory shook violently. Streetlights, signs, and various structures outside the factory lifted into the air with a whistling sound, hurtling toward Eric. The clamor of steel colliding resonated, causing Courtney's ears to buzz, with more blood seeping from within. When she opened her eyes, she found Eric had vanished from sight, now standing before Brainwave, seizing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. Brainwave, his face flushed, was enveloped by feelings of humiliation and rage as he strained to reach out, his hand brushing against Eric's head. Harnessing his extraordinary abilities, he endeavored to influence Eric's brainwaves, employing his mental prowess to strike at his adversary. In an instant, he made contact with Eric's cerebral patterns, while simultaneously activating his telepathy to delve into Eric's thoughts and emotions, all the while disrupting his brainwaves to make him experience a torment worse than death. However, the moment he initiated his telepathic powers, he felt as though he had plunged into a quagmire. A multitude of chaotic and bizarre entities surged into his mind through his fingers. The anguish was akin to being ravaged 100 times by unspeakable monsters in an abyss, infecting his mental fortitude. A cacophony of howls emanated from his brainwaves, simultaneously intensifying the assault on Eric's cerebral patterns while resisting the backlash of this mental onslaught. Disturbed and dizzy, Eric's eyes emitted a laser-like intensity as he prepared to eliminate his opponent directly. Yet, unexpectedly, the star staff he had plunged into the ground sprang to life. With a whoosh, it leapt into the air, unleashing a beam of energy towards Eric and the brainwave. Frowning in concentration, Eric merely extended a hand to deflect the energy blast emitted by the star staff. A tremendous explosion resonated, sending a fiery plume skyward. Courtney was momentarily stunned by the sudden aggression of the star staff. When had it become so formidable? As the smoke cleared and the flames subsided, an astonishing scene unfolded before Courtney's eyes. Eric maintained his outstretched posture, standing unharmed. It appeared that the explosion wrought by the star staff had inflicted no damage upon him whatsoever. What manner of creature is this? To withstand the force of an explosion with a mere hand defies the very laws of science. Swallowing hard, Courtney mentally berated herself, sensing that her predicament might be dire. Meanwhile, casting a glance at the star staff, Eric turned his attention to the brainwave he had been restraining by the throat. Thanks to the energy explosion from the star staff, the brainwave had erected a telekinetic barrier before him, compounded by Eric shielding him from the bulk of the damage, thus sustaining minimal injury from the blast. Yet, in the next moment, the brainwave emitted a pained groan, not waiting for Eric to strike again, its head drooping as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Eric regarded the unconscious brainwave with a furrowed brow. After confirming it was not feigning death, he released his grip, allowing the figure to crash heavily to the ground. What happened to him? Courtney inquired, trembling with fear. A stroke, Eric replied casually, turning to approach the motionless star staff suspended in the air. A stroke? Courtney found this notion absurd. ISNT, a stroke, a condition resulting from dysfunction within the brain's control center, such as a hemorrhage or an infarction, leading to unconsciousness. Brainwaves are the enigmatic force that governs the thoughts of others. How could such an entity succumb to a stroke? The absurdity of this outcome struck her profoundly. Ignoring the fallen figure of Little Star on the ground, Eric seized the star staff. Amid her astonished gaze, he gripped the staff with one hand, slightly bent his knees, and with a thunderous burst, soared into the sky like a meteor, disappearing in an instant. Courtney, ensnared by steel beams, widened her eyes, gazing at the silhouette of her foe vanishing into the heavens. "Hey, you scoundrel, don't leave. Return my star staff," she shouted, unable to restrain herself. She struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from her bindings. Yet, bereft of her weapon, she found herself powerless as an ordinary person. Just weeks prior, she had been a typical high school girl with a penchant for gymnastics, suddenly bestowed with extraordinary powers, utterly unprepared for the consequences of losing her staff. Amid her struggles, a resounding rumble echoed from afar. With a crash, a colossal armored robot landed beside her. Its gleaming silver armor, equipped with formidable combat weaponry, struck the ground with a resounding thud, startling Courtney. The malevolent aura emanating from the armor suggested it was the embodiment of villainy. A chill ran down Courtney's spine, and her efforts to pry apart the steel beams intensified. "You can do it. Keep pushing," she urged herself through gritted teeth. "Courtney." A familiar voice resonated from within the armor. Startled, Courtney lifted her gaze to the armored figure. "Is that you, Pat?" "Indeed, I am Pat. In fact, I hold another identity. I am Starman's ally, a member of the Justice Society, known as Star-Spangled, the operator of the armored robot." Pat, Courtney's stepfather, introduced himself while extending a mechanical arm to pry apart the steel beams constraining her. "Courtney, it appears you have encountered some troubles." As she rose to her feet, Courtney's gaze drifted towards the direction where Eric had vanished, her expression vacant as she murmured, "I've lost my star staff." Chapter 90. If miracles are needed. "Let me seek them, Dad." Clark awoke from his stupor, his first sight being Jonathan seated beside him. "You're awake, Clark," Jonathan exclaimed, hastening to his side. "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere?" "I'm fine." Clark shook his head, attempting to dispel the fog clouding his mind. "How long have I been asleep, Dad?" "One day." Jonathan gently touched Clark's forehead, covering him with a blanket. "Eric mentioned that both of you were affected by the spacecraft's radiation. You're quite weakened now. I merely feel drained. It seems my powers have vanished overnight. Clark extended his hand, gently forming a fist, but soon relinquished it with a reluctant sigh. His expression one of despair as he uttered, "I'm sorry, I cannot assist you at this moment, Father." "No, you need not concern yourself with such matters, Clark." Jonathan reassured him, patting his shoulder. "This is not your responsibility." With a stubbled face and reddened eyes, Jonathan rose and gazed into the night outside. "I owe you an apology, both to you and to Martha. I have failed to fulfill my duties as a father and husband. I should not have concealed the truth about the spacecraft from you, Clark. I have longed for the right moment to share everything with you. I previously lamented and misunderstood Martha's trips to the cellar, yet I was deceiving myself. I, like Martha, fear that you and Eric might leave." "I understand, Father," Clark replied, having comprehended his father's sentiments. "I overheard your conversation with Eric. If I am not mature enough, then knowing these truths is not entirely advantageous for me. Is it?" Despite feeling a chill coursing through him, Clark rose, wrapping himself in a blanket and moved to his father's side. "Clark, you?" Jonathan looked at his eldest son with slight surprise. "I always thought I would be treated differently. At times, I envied Eric for the autonomy he had. At other times, I envied him for knowing certain truths before I did." Clark was interrupted by a painful cough. Seeing Clark in distress, Jonathan quickly approached, gently patting his back. After a moment, the coughing subsided, and Clark took a deep breath to address Jonathan. "I know you and Mother have always loved me. Haven to you? Out of a desire to protect me from harm, I've been tasting these bittersweet truths wrapped in a guise of care." Hiding in a corridor on the second floor, Clark had heard Jonathan's heartfelt pain when discussing himself, and he began to understand his father better. "Mother always tells me to empathize with others. When you feel that you might be hurt, the other person may have already been wounded." Clark looked earnestly at his father and said, "I could never grasp that saying before, but now I think I understand." Jonathan paused. His eyes slightly reddened as he patted Clark's shoulder again. "I am truly glad you can think this way, Clark. If your mother could hear this, she would be equally pleased. By the way, how is Mother?" Clark, reminded of her condition, asked Jonathan, clearing his throat. Jonathan sighed, taking a moment before responding. "Father, the situation is not good. Helen has said that things are continually worsening, and we cannot find the optimal treatment." Clark's expression immediately shifted to one of concern. "And you, Clark, you must be mindful of yourself as well." Clark interrupted his father. "Forget about me. We must help Mother. Perhaps we can discover a solution. I shall not abandon my family." Jonathan exhaled deeply, as though he had resolved to make a crucial decision, and took the coat from the hanger before stepping outside. "If what we need is a miracle, then let it be I who seeks it. Do you also believe that the spaceship can cure Mother and me, Father?" Jonathan pushed open the door and shook his head. "I do not know, but I must cling to the last thread of hope. If the doctors cannot assist you, then allow me to seek a remedy. I shall go to Peter's house. Perhaps I can discover how to unlock the spaceship." He displayed an octagonal metal piece and a rectangular seal to Clark. "This is the sole miracle we can rely upon, a clue to access the spaceship." Regaining his composure, Jonathan moved forward. "I will accompany you. You must not go anywhere." "Clark." Jonathan halted his elder son. "Your body is too frail. Return to bed and rest. Eric may return shortly. You should remain at home to await him." With that, he opened the car door, seated himself, and started the engine, driving away from the farm. Eric descended from the sky, his feet landing upon the farm soil. Wrapped in a blanket, Clark heard the sound and opened the living room door, witnessing Eric approach him in the moonlight, brandishing a metallic staff. "Hey, Eric," Clark called out to him. "Where have you been?" "I was resolving a minor issue." Eric approached, casting a glance at his coughing elder brother. "Are you well?" "I am, but Mother's condition has worsened." Although Clark found Eric's possession peculiar, he quickly dismissed it and spoke of Martha's plight. "Helen said her condition is deteriorating. Father went to Peter's house to see if he could unlock the spaceship again." Clark, feeling a heaviness in his chest, paused momentarily, struck the doorframe, and lamented. "I wish to help, but I cannot do anything at present. It is evident that you too have been affected by the energies emitted from the spaceship." Eric ascended the stairs, asserting that it would be best for Clark to rest in bed and not complicate matters further, as this would be the most beneficial assistance. Once in his room, Eric placed the cosmic staff upon his desk and grasped its handle, attempting to activate it. Since his future self had wielded it, it indicated that he possessed the qualification and authority to use it. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy upon the staff, endeavoring to summon its power. However, despite his mental and willful efforts, nothing transpired. The staff lay upon the desk like an ordinary stick, devoid of any glow or vibration, as if it had not been the source of the prior explosion. Sitting in his chair, Eric directed his gaze towards the distant hospital. His mother lay upon the hospital bed, her complexion growing increasingly pale and her bodily functions gradually waning. Chapter 91. Gazing into the Abyss. I am also the abyss. Taking a deep breath, I compelled myself to regain my composure. Eric once again grasped the handle of the star staff. Since the star staff of the Starlight Maiden is known as the cosmic scepter, it symbolizes a connection to the vast universe. It is not merely a magical implement, but a representation of the boundless cosmic energy. As he held the staff, he sought to sense within himself the powerful and ineffable entities he had once conjured amidst the expansive night sky. Perhaps these were not monsters of his own creation, but rather manifestations glimpsed by the superbrain in the dark in a dreamlike state, subsequently inspired by his subconscious to be depicted through brush and word. They seemed to embody a set of rules and higher dimensional laws. I gazed into the abyss, thus I am also the abyss. As the fantasies of the starry sky materialized in his mind, the staff in his hand suddenly radiated with light. A golden brilliance emanated from its tip, illuminating the entire room. A torrent of power surged from the apex of the staff into Eric's grasp, imparting a sensation akin to the effortless control of one's own fingers. The emotions of justice, compassion, and sympathy for the weak, qualities that the wielder of the staff must possess, seemed absurdly binding. With a soft scoff, Eric drove the staff into the floor of the room. He could sense the staff's attempts to instill beliefs of justice, compassion, and a willingness to sacrifice within its master. Yet, such beliefs held no sway over him. Possessing the ability to master all forms of dark magic, he had breached the staff's restrictions through the superior privileges of his own mind. Perhaps it was the dark entities within the superbrain, or perhaps the vastness of his mental realm following his transcendence, that allowed him to effortlessly grasp the essence of magic and energy. This was true for the spells contained within the dark grimoire, as it was for the staff before him. Eric ripped the staff, aiming it at his own body, sensing the latent energy radiating from the spacecraft like forces within him. One of the primary functions of the staff is to manipulate cosmic energy, and the moment he held it, Eric became acutely aware of the dissonant radiations within his own being. Turning his gaze downstairs towards Clark, his eyes gleamed with a golden light, scrutinizing the internal workings of Clark's body. A cosmic energy, reminiscent of kryptonite, spiraled within Clark. I can extract it, Eric concluded with immediate certainty. With the assurance that he could save Martha and Clark, he activated his super speed and moved towards the hospital. Small-town medical center. Upon receiving the nurse's report, Dr. Helen hastily made her way to Martha's hospital room. Upon witnessing Martha's heart monitor nearly cease its rhythmic beat, I promptly pressed the emergency call button within the ward. Blue alert, room 117, blue alert. With the call completed, I hastened to Martha's side, instructing the nurses to prepare oxygen and a defibrillator. Once the defibrillator was ready, I gestured for the surrounding nurses to step back, aligning it with Martha's heart, and delivered a powerful shock. A surge of electricity erupted, causing Martha's body to jolt upwards momentarily before collapsing back down. Step away. After reiterating my command, the current surged from the defibrillator, impacting Martha's heart once more. This procedure was repeated twice, yet the monitor displayed a persistent flat line, indicating that Martha's heart had not regained its rhythm. Again, step away. Reluctantly, Helen shouted as she pressed the button on the defibrillator again in a desperate attempt to revive Martha. However, the heartbeat monitor continued its unwavering straight line, devoid of any fluctuation. Listening to the piercing beeping, Helen shook her head in resignation, gently rebut-toning Martha's clothing. Glancing at her wristwatch, she somberly informed the surrounding nurses. Record the time of death, 2:17 in the morning. No sooner had she spoken than a voice resonated from outside the ward. Turning to see Eric standing at the threshold, his expression dark and stormy, he forcefully pushed the door open. Helen was taken aback by Eric's sudden entrance. Her prior knowledge of the youngest son of the Kent farm was scant. However, after examining Clark's blood sample, her curiosity regarding the identities of Clark and Eric had intensified. Clark's blood was utterly uncharacteristic of any human composition. Not only did it deviate from human blood, but bore no resemblance to that of any mammal in the natural world. This revelation shattered the scientific truths she had upheld throughout her medical career. Upon realizing that Eric was Clark's brother, her suspicions regarding Eric's genetic makeup deepened. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. Helen composed herself and addressed Eric. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Kent's condition has deteriorated significantly since the evening. We have been unable to find effective means to halt the decline. I truly apologize. Everyone, leave at once." Eric cast a glance at his mother lying in the bed and spoke coldly, his voice betraying an uncontainable chill. Helen felt an overwhelming fear emanating from Eric, compelling her to take a step back. "I will not repeat myself." No sooner had he finished speaking than a lamp in the room shattered with a loud bang. The explosive sound and the scattering glass sent the nurses screaming in terror. Without needing Eric's threat, the doctors and nurses swiftly evacuated the room. Even as Helen, concerned for Eric's condition, wished to remain, she was swept along with the others out of the room. After everyone had departed, Eric extracted the cosmic scepter, directing it towards Martha's form. Once he effortlessly mastered the usage of the scepter, his control surpassed that of Courtney. The ability to magnify and diminish the scepter at will was a testament to his precise command. Aiming the scepter at his mother, he endeavored to absorb the radiation energy emanating from her body, produced by the Kryptonian spacecraft. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the tip of the scepter. This intense light, too radiant for the naked eye to behold, instantaneously illuminated the entire room and radiated outward. Meanwhile, Helen paced anxiously in the corridor. Suddenly, the corridor door burst open, as if an invisible force had unleashed a tremendous impact toward the hallway. Accompanying this force was a dazzling light that streamed into the corridor. The impact destabilized the crowd in the corridor, while the subsequent brilliance compelled everyone to close their eyes. The cacophony of screams intertwined with the clattering of hospital gurneys, plunging the entire hospital into chaos. Chapter 92. The revenge plan of the star-devouring maiden. As Martha awoke from her slumber, she was besieged by waves of sharp pain in her mind, akin to being pricked by needles, and her body felt inexplicably weary. "Mother?" Upon confirming Martha's awakening, Eric let out a sigh of relief. He approached and took hold of his mother's somewhat cold hand, inquiring, "How do you feel? Is there anywhere that troubles you?" "I'm fine." Martha lay upon the bed, striving to calm her emotions and clear her foggy mind. "What has happened to me?" Moistening her parched lips, she looked towards Eric. "Everything is all right. You are safe now, Mother," Eric reassured her gently, patting her hand. After utilizing the cosmic scepter to purge the cosmic radiation from her body, which had been produced by the Kryptonian spacecraft, the suppressed life force surged back within her. Her once still heart resumed its rhythm, and her breathing gradually stabilized. "Did you save me, Eric?" Despite her disorientation upon awakening, Martha vividly recalled teetering on the brink of death. Her consciousness had begun to withdraw, her heartbeat weakening, as her life unfolded before her like a series of slides. Although she held no particular faith in religion, she was acutely aware that this was likely the moment of her demise. After descending into an abyss of darkness, she had awakened once more, finding no doctors or nurses present, only her son by her side. Even the most oblivious individual would perceive the peculiarity of the situation, let alone a woman blessed with two extraordinary sons. "I do not know." Eric refrained from disclosing the matter of the star's staff to his mother. "I attempted to balance the energy within you. I am uncertain of the outcome, yet it seems to be the most favorable result. You have awakened." Martha smiled faintly, her body still somewhat frail, but she grasped Eric's hand. "Eric, I do not know how you accomplished this, but I must express my gratitude." She urged him to assist her in sitting up partially, holding his hand against her face, savoring the warmth emanating from her youngest son. "Thank you, Eric. I nearly departed from you, Clark, and Jonathan. I fear that sensation." Overwhelmed with the exhilaration of rebirth, tears of joy threatened to spill. "I love you, Clark, Jonathan. It is truly wonderful not to be separated from you." Eric, touched by his mother's emotions, felt his previously unwavering expression soften slightly. "Never, regardless of what transpires. Clark and I shall not leave you," he whispered, offering her solace. Outside the ward, Dr. Helen, concerned about Eric's emotional state, had just pushed open the door when she beheld an astonishing scene. "How is this possible?" Staring at Martha, who lay in Eric's embrace, Dr. Helen widened her eyes in disbelief, frozen in place. How could someone who had already perished come back to life? Regaining her composure from the shock and incredulity, Helen promptly assumed her responsibilities as a physician. She approached the emergency button to summon medical personnel and began examining Martha, employing the stethoscope draped around her neck. She assessed Martha's heart. The heartbeat, pulse, and respiratory signs were all normal. What transpired here? Helen cast a puzzled glance at Eric. Ever since he entered this room, a series of bizarre occurrences had unfolded. Intense light, shock waves, and now, the resurrection of a person previously declared dead. Aside from suspecting Eric, she could conceive of no other plausible explanation. Recalling Clark's peculiar blood, a flicker of fear crossed her gaze as she looked at Eric. Could he, like Clark, be of an otherworldly nature? I do not know. It feels as though I'm merely awoke from slumber, Martha replied, glancing at Eric with a smile before addressing Helen. Perhaps. As you mentioned, a miracle has transpired here, akin to how I could not conceive, but suddenly found myself pregnant. After leaving the ward, her mind heavy with thoughts, Helen had not taken 2 steps before Eric called out to her. Dr. Helen. Eric approached from behind. I hope to request a favor of you. What is it? It is quite simple. I wish for you to refrain from disclosing that Martha's heart had once ceased to beat. I'm afraid I cannot comply, Helen replied. Taking a deep breath, her demeanor serious. The facts recorded in the medical report cannot be altered. Very well, Eric nodded. Then may I ask you to hand over Clark's blood sample? Altering or destroying medical records is a task that poses little challenge for him. Helen hesitated, acutely aware of the precious nature of Clark's blood and the seismic repercussions that would ensue should the public become privy to this information. Observing Helen's indecision, Eric stepped closer. Tense with emotion, Helen instinctively recoiled. Ignoring her discomfort, Eric continued in a measured tone. I trust you have analyzed the blood sample and comprehend its rarity and significance. Thus, I believe the most prudent course of action is to maintain the status quo. Would you not agree? His penetrating gaze bore into her, imparting an oppressive sensation that instigated a flicker of panic within her. The world is not yet prepared to accept the truth you have uncovered, Dr. Helen, Eric continued. His voice chillingly detached. Therefore, relinquish the blood to me, as I deem this the most sensible solution. After a moment's hesitation, Helen ultimately nodded, understanding that failure to comply would elicit no kindness from this man. Though it was merely intuition, she firmly believed in her premonition. Upon entering the laboratory, Helen handed a vial of crimson blood serum to Eric. So, you were akin to Clark? She inquired, gently flipping over the accompanying test report to meet his gaze. What? He replied. I tested Clark's blood. The hemoglobin levels are alarmingly below the normal threshold, yet the blood concentration is exceedingly high, exhibiting a certain aggressiveness. Most importantly, I detected numerous substances previously unknown to me. I have heard you're Kex's fiancé, E. Is that correct? Eric did not respond, but instead posed a question of his own. What does that have to do with my inquiry? The connection lies in the fact that, were I in your position, I would meticulously safeguard the blood test results to your left, he advised. Leaning closer to Helen, he added in an emotionless tone, he will trust no one, even if you were his fiancé. After unsettling Helen's composure, Eric exited the laboratory. In a secluded corner, his eyes ignited with a crimson hue as they focused on the vial of Clark's blood serum. Yet in the next moment, he extinguished the fiery gaze and concealed the serum. He had changed his mind. This substance was far better suited to remain in his possession than to be destroyed. Just after securing the vial, Jonathan rushed from his pickup truck, anxiously approaching the hospital. Eric immediately advanced to meet him. Inside the ward, Jonathan sighed in relief upon seeing his wife safe and sound. I received a call from the hospital. The doctor informed me about you, Martha, he said, sitting beside her bed and taking her hand, seeking to calm his racing heart. You should ask Eric. He saved me. Martha gently patted her husband's hand, smiling as she remarked, although I remain uncertain about how he accomplished it. It is indeed a spaceship. Eric, addressing the bewildered Jonathan, suggested, perhaps my body has been influenced by the radiation of the spaceship, endowing me with certain capabilities akin to that of the vessel. I believe this might elucidate the reason for my mother's bodily recovery upon my touch. Although the explanation seemed somewhat tenuous, Jonathan refrained from questioning it and merely nodded. He understood that the truth could not be so simplistic and recognized that Eric harbored some secrets, in contrast to the rebelliousness and immaturity occasionally displayed by Clark. He had greater faith in Eric's ability to navigate these complexities. This belief was also the reason he seldom inquired into Eric's affairs. Clark is still resting at home, Jonathan said to his younger son. You go check on him, while I remain here to care for your mother. Understood, Eric replied with a nod. Turning to exit the ward. As he departed, he noticed Dr. Helen, clad in a blue medical coat, waiting for him in the corridor. Perhaps you were right, she said, handing Eric a lab report. Sometimes, we must bury certain truths, especially when people are not yet prepared to confront them. Accepting the report, Eric realized it was an analysis of Clark's blood test results. I must also prepare a rather complex clinical form, which will delay me considerably. I estimate I won't be able to rest until after 3 in the morning, so I must take my leave. After nodding at Eric, Helen turned and walked away. Eric stood still for a moment, thoughtfully observing her retreating figure. It seemed this woman played a role far beyond that of a mere physician and Lex's fiancée. Upon returning to the farm from the medical center, Eric found Clark sprawled on the living room sofa, deep in slumber. His body was slightly feverish, his brow furrowed, exuding an air of listlessness. Shaking his head, Eric utilized his star staff to eliminate the radiation from Clark's body. Half an hour later, Clark awakened from his stupor, feeling dizzy and utterly exhausted. Awake, are we? Eric's voice called from across the room. Clark lifted his head to see Eric descending the staircase. How long have I been asleep, Eric? Approximately 3 to 4 hours. I'm glad to see you still alive, Clark, Eric replied sarcastically as he reached his brother's side. Rising to his feet, Clark clenched his fists, sensing the resurgence of strength within him. Am I healed, Eric? Did you do this? In a sense, yes, Eric replied, pouring himself a glass of chilled lemonade. Both you and Mother are now safe. But how did you manage it? Clark, somewhat incredulous, inquired. He had originally believed that to rid himself of his debilitating affliction, he would need to utilize a spacecraft, yet he was astonished to discover that Eric had managed everything. It was akin to something magical. Eric gulped down a few sips of iced lemonade and casually replied, However, I recall you mentioning that such things cannot be employed at will. Clark was reminded of the time they had jointly dismantled the Metropolitan Owl's lair when Eric had acquired the grimoires of black magic. He assumed that Eric had resorted to dark sorcery, enduring a profound price to rescue both himself and their mother. The thought of what Eric might lose due to the backlash of black magic stirred a wave of guilt within him. So, Eric, what have you sacrificed? Clark asked his brother after a moment of silence. It is of little consequence. Sensing his older brother's emotional turmoil, Eric shook his head, saying, in the face of life, We ought to be a tad bolder, for we shall inevitably lose it all in the end. Now, Clark, I have not suffered any harm, nor has the magic taken anything from me. Eric looked at Clark, adding, What you should truly concern yourself with now is how to explain your blood issue to Dr. Helen. With a newfound worry for Clark, he rose and made his way across the room. As he returned the blanket draped over him to the sofa, Clark gazed at Eric's retreating figure, warmth flooding his heart. Ultimately, it was Eric who had saved him. He wished to express his gratitude, but when he came to his senses, he found that Eric had already vanished around the staircase. With a sigh, Clark shook his arms, feeling somewhat disheartened. If he could not express his thanks immediately and face-to-face, he would feel exceedingly rude. Upon returning to his own room, Eric remained oblivious to Clark's sentiments. He retrieved the star staff, now reduced to the size of a wand, and aimed it at his arm. A beam of golden energy coalesced at the staff's tip, emitting a brilliant light. If he desired, he could extract the Kryptonian energy affecting his body at any moment. This force resided within him, constantly altering his physical structure, endowing him with the traits of a Kryptonian. Should he use the star staff to extract this energy, his body would gradually revert to the normal template of his homeland's people. He would no longer fear kryptonite, yet his abilities exclusive to Kryptonians, such as gaining strength from sunlight and the capacity to create and distort biological forms, would also gradually fade. The golden radiance of the staff's apex slowly dimmed until it vanished completely. Eric stowed away the staff, ultimately failing to rid himself of the Kryptonian radiation within. Although the fear of kryptonite posed a potentially fatal weakness, he prioritized the enhancement of his physicality over such a flaw. Moreover, this weakness was something he could discard at any time. Blue Valley Town. Are you truly listening to me, Courtney? I've been all along. Courtney faced Pat, expressing her frustrations. I've been listening all along, but I failed, Pat. I desire to vanquish those villains, yet I have spectacularly failed. Such a grand failure. She shook her head in despair and sat upon the carpet. I thought I could control everything, but the enemy's strength leaves me utterly devoid of any will to resist. I lost my staff, the relic of Starman, a symbol of the legacy I was meant to inherit. Gazing out at the night sky, Courtney tightened the blanket draped around her. I must find him. I will reclaim my staff. With reddened eyes, she gripped the corner of the blanket tightly. Do you know his identity? Pat asked, patting his daughter's shoulder. No, I don't know his name. He initially claimed to be part of the Injustice Society, but later he killed Brainwave. No, Brainwave is currently in the hospital, merely in a comatose state due to a stroke, although essentially it amounts to being half dead. He is not deceased. Pat corrected Courtney's phrasing. Moreover, it is crucial to note that outsiders, those villains, will likely believe you were responsible for Brainwave's stroke. You need not correct me, Pat, Courtney replied with a hint of exasperation. Let us not nitpick. The crux of the matter is that we can ascertain he is not affiliated with the Injustice Society. Indeed, I grasp the intricacies of your battle, Pat sighed. To fly without any aids, once in motion, no one can track his trajectory. A single hand can deflect the energy blast from your staff. And Brainwave was utterly powerless against him. Frankly, I have never encountered such an entity. Pat gazed wistfully at the sky beyond the storage room window. Perhaps I have truly fallen out of touch with the times. After all, the Justice Society has been defunct for many years. And I am no longer the superhero I once was, Star-Spangled. Courtney looked up at her somewhat melancholic stepfather. I heard Star-Spangled was Starman's sidekick. Is that true? Cough, cough. Pat suddenly cleared his throat. I have something to show you. Come with me. Rising awkwardly, he began to step outside. After a moment's thought, Courtney followed in his footsteps. Pat activated his armored robot, slowly ascending into the sky. Having lost her staff, Courtney found herself cradled in the metallic arms of the armored suit as they soared through the air. Under the clear night sky, the armored robot glided over Blue Valley, Lincoln City, and eventually arrived at Metropolis. After reaching the outskirts of Metropolis, the robot descended onto a street adjacent to a slum. This very street led into the Harvland slum, a place buried beneath electronic refuse. Pat maneuvered the robot to a derelict apartment building and opened the iron gate. I heard that Moyla of New Fly Energy Park intended to construct a power plant here, but the plan fell through. A few months ago, a mysterious case of disappearances unfolded in the metropolis, where numerous affluent individuals and celebrities vanished without a trace. As Pat pushed open the door and stepped into the overgrown courtyard, he continued his discourse with Courtney, saying, if this city were to rid itself of these vampires, I believe the lives of those in the impoverished districts would not be as dire as they are now. Using a key, he unlocked the villa's entrance, revealing a vast hall enveloped in darkness. As they traversed the somewhat desolate space, Courtney cautiously inquired of her stepfather, what is this place? This is the American Justice Society, Pat replied, leading Courtney to a round table, where he lifted the cloth draped over it. As the fabric was removed, auxiliary lights illuminated, dispelling some of the shadows, allowing Courtney to discern the hall's decor. Surrounding the circular table were seats covered in white cloth, accompanied by several pillars, each adorned with full-body portraits. Courtney approached a pillar, showcasing an image of Starman, observing it intently before moving to another, depicting a figure clad in a golden helmet, adorned with a necklace and a flowing cloak. These are the heroes of the American Justice Society. Each possesses their own unique abilities, powers, and weapons. Much like your cosmic staff, they wield these gifts to safeguard the world from threats like Brainwave, Pat explained. Who is this? Courtney asked, pointing at the portrait of the figure obscured by the helmet. Dr. Fate, a sage of immense wisdom, though his end was rather tragic, Pat replied. And this one? She inquired, stepping before a painting reminiscent of Catwoman's attire. Wildcat, whose real name is Ted Grant, was once a heavyweight boxing champion. He gifted me a necklace, the closest thing he could find resembling a star-spangled character figurine, claiming it was a token of good fortune. Sighing, Pat paused before continuing, our man, the Flash. Dr. Fate, they were all my friends, my family. Courtney, however, did not heed Pat's subsequent words. As she approached a metallic stand bearing a gray owl with eyes that spun wildly. Is this owl real? She asked. Indeed, it belongs to the Midnight Doctor. Every time I enter, it flies directly onto his arm. It remains unaware of his demise, still waiting patiently, Pat said, stepping behind Courtney, his tone heavy with sorrow. The Injustice Society killed them all. The truth is, you and I cannot defeat them. Moreover, we face adversaries even more formidable than the Injustice Society. Courtney turned to face Pat, her eyes sparkling with determination. What if we utilize this equipment to form a new Justice Society? We could pit the members of the Injustice Society against the one who stole my cosmic staff, Pat. What do you think of this plan? No one can replace these heroes, Pat countered, disagreeing with Courtney's proposition. And how do you intend to incite the members of the Unjust Society and those who stole your scepter in a battle? By sowing discord? I apologize, but we currently lack knowledge of who remains in the Unjust Society. Only one brainwave has appeared. How are we to locate the others? Is the brainwave not lying in a hospital bed? Courtney raised a finger, stating that the first task would be to inquire about the visitor list for the brainwave, which could potentially lead us to the members of the Unjust Society. Then, she raised a second finger, proclaiming that she had met a new classmate, a fellow transfer student, with whom she had forged a genuine friendship. This individual had encountered formidable villains and seemed to be acquainted with the one who seized my scepter. I can seek her assistance. Chapter 93. Supergirl, as the heavy bundles of straw were tossed into the back of the pickup truck, Clark clapped his hands and exhaled softly. You rose early today, Clark. Are you fully recovered? Jonathan, emerging from the barn, inquired in astonishment at Clark's vigorous help in moving the items. I have healed remarkably, Dad. Clark replied as he heaved a hefty bundle of straw into the truck bed. Although he had initially felt somewhat weak, he had now completely regained his prior strength. If I were still unwell, I wouldn't be able to lift these things. That's good to hear. It seems the worst is behind us, and thankfully, the outcome is favorable, Jonathan said as he lifted another bundle of straw into the vehicle. Your mother and I are heading to the medical center for a routine checkup. Would you like a ride to school? No, that's all right. I'll take the school bus, Clark replied, bending down to continue loading the straw. How is Mom feeling? He asked Jonathan, releasing a breath. Quite well, Jonathan responded, accepting the crops Clark handed him. She is pregnant, and even now, I can hardly believe it. When can we share this joyful news with everyone? Clark inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he nudged the straw further into the truck bed. Jonathan shrugged as he closed the truck bed. Don't worry. This is a secret that everyone will be delighted to share. Indeed, this baby is incredibly fortunate, Clark remarked, brushing the dust from his hands in response to his father. As Jonathan approached the driver's seat to check on the truck's safety, he seemed to recall something and turned back to Clark, his expression hesitant. Son, I don't want you to misunderstand. This child will bring significant changes to our lives, but it will not alter our affection for you. Clark, you, Eric, and Martha have always been loved by us. I understand, Clark nodded, grasping his father's sentiment. That's reassuring. Jonathan smiled contentedly as he turned back toward the driver's seat. I'm glad everything has returned to normal. As he opened the door to the driver's cabin, he addressed Clark. In the adjacent living room, Martha emerged, calling out to her husband, Jonathan. We're going to be late. We must leave. Eric followed his mother out of the living room. After bidding farewell to their parents, they gazed at the departing pickup truck. Aren't you going to school now? Clark asked, bending down to continue moving the nearby straw towards the barn, while casually inquiring of Eric. If I lacked superpowers, I would arrive at school punctually with the school bus. Eric glanced at Clark before making his way into the living room. But once I could traverse black holes for shortcuts, punctuality becomes irrelevant. The tiresome jokes of Chloe. I didn't expect you to remember that, Clark remarked, shrugging as he effortlessly lifted the heavy straw and headed towards the barn. The joke he referenced involved Chloe teasing him for consistently arriving at school before her, despite not catching the bus, claiming he must have traversed a wormhole. By the way, Eric fixed his gaze on his elder brother and suddenly asked, Clark, do you recall what you did last night? What? Clark blinked in confusion, setting down the straw in his grasp. Last night, after dinner, I returned to my room. He had been preoccupied with transcribing Chloe's notes due to his frequent absences from school. You don't remember where you went? Of course I do. Clark pondered for a moment. I remained in my room, didn't I? Forget it. Eric shook his head and turned back toward the living room. Last night, he had witnessed Clark sleepwalking, although he refrained from waking him, instead observing how he roamed the farm and the wilderness like a specter. Since Clark was unaware of his nocturnal wanderings, Eric decided to keep it to himself and see if it continued. His curiosity about the sudden onset of Clark's sleepwalking peaked. In the deep of night, dark clouds cloaked the sky, saturating the sultry atmosphere with an even heavier darkness. Once Clark lay down, he swiftly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he felt as though he were soaring, gliding over the farm and through the woods, crossing roads and rivers, until he arrived at a secluded cave. The cave was pitch black and unfathomably deep. Exercising his flying ability, he navigated through the cave until he reached its innermost depths, illuminated by bioluminescent plants. The deepest part of the cave emitted a faint green glow. As Clark descended from his suspended state, he discovered strange symbols etched into the rock face before him. They bore a resemblance to the illustrations he had seen on the spacecraft in the cellar. At the center of the illustration was an octagonal opening. Just as he was pondering this, he noticed a metallic shard had suddenly appeared in his right hand. The octagonal silver metal piece that Eric discovered seemed to be the key capable of unlocking the spaceship. Clark, swallowing hard, slowly extended the octagonal metal piece towards the mural on the wall. At the moment the metal piece made contact with the wall, it was drawn away and vanished without a trace. Immediately, a beam of light erupted from the mural, shining directly onto his face. Startled by the sudden sting, Clark raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding light that scorched his skin. The scenery before him abruptly transformed. The image of the rock wall faded away, revealing a night illuminated by a dim yellow light. He realized he was still holding his hand aloft, dressed in pajamas and barefoot, lying on a damp road. Beside him lay a pitch-black forest, with an old street lamp casting its glow to dispel the surrounding darkness. The cold ground was quite uncomfortable, wasn't it? Just as he was about to rise from the road, Clark heard a familiar voice resonate in his ear. Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw Eric standing nearby, arms crossed, observing him with a mocking gaze. What has happened to me?" Clark inquired, rubbing his slightly aching forehead. "Clearly, you just experienced a bout of somnambulism, one that seems to be rather serious," Eric remarked, glancing around. "This is Highway 8, 22 miles from the farm. It appears your Alice in Wonderland adventure traversed a rather long rabbit hole." No sooner had he spoken than a car appeared from the incline on the opposite end of the road. The vehicle, with its high beams activated, seemed oblivious to both Eric and the sprawled Clark, swiftly advancing towards them, with a speed rivaling that of sound. Eric seized Clark's clothing just a fraction of a second before the car would have struck, whisking him away from the road. Clark felt a fleeting blur before he and Eric materialized in the woods. "Was I really sleepwalking?" he asked, bewildered. "It seems so. Or do you suspect I would bring you here in the middle of the night, undressed?" "No," Clark replied, scratching his head in confusion. "I remember entering a cave, where I saw inscriptions on the rocky walls, words I felt I could almost comprehend. There was also an octagonal mural. Perhaps it relates to our origins." "Eric, do you know how to access that cave?" he asked, his excitement palpable at the thought of soon unraveling the mystery of his identity. "No, I didn't see you enter any cave." Eric shook his head. "I only observed you leaving your home, walking here, and then suddenly collapsing. So, the cave, the mural, the key, the blinding light, were those merely figments of my dream? Perhaps. It will be best for you to return home before your family discovers your absence." Eric turned to leave. Indeed, he had deceived Clark. Clark had entered a secret cave in a somnambulistic state. If his conjecture was correct, it must pertain to an entity connected to Krypton. Ever since Clark had encountered the spacecraft, the genes related to Krypton within him had begun to awaken. Simultaneously, it appeared that the forces from Krypton were also stirring into action. Excluding General Zod, who was being exiled into the cosmos, this force could only be Superman's father, no matter how implausible it seemed. Yet, to Eric's knowledge, Krypton had long been annihilated, and Superman's father had turned to dust along with it. Since he was already dead, there was no need for theatrics. With a cold chuckle, Eric slightly bent his knees, preparing to take flight. However, he was soon called back by Clark. "Eric, what is it? Do you need me to take you home?" "No, not at all." Taking a few deep breaths, Clark approached his brother and said, "The cave may conceal the answers we have been searching for, relating to the truth of our origins. Are you not the slightest bit intrigued? Or do you not wish to know why our biological parents abandoned us?" "The truth is, I am not interested at all." Eric shook his head, his voice laced with frost. "That is your own notion. Do not impose it upon anyone, especially me." "I'm not imposing." Clark thought of the writings and diagrams within the cave. "I merely believe we can touch the truth. That is not the truth I seek, Clark, and I have no interest whatsoever." Having discerned that Superman's seemingly immortal father wished to meddle, combined with the inexplicable rays emitted by the spacecraft that nearly cost Martha her life, he now harbored no goodwill towards the other party. Turning to Clark, he coldly remarked, "If you envision life too beautifully, you will fall heavily." Of course, Clark nodded, but countered, "If you view life too dismally, you will lose the courage to confront it. Will you not?" Increasingly agitated, Clark's final words were tinged with anger. "Why are you afraid of uncovering the truth?" In response to Clark's interrogation, Eric chose silence, adopting an attitude of disregard and vanishing in an instant, leaving Clark behind, somewhat frustrated. He felt he had acted foolishly. What was meant to be a normal exchange had been ruined by his own disrespectful and irrational behavior. The following day, in the evening, Clark was accompanying Chloe at an extracurricular event, yet to return from school. Eric had returned to the farm early, recounting Clark's somnambulism to their parents. Indeed, Clark's behavior had been rather peculiar in recent days, ever since he discovered the matter of the spacecraft. Jonathan sighed, setting down his coffee cup, appearing distracted. "I always thought he had not fully recovered." Clark was somewhat fixated on uncovering the truth. Eric savored a sip of the orange juice his mother had prepared. While the spaceship seemed to be enticing him, whether intentionally or not, Martha cast a worried glance at her husband and inquired of their younger son, Eric, "Do you not feel the spaceship's call, or anything of the sort?" "Me?" Eric set down his cup, replying nonchalantly, "Perhaps, perhaps not, but who cares?" In the astonished gaze of his parents, Eric continued, "I am a human being, a native of Smallville, and as for that spacecraft, who cares where it hails from? Who cares what message it seeks to convey? This is my home, and if it wishes to tell me or guide me on what to do, I dare say it is overestimating its significance." Upon hearing their son's words, the couple was taken aback, yet what stirred within them was a profound sense of emotion. Unlike Clark, who grappled with confusion regarding his identity, their younger son prioritized the sanctity of their family farm above all else. Martha even contemplated the worst-case scenario, that Clark might one day leave her, but Eric would never do so. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a knock resounded at the door. "Perhaps Clark has returned. I'll go answer it," Jonathan said, placing his coffee cup down and making his way toward the entrance. "Wait, Dad, I'll open it," Eric interjected, his gaze piercing through the door, spotting a figure beyond. His eyes narrowed instinctively, halting his father's advance. Though puzzled by Eric's insistence to answer the door, Jonathan ultimately acquiesced and paused. Eric approached the door and gently pushed it open, revealing a striking figure standing outside. A girl with golden hair and exquisite features, completely unclad. "Hello, Eric Kent, I am Kara Zor-El." Despite her lack of clothing, which revealed a breathtaking physique, she appeared utterly unfazed, smiling as she introduced herself to Eric. "Kara Zor-El?" Upon hearing the name, Eric's gaze, previously fixated on her form, was abruptly diverted. Supergirl. Chapter 94. The Extraterrestrial Visitor Genius Residence. Nunu Bookstore. Kara Zor-El, cousin of Superman. Though born over a decade prior, making her Superman's cousin. When Krypton was destroyed, Kara's spacecraft followed closely behind Clark's, yet a meteor struck her vessel during Krypton's explosion, causing her to veer off course and enter a prolonged state of hibernation. Consequently, her arrival on Earth was staggered in time compared to Clark's. Kara possesses abilities akin to Clark's: energy absorption, super strength, super speed, flight, heat vision, and freeze breath, among others. Kara Zor-El? Eric tilted his head, gazing at the unclad figure before him. "Please don't tell me you accidentally sleepwalked your way here, and you just happen to have a habit of sleeping without clothes." A gust of wind swept by, and in an instant, Eric vanished, reappearing at the door within a heartbeat, holding a piece of clothing. He tossed the garment to the other party, then shut the door, donned the attire, and re-entered. "Who is outside, Eric?" Martha inquired, surprised by his actions. "I don't know. She claims to be Kara Zor-El," Eric replied to his mother. "Why did you bring down clothes from upstairs?" Martha approached Eric, questioning him while casting a curious glance toward the door. She wasn't wearing any clothes. "Oh," Martha gasped, covering her mouth, exchanging a bewildered look with her husband, both displaying a hint of embarrassment. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. After confirming that the other party had clothed herself, Eric opened the door. "I know you." Eric Kent, Kara, now dressed, smiled gently at him. "It's peculiar. You don't belong there, yet I sense a familiar essence about you. You are not Kal-El's brother, so why am I so perplexed?" Despite the smile gracing her lips, confusion lingered on her face. "Perhaps I am the Kara Zor-El of a parallel universe," Eric jested. "Just as a Kara Zor-El exists in a parallel world, she wouldn't be an exhibitionist. Now, my lady, do you wish to depart directly, or would you prefer to utter some strange phrases before taking your leave? I will not leave. My purpose is Kal-El, and I shall not depart until I have encountered him, she asserted. As the two conversed, Jonathan approached, glancing at the woman standing outside. Why not invite her in? Though disinterested in the woman who claimed to be Supergirl, Jonathan's interjection compelled Eric to let her enter. Upon returning home from school, Clark sensed an unusual atmosphere within the room. Besides his parents and Eric, an unexpected guest, a blonde young woman, was present. Although he could not fathom why the blonde girl on the sofa was adorned in Eric's clothing, he greeted his parents with a nod. Hey, Dad, Mom. After acknowledging them, he glanced at the girl holding a teacup on the sofa, contemplating whether to approach Eric and inquire if she was his new date. However, recalling Eric's resolutely masculine demeanor, he quickly dismissed the notion. This is hot tea, Martha explained to Kara, who was intently observing the teacup, assuming her interest lay in the beverage. Young lady, your parents must be quite worried about you. Perhaps we should call them, Jonathan suggested to the girl. No, there's no need to contact anyone, Kara declined. You cannot simply sleep in a field. Jonathan furrowed his brow and said, if you don't mind, please stay with us for the night. Although he harbored significant skepticism regarding the identity of the girl before him, he felt it was rather unsafe to leave such a peculiar-minded young woman outside. Thank you. Kara expressed her gratitude to Jonathan and Martha. I have heard that you are exceedingly kind people. Thank you. Jonathan and his wife exchanged a complex glance. Eric stood nearby, aware of the woman's strange identity, yet hesitant to elucidate this to his parents directly. Could you tell us where you came from? Eric stepped forward and inquired directly of Kara. To his knowledge, Supergirl had arrived on Earth at a different time than Clark. Though her appearance might remain unchanged, it was implausible for someone with common sense to behave so oddly. I came from a passage in a cave wall. Kara gently set down the hot tea in her hand and replied to Eric. A passage in the wall? Upon hearing her mention a passage within the wall, Clark's heart sank, and he immediately asked Kara, did you say a passage in the wall? Yes, that passage leads to a very distant place. Where? It is a very far-off planet, a place that can answer all your questions. There, you need not conceal your true self. You can unleash all that you have suppressed. Hey! As Kara's words grew increasingly unsettling, Jonathan swiftly interjected. If you claim to hail from a distant planet, then please show us what special abilities you possess. Dad! Clark looked at Jonathan, unsure why his father suddenly took a confrontational stance. Clark, you know that Lex is Dr. Helen's fiancé. How would you not realize this is their ruse? I believe they would engage in such antics, as the Luthor family typically lacks any moral boundaries. Jonathan Kent, you have no right to speak so. Kara abruptly stood up, her eyes gleaming with hostility. The time has come. I will allow Kal-El to see what he needs to see. You had better show some goodwill. Eric activated his super speed, instantly placing himself between Jonathan and Kara. His gaze icy as he stared at Supergirl. Otherwise, I will demonstrate to you the earthly abilities you so disdain. In the face of Eric's threat, a complex look flickered in Kara's eyes. Eric Kent, you are not of this world. Your life force breathes an air that does not belong here. If you wish, I could take you away from here, just as I would for Clark, to seek your true origins. Put away your tricks. Eric scoffed at her suggestion of taking him away. Do you think I would easily believe your nonsense? This is my home. No, it is not. Like Clark, you are suppressing your true nature. The eyes of the Supergirl glimmered with a faint crimson light, reminiscent of you and Clark. Both of you are entities destined to remain perpetually misunderstood and unaccepted, are you not? Eric's intense gaze was accumulating within his eyes, poised to be unleashed at any moment. Observing the tension between the two, Jonathan and Martha held their breath anxiously. Jonathan exchanged a glance with his wife, preparing to intervene, when Clark suddenly rose to his feet. You just mentioned Kara Zor-El. What does that mean? He inquired, furrowing his brow at Kara. That is your name, Kara replied, the crimson glow in her eyes dissipating as she turned to face Clark. Is the name you were given at birth. Why are you here? Clark asked her. Somewhat bewildered, Kara stepped forward, taking Clark's hands in hers, and spoke softly. The reason I am here is to bring you home. As Kara held Clark's hands, she was about to continue when her expression suddenly turned serious. Someone is coming, she exclaimed. Just as her words echoed, a knock resonated through the living room, followed by a voice from outside. Clark, Eric, are you there? Upon hearing the voice, Clark turned his gaze toward the door. Peter? However, when he looked back, he found that Kara, who had been seated on the sofa, had vanished. The teacup resting on the round table wobbled gently, its warmth lingering. Yet the one who had partaken of the tea was nowhere to be found. She. Clark cast a questioning glance at Eric. Clearly, she has left, Eric replied, shaking his head, his eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness as he looked toward the direction of her departure. Though doubts lingered regarding Supergirl's identity, her combat prowess was evidently on par with Clark's. Whether it was the overwhelming energy of her heat vision displayed moments ago, or her speed, which even Clark found somewhat daunting. Clark opened the door to welcome Peter inside. Mr. Kent, Peter greeted Jonathan and Martha first. Peter? What has happened? Clark asked his close friend. Yes, there's a situation, but it's not about you. It concerns Eric, Peter replied, shifting his gaze toward Eric, who was preparing to ascend the stairs. What is it? Eric halted, puzzled as to why Peter would mention him. Their interactions had been minimal, limited to a few exchanged words. May I speak with you privately, Eric? Peter hesitated for a few moments before looking up at Eric. Sure, Eric nodded, leading Peter upstairs. Here's the situation, Peter began, taking a deep breath. Today at school, a few individuals inquired about you. Despite their attempts to remain discreet, I noticed. I observed their furtive demeanor, clearly indicative of ill intentions. Hence, I felt compelled to alert you. Inquiring about me? Eric's expression grew solemn. Who are they? I am uncertain. They appear somewhat youthful, perhaps high school students or individuals who have recently entered the workforce. 3 young women and 1 young man, whose gaze is rather unsettling. I cannot ascertain their motives, but should you provoke them, I believe it prudent to offer you a warning. Eric nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude, prompting Peter to briefly describe the appearance of these individuals. After Peter departed, Eric, standing by the second-floor window, fell into deep contemplation. Upon confirming one of them as the Star Chaser, his brow furrowed slightly. Is this a quest for vengeance? Or an attempt to seize the Star Staff? Or perhaps both? Chapter 95. Our son is the son Courtney vowed. I shall never again engage with such literature. She returned the tome, inscribed with the name Cthulhu, to her bag. Her previous negotiations with Jessica had proven somewhat fruitless. The latter was reluctant to divulge much regarding the tales of Smallville. Instead, she cautioned Courtney against provoking the individual who had pilfered her Star Staff. Ultimately, after a protracted exchange, Jessica relented slightly, bestowing upon Courtney a book titled Cthulhu. Consequently, Courtney invited her 3 companions, Wildcat, Time Knight, and Midnight Healer, to join her in investigating the author of this book in Smallville. This was also the reason for their presence at the Smallville High School that day, which led to their discovery by Peter. The authentic Wildcat, Time Knight, and Midnight Healer had long since perished. Courtney's companions were merely high school students donning the equipment of these deceased superheroes. Hey, Courtney. Upon surreptitiously entering her bedroom, Courtney stumbled upon an awkward scene. Her stepfather, Pat, awaited her presence in the room. Sitting on the bed, Pat was surrounded by an array of equipment. Wow, what is this? Courtney forced a smile, feigning ignorance as she inquired of Pat. That is a question I should pose to you, Courtney. You ought not to have pilfered these items. He gestured towards a green lamp on the bed. This is no jest. That lamp can easily take your life. Overwhelmed by Pat's imposing presence, Courtney coughed awkwardly and whispered, what is its purpose? Fortunately, it lacks a ring, so it remains harmless. I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Why would you contemplate stealing these items, Courtney? I did not steal. I merely wish to borrow them, she replied, her voice tinged with guilt. That constitutes theft. Even if we label it as such, I see you doing nothing. Thus, I felt compelled to take action. Courtney raised her voice slightly in response to her stepfather. I believe we had reached an understanding. Pat, with a tone of disappointment, remarked, yet it appears that we have not. But we must thwart the nefarious association and reclaim the Star Staff from that individual. It is a relic left behind by Starman. Therefore, we need to establish a League of Justice. Clearly, you have already begun this endeavor, have you not? Pat gestured toward a red and gold uniform upon the bed. I beheld the attire of Time Man, but noticed the absence of the hourglass, Midnight Medic-esque goggles, and Wildcat's uniform. I mused. You must have found new bearers for these outfits, perhaps your classmates, correct? Yes, Courtney replied softly. Courtney, you are placing these children in genuine peril. I demand you return the Midnight Medic's goggles and Wildcat's outfit immediately. Do you comprehend? I cannot. Listen. I will not permit you and your friends to be ensnared in danger. Consider the members of the League of Justice. Do you wish to meet with a fate as dire as theirs? Pat admonished his daughter, his tone more severe than ever before. Courtney stammered. The Midnight Medic's goggles are an intelligent computer system. We utilized it to uncover the identity of the individual who defeated Brainwave. She extracted a book from her backpack and handed it to the astonished Pat. The author, Eric Kent, shares the same name as the one who seized the Star Staff. Pat, taken aback, received Cthulhu from Courtney. Are you certain? He inquired. Yes, the four of us visited Smallville High, where we conducted our investigation and confirmed his identity. Flipping through several pages of the book, Pat shook his head. I believe it is prudent to refrain from acting rashly, particularly concerning him, Eric Kent. He may be a lunatic or, rather, an individual with a severely unbalanced mind. Why? Courtney asked, perplexed. I once collaborated with Dr. Fate and beings of his nature. Pat replied gravely. If he possesses the powers you describe and harbors such dark thoughts, I fear he could be far more terrifying than the nefarious association. Courtney, observing her stepfather's serious demeanor, nodded uncertainly. Why did she feel that he was more rational than anyone else? Kent Farm. After Jonathan repaired the breach in the cattle pen, he noticed Martha was nowhere to be found. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the barn where the spacecraft was housed. Entering the barn and pushing open the cellar door, he indeed discovered Martha within. Martha! Jonathan called out to his wife, who stood with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently on the spacecraft. Are you all right, sweetheart? He stepped closer and gently embraced her shoulders. Martha replied, I was pondering how Clark and Eric arrived here, how the spacecraft protects them, and its impact on me. Jonathan, holding his wife close, exhaled softly and kissed her forehead. It has gifted us both miracles, has it not? I hope you are right, she replied. Martha forced a faint smile and spoke to her husband. However, it wasn't long before her body began to tremble slightly. Jonathan, embracing her, quickly noticed her distress. Martha, are you all right? I don't know. I have a splitting headache. My emotions are unstable. My days and nights are inverted. And then there's that woman named Kara. I am somewhat afraid. Perhaps she truly can take away Eric and Clark. Clark has even shaken my fears, and it's becoming somewhat abnormal. Hey, Martha, look at me. Jonathan held his wife close, directing her gaze to his face. Dr. Baker said you are healthy, and your pregnancy is progressing normally. Martha, however, did not feel reassured by her husband's words. She shook her head. No, the way I conceived is unusual. I want to ask Helen Bruce to examine me tomorrow. Absolutely not. Jonathan immediately rejected the idea. I trust her. She has seen Clark's blood and witnessed my miraculous survival. She has kept our secret all along. Jonathan shook his head. She is Lex Luthor's fiancée. If you need further opinions, anyone but her. Martha, I don't want our secret to become fodder for gossip. Faced with her husband's stubbornness, Martha let out a resigned sigh and turned her head aside. You know, I once had a near-death experience in the hospital. It felt strange. My soul floated in the air, quietly observing everything happening before me. Jonathan, do you know what I saw? Before her husband could respond, Martha continued. I saw our son, radiating a golden light, as if he were the embodiment of the sun's power, dispelling the darkness within me. At that moment, I thought he might truly be a manifestation of the sun. Absurd, isn't it? But that was my inner thought. The sun is something you cannot grasp, right? Martha cast a bewildered glance at Jonathan. That strange girl said Eric does not belong to this world, and I am genuinely frightened. She might sway Clark, but she cannot influence Eric, I am certain of that. But what if one day, Eric also departs from us? Upon hearing his wife's words, Jonathan furrowed his brow. He had not imagined that Martha had witnessed such an astonishing scene involving Eric. Despite his surprise, he masked his expression and gently comforted her. That won't happen. Perhaps what you saw is not real. Neither Eric nor Clark will leave us. After their conversation, the couple emerged from the cellar and walked toward the living room. As they entered, they found the girl named Kara, who had appeared the previous night, standing by the window in a flowing white dress, quietly gazing at the scenery outside. Clark was also in the room, and, upon seeing his parents enter, awkwardly touched his nose. I just came in, he explained to his parents. It's afternoon now. She has been standing there since you left for school, Clark, Jonathan said, removing the towel from his arm with a hint of exasperation. Martha cast a glance at Kara, who had not touched her food. Martha, Jonathan said to his wife, our concern should not be with her appetite at this moment. Dad, Clark hesitated before addressing Jonathan. She just told me that I come from a place called Krypton. I believe her. Otherwise, her extraordinary strength remains inexplicable. Clark, you know many in this town have been contaminated, and they might possess some form of incredible power. I do not trust her, Jonathan stated firmly. Jonathan, you are the one unworthy of trust. Someday, you will betray Kara, came a voice from behind. Unbeknownst to them, Kara had silently approached. You, Jonathan glared at Kara, his voice laced with anger. I am Clark's father. I love my son. How could I betray him? Wait, Kara, who was about to refute Jonathan, suddenly adopted a serious expression. Silence. Someone is eavesdropping. With that, she vanished in an instant, leaving the three in stunned silence. Clark gazed in the direction Kara had disappeared, his eyes capable of tracing her movement. For a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of her silhouette. Outside the farm, on a secluded stretch of road, a car was parked. Inside, Courtney was urging the time hero to leave promptly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and in the next moment, a blonde girl, approximately her age, appeared at the car window. It seems you've been eavesdropping on our conversation. She reached out, grasping the masked time hero by the neck, yanking him from the vehicle. I have never been fond of sneaky little mice. Kara hurled the captured time hero to the ground with a thunderous crash, then seized Courtney, attempting to pull her out. Chapter 96. Will the brother be a match for the sister? Genius resides at New Bookstore Time rewinds several hours earlier. After conversing with Pat in her bedroom, Courtney reflected on her actions. It was indeed wrong to put her friends in danger. Thus, she endeavored to discuss with her companions, hoping to persuade them to relinquish their gear. However, unsurprisingly, all were met with refusal. High school students, now embracing their new lives, would certainly not pass up the opportunity to play different roles. The time hero possesses a magical hourglass, which grants him an hour of superpowers, including super strength, endurance, speed, and resistance to attacks. Rick Taylor, the current bearer of the time hero title, is known as the most volatile high school student in Blue Valley High. After acquiring the hourglass originally belonging to his father, he became the second-generation time hero. Wildcat serves as the class leader alongside Courtney, possessing an agile physique and extraordinary strength after donning her battle attire. Midnight Healer, on the other hand, is a high school girl of African descent who lacks any combat prowess. Her reliance lies upon a pair of goggles inherited from the previous Midnight Healer, equipped with artificial intelligence capable of data retrieval, recognition, hacking, and surveillance activities. Upon confirming that Eric is the one who absconded with the Star Staff, the group, led by Time Knight, drives to Smallville to investigate Eric. However, upon arriving at the farm, they are confronted with an unexpected scene, witnessing Courtney being grasped by the neck. Wildcat immediately extends her hand towards Kara's arm. Yet, with remarkable swiftness, Kara merely shifts slightly, evading Wildcat's assault. Although Wildcat's strike missed, Courtney was ultimately rescued, clutching her neck. She leaned back forcefully, preventing Kara from seizing her again. Wildcat drive, didn't you say you obtained your driver's license? Courtney urgently called out to the class leader seated in the passenger seat. My license is only in the payment stage. I will guide you. Midnight Healer replied to Wildcat. With her goggles capable of retrieving vast amounts of information, she began instructing Wildcat on how to operate the vehicle. First, fasten your seatbelt, turn the key, and if you find the weather too warm, you may want to turn on the air conditioning. I don't believe now is the appropriate moment for air conditioning. Aren't your goggles equipped with artificial intelligence? Why are they behaving so foolishly? Wildcat exclaimed in a panic, finally managing to start the car at the last moment. With a roar, she slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Kara, standing outside the vehicle, had no intention of stopping their escape. Instead, she merely watched the car, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Wait, Courtney, seated in the back row, suddenly realized she had forgotten something crucial. Time Knight is still outside. Stop, we must save him. No sooner had she spoken than Kara appeared in front of the vehicle in an instant. Before Wildcat could hit the brakes, the car collided violently with Kara. In that moment of impact, the car deformed, jolted back by an overwhelming force. Pressing her hands against the hood, Kara absorbed all the energy generated by the collision. With a thunderous sound, she pinned the car down. The occupants inside were immediately disoriented, their heads spinning. Suddenly, Time Knight, who had been lying on the ground, let out a furious roar and charged towards Kara. Clad in a yellow cloak, with a hood and goggles obscuring most of his features, Time Knight possessed super speed and reached Kara's side in the blink of an eye, raising his fist to strike her. In response to the impending attack, Kara did not flinch. Instead, a crimson beam emanated from her eyes, instantly piercing through his chest. Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of Courtney, the three individuals were overwhelmed as Shurjia crashed heavily to the ground. Rick, within the vehicle, Courtney, whose body was quaking from the impact and whose ears were bleeding, let out a pained cry upon witnessing Shurjia sprawled on the ground. "Oh, dear heavens!" Martha, standing in the farm, gasped in horror as she observed Kara employing her heat vision to pierce through her opponent's chest, immediately covering her mouth in disbelief. "She has killed that person." "I know." It seems those inside the car were merely children. Jonathan's brow furrowed as he spoke to the equally astonished Clark beside him, urging, "Clark, stop her. Don't let her take a life." Inside the car, the Wildcat coughed up blood, witnessing Midnight Doctor's head collide violently with the car door, blood streaming down. She was poised to rush to Midnight Doctor's aid when Kara effortlessly lifted the vehicle into the air. Filled with dread, Wildcat clutched the mangled window tightly, glancing back at Courtney, who lay helplessly in the rear. However, stripped of her staff, Courtney was now but an ordinary person, gripping the car, enduring excruciating pain. She cast a remorseful glance towards Wildcat. With a single hand, Kara hurled the car towards the loft of the barn. "No!" Clark shouted desperately at Kara, striving to halt her actions. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the vehicle soared into the sky, plummeting towards the barn's apex. The barn concealed a spacecraft. The car would crash down, and not only would lives be at stake, but the spacecraft might also sustain damage. Despite Clark's desire to save them, he could only watch helplessly, unable to fly. To his astonishment, the car did not smash into the barn roof, but instead hovered serenely in midair. Eric stood aloft, supporting the vehicle with one hand, as if he were a celestial being. The three women within the car, initially resigned to their fate, were unexpectedly graced by a savior. Observing Eric, who held the car aloft like a deity, a profound sense of salvation enveloped them. To shield the barn from destruction, Eric supported the vehicle. Yet rescuing those who had sought trouble was beyond his expectations. As he gently lowered the car from the barn's height, when it was merely 3 or 4 meters above the ground, Eric abruptly released it. Courtney, Wildcat, and Midnight Doctor, who had believed they were saved, were met with Eric's unpredictable actions. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle struck the ground, further exacerbating their suffering. An overwhelming wave of pain surged through their bodies, and they could not suppress their cries, their already injured states worsening. Courtney even suspected her very soul had been jostled from her body. "What are you doing?" Clark confronted Kara with fury, demanding answers. "These individuals harbor malicious intent. I believe eradicating them presents no dilemma," Kara remarked with an impassive expression. "So, you intend to eliminate them?" "Indeed, Kal-El. It is humanity's most profound affliction to feel compassion, especially when one is deserving of pity. Yet, compassion can be lethal. It renders your already frail body even weaker." Extending her hand towards Clark, she urged, "Come with me. I must take you to a certain place." "I shall not follow you anywhere," Clark exclaimed angrily, wrenching his hand from her grasp. However, as if caught in an irresistible pull, he felt his strength ensnared, and he was uncontrollably drawn skyward by her force. Eric, observing Clark under the control of the Kryptonian woman, Jonathan immediately called out to Eric. In the next instant, Eric ascended into the air, hurtling towards Kara's abdomen like a missile. With a thunderous impact, Kara was struck, plummeting from the sky like a baseball launched at high velocity. Clark, losing control, fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Fortunately, being of steel, such an impact inflicted no harm upon him. Eric chose not to pursue further. Instead, he coldly regarded Kara, who lay on the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt. "Apologies, though I have no interest in where Clark is headed. What I detest most are those who presume themselves to be divine. This applies to both you and Jor-El, Superman's father." Before Kara could rise, Eric swiftly positioned himself before her, delivering a powerful punch to her cheek. The air exploded violently as Kara emitted a muffled groan and was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Amidst the swirling dust, the earth beneath her bore the marks of her formidable impact, resembling a spider's web of cracks. With super speed activated, Eric approached, seizing her and lifting her up. This is my planet, not Krypton, so put away that facade. A punch aimed squarely at Kara's cheek sent her flying backward once more. The surrounding air seemed to compress instantaneously before erupting. Eric's strike even causing a sonic boom. He had grown weary of the unfolding spectacle, whether it was this self-proclaimed Supergirl or Jor-El, lurking in the shadows and orchestrating mischief. Inside a nearly totaled vehicle, Wildcat and Courtney, suffering from severe concussions and multiple fractures, bore the pain of their injuries as they stared in disbelief at the exaggerated battle before them. Midnight Doctor's injuries were considerable, yet he managed to remain somewhat conscious. Starfire, Wildcat, you would scarcely believe that my goggles measured Eric Kent's speed and strength. Do you know how to assess him? What? The enigmatic being bore no resemblance to any life form on Earth, nor did it share any similarities with existing superheroes. Preliminary assessments suggested it to be an extraterrestrial entity. Despite the excruciating pain rendering her nearly speechless, her nature compelled her to speak incessantly, as long as she drew breath. Her words flowed without restraint. Even in her gravely injured state, she continued to converse with the two individuals nearby. Meanwhile, Martha clasped her hands together, consumed with worry for Eric. As she understood it, Kara claimed to be Clark's sister, which meant that Eric could be considered her brother. But could a brother truly be a match for his sister? Chapter 97. Are you ever free? In a state of unilateral passive assault, Kara finally erupted. With a forceful slam of her hands against the ground, she propelled herself into the air and, in an instant, surged towards Eric. The sudden acceleration caught even Eric off guard. He raised his arms to shield his chest, only to be struck by a blindingly swift blow. Kara's fist collided violently with the shield formed by Eric's arm, producing a thunderous crack of air. Eric was sent staggering backward. Fortunately, his arm had absorbed much of the impact. He skidded several meters along the ground, carving a deep trench in his wake. Regaining his composure, he swiftly rose to his feet, his eyes igniting with crimson beams directed at Kara. Unyielding, Kara retaliated with her own powerful beams of searing energy, targeting Eric as she charged forward. The two streams of thermal energy converged in an electrifying moment. The scarlet energy scorched the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance against the pitch-black night. Inside a nearby vehicle, the trio shielded their eyes from the searing red light, their vision stinging painfully. Where their fiery gazes met, sparks of red energy erupted outward in a spectacular display. In a sense, you have awakened faster than Kal-El. The power you possess aligns closely with that of Krypton. As Kara unleashed her laser vision, she addressed Eric. I now suspect your origins may lie in Krypton. Just like Clark, I can feel that essence within you. Is that so? Eric replied, intensifying the output of his thermal vision. It appears you are the one who feels assured of victory. Abruptly retracting his heat vision to evade Kara's attack, he darted low to the ground towards her, harnessing his momentary burst of speed and momentum to grasp her waist. They transformed into twin projectiles, racing along the ground like cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. Supergirl's back collided with a sturdy tree, crashing through it with a resounding crack, and before the massive conifer could fall, she barreled towards another towering tree. The sound of splintering trees echoed incessantly as the two individuals moved like lumberjacks, snapping every fir tree in their path. Jonathan and Martha could not witness the clash unfolding between them. All they heard was the relentless cracking of wood and the distant thud of fallen trees. Martha, her hands clasped in worry, silently prayed for Eric's safety. Jonathan held his wife close, his visage etched with grave concern. The trio in the vehicle gazed at the scene of trees toppling in the distance, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and dread. Perhaps Chuck was indeed correct. The woman known as Midnight Medic, clutching her bleeding forehead, remarked to the two, while Chuck can be quite eccentric at times, I can think of no better explanation than extraterrestrial intervention for this situation. Courtney, it seems your staff may never be reclaimed. Perhaps, Courtney replied weakly, her heart sinking at the sounds of explosions in the distance. Initially, she had believed that Eric Kent's encounter with Mindwave had sufficiently showcased his prowess. Little did she expect that his battle with that strange woman could escalate to such extremes. Did his previous confrontation with Mindwave not reveal his full potential? Regret welled within Courtney. Had she known Eric Kent was such a formidable being, she would never have been persuaded to come here, even without her staff. Not only had she endangered the Time Hero, but she had also placed her friends in perilous uncertainty. At that moment, she finally grasped the truth in Pat's earlier words. She was indeed the naive and ignorant one. Meanwhile, the clash between Eric and Supergirl had reached a fever pitch. He had assumed that the fully formed Supergirl would surpass him, a mere 85 progress of the Homelander template in combat capabilities. However, as the battle unfolded, he discovered that her strength was not superior to his own, whether in power, speed, or combat experience. Despite her explosive force proving challenging, it remained within manageable limits. With a powerful strike, Eric landed a punch squarely on Kara's chest, sending her hurtling backward. He immediately activated his super speed to pursue her, delivering another blow aimed at her chin. Reacting swiftly, Kara raised her arms to shield herself, thwarting Eric's continued assault. At that moment, Clark finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Although he was intrigued by the identity Kara had shared, his loyalty to his family took precedence over any inquiry into his origins. Shaking off his stupor, he moved toward Kara, preparing to join forces with Eric against her. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Eric seized Kara by her arm, and in an instant, they both soared into the sky. Once airborne, Kara unleashed a fierce punch aimed directly at Eric. After successfully parrying the attack, Eric unleashed a straight punch. Engaging his opponent in combat, his fist struck Supergirl's face with tremendous force, generating a powerful recoil that threatened to send her plummeting from the sky. However, Kara's arm was seized by Eric, delivering yet another crushing blow. Momentarily frozen in a state of shock, Kara was unable to withstand Eric's strike and let out a painful gasp as she was propelled backward. Below, Clark observed the aerial battle between the two, helplessly rubbing his nose. For the first time, he felt a pang of resentment over his inability to fly. If he possessed the gift of flight, he would not be forced to watch the struggle unfold without the power to intervene. As Eric's fist connected with the left side of Supergirl's face, a thunderous crack resonated through the air, causing Kara to spin mid-flight. Yet, Eric swiftly grasped her arm, and with the momentum generated by their entwined bodies, he delivered a powerful hook to her head, sending her into a state of slight unconsciousness. Once he confirmed her incapacitation, Eric released his grip, allowing Kara's body to crash down to the ground. With a resounding thud, Supergirl's form hit the earth, causing a slight tremor beneath. Following this, Eric descended from the sky. Clark gazed at Kara's fallen figure and then glanced at Eric, who was slowly descending. Was this truly the end? He had expected that, given Kara's strength. Even if she were to falter against Eric, her defeat would not come so swiftly. He was astonished that within mere minutes, Kara had been bested. Was Eric's power truly augmented, or was Kara not as formidable as he had imagined? As Eric approached, Clark cast aside his tumultuous thoughts and took a deep breath, inquiring, "Is she dead?" Uncertain, Eric walked toward the unconscious Kara. "She claims to be from Krypton, that our father's name is Jor-El. Is this true, Eric?" Clark asked with a hint of agitation, aware that Eric possessed knowledge beyond his own. Jonathan and Martha had once recounted tales of Eric's childhood, including how he had drawn crayon illustrations of planets exploding and spaceships escaping the chaos of an exploding world. He had even depicted ships veering off course due to meteor strikes. This suggested that Eric had retained memories of his origins from a young age, and his crayon drawings matched Kara's descriptions perfectly. Driven by an insatiable quest for truth, Clark instinctively believed that Eric still recalled fragments of his childhood memories. What perplexed him was why Eric seemed utterly disinterested in his own heritage. "If you believe her, Clark, why then do you come to me with such questions?" Eric glanced at his older brother with a knowing look. "I am uncertain, yet I am aware that you possess certain truths, do you not? Those crayon drawings from your childhood bear a striking resemblance to those described by Kara, a memory I still cherish." At this moment, Clark feels a twinge of regret for having torn apart Eric's crayon artwork out of jealousy for his superior artistic talent. Had he not acted so, there would be evidence to reflect upon now. If we are not Earthlings, but rather Kryptonians, what then is our purpose for coming to Earth? Is it conquest, or simply that our parents abandoned us? I am truly eager to understand, Eric. Do you believe you lack freedom? Eric suddenly advanced towards Clark, questioning him. What? If you perceive yourself as unfree, shackled by unyielding constraints, it is only then that one might venture to seek an alternative existence. Eric grew weary of Clark's pretentiousness. I harbor no interest in who my biological father is. nor do I care what that Kryptonian Jor-El intends to do. Should he attempt to interfere in my life and exert control over me, even if he is my father, I would not hesitate to confront him. I am resolute in my purpose, aware of the path I must choose. I have expressed this to you countless times. This is where our divergence lies, Clark. Eric's voice was tinged with anger. Martha is pregnant now. Do you comprehend her current emotional state? Fear, anxiety, and the constant shadow of loss envelop her. Therefore, you must remember one crucial fact. Your name is Clark Kent, not Kal-El. Clark stood momentarily stunned by Eric's outburst. He opened his mouth to speak, hesitating as he searched for words, yet ultimately succumbed to silence, unable to articulate a response. Just then, Jonathan and Martha entered the woods. Upon seeing Eric unharmed, they both exhaled in relief. Eric, are you all right? Jonathan approached, patting his younger son's shoulder. Having overheard Eric's words from a distance filled him with warmth. In contrast to Clark's fixation on his identity's truth, Eric exhibited a sense of acceptance and rationality. I'm fine, just a bit of torn clothing, Eric replied to his father. Martha gently wrapped her arms around Eric's shoulders, tenderly brushing the dust from his forehead. It's a relief to hear that. She then glanced at Kara, who lay on the ground. What is her condition? She has harmed a child. Should we report this immediately? No. Jonathan shook his head. I do not believe the police could contain her, and should the government become aware of our circumstances, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. He has significant ties to this so-called Krypton. Eric approached the unconscious Kara, his eyes glowing with a faint red light. If she is indeed an extraterrestrial, then legalities need not apply. It is a well-known fact that there is no regard for human rights when it comes to extraterrestrials. It is said that Batman, who has maintained a principle of non-lethality, often resorts to extreme measures when dealing with alien beings. In the next moment, red lasers were about to shoot from his eyes, obliterating the opponent completely. However, Jonathan immediately intervened. No, Eric, wait. I have already asked Chloe to investigate her identity. Perhaps she is, like Coach what? An earthling affected by the meteorite. Before he could finish his words, a blinding light suddenly surged towards Kara. The intense beam rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. Once they adjusted to the brilliance, they discovered that Kara, who had been lying on the ground, had vanished. Jonathan's astonished gaze shifted to Eric and Clark. What has happened? It could have been Jor-El's doing. Eric pondered thoughtfully. The earlier surge of light was so formidable that even he found it hard to approach. Was it no longer content to lurk in the shadows and was now ready to strike? Excellent. Since it dared to reveal its claws, it must be prepared to be bitten. Jonathan turned his gaze to Eric. He could not fathom why his younger son exhibited such animosity whenever Jor-El was mentioned. If Kara was correct, Jor-El was his biological father, and unlike Clark, who yearned for his father, Eric displayed a deep-seated resentment. Even among brothers, their attitudes towards their biological father exhibited marked differences. Meanwhile, Clark fixated on the spot where Kara had been lying, his emotions in turmoil. At the Smallville Medical Center, Courtney awoke from a state of hazy agony, greeted by the sight of a statuesque female doctor standing before her. You're awake, Miss Courtney? Where am I? She inquired of the doctor, surveying her surroundings. As she raised her arm, she realized it was bound in bandages. Any attempt to move it sent sharp pain coursing through her. You sustained significant injuries in the car accident, but fortunately, your internal organs were unharmed. With 2 to 3 months of rest, you should recover fully. By the way, you may call me Dr. Helen. Helen offered a gentle smile to Courtney. Just as Courtney was about to respond, the door to the room swung open, and her stepfather, Pat, entered. His somber expression suggested he was not in a cheerful mood. Chapter 98. The Theft of the Justice Society. Pat? I'm here. Pat approached Courtney's bedside. Courtney, it's all right. Everything is fine. Despite his pallid complexion, he managed a faint smile to reassure his daughter. I'm so sorry. I messed everything up. Courtney lamented, her expression filled with despair. I even got Rick killed. As if she had found a confidant, Courtney embraced her stepfather, her voice trembling with emotion. I never wanted to do this. Initially, I asked Beth, Midnight Doctor, and Yolanda, Wildcat, to return my gear, but they refused and insisted on coming here. If I could have persuaded them, perhaps Rick, Time Master, would not have perished. There is something I must tell you. Pat hesitated before responding. In truth, Time Master is not dead. The hourglass he wore around his neck saved him. But before Courtney could feel joy, Pat added, he is gravely injured and still in critical condition. and the hourglass is broken. The hourglass? Courtney's expression darkened with sorrow. That hourglass was everything to Rick, a cherished heirloom from his father. He had harnessed its power in search of the one who murdered his father. There is something you must understand, Courtney. Although it may be painful to accept, life often unfolds in ways we detest, or even abhor. So, Pat, are you about to deliver even more tragic news? Wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, Courtney forced a smile, striving to appear resolute. Yes, you and your companions, Time Master, Wildcat, and Midnight Doctor, have been expelled from the Justice Society. What? Courtney's face reflected utter shock. Did you not say the Justice Society was left with no one? No, the Justice Society is down to you alone. You inform me that my comrades have been expelled. Was it you who orchestrated this? You cannot do that, Pat. Courtney's expression grew progressively sorrowful, tinged with a sense of injustice. You may punish me as you wish, but you cannot strip me of my honor. It has been my guiding light and my steadfast goal. You cannot extinguish my beacon. My father is Starman, and I take pride in that. I cannot accept this. I would not do such a thing. By the way, your father is not Starman. We have discussed this numerous times. Pat exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Eric Kent, the one who sees your star staff, has made a deal. The Justice Society is now his possession, along with the rights to its name and the relics of those heroes. Of course, he has not stripped your three friends, Midnight Doctor, Time Master, and Wildcat, of their gear. Pat stated these facts with a tone of gravity. You cannot do this, Pat. Courtney exclaimed in disbelief. That organization was founded by your comrades. They even sacrificed for it. How could you so easily relinquish it? What am I to do? Pat sighed, exasperated. In the grand scheme, what holds more significance? Those items or your lives? Courtney shook her head in confusion, a look of struggle upon her face. I do not know, but I'm certain we should not proceed in this manner. It was a betrayal, Pat, not just from you, but from me as well. I have betrayed my own principles, at least in some measure. He has now inherited the Justice Society, which means he will confront those nefarious individuals of the Injustice Society on our behalf. Will he not? Gently stroking his daughter's hair, Pat reassured her. When I was a friend of Starman, he once told me that those who have struggled through adversity are indeed true gold. Unscathed by the fires of hardship, no path of disillusionment can shake their faith. From the very beginning, they understand that the paths of belief and happiness diverge, and they cannot choose. They must tread this path, for all others lead to ruin. You must not expect such belief from those 15 or 16-year-old children, for before they can attain this conviction, they must endure profound sorrow and shed countless tears. Pat paused momentarily before continuing. This is also why I oppose your desire to become a superhero. You are merely children of 15 or 16, devoid of this conviction, untouched by grief and unacquainted with tears. I understand, Courtney replied, reaching out to grasp her stepfather's hand. Now I possess that conviction. I'm alive not by mere chance, but by fortune. Therefore, I wish for you to train me. I will reclaim the Star Staff and the Justice Society with my strength, and I will confront the Injustice Society with my power. She smiled subtly at her father, adding, by the way, that saying should not be attributed to Starman, but rather to Romaine Roland. Clearing his throat, Pat swiftly diverted the conversation. Let us discuss how to train you. In Metropolis, Eric sat in the vast hall of the Justice Society. The dim lights cast a soft, golden glow in the darkness. Positioned at the central round table, he rested one arm upon its surface, supporting his chin as he quietly observed the hall's decor. Having previously located the stepfather of Stargirl, he had acquired ownership of the Justice Society through coercion and allure. He held little interest in the titular Justice Society. His true fascination lay solely with the discreet and prestigious real estate nestled within Metropolis, a luxurious abode that money could not readily procure. Beyond his interest in the property, he harbored a profound curiosity regarding the equipment housed within the Justice Society. Rising, he approached a metallic rack in the corner of the room, examining the owl perched upon it, and extended his hand to caress its feathers. The gray-black owl's eyes whirled with curiosity, seemingly unperturbed by its new master. Subsequently, Eric approached a golden helmet. The ornate golden helmet, cloak, and amulet lay silently atop a storage box, awaiting the return of their former owner, Dr. Fate. It was said that once donned, the helmet would subject the wearer to the consciousness of Naboo, a being neither human nor capable of human emotion. Upon encountering one who wore the helmet, Naboo would gradually seek to seize control of their body. Disregarding such notions, Eric casually tossed the helmet aside, shaking his head. Despite possessing a certain high status, it is rather pitiful to be vanquished by a cadre of villains whose names have never been heard. Setting aside the helmet of destiny, he turned his gaze towards another conspicuous object in the room, a dusty, somewhat tattered Green Lantern. Could this be the Green Lantern? Eric scrutinized the broken lantern, which bore a gaping hole. Reaching out, he picked it up, only to discover that the wick was missing. Without a wick and lacking a Green Lantern ring for recharging, it was relegated to mere ornamentation. After placing the Green Lantern back down, he noticed a striking red uniform nearby. Adorned with a lightning bolt on the chest and dark golden metallic embellishments on the legs, it was unmistakable that this uniform belonged to the Flash. Alas, Eric sighed. It was unfortunate that he had no suitable costume for himself. Either they were too unsightly or already claimed by someone else. Setting aside the Flash's uniform, Eric departed from the Justice League headquarters and soared toward Smallville. His feet touched the ground not far from the farm, and Eric prepared to walk home. However, after taking a couple of steps, he noticed someone in the distance leisurely riding a horse. "Hey, Eric," Lana exclaimed, seemingly delighted to have stumbled upon him. "I didn't expect to see you here." "It is indeed a bit of a coincidence," Eric nodded. Despite his reclusive nature and aversion to socializing, he wasn't the type to ignore acquaintances. He held a favorable view of Clark's friends, Chloe, Pete, and Lana. "Tyson has been a bit sluggish lately. Perhaps it's due to his age, so I've been taking him out for a stroll to lift his spirits," Lana explained, smiling at Eric. Tyson was the name of the horse she was riding. "Since Whitney was hospitalized, he hasn't been out much. We thought some fresh air might help him recover." The veterinarian suggested as much. "Whitney's mother is looking to sell him now. She can no longer afford to keep him." Eric replied, continuing to walk without further engaging. After a moment of hesitation, Lana spoke again. "Clark knows about this and suggested I keep Tyson at the farm. I hope this won't be an inconvenience for you. For Clark, it will be quite agreeable, even if maintaining the stable might be a bit of a hassle." Eric responded casually. "That's a relief," Lana nodded, then hesitantly asked Eric, "I heard there was an accident at the farm yesterday. Is everything all right?" "Yes, everything is fine." As they conversed, the pair reached the farm's entrance, where Clark was waiting. He looked somewhat surprised to see them approaching together. After nodding to Clark, Eric entered the farm, showing little interest in the romantic entanglements of his half-brother. Clark cleared his throat and reached out to caress the long fur on Tyson's neck. However, Tyson was uncooperative, sneezing and turning his head away, resisting Clark's touch. "What's wrong with Tyson?" he inquired of Lana, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Tyson's condition has worsened. I placed him here. I hope it won't trouble your parents," Lana reiterated to Clark for confirmation. "Not at all," Clark replied with a smile. "None of us wish for a part of our lives to be taken away, do we? I will take good care of Tyson." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly caught a familiar silhouette, startling him. "Excuse me, Lana, I must take my leave." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Lana standing helplessly in place. Chapter 99. Earth or Aliens' Genius Residence. New bookstore. Clark ultimately failed to locate Kara, the familiar figure that had disappeared before his eyes. Returning to the farm in disappointment, he discovered that Lana had already left. Tyson was not in the stable. It appeared that Lana had taken him home on her own. Realizing he had made a mistake, Clark struck the fence beside the stable with a heavy hand. It was undoubtedly the case that Lana had waited for him after witnessing his sudden departure, only to leave in disappointment when he did not return. He had truly botched everything. Luthor Manor, Dr. Helen angrily slammed a newspaper down before Lax. "What does this mean? Are you trying to announce to the world?" Lax, engrossed in a game of billiards, glanced at the newspaper. The headline read, "Gold-digging female, doctor clings to billionaire, bald tycoon." "Why didn't you tell me? I thought I had purchased every newspaper in town." He shrugged, setting his cue aside. "Helen, I care for you, and I wish to protect you. You must care for more than just me, right?" Helen countered. "I have explained that my relationship with Victoria is merely a business arrangement." Helen nodded, "but I have also heard that Sir Harry is nearly bankrupt due to Luthor Enterprises. If it weren't for that unfortunate incident months ago that left countless celebrities and tycoons missing, I believe he would have already succumbed to bankruptcy. You and your father do not appear as discordant as you seem." Returning to the newspaper, "I have sacrificed much to achieve what I have today, Lax. I hold it in great esteem. So, your reputation is now tarnished by scandal?" Or is that why you have yet to move into the manor? Lax inquired, addressing his greatest concern. My lease is not yet expired. I will handle your outstanding rent. The movers I hired will arrive at your home in an hour. Were you hesitating for? Faced with Lax probing, Helen paused for a moment. I have my own plans. I want you to know, Helen, that I have unwavering confidence in our relationship. However, should you wish to withdraw, I would understand. As I spoke, I handed Helen a key, an all-encompassing key capable of unlocking any room within this estate. My trust in you is absolute, and I hope you will contemplate this deeply. After passing the key to Helen, Clarks turned and exited the room. Standing still, with the key in her hand, Helen wore a faint smile. Once Clarks left the manor, he drove towards Kent Farm. Hey, Clark, I require your assistance, he stated as he pushed open the door. Clark was absent. If you sought his help, it would likely necessitate a prior appointment. Eric lounged on the sofa in the living room, perusing the latest newspaper regarding Gotham. The headline boldly proclaimed that the playboy Bruce Wayne had been attacked and was currently hospitalized for treatment. He felt a twinge of confusion as to why Catwoman had not reported to him about Bruce Wayne's predicament. Upon seeing Clark's enter, he promptly set aside thoughts of Catwoman and Bruce. I had a meeting scheduled with Clark at this hour. Perhaps something has delayed him? Clarks cast a questioning glance at Eric. The only thing that could delay him would be Lana. Eric set the newspaper down and remarked to Clarks, "You are fortunate today. My parents are not home." Clarks replied, "I don't consider this luck, although I generally enjoy good fortune." He took a seat on the sofa opposite Eric. His feelings towards Eric differed greatly from those he held for Clark. He regarded Clark as a friend, despite secretly investigating and harboring doubts about him, not wishing to jeopardize their camaraderie. Clark was kind and sincere, while Eric, in stark contrast, was aloof and unapproachable. Clark had a firm grasp of how to interact with Clark, but found himself at a loss when it came to Eric, which was why he seldom engaged with him. "I heard there was a car accident near the farm yesterday." Clarks directly addressed Eric. "If there are any damages to the farm, you could apply for agricultural disaster relief funds from Smallville. I can assist with that. You know how sluggish state and federal officials can be, reluctant to act unless you exert some pressure." Clarks offered to help the farm with the application for relief funds. Eric, however, was well aware that Clark's intentions were not entirely altruistic. He suspected that Clarks had noticed signs of a scuffle near the farm and was questioning whether it related to him and Clark, thereby continuing to doubt their identities. "No, I believe that one tea be necessary. Have you forgotten the last time you personally invited my parents to your castle under the pretense of offering help regarding agricultural subsidies, only to be met with a merciless refusal?" Eric flatly rejected Clark's offer of assistance. "Mr. and Mrs. Kent may harbor some prejudice against me, perhaps believing that a bad bamboo cannot produce good shoots." With a slight inclination of his body and a gentle smile, Clark addressed Eric, seemingly unaffected by Eric's somewhat offensive remarks. "During my elementary and middle school years, I often encountered prejudice from others, both through their words and actions. However, if one becomes overly concerned with others' opinions, it will hinder their progress. If you attempt to maintain a degree of trust in others, it is akin to moving a chess piece. It may be captured, yet could also lead to victory." Clark expressed his perspective to Eric. Eric nodded. Although he harbored little fondness for Clark, he could not deny that the latter was indeed quite eloquent at times. Yet there are moments when, without the aid of bias and habit, one cannot traverse from one side of the room to the other. After engaging in a brief exchange of verbal artistry, Eric addressed Clark. "Regarding the publication of my book, I am aware that you assisted me significantly, though my impression of you is largely akin to my father's. We share certain viewpoints on various matters. No need for thanks. I merely lent a trivial hand. I believe that even without my assistance, you would have managed just fine. Wouldn't you?" Clark interlocked his fingers, acknowledging the similarities Eric mentioned. This realization had struck him for the first time he beheld Eric's artwork, which had transported him into a realm of fear and astonishment. It seemed that time was slipping away. Clark might have become somewhat oblivious to it, captivated by Lana. As he spoke, Clark rose, preparing to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, he hesitated and said to Eric, "Today, I encountered Dr. Hamilton. Although I'm a mere novice in the realm of science, I understand the transformative power it holds over our world. I often witness fervor and grandiose claims around me, and the most effective weapon against them is science. I know individuals from some of the leading biochemical research institutions. If you would like, I could offer some assistance." Although Clark was a rogue, At that moment, he was not yet the unscrupulous individual he would later become. He genuinely wished to aid Eric, while simultaneously probing for information, eager to draw the two closer together. Both Eric and Clark were secrets he desperately yearned to uncover. The closer he got, the clearer their mysteries would become. "I will consider it," Eric replied, nodding thoughtfully. "There is one more thing." Klex unusually displayed a slight instability. "I'm a fan of your book." After Klex departed, Eric fell into a deep contemplation. It appears that this individual has not only fixated on Clark, but has also set his sights on himself. Although the desire to eliminate the adversary is immediate, the potential complications that may arise post-confrontation induce a throbbing headache. In the editorial office of Smallville High School, Jonathan engages in conversation with Chloe. Despite the impossibility of any intersection between them, Chloe presents a document to Jonathan, stating, "Mr. Kent, the fingerprints you requested from the teacup have yielded results. I have identified the individual, but even as the head of the bizarre alternative wall, I find this to be exceedingly peculiar. Linda Harrison, the woman who has been missing for 17 years? Jonathan is taken aback as he gazes at the report. Indeed, she vanished 17 years ago due to a theft charge. On the day she disappeared, she was passing through Smallville, and the police could not locate her body, classifying her as missing. Handing him a newspaper featuring her likeness, Chloe notes the oddity. Strangely, her description does not quite align with what you provided. The fingerprints match, yet her appearance is different, and she has not aged a day in 17 years. I cannot fathom the reason behind this. After pondering over the newspaper for a moment, Jonathan expresses his gratitude to Chloe. Once he exits the editorial room, his demeanor becomes grave. Despite the multitude of unanswered questions, one truth remains certain. The woman who claims to be Kara is neither Kara nor an extraterrestrial from the so-called Krypton. Her identity is unequivocally that of a terrestrial being. Meanwhile, as Jonathan confirms Kara's earthly identity, Clark, at the Talon Club, finds himself in a predicament. "Hey, stop! Let her go!" Clark exclaims to several individuals who have seized Lana. The ruffians, clad in disheveled attire, grip Lana's arm, attempting to prevent her escape. Naturally, Clark will not permit such a scene to unfold before him. "Do you wish to meddle? Or do you possess enough confidence in your own abilities, you scoundrel?" The ringleader, a burly man, threatens ominously. Despite a strong desire to retaliate against the group, Clark exercises restraint. "Listen, the police are on their way. If you do not wish to attract trouble, I suggest you leave immediately." Resisting the urge to fight, Clark addresses them directly. The burly man glares at Clark fiercely before signaling his companions to depart. "Lana, are you all right?" Once the adversaries retreat, Clark rushes to support Lana, who has collapsed to the ground. "I'm fine," she breathes out, relief evident on her face, though she appears shaken. Observing Lana's expression, Clark grits his teeth, resolve crystallizing within him. As a few thugs emerge from the Talon Club, they saunter towards a nearby alley, engaged in raucous laughter. "Did you see the foolish expression on her face? Haha, she looks like a frightened quail. I wouldn't be surprised if she let out a quacking sound at the slightest touch. Ha ha ha." The people around burst into laughter upon hearing this. As they chuckled and looked up, they suddenly noticed a figure standing before them. Clark, with a grim countenance, obstructed the group. "Hey, look who it is, our speedy mister. Quickfoot has arrived. The moment he saw your little girlfriend on the ground, he ran faster than anyone." "I suppose the name Quickfoot suits you perfectly," mocked a somewhat portly, large-headed man leading the group. "I do not wish to see you here in Talon, understand?" Clark warned them. "Hey, listen closely, you country bumpkin." Upon hearing Clark's threat, the large-headed man wiped the smile off his face, leaning closer to Clark. "We can go wherever we please. In fact, we plan to come back tomorrow." Clark shook his head, preparing to leave. "I will only warn you once. Next time, I won't be so lenient." "Huh, I get it." The large-headed man seemed unwilling to let Clark leave. "Are you fond of that manager girl?" "Too bad she is just a filthy, worthless wench." Clark halted, exhaling sharply, his right hand forming a fist. With a powerful blow, his fist struck the large-headed man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Witnessing their leader being struck, the remaining lackeys momentarily froze before launching an attack on Clark. One of them, closest to him, kicked Clark, only to be sent stumbling backward. Clark merely nudged the approaching lackeys, and they were flung against a wall, crashing into a nearby trash bin with a muffled thud. The one knocked down by Clark, due to his restraint and force, sustained no injury. Staggering to his feet, He sneered and continued to taunt Clark. What's the matter? Try to intimidate me, country bumpkin? Clark's patience had worn thin. He seized the opponent's collar and lifted him off the ground. Want to grab a coffee? Go somewhere else. With a swift motion, he tossed the large-headed man aside. With a loud crash, he hurtled out of the alley, landing heavily against a slowly passing police car, shattering its windshield with spiderweb-like cracks. The police car screeched to a halt, and an older female officer emerged. Upon seeing the officer, Clark immediately realized he was in trouble and turned to flee. However, as he spun around, he found Lana standing not far from him, gazing at him in astonishment. Stand still. The female officer had entered the alley, her gun aimed at Clark. Put your hands on your head. Clark turned around, somewhat bewildered, intending to explain something, but the officer immediately shouted at him in a tense voice, Don't move. Place your hands on your head at once. The stance suggested that any disagreement could lead to gunfire. Clark glanced sideways at Lana, complied obediently, and knelt down with his hands atop his head. At the Kent estate, Jonathan explained to the female sheriff, Sheriff, we know our son. He would never intentionally harm anyone. Whatever he did, it must have been what he believed to be the right thing to do. What could compel someone to throw a person into my vehicle? The veteran officer chuckled and replied, I've reviewed your son's previous records, Mr. Kent. He appears at crime scenes more frequently than Detective Elliott. Although I have only recently transferred to Smallville and am nearing retirement, my perception is still sharp. He cast a glance at Clark, who sat with his head bowed on the couch. Martha exchanged a concerned look with her husband, while Eric, standing near the window, continued sipping his coffee. After a moment of silence, Martha explained, Clark gets involved with police matters because he wants to help others. The female officer nodded, removing her police cap. Perhaps he harbors some sort of hero complex, but even heroes must abide by the law. I shall charge him with illegal fighting. What does that signify? Jonathan inquired, frowning. A fine of $1,500, though the exact circumstances will be determined by the judge. Upon hearing the amount, Clark sprang to his feet, exclaiming, That's impossible. We cannot afford that. Alternatively, we might negotiate a condition, Mr. Kent, the officer replied, fixing her gaze on Clark. You could perform community service, saving the world by picking up trash. Furthermore, there's a crucial matter. Should the individual you harm decide to sue, your compensation could potentially exceed that. After speaking, she twirled her hat, donned it, and turned to leave. Once the sheriff departed, the family fell into silence. Eric set his coffee cup down, not surprised by Clark's emotional turmoil, but rather by his foolishness in waiting to be apprehended. Don't worry, Clark, it's just community service. Martha approached to comfort him. Clark despondently replied, I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have done that. However, Martha's notion of community service was swiftly overturned. The injury assessment report for the victim revealed severe cervical damage, demanding compensation of $1 million, an injury that inflicted intense pain and rendered him incapable of earning a living. Clark read the report in disbelief. With her arms crossed, Martha added helplessly, They say Andy has lost his ability to move independently for life, and he has hired the best lawyer in the nation. Eric stood nearby, delivering yet another blow to Clark, stating that he had thrown him into the car. An undeniable fact. Clark set down the injury report and gazed at his parents' troubled expressions before walking to the window. Perhaps this was the starting point. Kara once remarked, This is an imperfect race. Dominate them with your strength. I had always believed Kara's words to be misguided, yet now they resonated profoundly with me. Jonathan noticed an unsettling shift in his son's demeanor and quickly approached to offer some sage advice. Clark, when I was your age, I found myself in numerous scrapes. This sensation is not exclusive to extraterrestrials. The crux lies in understanding the repercussions of your actions. Yes, Martha interjected. Sometimes, decisions made in mere seconds can influence the entirety of your life. Jonathan paused briefly before continuing. Perhaps humanity is indeed an imperfect race. Yet it is this very flawed race that nurtured you. You're more akin to them than you realize. Listening to his parents' counsel, Clark nodded. His previous words had indeed been laced with frustration. After regaining his composure, he bid farewell to his parents and proceeded to his room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Eric seated on his bed. You? Clark pointed downstairs and then at Eric on the bed. Well, Eric, the next time you decide to employ your super speed, it would be best not to aim for my room. What if I could offer you $1 million? Eric leaned forward, his tone nonchalant. $1 million? Clark exclaimed in astonishment. Do you have $1 million? Of course, did you not rummage through my room? Clark stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was influenced by the red meteorite ring at that time. Eric, are you truly willing to help me pay $1 million? $1 million was indeed insignificant to me. Hearing Eric's response, Clark felt a twinge of guilt and began to introspect. You truly aren't angry about what happened last time? I have persistently probed you about Kara and Krypton, neglecting your feelings and those of my parents. Clark, your self-reflection is commendable, but there is no need to perform it in front of me. Eric stood up, preparing to leave, perhaps with an alternative means that didn't involve paying $1 million. What? Clark was taken aback. In any case, there is no need to worry too much. I shall handle this matter. With that, Eric opened the door and maintained his steady tone. Thank you, Eric, Clark said sincerely. I merely expressed that I found Kara's words to hold merit out of frustration. I am human, just like you, Eric. I see myself as an ordinary boy raised on a farm, never harboring thoughts of superiority. Perhaps, but there is no need for gratitude. I simply do not wish to witness the farm's demise. Additionally, the next time you throw someone out, ensure you do not get caught by the police. After uttering these words, he disregarded Clark's awkward expression and exited the room. In the dead of night, Eric departed from the farm, heading towards an undisclosed location. Andy Hawkins, the man who had extorted $1 million from Clark, was reveling in a party with friends at his residence. The brace around his neck was carelessly loosened, hanging haphazardly as he boisterously boasted to his companions about how he had blackmailed Clark while sipping on beer. His friends congratulated him, celebrating his imminent fortune. Eric pushed open the door and entered. The raucous group halted their activities, staring at the unexpected intruder. Perplexed, Eric approached Andy and calmly inquired, "Wasn't your cervical spine fractured? Who the hell are you? And how did you get in here?" Andy retorted, regaining his composure. The others glared at Eric, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Maintaining his serene demeanor, Eric countered, "Or perhaps you were merely feigning injury." As he reached for Andy's neck brace, the onlookers were taken aback as Andy's cervical support device found its way into Eric's grasp. "How did you do that?" Andy gasped, touching his own neck in disbelief. "Clearly, you can still move about quite energetically without your cervical support. I am Clark Kent's brother. Since you are uninjured, why not retract your accusations?" Upon hearing Eric's lineage, Andy's temper flared. "So, you've come to play the mediator for that country bumpkin brother of yours. I suggest you prepare $1 million. If he dares approach me again, I will ensure he spends a century in prison." Delivering $1 million to you is certainly feasible, provided you are truthful, just as you are now. As he finished speaking, Eric lunged towards Andy, seizing him by the cervical region. A sickening crack resonated through the air. With terror-stricken eyes, Andy collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The room fell into a heavy silence, the stunned thugs gazing at the impassive Eric, trembling as one of them stammered, "What have you done to him?" "I merely severed his cervical spine," Eric replied casually, shaking his hand. "How dare you do that? Aren't you afraid of the police? Didn't Clark break his neck? It's only natural for it to be broken now, isn't it?" Eric responded with an air of nonchalance. He was not injured. He was pretending. "You are a murderer," one of Andy's associates shouted at Eric. Although the tone was rather unkind, there was no intention to resort to violence. After all, anyone who has witnessed such bizarre speed and strength would certainly assess their own capabilities. Who knows? Eric carelessly flicked the pollen of the Nicotiana flower, which he had acquired from Dr. Hamilton, into the air before turning to leave. The thugs who inhaled the pollen instantly felt a surge of clarity. "Hank, I've tolerated you for far too long. You slept with my girlfriend and defiled my bed. Did you think I was oblivious? I am acutely aware of your treachery. Perish." Following this, a cacophony of screams erupted from the ensuing scuffle. The Nicotiana flower amplifies the darkness within one's heart, inciting rage and potentially leading to self-destruction. Chapter 101. The Pursuit of Death in the Nunu bookstore. Andy withdrew the charges against Mr. Kent. At Kent Manor, Jonathan, Martha, Clark, and the arresting police officer engaged in conversation in the living room. Eric remained in a room on the second floor, not emerging. The officer informed Jonathan and Martha, "You are fortunate. Had the process continued as it was, your case would have surely ended in failure. However, an unexpected turn of events has occurred." "What turn of events?" Jonathan inquired, perplexed. "Last night, a violent incident transpired in an apartment on Shell Street." "No, the term violence is too simplistic. I would describe it more aptly as a frenzy following a mental breakdown. Perhaps they were under the influence, or maybe a trivial matter escalated into chaos. In any case, they attacked one another, resulting in several fatalities and injuries. The officer cast a glance at the silent Clark, including in her statement the accusation against Andy Hawkins. "I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence, Mr. Kent." Approaching Clark, the officer twirled her hat in her hands. "Just as I do not believe your presence at every crime scene is coincidental, Mr. Clark Kent, I will be keeping a vigilant eye on you." After placing her hat upon her head, the officer issued her warning and exited the room. "Clark?" Martha turned her gaze towards her son. Although she did not believe her son would be involved in such violent altercations, she cast him a questioning look. "I don't know, Mom," Clark replied, lifting his gaze to Martha. "I spent the entire day engaged in community health activities, picking up litter. I, like everyone else, am completely in the dark regarding this matter." Although Clark suspected Eric's involvement, he would never reveal such a possibility to his parents, regardless of how innocent it may seem. "I have faith in our son," Jonathan said, squeezing Clark's shoulder. Clark knew when to do what was right. After addressing his parents, he settled onto the sofa, gazing out into the night, his expression contemplative. Although he had extricated himself from a million-dollar debt crisis, he found no sense of relief, despite feeling gratitude towards Eric for his assistance. There lingered a subtle awareness that such actions were morally questionable. Upon ascending the stairs, he knocked on Eric's door. "So you believe that was my doing, Clark?" "No, I merely think," Clark hesitated, "you need not go to such extremes. That would place you in jeopardy. We are destined to remain in this small town, are we not?" What Clark had initially intended to express, that one should not resort to murder, transformed into an entirely different implication. He was puzzled by the sudden shift in his convictions. Perhaps, deep down, he had subconsciously accepted Eric's methods as justifiable, or had the trials they had endured together led him to increasingly tolerate and even endorse Eric's behavior. Regardless of the rationale, Clark perceived the danger in such thoughts. Just as he contemplated clarifying his previous statements, Eric interjected, "Clark, while I bear no moral burden for directly eliminating the opponent, I will concede to one truth. I dealt with Andy Hawkins. The rest of the circumstances may lie beyond both your expectations and mine." Faced with Eric's somewhat aloof demeanor, Clark awkwardly rubbed his nose. He understood Eric's implication, clearly wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, and thus prudently refrained from probing further. "Nonetheless, Eric, I must express my gratitude," Clark eventually acknowledged. Although he harbored reservations about Eric's actions, his brother had aided him, and he felt compelled to convey his thanks. The following morning, after finishing breakfast and preparing to head to school, Eric received an unexpected phone call. "Eric Kent, the person I was seeking," came a languid and slightly alluring voice from the other end. "Selina Kyle?" Upon recognizing the voice of Catwoman, Eric furrowed his brow slightly. "I had thought I lost my raven. Miss Kyle, I believe you owe me an explanation for your recent silence." "Indeed, that is precisely the purpose of my call. If we were fishing and did not wait for the bobber to move, but instead reeled in our line prematurely, we would ultimately have nothing to show for our efforts. Do you not find my reasoning sound, my master?" The term master was drawn out slightly, imbued with a hint of seduction. "I heard." Eric glanced at Jonathan and Martha to ensure their attention was elsewhere, then quietly inquired, "I heard Bruce Wayne has been shot and hospitalized. What transpired?" "Bruce once confided in me that he was inexorably drawn to a palace forged by owls, yet a profound force behind him thwarted his pursuit. You see, the figure shrouded in the guise of a city detective, Batman, always relished a convoluted narrative." After a brief pause, Catwoman continued. "He referred to them as the League of Assassins. Have you heard of this name, my employer? The League of Assassins?" Eric furrowed his brow. He was certainly no stranger to such a notorious villainous organization known throughout the world. The League of Assassins, with its illustrious history, boasted countless aliases. The master ninjas who sow chaos and Talia, who would eventually forge a connection with Batman, along with Malcolm Merlin, the helm of the Star City Merlin Group, all belonged to the League of Assassins. The master ninja, who claimed the title of the Demon's Head, maintained his immortal facade by immersing himself in the waters of Jerusalem. Eric had not anticipated any connection between the Court of Owls and the League of Assassins. Could it be that the Court of Owls in Gotham was linked solely to the League of Assassins? Grasping the telephone receiver, Eric fell into deep contemplation. In his prior reading and analysis of documents acquired from the Metropolis Owl Council, he had discovered no information suggesting any ties to the League of Assassins. "Eric, are you listening?" Catwoman's voice on the other end expressed her impatience. I have not received your response for over half a minute. Believe me, felines possess a notoriously deficient patience. So, Bruce Wayne was harmed by someone from the League of Assassins? Eric inquired after a brief silence. I do not know, Catwoman replied with a shake of her head. They all cloak themselves, masquerading as assassins, whether they are members of the League of Assassins or the owl killers you mentioned. It is all but the same. At least, that is my perception. I understand. After gleaning what he could from Catwoman regarding Gotham, Eric ended the call. He hoped for a fierce confrontation between the Court of Owls and Bruce Wayne, allowing him to seize the spoils of victory and relish Batman's disarray. Yet, unexpectedly, the League of Assassins emerged. Indeed, the depths of Gotham were profound. It seemed that amidst the madness and lunacy, it was challenging for normal individuals to survive. He silently wished for Batman's endurance. After his conversation with Catwoman, he made his way to school. At Smallville High, the most popular sport was football, though baseball and basketball held considerable appeal as well. Clark's favorite pastime on Thursday afternoons was the basketball 22 challenge. He teamed up with Peter for the basketball competition. Yet out of fear of injuring others, he only dared to float around, taking shots from the perimeter. This was also a reason why some considered Clark to be soft. As Eric passed by the chain-link fence enclosing the baseball field, a resounding crack echoed through the air as a white baseball, propelled by a powerful home run, soared over the protective netting and hurtled directly toward his head. Possessing acute auditory perception and reflexes, Eric effortlessly sensed the imminent threat of the approaching ball. He extended his hand and deftly caught the high-speed projectile. Casting a glance toward the baseball field, he noticed the team members engaged in practice who had also witnessed his impressive catch, erupting into cheers in admiration. After exchanging glances with the players on the field and the parents in the stands, Eric casually crushed the baseball in his hand before tossing it backward. The ball rolled away, disappearing from view within the campus grounds. The jubilant cheers of the baseball team abruptly ceased. Wow, what an astonishing spring home run. The trio of Clark, Chloe, and Peter happened to be passing by the baseball field and witnessed Eric's actions. Peter let out a sigh of amazement. Observing Eric's unorthodox method of destroying and discarding the baseball, Chloe chuckled. While amusing, it was quintessentially Eric. Best not to provoke him, lest he retaliate in the most unexpected ways. Clark, watching Eric's antics, shrugged, fully understanding the sentiment. By the way, Clark remarked, glancing at the baseball coach, ISNT that coach knew. I don't recall seeing him last time. You're right, Clark, Peter replied, shifting his gaze from Eric to the coach. The previous coach had tragically succumbed to an accident involving a lawnmower, while the one before had met his end in a fall into a river. Our baseball team has always been rife with unfortunate incidents, earning it the moniker of the Death Chase baseball team. Surveying the surroundings of the baseball team, Peter expressed a mix of envy and regret. I just wonder if this new coach will be fortunate enough. Chapter 102. I shall be your son, regrettably. Peter's words would ultimately ring true. The newly appointed baseball coach was found hanging in the activity room, having taken his own life. Despite the school's efforts to suppress the news, it eventually spread like wildfire. Peter and Chloe were evidently intrigued by such gossip, particularly Chloe, who promptly published the story in the Torch Gazette, which ultimately drew the ire of the principal. The principal warned Chloe that if she continued reporting in such a manner, he would not hesitate to shut down the Gazette. Unbeknownst to Eric, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events at school. In recent times, he had been diligently pursuing information about Joelle, but had encountered little success. It seemed that since the other party had taken Carla away, she had not made any further appearances. Approximately 36 miles from Kenya Farm, Eric entered the cave that Clark had once dreamt of wandering into. Stepping upon the earthen floor of the cavern, Eric ventured forth without the aid of any illuminating light. The walls of the cave were adorned with intricate inscriptions of Kryptonian script, a tapestry of murals so complex that they eluded description. As his feet pressed against the slightly firm ground, Eric gazed toward the innermost wall of the cave. At the center of a labyrinthine design, crafted from Kryptonian characters and imagery, lay an octagonal imprint. After a few moments of contemplation, Eric placed the octagonal metallic object he held onto the void left by the missing mark. In the next instant, the entire cavern erupted in a golden radiance, enveloping him entirely. Within this luminous embrace, Eric exhibited no signs of fear or astonishment, for he sensed that this beam could not harm him. Simultaneously, A fissure emerged in the stone wall of the cave, filled with a flowing light that danced as if something were stirring within. Eric could even discern a shadowy figure composed of light hovering above. Eric Kent? Who are you? Joel? Eric scrutinized the silhouette within the light. I am. You are Eric Kent, the one who defeated Kara? I once thought I had overestimated you. Yet I must concede that when certain matters exceed expectations, it signifies that the initial assumptions were flawed and lacked consideration. I misjudged you. The spectral figure, seemingly the father of Superman, spoke in a deep, deliberate tone. Kara? Eric scoffed. I refuse to believe that the true Supergirl could be so easily vanquished. This cannot be the genuine Kara. Can it? Whether true or false is inconsequential. What matters is that I have bestowed upon her the name Kara, and she is capable of wielding Kara's powers. The luminous figure addressed Eric. You and the Kryptonians are remarkably alike. Even your thought processes mirror each other. Weakness and arrogance. The people of Earth adhere to this pattern, leading civilization to its demise. They're even more arrogant than Krypton. To eschew the patterns and rules of Earthlings, to become indifferent and powerful, to dominate them, could indeed serve as a form of protection. I can sense this aura emanating from your thoughts. Though his words bore an enticing charm, Eric replied coolly, I am afraid that holds no sway over me. My primary concern is not myself, but you. If you attempt to intrude upon my life and Clark's, I shall consider you an enemy, one that must be eradicated both in body and soul. That life does not rightfully belong to Clark. Eric Kent, I have now altered my perspective. You are Clark's brother, and, at times, I shall regard you as a substitute for him. You, in your current state. The tone of the spectral figure shifted slightly. You could also become my son, a child of Krypton, wielding those supreme rights that are rightfully yours. I always believed you to be a schemer, but I have now revised my opinion. You are not merely an ambitious conspirator, but a man of questionable sanity. Eric scoffed, finding the individual before him utterly deranged. How could one presume he would willingly play the role of son to another? Apologies, but that was not a habit he possessed. He took a step forward, preparing to escape the enveloping realm of light and shadow surrounding him. Yet, Joel seemed intent on preventing Eric's departure. Vibrant beams of light coalesced into a binding rope, ensnaring his hands and rendering him unable to flee. Krypton had perished. I am both Joel and not Joel. The source of power is uncontrollable, even amidst our lucidity. Bound by the luminous cords conjured by his adversary, Eric felt an overwhelming force surge through his body, as if all the strength he possessed was suddenly confined. A sense of weakness pervaded him, while the light-formed rope continuously siphoned his energy. Was this all they could muster? As Eric sensed the depletion of his power, his eyes emitted beams of red laser energy. This torrent of energy surged forth, penetrating the wall, cloaked in light and shadow. On the other side of the wall lay Joel's realm, a world distinct from reality. Thus, his heat vision could not effectively strike its target. He struggled against the bonds constraining him, yet found no ease in breaking free. In the throes of his attempts, Eric increasingly felt the transformation of his body. A searing sensation enveloped him. His skin and bones ached with an unbearable pain, one that could not be quelled. Enduring the relentless agony coursing through him, Eric continued to unleash his heat vision against the intangible foe. Your physique is astonishing, a steel body birthed under the yellow sun, endowed with the ability to soar due to Earth's diminished gravity, and possessing heat vision awakened solely beneath the yellow sun. Your cellular structure is strikingly similar to that of Kryptonians, so remarkable that I cannot help but speculate that you may represent an alternative evolutionary trajectory for your kind. While exerting control over Eric, Joel expressed his awe. I could transform your body, rendering it even more akin to that of a Kryptonian, but such a metamorphosis would demand a considerable sacrifice. To gain one thing, you must relinquish another. This is an immutable truth. You are far too premature in your joy. Eric extended his right hand. In the next moment, a staff soared through the opening, shimmering with golden light, illuminating the cavern more brightly. The staff flew directly into Eric's grasp, where he held it tightly. Grasping the cosmic staff, he prepared to counter the modifications to his body. A radiant luminescence streamed from the cosmic staff into Eric's being as two cosmic energies vied for dominance within him. Simultaneously, the Kryptonian template within Eric, which had remained dormant for days, began to strengthen with fervor. Its progress surged from 85, climbing steadily to 88, 90, and ultimately reaching 95. It appears that the ancestral template within the host has sensed the imminent crisis, escalating the unsealing progress to 95. In an instant, a formidable power surged throughout Eric's being. With the strength of a 95 unsealed template, he finally possessed the means to retaliate. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he raised the scepter and aimed it at the shadow on the wall. A powerful energy beam, imbued with immense destructive force, erupted from the tip of the cosmic scepter, striking the silhouette of Joel with astonishing velocity. The energy beam seemed to have impacted Joel's shadow, which was composed of ephemeral light, causing it to vanish instantaneously. The beams of light on the wall receded, and the ropes binding him disappeared entirely. As Eric's feet touched the ground, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Leaning against the scepter, he gasped for breath, striving to remain upright. The cave, once ablaze with dazzling light, was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Clenching his fists and sensing the transformation within his body, Eric endeavored to steady his breathing. With the unsealing of the ancestral template reaching 95, the characteristics of a Kryptonian within him became increasingly pronounced. His strength surged remarkably, yet was accompanied by a growing resemblance to Kryptonian traits. Had it not been for the sudden activation of the system, Joel's sinister plot might have truly succeeded. With a solemn expression, Eric grasped the scepter and activated super speed, propelling himself toward the cave's entrance with unprecedented swiftness. After momentarily closing his eyes to attune to the surging power within, he opened them, unleashing a heat vision beam far more potent than before upon the cave's apex. With a thunderous crash, stones and earth collapsed, burying the cave beneath them. Eric knelt and leaped upward, creating a resounding explosion as he vanished into the sky. Boom! 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 Several beams of light descended upon the outskirts of the metropolis. Did you feel that? I sense a power akin to Clark and Eric rising, an undeniable force. Among the trio, a woman over 6 feet tall, with striking long legs and features reminiscent of a Greek goddess, clad in a black robe, furrowed her brow and addressed the others. Our current mission is not to investigate these peculiar energies, Diana. A young man with tousled brown hair and curls on his forehead shrugged, voicing his exasperation toward the woman named Diana. The third member of the group, a girl remarkably resembling Kara, adjusted her baseball cap and remarked, I thought the Justice League members would exhibit a more casual demeanor during missions, perhaps sharing a light-hearted joke or casually shifting topics. But it seems you are rather different. Diana and Green Lantern. The girl flashed a mischievous smile at Diana and Green Lantern. Just as the Green Lantern was about to retort, he suddenly noticed something amiss with the building before him. Isn't Batman supposed to have transported us to the vicinity of the Justice League Hall from over a decade ago? Why does the structure before us seem somewhat amiss? Green Lantern remarked, pointing at the newly acquired headquarters of the Justice Society, astonished. Chapter 103. I shall ravage my brothers. The trio, comprised of Justice League members Wonder Woman, Green Lantern Hal Jordan, and Teen Titans member Kara, were entities that had traversed time from the future. With the assistance of Batman and the Flash, they utilized a particle accelerator to journey to the nascent days of the Justice League. However, they soon discovered that time seemed to be slightly askew. Gazing upon what was once the Justice League Hall, now overshadowed by a dilapidated edifice, the trio found themselves at a loss for words. I often heard my mother say that time is the most immutable of forces. Now I understand this truth, Hal sighed. I must ascertain the temporal circumstances. Perhaps we have returned to the barbaric colonial era of the 19th century, or worse, the Great Depression. I am well aware of the despair that plagued the people during that time. In a world devoid of hope, the presence of superheroes becomes unnecessary. As Hal lamented, he ambled away. Diana, unfazed by Hal's musings, scrutinized their surroundings with furrowed brows and made her way toward the Justice Society headquarters. Upon pushing open the iron door, they attempted to enter the hall, only to be thwarted by a keypad lock. This is the advantage of possessing the ability to see through things, Kara said, activating her supervision to observe the variations in the fingerprint patterns on the keypad, thereby deciphering the code. The first digit is 6. My intuition has always been spot on. I once caught a purple raven using my instincts, which proved somewhat challenging given my abilities. As she chattered, she pressed the second digit on the keypad. Step aside. Diana, cloaked in her cape, appeared somewhat exasperated with Kara's incessant chatter. She reached out and firmly grasped the keypad, causing it to explode with a resounding bang. Kara stared at the sparking, exposed wires of the ruined keypad, somewhat speechless. "Did you ever consider what might happen if you damaged the keypad?" she asked, recovering from her daze. "If an alarm is triggered and someone comes, then all the better. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out," Diana replied calmly. Kara found this rather absurd. Initially, she perceived herself as the embodiment of brute force, yet in comparison to Wonder Woman, she felt excessively mild-mannered. After dismantling the keypad, Diana strode confidently into the unfamiliar building. No alarms blared, nor did anyone rush forth. "Well," Kara blinked, "this time our luck has held. We encountered a keypad that was mere pretense." Two individuals entered the interior of the hall, progressing along a pitch-black corridor. Upon entering, they discovered a round table draped in a white cloth at the center, surrounded by several chairs. A few columns stood around them, adorned with various portraits. Diana silently approached, surveying the table before lifting the white cloth. The lights in the hall flickered to life, illuminating the previously dark surroundings. Kara gazed at one of the portraits on the column, inquiring, "Who is this? A male version of Catwoman?" "Ted Grant, known as Wildcat," Diana replied. Gently brushing the dust from the table, she remarked, "I now understand the era we have entered and the significance of this place. So what is the truth?" Kara, curious, touched her nose and asked, "We have arrived in the early 21st century, a time before the Justice League was formed. This place—" Diana turned her gaze toward an owl perched on a metal stand, tilting her head, "is the American Justice Society, an organization that has long since declined and vanished. I always thought the Justice League's headquarters was in the Watchtower. I never realized there was another base on Earth, aside from the synchronized satellites. And its predecessor was an organization whose name I had never even heard of, the American Justice Society." Kara stood aside, observing the portrait on the column while making a remark. "Furthermore, guess what I discovered?" Green Lantern had entered the corridor, stating that Captain America and Superman should still be in high school, while Batman has just embarked on his journey and is currently encountering what seems to be a troublesome existence, reportedly in quite a predicament. "Eric and Clark?" Supergirl exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, at this time, they should still be in high school, reveling in the essence of youth. Frankly, I have never encountered a teenage Eric and Clark. I imagine they must be quite innocent. As their sister, I would love to tease them." Hal glanced at Kara and asked, "May I pose a question to you? What is it? Sometimes you refer to yourself as Superman's cousin, other times as his sister. So, are you a sister or a cousin?" "Sister," Kara replied without hesitation. "I see, but I maintain a degree of skepticism regarding such a matter of dignity," Hal shrugged, his attention suddenly drawn to a piece of equipment nearby. "What is this?" He reached out to touch the Green Lantern before him. "Is this the Green Lantern?" "No, it is broken. The power source is damaged and cannot energize the ring, yet I can sense residual energy lingering on it." Hal delicately touched the Green Lantern. "Alan Scott. This belonged to him. Alan Scott, the original Green Lantern. Perhaps if you repair it, it could recharge a ring. If, and I emphasize if, you truly manage to fix it, you would possess two power sources. Quite a surprise, wouldn't it?" "Thank you." Silently expressed his gratitude to the extraordinary woman before him, then directed his gaze towards the taciturn Diana. "What shall we do now?" He pondered, suspecting that the particle accelerator might not suffice to enable us to traverse time once more. Diana, however, did not respond directly to Hal's inquiry. Instead, she inquired, "You are aware of where Clark and Eric reside during this period, are you not?" "Of course, it is in the quaint town of Smallville, Kansas," Kara replied with a hint of excitement. "Could it be that our next destination is Smallville?" Yet, her enthusiasm swiftly waned as she recognized that, although her cousin Superman had joined the Justice League, he seemed indifferent to her own affiliation with the League. Clark appeared more invested in his camaraderie with Eric than in their shared mission. Despite Eric's tenuous connections to the Justice League, Clark placed unwavering trust in him, even at times openly defying the League's directives. Kara was acutely aware of Diana's disdain for Eric, although the reasons remained unclear. Whispers suggested that Diana had suffered considerable setbacks at Eric's hands, which fueled her animosity towards him. Yes, Smallville. Since we have traversed to this time, it implies that we can alter certain established events of the past. At the scene of the incident in Smallville, Officer Kendra, who had previously apprehended Clark, regarded the appearance of Lex Luthor with a grave expression. Mr. Luther, I recognize your influence, yet I would prefer to believe that you will exercise restraint in your actions. Bound as you are by rules and treaties, I have noticed your frequent presence at the scene of events. Should you wish to interfere with our investigation in any manner, believe me, even your father's formidable power will not shield you from the repercussions. I understand your sentiments, Officer Kendra. However, I must inform you that I have acquired the rights to this land, which entitles me to both usage and knowledge of it, Lex replied, presenting a document to Officer Kendra. So, you seek an explanation of the events that transpired here? No, I merely wish to enter and observe. I trust this is not an unreasonable request, and I am certain Officer Kendra would not deny me. Would you? Despite Kendra's brusque demeanor, Lex maintained a smile. Then you would do well to exercise caution. The ground may be slippery. And I shall be watching you, Mr. Luther. I shall, Lex nodded with a grin, turning to proceed towards the site of the incident. Upon entering the sealed area, Lex was immediately struck by the metallic scent of blood. As he recalled, Andy Hawkins had previously been hurled onto a car by Clark, demanding $1 million compensation. Within a day, an unfortunate incident had unfolded. During a gathering with friends, Andy had found himself embroiled in a violent confrontation, fueled by rage and brutality, which culminated in a chaotic melee. In the midst of chaos, Andy Hawkins succumbed to injuries sustained from a previous wound to his neck. Witnessing the bloodied scene and the disarray surrounding him, the acrid stench assaulting his senses, Lex furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Was it Eric or Clark, or was this merely an unfortunate accident? Lost in thought, Lex emerged from the scene and drove his Ferrari to a street corner. He halted the vehicle and searched through his contact list for a name. Within half an hour, a car sped towards him, halting directly across. The window rolled down, revealing a police officer clad in sunglasses, who handed Lex a document. It contained details regarding Andy Hawkins' case. Next time, do not involve me in such matters, the officer stated curtly. Lex removed his sunglasses, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Of course. I am well aware of the numerous dealings you had with my father, and I also understand that your limits can be easily surpassed." With a lingering gaze, the officer departed, while Lex perused the dossier within his car. Meanwhile, Eric and Clark remained oblivious to the fact that two factions had their sights set on them. Eric found himself in a troublesome predicament when a girl named Dana from the baseball team approached him as he was about to leave school. "I saw you catch that baseball at 70 yards. Could you teach me how you did it, Eric?" Dana, possessing a hint of Asian features, inquired persistently. Eric responded bluntly, "If I were you, I would keep my distance. I would fear for my safety." Had it not been for the presence of onlookers in the school, he would have unceremoniously cast her aside. "I believe I am not the type to be easily harmed. I relish confrontation and fear it not. Even if it lands me on the bench," Dana retorted, seemingly oblivious to the implications of Eric's words. "Is that so? Then it seems the punishment you endure is insufficient." A flicker of crimson light flashed in Eric's eyes. The next moment, Dana's skirt suddenly ignited in flames. As she attempted to continue speaking, she was taken aback by the unexpected blaze. With a shriek, she frantically tried to extinguish the fire on her skirt. The surrounding students, momentarily startled, chose not to assist. Instead, they gathered to witness the spectacle. Fortunately, the flames were minor, and Dana's skirt was quickly extinguished, leaving her disheveled and soiled, with half of her attire exposed. Having witnessed the unfolding chaos, Eric felt no remorse and turned to leave. However, two figures blocked his path, one a burly man with golden hair. Another was an Asian woman with a sharp appearance, entirely incongruent with conventional Asian beauty standards. The couple stood before Eric, their icy glares fixed upon him. "Your name is Eric Kent, is it not?" inquired the blond man. Before Eric could respond, the woman added, "You seem to lack an understanding of certain rules, especially when confronted with individuals you ought to approach with caution. Therefore, be mindful of your words and actions. Refusal to engage and remaining aloof may lead you to grave mistakes." It appeared that this couple were the parents of someone named Dana. Furrowing his brow, Eric retorted, "What is it that you wish to convey?" "I generally dislike playing riddles, particularly with those who make me feel uncomfortable." Witnessing Eric's brazen demeanor, the blond man seemed incensed, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Eric's shoulder. However, upon making contact, before he could exert any force, he was struck by a sensation akin to an electric shock. A sharp pain surged through his chest as his body collided heavily against the wall. recently infused with immense power due to his Kryptonian nature. Eric's strength surpassed the couple's expectations. The blond man, intent on confrontation, found himself in dire straits. Noticing that other students were beginning to gather, Eric chose not to linger and departed swiftly. If the school was unsuitable, he would seek a more secluded location to impart an unforgettable lesson to his adversaries. As he walked, his mind raced with considerations. The Asian woman, upon witnessing her husband crash against the wall, immediately rushed to his aid. "What happened to you?" she asked. "I don't know, but this guy's exceedingly dangerous," replied the blond man, his eyes glinting not with fear, but with a thrill of excitement. "Perhaps we have stumbled upon something intriguing." Chapter 104. The annoying older sister who corrupts the younger brother's Mr. Brooks is highly suspicious. In the office of the Torch newspaper, Cloyce, holding a cup of coffee, spoke to Clark. "I have conducted an investigation, including this incident. The baseball coach has had confrontations with Dana Brooks. Recently, Coach Chandler was penalized and sent to the bench after slapping a player due to a conflict involving Dana and her companions. To my knowledge, Mr. and Mrs. Brooks have had a quarrel with Coach Chandler. It seems they have consistently been dissatisfied with the baseball team's coach." Cloyce relayed the information he had gathered. This afternoon, Clark had no engagements, spending most of his time in the newspaper office. Upon hearing Cloyce's words, he set down the newspaper. "So, have you reported this to the police?" "No," Cloyce shook his head. "You know, how can we present such baseless speculation to the police? Unless we have concrete evidence. But I am merely a junior reporter, not a detective or police officer. A journalist aiming for the Pulitzer Prize?" Clark remarked with a smile, raising the newspaper in his hand. "Clark, you've always been so supportive and understanding of me." Chloe feigned a look of deep despondency and remarked, "If only Principal Morris could support me like you do. By the way, there's a very significant lead, Clark. I believe that if you are interested, the future Pulitzer Prize winner, currently under the principal's order for reflection, could be made available to you free of charge." "What?" "That would be Mr. and Mrs. Brooks, who have recently relocated from Blue Valley. Their exceedingly strict parenting of their daughter is well known among the neighboring residents. Perhaps I could assist you in investigating Mr. and Mrs. Brooks." Clark felt that his super hearing and vision offered considerable advantages for surveillance and inquiry. "Well, I can't offer you any journalistic or investigative fees," Chloe lamented, stating that she was currently destitute. "Then please invite me for coffee at the Talon Club next time." Clark proposed a discounted arrangement. "I agree." Chloe nodded in acceptance of Clark's suggestion, though her demeanor suddenly soured. "Is it for Lana?" she muttered discontentedly. "So, this is the town where Superman and the people of the homeland reside?" Green Lantern surveyed the town streets and the sparse pedestrians, inquiring of Diana and Kara. "Indeed, this is Smallville. In fact, it is my first time witnessing its appearance, at least at this hour," Kara shrugged and replied to the two. It exudes a serene tranquility. If I were to choose a place for retirement, I would select here," Hal said, taking a deep breath and relaxing his expression. "You still have plans for retirement?" Kara asked him, somewhat surprised. An odd question. Compared to my identity as a superhero, I consider myself more of a cosmic police officer. And since I'm a police officer, there will be a time for retirement, right? Kara pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement, but then quickly realized, however, the lifespan of a cosmic police officer far exceeds that of a terrestrial one. Even when the time comes for ordinary officers to retire, you would still be wandering the cosmos, wouldn't you? Wandering is indeed an apt term. Hal flashed his ring, asserting that the mission of Green Lantern is to traverse the universe, drifting indefinitely, and regardless of whether one can resonate through the cosmos, solitude is an inevitable fate. I am quite pleased today. Finally, someone understands me. Hal's talent for banter was once again unleashed. It appeared that the title of Cosmic Police Officer was indeed more comprehensible and relatable than that of superhero. Kara hesitated, deciding that if possible, she would try to limit her conversation with him. The three passed through a farmer's market, bustling with crowds of shoppers. "Though I am quite astonished that you are aware of the true identities of Superman and the people of the homeland. However, if I may speculate, should we encounter Superman and the people of our homeland, how might we confront them?" Hal fell silent for a moment before his agitation resurfaced. "We do not oppose them." Green Lantern. After a prolonged silence, Diana finally spoke, suggesting instead that we strive to alter certain elements. "Yet, I recall that Batman merely instructed us to reclaim something rather than endeavor to reshape the future." Hal addressed Wonder Woman with gravity. stating that the Flash once cautioned us against attempting to alter history, for such actions would inevitably summon the wrath of fate itself. A seemingly trivial event, given sufficient time and a series of related occurrences, could precipitate a cascade of consequences that would alter everything. This is a law we must not cavalierly transgress. I grasp your implication, Green Lantern. Diana paused, observing the bustling crowd at the marketplace. I do not wish to change history. Rather, it is the particle accelerator, or perhaps it is fate that has brought us here to accomplish something. The future we have experienced is immutable, a fact already set in stone. Yet if we undertake some action, perhaps the future within this timeline may improve. Diana articulated her perspective. Our presence here is part of history. However, this seems to stand in stark contrast to the Flash's theory. Our future will not alter, yet we may forge an alternative world that extends from this very moment. This, I believe, underscores my mother's wisdom, for she frequently cautioned me regarding matters of time. Hal shrugged, recalling that he would leave her on the eve of his adulthood, as she had asserted that prior to reaching maturity, a future could not exist for him. I pondered whether it might be prudent to simply acquiesce to fate's design. Diana remained silent for a moment, then spoke with solemnity. I have stood in the river of time and sensed the prophecies of fate. Yet I often emerge as the one who triumphs over destiny. Hey, I think we might temporarily set this topic aside. I've spotted an acquaintance. Kara abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two. Following Kara's gaze, they beheld a couple selling produce at the marketplace. Who is that? Diana furrowed her brow. Indeed, it is Superman's father and mother. To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered them like this. Kara hesitated, contemplating whether to approach them, but she was quickly recognized by the keen-eyed Jonathan. That's Kara. Jonathan inhaled deeply, murmuring to his wife, who was arranging the produce. Martha straightened, directing her gaze toward the spot her husband indicated, and soon spotted Kara standing between Green Lantern and Wonder Woman. How is this possible? Why is she here? Martha's expression reflected even greater astonishment than her husband's. Just recently, she had witnessed Eric strike down Kara and saw her body vanish in a beam of light. It was unimaginable that she would appear in the marketplace. Do not fret. I do not believe she will resort to violence at the market. Martha, you should return to the farm and inform Eric and Clark of Kara's reappearance. I will stay behind to distract her. Despite not anticipating any aggression from the other party, Jonathan could not wholly rely on their integrity. No, Martha grasped her husband's hand. We shall return together. You cannot remain here. You are with child, Martha. Her and Joel's aim is not directed at me. I shall be unharmed. Jonathan consoled his wife while urging her to depart. I am uncertain of what has transpired, but did we know each other previously? As Jonathan and Martha engaged in their dispute, Kara approached, inquiring with a tone of confusion. I am unaware of the trickery you are employing, but Clark will not accompany you. Jonathan retorted bluntly to Kara, I will not betray my son. He possesses his own life, and no one can dictate his future, not even his so-called biological father. If you believe you can intimidate me into yielding Clark and Eric, I must assert that you are gravely mistaken. We have already alerted the authorities. If you wish to avoid further trouble, you should vacate this place. Martha stood resolutely beside him. Kara, so, you harbor disdain for me? It is not disdain. Rather, it is a matter of principle. Jonathan fixed his serious gaze upon her, articulating each word with precision. Very well, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. I have always held you both in high regard, Mr. and Mrs. Kent. Kara, perplexed by the hostility directed towards her, felt a tinge of frustration, yet patiently attempted to clarify her stance. I believe there is nothing further to discuss. Jonathan interjected, cutting off her attempt at dialogue. Ultimately, Kara could only retreat dejectedly back to her group. I recall you mentioning that you were quite favored by Superman's family. Hal jested from the side. I am uncertain, but I was referring to the future, Kara replied with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps they are inherently disinclined toward the big sister who could lead their younger brothers astray. Kara stubbornly convinced herself. I remember that at this time, the Homelander had yet to acquire the scepter. Had we found Star Sapphire earlier, we might have been able to assist her in safeguarding the cosmic artifact. Diana proposed a new plan. May I inquire how you are so well-versed in the Homelander's past? Kara blinked curiously at Wonder Woman. As the foremost adversary of the Justice League, is it not customary to be informed of the details regarding one's opponents? Wonder Woman adjusted the hem of her robe and turned away from the marketplace. Star Sapphire hails from Blue Valley, which lies some distance from here. If we intend to walk, it would be prudent not to squander time idly standing about. Observing Wonder Woman's retreating figure, Kara was left pondering. Is Eric truly the primary foe of the Justice League? Chapter 105, I shall assist you in suppressing those scoundrels. After a brief visit to the Nunu bookstore, she departed. At Kent Farm, Clark, taken aback, inquired of his parents, no threats or warnings whatsoever? Jonathan, furrowing his brow as he gazed at his eldest son, questioned, Do you wish for us to encounter such a situation? No, I merely. Clark swiftly realized his slip of the tongue and promptly apologized to his parents. I apologize. I was merely considering Kara's character. She would not just appear and leave without any action. That is precisely the perplexing aspect. She seems to have undergone some transformation, Jonathan remarked, setting aside the fruit jam he had been stirring. A change in demeanor, or rather, the peculiar aura she exuded appears to have vanished. Jonathan hesitated, carefully choosing his words. Perhaps, in the absence of Clark's provocation, she might revert to a semblance of normalcy. Eric interjected. He had been preoccupied in recent days, adapting to his bodily changes through practical experience. By confronting and subduing members of the gang, he not only honed his combat skills, but also deepened his mastery of the 95 template. Engrossed in dual pursuits, he had spent the weekend away from home. Since I was able to defeat her once, I can surely do so again, so there is no need for concern, Eric reassured his parents. Conversely, I find that old scoundrel, Jor-El, to be far more perilous, he added. Upon hearing her youngest son's profane language, Martha immediately chastised Eric. You must not use such language. She hesitated, glancing at Jonathan, before swallowing the latter part of her admonition, which would have implied that the man might be his biological father. Jonathan, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a moment. In any case, Clark, Eric, you must exercise caution. She has persistently endeavored to extricate you from this world, yet irresponsibly refrains from disclosing the associated risks. Eric nodded, signifying his understanding, while Clark, somewhat puzzled, also nodded. His mind was awash with numerous enigmas awaiting resolution. As for Kara, despite his lukewarm impression of her, the secrets she harbored continued to evoke his curiosity. In the dead of night, Eric awoke from his slumber. After a brief moment of contemplation as he gazed at the ceiling, he rolled out of bed. With his enhanced mental acuity and physical prowess, he felt invigorated even without sleep. After leaving the farm, Eric made his way to the Justice Association headquarters in Metropolis. He had come to regard it as his temporary base of operations. Upon arriving at the entrance, he observed the damaged keypad lock, furrowing his brow. Has someone broken in? Upon entering the Justice Association hall, Eric surveyed the alterations within the room. The arrangement of the furnishings, including the round table and chairs, had been altered. Scattered, somewhat chaotic footprints lay around, indicating that more than one person had entered. Eric crouched down to inspect the marks on the ground, diligently noting their characteristics. He then rose to check whether anything had been misplaced. Ultimately, he discovered that all his equipment was intact, save for the position of a green lantern that had shifted. The green lantern? Picking up the lantern, now devoid of its wick, he immediately sensed a faint trace of energy lingering upon it. Though minuscule, its presence was undeniable. Possessing the cosmic scepter, he could perceive this energy imperceptible to ordinary beings. Could it be that a presence connected to the green lantern had entered the Hall of Justice? Gently caressing the shattered lantern, he fell into contemplation. After setting up the alarm triggers within the Hall of Justice, Eric closed the main door and soared into the sky, utilizing his flight power to depart in an instant. He landed steadily a short distance from the farm and, holding the damaged lantern, entered his room through the window. Knock, knock. No sooner had he settled down than a soft knock echoed at the door. Eric rose to open it. Clark stood outside, his demeanor somewhat anxious. Eric, I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Eric invited him in. Clark, if this concerns my whereabouts, I believe you need not waste your time. Not at all, Clark shook his head. I will no longer pry into others' privacy. I simply wish to alert you to something. I've heard that you had an unpleasant encounter with Mr. and Mrs. Brooks. Who? The name was unfamiliar to Eric. Lawrence Brooks and Paula Brooks, a couple with a keen interest in baseball. Their daughter is Dana Brooks, a player on the team. Clark relayed the information he had gleaned from Chloe directly to Eric, mentioning that the first 3 coaches of the baseball team had all clashed with Lawrence, subsequently meeting with fatal accidents. Do you suspect that couple is responsible? I cannot say for certain, but it raises considerable suspicion, does it not? Upon hearing this, Eric nodded. So, you suspect Lawrence might seek retribution against me due to our previous conflict? If they were ordinary people, I wouldn't worry. However, Clark scratched his nose. Expressing genuine concern, I've observed them discreetly, and their household seems to harbor many secrets. Their basement and concealed spaces are filled with weapons and gear. Moreover, their displayed abilities are clearly beyond those of normal individuals. Clark, did you not say that you would refrain from using your abilities to spy on others? Eric interrupted his brother, feigning confusion. Ahem. Clark's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. In most cases, yes, but there are exceptions. Indeed, the art of flexibility and adaptability. Eric feigned an understanding nod and remarked, while I appreciate your reminder, I possess more precise information that, if shared with you, might assist you in reporting to Cloyne. More detailed? Clark blinked, perplexed by Eric's statement. Lawrence Brooks, originally named Lawrence Kroc, known as the Athlete, was a member of the American Unjust Association. Once a gifted athlete, he was banned from the sport after incapacitating an opponent during a football match, subsequently descending into a life of crime. The Tigress, also known as Paul Brooks, exhibited agility and ferocity akin to that of a feline predator, and was likewise a member of the American Unjust Association. In essence, the couple were deemed so-called supercriminals. Eric elaborated on the intricacies of the Brooks couple to his elder brother. What is the American Unjust Association? Clark inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice, as this was the first time he had encountered such a name. A nefarious organization that thrived over a decade ago, but has since vanished from public view. Comprised predominantly of criminals, Eric divulged, drawing upon the remnants of data from the Justice Association. Is that so? Clark exclaimed, a look of naivety etched upon his face. Struck by the revelation, he did not question Eric's sources, nor doubt the veracity of his information. Over time, his trust in Eric had surpassed his own expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Clark turned to Eric and asked, what shall we do? Call the police? No. He quickly dismissed the notion. The authorities would not believe them, as there was no evidence. If the 3 baseball coaches were indeed their victims, I believe we must intervene. An impulse stirred within Clark, a long-suppressed force now boiling to the surface. He yearned for an outlet. While an ordinary individual might hesitate, a criminal would not restrain him. You need not stop them. They have already come to us. Eric's gaze shifted to the window. His enhanced vision pierced through the darkness, revealing the couple approaching the farm under the cloak of night. Clad in black armored uniforms and sporting hockey masks, the athlete wielded several baseball bats and hockey sticks on his back. Meanwhile, the Tigress donned a yellow and black uniform, her eyes concealed behind a mask, with claws adorning her hands. If this ensemble were worn by a youthful maiden, it might have appeared striking. However, on a woman of her age and peculiar appearance, it was rather jarring. Following Eric's gaze, Clark, too, discerned the distant figures of the athlete and the Tigress. Are they targeting us? Kent Farm? Clark questioned Eric with a hint of disbelief. It seems so. Perhaps it is because, like those baseball coaches, I have offended their daughters, which has led to a bounty on my head. Eric responded with remarkable calmness, seemingly unfazed by the impending threat. Clark exhaled deeply, clenching his fists. I will accompany you. Eric, a surge of anger welled up within him. If one could so casually take a life over such trivial matters, such individuals are the most despicable and unforgivable. Are you certain? Eric inquired, slightly surprised, casting a glance at his younger brother. They were not mere thieves or high school students who had accidentally gained superpowers. They were true criminal elites. To harbor mercy towards them could lead to one's own peril. I am fully aware of my actions, Eric, and I shall show them no mercy, Clark asserted with conviction. Do as you wish, but do not hinder my progress, Eric replied, rising with a placid demeanor. In the next moment, Eric activated his super speed, accompanied by a rush of wind, vanishing before Clark's eyes. Chapter 106. A gentle push. You see Courtney? In Blue Valley, Pat was busy at the repair shop, working on a recently delivered vehicle, half of his body submerged beneath the elevated chassis. Upon hearing the words of Diana and her companions, he maneuvered his way out, propping himself up to face the trio. Indeed, we are classmates of Courtney. We wish to discuss something with her, Kara said, displaying what she believed to be a warm and friendly smile. Pat scrutinized Kara, unable to discern any traits resembling those of a high school student. The 2 towering figures beside her appeared even less like students, tall and athletic. Compared to them, he felt more convincing in asserting his own youthfulness. Courtney was recently involved in an accident and is currently recuperating in the hospital. So I regret to inform you that your hopes of conversing with her will not be fulfilled. Pat smiled at them, preparing to return to his task beneath the vehicle. Just as he settled back down, ready to resume his work, he was suddenly startled as light flooded his vision. The dim surroundings transformed into a brightly lit space. The change in perspective was due to someone lifting the car above him. Pat stared in astonishment at the woman, nearly enveloped in a robe, effortlessly hoisting the automobile. Amidst the creaking and groaning of the vehicle, Diana, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "I recognize you. You are Star-Spangled from the Justice League. Am I correct?" Pat swallowed hard, gazing at the remarkably strong woman, instinctively nodding, "I am." However, he quickly realized his mistake and corrected himself. "I am Pat. I apologize. I am not familiar with the Justice League." "Is that so?" Diana spoke without superfluous words, abruptly releasing her right hand. The car plummeted towards Pat, who lay on the ground. "I confess." In that critical moment, faced with the threat of death, Pat immediately admitted to being a star. "A wise choice. If you refuse to comply, I have other means." Diana extended her hand and grasped the rear bumper of the car, halting its descent just inches from Pat's face. With a sigh of relief, Pat scrambled to his feet, gazing at Diana with the wide-eyed wonder of one who has encountered a monster. "What do you truly desire?" "Quite simply the truth." "Where's Courtney?" "What I speak is the truth," Pat retorted, then addressed the others. "Courtney is indeed hospitalized, but not due to an accident. Follow me." He strode towards the garage exit. After exchanging glances, Diana, Kara, and Green Lantern hurried to keep pace with Pat. "Wonder Woman, may I inquire? If he refuses to divulge the information, will you truly refrain from preventing the car's descent, allowing his face to meet the vehicle in a rather intimate manner?" "Certainly." Diana's silhouette vanished from Kara's sight, yet her voice lingered. Casting a glance at the car, Kara found herself perplexed by Wonder Woman's words. Wasn't she a paragon of justice? Why such disdain? "I shall lift him from the ground, allowing his vehicle's undercarriage to embrace the earth." Diana's voice echoed from a distance. Kara nodded, realizing this was indeed the fierce, yet not entirely contemptuous Wonder Woman she had come to know. In the hospital corridor, Pat observed Courtney through the glass wall. She lay resting, eyes closed, breathing steadily. With a fractured hand, multiple soft tissue contusions, damaged eardrums, and a moderate concussion, this was Courtney's current plight. "I promised her mother I would take care of her, but now." Pat inhaled deeply, shaking his head in despair. "I am a failed superhero and a failed father." "Who did this?" Hal inquired seriously, gazing at the girl in the hospital bed. "I do not know." Courtney said her assailant was a woman, powerful, capable of flight, and emitting red lasers from her eyes. "They call her Kara." Pat composed himself and addressed the group. Upon hearing the name Kara, the trio froze. Green Lantern and Wonder Woman directed their gaze towards Supergirl, Kara. Courtney lost her scepter. Had she possessed it, she would not be so severely injured. Oblivious to the peculiar expressions of the three before him, Pat continued, "So, was Courtney's scepter taken from her?" After a moment of contemplation, Diana raised her eyes to pose the question. "Indeed, he refers to himself by that name, my compatriot. Is that so?" Wonder Woman pondered momentarily, her gaze drifting towards the starlight within the ward, her thoughts wandering far afield. "Alas, it seems I have arrived a step too late, allowing him to acquire the scepter." Near an abandoned barn, from miles away from the farm, the athlete and Tigress encountered two unexpected guests. Eric stood before the athlete, scrutinizing the hockey mask adorning his opponent's face. Meanwhile, Clark maintained a grave expression as he confronted Tigress. The couple exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered as to why these two intruders had appeared in this locale. They had intended to embark on an engaging hunting game at the Kent farm, only to discover that the prey had presented itself willingly. After an initial moment of astonishment, they were filled with eager anticipation. "Wow, what an extraordinary coincidence." The athlete spoke first, removing his hockey mask to reveal his true visage. "I had anticipated a longer journey, yet the prey has come to me, so I must extend my gratitude to you." "Prey?" Upon hearing the term directed at him, Clark furrowed his brow, irked by the implication. "Of course, your brother, Eric Kent. Is it not? He showcased remarkable baseball prowess, and then callously rejected our daughter. You see, when a girl faces her idol only to be spurned and humiliated, The experience is undoubtedly disheartening. The athlete shrugged, chuckling lightly. Clark retorted, "But I have heard that she has been aggressive towards her teammates, even injuring them. I hardly believe such a girl would possess a fragile psyche." Huh. The athlete laughed, casting a glance towards his wife, Tigress, standing to his left. Indeed, Diana delights in challenging herself and others. It is a trait inherited from her mother, and she has quite the temper. Tigress chimed in with a playful smile. "Indeed. I too have my moments of glory, my dear." Growing increasingly impatient with the incessant chatter, Eric interjected, "Hey, if this is a hunting game, why have you not commenced? My patience is finite, and should it be tested, I may bring this game to a swift conclusion." Taken aback by Eric's brash declaration, the couple exchanged a knowing look and shared a conspiratorial smile. "As you wish. Let the games begin." Suddenly, several baseballs appeared in the athlete's hands, deftly tossed up and down. In the next moment, he hurled one of the baseballs swiftly towards Eric. With a whoosh, the baseball transformed into a bullet, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Eric's head. Simultaneously, the athlete brandished a baseball bat, bellowing fiercely. With a resounding crack, another baseball soared through the air with an even louder wail aimed at him. After launching the baseball, the athlete charged towards Eric with fervor. With an extraordinary leap, he soared through the air, delivering a flurry of kicks directed at Eric. The sound of explosive impacts echoed. In less than half a second, Eric reached out and caught the incoming baseball, crushing it with his grip, twisting his waist and swinging his leg. He executed a whip kick that struck the athlete squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. With a resounding thud, the athlete's body slammed onto the ground, producing a dull thump. If this were all there was to it, the game would conclude swiftly, Eric remarked with discontent as he retracted his right leg. Coughing, the athlete, having taken a blow to the chest, felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body racked with pain and his head buzzing. The physical agony paled in comparison to the psychological blow. He had initially perceived Eric as merely a young man with considerable strength, only to discover that he was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Suppressing his inner turmoil, the athlete rose to charge at Eric once again. Meanwhile, the Tiger Woman and Clark had also engaged in combat. Crouched low to the ground, the Tiger Woman emanated an ominous aura from her piercing gaze fixed upon Clark. In the next moment, she leapt into the air, brandishing her metallic claws aimed at Clark. With his superhuman speed, Clark effortlessly evaded her attack, then retaliated with a powerful shove. The Tiger Woman lost her balance and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. In an instant, Clark appeared beside her, reaching out to grasp the immobile Tiger Woman lying on the ground. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as the Tiger Woman unleashed a cloud of smoke. With a loud crack, the smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Clark's view of her. With a furious roar, the Tiger Woman charged from behind Clark, her metallic claws viciously aimed at his back. To her astonishment, the claws failed to pierce Clark's skin. Before she could react, Clark landed a punch squarely on her chest, sending her sprawling backward with a loud impact. Yet, in her fall, she inadvertently entangled herself with Clark's legs, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. As Clark attempted to rise, the Tiger Woman, filled with rage, clung tightly to his back, her arms locking around him in a vice-like grip. Despite his fondness for beautiful women, Clark's desire to fight diminished significantly in the face of this unexpected predicament. Engulfed in a fierce struggle, he found himself at a disadvantage, while Eric remained remarkably at ease. To adapt to the surge in his combat prowess, Eric had been deliberately holding back, engaging in a playful brawl. The athlete launched a series of punches aimed at Eric's upper body, but Eric merely extended one arm, effortlessly blocking the onslaught. Seizing the moment when the athlete faltered, Eric retaliated with a punch that struck the athlete's nose, causing blood to spurt forth as he instinctively covered his face and retreated. Eric instantaneously materialized before him. The athlete, filled with terror, lost all interest in the hunt and swiftly turned to flee, leaping over a derelict seed drill. Just as Eric intended to pursue, the athlete turned and hurled several baseballs in an attempt to thwart his chase. Effortlessly dodging the projectiles, Eric retaliated with a swift kick to the seed drill. The resounding clang echoed as the athlete's back was struck by the machine, eliciting a cry of anguish as he was sent sprawling. Eric leaped into the air, soaring to a height of several dozen meters before landing near the athlete. The ground beneath him shattered like tofu upon impact. The athlete, Witnessing Eric's astonishing leap, widened his eyes in sheer horror. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, Eric seized the collar of his shirt, hoisting him up and casting him onto a nearby, dilapidated barn. With a crash, the athlete's body breached the barn's roof, crashing down within. Eric ascended into the sky, gently descending to the spot where the barn had been ruptured, firmly planting his feet upon the debris. Instead of gazing down through the hole created by the athlete, he turned to observe a shadowy corner atop the barn. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as Dana, the daughter of the athlete and the tigress, emerged wielding a baseball bat, aiming to strike Eric. She had been waiting in ambush for quite some time. Dana had long been aware of her parents' nefarious identities, recognizing it since her elementary school days. Yet, rather than feeling repulsion or resistance, she found herself enamored by their villainy. She had discovered her own propensity for violence from a young age, an inclination that she could not suppress. Her parents had always encouraged this tendency. The first time she was shoved, her mother urged her to retaliate with a punch. Gradually, she became addicted to the exhilaration that violence provided. This was also the reason she often found herself relegated to the bench by her coaches on the baseball team. Today, having stealthily followed her parents in their uniforms, she was unprepared for the arrival of a monstrous figure. Although initially fearful while hiding on the rooftop, upon witnessing her father being so brutally assaulted, she could no longer restrain herself and leapt into the fray. In the face of Dana's bat assault, Eric did not evade. Instead, he grasped her by the neck, lifting her into the air. With her neck in his grip, Dana struggled to breathe, her face turning crimson as waves of dizziness washed over her. Nevertheless, she glared at Eric with fierce, reddened eyes. Eric, devoid of any sympathy, tightened his hold and lifted her to a precarious position above the rooftop. For this family, a demise would merely serve as a contribution to the town. Releasing his grip, he pushed her off the roof. With terror etched on her face, Dana lost her balance, her hands weakly reaching out towards Eric, desperately attempting to grasp something as she plummeted. However, in the end, she could grasp nothing but a wisp of air, and her entire being plummeted downward. Chapter 107. The yellow Batman will explode. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Dinah's heart, and in an instant, the world spun around her. Was she destined to die? This thought consumed her. I'm going to die. Suddenly, she recalled a remark made by her driving instructor during her lessons. You will meet an untimely end. At the time, she had dismissed it without a second thought. Yet now, reflecting upon it, the prophecy seemed to have come true. Could it be that all fates are preordained? Her heart, filled with regret and anguish, lifted her gaze toward the apex of the barn. The architect of her doom, that man, stood at the edge of the barn's roof, coolly observing her descent. He appeared devoid of any remorse or guilt for pushing a minor girl into such peril. Surrounded by an aura of icy detachment, he stood there, seemingly her age, silently watching her fall. What thoughts occupied his mind at that moment? The wind howled in her ears, and a flurry of thoughts swirled through Dinah's mind. Meanwhile, at the base of the barn, the athletic figure of her father, witnessing his daughter being thrust from above, felt a surge of rage and despair. With a cry, he surged to his feet, sprinting toward the trajectory of her fall, unleashing his full potential in a moment that surpassed even the swiftest sprinter in the world. With a fist imbued with tremendous force, he struck Eric's chest. Thud! A jolt of agony surged through him as he expelled a mouthful of blood. His desperate attempt to save his daughter was thwarted by Eric, who emotionlessly seized his throat. Gasping, the athlete struggled to break free, but his strength ebbed away. Without further hesitation, Eric swiftly snapped his neck. The heavy body collapsed to the ground, the light fading from his eyes as he continued to gaze toward the path of his daughter's fall. As he felt his life slipping away, the despair of being unable to save her consumed him. Was this the price he had to pay? To watch his daughter perish before his very eyes? If this was the cost of fate, why was it so merciless? The unjust association member, the athlete, after enduring a multitude of inner turmoil, ultimately concluded his life. His eyes widened, tears streamed down, and he died with his gaze fixed upon the direction of his daughter's descent. In reality, Eric's act of breaking the athlete's neck transpired in an instant. Meanwhile, Tigress, entangled in a struggle with Clark, witnessed her daughter being pushed from the barn's upper level by Eric. With a sudden push, Clark dashed towards the direction where his daughter was plummeting. His hands grazed the ground as he moved on all fours. Then, In a moment of sheer force, he leaped forward with the agility of a feline predator. Clark was utterly stunned upon witnessing Eric push Dinah from the barn's rooftop. He hardly noticed the tigress departing from his side. By the time he regained his senses, Dinah was mere moments from crashing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Clark activated his super speed, racing to Dinah's vicinity in an attempt to catch her before she could fall. However, the sky abruptly shifted in hue, and a green blur streaked past him, followed by a colossal baseball glove emanating a brilliant green light. Dinah's body landed heavily within the vast glove conjured by a dapper figure clad in green, his eyes obscured by a mask. The Green Lantern wielded a ring that radiated a soft green glow, projecting the enormous glove just in time to catch Dinah as she descended from the barn's peak. "Wow, this must be the most perfect catch I've ever made," Hal exclaimed, whistling as he hovered in the air. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky. Supergirl Kara touched down first, followed closely by the enigmatic Wonder Woman, draped in her dark cloak. Upon witnessing Green Lantern's timely rescue of the girl, both women exhaled in relief. The tigress, who had been rushing towards her daughter, felt her fraying sanity return upon realizing Dinah was safe. Although she was unaware of the identities of the three newcomers, their act of saving her daughter suggested they were not cold-hearted scoundrels like Eric Kent. At that moment, the tigress had firmly categorized Eric as one of the vile. Taking a deep breath, she glanced towards the barn, now exposed without its doors, revealing the interior's grim state. Spotting her husband motionless on the ground, the tigress hesitated for a brief moment before moving towards Eric. Yet, before she could reach him, Eric thwarted her approach. A flash of dark red flickered in his eyes. In an instant, a crimson laser shot forth, severing the tigress's head from her body. Lifeless, she stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing. Green Lantern, still holding the manifested baseball glove, was momentarily taken aback by Eric's brutal act of murder. He then cast a complex expression towards Dinah, who lay unconscious in the glove. Having succumbed to shock, Supergirl, upon arriving, was unprepared for the visceral scene before her, suppressing her urge to greet Eric and Clark. Diana observed Eric as he executed the tigress without a flicker of emotion, her gaze coldly fixed on Eric, whose dark red hue gradually faded from his eyes. Clark cast a glance at Kara, who stood closest to him, remaining silent for several moments before approaching Eric. He was acutely aware that the athletic individual was the perpetrator behind the murders of the three baseball coaches and a formidable criminal within the unjust league. Thus, he harbored no compassion for either of them. Although he disapproved of Eric's ruthless actions towards even the young, the sudden appearance of Kara, accompanied by her accomplices, heightened his distrust. Both individuals exuded an aura of menace, particularly the one who wielded the green ring to manifest objects. Kara, upon noticing Superman's cautious demeanor while advancing towards Eric, she could not restrain herself from calling out her cousin's name. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this name, Clark accelerated his movements. In a flash, he was beside Eric. After Eric had dealt with the Tiger Woman, his gaze shifted to the trio that had suddenly appeared. Green Lantern, Supergirl Kara, and the enigmatic figure cloaked in a robe reminiscent of Wonder Woman. Are these the three who have intruded upon the Justice League headquarters? Eric pondered silently, scrutinizing the unexpected trio before him. Green Lantern should still be leading a carefree middle-class life in Coast City. The true Supergirl Kara ought to be drifting through the cosmos. Or perhaps she had just arrived on Earth unnoticed, and Wonder Woman should still be living incognito among ordinary people. Regardless, none of them should be standing before him, particularly not in their current, mature forms. Eric? Standing beside Eric, Clark felt the gravity of the situation and cast a questioning glance at his brother. Yes, a far more formidable adversary than before, especially that woman, Eric replied, directing his gaze toward the figure concealed within the black cloak reminiscent of Wonder Woman. Do you recognize the two individuals standing beside Kara? Clark, sensing Eric's caution, inquired softly. No. Eric shook his head, at least not at this moment, perhaps in the future. I may become acquainted with them. Now, in future? Clark found Eric's words perplexing, yet he was assured of one thing. Eric was not entirely ignorant of their identities. With the assurance that they were not unknown entities, Clark's unease subsided somewhat. Clark, we must stand united in this battle. Despite his uncertainty regarding the origins of the trio before them, Eric adhered to the principle that those who approach with ill intent cannot be trusted. That individual radiating green light is Green Lantern. His weapon is his ring, which can materialize creations through the wearer's imagination and willpower. Much like you, Clark, who dons the red meteorite ring, which has bestowed upon you an extraordinarily flawed character, while that individual, adorned with the green ring, has been granted immense power. Eric paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, if you intend to confront him, you must remove his ring. I do not believe it will be that simple, Clark remarked, his gaze fixed on the Green Lantern hovering in the air, his expression somewhat grave. I cannot fly. Then we are in an impasse. Perhaps you could entertain a rather dubious notion, Eric suggested. I have heard that he harbors a fear of the color yellow. For instance, upon encountering a yellow billboard, he might faint, and if faced with a yellow-painted Batman, he could erupt in fury. Perhaps you could exploit this weakness. Really? Clark expressed his astonishment. Such a peculiar tactic exists? But how can I conjure something yellow? I emit no beams of yellow light, nor do I possess any yellow attire. He glanced down at his lower half. Well, there's something, but how could I possibly reveal that? Shaking his head, Clark dismissed the chaotic thoughts from his mind and resolutely declared to Eric, I shall handle this. Meanwhile, observing Eric and Clark whispering to one another with an air of mystery, Kara exchanged glances with Wonder Woman. Frowning, Kara said to Wonder Woman, It seems Eric recognizes us. But how is that possible? This should be his first encounter with us. Yet he speaks our names with no hint of surprise. Supergirl, possessing acute hearing, discerned Eric's voice despite his attempt to lower it, catching words akin to Green Lantern. Chapter 108, Step Aside. I am about to show off. I believe there is but one explanation, Kara stated earnestly, her gaze directed towards Eric. Eric, like us, is a traveler from another realm. Wonder Woman dismissed Kara's wild speculation with indifference. He has always been cunning. He likely possessed such traits from the outset. If you allow him to deceive you, Kara, you shall soon find yourself ensnared. Wonder Woman appeared to have a keen understanding of Eric, her expression serious as she spoke to Kara. I intended to greet Clark first, but it seems he harbors some prejudice against me. Considering the Kent's attitude towards me, I suspect there must be some misunderstanding. Kara took a deep breath, feeling somewhat disheartened as she confided in Wonder Woman. Can we discuss these matters later? Wonder Woman, seemingly fatigued by Kara's incessant chatter, interjected, Our troubles lie elsewhere. As the two conversed, a voice broke through the air. Who are you? Eric's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the trio of Wonder Woman, Kara, and Clark. Why are you standing with that woman? Are you conspiring against us? Kara glanced at her two hostile cousins, then turned to her allies, inquiring, Do we know each other from before? Certainly. We previously engaged in a battle, the outcome being that you were rendered unconscious, ultimately necessitating the aid of Jor-El for your escape. Eric unleashed a verbal assault upon Supergirl, expressing his disdain for your two companions, whom I remain unaware of. Yet I must apologize. I generally hold a poor opinion of those who, when faced with adversity, resort to seeking parental intervention or forming alliances. Would I truly be incapacitated by you? Upon hearing Eric's taunts, Supergirl Kara was instantly consumed by anger. A rebellious spirit surged within her, and in an instant, she activated her super speed, appearing before Eric in heartbeat. Clark, observing the sudden acceleration, felt a tightening in his gaze. Kara's strength had significantly intensified since her previous confrontation with Eric. In response to Kara's explosive rage, Eric planted his feet firmly on the ground, producing a thunderous crack as he propelled himself skyward, evading Kara's onslaught and transforming the battleground from earth to sky. A resounding explosion echoed through the air as Eric broke the sound barrier, creating a conical cloud in his wake. Unwilling to be overshadowed, Kara ascended, unleashing her maximum speed in pursuit of Eric. In the sky, two streaks of lightning formed, rumbling thunderously before vanishing into the horizon. On the ground, Clark watched as Eric and Supergirl disappeared into the sky, a pang of envy stirring within him for his inability to fly. Resigning himself, he shifted his gaze to the Green Lantern and Wonder Woman before him. Do you two wish to engage me in combat? I have no intention of such. The Green Lantern extinguished the eerie green glow from his ring, clarifying, in truth, we merely wish to converse. Gently, he laid the unconscious Diana on the ground, stating, We seek to discuss your actions. The tigress and the athlete deserve their fates, but this child, she bears no fault, at the very least. She should not be subjected to death. Although Clark harbored dissatisfaction towards Eric's act of pushing Diana from the building, he found himself weary of others' admonitions. Perhaps you should address him, Generally, he seldom heeds external counsel. Is that so? Then perhaps I ought to offer you some advice. Stepping forward, Wonder Woman remarked at times. Clark, you too are a silent accomplice to malevolence. Gradually loosening the black cloak draped over her, she revealed a stunning ensemble beneath, a red and gold Greek-style armor, with the gauntlets and greaves encasing her wrists and ankles, while her legs, arms, and torso remained bare. Adorning her forehead was a golden tiara, and silver bracelets encircled her wrists. A bundle of ropes and two mesmerizing short swords hung from her waist. Her long, slightly curled black hair framed her unforgettable legs. Most strikingly, a coin rested upon the exposed skin above her bosom. Recently, Clark has fortuitously delved into the study of ancient Greek culture due to his thesis topic. The coin affixed above the chest of the individual before him is likely an ancient Greek Zeus Olympia coin. This silver coin, minted in the 4th century BCE, features a depiction of Zeus on one side, while the reverse is adorned with an image of a soaring eagle. Such coins held significant meaning within ancient Greek culture. According to Greek mythology, upon death, souls would traverse the river Styx to reach the underworld. The ferryman Charon, serving the god Hades, required payment for passage. Without a fare, he would unceremoniously cast individuals into the river. Typically, the fare presented to Charon was this very Olympia coin. Although Clark was uncertain as to why the individual chose to display the coin upon their chest, it exuded a peculiar beauty. At that moment, Clark, merely a high school student navigating the throes of adolescence, found himself captivated by the enchanting presence of the remarkable woman before him. We have many scores to settle regarding your brother, but as for you, Clark Kent, we have our own matters to address, she stated. No sooner had she spoken than she charged at Clark, brandishing two short swords. In the brief span of mere meters, she swiftly closed the distance to him. With a fierce cry, Wonder Woman aimed a strike at Clark's head. I knew that executing a mission alongside two hot-tempered women would ultimately spiral out of control. Hal quipped as he joined the fray. Though taken aback by Wonder Woman's sudden aggression, Clark quickly regained his composure and deftly sidestepped her attack. While he was still in his youthful incarnation as Superman, his strength, speed, and endurance were second only to Eric's, notwithstanding his inability to fly. After evading the assault, he maneuvered behind Wonder Woman, his right fist coiled and ready to strike. Despite his initial admiration for her, any favorable sentiments evaporated the moment she attempted to cleave him with her sword. Before his punch could connect with Wonder Woman's back, a vehicle, conjured from green energy, barreled towards him, sending him hurtling through the air. Clark, now sprawled on the ground, felt a dizzying haze settle over him. Had he truly just been struck by a fire truck? Hal, having summoned the vehicle with his Green Lantern ring, retracted the manifestation after knocking Clark aside. With hands on his hips, he stood proudly before Wonder Woman. Now, Wonder Woman, observe how I handle Superman. With a sense of triumph, Hal summoned a colossal green boxing glove, which he grasped tightly. The Green Lantern is omnipotent, he proclaimed, lifting the enormous glove as he charged towards Clark. Rising to his feet, Clark's eyes flickered with irritation as he clenched his fist, preparing to counter the oncoming assault from the Green Lantern's oversized glove. A shattering sound echoed as Clark, filled with resentment, unleashed a punch that obliterated the construct of Green Lantern's gauntlet. Amidst the fragments of green energy, Hal stared blankly at his shattered weapon. With another strike, Clark's fist connected with Hal's chest, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed forcefully against the barn wall, which crumbled with a thunderous roar, plunging him into the abandoned barn within. I understand now, Wonder Woman remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. Why the ring chose you. Indeed, you possess the courage to confront immense fear. Having voiced her thoughts, she brandished two magical short swords, which were enhanced by Hephaestus, allowing her silver bracelets to house these powerful weapons. With a flourish, she swung the enchanted blades toward Clark. Though unaware of their full potency, Clark could sense the formidable destructive energy radiating from them. As he narrowly dodged Wonder Woman's strikes and prepared to counterattack, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The lasso at her waist, seemingly thrown at random, ensnared Clark's arm. "Huh!" she exclaimed, gripping the rope tightly, yanking the unprepared Clark toward her. With a thud, he was pulled before her, bound and unable to escape the bindings. In a moment of desperation, recalling his previous battle with Eric, he gritted his teeth and launched a headbutt at Wonder Woman. The impact resonated, momentarily disorienting her. An overwhelming surge of anger surged within Diana as she grasped Clark's arms, ensnared by the lasso of truth, and gradually lifted off the ground. A sense of foreboding washed over Clark. The unfolding events aligned with his apprehensions. Wonder Woman hovered above, preparing to deliver a headbutt from above. An invisible shockwave radiated outward as Clark was smashed into the ground. The force of his back, colliding with the earth, shattered the surface, sending debris flying and immersing him into the ground. Lying there, Clark felt a slight dizziness, expelling a labored breath. He had previously endured this tactic from Eric, and now faced the same fate at the hands of this woman. Why was he so unfortunate as to be felled by the same maneuver twice? Moreover, an unsettling sensation lingered within him, as though he had lost something vital. Why did this woman possess Eric's technique? Did a connection exist between them? As Clark lay ensconced in the shattered earth, a flurry of confusion and uncertainty clouded his mind. Chapter 109. I see your malicious intent. The aerial battle between Eric and Supergirl Kara had reached a fever pitch. In the fleeting moment of their confrontation, Eric was unequivocally certain that the woman before him was not the same Kara he had battled previously. The Kara now engaging him possessed a prowess that far surpassed that of her predecessor. Had his homeworld's genetic template not been unlocked to 95, coupled with the Kryptonian physiology forcibly catalyzed by Joel, he would likely prove no match for the woman standing before him. Furthermore, it was not merely her strength that set her apart. Her fighting style diverged significantly from that of the earlier Kara. As Eric halted his flight, Kara surged towards him from one direction, her arms outstretched, transforming into a blazing meteor. Eric swiftly evaded her assault while accelerating forward. The air split open with a resounding crack, and he ascended into the sky with a determined, vertical trajectory. Although their strengths were comparable, he believed his battle experience could still offer him an advantage in this encounter. Meanwhile, at Kent Farm, Martha heard the thunderous sounds resonating from the sky. She donned a coat and approached the door, gazing toward the source of the noise. In the distant, ominous sky, no shapes were discernible, only the rumbling akin to distant thunder and the intermittent sounds of air detonating. Unbeknownst to her, Jonathan had approached her side, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Are Clark and Eric there?" Martha inquired, her expression tinged with concern. "They are not," Jonathan replied, his brow furrowing. "But do not worry, I will seek them out. They will be fine. Over there." Martha seemed not to have heard her husband's reassurances, pointing to the distant sky where thunder rolled ominously. "I have a feeling our son is there. Leave the rest to me." Taking a deep breath, Jonathan moved to the coat rack, donning a leather jacket and retrieving a hunting rifle from the shed. "Martha, stay here and do not venture outside," he instructed as he made his way to the garage. But Martha remained apprehensive about her husband's safety. "Perhaps we should call the police, Jonathan. If Eric and Clark are there, their abilities might come to the attention of the authorities, and we cannot take that risk." As Jonathan entered the pickup truck, he rolled down the window and spoke earnestly to his wife. Martha gazed at her husband's resolute face, refraining from further protest, though her worry deepened. At Luther Manor, Lex had yet to succumb to sleep. After reviewing the expert's report regarding Andy Hawkins' death, he was preparing to rest when he suddenly heard the thunder rumbling from the sky. "Is it raining?" He approached the window and opened it, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. All that reached him was the resounding thunder, while darkness enveloped the rest. After confirming that the weather posed no threat of rain, Lakes pondered briefly before making his way to the study. Within the confines of the room rested an astronomical telescope. Upon entering, he activated the telescope and directed his gaze towards the northwestern sky. The heavens were heavily shrouded in clouds, rendering even the telescope incapable of providing a clear view. Shaking his head, Lakes, believing he was overthinking, prepared to leave the study. However, his eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of a figure that suddenly emerged from the clouds. The moment he registered the silhouette, it vanished into the mist, leaving Lakes utterly astonished. The shadow had appeared from the clouds only to disappear in an instant. Though fleeting, it was captured by his gaze. Overwhelmed by shock and a myriad of complex emotions, Lake stepped back from the telescope, nearly colliding with a chair in his flustered state. Had he finally uncovered the mystery he had long pursued? He patted his bald head, swiftly stowing away the telescope before racing downstairs. Entering his garage, he settled into his Ferrari and pressed the accelerator. With a roar, the Ferrari surged out of the estate. Meanwhile, Eric engaged in combat with Supergirl. remained oblivious to the fact that someone had observed him through a telescope. He delivered a powerful punch that struck Kara's shoulder. Caught off guard by Eric's attack from her blind spot, Kara retreated. Without the ground to brace her, she rolled backward. Eric extended his arms forward, propelling himself at maximum speed to intercept Kara as she struggled to regain her footing, delivering another punch. The air erupted with a thunderous crack as Kara was sent flying backward, her body resembling a baseball struck with fervor. Eric pursued immediately, delivering yet another blow mid-air. The atmosphere seemed to explode in an instant, sending ripples of displaced air in every direction. Kara, reeling from Eric's subsequent strike, was propelled backward again. Seizing the advantage, Eric activated his super speed, positioning himself before her, prepared to decisively conclude the encounter. Yet, gritting her silver teeth, Kara's eyes glowed with crimson light. A colossal force surged forth, akin to a flood breaking free, crashing into Eric's chest and sending him tumbling. Having struck Eric with her heat vision, Kara lingered in the air, exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, Eric had not reached an insurmountable threshold, though formidable in strength and speed. Eric was still a far cry from his peak. At this moment, Eric, you remain quite inexperienced. As your elder sister, I can easily overpower you. A sense of pride washed over her as she whispered to herself. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed from the ground. She glanced downward, directing her gaze towards the spot where Eric had fallen, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. With a sense of confusion, I gently descended to the ground, which was a somewhat arid swamp. This marsh, once brimming with water during the rainy season, had now completely dried up, with only the faintly damp earth betraying its former aquatic nature. Scanning the surroundings in search of Eric's figure, I found no trace after a thorough search. Had he fled? Kara furrowed her brow, pondering silently. Suddenly, Eric's voice echoed from behind. Instinctively, Kara turned around. A loud bang erupted as a specially crafted bullet, thicker than an ordinary one, was hurled at her by Eric, producing an effect akin to that of a firearm. The bullet, traveling at over 300 meters per second, struck before Kara in an instant. Possessing super speed, she certainly didn't regard such a bullet with any seriousness, though she was perplexed by Eric's unusual method of assaulting her. Grasping the oncoming bullet, Kara's brow furrowed slightly. Eric, you know this method won't affect me. Before she could finish her sentence, the bullet in her hand emitted a cracking sound, and the casing shattered, releasing a plume of green smoke. As she inhaled this green mist, Kara immediately sensed an alteration within her body. A wave of weakness washed over her, enveloping her in a profound sense of lethargy. Is this kryptonite? As a Kryptonian, she was well aware of its nature. Staggering backward in disbelief as she looked at Eric. How is this possible? This substance should affect you too. Eric approached, delivering a powerful punch. Kara instinctively raised her arm to defend herself. Although Supergirl was susceptible to kryptonite, her physical constitution and gender allowed her to withstand its effects more robustly than Clark. Had it been Clark exposed to this dosage, he likely wouldn't have been able to muster even a defensive reaction. Due to the loss of her strength, Kara was sent skidding several meters along the slippery ground from Eric's attack, unable to maintain her balance, and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. I can withstand the damage it inflicts on my body. Eric slowly approached the panting Kara. Yet you still possess fighting capability after inhaling so much of this powder. Eric, you remain as despicable as before, or perhaps even more so. Kara stumbled to her feet, glaring at him with indignation. Oh, so you know the future me? Could it be that you are a time traveler? Eric observed the woman before him with surprise, then delivered another punch, striking her squarely on the chin. Once again, Kara was severely impacted, crashing to the ground and sending a spray of mud flying. Unfortunately, I have no interest in the future or the present. Whether you are the true Kara or one controlled by Jor-El, it matters not to me. What intrigues me is how you discover the identities of Green Lantern and Wonder Woman. Kara, gasping for breath as she lay helplessly on the ground, exclaimed, indeed, you know their identities, which should have been impossible since you have never encountered them. Thus you could not possibly know their names. In response to her inquiry, Eric remained silent. Was he to reveal that he was a traveler from another realm? So, what do you intend to convey? Eric abruptly seized her by the neck, lifting her off the ground and unleashing his super speed. Kara found herself propelled against a tree trunk, the impact sending a piercing pain through her back. A metallic taste flooding her throat as she felt the imminent threat of blood. Gripping Supergirl's neck, Eric tightened his hold. Now tell me, why have Green Lantern and Wonder Woman come here? What are your intentions? As he posed the question, his eyes glowed with a crimson light, his heat vision poised to erupt at any moment. I cannot tell you. Kara gritted her teeth, enduring the pain and shaking her head. Is that so? It seems you have yet to experience the true essence of terror. Eric extended a hand, clutching a bullet casing forged from kryptonite. The casing grazed Kara's face, leaving a shallow wound from which blood flowed profusely. You are no longer a deity. You will bleed. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her neck further. Kara was enveloped by a wave of suffocation, fear of death closing in around her. This man was unequivocally serious. A thought surged within her. Threatened by death. She stared into Eric's eyes, her face flushed, and with all her strength, she managed to utter a few words. I am your sister. What? Upon hearing her words, Eric paused, and his grip slackened slightly. I am your sister. Kara gasped for air, blood streaming down her chin. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she held back any cries of agony, asserting, My name is Kara Zor-El. Clark is my cousin. And you are also my cousin. Martha, Jonathan, and Raven. We have endured much together in the future, supporting one another. Struggling to breathe, she continued, I am your sister, not a goddess. Who is Raven? Your sister. The girl currently in Martha's womb. With her last reserves of strength, Kara uttered those final words. The future? Eric's expression shifted as he cautiously released her. With a thud, Kara collapsed onto the ground. As she inhaled the fresh air, she touched her face, casting a lingering glance at Eric. Meanwhile, Eric stood aside, processing her revelations. Will Martha's child truly be named Raven? Moreover, it seems that the present Kara shares a cordial relationship with my family. Although Eric harbored doubts regarding Kara's words, he had no intention of resorting to violence against her again. With a swift tug, he pulled down a vine from the tree, fashioning it into a makeshift rope to ensnare the exceedingly weakened Kara. Supergirl had hoped to alleviate the tension between them, but to her dismay, Eric remained obstinate in his refusal to grant her respite. Observing her own form bound in an awkward and embarrassing position, Kara glared at Eric and demanded, What do you intend to do? The short red skirt offered scant concealment, while her alluring thighs, clad in black stockings, were fully exposed, further exacerbating her humiliation. I cannot place my trust in you. Hence, I have temporarily restrained you. After binding Supergirl completely with the vines, Eric examined his handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. So, you still do not trust me? Kara shot him a fiery glance, her ears slightly flushed. Even if you must bind me, must it be to such an extent? Eric raised an eyebrow in confusion. Aren't you often subjected to such restraints? You scoundrel, Kara retorted, her anger palpable, despite knowing she could extricate herself in mere moments. The shame was overwhelming. Only someone with your twisted sense of humor would do this. If you do not release me, Eric, I will undoubtedly exact my revenge. Then I eagerly await that, Eric replied, shaking his head, his legs slightly bent as he crushed the ground beneath his feet, causing it to erupt explosively into the sky. Chapter 110. Clark's Path to Confrontation. Hey, stop right there. Lex disembarked from his Ferrari and walked along the farm path for a few minutes when a familiar voice called out from behind him. Sighing, Lex composed himself and turned to face Jonathan. Jonathan brandished a shotgun, aimed squarely at Lex. This is private property, Lex. You cannot intrude here. Illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, Jonathan recognized Lex Luthor and exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in his demeanor easing somewhat. Lowering his shotgun, Jonathan frowned as he addressed Lex. Especially at this late hour, one cannot help but draw troubling conclusions. Indeed, this hour is rather inappropriate, Lex replied with a shrug. However, I have recently developed a fascination with stargazing. He gestured to a folded telescope he held. I'm a member of the American Dark Sky Association. The less light pollution, the more I am drawn to such places. It is a rather unique hobby, but not entirely incomprehensible, is it? Mr. Luthor, I am unfamiliar with any members of the American Dark Sky Association. This is not a dark night park. It is private property. If you wish to gaze at the stars, you may do so at your castle. Jonathan outright rejected Lex's approach. As far as I know, Lex smiled faintly. This area does not solely belong to Kent Farm. Excluding the arable land, the uncultivated terrain is jointly owned by the government of Smallville and the farm. So what are you trying to say? What I wish to convey is that even when our opinions diverge or we hold biases against one another, we should adhere to the rules of discourse, as this would prevent any awkwardness. Jonathan stepped closer to Lex, acknowledging you are correct. Despite my considerable disagreements with you and your father, I am willing to abide by the rules. And the rule is that you are not welcome here. With a huff, Lex casually waved the binoculars he held, indicating, does that mean there is no need for further discussion? It appears so, Jonathan replied sternly. Well, Mr. Kent, it seems our negotiations are still in the trust-building phase. Lex lowered his binoculars, preparing to leave. As Jonathan observed Lex turn away, he relaxed his guard, momentarily ceasing his watch. The consequence was that in the next instant, Lex darted into the thicket, vanishing swiftly. Upon witnessing Lex's escape, Jonathan paused in shock before immediately pursuing him with his gun drawn. That deceitful scoundrel! Jonathan could not help but curse, feeling thoroughly duped by Lex. His conviction grew stronger that the Luthor family were all liars without a hint of remorse. Navigating through the thorny underbrush, Jonathan hastened after Lex. He was determined to prevent Lex Luthor from discovering the secret of the two sons, thus relentlessly trailing behind. Meanwhile, Eric, having bounced Supergirl Kara with a unique technique, soared towards Clark's location. What unfolded before him was Clark, embroiled in a fierce battle against Green Lantern and Wonder Woman. Hal utilized the Green Lantern ring to manifest chains that sent Clark hurtling away. Round 2 officially begins. Superboy. After being knocked down, Clark gritted his teeth and swiftly rose to block the incoming chains. The sound of shattering echoed as he shattered the chains materialized by the lantern ring with successive strikes. Yet, the length of the chains seemed endless. After breaking a segment, an even longer chain surged forth, striking Clark's body. The chains, surrounded by a green luminescence, struck his chest, sending him tumbling backward. The Green Lantern, having landed a hit, seized the opportunity to control the chains and launch another assault. Amidst the flurry of chains, Clark's form was repeatedly battered in midair, like a bowling ball being struck. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Clark emitted muffled groans as the chains whipped against him, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit in the soft earth. Crack! The chains emitted a harsh, grating sound, ultimately binding Clark tightly. Observing Clark ensnared by the iron links, his clothes tattered and revealing a glimpse of yellow underwear, Hal's face contorted in disgust. The chains that constrained Clark's body momentarily loosened due to his intense, emotional fluctuations. With gritted teeth, Clark summoned all his strength and let out a furious roar. The chains that bound him shattered with a heart-stopping crack. Watch out, Green Lantern! As Wonder Woman's warning echoed, the freed Clark instantaneously appeared before Green Lantern. Before Hal could recover from the shock, Clark's fist collided violently with his face, sending him crashing backwards. In that brief moment of rigidity from the blow, Hal noticed Clark's exposed yellow underwear. Could it be that his previous prophecies or curses had come to fruition? Would he truly suffer because of yellow? As Clark sent Green Lantern flying after breaking free from the chains, Wonder Woman ceased holding back, shouting in fury as she charged at him with her dual magical swords. Yet a red beam of laser descended from above, slicing through the air like a blade. Wonder Woman was compelled to halt her advance and leap backward, the ground beneath her shattering upon impact. She propelled herself upward, retracting her swords with her silver bracelets, and hurled her lasso of truth towards her opponent. Eric swiftly altered his flight trajectory, diving downward with precision. The lasso of truth was effortlessly evaded by Eric, who then crossed his arms above his head, attempting to harness the protective power of the silver bracelets to withstand Eric's downward assault. A shockwave erupted. The air around them exploded with a deafening blast, rippling outward. Just before Eric's fist connected with Wonder Woman's silver bracelets, Hal arrived in the nick of time, manifesting a barrier with his Green Lantern ring to absorb Eric's strike. Seizing the moment as Eric withdrew his fist, Hal descended with Wonder Woman, positioning the barrier in front of them to guard against any sudden attack from Eric. Upon witnessing Green Lantern and Wonder Woman standing together, Eric chose not to pursue his assault, but instead landed near Clark. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Clark replied nonchalantly, wiping the dirt from his face. This was the first time he had fought someone of comparable prowess, free from the worry of inflicting serious harm or facing $1 million lawsuit for an accidental injury. Consequently, after enduring an intense battle, his desire for combat only intensified, igniting a fervent eagerness within him. Is that so? Eric's peculiar gaze fixated on Clark. I previously mentioned that yellow items might render the Green Lantern lethargic. So, Clark, are you prepared to go to extremes by shedding your trousers to distract him? No. Clark felt he was gravely misunderstood. I merely happened to wear yellow underwear today, and it was purely coincidental that my pants were torn. He earnestly explained. However, judging by Eric's strange expression, it was evident that he did not believe him. Looking over at Wonder Woman and the Green Lantern, Clark fell silent for a few moments. He feared that others might associate him with lewdness. After teasing the cheap brother, Eric shifted his gaze toward the nearby Wonder Woman and Green Lantern. If I were to inquire about your purpose here, you certainly wouldn't divulge it, would you? Eric asked the two in a nonchalant tone. You only need to know that we harbor no ill intentions. The Green Lantern, how retracted the barrier created by his green ring, shrugged, and replied to Eric, we have no desire to oppose you. As for that girl, he gestured toward Dinah, who lay nearby, encircled by a green barrier for protection. Her parents have already fallen victim to your actions, and she has faced punishment. I believe this matter has reached its conclusion. Eric scoffed. Is this the moral compass of what you call superheroes? No, in truth, I consider myself more of a cosmic enforcer. I believe a person's worth is determined by their actions rather than trivial words. By the way, the lady beside me embodies the essence of a superhero more than I do. He pointed toward Wonder Woman. Both Eric and Clark turned their attention to her. However, an awkward incident ensued. Perhaps due to the intensity of the earlier battle, the Zeus Olympian coin that adorned Wonder Woman's chest fell away, revealing the skin that had been concealed. Eric, Clark, and the Green Lantern possessed vision far exceeding that of ordinary humans and clearly discerned the skin above her chest, a patch of alabaster flesh adorned with a striking signature of the Patriot. Typically hidden beneath the coin, it was likely meant to obscure this very signature. The Green Lantern, though occasionally foolish, was not dim-witted. Upon witnessing the odd signature revealed by the coin's sudden fall, he was immediately taken aback. Could it be that the signature above Wonder Woman's chest indicated an extraordinary connection with a Patriot? Meanwhile, Eric, upon seeing the revelation above Wonder Woman's chest, was utterly bewildered. Did he create that? Chapter 111. Monsters scare children, women scare adults. A peculiar silence enveloped the gathering, prompted by the trivial matter of a small coin. Clark cast a glance at Eric, sensing that the incident involving his yellow underwear might soon resurface, as Eric possessed even less decorum than he did. When two similar, indecorous events occurred simultaneously, it was only natural for people to remember the one with even less propriety. Thus, should he feel grateful towards Eric? Clark found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. The astonishing Wonder Woman, after a brief moment of astonishment, swiftly regained her composure. Bending down, she retrieved the Zeus Olympian coin from the ground, feigning nonchalance as she prepared to depart. If you wish to remain here, demonstrating your courage, then do so. Hal Jordan. Her voice, cold and detached, resonated. Hal, momentarily taken aback, quickly gathered Dana and fell in a step behind Wonder Woman. Did you just call me by my real name? He inquired, astonished. Indeed, I am quite displeased and intend to vent my frustration, Wonder Woman replied, her expression impassive. So your method of venting is to utter my true name, leaving me in a state of shock, disarray, and distraction? Hal considered her attitude to be rather contemptible. If she felt embarrassed, she seemed intent on ensuring others shared in her discomfort. Yet, beneath her stated irritation lay a deeper reason. She was likely agitated due to him having witnessed her secret. Indeed, it could be said that while grandmothers invented monsters to frighten children, God created women to intimidate adults. Hal mused inwardly, his thoughts a torrent of sarcasm. As they walked, a gust of wind howled, heralding the arrival of Kara. Her face flushed as she descended from the sky. Where's that scoundrel Eric? She demanded, ire evident in her tone. Let it go for today, Kara, Wonder Woman replied, her brow furrowed as she regarded the somewhat disheveled Kara. Her cheeks bore a crimson hue. A shallow cut marred her skin, and her clothing was smeared with dirt and splattered with blood, while her black stockings bore several tears. Clearly, she had endured a significant setback in her encounter with Eric. Why? That scoundrel bullied me, and you suggest I simply let him off the hook? Kara protested, convinced that Eric must face consequences for his actions, lest he grow bolder in his future encounters with her. Standing to the side, Green Lantern scrutinized Kara with a peculiar expression. Bullied? To what extent? He mused, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. It is not about letting them go. We have many grievances to settle with the two of them, but there is no need to obsess over the moment. Kara, Wonder Woman countered. Furthermore, did you not claim to be the sister of Superman and Captain America? Why then do you appear more like their adversary than anyone else? Confronted by Wonder Woman's profound questioning, Kara awkwardly touched the tear in her black stockings. I cannot discern the reason behind it, but I shall uncover it in due course. However, the fact that I am the sister of Eric and Clark is inescapable. Even if we traverse time, emotions remain unaltered, do they not? I have stumbled upon something intriguing. Green Lantern suddenly interrupted their discourse, noting that this place was brimming with energy and adorned with peculiar meteorites. Perhaps we could gather some. They may prove useful in the future. You proposed the idea of collecting meteorites. Oh, really? But aren't you supposed to be the cosmic guardian? Collecting meteorites can be done anytime, anywhere, can it not? In the cosmos, on Earth, and on other planets. You could pick them up as easily as one would gather litter, Kara inquired. This location is somewhat different, Hal shrugged in response. Huff, huff. Lex sprinted along the path. After prolonged exertion, his stamina waned swiftly. Gasping for breath, he surveyed his surroundings. It must be here. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lex pressed onward towards the spot he had observed through the telescope. He parted the brush in front of him. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. His gaze quickly caught a glimpse of a figure. Despite the enveloping darkness, he discerned the general outline of a woman with a striking physique, soaring into the sky before vanishing into the obscurity of the night. What is this? An extraterrestrial with the ability to fly, or merely one of those enigmatic forces? Yet, no matter how mysterious it may be, I have never encountered anyone capable of flight. Moreover, her speed and acceleration were akin to that of a fighter jet. The spectacle before him shattered all previously held knowledge. It felt as though a door to a new realm was swinging open. In that fleeting moment, he sensed he had grasped the elusive mystery he had always sought. This is precisely why I harbor distrust towards the Luthor family. They invariably betray others when trust is bestowed upon them. Jonathan's voice resonated from behind. Lex endeavored to calm his astonished heart, taking a few deep breaths before turning to face the already approaching Jonathan. I apologize, Mr. Kent, for betraying your trust. I have come merely to ascertain one matter. As Jonathan aimed a shotgun at him, Lex wisely raised his hands. Not merely one matter, I suspect. You seek much more, Mr. Luthor, Jonathan retorted with a harsh tone. The Luthor family is notorious for their insatiable greed. Once they acquire one thing, they invariably desire more, with no end in sight. I am acquainted with your father, and I trust you are as well. In truth, I embody a fundamental divergence from him. With hands raised, Lake spoke in a relaxed tone. He is a tyrant, whereas I am a considerate manager and organizer who values the opinions of others. I do not concern myself with tyrants or leaders. What matters to me is severing ties with you as soon as possible. Stay away from us. Stay away from the farm, especially from Eric and Clark. We do not inhabit the same world, and should you insist on such proximity, I cannot guarantee your safety. Jonathan threatened Lakes. I shall remember your counsel, Mr. Kent. Lakes replied, shaking the telescope in his hand. So, may I take my leave now? Jonathan observed the gesture, lowering his hunting rifle. Indeed, I require you to retrace your steps, Mr. Luthor, and ensure that you do not act so recklessly in the future. That is understood. Lakes cast a fleeting glance towards the place where Kara had vanished, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Late at night, at Kent Farm, you mentioned encountering Kara, along with two companions? Jonathan inquired of Eric, his brow furrowed. The three returned to the farm half an hour ago, and Clark has already changed into a new pair of trousers. Martha approached with steaming cups of coffee for the three, asking, "Is she still persistent?" "I do not know," Clark replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. "Eric had another altercation with her, but I sense she is no longer as aggressive as before. Rather, she seems transformed, exhibiting a remarkably intimate demeanor, as if our family." Upon hearing this, Jonathan gently set down his cup. We cannot dismiss the possibility that this is an enemy's ploy. He rose and walked to the cabinet, retrieving a document to hand to Eric. "This is the information I had gathered regarding Kara." Investigation? Eric was taken aback by his father's awareness in this regard. When she first entered our home, she had a cup of strong tea. It was not difficult to obtain her information through the fingerprints on the cup. Linda Harrison, that is her name. 17 years ago, she was incarcerated for theft, and during her transport by police, she vanished while passing through Smallville. I know not what transpired, yet one thing remains certain. Kara is indeed of Earth. Jonathan slowly divulged all he knew to his family. However, I feel she has undergone a transformation. Perhaps we have overlooked some vital clue. Clark struggled to accept that the sister he had long sought was, in fact, an Earthling. He then shook his head in confusion, asserting, I believe things should not be this way. Her two companions, Green Lantern and Wonder Woman, do not appear to be Earthlings. Perhaps she truly is of Krypton. Clark. Eric set down his coffee cup and remarked, have you ever considered that the Kara we encounter tonight is fundamentally different from the Kara we met previously? The former is indeed a Kryptonian, while the latter is merely a tool, endowed with power and manipulated by Joel. Eric revealed the truth to Clark. There exists such a possibility. Jonathan, leaning against the round table, nodded in agreement. If the situation is this intricate, then the troubles we face ahead will be manifold. He approached and placed his hand on Clark's shoulder. Regardless of the challenges that may arise, Martha and I will stand firmly behind you in support. Clark, burdened with thoughts, nodded solemnly, yet the doubts and confusion in his heart remained unresolved. At 2 a.m, after the family had succumbed to sleep, Clark was abruptly awakened from his dreams, sensing an inexplicable urgency within. It felt as though something was summoning him. Rising from his bed, he followed his instincts towards the barn where the spacecraft was concealed. Upon entering the barn, he was struck by a blinding light emanating from the cellar. The brilliant glow seeped from within, illuminating the entire barn with an astonishing radiance. Clark shielded his eyes with his hand, opening the cellar door to peer inside. What he beheld left him astounded. Chapter 112. Witnessing your flight, accompanied by an overwhelming light akin to light pollution and a fierce wind, Clark observed the spacecraft, which had been hidden in the cellar, now floating in midair, spinning continuously. The vessel radiated a dazzling golden light. Dazed by the brilliance and the gusts, Clark cautiously approached the spacecraft, shielding his eyes. Do not fear, Cal, a mature male voice resonated from within the vessel. Clark, perplexed, gazed at the ship that had activated and hovered in the air, exclaiming, Who are you? I am Joel, your father. I thought you were long gone. Clark replied. Disbelief etched across his face, his clothes billowing in the tumultuous wind. I am his memory, his will. I have come to fulfill his promise and guide you in your life. You are the last scion of Krypton, and as you embark on your journey across the cosmos, you bear the hopes and dreams of your people. They now depend on you, Cal. As Joel spoke, the spacecraft began to transform, morphing into a colossal, transparent egg shape. It is time. In an instant, the transparent egg-shaped vessel transformed into Earth, its radiant light softening into a gentle blue hue. The blue shadows swirling in tandem with the planet's rotation. When? Clark inquired loudly. The moment to embrace your destiny. Clark now found himself devoid of the former tranquility he once cherished. He shook his head, expressing uncertainty about the intentions directed towards him. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted. When the sun sets, you shall return to my side. Your destiny will be fulfilled. As these words echoed, a flicker of light manifested before him. Turning around, Clark discovered a few individuals standing behind him. Eric stood foremost, flanked by Jonathan and Martha, all three gazing at him with smiles. Their sudden appearance startled him profoundly. Battling against the fierce wind, Clark extended his hand towards Eric, who smiled warmly at him. I am well aware of your thoughts, yet these individuals have accomplished their purpose. It is time to part ways. Ignoring Joel's remarks, Clark reached out to touch Eric's arm. With a splashing sound, akin to ripples forming upon a disturbed lake, Eric's form rapidly fragmented into a mosaic of disappearing pieces. Jonathan and Martha, standing behind him, vanished as well. Clark watched in horror as his brother and parents dissolved into nothingness, his heart engulfed by a tide of fear. He suddenly felt as if everything he held dear was slipping away. Though conscious that these were not his true family, he could not suppress the overwhelming dread and panic. No, Clark retreated a step, his face etched with defiance and rage. All that I love resides here, in this town. This is my home. I shall never abandon it. Joel's voice remained calm. Carl, you must relinquish your past and embrace the future. It has already begun to shift. I sensed the emergence of the first life energy from an unknown realm, a lantern of green flames illuminating the cosmos. This symbolizes both protection and destruction. For this reason, I must hasten your journey. Are you referring to the Green Lantern? Amidst the howling winds, Clark shouted towards Joel. Who is he? His identity bore no immediate significance. Yet it suggested that certain matters exceeded expectations, be it Eric or the Green Lantern. Eric? Clark pressed forward against the tempest, striding towards the earthly globe that transformed into a spacecraft, continuing to inquire loudly. Eric is my brother. He traveled to Earth with me. Why are you fixated solely on me? Is it my curiosity that intrigues you, or do I merely appear to be someone easily manipulated by you? No, Eric is not like you. He is a Kryptonian, yet not entirely. He embodies a divergent aspect of you. His desires are ensnared by familial bonds. If you wish, he could become your adversary. If not, he could serve as your ally. Regardless, one day you shall find yourselves at war due to your differing ideologies. Yet, I believe he will not be the enemy that brings your destruction. He is my brother, not my enemy, nor a mere instrument. Clark roared defiantly at the colossal globe, retreating against the tempestuous winds. He is determined to leave this place. I shall forge my own future. You cannot dictate the course of my life. As he stepped back, Clark shouted furiously at the other. You have no choice, Carl. After Joel uttered his final words, the colossal earth shattered with a thunderous roar. A shock wave surged outward, nearly toppling Clark off his feet. Once the shock wave dissipated, the light and shadows in the basement vanished instantaneously. The fierce winds and blinding light vanished in an instant. The entire basement fell into a profound stillness, as if the preceding events had merely been a figment of the imagination. I have no choice. Morning dawned in Coast City. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, stood outside the fence of a residential property, quietly observing everything in the yard, whispering softly. This is his home. Every detail within it a familiar presence beyond familiarity. Outside the garden stood a rusted mailbox, adorned with a green paint and topped with a cuckoo model. White and pink anemones blossomed in his mother's lovingly tended garden, exuding a faint fragrance. Everything felt so familiar, yet so alien. Hal placed his hand against the adjacent brick wall and lowered his head. He suddenly recalled someone once asking him, "What are you afraid of?" When the question was posed, the person wore a knowing smile, as if anticipating his response would be a denial. Most of the time, Hal conformed to their expectations. That was the answer they desired. Yet he was not born fearless. Not as they believed. It was the ring that bestowed upon him power, before he was endowed with the universe's most formidable weapon. Amidst the stars that danced in the sky, Hal lifted his gaze, observing everything in the yard, murmuring to himself, "My father granted me the strength to achieve anything. He told me I could become anyone I wished to be." From a young age, Hal had harbored a profound admiration for aircraft, idolizing his father, an aviation test pilot. However, during a test flight, he witnessed his father perish in a tragic accident. His mother subsequently forbade him from engaging in anything related to aviation. Though he promised her, Hal secretly kept his father's leather jacket, never forgetting his true aspirations. Just after midnight on his 18th birthday, Hal ran away from home and joined the United States Air Force. He believed he had no choice. Between his dreams and his family, he chose his dreams. To him, it was not merely a dream, but also a legacy of his father's wishes. However, his departure without informing his mother became an irreparable mistake throughout his life. Especially as his mother fell gravely ill, he was denied leave. In frustration, he struck his superior and was discharged. By the time he returned to the hospital, his mother had already passed away. Thus, upon his arrival in the early 21st century, Hal's greatest desire was to see his mother once more. To have that opportunity again made him feel that any sacrifice was worthwhile. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a woman with chestnut hair, clad in an apron, wielding a watering can as she approached the flowers blooming in the garden. The sight of his mother mirrored precisely the image etched in Hal's memory, stirring a torrent of emotions within him. He yearned to rush forward, to embrace her tightly and whisper an apology, to express the depth of his longing for her. Yet, as this thought ignited within him, it was swiftly extinguished. No, that cannot be. Setting aside the admonitions of the Flash about the immutable nature of history, the very essence of his current identity rendered such an encounter impossible. In this timeline, he remained merely a high school student. How could he possibly explain his presence to her? To declare himself Hal Jordan from the future? Absurd. Surely, such an assertion would brand him as delusional. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to simply observe his mother from afar. Hidden in a secluded corner, Hal remained motionless, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. As he watched her prepare to leave, a familiar figure suddenly entered the yard. It was him. Hal's eyes widened in disbelief upon recognizing Eric. What could this individual possibly want? A foreboding sensation crept into Hal's mind. Could it be that Eric had come to confront them, seeking retribution for the bullying they had inflicted upon his younger self? Would he dare to torment this present incarnation of Hal, still in his teenage years? Given Eric's character, such a possibility seemed all too plausible, plunging Hal into a state of unease. In the garden, Eric surveyed his surroundings. So, this is Hal Jordan's home? The environment appeared quite pleasant. After a brief appraisal, Eric nodded in approval. As Hal had anticipated, Eric's intention in coming here was to settle a score. Supergirl Kara and Wonder Woman were elusive. Now, he had found a target upon which to unleash his frustrations. "Mrs. Jordan?" he inquired, approaching the woman tending to the garden. "That would be me," Jessica Jordan replied, rising to meet him with a look of surprise. "May I ask who you are?" "Eric Kent. I hail from Metropolis." He introduced himself, shaking her hand. "I was a friend of Mr. Jordan's. We shared similar interests and met at the Fly Club. It was truly tragic and regrettable what happened to him." Mrs. Jordan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to discover such a young friend of her late husband. "In truth, my relationship with Mr. Jordan was quite amicable. He assisted me during my times of difficulty, which is why I came to see if there was any way I could offer my help." "Thank you, Mr. Kent. I appreciate your kindness, but we are managing well," she responded courteously. Mrs. Jordan graciously declined Eric's offer of assistance. I heard that Eric paused for a moment, casting a glance towards Hal. Thinking he had been discovered, Hal immediately withdrew his head. Eric nonchalantly redirected his gaze and remarked, "I understand, madam, that you are concerned about your children's school choices upon graduation. In Seaside City, if one cannot afford to pay the requisite transfer fees to those capitalists, one is compelled to choose a school with abysmal teaching quality, rife with unruly students. However, I can assist you." As he spoke, Eric pulled out a check, one procured through the Penguin organization, which was also valid at most banks in the metropolis. Upon seeing Eric's youthful appearance, Mrs. Jordan assumed he was merely a flying enthusiast her husband had met at the flying club, unaware that he was actually familiar with her situation and willing to lend a hand. Her impression of Eric immediately transformed. "Mom," just as Eric was about to continue, a voice called from behind. A boy, clad in a leather jacket and bearing some resemblance to Hal, approached. He appeared to be around 13 or 14, likely still in middle school. "Hal, it's not yet dismissal time. Don't tell me you've skipped class again out of boredom with your studies." "Mrs. Jordan inquired sternly. "The classes ended a bit early today, Mom." Although curious about Eric, young Hal obediently explained to his mother. "Mr. Ferris called me. You went to Adon Aeronautics today and climbed onto the roof of Hangar 3. Don't tell me that wasn't you, Hal." Mrs. Jordan's tone was laced with discontent. "I have warned you not to go there, to avoid any places with aircraft. If you had heeded my words, Hal, I wouldn't have to struggle so much." "I'm sorry, Mom." Young Hal lowered his head in apology. "I just thought the view was beautiful. There's no place more stunning in the world." Mrs. Jordan fell silent, merely letting out a soft sigh. Once certain that the boy before him was indeed Hal Jordan, Eric turned to him and asked, "You mentioned that you love flying?" "Yes." Upon hearing the word flying, young Hal's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If you wish to pursue flying, you must learn to conquer all your fears. But it is evident you are not yet equipped for that." "Mrs. Jordan, may I speak with him privately?" "Of course." Mrs. Jordan hesitated momentarily, but nodded. "No." On the bridge, young Hal was about to inquire Eric about the experience of flying when, before he could finish his sentence, Eric abruptly pushed him down. As he struggled in the air, young Hal let out a terrified scream, while Eric turned away, exhaling a relieved breath. "That's better," he said, preparing to accelerate with super speed to catch him. Although there's no sense of guilt in taking a life, the situation changes if the individual in question is destined to become the Green Lantern. Utilizing his inherent biological stance and super speed, Eric instantaneously transported himself beneath the bridge, catching young Hal in the process. "Look, you've learned to fly, Hal Jordan." Chapter 113. Clark enjoys watching zombies. "How did you manage that?" young Hal inquired. Finally recovering from the shock, his head lifted, breathless as he gazed up at Eric. Would you like to experience it again? Eric remarked, surprised by the lack of fear displayed by the boy. Did this little rascal not understand the gravity of death? You cannot do this. The voice of Green Lantern Hal resonated from behind them. Eric turned to see Hal, standing on the pebble-strewn riverbank, glaring at him with indignation. What? Eric replied, I will not allow you to harm. He hesitated, feeling somewhat odd about declaring that one should not harm oneself. I will not allow you to harm Hal. He reiterated the statement. At the moment Eric had pushed young Hal off, Hal's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. He had wanted to rush over with his Green Lantern ring to save his younger self. Yet the instant the ring activated, he realized that Eric had already moved beneath the bridge. I am not harming him. I merely wanted him to experience the sensation of flight. Eric had long been aware of Green Lantern's presence shadowing him. It was merely a matter of his mischievous curiosity, wanting to see Hal's reaction, that he had allowed him to follow. Just like when he had previously pushed Dinah from the building, he had simply wished for her to experience the thrill of flying. No, you're not. Hal's tone was laced with fury, his previously suppressed emotions suddenly erupting. Generally, he was an optimistic, cheerful, and romantic individual. However, when it came to matters he deeply cared about, his emotions could become irrationally uncontrollable. Stay away from my family. This is our story. Hal advanced a step toward Eric, issuing a threat. I do not believe a boy of 18 who abandoned his family and mother would hold any genuine attachment to the concept of family. Eric scoffed. The so-called understanding is a mutual energy exchange. Your mother cannot comprehend you, yet you too fail to understand her. It is unfortunate that before your so-called strongest will in the universe, you cannot even analyze the most basic spectrum of emotions. Truly, it is a rather distasteful joke. Hal stumbled backward in astonishment. How do you know? How could Eric possibly know of his future experiences? It was clearly a tale yet to unfold. Why was he aware of it? Could it be true, as Supergirl suggested, that Eric was also a time traveler? No way. That is utterly absurd. In a fleeting moment, an array of thoughts surged within Hal, his heart tangled in a tumult of emotions. Dear brother Eric, could you take me once more? I felt a twinge of fear earlier, but this time I shall conquer my trepidation. Unaware that Eric was teasing him, young Hal eagerly inquired, And are you a deity? I have never witnessed anyone sprinting from the bridge to its base in an instant. Only legendary beings are capable of such feats. With a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes, Hal pressed Eric with his questions. Before Eric could respond, he continued animatedly. I once experienced a similar thrill at the Arrow Tower. I climbed a towering flagpole and slid down like a firefighter. The sensation was akin to gliding through the air, but compared to this, that was merely a mundane flight. Eric cast a surprised glance at the Green Lantern. Were you really this audacious as a child? Understanding the disdain reflected in Eric's gaze, Hal helplessly covered his forehead. Alas, it seems the version of myself in this timeline shall be perpetually toyed with by this fellow. A sudden wave of regret washed over him for having provoked the other. Upon departing from Seaside City and returning to Kent Farm, Eric was immediately approached by an evidently troubled Clark. You seem rather fatigued, Clark, Eric remarked, observing his brother sitting on the wooden steps outside. Indeed, I haven't slept all night, Clark replied, rising with a look of inner turmoil etched on his face. Are you worried about Kara and Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and their potential for mischief again? If that is the case, fret not, Clark. While they may not be on the best of terms with us, they are hardly devoid of principles. Eric offered a casual reassurance. No, it's not that. Eric, Clark's voice trembled with uncertainty. I encountered my biological father last night. Your biological father? Jor-El? Yes, come with me, Eric. With Jonathan and Martha absent, Clark felt unencumbered and led Eric into the barn. It was peculiar. When I spoke to him, his voice emanated from the spacecraft, yet it resonated as if it were emanating from within my mind. He told me it was time. Time for what? Eric furrowed his brow in inquiry. To leave this town and fulfill my mission. Your mission? What is it? I do not know. Clark shook his head. I harbor no interest in grand ambitions like conquering worlds or planets. Gazing at the tightly closed cellar door, Clark paused momentarily before continuing. I cannot fathom why such events transpire when everything in my life seems to be going smoothly. The farm's debts have been settled. Eric, you have become a writer, and I am soon to be an elder brother. I do not comprehend. With his right hand resting on the adjacent wooden post, Clark left deep impressions upon it. If I could, I would destroy it. After a brief silence, Clark lifted his head, his gaze solidifying with determination. This is my home. You and Mom and Dad are the inextricable elements of my existence. This is where I belong. I shall not leave. Eric was taken aback by Clark's words. He had not anticipated such resolve from his elder brother. While I commend your audacity, Clark, you cannot dismantle it until you possess sufficient strength. Eric pointed out the crux of the matter. I know, but I shall persist in seeking a solution. Clark gazed toward the barn, his eyes seemingly piercing through the wooden door to glimpse the spacecraft within. It seeks to control me. I do not know how long I can endure, nor do I know when it will act. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. I do not know. Eric, I need your help. He cast a glance filled with helplessness toward his brother. Only you can assist me. After contemplating Clark's gaze for a moment, Eric replied, I shall, Clark, but not at this moment. You must remain calm. I am calm now. I will not allow it to control me, but should an unfortunate event occur, you will stop me, correct? Clark reaffirmed his query to Eric. I will, even if it requires my destruction. A peculiar light flickered in Clark's eyes. No one wishes to destroy you, Clark. Who knows? The light in Clark's eyes dimmed, and he withdrew his hand from the wooden post, gazing toward the distant sunset. In my youth, I relished watching zombie films, not just in the past, but I still find some enjoyment in them now. Not out of fear, for I can confront any zombie that arises, and thus I feel no terror. Clark spoke of his interests. What terrifies me is the protagonists and their companions perishing one by one. Whenever someone is infected, once a friend, even a family member, the next moment they transform into a zombie, launching an attack on their erstwhile companions. All reason and emotion are cast aside, turning upon those once cherished. Eric, I do not wish to become one of those infected zombies, so I need you, at the most critical moment, to stop me. If I attempt to harm you or our parents, treat me as you would a zombie and put me down. Clark spoke gravely to his brother. I will, but leave the matter of destroying the Kryptonian spacecraft to me. Eric paused for a few seconds before addressing Clark. Though he feigned indifference toward Clark and occasionally played pranks on him, after years of companionship, an unbreakable bond of kinship had formed. Eric was uncertain if he could bring himself to eliminate Clark. Even if the latter had become a thoroughly despicable individual, Eric imagined he would still hesitate. Faced with this dilemma and unable to find an answer, he resolved to eliminate the one posing the question. Thank you, but I will figure this out on my own. Clark smiled at Eric, then turned to gaze at the sunset filtering into the barn. The faint, dark red sunlight spilled into the cellar, casting a gentle crimson hue over both their forms. I don't know, Clark mused, staring at the partially obscured sunset outside, taking a deep breath. I wonder if this will be the last time I am graced by its light. Eric remained silent for a moment, then stepped outside the farm. I hope it isn't the last for you. After all, it is merely another sunset. Eric's voice was soft. Clark turned his gaze towards Eric's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment. Eric, thank you. What for? Thank you for trusting me. Clark endeavored to cast aside his troubling emotions and express his gratitude to Eric. Eric paused briefly but did not respond. He simply departed. Clark's gaze lingered on Eric's silhouette until it vanished from view. Then he turned back toward the cellar, a flicker of fierce determination crossing his face. No one shall dictate my life. Gritting his teeth, he was about to take action when suddenly a wave of dizziness enveloped him, followed by a sharp pain piercing through his mind. Chapter 114. The questions that must never be asked. Clark, clutching his head, leaned against the wall, enduring the throbbing pain. A radiance seeped from the cellar, an intangible call seemingly beckoning him. Ugh, Clark grimaced, pushing through the pain as he descended step by step towards the cellar's depths. Upon opening the cellar door, he discovered that the spacecraft had indeed reactivated. Joel's voice resonated from within. Carl, you must obey me. Clark shook his head, his expression resolute as he fixed his gaze upon the hovering spacecraft. You are not my father. I will not allow you to control me, nor will I permit you to harm my family. His voice was imbued with unwavering conviction. Joel did not respond, seemingly incensed, and unleashed a beam from the spacecraft that hurled Clark against the wall. An invisible force restrained him, pinning his body against the wall, rendering him immobile. A fierce wind erupted from within the spacecraft, causing Clark's clothes to flap wildly. Suddenly, his shirt was violently torn apart, and an unseen energy surged into his body. A searing agony ignited within his chest, as if flames were etching patterns upon his very being. The excruciating sensation compelled him to emit a cry of anguish. Ah, you cannot resist him, Carl, this is the mark of your ancestors, an indomitable force. Joel's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. As he spoke, a searing circle of marks burned into Clark's chest. Ignoring Clark's agony, Joel continued, stating that when the sun reaches its zenith, your journey will officially commence. Failure to comply would bring harm to your most cherished ones. Before Joel could finish his words, Eric kicked open the cellar door and stormed in. His eyes emitted a crimson thermal beam that struck the spacecraft with a resounding force. Although the maximum intensity of the thermal beam did not utterly annihilate the ship, it caused a slight tremor. Despite not succeeding in destroying the vessel, it effectively halted its continued operation. The spacecraft plummeted to the ground, and the brilliant light and fierce winds it had generated vanished in an instant. With a thud, Clark, suspended in midair, lost control and fell to the ground. Eric withdrew the thermal rays from his eyes and turned to look at the fallen Clark. "Are you all right, Clark?" Coughing, Clark managed to rise, glancing down at the charred mark on his chest, a flesh-colored circle enclosing a distinct insignia. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, astonished. As he looked up at Eric, "I don't know, but it is evident that the situation has escalated." Eric removed his jacket and handed it to Clark, urging him to cover the mark. As Clark touched the seared area, a sharp pain shot through him. After donning Eric's jacket to conceal the scar, he anxiously inquired, "What should we do next? Since it claims that your journey begins when the sun reaches its zenith, then let it never behold the sun's ascent." Eric replied coldly after a moment of contemplation. "What?" Clark was taken aback by Eric's words. Without further explanation, Eric seized the spacecraft and swiftly soared out of the cellar, heading towards the Arctic. At this time of year, the northern hemisphere was transitioning into autumn and winter, with the Arctic region entering a state of polar night. This phenomenon denotes a period when the sun remains entirely below the horizon for an entire day. In the interminable darkness, even daylight is shrouded in night. One must rely on electric lights to perceive their surroundings. Enveloped by such a pitch-black environment, the sun's ascent to its zenith would remain unseen. If you delight in prophecies and riddles, then let your predictions become a perpetual absurdity that can never be fulfilled. A conical cloud unfurled, accompanied by a thunderous crack of air as Eric broke the sound barrier, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Eric soared through the skies, undetected by radar due to his extraordinary altitude and astonishing speed. Despite contemporary radar technology being advanced enough to accurately detect debris with a diameter of mere centimeters, such detection relies on the ability of the object to reflect the radar's emitted microwave signals. Given that Eric's own capacity to reflect these signals was minimal, combined with his high velocity and altitude, he remained elusive to radar detection. The sounds of explosions in the air were faintly perceived by individuals on the ground with heightened sensory abilities. In Gotham City, Green Lantern looked up, a furrow of concern etched upon his brow. "Can you sense that?" he inquired. "What?" "Something is flying overhead at supersonic speeds. Based on my knowledge of the various aircraft in the United States today, that cannot be a plane. Certainly, it is not a bird either." With a sense of curiosity, he turned to Supergirl. "Kara, do you not possess abilities akin to those of Superman and Captain Marvel?" He found it peculiar that Supergirl had not sensed the phenomenon. "Indeed, I have super hearing, super sight, and exceedingly acute senses that allow me to hear even the whispers of ants," Kara replied. "However, it can be quite exhausting. My mind functions like a filter, inundated daily with the voices of countless individuals, some dark, some lewd, and others maddening. Thus, at times, I choose to switch it off," she said, gesturing toward her ears. Hal nodded, realizing he had perhaps misjudged her sense of responsibility. "Of course," Kara turned to face Hal. "I'm not the type of superhero who can serve the citizens relentlessly. Thus, expecting me to shoulder the burden of saving the world alone is virtually impossible." Wonder Woman, unfazed by the exchange between the two, gazed skyward with a solemn expression. "By the way, Green Lantern, you recently visited Coast City, did you not?" Kara introduced a new topic. "Yes, I confess," he replied. "Did you wish to see how you looked in your youth?" Kara asked with enthusiasm. "No, I merely observed my mother from a distance." Green Lantern did not divulge the truth, feeling no necessity to share the somewhat embarrassing experience, especially with someone whose reliability was questionable. After listening to their conversation for a while, Wonder Woman turned to Green Lantern. "Returning to last night, did you meet with Batman?" "Yes," he nodded. "Did you have a confrontation? What was the outcome?" Wonder Woman continued her inquiry. The outcome was, of course, beyond doubt. I am the omnipotent Green Lantern. The vampire, perhaps, had not consumed enough true love's blood, thus regrettably falling to my prowess. Vampire? Are you referring to Batman? It. Puzzled by Green Lantern's choice of words. Under the cloak of night, elusive and stealthy, accompanied by an unparalleled strength. What else could this be but a vampire? Green Lantern retorted emphatically. Well, I hope you can address this matter before the entire Justice League. Rather than referring to Batman as a vampire while he is still finding his footing, Wonder Woman interjected, halting Green Lantern's incessant chatter. We must engage with him moving forward. I believe he deserves a modicum of respect. I'll try, Hal shrugged. However, it seemed that he still regarded the newly anointed Batman with a degree of disdain. Why are we seeking out Batman at this moment? After a brief silence, he posed the question to Wonder Woman. At this juncture, I cannot think of anyone else who might assist us, she replied. Batman had encountered the entity known as the strongest being, a force capable of obliterating not only our universe, but countless multiverses. Although war had yet to commence, he resolved to prepare for the impending storm. This was the very purpose of our gathering here. We need to uncover clues to confront that being. Wonder Woman's gaze was stern as she fixed her eyes on Gotham's skyline. Though we may have miscalculated the timing, we cannot afford to leave empty-handed. Before the particle accelerator reopens and returns us, we must gather sufficient valuable information. Green Lantern said, his playful demeanor fading as he pondered. But I doubt that this iteration of Batman can offer us any assistance. He cast a glance at Wonder Woman, awaiting her response. They will summon us back to the future, and thus, our temporal journey will conclude. When the sun rises to its zenith, our journey will be over, will it not? Idleness does not align with my principles. Wonder Woman shook her head. At least you are not seeking vengeance, are you? I distinctly recall witnessing your childhood self being pushed off a bridge by Eric. Coughing, Hal spluttered. You saw that? Only a glimpse, she replied. What do you mean? A glimpse? A glimpse means you didn't see you crying beforehand. Wonder Woman smiled gently at Hal. May I pose a question? Wonder Woman. Hal decided to mount his counterattack. Have you ever been romantically involved with Captain America? And do you exhibit tendencies of jealousy? Meanwhile, beneath the brooding sky, Batman pursued suspects in a robbery at a jewelry store. The culprits operated as a gang and wielded formidable, modified weaponry, capable of sending him several meters away with a single misstep. After calling for the Batmobile, he navigated the desolate streets of the impoverished district, revving his motorcycle as he transitioned to the main road. Just as he prepared to continue his pursuit, he suddenly heard a prolonged, anguished scream. In that instant, a green shadow zipped past him, colliding violently with a nearby residential building. Chapter 115. I will make it explode. Batman pressed down on the brakes, his gaze fixed on the green figure crashing against the black brick wall, shattering the stones into fragments. As the debris fell to the ground, the green figure landed heavily. Raising the communicator on his arm, Batman spoke in a hushed tone. Alfred, I have installed a tracker on one of the suspects. Please assist me in locating him. Understood. Master Wayne. He is currently 2 blocks away at Sunset Park. If you take a shortcut, you should be able to intercept him. Do you require a map? No. Batman replied, his attention drawn to the green figure, who was shaking off the impact and rising from the ground. I have encountered a more dangerous and formidable adversary, he stated, advancing toward the opponent. Hal, who had been sent crashing into the wall by Wonder Woman's punch, stood up, slightly dazed. The greater concern was the humiliation of being struck down by a woman. Just as he prepared to confront Wonder Woman, he noticed a shadow looming before him. The vampire he had previously discussed now stood in his path. Batman's astute eyes, concealed beneath his mask, scrutinized the figure warily. Oh great, when all misfortunes converge at once. It seems I have become Edward Murphy today. Edward Murphy, the originator of Murphy's Law. After regaining his footing, Hal kicked at the shattered bricks below him in frustration. Eric forcefully kicked aside a hard block of ice that had remained frozen for years. Before him lay a stark contrast of darkness and vibrant colors. The temperature was estimated to be below -50 degrees, and the air was whipped by a cold wind adorned with white froth. Despite only wearing a simple shirt, Eric felt no chill. His superhuman physiology endowed him with the ability to endure harsh environments. Whether in outer space, extreme heat, frigid cold, or even underwater, he could survive. Raising his head, he observed the sky illuminated by green and pale blue auroras, displaying a breathtaking array of colors. However, Eric had no time to admire the auroras. He employed his supervision to scan the surroundings. The outline of an iceberg came into view, prompting him to lift his spacecraft and fly toward it. His feet landed securely on the ice, and he unleashed his heat vision, precisely controlling its output to carve a hole in the iceberg. As the heat rays continued to stream forth, the opening expanded inward, deepening until it reached several meters in depth. Only then did Eric cease the emission of his heat vision. He then maneuvered the spacecraft into the iceberg's interior. Once again activating his heat vision, he sliced through the entire iceberg from the center. With a resounding crash, the iceberg collapsed dramatically. Suspended in midair, Eric gazed expressionlessly at the crumbling iceberg. Casually, he hurled the prepared green Kryptonian meteorite onto the collapsing mass, merging the vibrant stone with the ice. The green kryptonite was effective in obstructing communication with spaceships, and coupled with the frigid temperatures, it played a crucial role in stifling the ship's potential revival. He recalled the reconnaissance vessel from Krypton buried deep within the Arctic, allowing it to remain here in slumber, alongside his long-deceased compatriots. A peculiar form of companionship indeed. After casting a final glance at the iceberg, Eric prepared to depart. Ascending into the sky, he engaged his supervision to soar forward. However, amid the swirling snowstorm, he unexpectedly spotted a craft resembling the one he had just buried. It lay shallowly embedded in the ice, easily discernible through his X-ray vision. Eric descended onto the icy surface, employing his heat vision to slice through the ice, revealing a severely damaged escape pod. Its black exterior, adorned with intricate patterns, showed no signs of energy fluctuations. Upon prying open the pod's door, he discovered a black strip marked with a distinct insignia inside. The base of the strip bore the name Kara Zor-El, leading him to preliminarily conclude that it must be the key to the spaceship. Grasping the key, Eric fell into contemplation. This escape pod likely belonged to Supergirl, Kara. He remembered that her ship had trailed closely behind Clark's, only to veer off course due to a meteor impact, resulting in her arriving on Earth several years later than Clark. Could it be that the Supergirl who was delayed by over a decade had finally reached Earth? The Kara he had previously tied to a tree was from the future. The Kara of this timeline had evidently arrived successfully. Tucking the black key away, Eric smiled softly. It seemed that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. "Clark, are you all right?" Martha inquired, momentarily pausing her preparation of a fruit salad. "I'm fine, just a bit mentally drained. Perhaps it's because I've been busy with my English paper and helping Chloe as a temporary reporter. This dual engagement has left me somewhat fatigued," Clark explained with a smile to his mother. Several days had passed since Eric had cast the spaceship into the Arctic, and he felt a sense of relief that the vessel had not returned. Yet, his mental state continued to deteriorate. "Clark, you're placing too much pressure on yourself. Sometimes, it's essential to take a break," Martha advised her younger son. "For instance, regarding Lex's wedding, I heard he has invited you and Eric to be groomsmen. Perhaps you could use this opportunity to relax. Invite a girl you fancy to join you at the wedding. It would be a wonderful way to unwind. Don't you think, Mom?" Clark smiled helplessly. "I find myself consumed with memorizing the wedding speech, striving to deliver it with heartfelt emotion in a short span of time. I certainly do not regard this as a trivial undertaking. To speak your mind," he continued. "At my father's wedding, his best man was his cousin. Despite his musical pursuits, many suspected he was an undocumented immigrant from Mexico." Martha chuckled lightly. "Forgive me, I shouldn't have said that. Speaking of Klex and Dr. Helen's wedding, did you know that Klex invited your father and me as the parents of the groom?" Clark's expression turned to one of astonishment. But isn't his father still alive? He pondered the implications, realizing that his father would not attend the wedding, indicating a lack of parental blessing. Martha set down her fruit salad and remarked thus, "He would extend the invitation to your father and me. Then Dad must have declined. I know he has strong reservations about Klex." "No." Martha shook her head, smiling. "Jonathan had initially refused, but upon learning that Klex lacked parental support, he hesitated. Despite his grievances with the Luther family and his unfavorable impression of Klex, he was even less inclined to witness a child burdened by such a regret on the most significant day of his life." A smile graced Martha's lips, as if reflecting on her husband. "That is just how Jonathan is," she said, casting a glance at Clark. "It's one of the reasons I love him. If kindness sometimes seems outdated, misunderstood, or labeled as weakness, foolishness, or being overly lenient, I believe Jonathan would be the one who would never discard that label." "Indeed." Clark smiled. "Dad is just like that. He approached to assist his mother in moving dinner from the kitchen to the table. I have always aspired to be like Dad. As he placed the dinner on the table and prepared to call his father and Eric to dine, a newspaper lying on the edge of the table suddenly captured his attention. Picking it up, the headline read, "Luther family's Anworth mine collapses. No casualties reported." Collapse? The mere sight of the word ignited a spark in his eyes. Yes, if that place were to be utterly destroyed, he could live without any lingering concerns. After Eric relocated the spacecraft to the Arctic, he continued to be haunted by Jor-El. The cave from his dreams resurfaced, tormenting him once more. Several times he awoke in the dead of night, finding himself standing in the wilderness. Had it not been for Eric's reminders, he might have continued his nocturnal wanderings. What terrified him most was that during the day, following the memories from his dreams, he actually discovered an identical cave. The entrance bore signs of a collapse, yet it appeared a new path had been carved out. Upon entering the cave, the walls were inscribed with writings about Krypton. Even without a systematic education in these characters, Clark was still able to comprehend their meaning. Deep within the cave, the intricate designs and inscriptions upon the rocky walls formed a complex pattern, at the center of which lay an octagonal void, seemingly awaiting fulfillment. Having been summoned here repeatedly in a state of somnambulism, Clark's heart was no longer filled with a longing to uncover his origins, but rather with dread. He feared the possibility of truly being manipulated by his so-called biological father, leading to the annihilation of everything around him. Consequently, the notion of obliterating this cave took root within him. Just as Eric had relocated the spacecraft to the Arctic, he too could bring about the destruction of this cavern. How could he utterly eradicate this cave? His fiery gaze? It appeared insufficient. Should he procure some explosives? Yet, where could he acquire such explosives? As he pondered at the dining table, Clark became so engrossed in thought that Eric noticed his distraction. Eric, Jonathan, setting down his knife and fork, glanced at Clark and directly inquired of Eric, "Did you say you moved the spacecraft to the Arctic?" "Yes, I believe that is where it ought to reside," Eric replied, savoring the beef stew beside him. He continued to elucidate to Jonathan, "Clark often feels uneasy in its presence, and he has been stirring up trouble, reminiscent of what his mother once endured. For safety's sake, I thought it prudent to dispose of it in the Arctic. If it manages to return, perhaps we could resort to more drastic measures, such as attempting to destroy it." Hearing Eric's words, Jonathan furrowed his brow. "You should have discussed this with us, Eric." "My apologies. It was my oversight. I did not consider the implications at the time," Eric admitted, acknowledging his lack of foresight. On the other side of the table, Clark traced the burn marks on his chest, feeling increasingly restless. Had he not been harmed by the spacecraft, it was unlikely that Eric would have impulsively discarded it in the Arctic. Ultimately, it was his own predicament that had entangled Eric in this situation, and guilt consumed Clark's heart. "Father, it is my fault," Clark was prepared to explain to Jonathan. However, upon receiving a stern glance from Eric, he swallowed his words. "Eric is also looking out for us," Martha remarked to her husband. "If any issues arise, he can retrieve the spacecraft from the Arctic. Our son should be able to soar through the skies like a bird, shouldn't he?" "I am not blaming Eric," Jonathan replied with a wry smile. "I just believe we should discuss this matter." "Eric, Clark," Jonathan directed his gaze towards the two, "we are family and will share the burden together. If any issues arise, we can address them collectively." "I will," Clark nodded in affirmation. Eric echoed the sentiment. The following morning, Smallville High School. During chemistry class, Peter leaned over to Clark and inquired, "Clark, are you aware of Dana's situation?" Upon hearing that name, Clark's heart skipped a beat, yet he feigned nonchalance and asked, "What situation?" "Her parents have vanished, and she herself is recuperating in the hospital due to amnesia. Although the details remain unclear, it is widely believed that she knows the truth about her parents' disappearance, but is pretending to be forgetful to conceal it." The word pretending sent a jolt through Clark. "I'm not certain. Some claim that, while others believe her amnesia to be genuine. Who can say? Regardless, everyone is discussing the matter." After a brief pause, Peter added, "The reason many think she is faking it is that the police are investigating her parents' connection to the mysterious deaths of previous baseball coaches. Perhaps she is feigning amnesia to evade their scrutiny." Upon completing his statement, Peter poured a reagent from a test tube into the sink, preparing to add a solid reagent. However, due to inadequate cleaning, the test tube exploded as soon as the solid reagent was introduced. Fortunately, Clark's quick reflexes allowed him to snatch the test tube. A absorbing the explosion in his hands and sparing anyone from harm. "Peter, have you forgotten everything I just mentioned?" echoed the voice of their chemistry teacher, Ms. Luther, throughout the laboratory. "My apologies, Ms. Luther," Peter hastily responded. "You mentioned, Peter," Clark remarked, gazing at the shattered test tube in his grasp. "If I were to create a more significant explosion, what would I require?" "What?" Peter was taken aback. Clark placed his hand, concealed beneath the laboratory table, into the sink. Glass shards cascaded down. "Just as this test tube has a cavernous opening magnified countless times, if I wish to obliterate it entirely, akin to detonating this test tube. How might I achieve that?" "Hey, Clark, I advise against such actions. We are neither professionals nor terrorists, and without the proper tools, we might inadvertently cause chaos." Chapter 116. "Even Batman has a brother, not to worry. We can manage with what we have at hand," Clark asserted, gesturing towards the experimental vials before them. Chlorine and hydrogen are both highly reactive, yet they do not interact at room temperature due to their insufficient activation energy. Molecular collisions do not possess the force to break their chemical bonds. However, when exposed to light, molecular motion is enhanced. Clark explained to Peter, "When molecular collisions generate sufficient energy, an explosion occurs. The test tube you used previously contained a residual amount of chlorine, which reacted with the hydrogen." "Indeed, this is quite captivating chemistry, Clark. Although your explanation diverges somewhat from Ms. Luther's, I find myself struggling to stay awake." Peter glanced at the African-American teacher at the podium. "You cannot be suggesting you wish to demolish the school, can you? While I have my grievances with the institution and its regulations, I have yet to reach the point of advocating for its destruction." "Not the school." Clark exhaled, contemplating a cavern that held the chronicles of my lineage, yet I now yearn to obliterate it. It sounds rather peculiar, akin to fulfilling a patricidal act in a tragic play of ancient Greece. You hail from another world, yet you desire its destruction. I am at a loss regarding your thoughts, Clark. Peter rinsed a test tube with water and softly remarked, "Should you have made your choice, I shall offer you some encouragement." "Thank you, Peter." "Not all. What else are brothers for?" Peter playfully thumped Clark's chest, subsequently revealing a perplexed expression. "I seem to have touched something solid. Clark, haven't I?" He questioned Clark's actions concerning his chest. "No, certainly not." Clark discerned the implications of his friend's words. "I merely sustained some injury, inflicted by the spacecraft concealed in my cellar." "That is a relief." Peter sighed. "For a moment, I even questioned your orientation." "My inclinations are as sound as yours, Peter." Clark touched the scar on his chest, a grimace of discontent etching deeper upon his visage. "For your health, my dear sir, perhaps a respite is in order." In Gotham City, at Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne was seated before an immense electronic screen, operating the computer to retrieve last night's surveillance footage of Gotham. "You have only just recovered. If you continue to burn the midnight oil, your body may not withstand it." Alfred stood beside him, hands clasped, his tone grave. "I understand, but at times my willpower compels me to conjure certain toxins." Bruce's eyes shimmered with fatigue. "These toxins invade my being, rendering me numb, even leading me to forget that I am, indeed, an ordinary human." Bruce rose. "I have dealt with those talents." Joseph of the Court of Owls, along with his wife, Maria, both were members of that clandestine society. I uncovered their true identities. However, by the time I arrived, all those affiliated with the court, including Maria and Joseph, had perished. Bruce conveyed his previous investigative findings to his steward. "Yet, there exists a more profound force obstructing my inquiry. I have discovered their connections to the League of Assassins." Ceasing his keyboard activity, Bruce turned, his gaze profound. "I also encountered the last Halone assassin dispatched by the Court of Owls, Lincoln March, who allowed me a fleeting glimpse of what it feels like to have a brother." "Lincoln March, is he not the mayoral candidate you previously supported, sir?" "Alfred inquirit astonishit." "Indeed. Yet he is also an assassin sent by the Court of Owls, lurking amongst us." Bruce elucidated to his butler. "He was the one who nearly severed my spinal cord with his surprise attack. He claims to be my brother, Thomas Wayne too, and is quite certain that my parents were involved in a car accident, which led to his premature birth and subsequent injuries. He asserts that my parents concealed him in an orphanage. I have begun to doubt whether I truly have such a brother." "Young master," Alfred responded, "your parents indeed experienced an accident, one that resulted in Mrs. Wayne's miscarriage, of which I was a first-hand witness. Therefore, young sir, you have never had a brother, for that child is no longer among us." "You have no brother, do you?" Bruce's gaze faltered, and I was uncertain whether he was merely a madman draped in feathers or indeed my brother. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. He yearned to be my fallen sibling. Let us set aside the matter of Lincoln March for the moment. After a brief silence, Bruce shifted his focus to the electronic display before him. He had encountered that green-skinned creature again the previous night, accompanied by two rather intimidating figures. Utilizing the extensive surveillance network spread throughout Gotham, Bruce finally located photographs of the trio. He retrieved the footage captured by the cameras, uploaded it into the database, and initiated an identity verification process. However, to his astonishment, the identities of the three individuals yielded no results in the system. There were no leads to be found. "Young master, did you have a confrontation with him last night?" Alfred inquired, glancing at the images on the screen. "No, they departed swiftly," Bruce recalled, hesitating as he mentioned the woman. "She seemed to recognize me, her gaze akin to that of an old friend, which left me perplexed. Sometimes a person's eyes can deceive, yet at other times they reveal their innermost truths." Alfred replied, "To perceive one's heart through their eyes. Master Bruce, I believe you possess greater skill in this than I." "I do not know," Bruce said, shaking his head, his chin adorned with stubble. "I have endured so much recently. Eric Kent, the Court of Owls, the League of Assassins. My eyes are heavy with fatigue, lacking the brightness they once held." Upon hearing this, Alfred's heart ached for him. "Young master, you are attempting to construct a wall that may ultimately overwhelm you." "I am aware of my actions." "Alfred," Bruce turned away. "I simply find myself reluctant to compromise with my own nature." Meanwhile, not far from Wayne Manor, in a cemetery, Green Lantern observed Wonder Woman and Kara placing a bouquet before a gravestone. "So, this is the destination you sought?" Green Lantern queried, somewhat perplexed. "To be honest, I do not fully comprehend why we left so abruptly last night, when our aim was to find Batman." Wonder Woman laid the flowers before the gravestone inscribed with the names of Thomas and Martha Wayne, explaining, "The timing was not right. Yesterday we were perceived as potential adversaries, but today we can converse with him as friends. Are you certain that by presenting a bouquet, Batman will regard us as allies?" Hal shrugged, raising the green ring in his hand, casting a bat silhouette against the sky. "In my opinion, projecting the bat symbol would be far more compelling than the gesture of offering flowers." No sooner had I spoken than a raspy voice emerged from behind. "It seems you are awaiting my arrival." The group turned to see a silhouette of a bat standing against the night. Batman stepped forth from the shadows, glancing at the flowers laid before the gravestone. "Who are you?" The Green Lantern hesitated, extinguishing the bat projection in the sky. "Did you come here because of my bat signal, or have you been lurking in the darkness all along?" "Hal inquiret astonished." "I do not need to lurk in the shadows, for I am the darkness itself." Batman's gravelly voice resonated from beneath his mask. It sounded impressive, yet for someone like me, who relishes vitality and sunshine, such profound darkness holds no allure. Hal shrugged, voicing his thoughts. "What is this?" Batman did not respond. Instead, he picked up a Green Lantern ring and examined it. Gazing at the ring in Batman's hand and then at his own bare fingers, Hal was utterly bewildered. "Huh, how did my ring end up in your possession?" As the Green Lantern ring detached from his body, the green light enveloping him dissipated entirely. Clad in a flight suit and without a mask, Hal stood exposed before Batman. A ring brimming with energy, yet exuding an aura of danger. I have encountered a similar entity, though it is fundamentally different. This ring lacks a button. It must be driven by willpower or a superior mental fortitude, correct? While scrutinizing the ring, Batman posed a question to Hal. Hal, in disbelief, stammered, "How did you manage that?" This individual effortlessly extracted the ring from his grasp. Gazing at Batman holding the Green Lantern ring, Hal began to fear that he might don it. Fortunately, Batman appeared disinterested in the ring, continuing to inspect it while retorting. "You were distracted just now." Hal swiftly extended his hand toward the ring, and with a whoosh, it flew back into his possession. Replacing the ring, he regained his Green Lantern attire and angrily threatened Batman. "If you dare do that again, I will if I wish." Batman countered, no longer tolerating Green Lantern's provocations. "Then let us engage in another contest, just as we did when we first met." Hal believed it would be shameful to be outmatched by Batman of the Justice League, especially when even a fledgling Batman had previously bested him. The Green Lantern ring emitted a vibrant green energy as Hal prepared to strike. In response to the repeated provocations, Batman shifted his stance, readying himself for combat. Chapter 117. I am not alone. I am dynamite enough. Green Lantern. Wonder Woman called out to the ready-to-fight Green Lantern. Once the irate Green Lantern ceased his actions, Wonder Woman turned to Batman and said, I am Wonder Woman. It is a pleasure to see you again, Batman. Batman had no intention of shaking hands. He stared at Wonder Woman, who was enveloped in a black cloak. I do not believe we have met, he replied, turning to leave. I'm unaware of your identities, but Gotham is not a place for you. Not even concerning the Court of Owls. Wonder Woman's voice halted Batman in his tracks. What? I have heard that you are currently entangled with the Court of Owls and the League of Assassins. I am familiar with both entities and can offer you what you seek, provided you believe we are not your enemies. Batman remained silent for a moment before responding. That depends on you, not me. Of course. Wonder Woman took a step closer to Batman. At the very least, we now have a foundation of trust. She glanced at the somewhat bewildered Green Lantern. That is, we all have someone we wish to confront. Green Lantern? Kent Farm, midnight. Eric was preparing to lie down for rest when he suddenly noticed Clark had begun to sleepwalk again. The place he wandered to was the cave he had previously buried. Furrowing his brow, Eric rose from his bed, activated his super speed, and in an instant departed the farm. A gust of wind fluttered the curtains as Eric vanished from the room. He arrived at the entrance of the cave, concealing Kryptonian secrets, and ventured inside. The pitch-black cave was illuminated by sporadic glimmers of light, casting a dim glow throughout. Eric treaded upon the slightly cushioned ground. Moving deeper into the cave under the faint illumination, he discovered Clark standing before a stone wall inscribed with Kryptonian texts, gazing upwards at the symbols and illustrations. The wall emanated a white light, enveloping Clark in a silvery radiance. Clark? Eric attempted to call out to him. Upon hearing Eric's voice, Clark turned around. His eyes filled with a luminous white glow, staring blankly at him. Can you hear me? Eric inquired, his brow knitted in concern. However, Clark, whose eyes radiated with white light, offered no response. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from Clark's hand, striking towards Eric. Reacting swiftly to the unexpected assault, Eric dodged backward. With a resounding bang, the white energy beam collided with the wall, creating a loud explosion. After avoiding the energy blast, Eric instantly teleported to Clark's side and delivered a sharp slap. Clark had no time to react before Eric delivered a sharp slap to his face. The light in Clark's eyes swiftly faded away. Simultaneously, the vibrant energy illuminating the walls vanished in an instant. Awakening from his dazed state, Clark's gaze, still somewhat unfocused, fell upon Eric. Eric? He murmured, feeling a twinge of pain in his cheek as he cupped his left side, glancing at Eric's rather pallid expression, and then at the debris cascading from the cave's ceiling. What have I done? You were sleepwalking, your mental state was rather unstable, and you launched an attack on me. Fortunately, your aim was slightly off, and I managed to evade it, Eric replied curtly, ignoring Clark as he approached the rock face, examining the Kryptonian script inscribed upon it. I attacked you? Clark pressed his forehead, striving for clarity. After a deep breath, he inquired anxiously, Are you hurt, Eric? Not at the moment. Eric turned to face him, responding, If you wish to apologize for what just transpired, there is no need. One cannot expect a sleepwalker to account for their actions. With that, he turned and walked toward the cave's entrance. Head back. If your parents discover this, you will have to waste time explaining your bizarre sleepwalking. His voice trailed off as he stepped outside. Clark watched as Eric's silhouette faded into the depths of the cave, his fists clenched tightly. He then turned to face the rocky wall, his eyes ablaze with defiance as he shouted, I do not know what you intend, but you shall never control me. If you seek to harm my brother, then even if it leads to my own destruction, I shall ensure we meet our end together. After delivering his vehement declaration to the wall, or rather, to Jor-El, he turned to leave. Releasing his clenched fists, Clark's heart resolved in that moment. If you attempt to take away my dearest ones, then there shall be no possibility of coexistence or reconciliation between us. The following morning, Clark sought out Peter. With a grave expression, he addressed him, Peter, I require your assistance. What kind of assistance? Peter inquired cheerfully, stowing his football jersey in his locker. Recently joining the football team, despite mostly occupying the role of a perpetual water boy, he felt elated to be part of the team. At least, it granted him a sense of pride when he could casually mention being a member of the school football team while out on a drive with girls. I need to retrieve the chlorine, hydrogen, and magnesium strips from the chemistry lab. Are you certain? Peter exclaimed, taken aback by Clark's intention to pilfer these volatile materials. He had assumed that Clark's earlier mention of an explosive scheme was merely jest. Observing Clark's demeanor, filled with impatience and fury, Peter sensed that his friend's emotional state was somewhat abnormal. "Hey, listen, Clark, you need to calm down. This is not a trivial matter." Peter glanced around before lowering his voice. "Setting aside the consequences, what we're about to do is against school regulations. I don't have much time left. I'm afraid I might lose control entirely. Just yesterday, I attacked Eric, and I don't know whom else I might harm. If everyone I cherish is at risk, then I have no choice, Peter," Clark explained, his tone tinged with anxiety. "All right, perhaps you have your reasons, but I still urge you to think it through," Peter said, locking his locker and shrugging. "I'm quite certain, Peter. Let us meet here at 10 tonight." After confirming the meeting time, Clark turned to leave, while Peter watched his retreating figure with unease. As the clock struck 10, ominous clouds veiled the sky, enveloping the campus in an eerie silence. Clark and Peter arrived at the chemistry lab building, standing before the door of the storeroom for experimental reagents. Peter nervously glanced around before looking at Clark. "The door is locked. How do we get in?" Clark offered no reply, reaching for the door lock and applying a bit of force. With a click, the lock easily yielded. "All right, I almost forgot you possess the strength of a titan," Peter remarked, following Clark into the room. They began to move the steel cylinders containing liquid chlorine and a massive storage box of liquid hydrogen. "So what is our next step?" Peter inquired. "We leave immediately," Clark replied, watching as Clark effortlessly hoisted the 2 containers of hazardous chemicals onto his shoulders. Peter swallowed hard, his heart racing. "Are you sure this is safe?" "Clark, I think it would be wise to handle this cautiously. One misstep, and we could be blown to smithereens. I will be careful, but for now we must exit," Clark assured him, nodding towards Peter as he closed the lab door behind him. "May I ask something, Clark?" Peter pondered for a moment before posing the question. "What do you mean by harm?" Clark set down the cylinders and storage box, loosening his shirt to reveal the scarred symbol burned into his chest. "My heavens!" Peter gasped, taken aback by the grotesque mark on Clark's torso. "Do you know what this signifies, Clark?" "This is the way my biological father compelled me to act. That spaceship has been concealed by Eric, but there is a cave by the Axe Creek, inscribed with Kryptonian texts and relics. He still wields control over me." Peter shook his head in resignation. "Your parents must be terribly worried, along with Eric." "They still don't know." Clark, with a grave expression, fastened his shirt buttons and replied, "I haven't told my parents." "Why not?" Peter inquired. "Because I know what must be done, Peter. Even after 1,000,000 years, they would never agree with my decision. I must destroy him." Clark's eyes were filled with anxiety and seriousness, devoid of his previous calm demeanor and smile. "I have no choice. This is madness." Peter shook his head, realizing that he had perhaps agreed too hastily. "Maybe, just maybe, your biological father from Krypton is trying to tell you something. Perhaps he is protecting you." Clark replied with a blank expression. "He is merely trying to protect himself while harming my family. You have never done anything like this. You do not understand what may transpire, Clark. This could even lead to your death." Peter continued to urge him. Upon hearing the word death, Clark's brow twitched, but he quickly concealed his emotional turmoil. "I'm not alone." Somewhat despondently, Clark glanced at the marks on his chest. "Peter, I am a powder keg." He suddenly recalled a quote from Nietzsche that Chloe had recommended to him. "I'm not a man. I'm dynamite." Chapter 118. "What have you done?" "Hey, Eric." On the farm, Eric closed a sketchbook, preparing to take a break and pour himself a glass of iced lemonade. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an unexpected guest entered the room. Lana, dressed in a soft purple dress, walked over to greet Eric. "I thought you had gone to Lex's wedding. I intended to drop by, but I didn't expect you to still be here." Lana smiled gently at Eric. Lana, who had made a special effort to dress up, appeared radiant today. Eric was surprised by how the seemingly delicate Lana transformed into someone entirely different with a little embellishment. He secretly compared her to Al Ghul, Catwoman, and Wonder Woman, arriving at a somewhat subdued conclusion. "I was held up by some matters," Eric replied casually, lifting his glass of lemonade. "Looking at your splendid attire, were you invited by Lex Luthor to be a bridesmaid?" "Yes, Dr. Helen invited me to be a bridesmaid. I didn't expect them to marry so soon." Lana approached, expressing her thoughts, but sometimes happiness arrives unexpectedly, perhaps in the next moment. Her gaze held a profound meaning as she looked at Eric. "Dr. Helen seems very happy. I envy her." "Indeed," Eric set down his cup and nodded. "I do not believe a person like Lex Luthor would let love and marriage lead him to his grave." His nature is unchangeable. If the foundation of marriage is mutual trust, then their outcome will likely be tragic. Eric continued to unleash his sharp tongue, cursing the newlyweds with a tragic fate right after their marriage. Lana, feeling awkward, managed a forced smile, unsure of how to respond. Clark, seemingly oblivious to Lana's discomfort, turned his attention upstairs and called out, "Clark, you're going to be late." Since Clark was also a groomsman and Lana had just arrived, Eric, who had little interest in high school girls, urged Clark to hasten and accompany Lana to the wedding venue. Upon Clark's appearance from upstairs, he greeted Lana awkwardly. "Hi, Lana." "Hi, Clark." Lana had not anticipated Clark's presence at home and felt embarrassed, worried that he might have overheard her earlier remarks. She hesitated for a moment, glancing at Eric, and said, "I'm heading to the wedding. Would you like to come along?" "I'll join later, Clark," Eric instructed his older brother. "You take Lana there." Typically eager to escort Lana, Clark hesitated this time. A few minutes later, having driven Lana to the edge of the farm, Clark halted, gazing at his cherished goddess with a complex expression. "I'm sorry, Lana. I have some matters to attend to today." Lana feigned understanding. "I get it. But Clark, are you all right?" She sensed that Clark's mental state was somewhat off. "I'm fine. It's getting late. You should go ahead," Clark replied with a forced smile. Although a sense of foreboding lingered in Lana's heart, she refrained from pressing further and turned to leave. After returning to his room, Eric prepared to have a serious talk with Clark, noticing his recent melancholy demeanor. Was it due to his frequent sleepwalking? Just as he was about to speak, the phone rang in the living room, compelling Eric to answer it. After exchanging a few words with his mother on the other end, he gathered his belongings, ready to head to Luther Manor. After reminding Clark not to delay too long, Eric turned to leave. As Eric opened the door, Clark called out to him. "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Clark took a deep breath and replied, "Everything's fine." Once Eric had departed, Clark lingered for a moment, then retrieved a box containing a newly released deluxe edition of Cthulhu, Appreciation and Critique, a book he had sought out from several bookstores in Metropolis, intended as a gift for Eric's upcoming birthday. After contemplating, he put away the meticulously prepared gift, his gaze shifting to the distance as he suddenly grew serious. At Luther Manor, Lex greeted Eric warmly. "Thank you for attending my wedding." "Not at all. After all, this is a rare event for our small town." After exchanging a few words with the other party, Eric returned to his parents' side. Just as he settled down, the alluring Ms. Akins, clad in a seductive red gown, took a seat beside him. With an air of sophistication, Ms. Akins greeted Martha and Jonathan warmly. "Hello, Mr. Kent, Mrs. Kent." Jonathan, momentarily taken aback by her close proximity to Eric and her enthusiastic salutation, quickly responded, "Hello, Ms. Akins. I hear you are attending the wedding in your capacity as Lex's parents. You must be individuals of considerable esteem in Lex's eyes." Ms. Akins complimented Jonathan and Martha in return. "Thank you." Jonathan politely acknowledged her praise. As Ms. Akins turned to converse with Eric, Martha discreetly blinked at her husband and whispered, "Who is she?" Ms. Akins, the biology teacher of Eric and Clark. Upon hearing this, Martha instantly grasped the situation. This woman was indeed Clark's mentor. Casting a glance in her direction, Martha noted that she was quite an attractive woman, which perhaps elucidated Clark's remarkable heat vision abilities. Eric leaned towards the enchanting woman beside him and inquired, "What brings you here? Did I not mention before?" Ms. Akins subtly brushed her long leg against Eric's thigh. "I also know Lex. Is it your ability that influences his thoughts?" Eric remarked, revealing her true nature. Ms. Akins did not deny it. She leaned closer to Eric, lowering her voice, her crimson lips near his ear as she smiled and said, "Is it not quite natural for a woman to captivate a man with her beauty? The difference lies in my exceptional prowess, but that does not diminish my merits, does it?" Eric firmly grasped the leg she had extended towards him, warning, "If you cannot temper your demeanor in such significant settings, I wouldn't hesitate to introduce a few more English words into your vocabulary." "Are you certain?" A momentary restraint seemed to invigorate Ms. Akins, who proposed, "Let us schedule a time for our own private encounter. If I fail to uphold my end, I shall face consequences." Eric studied her excited expression with some confusion. Could it be that this woman was of a more unpredictable nature? Meanwhile, Jonathan and Martha, oblivious to their hushed exchange, wore expressions of concern. Clark had yet to arrive, for reasons unknown. Turning to Eric, Jonathan asked, "Eric, did you not see Clark when you arrived? He mentioned he would be here shortly." Eric, equally perplexed, activated his supervision to scan the farm, but failed to detect Clark's presence. Just as he was about to continue his search, Helen and Lex approached, necessitating Eric's participation in the wedding festivities as the best man. Reluctantly, he rose, abandoning his quest to locate Clark. Has Clark not arrived yet? Klex inquired softly to Eric during a lull in the festivities. No sooner had the words left his lips than calamity struck. The earth trembled violently beneath them. The ground shook fiercely, causing the benches in the hall to collide, while the unsteady guests tumbled to the floor in a chaotic roll. Chandeliers swayed ominously before crashing down with a resounding thud. The pastor, too, lost his footing and fell heavily, toppling the altar with a thunderous crash. The rolling altar barreled towards the guests below, knocking several unsuspecting individuals to the ground. A singular word echoed in the minds of all: earthquake. Panic ensued as the crowd screamed and surged towards the exits, jostling one another, with some even shoved to the floor. Amidst the turmoil, Eric had already seized his parents and activated his super speed to escape the church at the very moment the earthquake struck. In his haste, he grasped the collar of Akins's evening gown and flung her outwards. Akins's body landed heavily in the pool outside the church, drenched and disheveled. After rescuing Jonathan and Martha from the chaos and danger within the church, Eric made no attempt to assist anyone else. Instead, he stood calmly with his parents, observing the unfolding drama. He harbored no interest in saving the entirety of those within the hall, given his current velocity. It would not have been impossible to rescue everyone in that fleeting moment. However, the prospect of enduring the subsequent complications of such a rescue was far less appealing than remaining a detached spectator. The fates of these individuals were of no consequence to him. "Martha, are you all right?" Jonathan, having felt the initial tremors and now finding himself outside, glanced at Eric and realized it was his younger son who had saved him. With no time to express his gratitude, he grasped his wife's hand, asking, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Jonathan." Martha reassured him with a calming look, exhaling deeply as she turned towards the hall, where terrified screams echoed, covering her mouth in shock. "Oh my goodness, why is there an earthquake here?" "I don't know. This is highly unusual. Our town has never experienced such a thing," Jonathan replied, shaking his head, his expression grave. The tremors lasted only a few seconds, their intensity mild, and the hall remained standing. But many at the wedding had been injured due to trampling and falling debris, staining the scene red. What was intended to be a romantic white wedding had transformed into a blood-soaked affair. "Eric, call the hospital," Jonathan instructed as he began to remove his clothing, preparing to rush back inside to assist, but Eric firmly grasped his arm. "The earthquake hasn't ceased yet. We must wait." Jonathan wished to protest further, but the resolute look in Eric's eyes left him with no choice but to nod in resignation. After briefly attending to the scene and ensuring that all the injured were dispatched to the hospital, Jonathan exchanged farewells with Klex and prepared to depart. Lexus was fortunate, suffering only a few abrasions. With a heavy heart, he bid farewell to Eric and Jonathan before immediately seeking to comfort his wife. The drenched Akins cast a scornful glance at Eric before departing, perhaps blaming him for his lack of grace in hurling her into the spring or for his recent silence. Once they boarded the pickup truck, Jonathan pressed the accelerator, speeding toward home. A foreboding sensation lingered within him. He feared that this peculiar earthquake might be linked to Clark. Given his wife's pregnancy, he refrained from flooring the pedal, grappling with his own anxiety. In the passenger seat, Eric wore a serious expression, resting one hand on the truck window, lost in contemplation. He sensed the moment the earthquake struck the small town, feeling an impactful surge of energy. In his view, this was not an ordinary quake, but rather a catastrophe born from some form of energy eruption. Was it connected to Clark? In the back seat, Martha cast her worried gaze out the window. The earthquake had toppled power poles and damaged buildings. She even spotted individuals by the roadside, clutching their bleeding heads, dialing for medical assistance. Upon arriving at the farm, Jonathan halted the vehicle and leapt out. The farm, likely close to the earthquake's epicenter, bore the brunt of the disaster. The fence had collapsed, a corner of the barn was in ruins, and the living quarters suffered varying degrees of damage. "Clark!" Jonathan shouted as he stepped out of the truck. "Clark, where are you?" "Dad," Eric replied, gazing northeast, pausing briefly before adding, "I saw Clark. He is not at the farm." "Where is he?" "Eric, take me to him." As he spoke, he jumped back into the pickup, leaning out the window to reassure the anxious Martha. "Martha, you rest for now. Don't worry about us. Eric and I will be back shortly." Once Eric climbed in, Jonathan swiftly shut the door and drove off, his expression darkened by clouds of anxiety. Though he had no idea where Clark was or what he was doing, his unease deepened. Eric, too, had shed his usual aloof demeanor, gazing out at the passing scenery with a complex expression. He was astonished that Clark had truly pushed things to such an extreme. Though reckless, the determination behind his actions left even Eric astounded. Coughing, Clark rolled over on his back, staring up at the sky. Surrounding him was a massive pit created by the explosion. His clothes were tattered, hanging loosely from his body, while his hair resembled a frizzled mess, and his face was smeared with dark, earthy soil. Exhausted, he felt utterly drained, as if he were being ravaged by kryptonite. Coughing and clutching his chest, Clark glanced around before attempting to exit the deep pit. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, tasting the dirt. Chapter 119. The runaway Superman. Clark wiped the dust and mud from his face and spat out the grime, struggling to stand. His eyes were filled with a bewildered gaze as he lifted his head to the sky. The dim atmosphere was thick with dust from the explosions, permeating the air with a pungent, unpleasant odor. After leaning against the wall to catch his breath, he grasped the edge of the pit and began to climb up. It felt as if all strength had drained from his body, enveloped by a heavy sense of lethargy. Emerging from the pit, panting heavily, Clark surveyed his surroundings. The scene before him left him in a state of shock. The ground appeared as if it had been bombarded, with fresh earth scattered everywhere, and sturdy trees snapped in half. Nearby structures bore scars of destruction. Wind turbines toppled to the ground, and debris flew about chaotically. His friend Peter's car lay overturned to the roadside, emitting steam. No. In a frenzy, Clark shook his head, uttering a pained whisper, "No, no, no." He rushed to Peter's car, pushed open the window, and peered inside at his friend. Peter lay unconscious, blood trickling from his head. "Peter! Peter!" As he strained to pull the window down, Clark called out urgently, wake up, Peter!" But despite his desperate efforts, Clark's strength had abandoned him, and he could not break the window. Ah! Straining with all his might to pull at the window, Clark let out a cry of anguish. Pain, guilt, and regret intertwined within him, compelling him to weep uncontrollably. Unable to free the stuck window, he staggered upright, grasping the edge of the car, determined to right it. With all his strength, Clark shouted, "Get up!" Yet, the car remained immovable. Just as despair began to consume him, a hand grasped the edge of the vehicle. Turning around, Clark saw Eric approaching, gently supporting the car. With creaking sounds, Eric lifted the car slightly with one hand while he opened the door with the other. Seeing the door ajar, Clark wasted no time greeting Eric and immediately crouched down to drag the unconscious Peter from a vehicle. When Jonathan arrived and saw Peter in a state of unconsciousness, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Regaining his senses, he quickly instructed Eric, "You must take Peter to the hospital." Eric glanced at the bewildered and guilt-ridden Clark, nodded, and departed with Peter. Jonathan waited until Eric departed, glancing at Clark, who was poised to speak. "Clark, the most pressing matter at hand is for you to change your attire promptly." After changing at the town's medical center, Clark rushed breathlessly into the corridor, encountering Jonathan standing outside a patient room. "How is Peter, Dad?" "He has suffered a moderate concussion and fractures, with trauma to the head. He remains in a coma, and the doctors cannot ascertain when he will awaken." Jonathan's tone was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a simmering intensity. "There are numerous others injured due to the earthquake. Listen to the wails within the hospital. These are the newly admitted victims." "Clark, what have you done?" Though his voice remained steady, it was laced with an effort to suppress an impending eruption. "I stole chemicals from school, intending to destroy the cave associated with Krypton." Clark kept his gaze lowered, unable to meet his father's eyes, sensing the tempestuous energy radiating from him. "Why would you do such a thing?" Jonathan turned, taking measured steps towards Clark, his body slightly trembling. "I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't tell you the truth. After the spaceship was relocated to the Arctic, I continue to hear that sound. I often sleepwalk at night, drawn to that cave. I didn't wish to be controlled. I felt I had no choice." Clark's eyes brimmed with guilt and unease. "I'm sorry, Dad. Why didn't you confide in us?" Jonathan faced the wall, one hand resting against it, his voice quivering with emotion. "Because I knew you wouldn't permit me to do so." Clark, with reddened eyes, approached Jonathan. "Dad, I didn't want him to take me away from you. I didn't wish to harm you, Mom, or Eric. I regret my actions. I warned you." "Clark, one must always consider the consequences." Jonathan suddenly turned to face Clark, his voice rising in intensity. Just the other evening, I reminded you that we are a family, and whatever occurs, we can share the burden together. Yet, you never contemplated this. Disappointment and anger were palpable in his voice. Dad, I intended. There are no excuses now, Clark. Jonathan pointed towards Peter's room, exclaiming, "It is far too late. You failed to think things through comprehensively. You did not consider the potential consequences. Now your friend and innocent individuals have been harmed. If not for Eric, both your mother and I could have been injured. You even turned a wedding into a bloodbath. Clark, you have not matured. You have not grasped the importance of understanding consequences, nor have you learned to deliberate with caution. Sir, this is a hospital. Please maintain some decorum." A doctor emerged from the room, gently admonishing Jonathan. Shaking his head, Jonathan cast a glance at the patients in the corridor before turning to leave. As he departed, Clark did not cast another glance back at his father. He observed Jonathan's retreating silhouette, yearning to pursue him, yet halted after taking only a few steps. His eyes, vacant and devoid of focus, were filled with confusion and regret as he watched Jonathan vanish from sight. The journey from the town's medical center to the farm left Clark in a daze. He was unaware of how he had returned to the farm, and when he finally regained his senses, he found himself standing in the courtyard. Eric stood before him, quietly observing. "Eric, I surmise Father must have reprimanded you thoroughly." Eric had just emerged from the cavern where the explosion originated. After a brief investigation of the scene, he had gathered all items that could potentially expose information to the outside world. Upon returning to the farm, he discovered Clark approaching with a blank expression. "Yet it is not entirely hopeless, Clark. If I were in your position, I might have acted similarly." Unprecedentedly, Eric offered solace to his elder brother, though he added, "Most of the time, I would not cause the kind of consequences you have." "This is all my fault," Clark replied, shaking his head, his gaze revealing confusion and helplessness. "Like before, I will inevitably bring misfortune and tragedy to those around me. That is my existence, Eric. Perhaps you were right all along. I have never known which path to choose, always drifting along. I wish to bury my past and push everything away, yet I find myself incapable of doing so." Clark took a few steps in the courtyard and continued to speak to the silent Eric. "Perhaps he is correct. If I do not leave, everyone I cherish will be harmed. Eric, you, Mother, Father, and Peter." As he spoke, he moved toward the exit, breath quickening and emotions taut. "I must do something. I need to leave this place." "Clark," Eric called out, halting his brother's departure. "You must understand what you're doing." "I know. I'm fully aware, Eric. Leaving is the best choice for me. Do not try to stop me." Clark turned, his eyes slightly reddened. "I do not comprehend why fate has dealt me such a hand, but I will neither choose the most arduous path nor the easiest. I refuse to be manipulated by anyone, so please do not impede me." He glanced toward the distant sunset, striving to suppress his emotions. "Take care of Father and Mother." A gust of wind swept through the courtyard as Clark's figure faded from Eric's view. Eric refrained from hindering Clark further, silently watching as his brother disappeared. If this was the path Clark had chosen, albeit possibly the wrong one, then to intervene would be futile. Unless he intended to bind him, nothing could alter Clark's resolve. After Clark departed from the farm, he first visited Peter in the hospital, along with the innocent victims affected by the earthquake. Subsequently, he made his way to the school's publication room. "Clark!" exclaimed Chloe, who was present in the publication room. Upon seeing Clark burst in, she immediately stood up. "I was just at the farm and didn't see you. Where have you been?" Clark did not respond, instead rummaging through the cabinets in the room. "Clark, are you all right? I heard about Peter. What are you looking for? I can help you." As she observed him searching frantically, Chloe approached him with concern. "It's too late, Chloe. No one can help me now," Clark replied, placing a drawer on the table and sifting through its contents. "Where have you hidden your red Kryptonian stone rings?" Chloe asked in astonishment. "What do you need that for? You know the effect it has on you. I cannot let you touch those." "Yes, I know, but it might ease my burden," he replied. After searching the drawer without success, Clark turned to the storage box. "Perhaps you should talk to your parents," Chloe suggested, worry etched on her face. "I've tried," Clark exclaimed, ceasing his movements to face Chloe, his tone filled with agitation. "You should see the way my father looks at me. He gazes at me as if I were a monster. If I had only done what I was supposed to from the beginning, none of this would have happened." Chapter 120. Artificial imbecility or artificial intelligence at last. Clark unearthed the red kryptonite ring, retrieving it from a small box, preparing to slip it onto his finger. "Don't do that, Clark," Chloe implored, extending her hand to stop him. Tears glimmered in her eyes. She had harbored feelings for Clark in silence, knowing he was fond of Lana. Yet her affection for him remained steadfast. Witnessing his current state evoked an uncontrollable sorrow within her. "Once you wear that, you will no longer be yourself." Seeing the anguish etched on Chloe's face, Clark turned his head away, feeling a pang of reluctance. Suppressing his emotions, he averted his gaze from her. "I'm sorry, but I no longer wish to be myself." Clark extended his finger, sliding the ring onto his left index finger. Instantly, crimson veins appeared on his palm, coursing up his arm, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. A fleeting flash of red flickered in his eyes. All superfluous emotions were cast aside, leaving no trace of longing as Clark turned and exited the publication room. Watching him leave, Chloe could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. That night, upon returning to the farm, Jonathan and Martha discovered only Eric was present. "Where's Clark?" Jonathan inquired, astonished. "I don't know," Eric replied. Eric was seated on the sofa, meticulously organizing his sketches, shaking his head as he chose to exile himself. "What?" Jonathan appeared to be perplexed by Eric's words and sought clarification. "Exile? Eric, do you mean he has run away from home?" "It seems so." Eric set aside his sketches. Pondering that if the issues he faced remained unsolvable, Clark opted for what he deemed the right solution: departing. Although he claimed not to wish for us to be hurt, this could also be viewed as a form of evasion. Martha, upon hearing her younger son mention Clark's departure, instantly rose, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Clark, he has never left home, nor has he ever abandoned us. He is still just a child, Jonathan." Martha cast a worried glance at her husband. Jonathan sighed deeply, slumping into a chair. "It's my fault. I never anticipated that Clark would I shouldn't have spoken so harshly. I failed to notice his mental state." "It is not your fault, Jonathan. Clark may be struggling to accept this situation. I firmly believe he will return soon." As she spoke, Martha turned her gaze to Eric. "Eric, can you find Clark?" "It's futile." Before Eric could respond, Jonathan shook his head. "If this is how Clark feels as long as he continues to hide, no one will be able to locate him. Even if Eric finds him, then what? Unless Eric engages him in a struggle, it seems unlikely he could be drawn back. We certainly do not wish to witness such a scenario, Martha." As he spoke, he reached for Martha's hands. "Perhaps you will come to terms with it in a few days." "Didn't I have a similar experience? Back in high school, I ran away from home, wanted to join the Metropolis Sharks. The outcome was that I returned to the farm just days later, abandoning the notion of joining the team." "Indeed, let us hope so." Martha nodded, though her face remained clouded with concern. The absence of one person rendered dinner somewhat subdued. After the meal, Eric retreated to his room. Despite advising Clark to take a moment to calm down, Jonathan pressed Eric to search for him diligently, promising to inform him as soon as he was found. In his room, Eric utilized his supervision to scan Metropolis. Since the unlocking of the Kryptonian template progress to 95, his observational range had expanded significantly, covering the entirety of Metropolis without difficulty. After employing both his supervision and superhearing in a thorough search, he found no useful clues. Metropolis was vast. Even with super abilities, pinpointing one individual proved challenging. "Is he deliberately avoiding me?" He tossed the pen from his hand onto the desk, sinking into contemplation. After a moment of thought, he resolved to take a stroll around Metropolis. Eric activated his super speed, leaping from the farmhouse window to a secluded corner, and soared into the sky, heading towards the Metropolis. His feet touched the ground before the headquarters of the Justice Association. Upon pushing open the door and entering the hall, he illuminated the space with a flick of the switch. Eric took a seat at the center of the round table, resting his chin on his hands, while he continued to employ his supervision in search of Clark's whereabouts. The hall was enveloped in silence. The heroic portraits that once adorned the columns had been torn down and replaced with his own dark, cryptic artwork. These deep and enigmatic paintings hung ominously in the hall, imparting an eerie sensation. The original motto of the Justice Association, proclaiming the pursuit of justice and the American spirit for the new generation, had been supplanted by Eric's proclamation, "God bless America, God bless you." As Eric searched, his cosmic staff, which he always carried, suddenly stirred, leaping into the air, radiating a golden glow. The staff floated above, seemingly eager to guide him toward a specific direction. Eric furrowed his brow, uncertain of the intentions of this rather erratic companion. In the next moment, the staff shot upwards, shattering the windows of the Justice Association. It transformed into a stream of luminous energy, darting away like an elusive ray of light. Eric rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the distant path of the staff, his eyes narrowing slightly. Blue Valley Town. It was indeed the destination towards which the staff was racing. Meanwhile, at Blue Valley Hospital, Courtney lay asleep in her ward, while a figure stood outside her room. Clad in a suit, with a pallid, azure complexion emanating a chilling aura, he fixated his gaze upon Courtney, who lay oblivious within. After observing in silence for a moment, he reached for the door lock. With a soft click, the lock, now encased in a layer of ice, yielded to his touch. The blue-faced man pushed open the door and stepped into the room, approaching Courtney's bedside. Perhaps sensing an imminent threat, Courtney exhaled sharply and awoke, her eyes meeting the unfamiliar visage before her. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. "Stay calm." The blue-faced man gestured silently. "If I were you, I wouldn't T-scream." "Who are you?" Courtney stammered, swallowing hard as she felt the chilling presence in the air. "You may call me Ice Pillar, the leader of the unjust association you've been so eager to confront." He smiled faintly. "Welcome, new member of the Justice Association, our little Starlight." "I'm not Starlight. My name is Stargirl." Courtney swiftly corrected him, adding with indignation, "And I have officially resigned from the Justice Association. I was expelled." "Oh, wasn't he the Justice Association already dismantled?" The icicle displayed an apparent interest. "However, someone had already taken control of the Justice Association and used his authority to expel me." As she spoke, Stargirl stealthily reached beneath her pillow, where a sharp dagger lay concealed, a gift from Pat for her self-defense. According to Pat, if one were to lose their staff, it was essential to possess a weapon for protection. Although the dagger's potency paled in comparison to that of the staff, it could still provide a semblance of security. "May I inquire about the name of that individual? The one who has inherited the Justice Association?" she asked. "Stargirl, if you divulge his name and origins, I might consider overlooking your involvement in Brainwave's demise." "I did not kill Brainwave." Courtney firmly denied any wrongdoing. "Moreover, he is not dead. He merely suffered a stroke." The icicle chuckled softly, for one like him deemed a mere bedridden existence as tantamount to death. "Very well. I have no intention of entangling myself in the matter of who killed Brainwave. Now, you need only disclose the identity of the superhero who succeeded the Justice Association." Or the icicle exhaled toward a vase perched on the cabinet. Instantly, the vase succumbed to an icy grip, its entirety enveloped in an extreme chill. With a sharp crack, the vase shattered. "Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of this vase, Stargirl." The icicle spoke those harsh words with an unruffled demeanor. I understand," Courtney stammered, pretending to hesitate. Just as she was about to speak, her right hand swiftly drew the dagger from beneath the pillow, thrusting it towards him. Yet, Stargirl's dagger failed to pierce its target, being gently intercepted by the icicle. With 2 fingers, he deftly pinched the dagger that Courtney aimed at him, letting out a soft scoff. "If this is the extent of your assault, it poses no threat to me. Should you wield the Star Staff, you might induce a slight headache. However, this is far from sufficient." As he tightened his grip, a wave of cold surged through the dagger, extending directly to Courtney's hand. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, the frostbite seizing her. The dagger, caught in the icicle's grasp, shattered. "Very well, since you refuse to cooperate, I shall have to make you endure some suffering." The icicle prepared to unleash a cruel method upon Courtney when suddenly, a piercing sound broke the air. A golden streak flashed outside the window, and before he could react, a staff struck towards him. "What?" the icicle exclaimed in astonishment, hastily raising his arm. A layer of blue ice armor rapidly formed around his right arm, ready to withstand the physical assault of the staff. Chapter 121. The Metropolis's most notorious supervillain, the scepter, struck against the icy pillar with a resounding impact, unleashing a brilliant burst of energy. The layer of ice encasing his arm shattered instantaneously, causing the pillar to recoil from the force. Magnificent! Courtney grasped the cosmic scepter, a familiar sensation flooding back to her as radiant light coursed through her being, significantly alleviating her injuries. Clutching the star scepter, she swiftly rose, allowing it to propel her from the confines of the hospital room. Although she yearned for confrontation, the thought of endangering other patients within the hospital's walls compelled her to leap from the window, ready to engage her adversary outside. The icy pillar gritting its teeth and rising to its feet, cast a glance at Courtney as she leaped, hastily pursuing her. On the hospital rooftop, Courtney, wielding the Star Scepter, launched an energy attack at the advancing icy pillar. However, as the leader of the Unjust Association, the icy pillar was no ordinary foe. With a surge of energy, a thick layer of ice rapidly spread across the ground, ensnaring Courtney's feet in a frozen grip. Panic surged through her as her body became immobilized. The energy emitted by the scepter veered off course, easily deflected by the icy pillar. Subsequently, a gust of freezing air emanated from the pillar, sending the scepter flying from her grasp. With her feet ensnared in ice, Courtney could only watch helplessly as her weapon slipped away. A fierce wind swept through, accompanied by a powerful current. Pat descended in his robot, the colossal machine crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Courtney, retreat. Your injuries have not yet healed. Pat's voice echoed from within the cockpit. The scepter has returned to my possession. I am ready to fight, she asserted. No, you are not, Courtney. You can scarcely hold the scepter. I suggest you both discuss this matter calmly. I can afford to wait for your resolution, the icy pillar interjected, emanating a chilling aura as it fixed a cold gaze upon them, extending its palm in preparation for an assault. Below on the streets, a growing throng of onlookers gathered, their clamorous voices echoing even to the rooftop. Taking a deep breath, the icy pillar reluctantly shook its head. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. With that, it retreated a few steps, vanishing swiftly into the darkness under the cover of night. With Pat's assistance, Courtney broke free from her icy restraints and seized the scepter, intent on pursuing her foe. Yet, the scepter suddenly slipped from her control. Despite her utmost effort to grasp it, it eluded her fingers, zipping away like a streak of light into the distance. In the air, Eric caught the flying scepter with a swift motion, his expression tinged with displeasure as he turned his gaze toward the retreating icy pillar, determined to track it to his doorstep. A fleeting flash of crimson flickered in his eyes as he prepared to unleash a thermal gaze to pierce through the nape of this inquisitive individual. However, upon the other party's entrance, greeted by a high school student, Eric reconsidered his intentions. Joeen, is that the name of your son? With his superhuman vision scrutinizing every detail, Eric let out a cold chuckle. As the leader of the Unjust Association, possessing a warm and idyllic family life while engaging in nefarious activities, how dedicated indeed. His heat-emitting eyes, capable of releasing thermal beams at any moment, were fixated on the boy embracing an ice pillar. With just a slight surge of power, he could effortlessly pierce both the ice pillar and his curly-haired son. Yet, he ultimately refrained from releasing the thermal gaze. To resolve matters so easily would diminish the thrill of the encounter. Since this individual was the head of the Unjust Association, he would use him to draw out all members of the organization. Although he held little regard for these lowly fellows, it would be preferable to eradicate them entirely rather than tolerate their presence. You're late, Dad, Joeen remarked, as he brought forth the dinner he had prepared with his grandparents, addressing the now unmasked ice pillar. I was delayed by some personal matters. Joeen, you haven't been sneaking snacks, have you? Ice Pillar chuckled while ruffling his son's hair. Of course not, Joeen shrugged in response. Good, because indulging would jeopardize the progress you've made in your health and weight loss efforts. Come here, let us share a hug. As Ice Pillar embraced his son, he seemed to sense something and glanced up through the window towards the distant sky. In the vastness of the night, there lay only an expanse of darkness, devoid of any unusual presence. Shaking his head, he redirected his gaze back. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Blue Valley Hospital, Courtney gazed despairingly at Pat. He has taken my staff again. I know, Courtney, but that individual can manipulate your star staff at will, and even you are powerless against him. Pat's voice crackled with an electronic distortion from the machine. I regret not disclosing that man's identity when Ice Pillar spoke to me earlier. Regret what? Just as the words escaped, Eric appeared before her. Startled, Courtney instinctively covered her mouth and glanced at the robot operated by Pat. I should have taken down that guy named Ice Pillar. Although Eric appeared to be her peer, after the battles with Brainwave and the peculiar woman, Kara, she had come to perceive Eric as someone she must avoid at all costs. Despite having stolen her star staff, he had, in fact, saved her twice, making him something of a reluctant savior in her eyes. Thus, While she harbored resentment towards Eric, she also felt a tinge of gratitude and admiration for him. Such intricate emotions, even she herself could not clearly discern. You could never rival him, even if you possessed the Star Staff. Eric cast her a cold glance. I can lend you the Star Staff, Starlight. Ah, actually my name is Star Chaser, but that is of little significance. What did you just say? You wish to return the Star Staff to me? Star Chaser inquired excitedly. I need you to use the Star Staff to locate someone. Clark Kent. You have encountered him at the farm. If you find him, I shall contemplate lending you the staff for a longer duration. Star Chaser pondered for a moment, then raised her head, her gaze resolute. I will undoubtedly complete the task. As she spoke, she glanced at her stepfather Pat, who was standing nearby and playing the role of an onlooker, then cautiously asked Eric, May I make a small request? Could you be my mentor? The fact that the Star Staff acknowledges you suggests that you are not as malevolent as you appear. Perhaps you are a kind-hearted individual with a sense of justice, merely encased in a layer of ice. Forgive me, I am rambling a bit. What I mean is, you possess a greater understanding of how to wield the Star Staff. Perhaps you could teach me. Courtney. Pat, unable to endure his daughter's nonsensical chatter any longer, leaned down and whispered to her, Stop. I have already told you not to indulge in those chaotic romance novels. What have you been reading? Twilight? Pat, if you believe that reading Wuthering Heights is superior to Twilight, then I fear our generational gap is widening. Eric observed the familial drama unfolding between the stepfather and his rebellious daughter, shook his head, and turned to leave. Handing over the Star Staff to her was, besides utilizing her to find Clark, primarily a means of monitoring Courtney and her companions. Once the Star Staff was in Courtney's possession, the members of the Injustice League would undoubtedly gravitate towards her. The Ice Pillar could very likely summon all members of the Injustice League. The Star Staff served as bait, and as long as he wished, he could reclaim it at any moment. His authority over the staff far surpassed that of Star Chaser. Whether the bait would be taken remained to be seen in the future. 3 days later, near a Metropolitan National Bank ATM, Clark, wearing sunglasses, removed them before entering the ATM room and employed his heat vision to obliterate all the cameras. With a series of explosive sounds, several cameras were instantly destroyed. After damaging the cameras, Clark approached the ATM and delivered a powerful punch. With a crash, the machine was smashed to pieces. Exposed wires sparked with electricity, rendering it completely inoperative. Clark reached inside and retrieved the cash. He then repeated the process, smashing open a second ATM and placing the money into a prepared bag. After collecting all the cash from the ATMs, he donned his sunglasses, exited the building, and made his way to a luxury car dealership. Upon entering the dealership with his bag of money, Clark swiftly caught the attention of the saleswomen. How much is this car? Clark pointed to a gleaming silver convertible before him and inquired of the nearby saleswoman. $300,000, sir, she replied with a smile, glancing at Clark's bulging backpack. Not too expensive, Clark remarked, tossing his bag onto the convertible and unzipping it to reveal the fresh, green bills he had just procured from an ATM. Shall we proceed with the test drive? He suggested, noticing the saleswoman's astonishment at the sight of the Franklin bills. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and responded, Of course. I will be delighted. The convertible sped along the road, arriving at an opulent nightclub in a whirlwind. After disembarking with the attractive saleswoman, they approached the entrance of the club. The bouncer on duty clearly recognized Clark, greeting him warmly upon his arrival. Hey Carl, that new car is slick. Indeed? Do you like it? Clark replied with a slight smile. Who would appreciate a sports car? With a playful grin, Clark tossed the car keys to the bouncer, saying, If you like it, it's yours. No need to return it. The bouncer, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gift, soon erupted into jubilant excitement. Upon entering the Vibrant Bar, Clark led the bouncer to the counter. After ordering a glass of whiskey on the rocks, he settled in to converse with the saleswoman. Carl, where do you hail from? She asked, savoring her drink. A place I strive to forget, Clark replied, downing his whiskey. You sound like a man with a story, and I am intrigued by such tales. Would you share yours with me? By the way, I also come from a place I wish to forget. It appears we are kindred spirits. The saleswoman gently caressed his chest with her hand. While I would be willing to share my story, this setting is clearly not appropriate. Clark smiled, taking her hand in his. However, I can certainly accompany you in revelry here. With drinks and music, we can dance wildly and cast aside these unpleasant memories. Is that so? I eagerly anticipated. She beamed back at him. As the bartender busied himself crafting cocktails, The two stood at the bar, awaiting their drinks. With a moment of leisure, Clark picked up the Planet Daily newspaper placed nearby, curious to see if there were any headlines about himself. After all, having robbed multiple ATMs, he would not be surprised if the Metropolitan Police were on his trail. The front-page headline read about the mysterious disappearance of Lex Luthor. The report stated that Luthor had gone missing during his honeymoon with his new wife, following an unfortunate plane crash, and his whereabouts were currently unknown. A plane crash? Clark furrowed his brow. After pondering for a moment, I flipped through the second edition and was taken aback to see a familiar face, Eric. The publication of Eric's book, Cthulhu, was detailed, illustrating how it transitioned from niche literature to mainstream recognition, gradually spearheading a new wave in horror literature. I had read it as well. The beauty caught a glimpse of the news report on the newspaper in Clark's hand. However, I simply could not acclimate to the repugnant prose, and I shrugged my shoulders, remarking to Clark, perhaps the author of this book is a rather distasteful individual. Upon hearing the comment about his brother, Clark seized the beauty's wrist with a fierce grip, retorting, "You would do well to mind your language." "Hey, you're hurting me." The beauty grimaced as she wrenched her wrist free from Clark's grasp. Casting a glance at him, as one would a lunatic, she turned to leave, muttering a curse, "Jerk. Wow, yet another one." The bartender, scrubbing a cup, observed the beauty's departure and chuckled. "You come here often, yet no girl ever leaves with you. Are you a monk?" "I'm not a monk. But why engage in endeavors destined for futility?" Clark smiled, placing a Franklin bill on the table as a tip for the bartender before turning to exit. However, after a moment's contemplation, he retraced his steps to retrieve the newspaper. "Paul, give me this newspaper." "Sure, if you like. I can subscribe for you daily." The bartender raised his glass, cheerfully responding to Clark. Holding the newspaper, Clark's thoughts drifted back to the beauty's assessment of his brother. Distasteful? He shook his head. Eric was not distasteful, but rather, we shared a remarkable intellect. Our thoughts transcended what ordinary minds could fathom. Upon exiting the bar, he discovered that the newly purchased sports car had already been driven away by one of the bouncers, leaving him with scant funds. Clark immediately turned his thoughts to how to tackle the financial dilemma of the following day. Should he perhaps rob a bank tomorrow? Chapter 122. Yes. I have a cousin the genius resides at Nunu's Bookstore Metropolitan National Bank. Donning a Halloween clown mask, an armed assailant burst into the bank, brandishing a handgun and submachine gun, and unleashed a hail of bullets towards the ceiling. "Everyone freeze. Get down on the ground." After discharging shots into the air, the gunman commanded those standing at the counter to place their hands behind their heads and lie flat. He then aimed his weapon at the employees behind the counter. "Open the cash vault. No one move a muscle, or I will shoot you." Faced with the demonstration of the weapon's might, no one dared to resist, and the bank staff promptly complied, opening the cash drawers and safe. The assailant swiftly began stuffing money into bags. The vigilant gunman remained fixated on the individuals sprawled on the ground, ensuring that they posed no threat of resistance. Just as a few eager bank security personnel contemplated action, their intentions were swiftly detected by the armed assailant. With a steady aim, the villain pulled the trigger on the defiant security guard, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that erupted into a chaotic scene of bloodshed. Amidst the fervor of the robbery, the bank's glass facade was suddenly shattered. A motorcycle surged through the debris, crashing into the bank's lobby. One unsuspecting gunman was struck squarely in the chest, sent flying upon impact, colliding with a glass display and producing a resounding crash. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the robbers, a figure clad in a leather jacket and donning a black mask, revealing only the mouth and nose, emerged from the motorcycle, exuding an air more menacing than the robbers themselves. This was none other than Clark, the mastermind behind the bank heist. "Shoot that bastard." The lead gunman, mistaking Clark for a fellow criminal, signaled for his accomplices to fire at him. The sound of gunfire erupted, but Clark, donning a mask, effortlessly intercepted all the bullets, instantaneously repositioning himself behind one of the assailants. With a heightened sense of tension, the armed criminal turned in surprise, only to find Clark seizing the gun's muzzle, showcasing the bullets he had captured. "Your shooting accuracy leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you should try your hand at popping balloon animals," Clark taunted, yanking the man's collar and hurling him aside. With a thud, the unfortunate thug collided with the wall, crashing to the floor. Witnessing Clark's extraordinary display of prowess and audacity, the remaining criminals unleashed a hail of bullets in his direction. "Kill that guy," they shouted frantically. Undeterred by the barrage, Clark advanced toward the nearest gunman, the bullets striking him as if they were mere raindrops, causing him no harm. The bank staff, witnessing Clark's valor, dared to hope for salvation, but their optimism was promptly dashed as reality took a grim turn. Clark, undeterred by the gunfire, approached the assailant, gripping his attire with one hand while seizing his firearm with the other. "My apologies, clowns, but this bank was my target first, and all the money here belongs to me," he declared, lifting the gunman adorned in a clown mask and slamming him to the ground. After dispatching all the assailants, Clark retrieved the discarded bag from the floor and cast a glance at the quaking bank employees before turning to exit. Outside the bank, law enforcement had cordoned off the area, and fully armed officers had just taken their positions when they spotted a masked figure striding confidently towards them. The sheriff, concealed behind a police car, raised a megaphone and called out to Clark, "Do not make any sudden moves. Raise your hands and step out. Put down the bag and do not resist. This is your final warning." In the face of fully armed police officers, Clark did not raise his hands but rather strode forward, disregarding their commands. "Fire." Seeing Clark's continued defiance, the sheriff issued the order to shoot. In an instant, a barrage of bullets surged toward him. The bullets struck his body with a cacophony of sounds. Clark, undeterred, continued to advance, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity that ignited a police car. With a thunderous explosion, the burning vehicle erupted. The shockwave of flames rippled outward, overwhelming the nearby armed officers and sending them sprawling to the ground. Having accomplished his feat, Clark swaggered away with the bag in hand, leaving behind the humiliated police and stunned onlookers. Later that night at the Kent farm, Eric had just ended a call with Catwoman when Chloe entered, holding a newspaper. The Day-S edition of the Daily Planet reported a shooting near the Fifth Avenue Metropolis National Bank. After greeting Jonathan and Martha, Chloe anxiously handed the paper to them. The robbers had made off with the loot, escaping unscathed amidst a storm of police gunfire. Some speculated that the bank robbers were clad in bulletproof vests. "But I cannot believe any vest could withstand the simultaneous fire of multiple officers," Chloe remarked. After hanging up, Eric approached his parents and glanced at the newspaper. Although the suspects wore masks and different attire, judging by their build, it was clear that the so-called bank robber was indeed Clark. Eric stated to his parents, "Huh." Jonathan exhaled deeply and set down the newspaper. "Eric, you go drive. I'll put on my coat." Observing her husband's actions, Martha cast an apologetic glance at Eric and Chloe before following in Jonathan's wake. "Jonathan, where are you going?" "To bring him back," Jonathan replied, donning his clothes with a serious expression. Eric has the ability to see for miles and can keep pace with Clark. Even if we cannot find Clark immediately, driving around together will surely offer us a chance to locate him. Martha disagreed with her husband's determination. Clark knows the effect of the red kryptonite ring on him, yet he hasn't removed it, indicating he does not wish to see us right now. "We need to give him some space. We have no time. I cannot sit idly by," Jonathan asserted. Martha raised her voice slightly. "What if Eric finds Clark? Just like their altercation at the abandoned factory last time. I do not want either of our sons to be harmed." Facing her husband's contemplation, her tone softened. "Clark does not want us to find him. When he is ready, he will return home. Just give him some time. We must have faith in him, for he is our son, is he not?" Faced with Martha's persuasion, Jonathan calmed down and let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Eric, standing alongside Chloe, fell into a deep contemplation. Robbing a bank? Despite possessing swifter and more discreet means of acquiring money, he chose the most foolish and easily detectable method. Is it a case of rigid thinking, a subconscious impulse to resort to the bank for funds, or simply an innate inability to navigate complexity? Engaging with a mob or a casino for financial gain would certainly be preferable to such a self-exposing endeavor. Eric inwardly criticized Clark's brazen daylight bank heist. "Eric, I will go to Metropolis to find Clark," Chloe said, casting a hopeful glance at him. "Are you willing to accompany me to Metropolis?" Learning that Clark had begun robbing the Metropolis Bank only heightened Chloe's anxiety for him, especially considering he was wearing a red ring, an object that could insidiously affect Clark's psyche. Now that Clark had embarked on a bank heist, she was uncertain of what he might do the following day. Thus, she hoped to visit Metropolis, where finding Clark would be ideal. Even if she could not persuade him to return, she could at least inform the Kent family of his whereabouts. "Sorry, I have no intention of going to Metropolis right now." Eric flatly rejected her. "He has been avoiding me. Even if I go, It would mostly be a game of hide and seek. I have no interest in such behavior. However, upon hearing Eric's initial refusal, Chloe's expression fell. But she quickly revived her spirits when he continued, I will always search for Clark, whether on the farm or in Metropolis. For me, it is the same. What my eyes see in Metropolis, they will also see here. Eric spoke with a calm demeanor. Chloe, upon hearing this, was astonished not only by Eric's remarkable abilities, but also felt a slight easing of her anxiety. That works too. After taking a deep breath, she smiled at Eric. However, my trip to Metropolis is not solely for Clark. I aim to secure an internship opportunity at the Daily Planet with Mr. Lane, which will allow me to experience the atmosphere there in advance. The Daily Planet? Upon hearing her mention the Daily Planet, Eric suddenly recalled something and asked Chloe, do you know a woman named Lois Lane? I believe she works at the Daily Planet. He had long been intrigued by Superman's official girlfriend, Lois Lane, who would one day be his sister-in-law. He only remembered that she worked at the Daily Planet, but had little recollection of when she appeared. You know my cousin? Chloe exclaimed with surprise. Lois Lane is your cousin? Indeed, she is my cousin, yet she is no longer employed at the Planet Daily. I generally consider myself to be a person with an intense fervor for journalism, but in comparison to my cousin, my enthusiasm seems utterly trivial. Chloe forced a smile before inquiring of Eric. How did you come to know my cousin? Eric set down the newspaper and replied blandly. I've heard of her. They say she is the enhanced version of you. Chapter 123. Sister's lesson for the little rascal in a standalone apartment on Nahe Island. Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Supergirl were seated in the living room. Batman, clad in his black gear, appeared somewhat out of place in the brightly lit room. Hey, Batman. You've always claimed to dwell in darkness, yet here we are in the light, and you seem rather mismatched, Green Lantern Hal teased. If you feel out of place, you could always turn off the lights. That way, you would be engulfed in darkness, and I can assure you, you would be the first to suffer in that shade. Batman cast a cold glance at him. I believe you ought to quiet down, Green Lantern, Supergirl interjected, putting down her half-eaten pizza. You seem a bit too excitable. She glanced at Batman and shrugged. It's all directed at Batman's intensity. No, this isn't exuberance. It's a reasonable inquiry, Hal insisted, refusing to acknowledge his amusement at the inexperienced Batman. Ignoring Hal's antics, Batman spread several maps across the long table, unveiling the first one. I have fully absorbed your information. You claim to hail from the future, an unimaginable traversal technology. Let us assume you possess a figure akin to Doc Brown and a time machine, disregarding the trite grandmother and Hitler paradoxes. Before Batman could finish his dry remark, Hal interjected, it's not a time machine, nor is it Doc Brown. We have the Flash and a particle accelerator. The Flash? Batman lifted his chiseled chin, directing his gaze at Hal. A superhero who runs exceedingly fast. You will come to appreciate him in the future. Hal, noticing Batman's growing confusion, waved his hand dismissively. You can think of him as a consumable, a disposable time machine. After a moment of contemplation regarding the superhero and consumable conundrum, Batman refocused his thoughts, stating, according to your descriptions, the crux of resolving this matter lies in discovering an effective means to counter your enemies. In the future, your homeland will fall, and the entire Earth may not escape unscathed. Thus, we must seek out useful clues within this scenario. Batman presented a map to a select group, indicating that the object of their search might reside within 6 states in the central United States, including Kansas. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the epicenter of this area is Kansas, more precisely situated between the towns of Blue Valley and Smallville. Batman then produced another map, revealing that Blue Valley was established 60 years prior as a military defense hub. Following its abandonment, a major corporation acquired the site, and it is rumored that an extensive network of clandestine underground tunnels lies beneath Blue Valley, providing access to any location within the 6 states. Standing with a contemplative gaze, Batman surveyed the thoughtful expressions of those around him. The crux of your mission lies with Blue Valley and Smallville. Given your mention of an impending arrival of individuals with extraordinary abilities, I suspect your primary targets are Ariel Kent and Clark Kent. After Batman's astute analysis, Wonder Woman and the others fell into a pensive silence. So, the focal point is 2 supermen and a small town? Wonder Woman inquired, her expression a mix of complexity after a brief pause. I cannot ascertain the specifics. The information at hand remains scant, hindering further deductions. Batman replied as he neatly folded the map of Blue Valley. Your presence here is no coincidence, but rather a predetermined fate. Perhaps, Green Lantern nodded, sensing the atmosphere grow heavy with contemplation. He then introduced a new topic. Have you seen the recent newspapers regarding Metropolis? Any explosive news, perhaps an alien invasion? Not an alien invasion, but something akin to it, Supergirl interjected between bites of pizza. There was a bank robbery where the perpetrator faced a barrage of gunfire from a dozen officers yet emerged unscathed, vanishing before their eyes. It even caused a car to catch fire and explode. This cannot be the act of an ordinary individual. Green Lantern shrugged, addressing the two. Possessing immense strength, impervious to bullets, endowed with super speed, and capable of emitting high-energy heat beams from their eyes. Are you suggesting Eric or Clark? Supergirl pondered, resting her chin on her hand in deep thought. Considering Clark's character, I doubt he would engage in a bank heist. It could very well be Eric. Clapping her hands decisively, Supergirl asserted, it has to be him. Given his nature, I believe he is capable of such actions. We must intervene. Eric is currently veering towards the path of a supervillain. We need to correct his course. Are we to rely on ourselves to stop him? Green Lantern questioned, apprehensive about the difficulty of the task. Even a nascent Eric would not be easy to handle. We must at least try. I refuse to stand by and watch my brother stray onto the wrong path, declared Batman. Supergirl turned to Batman and inquired, can we utilize your advanced technology to track him down? Batman remained silent for a few seconds, then replied, my surveillance is limited to Gotham. However, I trust that you will succeed, won't you? I know you possess the tenacity to find anyone you seek. Supergirl cast a look of unwavering trust at Batman. After a moment of contemplation, under the scrutiny of several onlookers, Batman responded, I will find a way. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit of the hall. Upon reaching the shadowed area, he unfurled his bat wings and vanished from sight. It seems that no matter where he is, Batman can always be relied upon, can't he? Once Batman departed, Supergirl addressed Wonder Woman and Hal. You must not place excessive trust in Batman. Wonder Woman stood and gazed at the vanishing figure, stating, on the surface, he appears to aid us, yet I suspect that behind the scenes, he is diligently investigating our backgrounds, probing our vulnerabilities through recent interactions to devise means to counter us. Could he truly be that kind of person? Supergirl, Kara, who was somewhat unfamiliar with Batman, exhibited a look of surprise. Certainly, I surmise he has prepared strategies to deal with all the heroes of the Justice League. Green Lantern, shedding his previous levity, spoke with a serious demeanor. He never trusts anyone, yet he is still a decent fellow. Metropolis, evening. After exiting a private savings bank, Clark swiftly confronted an approaching officer, seizing the officer's handgun with ease. In the officer's astonished gaze, he gently grasped and then hurled the weapon backward, landing it precisely in a nearby trash bin. Dressed in a somewhat comical guise complete with a hood, Clark clapped his hands and, activating his super speed, departed the scene rapidly. As he neared an abandoned factory, ready to change his attire, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he recognized several familiar faces, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and Supergirl. You have nowhere to run, Eric. Supergirl mistook Clark for Eric due to their similar builds and the hood obscuring his features, revealing only his mouth and eyes. Green Lantern and Wonder Woman sensed something amiss but remained silent, merely exchanging glances as they observed Clark from a distance. You should not engage in such actions. If you have begun to tread a dark path, it will lead you into a deeper abyss. Supergirl admonished Clark with a serious expression. Is that so? Clark scoffed, removing his hood to reveal a face that astonished Supergirl. You think I am Eric? My apologies for the disappointment. Clark Kent? Supergirl stammered, gazing at the man before her in disbelief. No, I'm not Clark Kent. My name is Kal-El. How can this be? How could you do such a thing? The Supergirl was utterly astonished to discover that the audacious bank robber was none other than Clark, the kind-hearted and innocent young man she had always cherished as her benevolent brother. How could he, who had always been eager to assist others, engage in such nefarious deeds? Why was I unable to undertake such actions? I am foolish and submissive, which has led to this impression of me. If I have disappointed you with this perception, I sincerely apologize. The true essence of who I am is only now emerging. It is not too late for you to reevaluate your understanding of me. Clark shrugged, discarding the hood he had been wearing. Do Jonathan and Martha know what you are doing now? And what about Eric? They would undoubtedly disapprove of your actions. Kara glared at Clark. That is my concern. I can determine the course of my life without the interference of others. Clark replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. I will inform Eric. Kara retorted, her brow furrowed. Did you not just mistake me for Eric? Prejudiced as you are, Kara, my sister, spare me your ridiculous parental demeanor. I fear no one. No sooner had he spoken than Clark launched a surprise attack, transforming into a whirlwind as he charged toward Kara. Unprepared for her brother's sudden aggression, Kara was taken aback by his unexpected assault. With a resounding crash, she was struck by Clark, hurtling forward like a streak of light, ultimately crashing through a wall, enveloped in a cloud of dust and flying debris. Having executed his strike, Clark did not pursue further, but instead observed Kara, who lay amidst the rubble. Chapter 124. A wedding turned funeral. With a deep breath, Kara rose, gritting her teeth as she glared at Clark. Very well. If you believe no one can control you, then allow me to take on that role, she declared, leaping into the air to collide with Clark. Already prepared, Clark swiftly dodged to the side. Although he lacked flight capabilities, he possessed enough speed and strength to contend with her, even if he could not match her prowess. As he evaded, he intended to maneuver behind her for an attack. But Kara had anticipated his movements and blocked his path. With a powerful forward strike, accompanied by a deafening crack of air, Kara's palm connected with Clark's chest, sending him hurtling backward. As the air exploded with sound, Kara accelerated, closing the distance to him and delivering another punch. Clark was struck in the chest, altering his trajectory as he crashed heavily to the ground. Dust erupted, and the earth trembled under the impact. Kara, now grounded, peered toward the spot where Clark had fallen. But in the next moment, a laser beam shot forth from the obscured dust. In the shadows, Kara sensed the imminent threat of the laser, and an overwhelming surge of heat crashed upon her. Taken by surprise, she instinctively extended her arms to deflect the searing glare emanating from her opponent. The heat ray collided with Kara's ironclad form, igniting a shower of sparks. With her arms raised protectively, Kara furrowed her brow as she resisted the onslaught of Clark's fiery assault. In the next moment, she felt the intensity of the heat ray diminish. Just as she pondered this anomaly, a figure approached her with purpose. Clark ceased his attack and, closing the distance, delivered a powerful punch that sent Kara sprawling. Standing nearby, Green Lantern turned to Wonder Woman and inquired, should we intervene? If you feel compelled to assist, by all means, but isn't this their affair? Wonder Woman replied, her gaze fixed on Green Lantern, although the warrior genes of her Amazon heritage stirred within her, urging her to leap into the fray for a glorious battle. She suppressed this impulse to maintain the composed and mature image she had cultivated among her peers. Well, I just think it feels somewhat wrong to watch as comrades while the action unfolds, no matter how exhilarating, Green Lantern remarked, unable to contain his commentary. Ultimately, they refrained from joining the clash between Clark and Kara. However, as the battle escalated, the tide began to turn. Kara exploited Clark's inability to fly, gaining the upper hand. Kara roared as she charged towards the fallen Clark, who had barely risen before being struck back to the ground. Exhausted and aching, he lay there, gasping for breath. I am your sister, Clark. Throughout our lives, whenever I wished, I could have rendered you unable to rise. Clark spat defiantly. No, you are not. You're not my sister. Like that, Jor-El, you are an alien, and your attempts to control me will never succeed. Rising, Clark transformed into a whirlwind, dashing away. Just then, a bus blared its horn as it approached, the driver slamming on the brakes upon seeing a fleeting figure. Peering out of the window, he prepared to voice his annoyance, but was suddenly captivated by the sight of money fluttering from the sky. Reaching out, he grasped a Franklin bill and, realizing it was real, disembarked without hesitation to collect the cash. The other passengers quickly flooded out of the bus, frantically scrambling for the falling dollars. The crowd surged, instantly blocking the entire roadway. Kara's line of sight was obstructed, and she momentarily lost track of Clark. Observing the chaotic throng and the absence of Clark, she ultimately decided against pursuing him. Wow, the turn of events is indeed unexpected. As Green Lantern observed Kara approaching with a heavy heart, he shrugged and offered, would you like me to assist you? Although I am not particularly adept at apprehending anyone, the Green Lantern ring can enhance my senses. Perhaps I could leverage a supersensory capability similar to yours to locate him. No, thank you. Clark is not an ordinary person. I believe that after this incident, he will exercise greater caution. Kara declined Green Lantern's offer of assistance. I am uncertain about what transpired, but Clark seems to have transformed into someone entirely different. The version of him I remember would not behave in this manner. Perhaps you ought to consult Eric. Although my impression of him is not particularly favorable, I must concede that he possesses the ability to manage situations effectively, Green Lantern suggested to Kara. Eric? Kara repeated the name softly, her expression shifting to a complex mix of emotions as she recalled the humiliation of being tied to a tree by him. That scoundrel! That scoundrel! At the Kent farm, Jonathan hung up the phone, muttering a curse under his breath. Jonathan? Martha inquired with a questioning glance. The Agricultural Bureau just reminded me that this year's subsidy for agricultural products will be reduced by 20 compared to previous years. We all know the reason behind it. The newly appointed officials are cutting back on agricultural support. I cannot fathom their reasoning. Jonathan expressed his displeasure to his wife. Those officials are promoting organic produce. Thus they intend to diminish subsidies for farms like ours. Martha reassured him. Never mind. If I were to dwell on these matters, I fear I would be tormented by insomnia, Jonathan remarked, turning to Eric, who had just entered the living room. Eric, have you heard any news about Clark recently? Not yet, Eric replied. He had just received a call from Chloe, informing him of a robbery in Metropolis that bore similarities to a previous incident. She suspected that Clark might be the perpetrator. Nevertheless, Eric refrained from sharing this information with his parents, knowing that discussing unresolved matters would only cause them unnecessary distress. Jonathan sighed as he set down the phone. Martha took his hand, attempting to convey warmth and comfort. By the way, I received an invitation to a funeral today, Eric announced, handing a black envelope to his parents regarding the passing of Lex Luthor. Staring at the black envelope in Eric's hand, Jonathan was taken aback. Lex's funeral? Martha was equally stunned, a wave of sorrow washing over her. They had just attended Lex's wedding, having participated as representatives of his parents, and now, in a blink of an eye, a wedding had transformed into a funeral. How could this happen? Wasn't he reported missing? Is it now confirmed that he has met with foul play? Martha asked Eric, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Lex Luthor and Helen embarked on their honeymoon, only to face an unforeseen calamity when their aircraft was seized by the pilot. Amidst the ensuing struggle, the pilot inadvertently fell to his demise. Eric remained stoically unaffected as he articulated the events he had come to comprehend. Lex Luthor, with a heart full of love, entrusted the final parachute to his fiancée, E, urging her to cherish life, while he chose to plummet into the depths of the ocean alongside the aircraft. A heart-wrenching tale of love. Yet, Eric added a personal reflection. Although the narrative bore a poignant quality, he found it replete with dissonance. He could not fathom that Lex would embody such altruism, willingly relinquishing a chance at survival in a moment of crisis. Such fanciful notions could only deceive those unfamiliar with his true character. The aforementioned sentiments echoed the words of Dr. Helen. After delivering the letter to his parents, Eric departed from the living room. Jonathan, clutching the black envelope, wore a look of confusion and guilt. Lex Luthor has perished? Repeating the phrase, Jonathan sank into a chair, overwhelmed by despair. Just moments ago, I had celebrated his wedding as his father. I acknowledge my reservations towards the Luthor family and my unfavorable impression of Lex, believing his intentions towards Eric and Clark to be nefarious. However, this does not signify. Jonathan, with the black envelope in hand, bowed his head, covering his forehead. First Clark, now Lex Luthor. I sensed a weight upon me as I raised my gaze to my wife, Martha. I feel weary. I am afraid. Martha grasped her husband's hand, mustering a reassuring smile. Clark will be fine. He surely will. Outside the farm, Lana rode Tyson, halting to gaze with concern at the scene within. Upon seeing Eric emerge, she nervously turned her horse to leave. Yet, upon pivoting, she discovered Eric standing before her. Eric? Out for a ride? Ah, yes, indeed. Lana smiled at Eric, explaining with a hint of awkwardness, though Tyson did not reside on the farm. Aunt Neil assisted me. I retrieved him from Whitney's mother, brought him home, and he has been recovering splendidly, hence my outing. Eric nodded, reaching out to stroke the horse's mane, preparing to take his leave. Sensing no pressing matters at hand, he had no intention of prolonging their conversation. Eric, Lana called from atop Tyson. I've heard about Clark. I'm sorry I couldn't be of assistance. And regarding Lex, her tone dipped. Peter remains in the hospital, while Cloydon has gone to the Metropolis. It feels as though, upon awakening, the world has undergone a cataclysmic transformation, with all that we hold dear beginning to fade away. Tears glistened at the corners of Lana's eyes as she struggled to contain her emotions, mustering a faint smile for Eric. She seemed on the verge of voicing words of relief to Eric, expressing her gratitude that he was still present. However, she ultimately refrained, merely pressing her lips together. Farewell. After bidding Eric goodbye, she mounted Tyson and departed from the farm, galloping away. The chestnut steed initially trotted before gaining speed, and soon Lana's silhouette on horseback faded from view. Chapter 125. The fall of the Avengers' progeny. Eric possessed extraordinary hearing, enabling him to eavesdrop on his surroundings. He could not only capture desired information, but also discern the whispers of others. He could utilize his superhuman hearing to filter through the cacophony of the metropolis. Yet he was unable to perceive the innermost thoughts of individuals. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as if sharp needles were piercing his brain. At the Blue Valley Town Hospital, Henry King clutched his head, attempting to shield himself from the inner voices of those around him. Yet, these voices relentlessly trailed him. He was the son of Brainwave. Since his father's stroke and subsequent hospitalization, his abilities had gradually begun to awaken. He could hear the thoughts of others and manipulate objects with his mind. Overwhelmed by fear and confusion, while rummaging through his father's belongings at home, he stumbled upon several videotapes. Upon watching them, he discovered they contained his father's recorded confessions. From the tapes, he learned that his father was the nefarious brainwave of the unjust society, endowed with telekinesis, mind control, and eavesdropping capabilities. Shocked and bewildered, he made his way to the hospital, hoping to seek guidance from his comatose father, despite knowing that his father would be incapable of offering any assistance. Unexpectedly, as he entered the corridor, his abilities unconsciously activated, allowing him to hear the thoughts of numerous patients within hospital. These medications are futile. They are of no use. I'm terrified. I wish he would die soon, so the house and his car would become mine. I could have everything. This damned hospital. I wish to leave at once. I want to blow it up. Can I do that? A torrent of sordid and sinister thoughts overwhelmed him, leaving him feeling burdened, disturbed by the cacophony in his mind. He hastened toward Brainwave's room. Father? Henry approached his father's bedside, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Can you hear me? Is this the ability you have passed down to me? Lying motionless on the bed, Brainwave remained unresponsive. Henry pressed on, addressing his comatose father. Can you hear my voice? Do you wish to communicate with me? Just as he attempted to continue his dialogue, the door to the room swung open. A doctor entered and greeted him. Hello, Henry. After acknowledging Henry, the doctor proceeded to examine Brainwave. Henry turned his attention to the doctor, inadvertently catching his thoughts. I harbor a disdain for Dr. Jean. He has languished in the hospital for far too long. It is time to terminate his life support and allow him to pass on. Upon hearing the sentiments of the other party, Henry gazed at them in shock. He could not fathom that his father's former colleague would utter such a malevolent curse upon another. After a moment of stunned silence, once the doctor departed, Henry grasped his unconscious father's hand, his expression hardening with resolve. You are right, Father. Humanity is indeed monstrous. After spending some time in the hospital, the door creaked open once more. A familiar figure emerged before him. Courtney, the new transfer student. What brings you here? He inquired, harboring little fondness for her. Since her arrival at the school, she had mingled with the nerds and the outcasts, particularly one named Yolanda, whom he had previously tormented. He had feigned a romantic relationship with Yolanda, only to have her send him revealing photographs. After obtaining the compromising images, he had disseminated them throughout the school, leading to Yolanda's social demise. Although that was never his intention, the fact remained that he had caused her disgrace, complicating his feelings when faced with Yolanda and her companions. I wish to speak with you. Courtney intended to recruit him into her ranks, believing that Henry's nature was not inherently malevolent, merely exploited by others. Henry scrutinized Courtney, activating his abilities. Instantly, her innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. I did not mean to. I never wished to harm you. Although your father's demise is intertwined with my actions. Upon hearing Courtney's thoughts, he was engulfed by a wave of fury. You are the reason my father is in this state? No, it was not me. Courtney hastily shook her head in denial. Yet her thoughts were fully accessible to him. Your father's condition was not caused by me, but by the patriotic people. However, one cannot blame them. Had they not acted, I would have been the one to perish. As he absorbed the revelations from her mind, Henry's shock deepened. Who are the patriotic people? Cough, you can hear my thoughts? Courtney exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated his abilities to awaken so swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure, dismissing any distracting thoughts, and closed the door to the hospital room. You would not wish to know of the patriotic people. Their terror surpasses your imagination, Henry. As she spoke, she placed her bag down. You have a choice, Henry. Assist me in locating other members of the unjust society. Help me gather more intelligence. And together we can thwart their efforts to take more lives. As she took a step closer to Henry, she continued, You are aware they have taken many lives, correct? My father, Rosie, and her father, Tyler, the time hero. Perhaps they deserved it, Henry replied, his inner turmoil evident as he turned away. Henry, do you truly wish for this? Henry shook his head and painfully made his way to the window. I live in a hell every day, tormented by the thoughts of others. That incessant burden plagues me. You think me a scoundrel? Grasping the curtain with one hand and gritting his teeth, he continued, Believe me, compared to some, I am the least of a scoundrel. If my father has harmed anyone, he must have had his reasons. Turning to face Courtney, Henry declared, Humanity is monstrous. At its core, it is ugly, greedy, despicable, and distorted. That is the truth. Life is not merely black and white, Henry, Courtney replied, her tone laden with gravity. People can be wicked, yet they can also possess kindness, compassion, and empathy. Perhaps some of the thoughts you perceive are malicious, but at times, we fear being hurt, leading us to harbor dreadful thoughts. If you endeavor to look deeper, you might discover something more beautiful. Henry shook his head in profound skepticism. Courtney paused momentarily before continuing. After pain and fear comes love and the desire to be loved. I believe you will see these things, and you long for them. I have heard from Yolanda about how your father treated you, yet now you stand by his side, which signifies your love for him, does it not? Upon hearing Courtney mention his relationship with his father, Henry's gaze hardened. The power of his telepathy surged uncontrollably, causing everything in the room to tremble. Get out, now, he shouted vehemently. Courtney stepped back, picking up the book she had dropped, and opened the door to leave. Before departing, she said, I know you desire to do what is right deep down. Should you come to terms with that, feel free to talk to me anytime. As the door closed, Henry gasped, staring at Courtney's retreating figure. Once he calmed down, he slumped into a chair, his emotions a tumultuous storm. He remained seated until evening when the door swung open and a sharply dressed man entered. Hello, you must be Henry, he said. Your butler informed me you were here. I am Green, your father's lawyer. Henry rose, shaking the man's hand with a mix of confusion. Is there something you need? I regret to inform you that your father explicitly stated, should he encounter such misfortune leading to coma and irreversible brain function loss, he wishes to have life support removed after a certain period, the man explained, holding a briefcase. Henry, taken aback, focused intently on the lawyer, hoping to glean some insight. The first thought he discerned from the lawyer's mind was, I should have eaten something on my way here. What? He stammered, momentarily bewildered. This man is thinking such things now. After regaining his composure, he continued to delve into the lawyer's thoughts. I need his signature. I need this money. Upon absorbing the lawyer's thoughts, Henry clenched his teeth and took a step forward, locking his gaze onto the other man's eyes. You are lying, he exclaimed. Pardon me. What did you say? The lawyer retorted. These documents are not forged, are they? You merely seek to swindle my father's money. Henry's furious stare bore down on him as he pressed for answers. No, of course not. This is not a forgery. It bears the signature of the state notary. I understand that this outcome is difficult for you to accept, but Henry could no longer bear to listen. A searing pain exploded in his head. Clutching his temples, he struggled to raise his gaze to the lawyer. Do not come near my father. With that roar, an invisible force seized the lawyer. His body felt constricted, limbs torn in every direction, and an overwhelming agony surged through him. The lawyer emitted a hoarse, pained sound, convulsing before collapsing to the ground. He writhed in strenuous agony, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. After a desperate struggle, his eyes widened as he breathed his last. Breathing heavily, Henry stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Have I killed him? He murmured, extending his trembling hands, his face a canvas of confusion and panic. No, he deserved it. Humanity is monstrous. All who are deserving of their fate must perish. Breaking free from his bewilderment, clarity flooded his gaze. Recalling the murderer, the one who had harmed his father, he had gleaned the address of that individual from Courtney's mind. That night, Eric was in his room when he suddenly sensed a surge of energy approaching the farm. Frowning, he rose to peer outside. Through the dense, white fog shrouding the night, he saw it winter. Heavy footsteps echoed on the ground as Henry descended from the hitchhiked vehicle, advancing along the farm's path. The encroaching fog sent a chill through him. Are they compatriots? Why had he perceived such complex emotions as fear, reverence, and gratitude in Courtney's mind? Who exactly were they? Navigating through the thick mist, he was engulfed by profound uncertainty. It matters not. I have awakened the same powers as my father. Whoever it is, I can easily deal with them. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on along the path. As he trod upon the slightly muddy ground, he approached the entrance of the farm. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to storm inside, but just as he took a step forward, he was startled to find a figure standing before him. The silhouette seemed to have materialized in an instant. Before he could react, the figure seized him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Cold, emotionless eyes bore into him, akin to those of soulless beast. What is your connection to the brainwave? Eric sensed a similar energy emanating from the stranger. I am his son. Are you a citizen of the homeland? Henry, suspended in midair, gazed at Eric in astonishment. What manner of supernatural speed is this? Moreover, why can I not penetrate the depths of his thoughts? Gritting his teeth, Henry concentrated, attempting to summon his telekinetic prowess to launch an assault. Yet, to his astonishment, Eric remained utterly motionless. His head felt as though it might explode, yet he was unable to compel his adversary to budge. It seems you seek vengeance for your father's demise. Intrigued, Eric released him, allowing Henry to crash to the ground with a thud. Like father, like son, have you awakened the same abilities as your progenitor? Thus you can perceive the thoughts of ordinary mortals, but alas, I am no ordinary being. He extended a foot and kicked Henry, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the earth. Though Eric had not exerted much force, the impact rendered Henry devoid of combat capability. Lying on the ground, racked with pain, he struggled to rise, blood streaming from his nose, and attempted to control a large stone with his telekinesis to hurl at Eric. However, the opponent, possessing astonishing speed, was but a blur, evading any attempt to strike. Overwhelmed with shock and unease, Henry blinked and found Eric suddenly before him, gripping his throat with a cold, indifferent gaze. You are a monster. With every ounce of strength, Henry managed to utter his final words before Eric snapped his neck with a swift motion. In that instant, a cry echoed through the air. No! A golden light flashed as Star Chaser soared towards them on her staff. She intended to intervene, but arrived a moment too late. By the time she leaped from her staff, Henry lay motionless on the ground. No, no, no. Seeing Henry lifeless, Courtney recoiled, cradling her head in despair, her emotions unraveling. Before she could utter another word, the staff she held spun uncontrollably forward. Struck on the chin by the staff, Star Chaser fell with a thud. Eric, grasping the staff, fixed a cold gaze upon the fallen Star Chaser. Chapter 126. Departing this world with a better soul, it appears you are acquainted with him. Gripping the staff, Eric coldly inquired of Star Chaser. Yes, yes, I know him. Ignoring the pain in her chin, Courtney staggered to her feet, glancing at Henry's still form. You killed him? Is there a problem? Of course there is. Courtney glared at Eric with fury, her voice trembling with emotion. He is not a villain. He has been struggling. I can see it. He hears the innermost thoughts of everyone, whether malevolent or ill-intentioned. He can hear them all. Although tormented within, he yearned to be a virtuous man, desiring to pursue righteousness. Why, oh why, must he be denied the chance to strive for goodness? Why extinguish his opportunity to engage in noble endeavors? Yet what of it? Eric's demeanor remained indifferent, utterly unmoved by Courtney's words. Whether he was a hero or a villain held no interest for him. With a flourish, he raised his staff, unleashing a beam of golden light directed at the grounded Courtney. The radiant energy collided with her chest, sending her sprawling to the ground. The force of the energy beam was such that Courtney sustained no grave injury, merely feeling a sharp pain in her chest as she fell. Nevertheless, her head spun, and she was beset by an unrelenting ache in both her back and chest. Why? Lying on the ground, Courtney stifled her pain, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Eric. He had endured a life fraught with calamity, accompanying his father, subjected to daily humiliation, and enduring a life he loathed. Following the awakening of his powers, he was bombarded with the very words he most dreaded, leading him to question whether he existed in hell. Caught between fantasy and reality, he faced constant denials from the real world and the obliteration of his dreams. If only we could lend him a hand, we might pull him from this abyss. Courtney raised her tear-filled gaze towards Eric, stretching out her hand. Yet Eric paid no heed to her pleas, retracting his staff and turning away. Such eloquent words, a call to save a wavering soul? Yet the most prudent course would be to allow him to depart this world with a purer spirit, before he succumbs to darkness. Then, recite your morbid scriptures to him. Eric's icy voice resonated. The reason I lent you the staff was to seek someone, not to salvage another soul. I now reclaim it, as your actions have greatly displeased me. Before he could finish, a streak of light erupted from the staff in his grasp, crashing violently into the fallen Henry. Under Courtney's gaze, Henry disintegrated into dust, the sole evidence of his existence vanishing in an instant. Tears streamed down Courtney's face as she covered her mouth in shock. After a moment, she came to her senses, glancing towards Eric's location, only to find he had vanished. A thick white mist enveloped the night, swirling around. In the deep of night, Martha lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep. Recent events, Clark's departure from home and his misdeeds, Lex's sudden departure, the troubles on the farm, clung to her heart like an unshakable shadow. She closed her eyes, desperately trying to drift into slumber, yet sleep eluded her. Stealing a glance at her husband beside her, she carefully rose from the bed without waking him. Standing by the window, she looked out into the enveloping fog, her mood as chilling as the misty night. As she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a gentle tapping sound unexpectedly wafted up from downstairs. It resembled the sound of someone knocking at the door. Given the late hour and the inclement weather, Martha's guard instinctively heightened. She quietly roused her husband, Jonathan, informing him of the commotion outside, which appeared to be a knock at the door. Jonathan, who had been in a light slumber, awoke promptly at Martha's gentle nudge. Upon hearing her mention a sound outside, he swiftly donned his clothing, grasped a sturdy stick, and instructed Martha to remain inside while he descended to the living room. The mist outside swirled ominously, casting an eerie ambience throughout the night. Taking a deep breath, Jonathan approached the door and peered through the crack. To his surprise, he discovered a young girl standing outside. She was petite, seemingly no older than a middle school student, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. After a moment's hesitation, Jonathan ultimately decided to open the door. Standing before him was Courtney, who was wiping away her tears. Having lost her star staff, she found herself unable to return home. And with the mist enveloping the surroundings, she felt utterly stranded, compelled to seek refuge at the farm. Although she knew this was Eric's residence, the thought of spending the night amidst the haystacks outside drove her to knock on the door. As the door swung open, Courtney momentarily froze at the sight of Jonathan, quickly dabbing her eyes and forcing a smile. "Hello, I am Courtney Whiteman. I seem to have lost my way nearby. May I stay with you for just one night? I promise to leave at dawn." "Ah, quite all right," Jonathan replied instinctively, gazing at the girl before him. Once he welcomed Courtney inside, Martha descended from upstairs, casting a curious glance at Jonathan. In response to his wife's inquisitive look, Jonathan shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty regarding the situation. "So, Courtney, what brings you here?" Martha inquired as she approached, positioning herself beside her husband. Courtney hesitated momentarily, glancing upstairs, aware that Eric was likely resting above. Unsure of how to respond, she pondered and finally stammered, I was out for some fresh air, but inadvertently got caught in the fog and lost my way." "Indeed," Jonathan nodded, acknowledging the dense fog outside. "Where is your home? I can escort you back." He then rose to retrieve his coat from the drying rack, preparing to accompany her. Courtney began to utter Blue Valley, but quickly covered her mouth. Revealing her origins would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Instead, she smiled at Jonathan, attempting to deflect the inquiry. "My parents are away, and it's quite a distance from here. In reality, I am visiting Smallville. My aunt resides here. My hometown is Blue Valley, and this is my student ID," she concluded, producing the student identification she had prepared in her pocket. Receiving the student ID from Courtney, Jonathan and Martha exchanged glances, their suspicions about each other's identities significantly diminished. "May I rest here? I find the sofa quite inviting," Courtney smiled, patting the soft couch she occupied. "Of course," Jonathan nodded. After a brief conversation, he ascended the stairs with his wife. "I shall fetch her a blanket. Martha said to her husband. Though it is peculiar to get lost in such thick fog, I feel this child does not possess a malicious nature. Indeed, the ID indicates she is a high school student, yet she still exudes a certain youthful innocence, Jonathan replied, nodding in agreement. The couple felt a serene and natural aura emanating from Courtney, allowing them to trust her enough to rest on the lower level. As they conversed, having just reached the staircase, they spotted Eric standing above. He glanced at Courtney, who lay on the sofa, having composed herself, and drifted into slumber with her arm as a pillow. Mom, Dad, you should go rest. I will keep watch over her, Eric said. He had not anticipated Courtney's brazen approach in seeking their trust so quickly, yet he harbored no intention of sending her away. After exchanging a few words with his parents, Eric descended the stairs, intending to offer a warning to Courtney, only to find her already nestled in sleep. Shaking his head, he cast a brief look at her tear-streaked face before ascending the stairs. The following morning, after bidding farewell to Kent Farm, Courtney embarked on her journey home. Although she longed to reclaim the Star's staff from Eric, the atmosphere he radiated at the breakfast table quelled that desire almost instantly. Upon returning to Blue Valley Town, she quickly learned from Pat about a murder that had occurred in the brainwave room. You were out all night, Courtney, Pat exclaimed, pulling her aside to prevent her mother in the kitchen from noticing their conversation. I have managed to conceal this from your mother, but I doubt we will be so fortunate again. You must clarify everything for me. I will, Courtney replied, anxiety etching her features. A murder had transpired in the brainwave ward. Who could be responsible? Was it Brainwave or Henry? The victim's condition was grim, blood flowed from mouth and nose, and the body bore various injuries to bones and muscles. I suspect only telekinesis could account for such a fate. The police wish to question Henry for clues. Yet he has vanished, Pat explained to his daughter. Is that so? Courtney's face fell into a look of despair. Could it be that Henry truly committed murder? Was her innocent intention of guiding him back from the brink of darkness misguided? Overwhelmed with frustration, she stumbled toward the hospital, casting a glance at the brainwave ward. Separated by glass walls, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of confusion. Afterward, I ascended to the third floor to confide in my friend Yolanda, who was recuperating. To my astonishment, Yolanda immediately erupted with fury. She vehemently protested against Courtney's intention to recruit the scoundrel who had previously disseminated her private photos, causing her social demise. Yolanda deemed Courtney's actions a betrayal and declared her intention to sever ties, subsequently expelling her from the hospital room. Standing outside the ward, Courtney suddenly recalled Eric's words regarding the best approach. One ought to allow him to depart this world with a better soul before he succumbs to darkness. Had she truly erred? Chapter 127. Snapping off Batman's little ears in Gotham. At Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne was meticulously frying a steak. While he had always approached adversaries and criminals with a brutish demeanor, he found himself enveloped in a gentle state when dealing with the steak before him. Master Bruce, you seem to be in excellent spirits today, Alfred remarked as he neatly folded Bruce's latest attire and placed it into the wardrobe. Indeed, whenever I find leisure, I endeavor to redirect my focus towards pursuits that differ from my daily encounters. Perhaps culinary arts, or playing the piano, or even cycling on the streets. That certainly qualifies as a means of stress relief. However, Master, have you not been diligently training your body of late? Rigorous training necessitates a stringent diet. I have engaged a nutritionist to devise a meal plan for you. Have you not adhered to it? Truthfully, I find it somewhat intolerable, Bruce replied, rising to face the approaching butler. We have all heard the saying that Batman is not picky about food. Yet there are two principles I must uphold. Batman does not consume fish, and Batman does not eat pie. The meal plan curated by the nutritionist includes an abundance of both. Alfred pondered for a moment before responding. These justifications do sound quite characteristic of you, Master. Or are you not fond of junk food? Burgers, cola, fries, chips. If you were not working, you would likely spend the day in the Batcave with such fare. Alfred mercilessly dismantled Bruce's flimsy excuses. Is that so? Bruce replied, maintaining his composure. It is merely a method of supplementing nutrition. Junk food and coffee can swiftly restore my vitality. Yet I often see you munching on chips while monitoring satellite feeds for criminal activity in Gotham, seemingly passing the time, which does not require much stamina. Alfred continued to jest with the Bruce Wayne he had raised. Faced with the butler's teasing, Bruce fell silent. He discerned that it would be best to refrain from discussing culinary matters in Alfred's presence. Alfred not only supervises his own healthy diet, but also frequently indulges in preparing British cuisine for himself. One dish in particular, Gazing at the Stars, crafted by Alfred, features a group of fish with unblinking eyes, all directed skyward, evoking a sense of malevolence. It is a culinary creation that appears far more indescribable and chilling than the dark entities depicted in Cthulhu. The mere thought of this dish induces an uncomfortable churn in the stomach. Master, were you not recently in contact with a few peculiar individuals? It seems you have been getting along quite well lately. Alfred shifted the conversation, inquiring about the trio of Wonder Woman. Our current relationship cannot be labeled as friendship. We both harbor reservations and engage in cautious probing of one another. Bruce placed a perfectly seared steak onto the plate. Even if you encounter a potential friend who vows with utmost certainty that you will come to trust one another, you may still find yourself skeptical about the future he envisions. Bruce's tone grew somber. I recall my father often telling me in my youth that the future is but a dream away. That distorted future, where everything is abruptly altered, bears no resemblance to the present. I hold deep doubts regarding it. He directed his gaze toward the city outside. If I were to awaken and witness certain changes in Gotham, I would find it easy to accept. However, if I were to rise to a completely transformed Gotham, I would be engulfed by skepticism. I comprehend your sentiments. Master Bruce, Alfred nodded, hands clasped. Changes that are too far removed can feel absurd and unreal. Yet you still trust them. I can sense it. Otherwise, you would not have been so dedicated these past few days, investigating the information they seek. Perhaps, Bruce replied, having finished cooking all the steaks. He turned to Alfred and inquired, would you like a bottle of red wine? Not all. Master Bruce, Alfred gently declined. I must prepare dinner, so it would be inappropriate to indulge in wine. Perhaps you could enjoy it alongside your meal. That could work, Bruce nodded. Just as he was about to say more, the phone in the room rang. Setting down his utensils, Bruce approached to answer it. After a brief exchange, he hung up, his expression grave. What has transpired, Master? Alfred inquired as he approached. There has been an incident in Metropolis, Bruce replied, his brow furrowing. Wayne Enterprises Bank in Metropolis has been robbed. Meanwhile, in a deserted alley of Metropolis, Clark removed his black nylon mask and prepared to leave with his bulging wallet. His lavish expenditures on luxury cars, elite nightclub visits, and nightly stays in five-star hotels were becoming increasingly unsustainable. Clark held disdain for conventional employment, lacking the patience to pursue slower avenues of income. Thus, he resorted to bank robbery as a means of sustaining his livelihood. The bank he had just robbed was a private institution, reputedly affiliated with Wayne Bank, headquartered in Gotham. With the increasing number of guards established by national banks, he found himself compelled to target those banks that appeared to operate on a smaller scale and boasted fewer security personnel. Despite his disregard for any form of protective force, he opted for subtlety, understanding that attracting a helicopter pursuit could complicate his future indulgences. Not only was he wary of police investigations, but he also dreaded the thought of Eric discovering his actions and intervening. Although he projected a facade of reckless abandon, a flicker of trepidation lingered within him regarding his brother. After all, the last time he donned a red kryptonite ring, he was utterly overwhelmed by Eric and ultimately forced to remove the ring, reverting back to the mundane Clark. Suddenly, a shadow unfurled before him, accompanied by the sound of cape slicing through the air. A serious glint flickered in Clark's eyes. Despite wearing the red kryptonite ring, he remained vigilant and cautious in combat. Who goes there? Clark stepped forward, his gaze piercing into the inky darkness ahead. I see you, if you wish to remain hidden. How would he mind using my eyes to expose you? He retorted, irritated by the lurking figure. With a thud, Batman descended from the shadows, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his sharp gaze fixated on the audacious Clark. Clark Kent? Batman's raspy voice echoed from within his cowl. Do you recognize me, Batman? Clark inquired, experiencing a sense of intrigue upon encountering this future ally of the Justice League. He found Batman's attire somewhat ludicrous. May I ask why you have chosen to dress in such a peculiar manner? Clark questioned, with an air of playful mockery. It's not Halloween. Why the need for such odd attire, especially with those pointy ears? They resemble the plush toys we bought at home, all perky and comical, blending seriousness with absurdity. After donning the red kryptonite ring, not only had Clark's inner desires and ambitions transformed him into a selfish individual, but had also morphed him into a brash character, prone to sharp-tongued remarks. I know your brother, Clark Kent, Batman replied, sidestepping Clark's jibe and instead bringing up Eric. Despite sharing a similar arrogance, Eric possessed a rationality that evoked a sense of caution even in Batman himself. He possesses a profound understanding of Gotham, seemingly more attuned to its darkness than anyone else. Yet you are different. Batman delivers a precise strike against Clark. You are utterly ensnared by the shadows, unable to master them, merely becoming a vassal of the darkness. The gravelly timbre of Batman's voice, deliberately obscured, resonates. Now, I must hold you accountable. Wayne Bank has suffered a total loss of $110,000 in cash, 2 glass doors shattered, a neglected public piano damaged, 3 safes destroyed, 3 security personnel sustained minor injuries and fractures, and 5 customers were injured to varying degrees. Batman's voice exudes a calm detachment, compelling you to confess your transgressions. Why confess to you and not to God? Clark inquired, perplexed. Before Batman could respond, Clark surged forward, launching a direct strike at Batman with his right fist. Drawing upon his innate instincts and combat experience, Batman acted before Clark could initiate his attack. His grappling hook flew forth, embedding itself into the wall, and he propelled himself toward it. Stalled in mid-attack, Clark found himself momentarily frozen. In the next heartbeat, Batman rapidly closed the distance, exploiting Clark's momentary pause to deliver a punch. A dull thud echoed as Batman's fist was suddenly seized by Clark, who had pivoted at an unexpected moment. Is that all? Clark smirked disdainfully. Unperturbed by the grip on his fist, Batman swiftly executed a classic maneuver, the housewife kick. He lifted his legs, leaping with a somewhat ungraceful posture to strike Clark. Yet, this level of assault proved insufficient to inflict harm. Clark extended his hand and effortlessly snapped off one of Batman's earpieces. Chapter 128. Will I become worse? Genius resides at Nunu Bookstore. Batman, visibly incensed by the loss of his helmet's earpiece, retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Clark's cheek. After severing the earpiece, Clark released Batman's fist and stepped back. Batman, too, retreated a step, brandishing a rope gun that he aimed at Clark. The slender rope ensnared Clark's body. Unfazed by the harmless bindings, Clark continued his advance, perceiving the Caped Crusader as merely an ordinary human with modest skills, incapable of inflicting any real damage. A mere mortal could never bridge the chasm that separated them. Yet, in the next instant, a surge of electricity crackled through the taut rope. A powerful current ignited in a dazzling silver flash, surging toward him in an instant. Clark felt enveloped by a subtle paralysis that momentarily hindered his movements. However, after a brief pause, he pressed forward, effortlessly tearing apart the silvery, lightning-tinged ropes. Such trivial contraptions would hardly prove enduring for someone like the Batman, who was missing an ear. As Clark mocked his adversary, he advanced closer. Yet, after only a few strides, he heard a distinct crack. Looking down, he realized he had crushed some metallic object encased in a shell. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the shattered item emitted an invisible sound wave. Clark, endowed with superhuman hearing, immediately sensed the formidable ultrasonic wave surging towards him. A sudden, unrelenting pain pierced his head, as if a needle had penetrated his mind, attacking his auditory system and brain. Letting out a muffled groan of agony, he staggered back, clutching his head in a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught of sound. Fortunately, the sonic assault ceased after half a minute, leaving Clark breathless and disoriented. As the dizziness subsided, he raised his gaze, observing a swirl of gray dust around him, while Batman had vanished into the inky shadows of the alley, taking advantage of the obscurity. Utilizing his grappling hook, Batman propelled himself across the wall of a building. Removing the gas mask he had been wearing, he cast a wary glance towards the distant skyline. Possessing a body of steel and inhuman strength and speed, no form of attack or toxin could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Clark Kent and Eric Kent both embodied seemingly invincible beings. Yet, the consequence of their extraordinary hearing was a vulnerability to ultrasonic sounds, inaudible to ordinary ears, which they struggled to counter effectively. Was this the Achilles heel of the ultrasonic wave? Touching the remnant of his severed ear, Batman's expression grew grave. Even against an invincible Superman, he vowed to find a method to bring him to justice. Clark, who had severed his bad ear, became the object of Batman's enduring resentment. In the early morning, Eric attended Lex Luthor's funeral with his parents. Experiencing the peculiar juxtaposition of attending both a wedding and a funeral for the same individual within a short span was a novel experience for Eric. Despite his skepticism about Lex's demise being final, at the funeral, Eric encountered several acquaintances, including Ms. Akins, Lana, and the priest who had officiated Lex's wedding and now presided over his funeral. "Hey, Eric," Lana greeted him, her eyes slightly reddened. Lex had been a friend of hers, and the salon club run by Aunt Neil had been an investment of Lex's. Without the presence of Lax, the CAF, which served as the repository of Lana's deepest emotions, would have been reduced to a mere parking lot or faded into oblivion. Eric, adorned with white chrysanthemums in place of roses, nodded at Lana. He was not adept at offering words of comfort. Thus, he could provide no solace to her. Lax was a hero, bestowing the final opportunity for life upon others. Lana approached Eric, seeking conversation, as she found the atmosphere around her stifling, even suffocating, prompting her desire to engage with him. Perhaps, but the subsequent narrative is merely a retelling by others, who wish for their truths to be acknowledged. Eric responded casually as they spoke when Dr. Helen, clad in black as a widow, arrived at the funeral, only to be intercepted by Lax's father, Lionel. "I do not wish to see you at this funeral," Lionel glared at her. "Now your scheme has come to fruition. You have caused my son's demise, and now you masquerade as a philanthropist to garner sympathy. Do you think I cannot unmask you? Mr. Lionel, I have told you many times, I am the victim, and I too mourn Lax's departure." Dr. Helen furrowed her brow as she addressed the man before her. "Spare me your flimsy lies. Whom do you think you can deceive? Now that you have inherited Lax's estate, do you believe you can pass as one of the elite? I warn you, never underestimate the resolve and vengeful spirit of a father who has lost his son. I will watch you closely and expose your true nature." Lionel's eyes glinted like those of a beast, fixating on Helen. "I await your revelation." Helen remained unfazed by his menacing aura, expressionless as she ascended to the pulpit prepared by the pastor to deliver her speech. Eric sat beside his parents, his gaze fixed on Helen, having overheard their earlier exchange. Was it the venom of a black widow, or the unfolding of a tragic familial conflict? A smirk crept upon Eric's lips. Such dramatic developments were the delight of a spectator like him. As for Lax's fate, it was the least of his concerns. Redirecting his gaze from Helen, he inadvertently caught sight of a figure lurking behind a nearby stone pillar. The individual, clad in sunglasses and designer attire, leaned against the pillar, their expression a mixture of complexity as they surveyed the funeral. This fashionably dressed figure could only be Clark, who had not graced Smallville with his presence for quite some time. Nearby, Lana, seated not far from Eric, also caught a glimpse of Clark. Blinking to confirm her sighting, she realized he had vanished. Lana refused to believe her eyes had deceived her. She was utterly convinced that the person she had just seen was indeed Clark. Rising to alert Eric, she discovered that he, too, had inexplicably disappeared from his previous position. After Clark utilized his super speed to depart from Lex Luthor's funeral, he moved to a secluded stretch of road. Although he donned a red kryptonite ring, it did not extinguish all his emotions. Lex had been a decent friend during his lifetime, so upon learning of the funeral, Clark hastened to the scene to pay his respects. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air in the woods, Clark was preparing to leave when suddenly he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he discovered his brother Eric standing there, watching him. The distance between them was less than 20 meters. Clark immediately tensed, holding his breath and bracing himself for a hasty retreat. He understood that in such a short span, Eric could close the gap in an instant. Despite his immense confidence in his speed, he could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed from Eric's pursuit. "Hey, Eric, how's the farm?" "Not too bad. I've heard you're living quite lavishly in Metropolis." Eric had no immediate intention of attacking. He calmly inquired of his older brother, robbing banks, battling the police, living extravagantly, one enviable life. Seeing that Eric had no plans to strike, Clark let out a sigh of relief. "You know about all this?" "Indeed. However, it wasn't my supervision that revealed it. Rather, your astonishing antics have been fully reported by the media. The entire metropolis likely knows." Eric took a step closer to Clark. "And so do our parents. Even with your hood on, your physique and abilities make it easy to identify you." "What are you trying to say, Eric?" A surge of wariness arose within Clark, adorned with a red kryptonite ring. "If you intend to persuade me to return, my answer is an unequivocal no. Jonathan often told us to let go of burdens to start anew. I am embarking on a new journey in life. Clark spoke with resolute conviction. Not even you can alter my life choices. Is that so? I'm not surprised by your response, Clark. If that is truly what you desire, I think it's commendable. What? The Earth does not cease to rotate for any individual, just as the world will never revolve around anyone's will. In fact, Clark, your departure hasn't caused much of a stir. A few may notice your absence and then return to their lives. Beyond that, there is no impact. Eric's words, delivered with a calm demeanor, left Clark feeling somewhat disheartened. After a moment of silence, Clark lifted his head and smiled at Eric. That is truly wonderful. That is the very scene I envisioned. Jonathan is no longer my father. Martha is no longer my mother. And you, Eric, are no longer my brother. Not now, nor in the future. We shall each walk our own paths without interference. Clark's contrasting emotions dissipated the guilt and unease that had just surged within him, transforming it instead into mockery directed at Eric. And you, Eric, may you spend your life tending to your farm. In the face of such absurdity from Clark, Eric had no intention of resorting to violence. He calmly inquired, "What about Lana? Did you not harbor feelings for her? Although I have not paid much attention to your romantic life, you allowed your first love to slip away?" Upon hearing the term first love, Clark momentarily paused, yet quickly regained his composure. "I have many female friends now, so my initial romance is of little consequence. As for Lana, I once invited her to accompany me to Metropolis, but she declined. This indicates she was merely a transient presence in my life, and I need not invest excessive energy or emotion in a mere passerby." That certainly sounds like the behavior of a cad, Eric nodded, simultaneously intrigued by the red kryptonite ring adorning Clark's finger. He pondered the implications of his own body, having been partially transformed into a Kryptonian. Possessing certain Kryptonian traits, such as enhanced biological magnetic fields, the strengthening of bodily cells under a yellow sun, and a slight aversion to green kryptonite. What effects might the red kryptonite ring have on him? Would it amplify his cad-like tendencies, or would it enhance the characteristics of his Kryptonian heritage? Would he develop an infantile mentality, a penchant for mature, nurturing women, or even an urge to stand on a building's rooftop, gazing at the crescent moon? Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Eric resolved never to don such a red kryptonite ring, lest he succumb to reckless behavior that could lead to social ruin. This was not merely cad-like behavior. It was an existence unbound by emotional constraints. Clark smiled at Eric as he donned his sunglasses, and with a gust of wind, his figure vanished from sight. Watching Clark's retreating silhouette, Eric did not pursue him. He had utilized the cosmic staff to mark Clark's essence. By tracing this energy, he could locate Clark at any moment. After lingering in the woods for a while, Eric departed, making his way towards the site of Lex's funeral. "Hey, Eric, I just saw Clark over there." Upon Eric's return to the funeral, Lana approached him immediately, sharing her discovery. "I spotted him behind a pillar. Though he vanished in the blink of an eye, I'm certain it was him." Perhaps sensing Eric's skepticism, Lana continued, "He and Lex were good friends. It is no surprise for him to be here." "Yes, it was indeed him," Eric admitted without reservation. "But he has already left." When faced with someone who wishes to evade confrontation, unless one can reveal the consequences of that evasion, they will not turn back until they hit a wall. Turning away, he headed towards the location of Jonathan and Martha. Eric had taken only a couple of steps when he encountered an unexpected guest. Lionel, the father of Lex, approached Eric and extended his right hand. "You must be Eric, correct?" Eric cast a glance at his parents, who had been observing the interaction, and showed no inclination to shake hands. "I am. This should be our first conversation. Have we met before?" "I don't believe so." Lionel smiled as he retracted his hand. "However, I frequently hear Lex speak of you. He claims you are a genius." Chapter 129. You cowardly craven, a genius in what regard? Eric inquired. "In every aspect," Lionel replied, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. "Having witnessed the entirety of the universe's horrors, even the spring sky and summer blossoms appear as poison to me. Your imaginative and insightful prose casts you as a luminous night, exploring the secrets of the cosmos, illuminating it while exposing yourself in the process. I have read all your works." Lionel's words flowed steadily, seemingly laden with deeper meaning. "Yet at present, I possess only one book." "Indeed." Lionel, unfazed by Eric's revelation, continued, "In my eyes, this single volume is boundless. No matter how much time I invest, I cannot fully comprehend it." Perhaps sensing the inappropriateness of the setting, Lionel glanced toward Jonathan and Martha behind Eric. "I wish to converse with you." but now is not the right moment. As he spoke, he handed Eric a business card. If you have the time, we could discuss matters. I am, in truth, an astronomy enthusiast. After offering the card, Lionel prepared to depart. I apologize for the brevity of our discussion. You must understand the mental toll on a father who has just lost his son. Once Lionel left, Jonathan and Martha approached. What do you want? Jonathan asked warily, harboring a more negative impression of Lionel than Lex. His disdain for Lionel stemmed from the latter's reckless destruction of the town and his merciless wielding of wealth and power to oppress individuals and businesses within the community. I'm not sure. He gave me a business card and claimed to be an astronomy enthusiast. Wishing to discuss my book, Eric replied, casually displaying the card to Jonathan. Though it may seem inappropriate given Lex's recent misfortune, the Luther family cannot be trusted. Especially Lionel, Jonathan remarked, observing the vanishing figure of Lionel. I am aware. Eric nodded in agreement. Rather than discarding the card, he tucked it away. I know how to handle such a cunning old fox. Late at night, in the barn. Under the cover of night, Eric ascended the staircase. A slender crescent moon hung in the vast sky, and the air was crisp, perfect for a leisurely stroll. The second floor of the barn, situated towards the east, served as Clark's secret hideaway, while the rest was cluttered with various odds and ends. Eric approached a box, atop which lay a shattered picture frame. He picked it up and gazed at the photograph within. The image depicted a family of 4 standing in front of a corn pile on the farm. Eric stood to the left of Jonah, with Clark on the right, while their slightly shorter mother stood in front of the 3. Jonah and Martha smiled at the camera. While Clark had one hand behind his back and the other resting on his hip, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In contrast, Eric's expression was one of cool detachment as he stared into the lens. This photograph, steeped in nostalgia, left him momentarily disoriented. When was this taken? Surely it was when he and Clark had just entered high school. Yet, why did it feel as though so much time had passed? Lost in thought, while fixating on the fractured glass frame, Eric was suddenly jolted by the sound of footsteps outside. He set the frame down and peered below, discovering Jonah and Martha entering the barn. As he saw them, Eric allowed the night to cloak his presence. We've finished repaying the bank loan, so we needn't worry about losing these belongings, Jonah remarked, surveying the cluttered boxes with a hint of nostalgia. It's all thanks to Eric. Indeed, Eric always reassures us. He is a good boy, Martha replied to her husband. Weren't you previously troubled? You are the 3rd generation of this farm, and Eric and Clark will be the 4th. You worried whether the next generation would be Eric or Clark. I told you then. They're destined for college and will eventually leave this town. They do not belong solely to the farm. As she spoke, tears welled in Martha's eyes. I knew they would leave us one day, but I never anticipated that Clark would depart so soon. I don't know if he will wish to return. I can't fathom why life must be so unfair to us. Seeing his wife's distress, Jonah approached and embraced her. Life is like this, Martha. We must learn to adapt. Do you remember the day we discovered we could not have children? Tears shimmered in Jonah's eyes as he comforted her. You held my hand and assured me I need not worry, saying that joyful days would eventually come. You were right, Martha. We indeed lived joyful days with Eric and Clark. Although Clark is not here now, I promise that happiness will return, hidden behind a storage box. Eric listened to his parents' conversation, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He rubbed the broken frame in his hands, myriad feelings surging within him. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, in the opulence of a 5-star hotel, Clark found himself tossing and turning on the lavish bed, unable to find solace. Despite the exorbitance of the bedding, he still felt it lacked the comfort of his humble farm bed. Rising, he approached the telephone, hesitated for a moment, then ultimately dialed the familiar number. As the call connected, Clark grasped the receiver with uncertainty, yearning to hear the voice on the other end, yet plagued by trepidation. He was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. After a few seconds of silence, no one answered from the farm, prompting Clark to abruptly hang up. Although relieved that his parents and Eric did not answer, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The following morning, Clark, with his head bowed, took the elevator up to his floor. His mood remained unchanged by the night's restless sleep. With his head down, his mind swirled like a murky lake, replaying the conversation with Eric repeatedly. Was this truly the life he wished to choose? Ding! Lost in thought, the elevator doors suddenly opened, revealing a familiar figure outside. Cloyne stood there, bag in hand, and upon spotting Clark, her eyes lit up as she hurried into the elevator. Hey, Clark, I finally found you, Cloyne exclaimed with delight. I'm interning at the Planet Daily, and Mr. O'Neill provided me with this opportunity. I've investigated numerous hotels and finally tracked you down. In response to Cloyne's exuberance, Clark maintained a calm demeanor. Cloyne, you shouldn't be here. I believe you need help, Clark. I don't require anyone's assistance. Who else knows I'm here? Clark stepped closer to Cloyne with a stern expression. No one else knows. I've kept it to myself, Clark, but we need to talk. Faced with Clark's fierce demeanor, Cloyne took a step back. No need. Clark shook his head, and as the elevator reached his desired floor, he exited without looking back. Cloyne quickly followed him. I don't know what transpired, but since arriving in Metropolis, you've transformed into someone entirely different, Clark. Perhaps this is my true self. Clark replied, unfazed. Is that so? If so, I prefer the Clark from the farm, Cloyne remarked while keeping pace with him. Click. The electronic door lock activated as Clark entered his room. Cloyne followed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the lavish decor. How can you afford such an extravagant room, Clark? Clark rolled up his sleeves and replied, what do you intend to do? Expose it in your column? No wonder you claimed you would keep my secret. I kept your secret because you asked me to. Clark, I implore you to regain your composure and return home. There are still those in the town awaiting your presence. Eric. Your parents, Lana. Faced with Chloe's relentless barrage of words, Clark impatiently interrupted her, asserting, I have erased the town from my mind. Is that truly the case? Then why do you still wear the school ring? Why do you linger in Metropolis if not for the hope that someone will find you? I do not wish to discuss this with you right now. Leave at once. Clark felt an unsettling turmoil within him, the burning sensation in his chest subtly throbbing with pain. Chloe regarded Clark with exasperation, her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, Clark, you are not forced into exile. You are merely evading your problems. You lack integrity, you coward. Stung by Chloe's harsh words, Clark's chest ached even more, and his emotions erupted uncontrollably. Grasping Chloe by her collar, he forcefully pushed her away. Get out, Chloe. If you tell anyone here, I will disappear from Metropolis, and no one will find me. Get out. Despite Clark's aggression, Chloe did not resist, but retreated under his forceful shove, her gaze fixed coldly upon him. Clark, I now see what kind of person you are. After Chloe departed, Clark could no longer contain the tumult of his emotions and struck the coffee table before him with a fist. The glass shattered instantly, shards flying throughout the room. A previously hesitant thought crystallized into determination. He would undertake a far greater endeavor. No longer would he engage in mere bank heists for monetary gain. He sought a more lucrative and violent outlet. Chapter 130. I will become the most powerful supervillain. As night fell unexpectedly, Clark drove a sleek black Pagani down the road, the engine roaring defiantly, capturing the attention of passers-by. Clark reveled in this unrestrained sensation, one that likely appealed to any young person. Maneuvering a car that blended speed and exhilaration, he drew the admiration and envy of all around him. This was the decadent life of flashing lights and indulgence, a lifestyle he relished. Gazing at the fleeting cityscape outside, Clark murmured to himself. 20 minutes later, the car halted at the illustrious Carroll Hotel in the upscale district of Metropolis. The Carroll Hotel, one of the city's most opulent establishments, stood resplendent with brilliant lights illuminating its grand architecture. Before even stepping through the entrance, Clark beheld the towering arches, the magnificent fountain, and the gaslit pathways. The hotel was hosting an auction, primarily featuring exquisite works of art, including pieces by Picasso and Mark Rothko. Mark Rothko's untitled work, characterized by deep crimson and chestnut rectangular forms against a dark, somber blue-purple background, stands devoid of any further embellishments, comprising merely an array of disparate colors. This perplexing piece garnered a staggering final transaction price of $41.5 million at the last auction. To fathom such bewildering behavior, Clark could only attribute it to a form of madness. Outside the hotel, luxury cars congregated like clouds, and guests, akin to a downpour, mingled and engaged in animated discussions, occasionally erupting into hearty laughter over delightful topics. The invited guests were all dignitaries of the metropolis, each impeccably attired and exuding opulence. Clark felt somewhat out of place in this extravagant environment. Although lacking an invitation, he employed his super speed and a touch of cunning to procure one, which he then presented to the security personnel overseeing entry. Upon entering the grand hall, guided by a steward, Clark found himself amidst the bustling banquet. Unfamiliar with anyone present and solely motivated by financial gain, He had no intention of conversing, choosing instead to stand aside, relishing the champagne offered by the servers while observing the elite mingling within the hall. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Lionel, the father of Lex, stood not far away, engaged in conversation with acquaintances. Spotting Lionel, Clark swiftly turned away, wishing to remain undetected, anxious that Lionel might recognize him. Lionel was conversing with a friend when he noticed a woman approaching from the entrance, one he was particularly reluctant to encounter. After excusing himself, he approached Dr. Helen. "Ah, our esteemed lady is making her grand entrance. This must be your first public appearance, I presume?" Helen, adorned in an evening gown and a light touch of makeup, presented a courteous smile to Lionel. "I am unaware of what you are insinuating," she replied. "You are certainly aware, for we are family. Spare me the theatrics. I know your involvement in Lex's demise, and your incessant recounting of that melodramatic love story only serves to amuse me. I did not murder Lex. Is that so?" Lionel stepped closer, challenging her. "Let us revisit the tragic events. You awoke to find yourself abducted. The pilot jumped, leaving but a single parachute, which Lex gallantly relinquished to you, meeting his fate alongside the aircraft. A narrative so dramatic it defies even fiction." In the face of Lionel's aggression, Dr. Helen maintained her composure, responding with a smile. "If you find the situation shrouded in mystery, feel free to involve the authorities. No need for the police. I shall uncover the truth about my son and expose you." After issuing a solemn warning, Lionel turned to leave. He paused after a few steps, glancing back. "You know what, Helen? Although the Black Widow is a master of predation and an exceptionally formidable hunter, every predator can also find themselves as prey." Helen continued to smile at Lionel, who had warned her, seemingly unfazed by his words. Lionel passed by Clark without noticing him. Clark, holding a champagne glass, became increasingly solemn as he overheard their conversation. After sampling several flutes of champagne and spending a while in the hall, the auction finally commenced. Clark casually took a seat, observing the host as he introduced the history and value of the items being auctioned, finding it somewhat tedious. His interest peaked only when he saw the dignitaries in the audience begin to raise their paddles and call out bids. Rising to a secluded corner, Clark donned a mask and instantly teleported to the auction stage. As everyone was engrossed in the spectacle and bidding for the artworks, they were suddenly taken aback by the sight of a masked figure revealing only his mouth and nose. "Now, I declare that all the artworks here belong to me," Clark proclaimed from the stage, shocking everyone present. Observing the disruption, the security personnel rushed forward with stun batons in hand. Faced with the oncoming guards, Clark effortlessly waved his hand forward, and the baton was suddenly in his grasp. "Ah!" The foremost guard cried out as Clark used the baton against him. Before the guard could collapse, Clark seized him by the collar and hurled him into the advancing crowd. Like bowling pins struck by a ball, the security personnel all fell to the ground. Having swiftly incapacitated the entire security detail, Clark clapped his hands and inquired of the astonished audience below, "Is there anyone who questions what I just stated?" No one dared to resist. All complied in silence. After instilling fear among those present, Clark addressed the auctioneer, saying, "Now, bring forth all the valuable paintings, or I shall take matters into my own hands, and you will learn the consequences of inciting my wrath." The auctioneer gulped, nodding repeatedly, and retreated before Clark. Just as he descended from the stage, a gunshot shattered the auction's tranquility. Clark caught the bullet mid-flight, his expression darkening. Activating his super speed, he instantly moved to the vicinity of the backstage, glaring at the guard who had fired at him. Grabbing the guard by the collar, he lifted him and forcefully slammed him into a metal trash can, which crumpled upon impact, rendering the guard unconscious. Other armed security personnel immediately opened fire on Clark. The bullets merely ricocheted off him, creating a few holes in his clothing without inflicting any harm. The air quivered, accompanied by an elusive shadow imperceptible to the naked eye, as Clark deftly kicked away the nearest assailant. The dignitaries attending the soiree erupted into screams upon hearing the gunfire, frantically retreating from the hall. The cacophony of shrieks, sobs, and curses intertwined, transforming the once serene hall into a chaotic scene of flight, with some individuals tumbling to the ground due to the crush of the crowd. Within less than a minute, the opulent hall, which had been teeming with guests, became a desolate void. Lionel cast a grave glance towards the backstage, an unsettling familiarity tugging at his thoughts regarding the masked figure within. Though he could not pinpoint Clark's identity, an uncanny sense of recognition lingered. Despite his desire to remain, he was swept away by the throng, compelled to exit the hall. Backstage, after neutralizing all the guards, Clark advanced to the front, only to discover that the affluent attendees had all fled. Though they had escaped, he paid them little mind. His true objective had never been them, but rather the valuable artworks. He shook his head and turned back, seizing the auctioneer sprawled to one side. Where are the valuable paintings hidden? In the safe at the back. I don't know the code. Please spare me. The auctioneer's eyes were filled with a profound terror as he clung desperately to Clark's leg, pleading for mercy, only to be cast aside by Clark's disdainful shove. Just take me to the safe. Clark's muffled voice emanated from beneath his mask. After unlocking the safe and securing all the precious artworks, Clark, burdened by the weighty sack, stepped out from backstage, only to find several familiar figures at the front. Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Supergirl, and Batman, whom he had recently incapacitated by breaking an ear. What a formidable assembly. So, you intend to team up against me? Clark grumbled, setting down his heavy load. In truth, if we consider you a criminal, this is merely a standard operation against a robbery perpetrator, Green Lantern replied, floating above with the power of his ring. Though a criminal of your caliber necessitates our full force. Typically, one superhero suffices for run-of-the-mill offenders. You're superheroes? Clark furrowed his brow in inquiry. Indeed, but you may also refer to me as a cosmic cop. A cosmic cop specifically tasked with apprehending superpowered thieves like yourself. Hal declared, charging forward with his Green Lantern in hand. He conjured a colossal gauntlet from the ring's energy, aimed squarely at Clark. Yet, while he charged with great speed, his retreat was equally swift. Hal's body crashed heavily against the wall, causing the surface to crack and splinter like a spider's web. Accompanied by the dust stirred up from the impact, Hal gradually slid down. Chapter 131. The Descendant from the Skies as Hal faced defeat. Wonder Woman and her companions immediately launched a counterattack. Mere moments later, Clark's body thudded against the ground. Before he could evade, he was met with the sharp edge of Wonder Woman's sword. Batman, employing ultrasonic waves to disrupt his hearing and cognitive functions, momentarily delayed Clark's movements, allowing Wonder Woman to seize the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his chest, sending him soaring into the air. Hal then summoned a colossal baseball bat with his power ring, which struck Clark with tremendous force. Despite his steel-like physique, Clark was unable to withstand such an assault, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact. He quickly rose, intent on retaliating. "Huh!" Wonder Woman roared, her enchanted sword slicing toward Clark. Having held a favorable impression of Clark within the Justice League, she felt a strong sense of indignation at his deviation from the righteous path and deemed it necessary to correct him. Thus, upon receiving Batman's message, she joined forces with her allies. Clark rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Wonder Woman's magical sword, but Kara's relentless assault was hot on his heels. He was compelled to unleash his heat vision, attempting to repel Kara with its searing intensity. Yet, Kara's reflexes were swift. She deftly maneuvered to avoid the blast. Simultaneously, she emitted her own heat vision, aimed directly at Clark. The energy beams struck his chest, erupting in a brilliant flash. Although Kara intentionally reduced the output, Clark still experienced an overwhelming surge of agony. Utilizing the distractions caused by her teammates, Kara successfully subdued Clark. As she landed near him, she gazed at the incapacitated figure of Clark, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "If you fail to recognize your mistakes, I shall continue to teach you a lesson, Cal." A fleeting glimmer of dark crimson flickered in Kara's eyes. "You know nothing of me. You do not even truly know me. Why do you adopt such an obnoxious parental demeanor?" Clark, bracing himself against the pain in his chest, glared fiercely at Kara. "Spare me your self-righteous lectures." Suppressing the agony, Clark attempted to retreat. In a one-on-one confrontation, he still held confidence, but facing four formidable opponents, he sensed that his defeat was merely a matter of time. Just as he began to move, Kara seized him by the collar, her voice ringing out in anger. With the sound of air bursting, I ignited my maximum speed, seizing Clark's clothing and charging forward. Boom! The sturdy walls of the hotel crumbled as we collided. Clark's back shattered through the barrier, bearing the brunt of the impact. Grasping Clark, Kara propelled herself straight ahead, both of us resembling a streak of light across the sky. After shattering the wall and the wash basin beside the hotel, we soared to the docks of Metropolis. as I hurled Clark to the ground. I observed him leave spiderweb-like cracks on the unforgiving concrete surface. I have come to stop you, Cal, Kara declared, her eyes radiating unwavering resolve. I will bring you home. Reaching for Clark's collar, she intended to lift him up. I'm going nowhere, and you cannot stop me, Clark bellowed, wrapping his arms around Kara's neck, attempting to throw her down. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Kara hesitated momentarily against Clark's brazen wrestling tactics, ultimately allowing him the opportunity to throw her away. Kara's body crashed heavily against a shipping container, the metallic structure bending under her weight. This has always been the true me. You simply cannot accept it. So spare me your meaningless drivel. Clark gasped for breath as he stood, his eyes filled with determination, his arms clenched into fists. The muscles of his upper body bulged as he exerted himself slightly. With a rip, his shirt tore apart, revealing a chiseled torso. A large emblem burned into his chest appeared before Kara's eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. Fueled by fury, Clark advanced step by step towards Kara. Suddenly, a golden lasso flew toward him. Wonder Woman's lasso of truth ensnared Clark's exposed upper body. As his feet hit the ground, Diana gripped the rope tightly and yanked it sharply. Clark was pulled towards Wonder Woman, only to be met with a powerful uppercut that sent him crashing to the ground. Overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body and fatigue from prolonged combat, Clark felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He yearned to rise but found himself devoid of strength. His right hand clenched tightly as Wonder Woman's fist descended upon him with brutal force. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the night air. Clark's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Eric standing before him. Yes, he had not been struck. The sudden appearance of Eric had shielded him from Wonder Woman's blow. Wonder Woman herself exhibited a flicker of surprise. She hadn't even seen how Eric had intervened before her fist collided with his shoulder. Could this rascal truly have surpassed Superman's strength at this moment? With his arms crossed over his chest, Eric stood resolutely, absorbing the impact of Wonder Woman's strike without so much as a tremor. Shaking his head at the stunned Diana, he unleashed a searing heat vision from his eyes, which struck her squarely in the chest, propelling her backwards. Fortunately, Diana managed to absorb most of the energy with the bracelets on her wrists, sustaining no injury. Just then, Batman and Green Lantern descended from the sky. Landing on the ground, Supergirl Kara joined Wonder Woman, and the four of them faced Eric together. I sensed the situation was dire. Green Lantern cast a glance at Eric, murmuring, "We are up against two super beings. Even if they are in their immature stages, I fear our chances are slim." "I have no intention of fighting," Kara said, her brow furrowed. "They are my brothers." "Indeed," Green Lantern shrugged, teasing Kara, "yet you just dealt quite a blow to Superman. I saw no indication of brotherly affection there." "It was an accident. I intended to awaken Cal," she replied. "Ah, I understand, but it seems Eric does not share your understanding. He appears intent on avenging his brother." Before Green Lantern could finish his thought, Eric's heat vision surged towards them. Supergirl stood at the forefront, swiftly sidestepping the attack. Eric's heat vision struck a nearby container, slicing it cleanly in half. With a creaking sound, the stacked boxes above began to topple down, culminating in a thunderous crash as the container hit the ground, echoing across the vast dock. After his heat vision had missed its target, Eric did not advance. He merely stood still, observing the group. He was acutely aware that their initial aim was to awaken Clark. Had they intended to rouse him, he might have remained indifferent. But if they persisted in their assault on Clark, he could no longer play the role of a mere bystander. Despite his numerous grievances against his elder brother Clark, he could not idly stand by while Clark was harmed. After all, he was his brother, even if the red kryptonite ring had turned him somewhat insufferable. Witnessing Clark being so brutally attacked would embarrass him. This was the facade he presented. Yet deep within, he knew he had placed Clark in a position of familial importance. Thus, upon seeing Clark suffer, he could not restrain his emotions, instinctively leaping to shield him from harm. Kara was poised to explain her lack of ill intent to Eric. But the fiery-tempered Wonder Woman had no intention of letting the matter rest. With old grievances combined with new ones, she charged at Eric with a fierce battle cry. "Oh dear, your explanation is likely futile now." Green Lantern smiled at Kara. "I have a question. Is it a universal trait for all Amazons to possess such fiery tempers?" "I am uncertain, yet one truth remains evident. When a woman's jealousy intertwines with the nature of an Amazonian, it can easily ignite a cataclysmic confrontation. Kara, in exasperation, covered her forehead. Wonder Woman's dual blades slashed towards Eric, yet he effortlessly evaded her assault while airborne, suspended 30 centimeters above the ground. Eric deftly maneuvered behind Wonder Woman after dodging her strike. Feeling toyed with, she pivoted to counterattack him. Eric, his body erect, thrust his fists forward, crashing violently into Diana's chest. The collision reverberated through the air. Wonder Woman, blocking Eric's punch with her elbow, was immediately propelled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. With his progress as a national template now unshackled at 95%, combined with the enhanced Kryptonian physiology, Eric's strength surpassed that of Wonder Woman. In terms of power, speed, and endurance, he far exceeded her capabilities. Following his successful strike, Eric soared beside Wonder Woman. His allies, Green Lantern and Kara, were compelled to join the fray. Meanwhile, Batman, who had been a mere spectator, refrained from intervening, as his gadgets were nearly depleted, and he sensed the peculiar nature of the duel between Eric and Wonder Woman. His objective lay in thwarting Clark's transgressions, not in battling Eric Kent. Confronted by the united onslaught of Green Lantern and Supergirl, Eric was forced to retreat momentarily, unleashing a beam of heat vision that shattered the protective barrier constructed by Green Lantern. Chapter 132, Women Attempting Mutual Destruction with a Resounding Crash. As the barrier crumbled, Eric seized Green Lantern by the neck, while simultaneously repelling the advancing Supergirl, Kara, with his heat vision. In a display of sheer power, Eric, under the assault of 3 adversaries, took the initiative. Witnessing Green Lantern and Supergirl being repelled, Wonder Woman surged forward. The air crackled with intensity as Diana unleashed her full might, only to be met with a punch that sent her flying upon reaching Eric. Regaining her balance midair, Diana landed on her feet. Although her arms had shielded her from Eric's attack, they now hung limp and weary, devoid of strength to lift once more. Is this my limit? Even in this era, I cannot defeat this foe? Gritting her teeth, Wonder Woman glared at Eric with resentment. No, I must conquer him at least once. Otherwise, I shall forever hold my head low in his presence. Shaking her head to cast aside all doubts, Diana firmly planted her feet on the ground, transforming into a streak of light as she charged once more at Eric. Kara positioned herself before Eric, grasping his arm in an attempt to free Green Lantern from his choking grip. The sound of muscles colliding resonated as Diana rushed forward, seizing Eric's left hand while her other hand constricted around his neck, rendering him powerless. Nearby, Batman observed the tangled struggle of the 4 individuals, utterly bewildered. Is this truly the future of the Kryptonians and Superman? Once they unleash their full might, even formidable heroes like Wonder Woman and Green Lantern are incapable of restraining him. Through their time together, he had gained a fundamental understanding of the trio's prowess. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that such a powerful group could not contend with Eric Kent. This level of existence transcends the bounds of humanity, does it not? A mere flick of their hands could spell the world's annihilation, although it seems unlikely should they ever entertain such thoughts. How could one possibly establish a balance and prevent it? Witnessing the fierce battle before him, which produced explosive bursts of air, Batman was left in astonishment. He even felt the very space around him tremble. After a moment, he shook his head, resolutely deciding that he must, by all means, preemptively seek out the weaknesses of Eric Kent and Clark Kent. Regardless of whether they became allies or adversaries in the future, their potential threat to this world could not be overlooked. The air crackled with explosive sounds as violent collisions erupted, sending the individuals clinging to Eric hurtling away. Kara and Green Lantern were propelled backward, while only Wonder Woman remained locked in combat with him. Eric's eyes continued to emit heat vision, targeting Diana, who was gripping his neck and attempting to throw him down. However, his gaze caught sight of the Kryptonian symbol, previously obscured by a coin, now partially revealed due to the altercation. Ultimately, he refrained from unleashing his heat vision. He felt a flicker of curiosity towards Wonder Woman, who might forge some connection with him in the future. Consequently, he directed his heat vision at her with an exceedingly low power. In her astonished gaze, the coin, symbolizing ancient Greek wealth and civilization, was instantly pierced by Eric. With the ability to wield his heat vision with precision, even to the extent of warming milk, It was trivial for him to obliterate without harming Wonder Woman's skin. Once the silver coin above her chest was destroyed, it revealed a complete signature. Eric was granted a close-up view, seeking to discern whether it was indeed his own handwriting. Although he ostensibly scrutinized the black ink, his attention was ultimately drawn to a stroke of pristine white. He realized that upon unlocking the Kryptonian template, his preferences gradually began to shift in alignment with the deepening unlocking process. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Eric destroy the coin she wore, Wonder Woman assumed he was attempting to humiliate her. With a fierce cry, she pressed down on Eric's neck, striving to force him into the ground. As an Amazonian, her expertise lay in hunting and wrestling techniques. Naturally, Eric would not be so easily subdued. He broke free from her grasp and took a step back. Wonder Woman's fist struck Eric's chin with the swiftness and force of lightning. Determined to engage in close combat, she resolved not to grant Eric any opportunity to escape. With a swift motion, she executed a high kick aimed at his abdomen. Eric leaned back slightly, evading her attack with ease. Undeterred, Wonder Woman pressed forward, launching a barrage of punches that landed upon Eric like hammers. This time, Eric chose not to evade, but to confront her head-on, engaging in a clash of strength. After blocking Eric's retaliation, Wonder Woman, emboldened by the skirmish, let out a battle cry. Seizing the moment as Eric struck with his right leg, she deftly closed the distance, neutralizing his force while thrusting her left shoulder forward, performing a flawless throw that sent Eric crashing onto the unforgiving stone floor. The clash between these two superhumans reverberated with an explosive roar, akin to cannon fire, as Eric's body slammed against the stone-paved ground, creating a massive crater and sending debris cascading like rain. Just as Wonder Woman prepared to catch her breath while pinning Eric down, she suddenly realized she was in an awkward position atop him, her upper body pressed closely against his head, faintly sensing his breath. In a moment of clarity, understanding the absurdity of the situation, Wonder Woman, enraged and humiliated, leapt out of the pit and grasped her magical swords, intent on ensuring mutual destruction with her opponent. Meanwhile, Eric lay bewildered at the bottom of the crater, pondering whether his earlier actions were intentional or mere coincidence. He questioned why his recent behavior felt increasingly alien to him. After a fleeting moment of emptiness, he took a deep breath. With a resounding crash, amidst flying debris, Eric erupted from the blasted pit, landing heavily on the ground under the watchful eyes of Batman and Green Lantern. Wonder Woman, still eager to continue the fight, seethed with anger, resolved to settle the matter of life and death right there. Although the Amazonian warrior typically did not prioritize such conflicts, the humiliation of being bested by that scoundrel gnawed at her sense of dignity as a warrior. Just as she prepared to strike, the roar of helicopter engines reached her ears. Looking up, she spotted a police helicopter approaching, its spotlight illuminating the area and easily revealing the figures present. Additionally, the sirens of police cars echoed in the distance, drawing nearer. "We must leave." Kara grasped Wonder Woman's arm. Though uncertain of the source of her fury, she knew that remaining would lead to them being surrounded by the entire police force, a confrontation she wished to avoid. With a resentful glare directed at Eric, Wonder Woman sheathed her magical dual swords into her bracelet and turned to depart. After their exit, Eric approached Clark, who was leaning against the container, recovering his strength. "Let us go." After casting a cold glance at the other, Eric turned and spoke. "Where are you going?" Clark asked stubbornly, clutching his chest, which throbbed with pain. "Home." Clark did not move. He glanced at the red kryptonite ring adorning his finger and then at Eric's shoulder, which had shielded him from a blow moments before. After a brief hesitation, he lifted his gaze to Eric and inquired, "Why did you take the hit for me? Have I not told you that we are no longer connected? Jonathan is not my father. Martha is no longer my mother. You're not my brother. And we're on different paths." Clark's eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. "You should not have done that, Eric. It was merely my irritation towards that woman, Diana, that compelled me to intervene. As for blocking that blow for you, it was simply a part of my planned entrance. You need not perceive it as an act of protection, and thus fall into some awkward self-pity." Eric's voice was cool and detached. "Is that so?" Clark gazed absently at the red kryptonite ring in his hand. "Perhaps that is your perspective, or perhaps it is not. Either way, it no longer matters." With that, Clark clenched his fists and struck the shipping container behind him with tremendous force. A thunderous crash ensued, leaving a gaping hole in the container. The red kryptonite ring on his left index finger shattered into powder. With a violent removal of the red kryptonite ring, Clark exhaled deeply and turned to face Eric's back. "I am sorry, Eric. I have made many mistakes. I wanted to escape the town, to flee from you and our parents. Cloyne was right. I am a coward who shies away from confrontation and merely knows how to run. I used to believe that the path I desired was one of freedom, unbound by any constraints, but now." Clark's lips curled into a bitter smile as he stared at his empty finger, a sense of relief washing over him. He spoke to Eric. "I understand my own feelings now. Is that so?" Eric did not turn around, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his mood. "If you do not leave here soon, Clark, the police will swiftly surround you, the century's most notorious robber." Upon hearing Eric's words, Clark became aware of the police helicopter circling above, its searchlight sweeping the ground. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to follow Eric, but suddenly noticed a flicker of dark red in Eric's eyes. With a resounding bang, the helicopter's searchlight extinguished, and the aircraft descended sharply, hastily retreating from the area. Clark understood that Eric had used his heat vision to explode the helicopter's searchlight, causing the pilot to mistakenly believe there were armed threats below, thus deterring any further approach. Although he was not entirely in favor of such actions, he found himself reconsidering, realizing that Eric's behavior was not entirely unjustifiable. Chapter 133. The exclusive handbag of Aikens. As Clark entered through the door, Martha momentarily froze before swiftly rising to embrace him. "It's wonderful to see you, Clark. I can hardly believe you're back," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "I owe you an apology, Mom, for everything. I shouldn't have left home without saying goodbye. I never intended to cause you such worry." As Clark confessed to his mother, tears glimmered in his eyes. "I have a tendency to mess things up and to act impulsively. Yet, I never wished to hurt you or Dad. We have never blamed you, Clark," Martha said, her tears mingling with a smile as she gently caressed his face. "Your father and I have only reflected on whether we were too harsh or critical. Had we shown you more understanding, perhaps you wouldn't have felt the need to leave." "No, it is my fault. I'm the one who must reflect," Clark insisted. "But let's set that aside for now. What truly matters is that you're back with us." Jonathan approached, excitement evident as he patted Clark on the back. "Dad." Clark turned to him. "I'm sorry for all the ways I've disappointed you." "No, Clark, you have not," Jonathan replied, placing a hand on Clark's shoulder. "If you choose a path that no one has laid out for you, then even if you face hardships and wounds, it cannot be deemed a failure. What matters most is that my son has reclaimed his life." Clark nodded, glancing at Eric, who had remained silent beside them. With hesitation, he said, "I still cannot be certain. Being Cal feels liberating, as if I've shed a great weight. Yet, I realize that if problems arise, I can face them with my family. Eric taught me that. Do not attribute your newfound wisdom solely to me, Clark. I'm not your spiritual guide," Eric interjected. "What you should be concerned about now is how to distance yourself from the identities of a bank robber and a notorious criminal." "A criminal?" Martha gasped, turning to Clark. "How many banks did you rob?" I don't have an exact count. Perhaps 5, Clark admitted, embarrassment etched on his face. "And a priceless collection of paintings," Eric added nonchalantly. "Oh my goodness, Clark," Martha exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief as she comprehended the gravity of her eldest son's actions in Metropolis. "I'm sorry, Mom. I will inform the police about where the money I took is," Clark said solemnly. "The real issue is that I can no longer evade the consequences." Clark chuckled bitterly, stating, "As for the remaining money, I shall do my utmost to repay it." Jonathan reassured him, "You need not be overly hard on yourself. The actions taken were not truly reflective of who you are. I understand, yet I have harmed many, and I must make amends." Clark was acutely aware that the decisions he made while donning the crimson kryptonite ring and choosing self-exile were his own, but he had no intention of evading responsibility. "We must reimburse this sum." Jonathan sighed, acknowledging that although this was an unintentional error on Clark's part, it nonetheless caused distress to others in society, a burden we cannot shirk, even if it means selling the farm to repay it. "Selling the farm is unnecessary," Eric interjected. "While I don't believe there is any grave wrongdoing in seizing the wealth of those banking tycoons, perhaps I can lend a hand. My current writing fees are substantial, which could allow us to avoid selling the farm." Clark, who might inherit the farm in the future, would become the 4th-generation steward. Eric continued, using his writing fees as a means to explain his considerable financial resources to their parents. 4th-generation heir? Clark looked at Eric with a puzzled expression. Indeed, fourth generation. If you inherit the farm, Clark, you will be the fourth. Father is the third, Eric casually remarked. Clark pondered seriously, hesitant as he said, I must contemplate whether to inherit the farm in the future. Though I might not become a sports star or a television celebrity, I am gradually developing an interest in journalism. Presently, I serve as a correspondent for the Cloyne Torch. Perhaps I might become a genuine reporter one day. At least, I do not find this profession repugnant. Eric, standing nearby, was somewhat taken aback to learn of Clark's aspirations to become a journalist. I never anticipated my older brother would entertain such thoughts so early. Is it time for me to meet my destined partner, my sister-in-law Louise? With one hand resting on his chin, Eric fell into contemplation. What career path should he pursue? A journalist like Clark? A doctor? Or perhaps a cowboy on the farm? He engaged in profound reflection regarding his future vocation. Martha and Jonathan, observing Clark's discourse about his future aspirations, exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. With merely 2 days until Christmas, a joyful atmosphere enveloped the small town. The local shops were adorned with twinkling lights, evergreen trees draped in candles and ribbons, crowned with a small star, forming the most dazzling displays within the stores. As Christmas approached, shops showcased a variety of special offers to entice customers. Merry and bright Christmas carols resonated through the streets, with this familiar melody originally composed for Thanksgiving. In a previous life, as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, Eric bore little enthusiasm for the Western celebration of Christmas. Even now, as an American, his interest in the holiday remains rather tepid. He finds himself more inclined towards Thanksgiving, which does not demand such elaborate preparations. Dressed in a gray trench coat, complemented by a blue scarf around his neck, Eric strolled along the quaint streets of the town. Trailing behind him was Ms. Akins, laden with numerous bags, her breath coming in labored gasps. The plush coat, cascading waves of hair, and sultry red lips of the alluring teacher had now rendered her Eric's devoted packhorse. Honestly, I cannot fathom why I agreed to accompany you, Ms. Akins remarked, hastening her pace to match Eric's strides. As a teacher, her primary responsibility is to educate and guide her students, while also allowing them to experience a semblance of her care. However, she harbored doubts about her obligation to serve as his unpaid labor. Is that so? You have become my exclusive woman now. Isn't it only natural for you to assist in such matters? Eric replied nonchalantly. Exclusive woman? Ms. Akins took a step closer to Eric, her voice laced with a tantalizing allure. Such a statement invites a multitude of interpretations. If I am indeed your exclusive woman, why have our emotional and physical connections not progressed further? No, you may have misunderstood. When I refer to exclusive woman, I mean you're my dedicated assistant for research and physical tasks. Eric had little interest in the shopping expedition typically associated with a pre-Christmas frenzy. Yet, as it was a task assigned by his mother, he felt it inappropriate to decline. Thus, he found himself embarking on a shopping spree, contemplating the utility of an assistant, and subsequently summoned Ms. Akins to aid him in procuring necessities while doubling as his bag carrier. Upon hearing Eric's blunt, unromantic remarks, Ms. Akins felt a surge of indignation rising within her. However, she swiftly curbed her urge to react explosively, instead leaning in to wrap her arm around Eric's. She let her upper body brush against his arm with deliberate intent. Perhaps you are right, yet I find myself questioning one thing. If you were a typical adolescent male, how could you remain so indifferent? I have noticed the way Clark gazes at me. I am his muse. Don't you find that at all stimulating? However, do not misconstrue my words, Ms. Akins added, casting a coy smile towards Eric, her tongue tracing her lips. When I speak of stimulation, I refer to the idea of you etching tattoos upon my skin with your crimson gaze. The burning sensation upon my flesh, a blend of pain and pleasure. I confess, I am somewhat addicted to it. In that case, you ought to restrain the hormones you so freely exude. Have you made any progress in assisting Dr. Hamilton with the research on the hormones you exhale? Ms. Akins emitted a captivating pink mist infused with hormonal essence, capable of rendering any adult male utterly entranced and obedient to her will. Eric, who perceives substantial research value in such matters, entrusted Akins to Dr. Hamilton, facilitating collaboration for their inquiry. And what of that eccentric minor? I am uncertain of his capabilities. He rarely engages with me. And I genuinely suspect he prefers conversing with those stones and experimental materials rather than with me. Aiken shrugged, tightening her grip on Eric's arm. May I inquire if you aspire to be a master of clandestine schemes, employing some form of launching device to disseminate this captivating substance across the nation, thereby attempting to exert control over everyone? Eric feigned contemplation, nodding. It does sound like an intriguing proposition. Should I pursue this, would you lend me your support? Certainly. I possess a fascination for such audacious endeavors. And, as your devoted partner, who else would support you, if not me? Your parents or Clark? No, they're unlike you. I can sense it. Akins appeared increasingly exhilarated. Chapter 134. The cold arrow of surprise in the quaint town. Jonathan navigated his pickup truck along the streets. Clark occupied the passenger seat, resting his chin on his hand, gazing out at the festive ambience permeating the surroundings. The two were en route to procure a Christmas tree. Their previous tree had succumbed to damage, and with no suitable furs on the farm, they intended to purchase a European spruce. I apologize, Father. After a moment of observing the scenery, Clark expressed remorse. I must have caused you and Mother considerable worry. We are a family, so there is no need for excessive words. Clark, you simply need to understand that your mother, Eric, and I have always been here, supporting you from behind. As he steered the vehicle along the bustling street, Jonathan reassured his eldest son, I am delighted that everything has returned to its rightful course. Clark, perhaps some setbacks will help you gain clarity about your life. I cannot influence you, nor can Jor-El, your biological father from Krypton, sway your destiny. I know, Dad. A warm sensation coursed through Clark as he quietly replied to his father. Upon arriving at the store, he soon spotted a familiar face within. Chloe was perusing items on the shelves, and Clark approached her with a few swift steps to greet her. Hey, Chloe. The golden-haired Chloe turned to face Clark upon hearing his voice. It feels a bit odd to see you here. Have you taken a turn for the villainous, Clark? Not anymore. In truth, Chloe, I'm here to offer my apologies. Clark spoke earnestly. Oh, how surprising indeed. Clark, when I am with you, I can never discern whether you come to accuse me or to offer an apology. Chloe remarked casually, her attention diverted as she selected items. Her demeanor towards Clark had noticeably grown more aloof than before. You have assisted me greatly. Chloe, you are aware of my position in Metropolis, yet you have never divulged it to anyone. Because we are friends, are we not? Chloe paused, placing the Christmas card she had been examining down, turning to meet Clark's gaze. As friends, we keep secrets and we worry for one another. However, that does not mean we are impervious to pain, nor that we can simply pretend nothing has transpired after being hurt. I am truly sorry. I have been inflicting pain on those around me, I know. But this time, I shall not evade responsibility. I will own up to the mistakes I have made. Clark earnestly apologized. Let's hope so, Chloe replied, taking her items to the checkout. As she approached the counter, a thought struck her, and she turned to Clark, saying, You ought to visit Lana. After all, she is the woman who occupies your thoughts the most, is she not? With that, she concluded her transaction, leaving Clark momentarily stunned. Taking a deep breath, Clark felt his mood darken further. Minutes later, father and son placed a fir tree into the trunk of their car. Once inside, Jonathan started the engine and drove down the street. As they navigated through the bustling thoroughfare and exited the town center, Jonathan steered the vehicle along the rural road. Clark, lost in contemplation of Chloe's earlier words, was abruptly jolted back to reality by a sudden and violent event. The car's window shattered with a resounding crack. A metallic arrow sliced through the air, shattering the glass and hurtling towards the passenger seat beside Clark. Snapping out of his daze, Clark instinctively reached out and seized the speeding arrow. Despite its formidable kinetic energy and lethal potential, he gripped it tightly. Startled by the unexpected attack, Jonathan slammed on the brakes, causing the car to screech to a halt, the tires protesting against the asphalt. Once the vehicle came to a standstill, Jonathan exhaled deeply upon seeing the quivering arrow in Clark's grasp. Clark, are you all right? I'm fine, Dad. But this is an arrow. Why would someone target us? Jonathan, regaining his composure after the harrowing experience, inquired. I have no idea, Clark replied, his expression one of bewilderment as he held the arrow. The arrowhead was a titanium alloy blade coated with Teflon, capable of slicing through skin and bone with ease, while the shaft was made of a special polymer, stronger than ordinary carbon fiber. At Kent Farm, Eric tightened his grip on the arrow, his sharp gaze radiating a cold intensity. Why would anyone launch a sudden attack on me and Clark? I cannot recall having provoked anyone. Jonathan gazed at the arrow that had just struck, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Moreover, to employ such an antiquated weapon for an ambush, would it not be more sensible to use a firearm? Perhaps this is merely a warning from our adversaries, rather than an intent to kill, Eric remarked casually as he placed the arrow on the table. In truth, Father Clark, who had remained silent at the side, hesitantly interjected, I once undertook a commission task while in Metropolis, which led me into contact with a criminal gang. What gang? Jonathan inquired, puzzled, directing his question toward his eldest son. The Vile Syndicate, a nefarious organization entrenched in Metropolis. They were the ones I encountered when I attempted my first bank heist. Subsequently, their leader approached me, requesting that I assassinate an individual. However, since the target was not in Metropolis but in another city, I accepted their payment without carrying out the deed. Clark, furrowing his brow, expressed his confusion. I do not recall disclosing my identity to them, and I am uncertain how they managed to pinpoint me. Regardless, it is evident that they have set their sights on us. Clark, you and Eric must exercise utmost caution. Although Jonathan felt anxious, he swiftly composed himself, attempting to reassure both Eric and Clark. He bore no intention of casting blame upon Clark. If it is indeed that gang, this was merely a warning, and it is likely that they will resort to further measures. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Eric's eyes. They may very well pay us an unwelcome visit soon. Therefore, suppressing his murderous intent, Eric turned to his father and proposed, for the sake of safety, I suggest you and Mother leave the farm for a while. It is quite all right, Jonathan replied, casting a glance at the arrow. I shall take Martha to your grandmother's house for a spell. While it means we cannot celebrate this Christmas together, spending the holiday at her grandmother's could prove a delightful experience. If we allow Mother to travel alone, she would undoubtedly worry excessively. Eric voiced a differing perspective, considering that Mother is pregnant and her emotions are somewhat unstable. It would be best if you accompany her to your grandmother's, for only then would she find peace of mind. Listening to Eric's words, Jonathan fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze to meet Eric's. If that is the case, you and Clark will have to spend your first Christmas without us. As night fell, Eric stowed away the arrow, preparing to confront the so-called Vile Syndicate in Metropolis. Confronted with a potential threat to himself and his family, he generally adhered to the philosophy of eradicating the root of the problem, leaving no evil unpunished. As he gathered his things and readied to depart, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Eric stood and opened it, revealing Clark standing outside. It is rather late, Clark. Do not tell me you suddenly wish to have a heart-to-heart. No, it is not a heart-to-heart. I believe it is something of greater significance. Upon entering, Clark closed the door behind him. Eric, are you preparing to seek assistance from the nefarious underworld? Clark inquired directly. Why do you say that? Eric casually asked as he took a seat at the desk. Do you perceive me as such an impulsive individual? Did you not often speak of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances? Clark replied, given the threat you face, it is likely you will take matters into your own hands. A serious expression flickered in Clark's eyes. This predicament is of my own making. I intend to resolve it personally. Resolve? How do you plan to do that? Eric asked with an intrigued tone, struggling to conceive of any method aside from brute force that his brother might employ. Are you suggesting you would resort to violence to subdue or eliminate them, gather evidence of their crimes, and hand it over to the authorities, ensuring their downfall? Clark asserted with righteous conviction. You remain as naive as ever, Clark. At times, I almost believe that donning your red kryptonite ring would grant you a more sagacious perspective. Eric replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Crime and corruption are entwined like conjoined twins. Expecting a city like Metropolis to rely on the police for law and order is akin to waiting for extraterrestrials to descend from the heavens. As he picked up the black arrow shaft, Eric paused momentarily before continuing. I researched this arrow shaft online. Its composite materials are patented and owned by the Sadatrus Company, which translates to archer in Latin. The headquarters of Sadatrus is located in Star City. Coupled with the fact that you were hired by the mob to eliminate an individual from Star City, it is reasonable to deduce that this so-called nefarious gang is merely a subsidiary of a major corporate conglomerate in Star City. Having relayed his findings in one breath, Eric noticed a contemplative expression on Clark's face and continued, I even pondered a certain archer from Star City. Archer? Clark queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. Are you referring to a gallant figure akin to Robin Hood? Close enough, but he must be rather ineffectual. Chapter 135. The long-lived mouse genius resides at Nunu Bookstore. Clark felt an unsettling sensation. Eric, could you possibly increase your speed? In the night sky, Eric was flying, albeit at a rather languid pace, barely outpacing the birds. Clark grasped Eric's clothing, trailing behind him in flight. While he wasn't terrified of falling, an odd feeling permeated the experience. If I were to accelerate, you might very well be flung off, Eric retorted, casting a cold glance at the superhero clinging to his attire. In his recollection, it was always Superman carrying others through the sky. He never imagined a day would come when he would be the one bearing Superman aloft. Although it was impossible to embrace him, the contrast from before invoked a peculiar sentiment. I wonder when I will learn to fly, Clark said with a hint of melancholy. I don't quite understand. I have experienced a similar sensation before. One day, I awoke to find myself floating above my bed. It was an extraordinary feeling. Clark recounted the tale of how he once floated into the air, causing his bed to collapse beneath him. If you're attempting to learn to fly, it signifies that you have truly matured, Clark, Eric remarked calmly. He was aware of the immense potential that the Kryptonian would possess in the future, capable of vanquishing formidable threats to the universe, such as Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor. Once Clark mastered the art of flight, he would undoubtedly unlock his true powers, transforming into the omnipotent Superman of his memories, rather than the rebellious, clumsy figure he was now, indecisive in matters of the heart. However, if that were the case, did it not imply that if he did not continue to enhance his own abilities, he might one day find himself bested by this individual? Clark would soon awaken to his ability to fly. If Eric could not rapidly elevate his own powers, their dynamics could easily shift drastically. As he felt the gusts of wind swirling around him, Eric succumbed to a contemplative mindset, pondering the uncertainties of the future. Moments later, the two descended into a deserted alley in Metropolis. Is this the territory of the so-called villain gang? Eric inquired, glancing sideways at Clark. Indeed, this is the place. I recall there being quite a crowd the last time I visited, Clark replied, looking around in confusion. Eric chose not to engage further, activating his supervision to peer through the shadows of the buildings, penetrating the layers of obstructions to glimpse inside. The scenes within, lively entertainment venues and ordinary residences, were all captured by his gaze. At the headquarters of the villain gang, the gang leader was briefing a mysterious figure sent from the main office. We have discovered his abilities. He is no ordinary person. Bullets cannot harm him, and his speed is like a gust of wind. This transcends the capabilities of a normal human. The gang leader, a middle-aged man with a trim physique and a bald head, reported to the cloaked figure shrouded in darkness, whose black hood and mask, coupled with an array of cold weapons, exuded an intimidating aura. After a moment's silence, the enigmatic man responded, "So, you intend to hire him to work for us?" Despite such power, he is not a trustworthy individual. A man who robs banks with such frequency, can he truly be someone we would want to recruit? We have invested years into our plans, and we cannot allow anyone to jeopardize them. What plans? Just as the question was posed, two figures entered from outside. The unexpected sound startled both men. The bald leader widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld Clark, who was following closely behind Eric. He had not anticipated that the other party would be able to find him. It appears that you are plotting a significant event. Am I intruding upon your plans? Eric casually inquired while surveying his surroundings. What about you? What are the individuals outside? The bald man stood up, his expression one of shock as he directed the question at Eric. He had explicitly instructed his subordinates to keep watch outside. It was inconceivable that these two intruders could enter unnoticed. Your subordinates, you say? Eric shook his head, indicating they had already been dealt with. What? Before he could fully react, Eric stepped forward, advancing upon the bald man, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. This black arrow belongs to your gang, does it not? As he held the man by the neck, Eric showcased the dark arrow in his hand. The bald man, struggling to breathe under the grip, felt a flicker of fear in his eyes. Despite his desire to appear resolute, the pain in his throat and the suffocating lack of air rendered him incapable of maintaining his tough facade. Coughing, he stammered, "That was merely a warning. I mean no harm to anyone." Terrified, he had not anticipated that this individual before him possessed strength equal to that of Clark Kent. As he caught a glimpse of Clark, who was glaring intently at him, despair filled the bald man's heart. "He took our money but failed to assist us. It was just a warning." The bald man spoke in a fragmented manner, casting a glance towards Clark. feeling unnerved under the bald man's gaze. Clark wished to refute him immediately, yet recalling his earlier agreement with Eric to remain silent, he averted his eyes, pretending not to hear. Eric was dissatisfied with the bald man's response, tightening his grip further. Another question: are you a gang or a terrorist organization? The bald man was taken aback by Eric's inquiry. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly replied, "We are merely a regular gang, not a terrorist organization." "Is that so?" Eric nodded, though he remained skeptical. "Release him." The figure in black attire and hood, seated across from Eric, stood up and addressed him. With arms crossed and eyes fixed on Eric, who still grasped the bald man's neck, his voice was laced with coldness. "Either descend into hell, or leave a sliver of hope. By releasing him, you make a choice. Is that so?" Eric smiled as he loosened his grip on the bald man. "Say, I fear the one who must make a choice is you, not I." In an instant, with blinding speed, he extended his left hand and snapped the bald man's neck before he could touch the ground. With a crack, the bald man collapsed lifeless, without even a muffled groan escaping his lips. Witnessing Eric deal with the bald man so effortlessly filled the hooded figure with rage, while simultaneously heightening his wariness towards Eric. He had never encountered an entity possessing such swiftness, exuding an aura replete with murderous intent and an icy demeanor that rendered it unapproachable. Merely standing before him instilled a profound sense of peril, influenced by the alarm resonating within his heart. The hooded man's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he swiftly nocked an arrow. A sharp projectile was immediately loosed towards Eric. Years of training, fueled by hatred, had honed the hooded man into a razor-sharp blade, and he swiftly revealed his lethal edge. Yet, to his utter astonishment, an unexpected event unfolded. With a whoosh, the dark arrow was seized before it could breach the vicinity of its target. Eric held it firmly in his palm, akin to a bolt of black lightning. "Was this the extent of your weaponry?" Eric scoffed, discarding the black arrow to the ground. "If this is all you possess, prepare to meet your demise." In the next moment, the cloaked figure's eyes widened in horror as a tempest surged within his heart. Eric dashed towards him with lightning speed, extending his hand to grasp him. The fierce momentum, accompanied by a violent gust, sent chills down the hooded man's spine. Having endured rigorous and even brutal training, he forcefully propelled his right foot against the ground, attempting to create distance between himself and Eric. Upon gaining some space, he swiftly withdrew his right hand, decisively extracting a black arrow from his satchel. Despite being suffocated by Eric's overwhelming presence, he managed to extract the arrow meant for counterattack with remarkable speed. However, as he placed the arrow on the bowstring, it was snatched away in an instant. In the hooded man's astonished gaze, the arrow pierced through his shoulder. The titanium alloy tip sliced through his skin, embedding itself into his scapula. A searing pain surged through him, causing him to instinctively recoil, only to find the arrowhead pushed deeper into his muscle. With a muffled grunt, he bent forward, sweat instantly soaking his skin. He had never encountered such a superhuman being, who managed to completely subdue him in the blink of an eye. Previously, he had overheard members of the villainous gang discussing a newly discovered entity of inhuman strength. Believing it to be an exaggeration, he never imagined such beings truly existed. After embedding the arrowhead into his shoulder blade, Eric coldly regarded him. "Now, may I inquire your name?" The hooded man, drenched in sweat and utterly drained of strength, lifted his gaze to Eric and gasped out his name. "Malcolm Merlin." "That name? You are a member of the Assassin-S Guild, are you not?" A faint smile graced Eric's lips. "I have indeed heard of you. The magician of the Assassin-S Guild. I never anticipated capturing such a significant target." Malcolm Merlin, the president of the Merlin Group, a renowned enterprise in the metropolis, headquartered in Star City. Malcolm himself is a member of the Assassin-S Guild, known by the moniker the Magician. The plight of Green Arrow on the deserted island was instigated by this individual, who planted a bomb on Green Arrow's yacht, inadvertently banishing Oliver Queen to Purgatory Island for 5 long years. Possessing exceptional archery skills, he emerged as the villain known as the Dark Archer, remaining a formidable adversary to Green Arrow upon his return. Recognizing him as the architect of Green Arrow's ordeal, Eric resolved to spare his life, for to kill him would rob Green Arrow of the chance to experience survival on the island, thus amplifying Eric's own guilt. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, resembling the predatory gaze of a beast in the pitch-black night. causing Malcolm to instinctively recoil. Now tell me, what was the plan you just mentioned? Eric inquired with a menacing tone. To raise Gotham, and then reconstruct a new Gotham upon its ruins. That is the Master Ninja's scheme. Without hesitation, the cowardly Dark Archer divulged all he knew to Eric. An immortal rat, is it? Eric scoffed, showing no interest in the grand design of annihilating Gotham. The destruction of the city was of no concern to him. That was a dilemma for Batman to grapple with. However, he found himself intrigued by the Master Ninja. I have heard tales of the Master Ninja boasting of their past misdeeds, creating plagues in ancient Rome, incinerating London to a desolate wasteland, and spreading the plague across Europe with the aid of the Mongols. Now you wish to obliterate another city? After a moment of reflection, Eric posed a question. I wish to meet the Master Ninja. Can you arrange that? Indeed, he was curious about the Lazarus Pit, which purportedly possessed the power to resurrect the dead and restore youth. Encountering a member of the Assassin's Guild, he was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. Malcolm trembled, shaking his head, a look of dread crossing his face. I cannot. I have no direct means to contact the Master Ninja. Although he is the leader of the Assassin's Guild, he seldom makes appearances. Even I have seen him only a handful of times. Is that so? Eric's crimson gaze intensified. Since he was preparing to cause disruption in Gotham, the Master Ninja would surely make an appearance there. Once he shows himself in Gotham, contact me. Turning away, his fiery gaze emitted a dark red beam that sliced through the air. The gang members attempting to storm in were severed in half, their bodies splitting apart instantaneously, blood gushing forth. The room quickly filled with the acrid scent of blood. Clark stood to the side, unable to bear the sight, turning his head away. Though he knew this was wrong, he was at a loss as to how to dissuade Eric. Do not harbor any treacherous thoughts, otherwise your fate will mirror theirs. After issuing a few threats to Malcolm, Eric departed. He has marked the body of the opponent using the cosmic scepter, and every action of theirs lies under his control. Clark, who had remained silent, cast a glance at the grim scene and hurried to catch up with Eric. All right, Clark, now that you have distanced yourself from the underworld, you need not adhere to your vow of silence, Eric remarked, noticing Clark's hesitance. Are you acquainted with that so-called Ninja Master? To be precise, I am familiar with him, though he does not recognize me, Eric replied. He is merely a boastful old rat who has managed to linger on for quite some time. After a moment of contemplation, Clark inquired, will Malcolm pose any trouble for us? He will not. Malcolm is an exceptionally astute individual. Chapter 136. A Christmas for Two at the Metropolis Merlin Group building. In a reception room, Malcolm, originally the esteemed owner of this edifice, now entered with a countenance fraught with concern, his eyes reflecting a disquiet that starkly contrasted with the confident demeanor he typically embodied. Upon entering the reception area, he discerned a figure seated on the sofa, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, emanating an indescribable aura. The self-assured Malcolm, momentarily subdued, revealed a flicker of surprise and tension in the presence of the woman reclined on the plush sofa. Mr. Merlin, I presume that at this late hour you would be guarding your lair. I did not expect you to indulge in nocturnal ventures. A slightly husky voice emanated from the woman. Leaning forward slightly, she allowed the moonlight to illuminate her striking features. With her chestnut curls, exquisite and chiseled features, her cold gaze fixed upon Malcolm. I regret that my father cannot attend in person, hence I stand in for him to witness the rebirth and destruction of Gotham. While I am not particularly enthusiastic about such matters, one often finds themselves compelled by circumstance, she stated languidly, her voice imbued with a sultry allure. Notably, she made no move to rise upon Malcolm's entrance, seemingly dismissive of his presence. I hold the Ninja Master in the highest regard and gratitude. It is through his guidance and extraordinary wisdom that I have emerged from the depths of fear and anguish, gradually comprehending the essence of life, Malcolm averred, lowering his gaze to convey respect. The expression he bore, however, belied the fact that he had thoroughly betrayed the Ninja Master in front of Eric. In the presence of this legendary Ninja Master's daughter, Malcolm intentionally concealed his strengths, allowing himself to be perceived as feeble and inept. I have been diligently advancing the Ninja Master's plans. Recently, I have encountered certain obstacles. The Quinn family of Star City has consistently targeted me, and my energy is limited. Therefore, we must eliminate them. The woman fixed her cold gaze upon him, asserting that the creed of the League of Assassins is to eradicate any adversaries who dare to oppose us. for the survival and evolution of humanity. It is imperative to employ fierce and violent means to obliterate those stubborn viruses and decaying limbs, and at times, even resort to methods far more brutal. As she spoke to Malcolm, a flicker of disdain for him crossed her eyes. She had heard her father speak of Malcolm, known as the Magician, the most charismatic and composed figure within the League of Assassins. However, after their exchange, she found this man to be somewhat overrated. Talia al-Heachuele, the daughter of the League's master assassin and the former lover of Batman, is the mother of Damian, the fourth Robin. As the daughter of the League's leader, Talia was trained to be a shrewd leader and decisive successor. Having just concluded her worldly travels, she returned to Metropolis. If you harbor doubts, then, Mr. Merlin, allow me to take on the task you bear, Talia declared to Malcolm. Only with your efforts? Malcolm questioned, puzzled. He recalled the inhuman presence he had just witnessed in Eric, his gaze momentarily flickering. Besides the individuals from Gotham, there are other stirring forces, their strength surpassing our imagination. I do not believe this can be resolved effectively. My father taught me a valuable lesson. If you perceive your enemies as invincible, you will falter in fear. Yet, if you possess the courage to confront the dragon, you shall ultimately triumph. Talia rose from the sofa, stating coolly, I did not come alone this time. I have brought the Shadow Warrior. During her travels, she had learned that her father found an exceptional successor and nurtured him perfectly. This young heir from Gotham, disinterested in the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy, chose instead a path intertwined with criminals, combating them fiercely. The master assassin, her father, sought to mold this man into a successor or an indomitable blade, positioning him as a volatile piece on Gotham's chessboard. Gotham has bred too much corruption and evil. This wholly degenerated city has no justification for existence. Just as they once did with cities like Rome and London, Gotham must be reborn from its ashes, emerging anew, untainted by crime. The woman stood in the enveloping darkness of the night, gazing at the silent Malcolm, her eyes gleaming with unbridled ambition. As a daughter seeking her father's acknowledgement, she has long felt overlooked and undervalued. Yearning to prove her worth, she aspires to achieve greatness, demonstrating to her father that her capabilities are worthy of her identity. As the most exceptional heir, her value must surpass that of Gotham's Bruce Wayne. On Christmas Eve at Kent Farm, Eric stood with arms crossed, observing the corridor adorned with cheerful stickers of a charitable Santa Claus and his red-nosed reindeer, meticulously placed by Clark in advance. With Jonathan and Martha away at their grandmother's for the holiday, only Eric and Clark remained in the house. Although the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, Clark's preparations ensured that the spirit of Christmas did not appear overly bleak. Peanut butter cookies are ready. Clark, donning gloves, emerged from the oven with the freshly baked cookies, setting them on the table. The long dining table was laden with an array of treats: cookies, 3-tiered pizzas, a roast turkey, and an assortment of fruits. I never realized you had a talent for cooking, Eric remarked, gazing at Clark as he carried the butter cookies. I, too, am discovering this skill. Although I may be a bit clumsy at first, I anticipate adapting quickly, Clark replied with a shrug. After removing his gloves, he inquired of Eric, was that call from Dad and Mom? Yes. It's only natural to feel apprehensive about celebrating Christmas without our parents for the first time. As Eric spoke, he picked at a nearby salad, acknowledging the significance of this moment. Yes, the first time, Clark echoed, taking a seat to savor the Christmas dinner he had so carefully prepared. The two sat across from each other, quietly relishing their meal. Actually, I have prepared a Christmas gift. Clark suddenly produced a beautifully wrapped book. Merry Christmas, Eric. Taken aback, Eric accepted the gift, staring at the ornate wrapping and the title and analysis and appreciation of Cthulhu. He was astonished that Clark would present him with a Christmas gift. Typically, their parents bestowed gifts upon them during the holiday season. Didn't you just have a birthday? Eric queried, recalling the past. Indeed, but I was caught up in some nonsense in Metropolis and couldn't prepare a birthday gift for you. So, consider this Christmas gift a combination of both occasions. Thank you for your previous support, Clark explained, expressing his gratitude while feeling a twinge of guilt. The gift had not been specifically intended for Eric. It was initially prepared for his birthday, but had been set aside due to unforeseen circumstances. As Eric held the gift, his emotions were somewhat conflicted. A special Christmas and a Christmas gift? Merry Christmas, Clark. After a moment's pause, Eric lifted his gaze to his elder brother, speaking with a tone that betrayed a hint of unease. However, he swiftly masked the unusual emotion he felt. I apologize, Clark. I haven't prepared any special Christmas gift. After a brief contemplation, Eric retrieved an octagonal metal piece from his pocket and extended it towards Clark. But I believe this can serve as your Christmas gift. The octagonal metal piece was the key to the Kryptonian spacecraft, and Clark understood its immense value. Astonished, he looked at the metal piece being offered and asked in surprise, "Is this really acceptable? I am aware of its significance, and if it were my possession, I am uncertain of my ability to." He hesitated, contemplating his inability to fully escape the influence of his biological father, Jor-El. Now that the key to the spacecraft was in his grasp, was it truly safe? The fact that you transitioned from the bastard wearing the red kryptonite ring to the farm cowboy, Clark, indicates that you have made a choice. So there's no need to worry about Jor-El's control any longer, Eric remarked nonchalantly while savoring the turkey on the dining table. After presenting the Christmas gift to Clark, he redirected his attention to the festive dinner before him. "Thank you," Clark murmured, cradling the octagonal metal piece in his palm. "I will ensure it is well kept. I promise." Once dinner concluded, Clark suggested taking a photograph with Eric. What kind of photograph? A commemorative one for Christmas. With that, he placed the camera on a clothes rack in the living room, aimed it at the two of them, and in a flash, dashed to Eric's side with super speed just before the shutter clicked. In that instant, the camera successfully captured the moment. The two posed for a Christmas-themed photograph, with Clark donning a festive hat, while Eric maintained a stoic expression. "Done!" Clark exclaimed triumphantly, clapping his hands. Chapter 137. The Devil Bound in a Bottle. A gust of wind shattered the tranquility of the night sky, as the winter-laden pine forest of Smallville exuded the essence of the season. Eric's silhouette streaked through the heavens, vanishing swiftly from sight. Moments later, a dull thud resonated as Eric landed heavily atop the towering windmill. The lofty structure loomed against the clouds, the biting wind howling around him. From his vantage point, he beheld the expansive scenery below. The frost-laden pines shimmered with silvery glimmers, while the distant lights of the town twinkled in a mesmerizing display, intertwining white and pale yellow hues. A deafening crack of air erupted as Clark unleashed his full speed while racing through the woods, creating a resonant boom that reverberated through the air. Clark arrived beneath the windmill and looked upward. "Hey, Eric, you mentioned you could teach me to fly, but must we come to such a place?" Clark looked up and shouted to Eric, who stood atop the windmill tower. Initially, his heart swelled with excitement at the prospect of learning to fly from Eric, yet he felt a twinge of confusion about why they had chosen such a location. "No, in truth, any place would suffice," Eric replied nonchalantly. "I simply wish to come here to enjoy the scenery and clear my mind." Clark was momentarily taken aback, conceding, "Very well, this shall be the place. However, I must stipulate that your instruction must be more responsible than when you train me in heat vision." "Of course, come up." Eric beckoned from above. After dinner, Clark expressed his desire to hone his flying abilities and sought Eric's guidance and specialized training. Although Eric was tempted to decline immediately, his mindset shifted slightly when he recalled the Christmas gift Clark had given him. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to Clark's request, which was the very reason they had come here. Clark ascended the steps of the windmill tower and stood beside Eric. "What shall we do next?" Clark inquired, glancing downwards. "If you wish to learn to fly, you must purge all fear from your being," Eric instructed. "Embrace the sky, rather than resist it, Clark. The fact that you dream of Lana and awaken to find yourself floating signifies that your subconscious possesses the gift of flight, yet you are unable to manifest it in reality. The training will involve helping you recapture the sensations experienced in those dreams." Upon hearing Eric mention his dreams of Lana, Clark felt a flush of embarrassment. "How do you know it was because of a dream about Lana?" "I overheard your conversation with Dad and Mom, but that is not the focus. The essence lies in..." As Eric spoke, he extended his hand and gave Clark a gentle push forward. Losing his balance, Clark's body uncontrollably plummeted downwards. Without any forewarning, he fell like a heavy iron ball from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, crashing into the frozen ground with a resounding thud. The impact sent shards of stone and leaves scattering far and wide. With his face pressed against the ground, Clark emitted a groan of pain. He had not anticipated Eric's sudden shove, and in the ensuing chaos, he failed to adjust his position, leading to an intimate encounter with the ground. Eric, standing atop the windmill tower, watched as Clark crashed down and shook his head. "Is it still not working?" Clark grumbled, nursing his sore wrist. "I hardly believe this method of attempted murder will teach me to fly, Eric." his face smeared with dirt, and his torn clothing rendered him a most disheveled sight. Perhaps, but I firmly believe this is the most effective training method at this stage. Clark, during that fleeting moment of suspension, you must learn to cast aside your fears and completely relax, allowing yourself to experience that ethereal sensation akin to being in a dream, Eric said earnestly. Upon hearing Eric utter the phrase ethereal sensation, Clark was utterly convinced that Eric was jesting at his expense. Before he could articulate a response, he was once again propelled downwards from Eric's tower. The wind rushed past his ears as he plummeted, the sensation of weightlessness resurfacing. The innate feeling of falling left him unable to achieve a tranquil state of mind. His body landed heavily on the ground, sending leaves scattering in all directions. He gasped for breath, the remnants of his fall striking his heart with a lingering ache. Bruce Wayne awakened from his chair, his chest heaving violently. He had dreamt once more of that day in his childhood when he fell into the Batcave. He wandered alone through the wilderness, surrounded by overgrown grass that towered above him, seemingly endless in all directions. The unbearable truth of losing his parents pressed upon him, compelling him to run frantically, desperate to escape it all. Yet, in the next instant, his foot slipped and he suddenly lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. The helplessness of weightlessness, the pain of his body hitting the muddy bottom of the well, and the swarm of bats ascending like tormenting phantoms replayed endlessly in his mind. Master Bruce, do you truly not need to take a moment to rest? Alfred inquired sympathetically as he observed Bruce, who had awakened. On Christmas Eve, Bruce remained fixated on the satellite system, monitoring every movement in the streets of Gotham, seemingly devoid of any thoughts of the holiday. The significance of Christmas has long since faded from me, Alfred, Bruce replied, rising and wiping the sweat from his brow with a serious expression. Ever since that fateful night close to Christmas, when he lost everything in the alley, he had not felt the joy that the season once brought him. From that moment on, the vibrant holiday transformed into a dull, colorless gray. However, Christmas has always represented a day of reflection for us. The transition from one year to the next allows us to release all our burdens. It symbolizes a new beginning. Therefore, Master Bruce, you may allow yourself to relax. Alfred gently reminded him. Falling, Bruce shook his head, casting his weary eyes toward the screen displaying Gotham before him. I have once again experienced the sensation of falling. Sir? Alfred, if I were to persist in this life, relentlessly battling the crime and disorder in this city, never ceasing, never compromising, forever immersed in darkness, would I one day grow weary and succumb, just as I did when I fell into the Batcave as a child? Bruce posed the question to his loyal butler. After a moment of silence, Alfred spoke. No, Master, some individuals may change. Yet, there are those who remain steadfast, even when battered and bloodied. Unable to move or wield a weapon, they will never alter. You, Master, are one of those who will never change. Is that so? Bruce replied, his gaze complex as he looked at the monitor. Nothing in this world remains constant. The most unpredictable element is the human mind, ever fluctuating and elusive. I have witnessed two beings transcending this realm. If they were to fall, who among us could stand against them? Even if there exists but a 1% chance. I cannot help but ponder whether the demons are confined within a bottle, and who among us might be the one to uncork it. Faced with Batman's inquiries, Alfred remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. Bruce ceased his words, redirecting his attention to the monitor that surveilled every corner of Gotham. A recorded crime caught his eye. I must step out for a moment, Alfred. After acknowledging the butler, Bruce swiftly made his way to his equipment. But what about your Christmas apple pie, sir? Keep it for yourself, Alfred. The roar of the bat cycle erupted as Batman's voice was drowned by the engine's thunder. On this Christmas night, Batman sped through the city's sewers, navigating the motorcycle while pulling up the city map to chart his course. Water splashed around, creating ripples that soon settled into tranquility. Moments later, Batman arrived at the scene of the crime. Observing the surrounding buildings sparked a sense of familiarity within him. This was Crime Alley, the very place where his parents met their tragic fate. Batman looked up at the sky, noticing white crystalline flakes descending. He extended his hand to catch the snowflakes falling from above. Taking a deep breath, he ventured towards the haunting memories that lingered in his mind. As he stepped into the familiar alley, the musty odor and the unbearable memories replayed vividly before him. The sound of gunfire echoed once more, accompanied by his mother's anguished cries, blood splattering before his eyes. His mother's white pearl necklace sprang from her neck, scattering across the ground. A single pearl even landed in his palm. In an instant, the tumult of memories receded. The gunfire, the blood, the white pearls, all illusions vanished. Batman gazed at the pearl he held, realizing it was not a pearl but a delicate snowflake. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the darkness, wielding a gleaming katana aimed at Batman with lethal intent. With swift reflexes, Batman rolled forward, evading the deadly arc of a katana aimed at him. After nimbly rising to his feet, he immediately unleashed his grappling gun towards his assailant. Chapter 138. Giants in Language, Dwarfs in Action in the Shadows of the Night. A ninja-clad assassin, cloaked in darkness, deflected the grappling hook with his katana. In that fleeting moment, Batman's spectral figure surged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the assassin's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground. Having dispatched the ambushing warrior, a cadre of samurai armed with long katanas emerged from the corners, encircling him. It seems this is a meticulously orchestrated ambush. Old friends, perhaps? Batman's gravelly voice resonated from beneath his mask. The trained ninjas surrounding him appeared disinclined to exchange words. Amidst the glimmering cold light, shadows danced with the howling winds. With a sudden thrust of his feet against the ground, Batman darted forward, pulling the trigger of his grappling gun, propelling himself ahead. After evading the assault of the ninja samurai, he landed, quickly rolling to the side, and fired the grappling gun again, securing it to the metallic framework above the alley, lifting himself off the ground. Once distanced from the samurai, he crouched on the metal frame, brandishing a bat-shaped shuriken, which he hurled at the nearest foe. The shuriken, slightly square in shape with sharp, defined edges, glinted ominously as it struck the enemy's chest. The first two ninjas fell, while the remainder scattered, swinging their katanas to deflect the projectiles. After inflicting heavy damage with the shuriken, Batman unfurled his cape and glided down into the fray. His iron fist connected with a ninja's chest, sending the warrior sprawling to the ground. The dull thud of metal clashing echoed as Batman pivoted, using his armored arm to block a downward slice from another samurai. Rolling to evade another katana strike, he sprang back to his feet, his right fist transforming into a bolt of lightning, striking an unsuspecting samurai, incapacitating him. Despite facing a multitude of trained and formidable ninja warriors, Batman adeptly countered their assaults. However, the odds soon turned against him as a kick landed on his back, disrupting his balance. Seizing the opportunity, a ninja swung his katana towards Batman's chest. Batman raised his arm, positioning his armor to shield himself from the impending blow. Yet, at that moment, a figure surged towards the samurai. Like a meteor, it crashed into the ranks of warriors, scattering them in disarray. Bathed in the shadows of a dark cloak, the figure let out a fierce shout, leaping into the air, raising a fist to strike at the samurai. The air erupted with a thunderous crack, sending the foremost warriors hurtling through the air. Their bodies crashed heavily against the wall, causing the ground of the narrow alley to tremble slightly. With his mouth agape and hands lowered from his chest, Batman gazed intently at the imposing figure of Wonder Woman. Once she had dispatched all the warriors, Batman turned his attention to her. Wonder Woman? It is I. It seems I have arrived just in time, otherwise you would have encountered considerable trouble. Wonder Woman shook her cloak. I must express my gratitude, she replied. As Batman glanced at the injured warriors, he added, although I do not wish for this city to be tainted by strange forces. Crouching down to examine the fallen warriors, he discovered they had all succumbed to their wounds. Frowning, he lifted the mask of a deceased warrior, prying open his mouth for inspection, a grave expression settling on his face. These are members of the League of Assassins. Are they not? Yes, shadow warriors of the League, a staunch contingent, Batman remarked, shaking his head. They have all committed suicide. It appears these lurking figures are beginning to reveal themselves. Perhaps they are plotting something grand. Indeed, Wonder Woman responded. To have laid a trap to lure me here indicates they possess a significant understanding of my capabilities. Standing upright, Batman's expression grew stern. Moreover, they are conspiring in ways I have yet to perceive. Perhaps, Wonder Woman nodded, surveying their surroundings. She inquired, this place must hold special significance for you? She recognized it as the alley where Batman's parents met their tragic fate. Batman remained silent, casting a glance at the damp ground. The dark, wet pavement faintly outlined a white human silhouette. Turning his head to dismiss the haunting illusions from his mind, Batman strode forward, exiting the alley. Wonder Woman glanced back at the fallen warriors before following in his footsteps. As the snow fell heavier on Christmas Eve, the dense flakes descended gracefully, draping Gotham City. Steeped in darkness, in a unique hue. Will you continue to work on Christmas? Wonder Woman asked as they walked. I'm not on duty. Batman replied in a gravelly voice. Is that so? Wonder Woman nodded. But I have heard others say you are a vigilante. That should count as a profession. Wouldn't you agree? Batman felt an unsettling familiarity in her words, as if she could see into his wounds. I have matters to attend to. If you need to reach me, contact me as we previously agreed. After delivering this cold statement, Batman pulled the trigger of his grappling gun. With a whoosh, the grappling hook soared through the air, swiftly carrying him away from Diana's side, ascending to the heights of the towering buildings. Wonder Woman gazed at the receding figure of Batman, shaking her head slightly as her attention shifted to a nearby shop. The store, adorned with an array of Christmas decorations, held an inexplicable allure for her at that moment. Approaching the window of the Christmas shop, she beheld a crystal ball within, its interior graced by gently falling snowflakes. Typically, such crystal balls, cherished as Christmas gifts, contain various miniature scenes or objects, making them one of the most beloved presents of the season. Diana observed a small doll of a girl inside the crystal ball. The princess, with her flowing red hair, drew back her bow, gritting her teeth and puffing out her cheeks, as if preparing to shoot at the monster before her. Fixating on the doll, Diana turned her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. It seems my visit this Christmas was not in vain. I have discovered a delightful gift. Having grown up on Paradise Island as the daughter of Queen Hippolyta, she underwent rigorous training from a young age. Be it archery, hunting, wrestling, or weaponry, she strived to excel in every discipline, driven by a desire for her mother's approval and to prove herself worthy in the eyes of the Amazon warriors who often belittled or even despised her. Diana's determination propelled her to become the most distinguished Amazon warrior, ultimately earning the title of Amazon Champion. Although she fought valiantly under the honor of an Amazon warrior, she harbored an enduring longing for love and connection. Even after residing in the Steel City for an extended period, she retained a trace of the innocence and naivete it cultivated on Paradise Island. In Smallville, the morning sun rose. Eric had just risen when he received a call from the hospital. After exchanging a few words with the hospital staff, he hung up the phone. Is something the matter? Clark inquired, still groggy from sleep. After enduring 2 consecutive nights of flight training, he felt slightly dazed, despite his disheveled appearance and lingering dizziness. He believed the training had been beneficial. After all, he had begun to overcome the innate human fear of weightlessness when plummeting through the air. Peter has awakened from his slumber at the hospital, Eric informed Clark. The doctor said his recovery is progressing well, with no lasting side effects. Really? That is the best news I could have hoped for today. Clark's spirits instantly lifted. I'm heading to the medical center to see him right away. Upon hearing that his dear friend had regained consciousness, Clark eagerly prepared to visit the hospital. Didn't we agree to go to Grandma's house to pick up Dad and Mom today? Eric reminded, noticing Clark's eagerness to rush to the hospital. Oh, Clark exclaimed, suddenly realizing his oversight. I apologize for forgetting about that. Let us set Peter's matters aside for now and head out. Eric took a sip of the freshly brewed hot coffee and spoke to Clark. The destination they were driving to was Smoky Hill, a journey of less than an hour along Interstate 70. Jonathan and Martha did not drive from home. Instead, their uncle came to pick them up. Now, the two needed to drive to collect their parents. The car advanced through the town of Smallville, with Eric seated in the passenger seat, gazing out at the scenery. The snow on Christmas was light, covering the ground with a delicate layer of white. Clark was focused intently on the road, and, as they approached the Talon Club, he happened to see Lana exiting the establishment. His attention was immediately captivated. If you were to glance back at Lana, you might just collide with the pedestrian crossing ahead. Eric furrowed his brow and remarked to Clark. Upon hearing his brother's critique, Clark quickly diverted his gaze. My apologies. Lana, spotting Eric in the car as she emerged from the Talon Club, cheerfully waved her hand in greeting. Upon seeing Lana's gesture, Clark's previously despondent expression brightened. If you have feelings for a girl, Clark, hiding away will only push her further away, Eric said, resting his chin on his hand and turning his head toward the passing scenery with a nonchalant tone. I believe my situation with Lana is more complicated than that of the Rolling Stones, Clark sighed. The Rolling Stones? Eric observed the trees flashing by outside. How would he expect you to use such a band as a comparison? You're right. It's an analogy coined by Krypton to describe my relationship with Lana, and I find it quite fitting. Lana doesn't understand who I truly am. I've always tried to help her, but every time I attempt to get closer, it seems to hurt her, just as it has in the past. Clark opened up to Eric. For a time, I didn't even know if I would stay. I felt entirely powerless to make decisions. Most importantly, I can sense that we are gradually drifting apart. Clark felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He was acutely aware of Lana's emotional distance from him, and he could also perceive the subtle feelings she harbored for Eric. However, rather than avoiding the issue or attributing blame to others with resentment or jealousy, he preferred to reflect on his own mistakes. But this is also part of life. Isn't it? Clark took a deep breath and said, "If my presence only brings pain to others, I think I must take a step back." Listening to Clark's seemingly profound reflections, Eric nodded. "I hope you can indeed follow through with that. However, in this regard, Clark, you have always been a giant in words, but a dwarf in action." Upon hearing Eric's critique, Clark awkwardly cleared his throat. "Are we really going to take this road?" Clark shifted the topic and inquired of Eric. "I recall passing through Blue Valley Town. The last time, those high school students who called themselves the Justice Society, Wildcat, Starman, Stargirl, and a Midnight Doctor, resided here, correct?" "Indeed, but they have all been expelled from the Justice Society." Eric replied casually. "Expelled?" Clark asked, perplexed. What was the reason for their expulsion? Perhaps it was due to their perceived ineptitude. Eric responded without further elaboration. Though their abilities are peculiar, with training, they might truly become superheroes. Clark held a favorable impression of the group of high schoolers. As the car sped through Blue Valley Town, the vibrations from the road reverberated beneath them. Although the tremors were slight, both Eric and Clark could sense them. They exchanged a glance, and the ground shook more violently this time, causing the car's interior decorations to sway. "What is happening?" Clark asked, surprise flickering in his eyes as he turned to Eric. "I am unsure, but it is certainly not an earthquake. After all, Clark, you once created a tremor that nearly obliterated the entire Smallville. You should be quite adept at recognizing and understanding earthquakes," Eric remarked, furrowing his brow. The third tremor was more intense, causing the vehicle to lose stability and skid sideways. Clark immediately pressed the brakes, the car sliding to the left and leaving a deep, dark skid mark on the asphalt. Once the car came to a halt, Clark leaped out, followed closely by Eric. A sound of shattering glass pierced the air, quickly followed by the screams of the crowd. A nearby CAF erupted violently as a colossal figure burst through the wall. The reinforced structure crumbled like tofu in the presence of the immense creature. The patrons inside the CAF screamed in terror as they fled. Chapter 139. A mother and son misguided into the battlefield. What on earth is that? Clark exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the 2 or 3 meter tall giant. Its robust physique marred by cracked, decaying dark gray skin, exuding a faint but foul odor. "Clearly, it is a gigantic zombie," Eric said, eyeing the monstrous figure with furrowed brows. The crowd on the street also recognized the terrifying being and screamed as they ran away. The bald giant, drooling at the corners of its mouth, let out a furious roar and smashed a nearby car with a single punch. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle erupted into a fiery blaze. Despite the display of formidable strength, the giant's rage was far from sated. It seized a nearby vending machine, sparks flying as it lifted the machine above its head and hurled it into the center of the road. Standing in the middle of the road, Clark swiftly dodged aside. Crash! The vending machine plummeted onto the asphalt, producing a deafening sound, instantly transforming into a crumpled heap of metal. "Who are you?" Clark demanded sternly, as he moved before his adversary, captivated by the unsettling gleam in their eyes. "I am Solomon Grundy." The zombie creature, seemingly endowed with a semblance of intelligence, fixed its gaze on Clark and spoke in a slow, almost dim-witted tone. "Born on Monday, baptized on Tuesday, married on Wednesday." At the mention of Wednesday, a colossal fist swung toward Clark. Possessing reflexes and speed far superior to the average, Clark effortlessly evaded the ground-shattering blow, launching a counterattack with both fists. His punch struck the creature's abdomen, unleashing a torrent of stored power. The towering Grundy was sent crashing heavily to the ground. Nearby, Eric watched the enlarged, zombie-like entity with a hint of gravity in his expression. "Solomon Grundy, He mused. Based on his previous knowledge, Solomon Grundy was a notorious supervillain, born in the 19th century. Originally named Cyrus Gold. Murdered by his wife in 1894, his body was discarded in the river and sank into the slaughter swamp on the outskirts of Gotham City. After over a century of decay in the swamp, Cyrus Gold's corpse had not rotted away. Instead, it had transformed into the creature known as Solomon Grundy from the nursery rhyme. The words spoken earlier referenced the origins of the name, derived from a chilling nursery rhyme in the English collection Mother Goose Rhymes. Solomon Grundy, born on Monday, baptized on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, ill on Thursday, worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday. Solomon Grundy, this life was done. Solomon Grundy's abilities included superhuman strength, endurance, immortality, and formidable regenerative capabilities. Essentially, he was a colossal zombie with self-awareness and thought. Given that he was a creature born in Gotham, why had he appeared in Blue Valley? As he observed Grundy battling Clark, Eric fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the expelled quartet of the Justice Society finally arrived at the vicinity of the scene. Courtney, having lost her staff, was left to rely solely on her experience and acrobatic skills in combat. Wildcat and Dr. Midnight had healed significantly, while Starman, having sustained more severe injuries, was still recovering. Nevertheless, Starman disregarded his condition, emerging from the hospital to confront the underground lair of the Injustice Society. Intent on settling the score, his parents had been slain by Grundy, and despite the objections of the other three, he resolved to release this foe from the Injustice Society's hidden chamber, determined to avenge his parents with his own strength. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from a base, leading the four of them in pursuit to a CAF near the small town. This was also the reason for Grundy's appearance here. It seemed we had stirred quite a hornet's nest, Courtney said breathlessly as she ran. It was my mistake. I thought I could avenge my parents by defeating him with my own strength. Time Knight spoke bitterly. My injuries have yet to heal. Had I been in perfect health, he would never have escaped so easily. You're no longer Time Knight, Wildcat, Joshua remarked wryly. Tyler, your hourglass, having shielded you from a bullet, has sustained significant damage. Now the superpower it grants you lasts only half an hour, not the previous hour. You should now be called Half-Time Knight. Even if it's just half an hour, I can still dispatch this fellow with ease. The irritable Half-Time Knight shot a glare at Wildcat. Something feels off, Courtney, said the Midnight Healer, a young woman with magical glasses, who had detected that Grant was battling a formidable opponent. It seemed Solomon Grundy was in trouble. When the quartet arrived on the scene, they beheld Clark engaged in a fierce struggle with Grundy. It's them, they exclaimed upon seeing Clark and Eric, their intense battle at the farm having left a lasting impression. Their speed nearly surpassed the sound barrier, their eyes emanating laser beams of overwhelming heat, and their strength was unfathomably immense. Such extraterrestrial beings were impossible to forget. With a powerful punch that sent Grundy staggering back, Clark advanced, aiming his right fist at Grundy's abdomen once more. Unable to withstand Clark's relentless assault, Grundy collapsed to the ground. However, before Clark could catch his breath, the fallen Grant seized Clark's ankle and violently hurled him forward. Clark crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, leaving cracks in the earth as dust swirled and debris shot into the air. This is bad, the Midnight Healer suddenly exclaimed with urgency. What's wrong? Courtney asked, startled by her sudden alarm. I see a vehicle approaching. The road isn't straight, so the car behind won't be able to see what's happening here, and will continue driving forward. Utilizing her glasses' formidable capabilities, the Midnight Healer quickly analyzed the vehicle's information. A blue Toyota is speeding this way. A blue Toyota? Courtney felt a foreboding sense wash over her. Beth, can you tell me the license plate number? Of course, Beth replied, albeit somewhat puzzled, before reciting the number she had seen. That's my mother's car. Upon hearing the license plate number of the blue Toyota, Courtney exclaimed in a tone laced with terror. At this time, my mother usually picks Mike up from school. If they were to breach these two battlegrounds, it would surely be perilous. Who is Mike? Midnight Healer inquired. My brother. Although we are a blended family without blood ties, and Mike often snatches my oatmeal and chips, mocking me for my physique by suggesting I belong on the football team rather than the gymnastics squad. He is still my brother now, and I must prevent them from entering here. One point I must correct you, Courtney. We are all extraordinary beings now, Wildcat remarked, glancing down at her gear with a hint of annoyance. The quartet expelled from the Justice Association was deliberating on how to deter Barbara, Courtney's mother, from approaching the battlefield. Meanwhile, Barbara, driving the car, had sensed something amiss. A deep rumble resonated in the distance, and the ground trembled slightly beneath them. "We must turn the car around immediately." Barbara, an elegant figure in professional attire with golden hair, still retaining its allure, began to decelerate. "Buckle your seatbelt and stop reading those comic books, Mike," she instructed the young boy seated in the passenger seat, who appeared to be in his early teens. "Is there an earthquake?" Mike did not lift his gaze, continuing to peruse his comic book, seemingly oblivious to the impending gravity of the situation. "If the road is a bit bumpy, I can manage, Mom." "It's not the road's bumpiness, Mike," Barbara retorted, her irritation evident as she controlled the car's speed. "Did you not hear the sounds ahead?" "No, in fact, I am currently preoccupied with very serious matters, so I am unaware of the external changes." "What? Are you planning to divorce Pat?" "How did you know?" Mike set his comic book down, adopting a mature expression. "The truth was, last night Pat had slept in the garage, and to ensure he wouldn't feel too despondent alone, I accompanied him to the garage to sleep." "Mike," Barbara interrupted, "this is not the time for such discussions. Nor is it a topic you should broach." Just as she was maneuvering the vehicle to turn around, a lumber truck, unable to brake in time, collided forcefully with Barbara's blue Toyota. With a resounding crash, the car lurched uncontrollably forward. Barbara's forehead struck the steering wheel with a painful thud, eliciting a muffled groan of agony. In the passenger seat, Mike's arm was jolted against the window, and his comic book was instantly flung out of the vehicle. The rear of the car was struck violently, producing a piercing screech. "No, no, no." Realizing the severity of the situation, blood trickling from her forehead, Barbara slammed on the brakes to prevent the car from spiraling out of control. Although the colliding pickup truck had engaged the brakes, it still propelled the Toyota into the battleground where Clark and Grundy were clashing. The chicken coop is doomed. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Barbara was instantly engulfed in shock, momentarily forgetting the peril she was in from the accident. Mike, seated in the passenger seat with his arm cradled in pain, was equally captivated by the spectacle before him, his discomfort overshadowed by astonishment. Chapter 40. The God Among Men. With a powerful punch, Clark unleashed a shockwave that reverberated through the air, imperceptible to the naked eye. The remaining glass in the nearby shops shattered into a million fragments, the sound of breaking glass harmonizing with the explosive rush of air. The colossal impact of their bodies hitting the ground prompted one to ponder the extraordinary combat prowess of the human capable of confronting such a monster. As Mike remained in a daze, a hooded figure swiftly approached the car, extending an arm to brace against the vehicle's bumper in a desperate attempt to halt its uncontrollable advance. "Ah!" bellowed the halftime hero, exerting every ounce of strength to press against the car, his feet sinking into the ground as his muscles strained to stop its forward momentum. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure, but ultimately, he succeeded in bringing the vehicle to a halt just before it collided with the wall. Regaining her senses, Barbara prepared to pull Mike from the car when Courtney and the Midnight Doctor, Wildcat, arrived, breathless. "Courtney?" Barbara, ignoring the blood trickling from her forehead, gazed in shock at her daughter. "What are you doing here? Did Pat not promise me he would keep you out of harm's way? Did you not vow to refrain from involving yourself in such matters?" "I'm sorry, Mom. I broke my promise. There are some things I must do. Even without the Star staff, and with my father being a rather indifferent man, I still have to take action to thwart the injustices perpetrated by that nefarious organization." Seeing her mother injured, Courtney produced a tissue to apply pressure to Barbara's wound. "Actually, Mom, your issues with Pat are because of me, and I didn't expect to find you here. By the way, I secretly borrowed that staff, but doesn't seem to acknowledge me." Mike, clutching his arm, emerged from the vehicle and glanced at the fierce confrontation between Clark and Grundy. "If given the chance, I would undoubtedly become a great superhero. Everyone, could your family disputes wait until later? Our immediate priority should be to leave this place," Wildcat advised the group. "You all go ahead. I must confront that brute," Halftime Hero declared resolutely, turning to face them. "This monster killed my parents, and I must avenge them." With that, he charged forward. Mike gazed at the halftime hero with sheer admiration, convinced that his ability to halt vehicles must signify exceptional prowess as a superhero. However, as the hero charged forward, he was swiftly repelled by Grant, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous sound. "Well, I take back my previous statement. He appears somewhat inadequate." Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Clark realized that his attacks against the monstrous foe were growing increasingly ineffective. After toppling his opponent, the relentless creature rose again, continuing its assault with the tenacity of a born destroyer, unable to deliver any truly lethal blows. Distracted, Clark found himself caught off guard as Grundy seized the opportunity, swinging a nearby car toward him. Clark evaded just in time, dashing forward to target the creature's knee in an attempt to incapacitate it. A resounding crack echoed as Grant let out a pained howl, stumbling to the ground. Yet, even in his fall, he struck the ground with a mighty blow. The earth erupted with a deafening roar, shattering into fragments as if crushed tofu. Clark, struggling to maintain his balance, was thrown sideways, though seemingly lacking in intelligence. Grundy exhibited a formidable combat acumen, seizing the chance to grasp Clark with his colossal hand. The onlookers, including Barbara, gasped in horror, fearing this dashing young man would meet his demise. But in the next instant, a blur flashed by. Eric dashed in front of Grundy, pressing his hand against the giant's fist, thwarting the impending grip. Grundy, enraged, attempted to crush the audacious human before him, yet no matter the force exerted, he could not budge Eric's hand. The strength was insufficient. Eric shook his head, opening his fingers to gradually pry open Grundy's clenched fist. As Grundy's eyes widened in disbelief, Eric unleashed a powerful kick, sending the giant crashing into the CAF wall, obliterating it in an instant. Amidst the deafening roar and swirling dust, Grundy's massive form slammed into the interior of the CAF. After delivering that staggering blow, Eric did not pursue but rather turned to check on Clark. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine, but this fellow seems to possess regenerative abilities. No matter how he is knocked down, he rises again," Clark replied, furrowing his brow. After a brief skirmish, although his body suffered little harm, his clothing was tattered and he appeared rather disheveled. Meanwhile, Courtney and the others, still lingering on the battlefield, watched in awe as Eric sent the giant flying with a powerful kick, collectively swallowing their disbelief. Mike rubbed my eyes in uncertainty and remarked, "What just transpired? Did I just witness a comic book scene?" As an ardent fan of superhero comics, my mind was awash with questions and astonishment. This was undeniably an extraordinarily cool individual. Forgetting the near dislocation of my arm, I exclaimed with wide-eyed excitement. Roaring from the coffee shop, Grundy emerged, his small eyes glinting with vengeful intent directed at the impassive Eric. Under Grundy's gaze, Eric's eyes gradually turned crimson, and he lifted his feet, levitating into the air. In an instant, a searing beam surged toward Grundy. Reacting swiftly, Grundy evaded the fiery onslaught, striking the ground forcefully before charging toward Eric. However, against an adversary endowed with flight, speed, and superior strength, Grundy was sent hurtling away before he could make contact. The ground trembled under the impact, and Grundy crashed heavily onto the surface, shattering it into fragments. As he prepared to rise, Eric descended once more from the heavens. With a thunderous sound, Eric's feet stomped down, creating a resounding blast. Amidst the debris, he positioned his feet on either side of Grundy's head, delivering a powerful punch to the monstrous giant's chest. An invisible shockwave erupted, as if the air had been compressed and then explosively released. The sound reverberated outward, scattering glass and debris in all directions. The wave of air expanded like ripples, forcing everything nearby to recoil. Barbara and her companions, standing at a distance, were jolted backward a few paces. Their ears buzzed, and they felt the atmosphere trembling. Barbara, clutching her daughter's arm for support, stood in stunned disbelief. She had never imagined anyone could wield such extraordinary power. Could a mere fist generate such air vibrations? Based on her decades of teaching experience, she concluded that this must transcend human capability. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a humanoid weapon. With a fierce shout, Eric bent down and delivered another punch to the giant's chest. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the shockwave rippled outward once more. Grundy, struck in the chest, let out a painful roar, his body writhing in agony as he struggled to rise. The airwaves continued to spread, causing the surroundings to tremble as if a shell had detonated upon the ground. Barbara and her companions were compelled to retreat further, their eyes aflame with intensity as they witnessed Grundy's torment from the scorching and concussive injuries inflicted upon him. The space trembled violently as Eric delivered another punch to his opponent's head, Although Solomon Grundy managed to block the blow with his arm, the giant, endowed with formidable defensive strength and self-healing capabilities, still experienced excruciating pain. Even the undead retained a semblance of perception and emotion, allowing them to feel the immense pressure and destructive force emanating from Eric. After unleashing a searing gaze upon his adversary, he continued to rain down blows. Bending low, his right fist became a bolt of lightning, crashing down with tremendous force upon Grundy's arm, which was shielding his head. The air around them was instantaneously displaced, causing the space to tremble once more. Eric's fist retracted only to descend again, accompanied by the shockwave of his fierce gaze. The entire combat scene transformed into a one-sided assault by Eric. Nearby, the half-hero lay on the ground, his eyes reflecting shock and terror as he struggled to his feet, enduring the pain while attempting to flee from the chaos. Yet in the next moment, he was hurled away by the aftershock of the explosion in the air. In the distance, Courtney and her companions, once astonished, were now gripped by fear. Barbara clung to Mike, her expression a mixture of confusion and stupor. Who, after all, was the true monster here? The instigator of the calamity, the bearded driver of the pickup truck, descended from his vehicle, clutching an oversized hamburger, his mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. The cause of the accident, the giant hamburger, slipped from his grip as he became engrossed in the battle between Eric and the monster, landing with a thud on the ground. In that moment, he was oblivious to the fallen burger, murmuring, "My God, he is a god among men." At this juncture, standing behind Eric, Clark observed his brother's violent methods with a complex array of emotions. Feeling the tremors of the space and the force of the air, he shook his head. Meanwhile, Solomon Grundy, under Eric's relentless assault, underwent a transformation. Gone was the previous ferocity. Instead, he gazed at Eric with a pitiful expression, no longer struggling or roaring. Adopting a defeated posture, he cradled his forehead with his arm, emitting soft whimpers akin to cries. It was as if the wild, destructive persona he once embodied was now replaced by an entirely different being. Raising his fist and witnessing the opponent's feigned pleas for mercy, Eric was taken aback. Was this brute capable of such cunning? However, was it too late for mercy? With another punch, he obliterated the muscles in Grundy's arm, leaving bones nearly exposed. Not even the mightiest self-healing could keep pace with Eric's sheer destructive force. The air surged outward once more, sending tremors rippling through the surroundings like an earthquake. At midnight, the enigmatic physician swallowed hard and turned to Courtney, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Did I just hear the sound of Grundy crying?" "Yes, I believe I heard it too," replied Courtney. The wildcat turned her head, and their gazes intertwined in the air, reflecting the astonishment and disbelief in their eyes. Meanwhile, the onlookers were captivated by the violent and shocking scene before them, and no one expressed a desire to leave. "I can hardly believe it. That hulking brute is responsible for the deaths of the hero's parents, yet he can experience fear?" Courtney mused, recalling the brutal assault the giant had inflicted upon the hero. She was astounded to witness his apparent fragility in the presence of Eric, the one who had stolen her star staff. A wave of despair washed over her, as she feared that reclaiming her staff would take longer than anticipated. Meanwhile, Mike, cradled in Barbara's embrace, maintained a simpler perspective. His eyes sparkled as he watched Eric raining down blows and laser attacks upon the giant. After delivering the final punch, Grundy lay gasping on the ground, curled up and clutching his head, visibly struggling for breath. The sound of police sirens echoed in the distance, and more people began to gather on the street. Eric ceased his assault, recognizing that this opponent, despite his apparent immortality, would merely resurrect quickly, even if fully defeated. The giant had lost all courage to confront him, rendering him a negligible threat. With a cold gaze fixed on the barely conscious Grundy, it appeared that Eric was not devoid of emotions. Perhaps he now comprehended his own vulnerability. As Grundy lowered his hands from his head, fear flickered in his eyes, and he nodded repeatedly, attempting to adopt a sycophantic demeanor. Casting a glance around, he noticed the crowd growing larger, all staring at him with peculiar expressions, prompting Eric to furrow his brow. Clark approached, his countenance grave, shaking his head in dismay as he remarked, "Things have become rather complicated." "What do you mean?" Eric inquired. Clark surveyed the gathering crowd. You probably caught their attention. His greatest concern was that their abilities would be discovered, prompting him to conceal his gifts. Even during his time on the school football team, He had suppressed his urge to utilize his talents. This topic had often led to conflicts with his father, Jonathan. Now, witnessing the crowd's encroachment, he feared Eric had already been exposed. "Don't worry. They didn't see anything," Eric reassured him. "Only a few near the Starlight Woman witnessed the entire scene. The rest appeared only after I had finished with Grandy. Even if they speculate based on the evidence, without proof, they cannot ascertain our involvement." As they conversed, several police cars arrived at the scene. The law enforcement of Blue Valley had finally made their delayed appearance. Upon disembarking from the police vehicle, the officers were rendered speechless by the scene before them. The entire street resembled a war zone, strewn with debris and chaos. The glass of cafes, bookstores, and convenience stores lay shattered, while the walls bore the marks of gunfire, pockmarked and battered. Particularly striking was the CAF, where half the wall had collapsed, leaving rubble scattered everywhere. Coffee machines and self-service kiosks lay deformed and haphazardly sprawled across the ground. The most severely damaged area was the road itself, riddled with potholes and cracks. Vehicles parked near the CAF appeared utterly wrecked, smoking as if they had just endured a violent assault. What astonished the officers most was the sight of a giant figure crumpled on the ground, convulsing, with blood-soaked skin and a body cloaked in dust, indicating a brutal confrontation had taken place. "What are we to do?" Mike, cradled in Barbara's arms, nervously inquired of his mother as he observed the swelling crowd and approaching officers. "First, we must go to the hospital." At that moment, Barbara became aware of the blood trickling from her forehead and noticed her son's arm was bruised and bleeding from a gash. "Mike, your arm!" she exclaimed in shock. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Scooping Mike up, Barbara hastened towards the location of the ambulance, perhaps mesmerized by the chaos. Mike's gaze remained fixed on Eric's retreating figure, oblivious to Barbara's urgency. "Mom, can you put me down?" he asked. "What? I want to get an autograph." "Absolutely not." Barbara swiftly denied Mike's request to approach Eric. Meanwhile, Eric, contemplating the prospect of an autograph, noticed the police advancing towards him and turned to leave. "Clark, let's go." "Oh." Clark frowned, surveying the wreckage and feeling a headache brewing as he pondered how to distance himself from Eric. Upon hearing Eric call his name, he promptly followed. "Never mind. With Eric around, he can explain to our father. After all, whenever trouble arises, Eric always manages to smooth things over." Since childhood, Clark had grown accustomed to relying on his younger brother whenever they were together. As the two made their way to their car, a voice called out to them. Eric turned to see a young female officer approaching. "Sir, you cannot leave just yet." The blonde officer, seemingly youthful, halted their progress. "Is there a problem?" Eric inquired. "Witnesses nearby have informed us that you were present at the scene. We would like you to accompany us to the police station to provide a statement." "Yes, you. It will not take much of your time." The blonde police officer smiled at Eric, her voice tinged with a hint of tension. She sensed the intense aura radiating from the individual before her, a presence that instinctively put her on high alert, especially given the peculiar circumstances surrounding them. "We are not locals. We are merely passing through, and we are pressed for time," Eric calmly declined. "Time is of the essence. It will merely take a moment to take your statement. Once our investigation concludes, you will be free to depart." "I believe this is for your safety," the officer replied, tempering her smile and attempting to express her thoughts politely. Noticing the situation, other officers began to approach. Clark's eyes betrayed his anxiety. He understood that once he and Eric entered the police station, clarity would be elusive. Even if they managed to evade exposure, escape would not come easily. What should he do? Should he utilize his super speed to flee now, or cooperate with the authorities and head to the precinct? As Clark wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts, he glanced at Eric. Eric's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded the female officer. "I think you should be more concerned about your own safety." Suddenly, an invisible wave rippled through the air. Clark instantly felt the approach of this intangible energy, akin to a mental wave capable of inflicting harm upon the human body. Dissipating in an instant, the once cacophonous environment fell silent. It was as if time itself had been paused. The clamor ceased, and the police medical staff and onlookers froze in place, immobilized. The female officer before Eric wore a look of astonishment, her hand resting on her hip, rendered motionless as if she had lost her very essence, staring blankly at Eric. The officers who had been rushing to their aid halted mid-stride, their eyes vacant, transformed into mere puppets devoid of will. Barbara, cradling Mike, also became a statue, standing still with a bewildered expression. Mike, who had been in her arms, tumbled to the ground, his injured arm hitting the surface anew, prompting him to grimace in pain. Standing beside Eric, Clark stared in disbelief at the throng of individuals who had come to a standstill. Eric, what has transpired? It is evident that someone is manipulating them with mental prowess. Eric replied nonchalantly as he made his way toward the vehicle, employing his mental energy to exert control over their minds, rendering them akin to soulless beings or puppets. Although I have a strong suspicion regarding the perpetrator, is it truly possible that fortune could be so favorable that even a stroke could be rectified? Eric shook his head as he settled into the passenger seat. The familiar energy he sensed was strikingly similar to the brainwave energy that had induced the stroke he had previously caused. Originally, I presumed that a person utilizing their intellect, after succumbing to a stroke and becoming a mere vegetable, would be utterly incapacitated. To my astonishment, they have awakened and engaged in such terrifying activities. Should I concede that I underestimated them? What shall we do now? Clark furrowed his brow, observing the scene before him, and inquired of Eric. If we do not depart immediately, once the police regain consciousness, they will thrust you into an interrogation room to ascertain your involvement. 3 days without sleep, subsisting on barely edible refuse. Do you truly wish to experience such a fate? Facing Eric's query, Clark shook his head, expressing, I do not desire such treatment. Yet I also do not wish for these individuals to become mere shells of their former selves. Regardless of who is responsible for this, we must intervene. I know who is behind it, Courtney exclaimed, hastening to Eric's car window. His brainwave. He has awakened and is once again entangled in the nefarious machinations of the Injustice Society. What schemes are you referring to? Clark questioned her. Iceberg aims to establish a new world order. They have constructed a colossal radar disperser within the underground base in Blue Valley, capable of amplifying brainwaves' powers indefinitely. By harnessing the mental control facilitated by brainwave, they could dominate the entirety of America. No, it is not merely the entire country, but rather the 6 neighboring states. It appears that brainwave's capabilities, when combined with the radar disperser, can only exert control over the populace of these 6 states. Taking a deep breath, Courtney elucidated to Eric. The brains of adults will be subjugated, rendered entirely obedient to their commands post-transformation. Conversely, minors, whose brains have not yet fully matured, will remain impervious to their control. This is precisely the reason why Yolanda, Mike, and I have evaded their manipulation. Then, Eric remarked with a peculiar gaze directed at Courtney. I recall that you are on the cusp of adulthood, are you not? Is your brain still not fully developed? Courtney, though inclined to retort and deliver a punch to him, quickly dismissed that impulsive thought upon glancing at the trembling Solomon Grundy nearby. I do not know, but if we do not thwart them, this world will suffer irrevocable harm. Courtney asserted earnestly to Eric, if you are unwilling to assist us, could you lend me the Star Staff? I could use it to halt the Injustice Society's miscreants. I implore you, Eric. Establishing a new world order? Eric did not respond, yet he regarded the villains of the Injustice Society with newfound respect. Their abilities may not be extraordinary, but they are driven by grand aspirations and are willing to pursue them with earnest effort. While it may likely lead to their own demise, there exists a commendable courage in their relentless pursuit. Eric retrieved his phone and dialed his parents. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Regrettably, the reach of the Injustice Society's control did not extend beyond 100 kilometers. It merely affected the nearby towns and metropolitan areas. Upon learning that his parents were unharmed, Eric's urgency dissipated, and he inquired of Courtney, what kind of new world do they aspire to create? To combat global warming, compelling the populace. After a brief pause, Courtney replied, compelling individuals to utilize solar and wind energy, eradicating racial, religious, and gender discrimination. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she added, and universal health care. Chapter 142. Caught in the crossfire, Bill Hawkins was an ordinary man from the metropolis. At first glance, he bore no remarkable attributes. His unattractive upturned nose, curly red hair, and a cowboy jacket that had fallen out of fashion over 2 decades comprised his daily attire. A pity, however, that he wore shoes, for had anyone glimpsed his feet, they would have seen that they were a perfect match for his nose, appearing as if they were inherently a few inches short. His occupation was equally unremarkable. He was recently employed at the meat counter of Giant Supermarket, having only just secured that position. Prior to this, he had worked as a gas station attendant, and before that, at another gas station. He once fancied himself a drummer in a band, but after much contemplation, he realized that it was far more fulfilling to drum in the comfort of his own home. In his own estimation, he was the most fascinating person on earth, yet to others, he seemed as monotonous and dull as an unadorned shell of a house. The morning sun was particularly harsh, and Bill, feeling somewhat fatigued, rose with the intention of flying on a leaf. He resorted to this whimsical escape after sleepless nights spent watching animated shows or an assortment of nonsensical films, only to awaken even more exhausted. To replenish his energy, he found himself compelled to fly on a leaf once more, thus ensnaring himself in a vicious cycle. Could he perish from this? Compared to death, he feared more the squandering of life, for such waste swiftly led to an accelerated demise. Therefore, he preferred the notion of dying from sleepless leaf flights. Stretching his limbs, Bill rubbed his eyes, preparing to call upon his friends for a merry gathering, when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him. A sharp pain seized his head, as if invaded by some foreign entity. It felt as though his consciousness was being infiltrated by an insidious force. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and his previously blurry awareness faded entirely, the space before him warping and distorting until it vanished completely. Time lost its meaning as he remained in this state, but eventually his consciousness returned, and he found himself standing in an unfamiliar realm. All around him was engulfed in darkness and chaos. A foreboding and terrifying substance resembling ominous clouds that filled the entire space. Where was this place? Swallowing hard, Bill uttered a sound of astonishment. He took a few tentative steps forward, his feet finding purchase on an uncertain ground, while shock and confusion swirled within him. This could not possibly be the real world. Although his mind was somewhat clouded, he nonetheless drew this conclusion based on his experience. It resembled the visions that emerged after indulging in euphoria. Could it be that the sleepless night spent watching animated series, combined with incessant consumption of substances, had led to his demise? Bill shook his head, dejectedly kicking at the stones beneath his feet. Damn it! Was he truly destined for an untimely end? He was aware that several coveted magazines lay hidden in his storage cabinet. Who would benefit from his death? That scoundrel. Overwhelmed by despair as he reflected on the unfulfilled aspirations of his life, Bill's mood darkened further. After wandering for a few minutes, he suddenly stumbled upon a bizarrely shaped ruin of a city. It appeared abandoned for centuries, the unsettling architecture looming over him as he walked along the mud-laden steps. The city exuded a noxious miasma, the sunlight contorting and struggling within the murky air. The stones of the buildings, influenced by the unstable light, seemed to morph continuously, watching the unwelcome intruders with a predatory gaze. As Bill traversed this eerie urban landscape, his heart swelled with dread. With each step, his unease and trepidation intensified. Though he continually urged himself to turn back, an inexplicable force drew him deeper into the heart of the city. Reaching a stone door, he pushed it open and peered inside. A thick, obscure darkness surged forth, accompanied by a nauseating fog. Sounds emanated from within, gradually growing louder and drawing nearer. Then, a massive, dark green creature emerged, its form amorphous and oozing a viscous green slime. This grotesque and twisted being petrified Bill, leaving him rooted to the spot, his strength evaporating. A maddening urge to obliterate his sanity and succumb to decay surged within him. In the metropolis, numerous individuals, having fallen under the influence of brainwaves, beheld the indescribable and profoundly dark entities. The brainwaves, having invaded Eric's mind, rebounded with catastrophic consequences, resulting in a stroke. Though he awakened once more, the visions of those entities imprinted deeply in Eric's memory. This time, utilizing a radar disperser to extend his thoughts, he sought to control the minds of those in the central 6 states. However, in attempting to manipulate others' thoughts and enter their consciousness, he inadvertently exposed a fragment of his own mind. Countless individuals, whether acquainted with or oblivious to Cthulhu, glimpsed the terrifying and unfathomable beings concealed in the dark cosmos and the depths of the ocean. Shock and disbelief reverberated in the minds of these witnesses. Is it not a fictional legend, but rather something that truly existed? The author describes not a fantasy, but some semblance of reality. It sounded intriguing. In Blue Valley Town, upon hearing Courtney speak of the Injustice League's declaration regarding the New World, Eric shrugged his shoulders. Are you certain they are the villains? Clark inquired after a moment of contemplation. I am uncertain, yet I feel it ought not to be so. Courtney, too, believed that, in comparison to the Injustice League, her own faction bore a closer resemblance to the antagonists. Pat told me that forcibly altering a person's thoughts could potentially inflict great harm. If brainwaves are manipulated against one's will, those with a strong resistance may very well suffer brain death. Is that so? Clark nodded. Indeed. How could such an endeavor lack risks? Simultaneously, a wave of relief washed over him. He was fortunate to have uncovered this so-called Injustice League's dark agenda, or he would have remained tormented by indecision. There is yet another question. Clark gazed at the individuals whose minds have been subjugated on the street. Will they remain this way indefinitely? Surely not. The time for the alteration is brief. Thus we must act immediately to prevent it, Courtney asserted nervously. As they conversed, a vehicle slowly approached, halting not far from them. The driver, with a vacant expression, opened the door and descended from the driver's seat, standing on the road. Eyes glazed as they stared vacantly at the sky. We ought to stay, Eric. Clark's gaze hardened as he observed the driver, who had transformed into a dazed fool upon exiting the vehicle. If many will be harmed as a result, Eric, we cannot remain indifferent. Suit yourself. Although Eric felt a modicum of interest in the Ice Pillar's new world, he found the other's foolish and ostentatious scheme rather absurd. To brazenly alter the thoughts of certain individuals and subsequently establish a new nation. Did they take the American government for fools? Nonetheless, resting his chin on his hand, he fell into contemplation. The notion of founding a new nation, albeit somewhat ridiculous, could indeed pose some trouble for the American government. As one who relished in the spectacle, he was naturally intrigued by such theatricality. As for whether many might perish because of it, what concern was that of his? After all, these were strangers to him. Their demise was inconsequential. Shaking his head, Eric addressed Clark. If you have made your decision, then stay here to confront those seeking medical reform. You are not staying? I apologize, but I harbor no interest in saving the world. Eric stepped into the vehicle, took the driver's seat, and ignited the engine. Just be clever. Although the Injustice League possesses average capabilities, it is not impossible to encounter a mishap if one is careless. After Eric reminded Clark, he started the car and drove down the road. Midnight Healer, Wildcat, Hourman, and Mike approached Clark, all gazing at the vehicle as it departed. Mike turned to Courtney and said, Courtney, shouldn't you have stopped him from leaving? What? I haven't even greeted him, nor have I asked for his autograph. Mike replied, somewhat disheartened. It's like seeing your idol right in front of you and letting them walk away without doing anything. If that happens, you'll feel really upset. Let us put the autograph aside for now. We have more pressing matters at hand, Courtney said, rubbing her shoulders with a serious tone. We must stop the Ice Pillar. Can I join? As a member of the superhero team? Mike's eyes sparkled with excitement. No, you have more important things to attend to. What? Take care of Mom. Courtney glanced at her mother as she spoke to Mike. Fine, I agree. Last time I wanted to go out with you. You made me look after Pippi, and now it's Mom again. Mike said to his sister, you all think I'm a burden. Just wait. One day, I'll become a superhero that you'll all look up to. He grumbled as he walked towards his mother. So what is our next move, Clark? Courtney turned her gaze to Clark. Having witnessed Clark's prowess firsthand, she regarded him as the most reliable force on their side. Stop them. Clark's serious gaze was cast upon Blue Valley. Despite his reservations about Eric's departure, he was determined to prove he possessed the ability to save the world. Chapter 143. A monster emerges from the mind in this frigid winter. The leaves turned yellow, and the sky was a somber blue. I strolled through a winter day, reminiscing about California if I were in Los Angeles. The car radio played Mom and Dad's band, and, as the melody filled the air, Eric sped along the road. Numerous cars were parked by the roadside. After being subjected to mind control, most drivers sensibly parked their vehicles, thus avoiding any severe accidents. With no other cars on the road, he could travel uninterrupted to his destination. The unfolding scene soon caught the attention of others. At the Grand Theater, Zatanna Zatara was performing a magic show, showcasing her blacktop hat to the audience below. Dressed in a magician's attire, with black stockings adorning her legs, she wore a confident smile. With a flourish of her left hand, she waved her magic wand at the hat, and suddenly, a lively rabbit leaped out from the seemingly empty hat. After pulling the rabbit from the hat by its ears, Zatanna offered a faint smile and gently turned the hat upside down. With a few shakes, a flurry of vibrant butterflies erupted from within, filling the stage of the magic performance with a kaleidoscope of colors. The audience, captivated by such a splendid display, erupted in applause and cheers. Placing the magic hat atop her head, Zatanna raised her hand and waved upward. Instantly, the butterflies soaring in the sky transformed into ribbons of various hues, cascading down. The cheers from the audience crescendoed, and Zatanna's smile brightened further. Despite her childhood struggles with braces that rendered her speech unclear, Zatanna possessed remarkable magical prowess, rapidly mastering a wealth of magical knowledge under the tutelage of her father, John Zatara. While her skill in irony magic may not yet rival that of John Zatara, her accumulation and application of magical knowledge had gradually caught up to her father's legacy. Following an injury inflicted by an owl, John Zatara mysteriously vanished after a period of recuperation at home. Consequently, Zatanna embarked on a quest to locate her father, adopting the guise of a magician to perform for audiences along the way. Though ostensibly an act of magic, it was in truth her application of irony magic. In such settings, she could freely showcase her magical talents without fear of suspicion or dread. Initially motivated by financial gain, performing magic on a grand stage had evolved into her most cherished pursuit. Thank you. Thank you. Zatanna expressed her gratitude with a bow to the audience. Yet, in the next moment, the once enthusiastic applause abruptly ceased. The fervent clapping transformed into an eerie silence within mere seconds. Every individual directed an odd gaze towards Zatanna on stage. The adults remained motionless, as if frozen like wooden figures, lost in a trance. Children seated beside their parents noticed the peculiar behavior, anxiously wriggling in their seats and calling out to awaken their parents from this strange state. Zatanna was poised to perform her next trick by retrieving a lively dove from the hat. However, the instant her right hand made contact with the dove, her expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. As she extracted the dove from the hat, she discovered that the once vibrant creature lay lifeless, blood oozing from its eyes and beak. Shock registered in Zatanna's eyes as she gazed at the deceased dove. Hearing the voices of the children below, she turned her attention, only to find the adults staring blankly, as if their souls had departed, sitting in their seats with vacant expressions devoid of any vitality. This revelation left Zatanna taken aback, retreating a few steps in astonishment. She could sense an intangible wave of energy permeating the entire theater, a formidable mental control that rendered ordinary individuals nearly incapable of resistance. What could it be? A form of mental manipulation targeting the brain? Filled with confusion and astonishment, Zatanna approached the audience, gazing at the adults who wore expressions of vacuity. She extended her hand, examining the peculiarities of their bodies. Silently reciting an incantation, she swiftly unleashed her countermagic. As her wand aimed at a man's head, a beam of pristine energy connected to his consciousness. This was a mental probing spell derived from her countermagic, allowing her to perceive the emotions swirling within the mind of the subject. She hoped to unravel the mystery of what had transpired. However, unexpected events soon unfolded. The moment her countermagic was cast, a mass of black, sludge-like substance emerged from the man's head. At first, it appeared as a single tentacle, quickly followed by an onslaught of black, slimy appendages. Zatanna recoiled in horror, stepping back. The entire viscous, octopus-like entity erupted from the man's skull, and the unfortunate victim of her probing spell had his head grotesquely burst open by the monstrous creature. His body was reduced to a pulp, ensnared by the writhing tentacles. Zatanna inhaled sharply, raising her wand. This was not part of my plan. Shaking her head, she concentrated a beam of magical energy at the tip of her wand, directing it at the ghastly, gelatinous creature. She had never encountered such a being, terrifying and profoundly unsettling. Merely gazing upon it felt as though sanity was being siphoned away. Indeed, her father had once warned her, supernatural entities exist, and if one cannot maintain unwavering focus, the magic will yield to terror. With a fierce shout, Zatanna hurled her wand toward the newly emerged tentacle monstrosity. The potent, destructive energy beam severed one of the tentacles that had swung toward her. Yet in the next instant, as if imbued with intelligence, a tentacle lashed out and struck Zatanna's arm with a resounding thud. Her wand was knocked from her grasp, and she stumbled uncontrollably backward. A spinning longsword cleaved through the creature's appendages, instantly severing the tentacle that threatened her. A figure then leaped onto the stage, brandishing a shield and a longsword, cutting through the flailing tentacles that whistled through the air with fierce velocity. clad in a crimson and gold battle attire. The striking woman descended onto the stage, wielding her shield and sword with precision, splattering blood as she swiftly subdued the formidable and terrifying creature. Zatanna, the valiant Wonder Woman, who had arrived just in time to save the day, inquired with a furrowed brow after dispatching the tentacle that had entangled Zatanna for a moment. I am, she replied. An unexpectedly astonishing magical performance indeed. Is each of your magical performances this successful? Did you feign to slice someone in two during this segment? As Wonder Woman entered, she immediately criticized the youthful Zatanna. Although Zatanna was unfamiliar with this woman, she retorted defiantly, "Excuse me, my performance is not yet concluded." With her right hand, she formed a peculiar shape with her fingers and fiercely directed it towards the frenzied, tentacled creature. "Burn, you wretched fiends!" A ball of flame erupted from her hand, surging toward the monsters. The fiery orb, laden with immense heat, collided with the creature's body, producing a thunderous explosion. Sparks flew as the flames rebounded the instant they made contact with the monster. By Hera! Upon witnessing Zatanna's reckless act, Wonder Woman exclaimed in astonishment and swiftly rushed to Zatanna's side, shielding her from the encroaching flames. The fire struck her shield, splattering in all directions. Lowering her shield and raising her longsword, Wonder Woman bellowed as she struck at the adversary. The sound of steel meeting flesh resonated. After severing one of the advancing tentacles, countless others surged forth, immediately ensnaring her body. Some tentacles even grazed her ample bosom. "You scoundrel!" she yelled in fury, swinging her enchanted sword downwards. Just as Wonder Woman found herself ensnared by the tentacles, a red laser beam shot forth, precisely severing the creature's appendages. Kara, clad in her crimson Supergirl attire, rushed in. "It seems you are unable to effectively resolve this predicament." The red heat vision in Kara's eyes sliced through the flailing tentacles as if they were mere tofu. Subsequently, a green light surged in as Green Lantern utilized his power ring to create a large sphere, enveloping the tentacled monster and forcefully lifting it upward. The green orb, encasing the creature, burst through the theater's ceiling and soared into the skies. With a resounding boom, the sphere containing the tentacled beast exploded in midair. So it is the invincible Green Lantern who ultimately resolves the issue. After vanquishing the monster, Hal gradually descended from the heavens, triumphantly addressing the onlookers. Beside him, Zatanna stared in bewilderment at the group. "Who are you all?" "Friends, albeit those with whom your future relations may remain somewhat distant," Wonder Woman quipped, chiding Zatanna, "Sister, you nearly used your summon magic to annihilate an entire theater full of people. This is the consequence of magical mishap." Zatanna gazed in shock at the still unconscious crowd below. "I employed irony magic to probe the consciousness of others, only to be rebuffed, birthing such a creature. Magic can indeed be perilous." A complex light flickered in Zatanna's eyes. Yet the monster born from magical backlash appeared to be connected to the existence she had glimpsed within the minds of others. "Of course, I have my suspicions." Wonder Woman gazed at the front row, where a tourist had tragically perished after a monster emerged from their mind, and inquired of Zatanna, "Are you acquainted with Eric Kent?" Chapter 144. I delivered a punch to my father-in-law. With her mouth agape, Martha offered a cookie to Jonathan, asking, "How does it taste?" "Well, we are merely one captivating store name away from prosperity." Jonathan extolled the homemade delicacies prepared by his wife. "I believe it would be more fitting to refer to you as Mrs. Kent rather than farm lady." "Mother," Eric remarked as he emerged from the room. "Eric," Martha exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. "When did you arrive?" "Just now. I overheard your conversation about opening a cookie shop." Eric replied with a smile directed at his mother. Martha embraced Eric tightly and pecked him on the cheek. "My poor son, this is your first Christmas at home with Clark. How have you fared? Have you encountered any troubles? Did you receive the Christmas gifts Jonathan and I prepared? Did you reheat the turkey for dinner?" Overwhelmed with concern that her son might not have enjoyed a fulfilling Christmas at home, Martha bombarded him with questions upon their reunion. "Everything is splendid, Mother," Eric reassured her. "What about Clark?" Jonathan inquired, noticing that Eric had arrived alone. "He was delayed by some matters," Eric explained. "Is that so?" Jonathan nodded thoughtfully. "Eric," a voice resonated from behind them. A middle-aged man clad in a light gray jacket with a head of golden curls stood behind Eric, sounding pleasantly surprised. "Uncle, The newcomer was his uncle Dustin, a non-professional painter often deemed a ne'er-do-well by family members. I was just about to head to Smallville to discuss the illustrations for your book. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Dustin approached and shook Eric's hand, the pungent scent of oil paints wafting from him. I must say, you are exceptionally talented. No, you're truly gifted. Those chaotic creations, octopuses, viscous monsters, and the eerie beings in the starry sky. How did you bring them to life? Which university do you plan to attend? I could recommend the Kansas City Art Institute or Pratt Institute. Dustin, you never attended college, Martha interjected, exposing Dustin's boastfulness. Actually, I attended for a few days, but, well, dropped out, Dustin replied solemnly. However, I have cultivated quite a network, which may prove beneficial for Eric. Thank you. But it seems I don't require that assistance at the moment. Eric politely declined, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with this nominal uncle, having only met him a handful of times. It is known that the other party possesses a fervent passion for painting, to the extent of being somewhat obsessed. They are seldom at home and often engage in reckless and unorthodox behaviors. However, it matters not. You may reach out to me whenever you need. Dustin patted Eric on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Would you care to try a cookie, Eric?" Martha extended a cookie towards Eric. "Thank you," he replied as he accepted the cookie and began to savor its taste. Just as he was indulging in the treat, the sound of a car approached from outside. Martha walked to the door and, upon seeing the person alighting from a vehicle, her expression shifted as she opened the door and stepped out. Jonathan, observing through the window, noticed the individual as well, but remained silent, standing still. Meanwhile, Dustin continued to obliviously enjoy his cookie. Eric's gaze penetrated the wall, revealing an elderly man in conversation with Martha. Dressed in a suit with a head of white hair, the man was likely his grandfather, though Eric was not particularly familiar with him. He had heard that the man had practiced law in the metropolis until moving here in recent years, and it seemed that Jonathan's relationship with their grandfather was rather strained. "You appear to have aged quite a bit," the elderly man remarked to Martha from the courtyard. "I am well, Father. I am content with this life," Martha replied. "For some, this may indeed be the case, yet you possess such potential. You are always among the top 10 in your class. Entering law school would have been a mere formality for you. I had sincerely hoped you would inherit my legacy." The old man expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I never wished to be a lawyer. I chose my own path," Martha retorted, slightly impatient. She was aware of her father's long-standing discontent with Jonathan. It was disheartening to see that old grudges still ran deep even after all these years. The elderly man shook his head. "The path was not yours to choose. It was Jonathan who guided you, and you merely followed him in his pursuits. This is unrelated to Jonathan. You raised an independent daughter, and that is what displeases you." Martha raised her voice, asserting, "I will choose my own life as course, and I strive for happiness. I now have 2 sons, and I am expecting again. I am content with my current life." "Father," Eric is inside. "It has been many years since you last saw your grandson. Do you not wish to go in and see him?" The once commanding and assertive elderly man suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After glancing towards the house, he hesitated and shook his head. "No, Eric has not seen me in years. He surely does not recognize me." "I have prepared a check for you," the old man said, pulling a check from his pocket. "I know your life is not easy. You are pregnant and must care for Clark and Eric." "Father, I do not need it. Our lives are quite satisfactory, and we lack for nothing. Eric has even earned some money from his book." "Very well," the old man conceded. The elderly man sighed, stating that he would return to the inn and could be contacted if necessary. The mansion belonged to him, but since he had allowed his daughter's family to reside there, he had moved to an external hotel. "Aren't you staying?" Martha inquired again of her father. "A lunch would suffice. Eric is here, and perhaps you could join him for a meal." "No." The old man shook his head and proceeded towards his car. After starting the vehicle, he drove away directly. Watching her father's car depart, Martha stood motionless for a moment before entering the house with a troubled expression. "He has gone?" Jonathan asked his wife. "Yes, he still refuses to come in." Jonathan sat down and poured himself a glass of water, reflecting that while some matters require forward thinking, others are destined to remain unchanged. "Father, is there a significant issue between you two?" Eric questioned Jonathan, unaware of the underlying discord. "Indeed, Eric, when your mother and I decided to marry, I sought his blessing to wed his daughter." "And what did he say?" "I can recall every word distinctly. I will not allow my daughter to abandon everything to marry a country farmer and suffer alongside him. That is rather unflattering." Eric expressed sympathy for his father. Noting her husband's discontent, Martha interjected, "He treats everyone that way." Jonathan continued, "When he realized we were truly committed to marriage, he became enraged. He attempted to eject me from his office." And then, Eric pressed on. After a brief silence, Jonathan glanced at Martha. "I struck him." Eric fell silent, unsure how to respond. Such an act against a father-in-law was hardly commonplace. Perhaps his own father had once been a hot-headed youth. "It is not a matter of pride. I had contemplated apologizing, yet he declared he would no longer associate with me. Since that moment, we have exchanged not a single word. For over 20 years, our relationship has remained this way." After Jonathan finished speaking, he stood up. "I acknowledge my stubborn temperament, but some matters simply cannot be altered." Following Jonathan's departure, Martha appeared somewhat despondent. Eric reached out, clasping his mother's right hand resting on the table. "Nothing is immutable, Mother. I believe their relationship will not remain this way indefinitely." Perhaps, Martha managed a faint smile at Eric. The most obstinate of all is the human mindset. Jonathan is quite stubborn, and Clark has inherited this trait at times. If you and Clark ever find yourselves at odds, even if an argument ensues, you must patiently listen to one another. When two stubborn individuals quarrel, they seldom consider mending the relationship. Instead, it tends to deteriorate further. "I understand," Eric replied, tightening his grip on his mother's hand. "Hey, perhaps you should turn on the television," Dustin remarked after activating the screen. It seems something extraordinary is unfolding in Metropolis. Upon hearing Dustin's words, the two shifted their gaze toward the television. The screen displayed a scene from the streets of Metropolis, where numerous individuals appeared to be frozen in a stupor, unable to move. Pedestrians stood motionless, cars that had been speeding came to an abrupt halt, and shoppers along with salespeople maintained their bargaining stances. Except for the children, nearly all adults had become immobile puppets. Martha, observing the news report, inquired, "What is this? A virus outbreak?" "Perhaps." Eric nodded in agreement. "The situation is escalating. I wonder how that group from the Injustice League plans to conclude this." Moreover, the notion of implanting thoughts within an individual's mind intrigued him. Is the mind the most obstinate of entities? The concept of a radar disperser to alter thoughts is not without merit. "So what shall we do next?" Eric continued. "If they continue broadcasting this signal, it won't take long before the brainwaves achieve their sinister purpose. Not only will many be brainwashed, but there could also be numerous fatalities. In Blue Valley, an anxious Courtney questioned Clark, "You must stop those from the Injustice League. I will destroy the radar station." After issuing his command, Clark swiftly departed toward Blue Valley. With a burst of super speed, he vanished from sight in an instant. "Well, we can now place our hopes in him. Our next actions will determine the outcome." "Are you certain you are all right, Courtney?" Wildcat asked. "You currently lack the cosmic staff. If a confrontation arises, you might be at a disadvantage." "Are you suggesting I would hinder you?" Courtney shrugged. "Even without the staff, my physical prowess and gymnastic skills will aid me in combating crime." As her words hung in the air, a whistling sound pierced through. A colossal robot piloted by Star-Spangled Pat descended from the sky. It landed heavily, further unsettling the already uneven street. "Fantastic! Pat, you've arrived just in time. Let us head to the Injustice League's base. Midnight Doctor's glasses will help us locate the underground entrance." However, as Courtney spoke, she noticed something amiss. Pat stood utterly still, offering no response to her words. "Oh no." Courtney suddenly recalled the mind control linked to the brainwaves. Swallowing hard, she quickly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Star-Spangled Pat seized her leg and flung her away with force. Upon witnessing Courtney being flung away, the vigilant Wildcat sprang into action, utilizing the formidable leap conferred by her equipment to ascend into the air, seizing Courtney as she hurtled past. The two collided with the ground, rolling forward. "Yolanda!" gasped Courtney, relieved to see her savior. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but perhaps you ought to consider shedding a few pounds," Wildcat replied. Meanwhile, Courtney and her companions found their progress obstructed by Pat, who had been taken over, preventing them from entering the base of the Unjust Association. However, an unwelcome guest had already infiltrated the intricate underground tunnels. "How long until we proceed?" Ice Pillar, seated at the rear of the hall, addressed the figure of Dragon King, who was garbed like a scarecrow, a reputed expert in biological warfare and a veteran of World War II. "Approximately 2 hours. As long as we are not interrupted during this period, The brainwave amplifier will allow us to control the neural pathways of everyone present. That's still too slow. The federal government will easily detect the radar we VE set up once they respond. Inform the gambler to employ his hacking skills to shield our signals, mislead, and disrupt communications from the federal government. Ice Pillar stood and paced the hall. We must control some individuals to thwart anyone who dares to impede our plans. Understood? Understood. Dragon King nodded before exiting the hall. With a heavy heart, Ice Pillar turned back only to discover an uninvited guest seated in his place. A young figure radiating an aura even colder than it sat there, staring intently. Who are you? Ice Pillar asked, stepping back in astonishment. How did you get in? Why was I unaware? His previously composed confidence began to waver. Patriot. Chapter 145. My foolish brother, I have never heard that name. Ice Pillar scrutinized Eric with a cautious gaze. What is your purpose? Why are you here? This is my territory. You better think carefully about how to answer my questions. As he questioned Eric, Ice Pillar's right hand gradually enveloped itself in a chilling blue mist, preparing to subdue his adversary at a moment's notice. Though they had yet to clash, the palpable aura of danger emanating from Eric was unmistakable. Despite having battled countless foes, none had instilled within him such an overwhelming sense of pressure. I know someone, Lex Luthor, who once proclaimed, I am convinced that countless universes exist, some mirroring our own, while others are utterly divergent. Eric spoke in a measured tone from Ice Pillar's rightful seat. In a universe akin to ours, my brother, after enduring the same trauma as you, has been inspired to harbor similar thoughts. He believes that the multitude of injustices in this world primarily stems from certain flaws within the societal system. Thus, he has chosen to establish a dictatorial regime to create a new order. However, his efforts are far from sufficient if one truly wishes to alter mindsets. It cannot be achieved through force alone, but must originate from the very roots of thought. Eric continued in an unremarkable tone, stating, had he focused on ideological education rather than being preoccupied with violent repression after establishing the new order, perhaps in a few decades those rebellious individuals would merely have become a small band of terrorists. Therefore, I find a certain admiration for you. Eric stood up and continued, acknowledging the significance of intellectual enlightenment, asserting that ruling the world through thought control, rather than brute force, is a far superior approach than that of my foolish brother. You, in utter astonishment, took several steps back, realizing that he was aware of our plans. That is not a secret. At least for me, there are hardly any secrets left in this world. Eric took a step forward and, in a nonchalant tone, remarked, from my perspective, both my delusional brother, who aspires to dominate the world, and you individuals striving to create a new realm are merely a group of frightened children. If no one can guide you on how to confront your fears, and if those around you and the world persistently terrify you, then you will attempt to reshape the world in misguided ways. In pursuit of this goal, if you believe you cannot achieve it, you will strive to make yourselves deserving, even if it means adorning yourselves with unfit ornaments. Eric recalled a parallel universe where Clark, having lost Louise, succumbed to darkness. After a series of unavoidable conflicts and wars, Clark became so obsessed that he sought to annihilate Metropolis and Gotham as a warning to others. Although the fate he met with was somewhat tragic, it bore a resemblance to this individual before him. Ice Pillar did not expect this stranger to understand him so well, his astonished gaze fixed upon Eric. You took a deep breath, calming yourself. Perhaps you were right, but who among us is not a frightened child? Listen, I do not know how you came to learn of these hidden tales, but you would be wise to leave this place. Otherwise, your deafening proclamations will serve no purpose in your current predicament. Is that so? It seems you possess great confidence in the security of your base. Eric took another step closer to Ice Pillar and inquired, or is it that you're consistently so self-assured in your actions? I am unclear on your interpretation, but let me assure you, my intentions behind all of this are to assist others. Each year, 500,000 lives are claimed by cancer, and I possess the ability to cure it. Even if some may perish in the process, that is their contribution. Ice Pillar spoke with fervor, stating, the greed and shamelessness of politicians have led to countless deaths. My wife was a victim of this very plight. But now I can change all of that. No one shall impede me. As the words of Ice Pillar fell, a group of guards stationed at the base rushed in, brandishing sharp blades and charging swiftly towards Eric. However, these mere foot soldiers fell to the ground in an instant, leaving Ice Pillar bewildered, barely comprehending the unfolding chaos. In the next moment, amidst his astonishment, Ice Pillar felt a sudden blur before him as his opponent materialized right in front of him. With a swift motion, Eric seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. His eyes glowed with a fierce crimson heat vision as he spoke icily. I had no interest in your new world plan, but after a family gathering, my perspective has shifted. Take me to Brainwave. Struggling to breathe, with his neck in a vice grip, Ice Pillar gritted his teeth and glared at Eric, declaring, I will not allow anyone to thwart my plans. After my wife's death, I vowed to make this world a better place. That is the very essence of my existence. As he spoke, he exhaled a frigid mist towards Eric's face, attempting to encase him in ice. Yet, Eric, now enhanced with a portion of Kryptonian attributes, countered by releasing a blast of freezing breath of his own. Although his current output was far from the overwhelming force of Clark at his peak, capable of freezing an entire reservoir with a single breath, it was more than sufficient to contend with an adversary of Ice Pillar's caliber. Eric's frosty exhalation overpowered Ice Pillar's icy breath, swiftly sealing his mouth in a frigid grip. With his lips encased in ice and unable to articulate a single word, Ice Pillar emitted a muffled groan of agony. In that case, perish. Eric's eyes shot forth a beam of red laser heat vision, striking Ice Pillar's face. Gasping for air, with his throat constricted and breath becoming increasingly labored, Ice Pillar was hit by Eric's scorching gaze. He writhed violently, letting out muffled cries of torment. After several desperate moments, he ultimately succumbed, his hands that clutched Eric's arm falling limply to his sides. As Eric released his grip, Ice Pillar's lifeless body thudded heavily to the ground, shattering into fragments of ice upon impact. Having dealt with Ice Pillar and the guards of the underground base, Eric scanned his surroundings. Activating his supervision, he sought the presence of Brainwave. Eventually, he discovered him in the innermost chamber of the facility, surrounded by machinery and equipment. Brainwave, adorned with various instruments on his head, sat in a chair with his eyes closed, wielding his extraordinary powers. Silver sparks of lightning danced around him, and the immense psychic force, amplified by the machines, filled the space with an overwhelming aura of oppression. After determining the location of the brainwaves, Eric approached the other party, not intending to thwart their plans. His intentions were rather straightforward. The brainwaves currently exerted control over a significant number of individuals in Kansas, and Eric intended to utilize this power to implant a subconscious thought into the minds of those under his influence. In other words, he aimed to embed an idea into the consciousness of the residents of Metropolis and Smallville. He had no interest in brainwashing the entire world through mental control, but if an opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to seize it. As for taking the blame, let the professionals in villainy handle that. Traversing the intricate and profound tunnel, Eric's eyes emitted a searing gaze, dispatching all guards that attempted to impede his progress. Minutes later, he stood before the final grand door. After slicing through the last metallic barrier with his fiery sight, he discovered that the brainwave awaited him within. Removing his helmet seemed not to affect his ability to control others' minds. I didn't expect it to be you, he remarked. The brainwave, clad in a trench coat, stood quietly at the entrance, observing Eric. I am equally astonished, Eric continued as he stepped through the metallic door. I thought you would be rendered utterly incapacitated after your stroke. Yet here you are, revived and orchestrating such a grand spectacle. Surprised, are we? The brainwave smiled, a cryptic glint in his eyes. What I once deemed an unattainable aspiration now lies before me. My abilities have multiplied exponentially, and though I am uncertain of the cause, I believe it is a divine responsibility bestowed upon me. You should be grateful to me. Eric shrugged nonchalantly. I killed your son, reducing his body to dust. The abilities that once departed from you have returned to your being, but there is no need for gratitude. I have always taken pleasure in assisting others. The brainwave paused momentarily upon hearing Eric's admission of murdering his son. Eric anticipated a furious outburst, yet to his surprise, the other party merely chuckled. You are indeed correct. I should be grateful to you. By killing my son, I absorbed the majority of his powers, which enabled my awakening. The brainwave smiled at Eric, continuing, Do you know? I kill my wife. I possess the ability to hear the thoughts of everyone, which has led me to an early understanding of this society. Witnessing the world's corruption without attempting to purify it would render me incapable of sleep. My son was a vacillating individual, I had already perceived his thoughts. Even had you refrained from acting, I would have killed him to claim his powers for myself. Thus, I genuinely owe you my gratitude. Is that so? Eric expressed his astonishment at the other's reasoning. If I were to kill you, would you harbor resentment towards me?